Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Somewhere in the forest in the mountains, a loud noise was heard. A clicking sound was heard near the trodden road. The leaves on the trees were fluttering. Suddenly, one of the branches was cut off with a sharp movement. Many blows and cuts rushed through the forest. The shock wave stretched along the ground and the silhouettes did not even have time to appear. The spearman barely repelled the direct attack. He opened his eyes wide with great anxiety. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard from the forest again. The guy was nailed to a tree at great speed. He immediately cringed in pain and tried to grab air. He looked up and was called at the same moment. In his memory, he turned around when the master asked him to say what quality is the most important for a martial arts practitioner. The long-haired man put the spear on his shoulder and thought, trying to give out a theory. Afterwards, he girded himself and suggested that it could be superiority in martial arts skills and the depth of their chi. But the guy immediately said that he could not disagree with him, but it was also impossible to agree. He surprised the guy by saying that in his opinion, the most important quality of a martial arts practitioner is harmony. The master looked at him with a kind face and said that all martial arts and chi cultivation should be in harmony with each other. But returning to the present, our hero was spitting out blood. He was lying by the tree and thinking that the guy had been secreting harmony all his life, but everything was still the same. He tried to raise his head and thought that the guy was still behaving in the same way. The long-haired man barely managed to lift his leg. He immediately looked at his teacher, who was already lying exhausted and covered in wounds. Two people were walking past him with bloody swords. They were all slowly walking towards the hero. He tried to stand up, leaning against a tree. These were the three Kinshin swords and the first disciple of this sect. The sage of the Bright Rock stood nearby. From the fog, a highly respected squad of mountain clover exorcists was moving towards him. But in the very center was the lord of the Martial Arts Alliance. The blue-haired man was covered in wounds and was holding on with all his might. He took hold of the spear and asked to be allowed to ask a question. Then the sage nodded and allowed it. The guy held onto the weapon and said that he knew that the people gathered here were not fools and especially not jesters. Then he looked down sadly. At the same time, he closed his eyes and exhaled. Everyone looked at him with slight contempt. The guy pointed the tip at them with difficulty and said that it should be clear that his master did not practice the vile demonic art of the 10 hidden demon skills. The brown-eyed man tensed up so much that his veins began to bulge. At that moment, the hero offered to talk frankly with a smile and asked why they did it. Then he got furious and said that he had dedicated his entire life to the martial arts society, and then asked again why he had done it. Most of the masters were staggered by the aura. And then, while the rank and file were terrified, a cough sounded. The guy was still standing in wild tension. 6 months ago, a strange rumor began to spread. Something like that they had a vile and disgusting text of the 10 hidden demon skills at their disposal. Someone had already said that we had advanced so much that we had already learned them. When they tried to refute this and prove their innocence, people pretended to be deaf. Later, martial arts masters visited them in order to personally verify this gossip. Swearing to heaven that this book was not here, his master even assisted the investigation. However, the sect of newcomers seeking enlightenment in martial arts with a spear, this was about them. Although they had collected many books on martial arts, they could say with certainty that the 10 secret skills of the demon, or something similar to it, were not in their possession. The protagonist stood calmly by the wall. Suddenly, something surprised him wildly. He noticed how a book covered in seals was taken from one of the shelves and wondered how this was possible, and why these goddamn texts were here. The master and his disciple were in complete shock. Nawan stood in maximum tension and thought that there was someone here who was trying to slander and get rid of them. He put a spear in front of him and said that they have mouths, so they should speak. The opponents froze in anticipation after being asked about their actions. But then Ja angrily shouted a question about how long they were going to let this vile brat talk nonsense. Then he again made an angry face and waited. Then he raised his blade. Blood began to drip from the tip. The protagonist got furious and started calling out the offender. Then he smiled slyly and said that he had always envied his master, because he had surpassed him in both techniques, not to mention his character, and he was sure that was why a scoundrel like him could not take him into account. This greatly hurt the old man's self-esteem. He immediately said with a laughing face that it seemed that his teacher had never taught him the consequences of talking to those who were beyond his capabilities. He immediately pointed his finger in front of him and said that today he would punish their demonic sect and prove to the martial arts community that there was still justice in this world. The blue-haired man immediately rushed into battle with a spear. The big-browed man was scared when the blade began to approach him. He covered himself with Dao and asked how he dared. And then a shock wave passed by him. The blue-haired man's shoulder was badly damaged. 2 fingers were separated from his body. The old man immediately covered the wound with his other hand and grimaced. He was terrified and began to call names. At that moment, the hero opened his mouth wide, trying to gasp for air. He tried to strike the villain again and thought that he was very close. He pulled the spear away and thought that he should try again. He clenched his teeth tightly and thought that he should at least kill him today. The spear again rushed towards the offender. Then the old man got scared and tried to dodge. But at that moment the spear was blocked by a heavy blade. Un was very surprised by this. Two men ran to the villain's aid and began to cover him. The hero examined them and recognized the first disciple and Mountain Clover. Then the Lord tensed up and said that he was as strong as rumors said about him and asked them to be careful. And then the mustachioed prankster waved the blade and said with a smile that there was no need to worry. He dealt many stabbing blows at great speed. The protagonist tried to defend himself and parried the blows with a spear. And then a silhouette appeared behind his opponent. The guy was very surprised. Mountain Clover raised the blade above his head. He made a sharp swing from the ground and released the blade from the wind. Then the hero sat in a low stance and was about to strike. He saw another volley flying at him and became wary. He immediately frowned and prepared. A powerful explosion occurred. The warrior of Clover came closer and looking into the curtain of smoke said that it was surprising. The bearded man with a displeased look said that he was still standing on his feet. The protagonist stood with a broken spear and could barely stand on his feet. He was breathing heavily, trying to come to his senses. Then the old man became wary and said that he really learned demonic arts. At that moment, Ja appeared high in the air right above him and shouted that he looked pretty exhausted. He happily landed on his back with all his weight. The oxygen was knocked out of the guy at that moment. He raised the blade and said with a smile that he should keep 2 fingers as a gift for the afterlife, use it wisely. The black swordsman began to approach and asked what happened. Then the scoundrel spread his arms and with a smile asked everyone to calm down, because they killed this damned demon and his child. But then he looked away when he heard an insult addressed to him. He looked at the wounded guy and said that he was alive, apparently, because he learned demonic arts. Then he frowned and with a grin said that he would be magnanimous. He raised the sword and said that since they had a long way to go. Then the hero turned over and moved closer to his master. The bastard smiled and said that they could talk a little. Then Un looked away. The sparkle in his eyes completely disappeared and he thought that he realized what the end of the road was. Looking at the dead master, he thought that he was sorry, because this would truly be his end. Everything in his eyes began to turn white and he thought about what he had told him about not being so kind and naive. The boy barely kept his eyes open and remembered his teacher. He managed to stretch out his hand and thought that if only he could live one more time. Immediately after that, he fell down exhausted and thought that he would definitely take revenge on Ja. A light breeze emanated from the bodies, and he thought that he should not be so kind and stupid in the next life and asked if they had come to an agreement. Immediately after his body became exhausted, a crystal lit up on his chest. It began to rise into the air and shine brightly. Many small children with an exhausted look tried to beat. Suddenly, one of them began to lose consciousness. He fell down dead and was called by number. But then a scary man came up to a girl standing next to him and asked if she thought it was time to take care of others and she refused. Then an employee started walking towards them and told them not to forget that this was a cave of hidden demons and 3 mistakes meant death and taking care of others could cost them their lives. Then the head instructor looked at them with a menacing look and told them to take care of him and the man standing behind agreed. He picked up the child by the leg. The other children continued training sadly. The victim was dragged along the floor by the leg while the others continued their training. Something large fell into the water. 2 cultists stood by the waterfall and wondered what number it was and guessed that it was about the 250th, and then mentioned that there had been quite a few of these this month. The child was slowly drowning and they continued the dialogue about not keeping count here and said goodbye. This was the Hidden Demon Cave, which was a facility of the Holy Demon Cult, designed to train disciples, as well as the forces of the Twilight Dragon Martial Alliance. As expected of the cult, this was not an ordinary training facility, and only 1/10 of those who came here could leave alive. A candle was burning brightly in one of the rooms. An employee was standing at the chief's desk, giving a report for the past 6 months. San, who was the CEO of the Hidden Demon Cave, and was the layered blood demon sword, was looking at the papers with a thoughtful expression. He looked at the many crossed-out entries and saw the remaining ones. He frowned and said that their numbers were decreasing and asked how many people were left, and was then told that there were currently less than 600. He then raised his head and repeated the number. He leaned back in his chair and thought about dying from 3 mistakes, and if you can't continue, then that means death, and if you don't get stronger then you will also die. He propped his head up with his fingers and thought that if he couldn't stand it, he would also become a corpse. The man opened his eyes with a dissatisfied look and thought that this was all that made sense. He looked up and thought that this place was created for their future cult. Seeing the book in front of him, he thought that they would not take their duties lightly. Then he looked at the servant and asked who of these 600 was able to survive. The servant lowered his head and said as he had said 6 months ago. He imagined 3 children and said that numbers 1, 17, and 109 completely eclipsed their peers. Then San looked at him with a smile, and said that this meant that they were still alive. The servant calmly confirmed this right away. And then the tailed one nodded and said that they were still numbered depending on their talent, and that made sense. Afterwards, he raised his head and, imagining the girl with empty eyes, asked if number 17 was alive. Afterwards, he began to nervously tap his finger on the table. Afterwards, he leaned back in his chair and thought about how, as expected, she had gotten her number due to circumstances. And to be honest, her talents rivaled those of number 1, and number 109 showed potential, despite the fact that she was in the hundreds and must be one of the tough ones. Afterwards, he turned the page and was a little surprised. He closed the report with a wave of his hand. San put the papers on the table and asked if there was anyone else besides these three. The servant began to get a little nervous and meaningfully remained silent. He straightened up and said that there was also number 900. The CEO was taken aback and immediately asked again. He put his finger to his cheek and said that a year had already passed since the construction of this building. The servant straightened up and said clearly that this was true, and other guys with similar numbers had long since died. The old man was even more surprised and thought that even these 600 should have been eliminated by now. The servant imagined a child and said that as far as he remembered, he had started changing about 6 months ago. Then San was even more surprised and asked to continue. At that moment, someone was slowly trudging along. The sane boy began to slowly open the door and remained silent with heaviness. He began to walk to his bed with wild fatigue. He barely managed to reach his bed. Immediately after, the black-haired man fell onto the bed and exhaled heavily. He was all beaten and sweaty and thought that he felt dead. And then something nearby caught his attention. He looked closely at his hand. There were many scars and calluses on it. Suddenly, his eyes began to dim. Immediately after, the boy quickly opened his eyes and thought that he couldn't sleep now. He immediately stood up and started doing push-ups. After that, the boy barely managed to get up from his bed. He immediately went to the candles and picked up 2 stones. The boy began to hit the flint to strike a spark. The candle flame began to burn brightly. He immediately folded his hands together and began to meditate. The light also began to spread from him, showing many marks on the wall. The hero inside him thought that 6 months had already passed. Energy began to accumulate in his hands and he thought that he had died, and yet remained alive. After that, he created 2 projections on the walls and thought that it was quite difficult to untangle his memories from the memories of this child. He sat with his eyes closed and thought that even now he did not understand how he ended up here. After that, he opened his eyes and thought that this was the only thing he could answer with certainty. And immediately noticed the amulet hanging on his neck. He picked it up and thought that this thing was definitely related to this. It was an artifact of the Spear Master sect, and the guy immediately thought that he wanted to know what kind of power was inside this artifact that brought him here. Suddenly, his jewel began to pulsate. He woke up in the Divine Demon cult. His current body belongs to the child number 900 who has no talent, and judging by the memories of this child, less than 1 year has passed since his death. Afterwards, the hero straightened his hand and thought that there were still many mysteries here. Immediately after, he tightly clenched his fist. He immediately remembered the faces of his murders, and he thought that he knew at least one for sure. The guy became more serious. He looked sternly in front of him and thought that this time he definitely swears that his spear will pierce Jaw's heart. Forge the heavens with the flames of your soul, control your body to rule the earth. Make your soul burn, and you can rule the heavens, and through the cultivation of your body, you can control the earth. Doing so, you will obtain the soul of the heavens and the body of the earth, and this is called the heavenly soul of the earthly body. This was a technique of the now fallen Quan Shin sect. The boy put his hands together and thought that it usually took 10 years of training to use it. He opened his eyes with a slightly sad expression and thought that this child's body would not last too long without them, and that it had a subtle effect. Suddenly, the light in his hands became a little brighter. He looked away and thought that he had accumulated 3 years of chi within himself. Un looked down and thought that he could refine his body using the heavenly soul of the earthly body, but there was one problem. He lowered his head and thought that he had been reincarnated into the Saint Demon cult. But then a soft smile appeared on his face. He immediately remembered his master, who was standing on the balcony, and saying that people of orthodox sects consider demonic to be bad. Then he turned around with a smile and said that one should not think so, because not all demonic are evil, because they just had a different life experience. He smiled and looked away and addressed the student. He stood with his arms folded on his chest, and he continued, saying that this is exactly why the world is so fascinating. The master folded his hands behind his back and said that thanks to their experience, there are also heroes among the demonic. The guy just looked at him attentively and listened. But then he noticed something strange. He remembered the demonic people, looking up. Now he looked up and thought that it was very ironic that now he was among them. But then the guy sadly lowered his eyes and remembered his teacher. He immediately remembered his death and froze. He immediately tried to gather more anger and thought that, to be honest, he had no intention of becoming a hero. Blood dripped onto his hand. Un wiped his lip and thought that he was the disciple of the spear master, the most noble master of the arts on earth. Then he looked at his fingers with blood and thought that even if he became one of the demonic people, his hands were still wounded. The guy covered himself with aura and thought that he would always follow the path of a human. At this moment, Sun rubbed his ear. Then he looked forward sternly, and thought that it seemed that since he drank the poison, he had become a different person. He immediately imagined a lot of children on the mountainside and thought that there were other examples of such an outcome, but it never lasted more than half a year. Then the old man imagined the hero and wondered if this meant that he was still undergoing a transformation. He looked up with interest and froze. But then he was a little surprised by the servant who said that it was true that he had changed, but there was one thing. He still stood up straight and said that he was still insignificant compared to 117 and 109. But then the CEO moved his finger away and said with a smile that he was still growing quickly, which attracted his attention. Then he remained in the same position and said that it would not be superfluous to keep an eye on him, and that he needed to continue watching number 900. The servant humbly agreed with this. But then he stopped his master, saying that there was something else. The head stood up, and he said about 600 people. But he turned to the window and said that it was a good number, and they could start soon. And then the employee asked him in surprise what he meant. Sun turned around with a smile and ordered to tell all the instructors of the cave the following. He raised his eyebrows and said that the Cave of Hidden Demons was starting its real program. He bowed and accepted the order. The CEO stood by the window and thought about the training in the cave until this day. He came closer and thought about how all this was aimed at preparing the physical bodies of the students. He noticed the passage in front of him and thought about how it was to learn new martial arts and adapt to poisons. The old man scratched his chin and thought with a smile that the real hell was about to begin. At that moment, smoke dispersed somewhere. It came from the hero's back. He was trying to meditate with his eyes closed. The light was still burning between his hands. Then the guy slowly opened his eyes. He thought calmly that there had been another change. He tried to squeeze his hand that was covered in scars. As he saw later, all his wounds were immediately healed. Suddenly, a loud gong was heard calling for the students to rise. The instructors were standing in the hall and ordering all the students to line up. At that moment, 2 students had already come out. Their moods were very different. Then the attendant put his hands behind his back and said that it looked like everyone had gathered. He looked at them with a menacing expression and said that he hoped that everyone had a good rest. The man snapped his fingers and said that from today on, they would increase the intensity of their training. The children were very surprised, and the instructors walking behind them were carrying large bags. The hero calmly looked back and said meaningfully. The attendant carried the load with a stern face. Then he began to lower the bag to the ground. Everyone was very surprised by the loud impact on the ground. Inside the bags were steel bracelets, and the instructor shouted that each of these bracelets weighed 7.5 kilograms. The employee took one of the bracelets, and said that each of them would come and take them. The children began to look at them in horror after the words that there were 4 pieces per person, and from today on they would live with these bracelets on their hands and feet. While everyone was horrified, the hero looked at this with a smile. We are transferred to the cult of the holy demon, to the mountain range. The protagonist ran as fast as he could down the slope. He moved with them with a calm look, surprising the other participants. He remembered how they were given the bracelets, and told about their weight. Then the instructor squeezed it in his hands and said that they would train with this equipment on both their hands and feet from now on. He dropped one of them and said that he would give them 4 hours. He lowered his head with a sly smile, and told them to climb the mountain and get the flag, and those who lie around will lose their breakfast. The protagonist looked at them with displeasure and thought that he was not used to this yet, but suddenly, while running, something caught his attention. A disgruntled guy was sitting in one bush. And while other children were also gathering on the other side, the hero thought that they were looking out for the exhausted children returning. And then ungritted his teeth and thought that these were cunning little bastards. He decided to speed up and thought that it would not be easy. Suddenly, he noticed something strange nearby. There was sunshine in the sky. After some time, he managed to reach the top with the flags. He tried to catch his breath with difficulty and thought that he did it, because in total there were as many as 30 kilograms of metal, and he had a feeling that he was about to die. And then a girl came up to him and asked if he was okay. She looked at him with a smile and said that he looked tired, and he thought that this was number 17. After that, she calmly started to go down and said that she would go first. The protagonist looked after her and thought that this was the talent of the 10th children. After that, with difficulty, he managed to rest on his knee, and he thought that he needed to try even harder. The blue-haired man managed to get to the stands with flags. He took out one of them. Immediately after, the guy sat down on the ground and thought that now he could catch his breath a little. However, he should rest for only a little while and come back before his body froze. At that moment, he tensed up and clenched his teeth. He looked ahead with concern and thought that there were about 30 flags left. After that, he looked around and thought that there were more than 100 children in the second group. The dark-haired man looked away with concern and thought that the other children had also arrived on time. He looked at the crawlers and thought that there were still too many of them, and even if we don't count those who were trying to steal the flags, when there were few flags left, those who came later would start fighting each other to get the flag. At that moment, the protagonist began to stretch his back and heard arguments about the flags. Not far from him, a couple were fighting over the flag and trying to figure out whose it was. Then unsadly looked down and thought that he knew it. Then he tightly squeezed the shaft in his hand and thought that it was time for him to go. He managed to jump over people at great speed. They looked at him with wild surprise. The hero, on the other hand, was pushing off the spear at great speed and descending the mountain. He looked down with a smile and thought that if he used the flag as a spear, then the descent would not be so difficult. But then he was stopped by a loud shout. A stranger was standing behind a tree and demanding that he leave the flag and go away. There the protagonist noticed a big guy and thought about how he was skipping high-ranking numbers and intentionally waiting for a low-ranking number to pass by, and when he asked if he heard him, he ordered him to leave the flag again. Un looked at his face and remembered that it was number 185. He stopped and thought about how he looked like it, and it was obvious how he had survived until this point. Then he smiled and asked what kind of fool he was. The fat guy immediately got mad and asked again. The hero looked at him with a sly smile and asked why he didn't choose someone his size. The big guy leaned over him and asked what he said. He made an even more unpleasant face and asked if he was deaf. But at that moment he was hit in the face with a flag at great speed. The protagonist began to beat him and thought about how he couldn't face the strong. Continuing to beat him, using feints, he thought about how he still bares his fangs against someone who looks weak. He immediately remembered his killer from his past life and thought that this was a great example of a hypocrite. After that, the kid began to deliver crushing blows one after another. Suddenly, the fat man missed a critical blow to the side and froze. Immediately after, he fell to one knee and howled. Then the protagonist looked at him menacingly and said that it must be a good feeling to show off around the area, just because he was a little stronger, and asked if this was true. Then number 185, with a frightened look, asked for forgiveness and mercy. The blue-haired man froze and meaningfully remained silent. After that, he raised the flag and said that he would spare him, but there was one but. Immediately after, he struck him on the arm with great force, and said that it was only this time. At the moment of the loud scream, an unknown person was watching them from the bush. The instructor was a little worried. After the hero brought the flag, his success was confirmed and he was given food. He sat down by the wall and began to bite the bread. Then he saw an employee standing next to the bandaged big guy. 185 stood with a displeased look, and unnoticed it. He immediately noticed how his clenched fist was shaking. He calmly sat on the floor and thought that he was not planning to give up. The guy looked at him with an incredibly menacing look and thought that there would be no second chance. At that moment, the instructor looked at him with apprehension. After some time, the leader stood in front of them on the stand and said that from that moment on they would begin to study martial arts. Then someone from the crowd decided to speak out and asked if this meant that they were becoming martial arts masters. And at the moment when the buzz began, the man began to raise his leg. He smashed through the floor with great force. A shock wave spread out from his blow. The ground beneath him began to crack at the same time, and he shouted for everyone to be quiet. The hero, while everyone was afraid and covering themselves with their hands, stood calmly. Quite large cracks spread across the stone, and he thought that he was definitely first rank. He immediately imagined the senior instructor and thought that he was at the level of a mid-sized sect master. He calmly said that now that it was quiet, he was going to continue and said that from this day on, they would study martial arts, but they would not be able to practice high-level martial arts right now. He imagined blocks in the sand and said that it was impossible to build a strong castle on the sand, and their training over the past year was aimed at laying the foundation, and they must first learn to cultivate. He took out a book and said that this was the technique of the black flower and red spirit, which was the main cultivation method of their cult. Afterwards he looked down menacingly, and said that those who could read should go to the right, and those who could not, to the left. The hero put his hands to his sides and thought that the black flower must be the best way to raise pure demonic chi in the body. The children began to disperse to the sides and were urged on. And then the old man folded his hands behind his back and asked if this meant that those who could read were there, and they confirmed this. Then he turned to them and said that before lunch, they needed to learn 30 lines from the black flower. Then he looked at them menacingly, and said that if they could not, they would lose lunch. Then the children were very scared. Then the leader turned to those who could not read and said that they must memorize 200 characters out of the 1,000 main ones, and if they failed, there would be no lunch, and then ordered them to begin. The protagonist took the book and thought about the true way to cultivate the black flower and red spirit. This fusion of flower and spirit ends in bloom. The completed bloom symbolizes the demon saint, the sect leader himself. He sat down by the wall and thought about how he felt greedy, but he was a master of the spear master sect's martial art, and the cult claimed that their martial art was the best, as did their sect. The guy was a little sad and thought about how he should not forget his roots. But suddenly it dawned on him, and he thought about something else. Suddenly he imagined the senior instructor and thought about how the demon cult's martial art accumulated demon chi very quickly, but was less safe. But the black flower saturates demon chi with purity and stability. He began to gnaw on his finger, and imagined his core, thinking that the Spear Master sect also slowly and steadily gathered chi with the perfect method of tempered orthodox chi, and wondered what would happen if one combined the black flower demonic art foundation with the perfect method of tempered orthodox chi of the Spear Master sect. He then imagined the two spheres colliding and thought about what would happen if he succeeded. He imagined a single sphere and thought about how he could achieve the speed of the demonic art and the stability of orthodox chi. He then looked down with a sad expression and thought that there would be no harm in trying. While the others were starving, he ate little by little and thought about waiting for a chance to try. Suddenly, shouts began to echo throughout the cave for all the disciples to gather, as they would be training observation during the day. While everyone was trying to meditate, the senior instructor walked past them and said that observation is using the lines of the black flower to fill their bodies with chi. While the hero was calmly radiating energy, he said that if someone felt hot or cold, they should raise their hand and report it. The guy closed his eyes and thought that it would be illogical if the untalented number 900 felt chi on the very first day and number 17 also pretended that nothing was happening, although energy was emanating from her. Then he concentrated and noticed a couple of lights, thought that even the other children who felt chi were not moving. He calmly kept his hands folded and thought that the time frame was not too long and not too soon. This is approximately how he needed to report. The fire was quietly burning in a bowl nearby. Suddenly, one of the instructors approached the children and said that the training was over and that the same applied to today's schedule, so they could go and get their dinner. The senior instructor shouted menacingly that after that they could go free. The hero left while the others were chatting, thinking that there was no time to waste on others. He started to climb the stairs and thought that he had to at least reach the first rank by the time he left the cave, and if he couldn't do that, then it would be impossible to take revenge. The door to his room was already close. But when he started to close it, he heard a rustle. Someone held the door with their foot. It was the same sweet girl who looked out and said hello. When the protagonist looked at her, she reminded him of someone, and he immediately recognized her. He immediately looked at her with displeasure and asked what she wanted, but she immediately asked if he had done it. She looked at him with a smile and said that it was about number 185. Then the blue-haired man tisk-tisk in irritation and thought about how he let the child sneak behind him and complained about his weak body. But then the girl winked at him and asked if he had been hiding his true strength all this time. But he asked with displeasure why he would tell her this, because it didn't seem like she was any different from him. And then number 17 covered her mouth and looked at him in surprise, after which she asked if he knew and called him very interesting. Then the hero raised his finger up and said that he saw things through and thought about how easy it was to guess, given the girl's talent and the instructor's reaction, but it seemed like she was a child from a high-ranking official sect. Suddenly the black-haired woman put her finger to her chin and said that she would not tell his secret for a while, and then thought about it. But right after she smiled and said that it seemed like number 185 really did hold a grudge against him and had been baring his teeth recently. The hero began to slowly walk away with a displeased look and thought that, as he thought, a person's personality cannot be changed so easily. Suddenly the girl said with a smile that he was so calm about him, just as she expected, and looking at his confidence, one could say that he would beat him at any time. Then the protagonist looked at her and said that, as he had said before, she should stop talking about it as if it were something important when she was the same, and then asked her if she knew that the cave was not a place where one could relax. Then the black-haired girl became embarrassed and surprised. And then a wild laugh was heard from the corridor, which all the other children heard. When she laughed and bent over, then wiping away her tears, she said that her name was Aeon. But suddenly the door slammed shut, and the guy inside said that his name was number 900 and asked her to call him that. Then the girl smiled sweetly. 3 days later, one of the instructors noticed his raised hand and asked the hero if he had started to feel anything. He sat motionless and said that he had. Number 17 watched this and remained silent meaningfully. Afterwards, she smiled and thought that she knew that he would be interesting and that she should continue to keep an eye on him. The cult training base, a year later, during which 2 major changes occurred. The protagonist spent a lot of time cultivating and combined 2 methods, the dark flower and the complete method of tempered orthodox chi, and succeeded in creating a new cultivation method. A bright sphere shone in front of him. He held it in his palms, thinking that although he had not yet fully involved the black flower, he was about 70% done. The youth brought out the black plant and decided to call the new cultivation method tempered true bloom, firm and unwavering words that bloom a true flower. A stone staircase led to the rooms, and a loud voice ordered the students to wake up and get ready immediately. The hero opened the door and walked out. The others looked at him, dumbfounded. Walked forward while everyone parted for him, because the effect of the heavenly soul of the earthly body began to manifest. His bones had become much stronger, and overall, he had grown a lot. The youth rubbed his wrist and thought that number 185, the tallest child of the second group, was not much taller than him, and also, either number 17 nor the hero himself had failed the daily meal quests recently. He exchanged glances with the tall student. The tall student turned away in displeasure and snorted. Unchuckled, noting that the tall student had not changed. The young man imagined himself among his defeated classmates and thought that, although not fully, his body should be in the top 700. The protagonist walked with everyone else, recalling that it had been a year since they had started learning the way of chi cultivation, and the number of children dying had dropped significantly, and the total number of iron bracelets on their arms and legs had grown to 45 kilograms. The students ran on logs, although this was not the weight that a child could handle while climbing without using chi. Threads were shining inside Un, because he had gone further and opened his meridians that ran through his entire body with his internal energy. There were instruments on the stands. The instructors stood in front of the students, and one of them announced that from today on, they would train with weapons. There were spears and swords next to them. The man looked down and said that all these weapons had become fundamental in the martial world, Jian Dao, and spear. The students froze in thought as the instructor said that they had to choose one of them and learn their martial art, so they should stand in front of the weapon they wanted to master. The children looked at each other as the instructor advised them to choose wisely, because they would use it for the rest of their lives. The protagonist, holding a spear, walked up to the man who handed him the manuals. The young man stepped aside, noticing that there were 3 Jian basics for the children who chose Jian, 5 elements of Dao, and 7 stars of the spear. The instructor frowned and shouted that now they were given time to train and learn martial arts in a free manner, but the teachers would be here, so they could ask questions. The students looked at the teachers. The man chuckled and thought that no one knew how many of them would survive the next 6 months, so they would help them with their martial arts, because it would be difficult for them to survive if they did not learn how to use them correctly. The instructors grinned, knowing that the children would hardly be healthy even if they learned. Un picked up one of the books, noting that it had 7 spear stars, 6 fist combinations, and wind and cloud movements, and he was very excited when he studied them for the first time. The boy picked up the weapon, deciding to begin. The child made a few swings, slashing with the spear and raising it sharply, as if breaking out of a cage. Then the youth spun the weapon, quickly spinning it in a spiral, like a rapana. After that, he made a sharp lunge, piercing an imaginary enemy. He stood at a distance near the wall, practicing the techniques. The instructor grinned. Aeon also smiled with interest. The hero's classmate gritted his teeth, not believing that this guy really took up a spear for the first time. He sweated, wondering how he was supposed to beat such a monster. The man turned to his colleague and noted that number 900 had indeed changed. San rubbed his chin with satisfaction and grinned. The instructor gestured with his hand and said that for number 900, the life and death trial that would happen in 6 months should not be a big deal. The long-haired man closed his eyes and nodded. He recalled the darkness and thought that the first summoning was done in the cave of hidden demons, and the mortality rate of the children summoned was much higher than that of adults, and those who survived the summoning were recognized as demon soldiers of the cult. The man presented a diagram, noting that this was the lower rank of the elite troops of this cult, and above that, demon captains, generals, great demons, and demon kings. San folded his hands, thinking that although it was only the rank of demon soldier, less than 10,000 of the 100,000 disciples of the same demon cult were recognized as such, and it was not easy for children under 15 to become such. The master looked ahead and thought that the cave of hidden demons did not exist to simply raise demon soldiers. They expected to easily pass the gate of life and death, but the purpose of their cave was to raise demon captains. Moreover, this cult was a little special. He remembered himself kneeling and noted that by the order of the leader himself, they were to increase the number of demon generals. The man ran his finger along his chin and decided that it would be good if they saw a great demon. San looked to the side and guessed that it was asking too much, since he himself had just become a low-ranking great demon. He turned and inquired about how the preparations for the Gate of Life and Death were going. The subordinate bowed and reported that they secretly sent people to buy and train those they needed for the gate, and by the time they were summoned, they would no longer be ordinary beasts. The long-haired man stood by the table, saying that those who survived the trial of life and death would be given 3 demonic medicines and the divine vault of the demonic sea would be opened. He chuckled and added that the leader had given them such orders. The other man bowed and accepted the order. San turned around and the subordinate left. The cave was dimly lit, and the man thought that he was looking forward to the trial of life and death. Half a year later, the protagonist was sitting in the lotus position, and light was escaping from his hands. He looked at the shining ball and was overjoyed. The dark flower blossomed, showing the light inside. The youth smiled and said that he had completed the tempered true bloom. There was a noise under the arches of the cave. The instructor put his hands behind his back and noted that everyone had improved their skills, but half of them would die today. A crowd of students stood in the center of the hall. The man raised his hands and said that when they entered the trial of life and death, they would be on the brink of death, and that training alone would not guarantee their survival. He smirked and advised them to fight with all their might, because if they lost, they would die a long and painful death while their limbs were being chewed off alive. The mentor clenched his fists and shouted that their cult was about the survival of the strongest, and they did not want weaklings, so the children must become strong in both body and mind, and then their cult would be a place they could call home. A dark silhouette stood out in the dungeon. The protagonist held a spear, thinking that there were probably beasts waiting for them. He frowned and decided that it was not a problem. A dark energy appeared in the air. It was coming from the depths of the cave. The youth frowned and noted that the enemy was there. The brunette imagined a silhouette and guessed that the enemy looked like a beast with 4 legs and eyes of dull amber. In the darkness, he could see a glow, and the boy decided that it was the gray wolf from Tian Shan. The hero crouched in front of the beast, thinking that he no longer felt anything, which meant that he had not encountered a whole pack. The tip of his weapon emitted energy, and thought that it was no wonder that he was given an iron spear, because without it, he would not have been able to leave a scratch on the beast. The enemy twitched and crouched. The youth frowned, realizing that the wolf had responded to his chi, which meant that this creature was trained to fight a man. The brunette grinned and thought that now it was clear why they expected only half of the students to survive, because it would not be easy. Un narrowed his eyes and used chi intimidation. He took a fighting stance, intending to kill the beast. Longhair stood next to one of the instructors, reasoning that the first group should already be at the life and death test, and the other confirmed that they must have already met the Grey Wolves. San nodded and turned around. The instructor introduced the students and added that, as he ordered, for the top 30 students of the Hidden Demon Cave, they replaced the normal wolves with alphas, which are already stronger than tigers, but these should be much more dangerous than their ordinary martial artists. The boss frowned and asked if the students would be able to survive. The man put his hand on his chest and replied that the children who joined their cult or those who already knew some martial arts had a high chance of survival. But as for the rest, they would most likely die. Longhair looked down and thought that the top 30 had no choice but to meet the alphas of the Grey Wolves. He narrowed his eyes, realizing that if they survived, they would become the martial artists that would best suit their cult. The man smirked and decided that he was looking forward to number 900. A blade flashed through the air. A drop of blood fell to the ground. The protagonist sweated and noted that it was a direct hit, but only managed to scratch the skin. The wolf bared his teeth, and the young man thought that he planned to kill with the help of chi intimidation, but this was also a rare chance to use his martial art without the supervision of instructors. The young man stood in front of the enemy and decided that he would become his test subject. The wolf jumped and swung his paw. The brunette crouched and looked up. He deftly jumped back, dodging the attack. The guy jumped to the left, noticing a superficial wound on himself. Unfurrowed his brows and muttered that his feelings and condition were fine, but it would take some time if he only used basic spear techniques, or he would endanger his life. The beast's eyes flashed. The youth took a fighting stance, concentrating his energy. He widened his eyes and exclaimed that he would not take any risks because of such a simple creature. The hero emitted a black power as he used Intimidate Chi. Dark rays hit the beast's face. The wolf shrank and headed for the exit, whining. The protagonist jumped up and declared that he would not let him leave. The passage out of the dungeon was closed. They all led to the main hall. Finally, one of the slabs moved aside, uncovered his face and went out into the light. He squinted and frowned. The young man went to the center. There were already 20 students inside. Some were sitting with serious injuries, while others looked quite healthy. Aeon waved her hand at the hero. She smiled and noted that it was hard for the young man. The brunette looked at her and replied that it was not easy. The interlocutor grinned and said that she almost died too. The hero glanced sideways at her bloody sword and thought that she probably killed him with one blow. The young man sat down on the ground, saying that he needed to rest, and he himself noted that killing a grey wolf with one blow at such a young age indicates that the girl has high-class abilities. Un looked ahead. Other students were sitting nearby, and the guy wondered how the children who came before him did, and whether it was possible that the test was not made the same for everyone. A disciple with a sword came out of the tunnel, exclaiming happily. The brunette turned to him and thought that even number 185 came out intact, which meant that the task was made unequal, although it did not matter, because the test of life and death had already been completed. Un narrowed his eyes and decided that he should concentrate on refining chi intimidation. The guy leaned on the spear, thinking that this technique was effective, but not enough, and he also needed to strengthen the temper true bloom, which was not clear yet, and the feeling that the youth was surrounded by fog would soon dissipate, and then he would refine the true bloom and chi intimidation again. The protagonist remembered how at the beginning the instructor stood in front of them, saying that half of them would die today. In the end, not all the exits from the corridors were open, only 70 disciples survived. Un stood up and thought that the management probably intended to reduce the number of poor children. The mentor came down to them and said that they had successfully managed to survive, and from now on they were recognized as demonic soldiers of their sect. The man folded his hands behind his back and added that they would be given a reward by the leader's order. He showed a red ball and explained that it was the demonic medicine Au Culpa, and each of them would get 3. The brunette frowned and remembered that each ball contained 5 to 7 years of chi. The young man took the medicine, thinking that they would give out about 1,000 to all the disciples. The hero brought them to his mouth and noted that this was not an ordinary cave of hidden demons, as he had expected. Un sat down on the ground and decided that he would use the demonic cult to become stronger, and their pills would be no exception, although it was unclear what they were up to. The guy closed his eyes, concentrated his attention inside, and created the intention to become stronger. 3 balls were flaring up in his body. The brunette straightened up, feeling the energy, and decided that he had to absorb the furious power of this medicine. A small internal vortex enveloped the spheres. Then all 3 tablets cracked. Their parts were caught in the energy flow. The medicine gradually dissolved inside. The student sat nearby and cultivated. The protagonist threw his head back and sighed. Then he opened his eyes and thought that a 20-year supply of chi would be useful. The brunette looked around, wondering if he was the first to finish. Aeon was already looking at him, showing that he was not the best. The girl smirked and asked how it went. The hero silently turned away from her, and the interlocutor muttered that this was cruel. A fire was burning in the bowl. The mentor glanced to the side and noted that everyone had finished absorbing chi. He came closer, and the students turned to look at him. The man made a hand gesture and congratulated the students on moving to a new level of strength. The instructor raised a finger and added that this was not the only reward the leader bestowed upon them. The protagonist and the others looked at him questioningly. Aeon was smiling, and Un deduced that she knew something. The teacher spread his arms and declared that from this day on, they would begin to study martial arts in earnest. He smirked and said that these would be the ones that were recognized as the best of the best in the entire world. The man turned around and ordered them to follow him. The group walked along a narrow bridge. The protagonist and the others looked back. The children walked between stone arches, and the young man wondered where they were being led. Finally, they stopped in front of a large gate. Above it was written, "Divine Vault of the Demonic Sea." The brunette frowned, and his classmates whispered among themselves, trying to figure out what kind of place this was. But the hero knew that this was the legendary secret cache of the demonic cult, also known as the Holy Vault of the Demonic Sea and the True Cache of the Demonic Sea. The mentor turned around and said that some might have heard of it already. He placed his hand on the stone and said that under normal circumstances, no mortals had the right to be here, so they should be grateful for the leader's generosity, as he had granted them access after being impressed by their cultivation. Un narrowed his eyes, not understanding why they would allow ordinary demon soldiers to enter the cult's secret hiding place. The youth frowned and thought that the chi medicine, harsh but effective training methods, and secret martial arts manuals were all the right way to cultivate martial artists. He introduced the army and guessed that the Saint Demon cult was preparing for war. The instructor turned to the disciples and shouted that they were all only allowed in here once, and only today, and they were only allowed to take 1 book from here. The man smiled and advised them to be careful with their choices. The doors opened behind him, and he expressed his hope that they would choose a martial art that suited them. San folded his hands and asked if the children of the hidden demon cave had entered the divine storage of the demon sea, and was told that all 72 children had already entered. The long-haired man took a sip and asked him to keep an eye on those who chose the appropriate manual, since they had a keen eye and would cultivate better, and regardless of mere coincidence, he should begin to cultivate their loyalty to their leader when they returned. The instructor looked at the chief and said that they were ordered not to use poison, and the other man replied that they were not trying to make puppets, and the loyalty that their leader wanted was not forced. The man squeezed the cup and asked him not to forget that this hidden demon cave was special. The protagonist stood in front of the bookcases and thought that the purpose of orthodox chi was to accumulate virtue to match the strength of the gods, while demonic chi, in contrast, challenged the gods by distorting nature, but since both were martial arts, they had the same foundations for developing and strengthening the body and soul. The young man picked up one of the manuscripts and decided that in order to show respect to the noble spear master, he should learn the properties of demonic chi without cruel manuals. The brunette opened the book and noted that this was a lot, but by the time he left here, he should absorb the knowledge of demonic teachings. A shabby manuscript was gathering dust on the shelf. Yuan's eyes widened in surprise when he recognized it. The protagonist walked out of the storage room with a smile and thought that today was a very productive day. He passed by his classmates and noted that he was able to look through 30 secret manuals, although he could not remember them all, but he understood the main point, which was even better. The instructor looked at the satisfied youth questioningly. The brunette walked up the stairs, thinking that the most important thing was harmony, and the basis of orthodox martial arts was not to disturb the chi, but to preserve it, and find the balance of the body and soul inside it. Un smiled and thought that, on the other hand, demonic martial arts drew strength from explosiveness, destroying harmony, making it an unstable force, At least that was believed, but it was not so. He imagined a man with a sword and realized that the secret text in the divine repository of the demonic sea gave him the answers, and the essence of demonic martial arts in harmony between stability and instability. The hero entered the room and decided that in this case, they had the same foundations. The youth lit a candle and thought that he did not even expect to find such a thing. The brunette smiled and took out a book about the art of 6 seals and destruction, a martial art created by a person who was both a disciple of the Spear Master sect and part of a demonic cult, and it was a demonic martial art technique developed from the foundations of the Spear Master's martial art. The boy dusted it off and remarked that he was lucky to have found it, although according to what he knew, the art of 6 seals and destruction could not exist because of the Spear Master sect. He thought back to his past self and thought that the organization was known for passing on their martial art to one disciple, but nowhere in the rules did it state that it had to be passed on to only one person. The protagonist imagined himself back then, when another master was punishing a disciple nearby. On another day, Un stood in front of an opponent in a training sparring match, and thought that it was very difficult to understand and pass on the art of the Spear Master sect, so in most cases, only one disciple was taught with special attention, but there were those who took on 2 or more disciples. He imagined the man and remembered that the 5th Spear Master had 2 disciples. Un visualized the man and noted that the one who did not obtain the title of Spear Master had turned to demonic arts to create his own kind, which resulted in the creation of the art of the 6 seals and destruction, and it was strange that only the Spear Master sect had some records of it. The protagonist had approached the master in his past life and asked questions, but the master had never heard of the demonic cult also having records of the art of the 6 seals and destruction. Un rubbed his chin and decided that there must be some connection between the Spear Master sect, the Saint Demon cult, and the master who created this technique. The brunette opened the book and noted that the secret text in his hands was more important now. The manuscript looked tattered, but the young man knew that the harmony of orthodox and demonic arts, as well as the art of the 6 seals and destruction, would become his sharpened blade. He imagined Zhao's face and thought that this power would pierce the traitor's heart. The young man clenched his teeth in anger. Then he shuddered and frowned. The protagonist closed his eyes and muttered that he should not worry so much, and it would be better to wait until the hatred grew deeper. Un opened the manuscript with trembling hands and mentally promised the master to avenge his death, no matter how long it took, even if he had to use both the cult and the holy demon. The brunette imagined several dark silhouettes. He shuddered and put his hands to his ears. The boy put the manuscript in front of him. The candle went out. In the hall, the students were training. After the demon sea divine storage, time in the cave passed without incident, and the only difference was that they had more free time, which the children used to train their martial arts. Aeon slightly opened the door to the protagonist's room. The brunette was reading a book with interest, thinking about how the demonic arts had very unusual ideas, and how they presented the art of the 6 seals and destruction. Everything was as the youth imagined, which was brilliant but also dangerous. He imagined the 2 men and thought that this technique was very well developed, and whether he could combine 2 types of martial arts with the same root. The youth took out a spear. The protagonist swung the tip a few times and remembered that this was invented by the Spear Master sect, and it was something that his master had recently developed. The streaks of the end of night holy spear flashed in the air. The entire room was illuminated by bright flashes, and the brunette thought that this was a martial art of movement and maneuverability that drowned the enemy in a sea of spear strikes. Then the guy swung the weapon, and explosions appeared around, scorching the ground like a fire, an art of brute force. The hero knitted his brows and wondered if there was a way to combine them. After all, they were incompatible things, like water and oil, but it was worth a try. He looked at his bandaged hand and noted that it would be more difficult than combining the dark flower and pure chi power, and even if he succeeded, it would be difficult to pass it on to the disciples of the Spear Master sect due to the obvious heterogeneity. Un frowned and decided that he wanted to learn a stronger martial art and avenge his master. The guy squeezed the handle, intending to give it a try. He took a fighting stance and thought that he should master both the divine spear of the end of the night and the art of 6 seals and destruction. 3 years later, the protagonist was sitting in his room. His hair had grown to his waist, when suddenly a loud voice was heard, demanding everyone to gather. Un turned away from the candle. A waterfall was falling from the mountain. The city's river flowed, but in an instant it disappeared without a trace. The river flowed quickly, the flow of time was no different, and so 3 years passed. Un turned around. The man stood with his arms crossed, the grown-up children of the hidden demon cave, and their bodies showed obvious changes. The girls stood next to each other, but unlike ordinary children their age, they all hid the fierce aura of monsters. Shadows hid the eyes of the heroes. The man's hands were bandaged. These changes were not only physical. The bald man threw his sword over his shoulder. The emergence of groups and factions based on interests became normal. 3 people in green stood together. In 3 years the children accumulated strength. The heroes looked at the gray mountain, and so factions appeared. However, not all children became part of the groups. There was a scar on the man's face if they were too strong and thought they didn't need such trouble. The guy was sitting on a bench, or vice versa, were weak, they lived alone. The guy's hair had grown long. He was sitting on a rock, and came early. 3 heroes were sitting nearby. One of them asked, "Is number 900 a fool?" The guy frowned with displeasure and said that he had humiliated him once. He really wanted to take revenge for that. The student in green shouted that he wouldn't get far if he trained alone. A cry was heard that he was no longer the same as before. He glanced sideways at the guy with the spear. The bald man crossed his arms in displeasure and asked, would they cover him just in case? Could they defeat him together? A sound was heard in the cave ahead. The guy said that it was a meeting. We must go. Gray slope. On the improvised stage stood a man. The hero thought that there had not been a single meeting for the entire past year. Un stood next to the others, wondering what was going on. Holding a spear in his hand, he thought that thinking would lead him nowhere. The instructor would still tell him when he arrived. One of the students turned around and gasped. He touched his comrade's shoulder with his hand, saying that he was behind him. He turned around in fear. Un passed by. 2 more students were walking in the distance. Everyone looked at him in fear. The guy in red said with displeasure that he thought he was so tall and all-powerful. Un winced with displeasure, thinking that he still wanted revenge. What a persistent fool. He had the cunning of a fox and the body of a bear. Looking ahead, the guy thought that this could also be seen as prudence. He glanced down. Aeon was standing next to him, smiling, and the guy thought that she was an even bigger problem. With a slight smile, the girl said hello. Un put his hands forward and asked what she wanted, how she planned to annoy him today. She replied that she just said hello, let him not be so hostile. The long-haired man simply turned away. Many people had gathered on the platform. A crack appeared on the ground from the kick. A call for silence was heard. Vibrations were transmitted to the student's legs. Looking in that direction, Un thought that the kick was powerful as always. Standing on the dais, the mentor said that firstly, they all tried hard, now they can take off the metal bracelets. The students reacted emotionally to this. Un was surprised, mentally asking again. The man stood surrounded by smoke and said that the second test of life and death would soon begin, and it would begin with solitary training. The guys were surprised. The guy frowned. He imagined the image of the beast, thinking that the feelings of death that he felt in front of the gray wolf 3 years ago. Who knows how many will die this time? Un touched his chin, thinking that the life and death trials and secluded training were also unlikely to be easy. The master chuckled and said that the second life and death trial was to be held after 4 years. His first stage was secluded training, which would begin in 5 days. A group of disciples stood in front of him. The man told him to say if he needed anything for the secluded training, they would prepare it for them if it was feasible, and of course, he should not worry about food and water, they would provide them with enough of these. And now let them go to dinner. The boy remained standing in front. A question was heard, what was the matter? With a spear in his hands, Un replied that he came for what he needed. The man looked down at him, saying that it must be something he had thought about for a long time. Un chuckled and confirmed that he had been thinking about it for a long time. The mentor stood on the platform. A question was heard, isn't it 900, what a fool. Un bowed while someone was discussing that he even broke his leg. The man stood among the others and turned to the leader, asking, does he hate him too? The guy in red looked up. The comrade chuckled, asking the leader, how about teaching him a lesson? The leader glanced at him, clarifying. The guy clenched his fists and said that he felt fine taking off his bracelet, and there were 6 of them. If he didn't feel that way, they could just take care of it without him. The leader looked away, saying that he would take off his bracelets too, right? Un was holding something in his hands. The disciple told him to look at it. They were still on him. He chuckled, saying that they took off theirs, not counting him. There were still 5 of them. The bald man smiled crookedly and said that he would already be defeated before he had time to take off his bracelets. The leader crossed his arms and said that he would stand aside and let them do with him as they wished, and thought to himself that they were fools. Un went down the stairs. The bald man told him to rest and that they would deal with him quietly. The guy thought that he was using them as bait. Un was chewing something. He looked away. Figures of people appeared in the room. They had dissatisfied faces. The guy thought that they looked quite hostile, so it came to this. The hero's brows furrowed. He thought that they were looking for an opportune moment, and thought that right after removing the bracelet there was no better chance. His fingers closed on the handle. Un said that he was sure. He expressed himself clearly. This was their second try. He frowned forward, asking what he said about a second chance. The hooligans were surprised. They rushed to attack, screaming, what difference does it make? They will kill him. Dodging, the hero attacked the enemy with a spear. The others turned around in shock, thinking that he pierced him with just one breath. The protagonist stood next to the fallen body and reminded that he said that he left them alive not because he liked them for some reason, but because they were children, but they came for him again. Frowning, he reminded that he said that there would be no second chance. Cries for help were heard at the stairs. The leader clenched his fist, thinking what was going on. Why were they losing? 900 is so strong that he can defeat 5 at once. Un went down the stairs, while the guy thought that he knew that they were his wards, and now he was okay. Looking at the guy with the spear, he wondered why he was looking at him like that. The guy in red stood up, thinking that everything was fine. He took off his handcuffs. His skills should be enough to deal with him. His face was covered in sweat from anxiety. The guy asked what was wrong. Un looked at him sullenly. A smirk appeared on his lips. He said that he remembered warning him in the first place. No second chances. The opponent stared forward in shock. He clenched his fist and said that he did nothing. The hero asked. He took him for a fool. His fingers touched the floor. The opponent put out his palm, channeling energy, and thought that he just had to do it. Un was surrounded by a vortex. In his hand, he held a weapon. The opponent swung his sword. A bright beam approached his neck, and then pierced his body. The guy's appearance became shocked. He opened his mouth and cursed mentally. Un stood next to him with a spear in his hand. His appearance was sullen. Then the guy with the spear turned away. The fabric on the opponent's back was torn. Suddenly, a man appeared next to him. The girl looked down. Then she looked forward in shock, thinking what happened to this guy. Gray floor, 5 days later, the day of the second initiation of the Gate of Life and Death. There were bags next to the students. Words were heard that they should collect the requested items after checking them. They should prepare to move out. The mentor stood next to Un and asked that these were his items. This was what he asked for, he confirmed. The man looked at the guy with the bag, thinking that he was interesting, not yet high class. But he had a good feeling about him. Words were heard demanding that he prepare to move out. Un walked with a bag and a spear, thinking that 4 metal bracelets and a spear were quite heavy. But if he got used to them, he would only become stronger. He looked ahead, thinking that first he would finish the formation of consciousness and body, and then achieve harmony between them. By the end of the closed training, the ascended soul and earthly body would be almost complete. His fingers were squeezing the handle. He thought that by the day of completion of the ascended soul and earthly body, he would be reborn in a new guise. The guy remembered the feeling in his body, thinking that the ascended soul and earthly body, they simply rebuild the body. They artificially adjust it to the study of martial arts. A bright beam flew nearby. The guy thought about a spell for rebuilding the body. He stood with the bag at a distance from the others, thinking that maybe the now-forgotten spell that changes muscles, gets rid of laziness, was about the same. This is certainly unusual. The students went to the cave. He thought that it was constantly guarded by instructors, because it was a passage to closed training. Bright sparks were shining ahead. The hero thought that it was deeper than he assumed. Torches hung on the walls of the cave. He thought that there were hints of excavations. Un looked to the side, thinking that they expanded the natural cave, making it artificial. The mentor walked in front of the guys. He looked back and said that from today they will begin closed training in this place. Several torches were burning on the wall. The students were surprised to see this. In front of them were many passages on different floors. The man said that these were the entrances to the closed training grounds. He waved his hand, saying that inside there will be enough food and a room for each of them to train. After entering, they will not be able to leave until the end of training. Standing with his back, he continued that since they are sealing the entrance, so let him prepare himself. The guy with the bag entered the room, hearing a wish for good luck. He turned around. Un stood in the darkness, thinking that this is a thick and impenetrable darkness. He cannot see even a meter ahead. This is the first task. Secondly, the enemy of life and death. He closed his eyes and thought that he will either retain his consciousness and survive, or go crazy and die. Behind his back, the hero held the bag, thinking, first of all, he must get used to the darkness. In front of him it was dark and there were some sounds. He thought he heard water or the sound of wind between stones. The long-haired guy thought that, judging by the sound of the echo, it was quite a large cave. Looking ahead, Un thought that it was almost time. His eyes got used to the darkness. In front of him was a container of water. He thought that they were using a mechanism to pump water. Un put his hand under the stream. With all its sources, he thought that it was a mysterious wooden door. In any case, he was not going to try to get out anytime soon. No need to worry. The hero looked to the right, thinking about 4 years. Sparks flew around his body. In the gray cave, he decided that he could do it. He sat in a meditative pose. A glow appeared in the palms of the guy. He held the shaft. Later he stood, leaning on his knees and thought that he could do it. Sweat ran down his body. The hero thought that he should do it. Haze in the cave 4 years later. The long-haired guy was surrounded by smoke. A bright beam emanated from his body. Sparks flew in the haze. The hero had metal bracelets on his hands. The glow around him spread further and further. Un looked to the side and decided that today. The guy pulled the lever, saying that this should be the last ration that came from the wooden door. Taking a sip, he thought that 4 years of closed training had passed, wondering if this meant the end of the test of the Gate of Life and Death. Something caught his attention. Light appeared from the open passage on the opposite side where he entered, which meant that this was not the end. Un put on his cloak, thinking that although his training with metal bracelets and an iron spear was weighty, in full gear 69 kilograms went to the monopolist, this was still not enough, and he did not complete the combination of his martial arts. Walking towards the exit, the hero said to himself that first he needed to get out of here. So he moved along the corridor. He had to jump over the abyss. There was a sound around. The hero noticed something. Arrows flew out of the wall. He apparently had to dodge them. One of the arrows passed close to his face. Managed to avoid them, saying that the closed training had not yet ended. Some drops were visible on the tips, and noticing a specific smell, he concluded that it was poison. Jumping over the bamboo, he also understood that this was definitely an unusual path. With a swing of his weapon, he knocked the arrows away from himself. The guy rushed forward again. He felt something under his feet. Looking down, he noted that there was quite a strong current for a river 30 m wide. In front of him, he saw a large river, thinking that this distance was not small, and wondered if he would take off his bracelets to do this. But imagining the faces of various people, he decided that he was already old enough, and if he did not try to overcome this, then he could forget about defeating them. Taking a deep breath, he decided to try. After he stepped back, rushed forward, thinking that if he couldn't do it in the hidden demon's cave, then he would rather die. His foot was at the very edge. He managed to jump high. He flew over the water using the storm travel. His face showed concentration. The river current was quite strong. Sweat was running down Yuan's face. He managed to land on the ground. He smiled, realizing that he had succeeded. Later, he moved forward again. Raised his head in surprise, noticing that the senses of the ascended soul of the earthly body were reacting to something. In front of him was a wooden door. The guy noted that it did not look like a mechanism. From behind the door came sounds and a thirst for blood. The hero looked at her, thinking about the second gate of life and death. Some rustling was heard in the darkness. Walked inside. A dark silhouette was on the ceiling, surprising him because the hero was not worried at all. Watching from above, the man thought that he should not care, but he had to make sure of something. The unknown man took out a blade from its sheath. Taking it aside, he began to approach the hero. He took it in both hands, hearing the hero say that everything here is exactly the same as with the Grey Wolves. The unknown man rushed forward, saying that only one can remain alive. The attacker appeared behind An, shouting that he will kill him in one blow. The blade of the blade approached his face. The bandit frowned, hearing the ringing of metal. The hero parried the blow with his hand, saying that this was even worse than he expected. Then he took his hand behind his back. The boy snatched the sword from his opponent's hands. He looked at his swollen hand. He snatched the blade when the hero used the art of 6 seals and destruction. But the weapon in his hand broke. Deep wounds remained on his body. The attacker fell to the ground. A door opened in the distance. The silhouette of An entered it. The hero was blinded by a bright light. He looked ahead questioningly, hearing congratulations on his survival in the second gate of life and death. 2 men looked at him, saying that this was the first time they met like this. The interlocutor and the others lowered their heads. The hero wondered who this was. Seeing other people next to him, he also realized that he did not recognize them. One of the people present looked behind him. The boy noted that he did not remember the face of this intern. Bowing, An said that number 900 was reporting. The man thought that the gate of life and death passed through the cave of hidden demons. With only the hero in front of him, he thought about how the number of children had been reduced to 1/3, and there was no longer a need to split them into groups. Raising his hand, he noted that the hero had done well, and so he could rest until the others arrived. Standing, bending over, An thanked him. He frowned, noting that this man was even stronger than the senior instructor. The man smiled, noticing that the hero was trying to assess his level. The boy walked to the side. The second participant crossed his arms over his chest. The man noted that, unlike him, number 900 had passed the second gate of life and death without a single scratch on his clothes. An leaned against the wall, and the man concluded that he was a blessing to their cult. Footsteps were heard in the hallway. The girl entered the common room, saying that it was over. She looked at the standing hero, asking about him being number 900. A smile appeared on his face, saying that it was him. Another person entered them. The man smiled widely. He saw the faces of the participants, realizing that these guys were strong. Later, some rustling was heard. A wounded man entered the hall. He looked at the leader with one of the assistants, saying that this was number 98. He stepped forward, saying that it seemed that some of them died together. Standing on a high platform, Paul praised everyone for their good work, saying that after passing the second gate of life and death, they all became demon captains. The participants raised their heads, hearing that at the age of 20, they became one of the 2,000 demon captains of their cult. Smiling at them, the man added that some of them were close to becoming demon generals, but in any case, not all were tired after passing the second gate of life and death. With his hands behind his back, he thought that creating several demon generals would be quite good, and now they have numbers 1, 17, 109, and 900, and having 4 was definitely unexpected. The participants looked at the leader, hearing that he was giving a reward for everyone, and today they can eat and drink as much as they want. One of the servants brought in a table. The others carried food. On the tray, there was chicken cooked. He said that they can eat, rest as much as they want, because tomorrow they will be standing in front of the last gate of the hidden demon cave. On another tray, there was dessert, and words about the third gate of life and death were heard. As he left, the mentor said that they would shrink, so they can enjoy their rest. There were many different foods on the tables. Everyone looked at it silently. One of the participants pushed the horny one away. He headed towards the food. The girl looked at the noodles with pleasure. The other two looked confused. After that, they looked at each other. The leader left, hearing the joyful exclamations of the committee. He smiled, noting that number 900 had definitely changed. He looked at the others, surprised, the one who was there, that the guy was now at the talent rank. The interlocutor looked away, answering that he himself was surprised, because he never imagined that he would grow to the level of a demonic general. The man was surprised to hear that this was not a simple demonic general level, but much higher. He looked at the leader in surprise. Then he brought his hand to his face, clarifying that the guy was stronger than number 17. The leader took his hand away, answering that he could not give an exact answer. The moon was shining brightly in the sky, and he said that they would recognize him tomorrow. The hero remembered the leader's sinister smile and his words about eating and resting as much as they wanted because tomorrow they would face the final gate in the hidden demon cave. The gray walls of the cave were visible everywhere. Unsat by one of them, thinking that thanks to the celestial soul body, he had already gotten rid of the fatigue of the second gate of life and death. But the third gate appeared the day after the second one ended. Placing his hand on the other, he hoped that he could get through this without using the fear skill or taking off his bracers. Then he looked to the side, thinking about number 1 and 109. One of the participants was standing with his back to him. The other closed his eyes and lay down on the floor, thinking about how they were important people in the first and fourth groups, and their level was clearly higher than most of the participants. His gaze was attracted by something. He thought that after all, some of them were objectively lower, and therefore he did not even need to take off his bracers. The girl looked away as he thought about how he could defeat them without taking them off. The hero lay on his back, knowing that he had a long way to go. Looking at the ceiling, he thought about not blaming something that was not his enhancement or training, because it would easily kill him in a martial society. The boy closed his eyes. The forest was visible above the slope. Someone's words were heard that they were all in time. People gathered below. It was said that this was the place where the third gate of life and death would be held. People gathered in the stands. The man smiled, saying that only the strongest would survive, the rest would leave. He looked forward, and also saying that this was right in any part of the martial society, but especially right in their cult. The student held a sword in his hand. The man raised his hand, saying that the strong are processed, but for sharpening in a way. Then he curled his fingers, saying that everyone should be interested in who is the strongest among them. He clenched his fist. The stands were silent. Some looked at each other. Pointing his hand to the side, he said that this is what they will see in the third gate of life and death, and they also call it a fight, but life and death. Unsmiled, hearing the demands to make the opponent surrender in a fight for life and death. Another participant folded his hands, hearing that if the opponent does not surrender, then you can give him death. Another guy put his sword to himself when they said that you only need to remember one thing before participating. The girl looked up with a smile, hearing that in the arena there is not only the living and the dead, the winner and the loser. The crowd cheered. The leader folded his hands behind his back, noting that he forgot something. He turned around, saying that whoever stands to the end will be made a weapon that contains 3.75 kilograms of black iron with a pattern of flames. Another bowed as he said that if the contestants wanted him, they would have to win. Another man stood in front of the podium, about to explain the rules of life and death combat. One of the contestants avoided the attack. Another raised his sword as it was noted that the instructors would choose 2 contestants to have a duel. The injured one fell past Aeon. Thus it was noted that the winners would fight each other again. A crater formed around the contestant. They would fight as long as there was at least one person standing. Un stood in front of his opponent. The latter smiled, thinking about how it would be like eating a pie. He lowered his sword, offering him to surrender right now, and then he would be allowed to live. The hero smiled back, saying that he did not remember his face, and guessed that he was from the second group. The boy placed his sword on his shoulder, repeating that he was giving the boy a chance to survive, and asking if the boy really wanted to take the hard way. Un walked towards him. He smiled ominously, noting that his opponent was overestimating himself. This surprised him greatly. He had been dealt several quick blows. The hero's eyes were shining brightly, and now he was asking if the enemy really wanted to take the hard way. The sounds of a fight could be heard. The man standing above announced that they were finally at the general level demonic battles. The hero thought that 2 more victories would make him the winner. Un looked behind him with a smile, hearing that numbers 1 and 900 stepped forward. His opponent frowned, asking why he was smiling. Then he pointed his blade in his direction. Un looked at him confidently, asking his opinion. The guy seemed to glow. His veins bulged with anger when he heard that he was not looked down upon by the group. He then rushed into battle, saying that this would not change. Un smiled and twirled his stick, declaring that his opponent had no idea how vast the martial art was. The opponent clenched his teeth in rage. His foot pushed off the ground. The opponents rushed at each other. The fighter was surprised to see the tip of a spear in front of him. He counterattacked, striking. The protagonist tried to block his strike. His hand stopped the stick. The heroes keep hitting each other. A frightened man sees a blade right in front of his eyes. An explosion from underground occurs near him. A huge ball rolls towards him. A guy in armor declares that someone like him is nothing special in a martial society, and if he does not want to be looked down upon, he needs to train. In the frame, rocks are broken, the art of 6 seals and destruction is discussed. A shocked fighter looks in front of himself. He flies back after the attack. He flies several hundred meters away. A bloody fighter lies in the middle of cracks. The host in a cloak declares that number 900 is the winner. San thinks about the art of 6 seals and destruction with a grin. The frame shows diaries and notes. It talks about an art that was not originally demonic, but became one and surpassed 10 achievements, and he would never have thought that his successor would end up in the cave of hidden demons. Un goes with a spear. It is explained that it is possible that he will become a reverse wave of the river that will pass through the cult. The protagonist passes by the girl, while it is announced that number 17 and number 109 will be next. The long-haired guy with a grin wants to see how good she is. There is a sharp flash with a dust cloud. The cloud rushes forward. The heroes are standing opposite each other. The men watching them understand that they have already exchanged 20 blows, but nevertheless it is not clear who is winning. The protagonist looks at what is happening and assumes that Aeon will win. The guy with the sword sees a bright pillar. The tip of the rival's sword almost touches his face, but he blocks it. He calls her petty in rage. Aeon with the sword stands opposite him. She watches the actions of her opponent with interest. She receives a blow and deftly jumps back. Aeon's hair flutters from the lightning strikes that are taking place. The tired guy is opposite her. Aeon exhales with a grin. The protagonist sits nearby and realizes that it will take about 10 seconds or less. Red and black smoke forms around the heroine. She stands in the arena and burns. Un is shocked to realize that this is a dark flower of the red heart. Another name is the first connection of the cult with the heavenly demon. In the frame, a memory of how the girl pronounced her name, Un wonders why she did not say her last name. She looks ahead with a smirk, while the protagonist realizes that her last name is Chion. San is smiling and watching what is happening. Men in coats are watching the fight. The protagonist assumes that the instructors knew everything. A bright fire burns in the frame. Aeon with a sword stands in front of the defeated guy, who is lying in a pit. The protagonist smilingly realizes that it was amazing. In the background it sounds that next they call number 900 and urge him to go up to the arena. People are standing in the arena. The protagonist with a spear performs a move. He deftly spins in the air. A bright blue flash forms around him. Aeon swings his sword with a grin. Looking at it, he realizes that this is the legacy of the heavenly demon. Un masterfully twirls the spear. It spins and moves along the ground, causing great destruction. Aeon looks at what is happening in surprise. She deals several blows. Un lands down in a rage. He attacks with his spear with a serious face. An explosion occurs. He warily realizes that the dark red heart flower is the cult's first connection with the heavenly demon. Aeon blocks the blow with his sword. The guy realizes that apparently she does not have enough chi to use it. The instructor stands nearby and watches what is happening. The earth trembles around. Un looks ahead with a tired look. Aeon watches her opponent. She deftly jumps away from the lunge of the main character. The girl professionally dodges each blow. He clenches his teeth and wonders why she still refuses to use the dark red heart flower. A girl with a sword flies above the ground and the protagonist. He wonders what she wants him to show his best attacks first. Aeon looks ahead in shock. The ground rises. The protagonist calmly swings his spear. He holds it in his powerful hands. It is said to erase from the stars to the sun. San looks at the ongoing battle with a smile. The sword is stuck into the ground. A hand is seen in the air and a cry of surrender. Aeon raises his hands and states that he cannot defeat him. Un looks at her in shock and asks why. She smiles and states that she is bleeding internally. A small spot of blood is visible on the corner of her lips. She walks away, unrealizing that this is why she did not want to use the dark red heart flower. In the frame, Aeon is burning with red fire. He assumes that internal bleeding is a negative effect of using the divine art of the heavenly demon without the ability to conserve chi. The protagonist sadly realizes that this is disappointing. He stands in front of the holes in the ground. He follows the girl. She turns around smiling and says that he is in her debt. Un says with a displeased face that she is right. The guy wipes his face. The protagonist asks her to erase it. Aeon says smiling that she knew it and that number 900 is really interesting. The protagonist sighs and walks away from her. In the frame, the presenter spreads his arms and exclaims that the winner of the life and death struggle, the champion of the hidden demon cave, is number 900. The man raises his hand, congratulating the protagonist. Unbows and notes that he was just lucky. The guy holds his spear. San looks at him with a smirk and says that it can't be luck. They stand opposite each other. The man says that at the beginning of the cave he was one of the weakest, so he should be proud of himself. He says with a smirk that in the history of the hidden demon cave, no champion started from place 900 and the highest was about 200. He thinks and says that despite this, set a new record, and this can only mean two things. The guy is surprised to hear that either he has something they don't know about, or his wisdom exceeds his combat potential. Against the background of an object sticking out from under his clothes, a question sounds as the protagonist thinks what it is. He closes his eyes and declares that he doesn't know. San laughingly says that's it. The surprised protagonist sees a stone in his hands in front of him. He declares that as he promised, he would give him black iron with a flame pattern. The instructor holds the stone, explaining that he uses a spear, which means it can be given the shape of a spear that he wants, and he needs to tell the elder which one and they will do it. The man stands in front of the warriors in the stands. He says with a grin that everyone worked hard and only some of them survived, but it seems that only the real winners remain. The participants sit opposite and listen. They are surprised to hear the question if they know about something. The man watches with a grin, asking that there are only 6 months left until the final test. In the frame, the hero is walking through the desert. It is explained about the last gate of the cave of hidden demons. The main character covers himself with a mask from the flying sand. It is said about training in the real world. Sand stands against the background of rocks and explains that the cave of hidden demons is an annual program, and they have been there for a little more than 9 years. The participants listen attentively to what they will be standing in front of the last gate of the cave for the remaining 6 months. He touches his face with his hand and talks about the last gate of the cave. He watches attentively, declaring training in the real world. In the frame, there is a blue sky. The hero is walking through the desert. Un is wrapped in a cloak with a hood. Sand is flying around. He takes a scarf. He pulls it over his mouth and nose. Un is walking among sand dunes. In the frame, there is a bright inscription about training in the real world. Against the background of rocks, it is said about the last gate of the cave of hidden demons. People are walking in a mine. It is explained that the real world is outside the cave. A man with a pierced ear looks forward. It is explained that during this test, participants gain experience in the real world. A fighter with a spear and sword stands near his brothers. It is said that sometimes meeting dangers on the way, making their contribution to the cult of the heavenly demon. The hero holds a portrait in front of a beaten man. It is explained that the contribution they make will be used in 6 months to evaluate the student's position in the cave. Against the background of sand mountains, it is said that at this training, half of the participants received letters with orders and headed to the Great Desert, as well as Un. The protagonist in a cloak goes forward. A flask of water opens. The guy drinks from it. He looks around and thinks about the Great Desert. San holds a sheet of paper with a smile. The guy realizes that the task consisted of a group and an individual. He walks among the sand, realizing that the task of other students was also to enslave nearby groups, and based on this it means. Against the background of a pocket, it is said that the cult of the heavenly demon is cleaning the region. An army with flags goes forward. He realizes that eliminating threats in the rear before the start of a war is the basis of military strategies. He understands with dry lips that this is how the cult planned to start the war. The protagonist, with his head down, goes forward, realizing that he is disappointed but not surprised, and it is for this reason that he was given the task to pacify the sandstorm of death. In the frame, a roll of paper. Warriors are standing in the middle of the desert with horses. He understands that this is a group of thieves who have recently gained great strength. The horse sighs, realizing that it is because of the movement using them. The hero opens the door. It says that a number of branches of the cult located in the desert are experiencing some inconvenience. The bandit clutches the paper. The other one reads carefully. The protagonist looks ahead and realizes that first they need to get rid of the sandstorm of death. There is a bright crescent moon in the sky. Un is sitting next to a fire. He looks at the fire and realizes that the only reason they allowed the storm to exist. He walks in a cloak, realizing that this is because they were not worth their attention until they turned into a medium-sized group. He holds an object in his hands, wondering why their number increased so quickly, and he needs more information. The frame shows Un and San. He remembers the words that if they need help from the cult branches, they need to remember the places. He holds onto the cloak, remembering the names of places. Against the backdrop of dawn in the middle of the desert, he thinks of Lop Nur. The name is displayed on the map. It is explained that one of the largest lakes in the Xinjiang region, which is mainly desert. The map shows the area. It says that around the lake there are big and small cities, and Inshi, the largest of them. In the picture there is a wooden signboard. It explains that there is a Han bookstore. In the background of a wooden building it says that this is a traditional place that he has run for 5 generations. The old man smiles. It says that this is an ordinary bookstore that is currently run by a man named Hanno who is now over 60 years old. The protagonist enters the green bushes in the middle of the desert. It is said that this is also a branch of the cult of the heavenly demon. Un calmly looks ahead. He walks to the gate. There is greenery around. He realizes that it is a little early. In the background of a beautiful village, Un realizes that he should go to Hanno's bookstore right now. In the frame is the roof of the building. People are walking forward. An open window is visible. A man looks at others with a smile. A family is happily walking. The protagonist thinks that the base of the candle is dark. With the house in the background, he realizes that no one could have imagined that a branch of the demonic cult would be in this place. Un in a cloak walks to the door. He goes inside the bookstore. An old man is sitting at a table with a book. He looks down and hears that the guy came for the book he ordered. Hanno turns around. He looks at the guy and asks if he can find out the title. The discouraged old man hears about dirty and insidious stories. He stands next to Un and says that he does not think that something like this has appeared recently, specifying when he ordered it. The guy, thinking, says that it was a long time ago and therefore cannot remember, but about a year ago. The old man goes further and says that the book should be in the storage room. He stands near the open door and asks if he could go with him and find it. The protagonist in a cloak goes further. He touches the door. Hanno turns around and asks if he can see his badge. The protagonist hands it to him. The old man holds it in his hands. Hanno opens his eyes in shock. He hands him the badge and says yes, but is surprised that he is a demon general at such a young age. The old man asks the boy what information he needs. The protagonist calmly talks about the sandstorm of death. The frame shows the night sky with a bright moon. The protagonist is sitting on a rock near a fire. He looks down carefully. The protagonist is walking along a path. A guy with a stick is standing in the middle of the forest. With a cut face, he turns around. Un is sitting near the fire, thinking that he could leave Xinjiang and go to Zhongyuan to meet them. He looks at the fire, wondering if maybe he is wasting his time. The long-haired guy lowers his head, exclaiming no. In his hands is a paper. He understands that even if he becomes as strong as before, he holds it over the fire, realizing that he cannot handle them alone. Un stands up, realizing that he does not need to rush. He looks at the paper, realizing that he will start by strengthening his strength in the cult. Letters begin to show through on the paper. The protagonist is shocked to see this. Against the background of the hieroglyphs, it is explained that it is believed that the current leader of the storm who joined 5 years ago is the Sword of People, Han Song, one of the 3 swords of Qingqing. He says this name with a smile. In the frame, the fighters are shown on high cliffs. It is said about the sword of blue clouds and red sunset, explaining that along with the 3 Shaolin swords, the wise Taiji sword of the Emperor and the divine sword of the mountain of purple sunset, the fighter holds objects on himself. It is explained that it is known that the sword of blue clouds and red sunset is one of the most difficult to learn in the arts of swordsmanship. The mustachioed man looks forward. It is said that the current successor of the martial schism is the Great Elder, the first disciple of Chihak. A boy is training with weapons. It is said that from a young age he chose the 3 Qingqing swords as a heavenly sword and studied them all, and when he became a Great Elder, he created a new branch. Against the background of fighters with red eyes, it is explained that they are the current sword of heaven, earth and people. The man looks away. It is said that of them, the sword of people is Mia. Against the background of a shocked silhouette, it is said about the enemies of the master, and the question arises why one of them is here and why one of the 3 swords was sent to such a remote place. The protagonist walks among the trees. He walks against a red background, realizing that the sword of people joined the sandstorm of death 5 years ago, and this is just at the time when the group began to gain strength. He squeezes his hand, realizing that this cannot be a coincidence. He takes hold of the wrapped weapon. Rags fly to the floor. In the frame, a beautiful blade. He holds a spear and understands that he will be able to find out why they are here. He looks up and realizes what it will be like when he catches and interrogates one of them. He stands above a cliff on top of which is a wooden house. The protagonist approaches the hut. He looks inside. Un looks through the crack and realizes that he senses people, but none of them seem to be the sword of people. He looks away and assumes that he is not here now. Against the background of the broken roof, the scream of more wine and women is heard. The men are laughing inside. Un quickly moves inside. The protagonist is sitting on the ceiling with a spear. He looks down and realizes that as he suspected, the sword of people is not there. He thinks. The protagonist looks ahead. People are sitting around a bright fire on the floor. He jumps right into the fire. Un calmly looks ahead. The frightened men do not understand who he is, until he declares that he will leave one alive to shake out information, and kill the rest. Un deals powerful blows to them. He cuts the villains. The bearded man in a rage orders to kill this spawn. The protagonist stands with a spear surrounded by enemies who want to attack him. The opponent pokes with a spear. The protagonist intercepts it. He knocks down the men opposite him. They fall on each other. Un deftly fights the villains. He spins around his axis. The protagonist professionally kills two with one lunge. He stares ahead. The protagonist, watching the enemy, realizes that they are experienced for some ordinary group of thieves and they even use internal chi power. A bearded man with a sword screams for the protagonist to die. The guy knocks him down with one movement. Uncalmly points his spear and with a terrifying look demands to know who taught the big guy martial arts. The frightened thief looks at him. The protagonist turns around and sees the enemy crawling away. He sighs in horror. Un stands opposite him with a spear. He extends his hand and exclaims that Master Chuck taught them. The protagonist, looking down, asks the name again. He explains with a serious face that the master has a thin chin, a thick beard and thick eyebrows. The frightened enemy asks how he knows, asking if he is part of the government forces. The protagonist smiles. He grins and asks permission to ask him something. He turns around. The walls collapse. A silhouette near Un asks what the hell is going on. The protagonist grins and says that they haven't seen Master Chuck for a long time. Un takes off his cloak and asks if he should call him by another name. The protagonist grins. The enraged man hears that his real name is the Sword of the People Mia. The picture shows wooden walls. Mia walks wiping his sweat, talking about an old fool. He walks tiredly along the path. In the frame, a guy bows to another, hearing that he needs to go to the Great Desert and find a group of thieves called the Sandstorm of Death, and it is necessary to train them and make excellent warriors out of them. Mia bows, hearing that then he will be taught the rest of the last lines of the Sword of Blue Clouds and Red Sunset. He enthusiastically shouts that you can rely on him, and he will not let you down. Mew clenches his teeth and looks ahead. The man stands with a jug and spits. He drinks from it. In anger, he wonders if he should stay with the dirty thieves now. A man with a sword and a flask walks along the path at night. He drinks from it at the foot of the mountain on which the hut stands. He walks among the rocks while drunk. He smells something. Surprised, Mew smells blood. The flask falls to the ground and breaks. Mew starts running towards the hut, not understanding what is happening. The wall breaks. He sees the protagonist with a spear standing in front of a defeated enemy. Un in a cloak states that it was so long ago, clarifying what to call him. He calls it the Sword of Mew's people with a smirk. The man looks at him warily and clarifies who he is. Un holds the spear and declares that he will soon find out everything. The protagonist's eyes fill with red light, and he exclaims about intimidating chi. Mew stands in front of the guy with a weapon. Black dots pierce the man's shocked face. He looks in front of himself in surprise. Mew looks at his sword in his hands and wonders if he is really scared of such an aura, being a sword of people. He looks forward and notices something. Mew begins to form streams of energy around himself. The protagonist with the spear holds a fighting stance and realizes that the enemy is emitting intimidation chi. Un watches what is happening and says that Taoist chi and that discipline does not suit him. He smirks and says that Mew apparently has not become stronger. The man looks at the guy in shock. The protagonist holds a spear with a smirk. The enemy rushes at him with a sword, shouting what he is muttering under his breath. The protagonist twirls the spear. Red petals are visible on the handle of the spear. He swings the red tip of the spear. Their weapons touch, a red and blue glow is visible. Mew with a sword warily looks at the enemy. The protagonist slides along the ground with his hand, holding a spear in the other. His eyes glow red. He realizes that when the chi intimidation took effect, his eyelids flickered for a moment. Mew swings his blade, while he realizes that the Taoist chi protects him from the effects of it. He watches calmly, realizing that this is something he will have to deal with after the fight. Un delivers a powerful blow with his spear, but he blocks. The protagonist deftly jumps away from his opponent's attacks. They look at each other with furious hostility. Un releases a powerful stream of energy at the enemy, shouting about the art of the 6 seals and destruction. The other declares a sword of blue clouds and red sunset. The enemy flies into a wooden hut. Mew looks ahead in shock. He looks around, standing in the middle of a destroyed house. He turns around and sees the hero lying under the rubble of the hut. Mew, furious, charges, insulting him. The protagonist with a spear holds a fighting stance, realizing that using the demonic art and the art of 6 seals and destruction will be difficult to break through his Taoist chi. The guy deftly bounces off the enemy's stabbing blow. Mew puts the tip up, asking the opponent where he thinks he's jumping. The protagonist is high in the air above the enemy. He looks down and realizes that if this is the case. Un puts the spear in front of him and flies down, talking about the divine spear of the end of the night. The protagonist flies down, realizing that the art of 6 seals and destruction and strength are not enough to cope with the sword of blue clouds and red sunset, and the art of rotation and speed are the opposite of it. He confidently looks down and wonders if the enemy recognizes it. He holds the spear and his hands begin to glow yellow. The protagonist flies from the sky holding the tip of the weapon. Mew begins to hit the air with his sword. He puts the tip of his blade out, asking where he thinks he's jumping. The protagonist holding a spear with yellow lightning around it looks down. He flies straight down holding the weapon in front of him. Yellow energy forms around his spear and himself. He confidently rushes down, talking about the divine spear of the end of the night. There is a bright yellow flash in the frame. A blue one appears along with it. A bright yellow beam pierces the air and rushes forward. A bright flash occurs. Surprised, Mew tries to understand where the blood is coming from. He looks down in horror and realizes that he is shaking. The leg falls to the ground. The protagonist nearby says bam. Mew starts talking about his in fear. He opens his mouth wide and screams about his leg. Screams are heard against the background of the night sky. The protagonist with a spear stands opposite. Mew lies on the ground and groans in pain. He looks up at the guy in rage. Unholding the weapon watches him. He smirks and says that Mew has become a little lighter. The man frowns and holds back his pain. He screams in rage that he is a fool and how dare he do such a thing. The protagonist seriously asks what exactly he did. A huge silhouette of a tiger is visible behind him. The man does not understand who he is. Mew crawls away from in the middle of the hut. The protagonist lowers his head tiredly. Mew understands something in horror. The protagonist pierces him with a spear, saying that they fought and he won. He confidently holds the handle of the spear, stating that losing a limb is not uncommon in master fights. He takes out the spear hearing sighs and screams. He steps on the enemy's back. The guy hangs over the defeated Mew and says that they fought for their lives, specifying that he thought that they would laugh and forget about it. He takes Mew by the head and declares that he is just a winner. The man opens his mouth wide, hearing that he is just a loser. Unholds his head in rage, declaring that now he simply intends to defend his rights as the winner. The protagonist kicks him hard. He flies to the side. Unsteps on Mew's chest. He screams in pain. The protagonist's eyes are glowing red. He says that apparently their fight cannot end in a truce. Mew asks through the pain what he means. He is frightened, trying to understand what he is saying, and he speaks as if they have met before. Mew looks ahead, realizing that he thinks that he saw these spear skills from the past and remembers them, and will ask if he will allow him to survive. The protagonist with the spear rushes to attack. Mew reflects on the fact that the spear skill that softly passed through his sword strikes. He saw it somewhere. Mew looks ahead in shock. The protagonist holds his foot on his chest, while he repeats the word "you." Mew shouts in rage that he is a disciple of the Spear Master sect. The protagonist with a grin declares that this is so. The guy looms over him as he screams that this can't be happening and the sect can have another disciple. Mew is furious and declares that the sect can only have one disciple. Smiles and tells him that he can think whatever he wants. The protagonist points the tip of his spear at his face, saying that he will defend his rights as the winner. The protagonist looks down and asks why they attacked the sect master back then. He lightly pierces his neck with the tip while he screams that he doesn't understand. Unstabs the man's arm while he declares that they practiced a vile demonic art that even the lowest and filthiest of people would not touch. Mew holds back from screaming. Yuan's eyes burn red as he demands that he stop lying, because he knows that it was a false accusation and now he should tell him everything he knows about it. The straw doll lies on the floor. The protagonist warns that if he continues to lie, he will slowly cut off his limbs one by one. Mew looks at the guy in fear. Tears are almost rolling out of his eyes. He sobs and sighs. Against the backdrop of a destroyed hut, the protagonist demands to tell the truth, and in that case he will allow him to die painlessly. Uncalmly hears that the man does not know because he was simply following the master's orders. Bloody Mew looks at the protagonist. In the frame, a man stands opposite another, who explains that the only order that day was to surround the mountain so that the master and disciples of the Spear Master sect, who learned the 10 demonic skills of silence, could not escape. The protagonist looks at him thoughtfully, realizing that it does not look like he is lying. Mew, sweating, looks at the guy. The protagonist watches him, saying that he will ask one more thing. The wounded man hears the question why he is here. He asks again. The hand reaches forward, ungrabs Mew by the throat. He holds him by the neck in rage and asks why he hangs around with thieves and even teaches them martial arts. He replies that he does not know. The protagonist angrily clarifies that he really does not know. Mew, gasping for breath, says that he is simply following his master's orders. He releases his victim. Mew holds his throat and says that he was simply ordered to train them to use as rebels. The protagonist frowns, wondering what the first disciple is thinking. The protagonist looks in front of himself. He sees a beautiful night sky and realizes that he will have to deal with this. Bloody Mew begs that if he is done with questions. Blood is pouring from his nose. He asks to kill him painlessly as promised. Stands in front of him and asks why he should do this. The man's red eyes look fearfully. He screams that he promised that he would let him die painlessly if he answered all the questions. The man coughs up blood. The protagonist calmly says that this is true. The guy holds a spear and starts explaining. He slashes at his opponent. He delivers a slashing blow right next to his head. The wounded fighter sits across from him and hears that someone like him is not worthy of him fulfilling his promise. Reaches his hand towards the enemy. Holes form in the man's body. Something is happening to his hand. He looks at it in horror. Mew's body is slowly torn apart, and he screams in pain. Un frowns and demands that he shut up. Holes form in the man's neck. Mia falls to the ground. The protagonist bends down and says that he should know about broken bones and torn muscles, and from the name it is clear that it separates and destroys them. The protagonist gets up and says that he can relax because these are the sects of the Spear Master. He holds his spear, warning him that he will feel pain for 2 hours and then finally meet his death. Mia rides in pain while Un walks away. The frame shows a hut in the daytime. A guy sits at a table with a pen, thinking that he has completed a personal mission and dealt with a sandstorm of death. He watches as he writes. Hieroglyphs are written on the paper. He writes that he crossed out one name. The protagonist crosses out a word with a brush. He looks at the paper carefully. He closes his eyes and is silent. In the frame, there is a sandstorm. The protagonist walks along the sand dunes and thinks that he wishes he had more time. He walks among the sand mountains, realizing that he would like to visit the shelter. He looks ahead with a serious face, thinking that due to the desert climate, it took longer than expected and there are extreme temperatures at night and during the day. The sun shines above his head. He thinks that unless he is at the level of impermeability to cold and heat, restrictions on travel are inevitable. Un sits near the fire, realizing that he will still have a chance to visit the shelter of the Spear Master sect. The protagonist walks along the sand. The guy walks past green forests, realizing that he first needs to go to the designated place. He holds a piece of paper in his hands. Against the backdrop of a castle on a rock, it says that there is only one group mission and criminals who committed crimes in the yard and escaped. In the frame, bald villains, he calls them bloody llamas, 5 devils. He calmly thinks that they should attack the villains. Guards stand at the gate of the cultist camp. The guy steps on the ground. Surprised guards look ahead. They see a silhouette in front of them and ask who is coming. The protagonist looks at them smiling. He throws an object. A frightened guard catches it. Another stands next to him and says that he can't just throw his plank. He looks at his surprised partner and asks what's going on. The protagonist grins and says that he heard that the first hidden demonic squad is gathering here. The guards bow and show the master the way. The surprised fighter asks the other who this guy is. Another one puts up a finger and asks to be quiet. The protagonist walks through the streets. It is said that he is the same as Mach, the head of the Kashgar department, whom they serve, a demonic general. The protagonist looks ahead with a smile and understands that compared to Lobner, in this place they do not hide their affiliation with the cult. They go to the gate. He realizes that it is clear that this is definitely the territory of the cult. The guards open the gate and say this way. A man stands in front of the open doors. Guan looks ahead and says that he is here. Un stands opposite and states that they have not seen him for a long time. He says with a grin that he is glad that the head of the squad is safe. Un looks at him smiling. Guan stands opposite with joy, realizing that apparently since then the guy has gone through a lot, and he has become much more humble compared to that situation on the verge of life and death. The guy looks at him and sighs. They go to the tables where people are. He says that apparently he came last. People walk past the tables. Guan looks around with a smile. They bow to the protagonist and shout about the first hidden demon squad, which is on full alert. Un smiles as he sees Guan bowing to him. The protagonist smirks and states that he is glad that they are all okay. He stands in front of them and asks why they are here instead of waiting inside. Guan smiles and explains that he asked them to because they are going on an important mission, so they should not relax too much. The protagonist exhales and says that it is not a bad idea. Guan smiles widely and asks if it is not so. Un stands in front of the people and states that rest and recovery are also important, and that being in a bad condition and losing to weaker opponents is quite common in the martial arts community. The fighters lean on the tables, hearing that they must keep themselves in the best condition in order to cope at their best. The protagonist smiles and states that he knows that they have spent most of their lives disciplining themselves, and rest can be uncomfortable. The surprised fighters hear that it is time to learn to take care of their bodies. He stretches his hand, saying that if they don't do this, they'll get into big trouble someday. With a wooden building in the background, he tells them to rest well today, and they must be tired after their personal missions. The guy turns his head, asking if he can provide them with rooms to rest. The protagonist looks at the house and notices something. Un raises his hand and asks to stop. The silhouette on the balcony laughs and says that the current hidden demon cave has produced the best fighters in history. Mach waves with a smile and says that it seems like that's true. Serious scars are visible on his arms. The protagonist looks up with a smirk and says that it's an honor to meet the fire demon of Scars Mach, introducing himself as Un, the leader of the first hidden demon squad. The man on the balcony says that he is the head of the Kashgar department, noting that the cult informed him about him in advance, and he heard that he is the strongest of the cave disciples. The protagonist smiles and says that he is flattered by such an exaggeration. Mach lands next to him and asks again, stating that the guy is one of those who will take the reins in the next generation of the cult. The man extends his hand and says that he is glad to work with him. They shake hands. The protagonist says that the feeling is mutual. Mock smilingly states that although the head of the department from nowhere cannot do much, Unsmiling hears that he should not be modest. Mock, crossing his arms, asks if he knows about this too. He replies that Elder San told him that he worked in the Department of Thousand-Mile Communication. Mock, with the instructor in the background, speaks clearly. The protagonist bows, stating that he is the spider of 1,000 ears, the former eyes and ears of the holy demon cult, and that is why he needs his help in this mission. They stand in the middle of the courtyard. Mock says that since he mentioned the spider of 1,000 ears, he needs the information he has. He enthusiastically declares that they will talk about it over a cup of tea and he will talk to his men about the housing of their squad. Un turns around with a grin and says that they heard him. They need to get a good rest before the start of the next mission. The protagonist stands in front of the fighters and declares that this does not mean that they should be lazy. They need to stay in shape while resting and be ready to give it their all in battle at any time. They bow to the guy leaving and shout, "Yes, sir." Mock turns his gaze with an ominous grin. Clothes are hanging on hooks in the house. There is hot soup on the table. Mock lowers himself to the dish. The guy understands that now it is clear what they said, that he is at the level of a demonic general. Mock smiles, realizing that he hides them under baggy clothes. The protagonist sits in a chair. The man realizes that he does not wear metal weights on his arms and legs. In the frame, the guy is in the background of Guan. Mock understands that he is superior to him, who has the same level of demonic general as him, but he continues to maintain discipline. Mock closes his eyes and lowers his gaze, realizing that the guy is really very unusual. There are mugs on the table. He calls for tea. The protagonist takes it and says thank you. He touches his lips to the mug. With a serious expression, understands that his master also loved this tea. Mock sits in a chair opposite him and asks what information he needs. The protagonist looks at his interlocutor and talks about the 5 devils. The frame shows 5 bald fighters. It is said that these are 5 renegade monks, and each of them is an excellent martial artist. Mock holds his face and says that this is not an easy mission. Against the background of an arena with open entrances, he thinks about the possibility that the cult is trying to get rid of even more students. The man thinks and realizes that they are trying to make high-quality fighters. The protagonist, with a serious expression, hears that this mission will be difficult. He looks closely at the interlocutor and states that this is exactly why he needs his information. Yuan's eyes shine. Mock is shocked to notice something in these eyes. Against the background of tongues of flame, he wonders how long ago it was and the last time he saw such a fire in someone's eyes. The man watches him and realizes that something that only a true martial arts genius can possess. It was more than a decade ago. In the frame, warriors are moving forward. He understands that those who relentlessly followed their path. They are wounded by arrows. The man realizes that those who, without a second of hesitation, were ready to sacrifice themselves for their goal. They climb a mountain. He talks about overcoming obstacles through difficulties. They barely get to the flag. It is explained that the only ones who survived under one above all others. The fighter stands in front of the heroes on the tops of the rocks. He understands that the most powerful in the cult of the holy demon, known as the 10 demonic masters. Mock thinks about them excitedly. The main character looks at him. He understands what he is made of. Against the background of a window in the house, he says that he will provide him with information. The guy sighs. He sits opposite another at the table. Food is visible. The man hands the girl food and says that if she needs anything, she can ask. The guy sits with his arms crossed, realizing that this whole friendliness is strange and awkward and that they have never been addressed like this in their lives. He looks ahead in surprise and thinks about how funny their faces are. The protagonist stands in front of the guy who jumped up and called him boss. Guan excitedly explains that this is a bit too much. The friendly workers look at them. The fighters sit sadly nearby. The protagonist waves his hand and states that the servants should leave. Un says with a smile that he will explain everything to the department manager, that they only asked for food. The servants leave the fighters who are standing near the tables. The protagonist sits down and says that he has obtained information about the 5 devils. The fighters exclaim in shock. The guy tells them with a smile to relax and just eat before talking about it. Dirty plates are stacked one on top of another. A servant stands next to a happy Un. He walks in the middle of the dining room and says that he hopes everyone is full. He holds a paper in his hands and offers to talk about their mission. The guy looks ahead and states that as everyone knows, the next mission is to eliminate the 5 devils. He places a paper on the table and explains that this is a group of 5 Tibetan blood lamas. There are fighters sitting at the table. He explains to them that they were previously lamas who practiced asceticism in a Tibetan palace, but escaped after committing crimes, and they are all known as high-class martial artists. The frame shows bald men. They are labeled as the blue, black, red, white and yellow devils. The fighters listen attentively as he explains that the youngest yellow devil is about the level of a senior instructor. He holds up a paper and explains that blue, red and white are much stronger than yellow. On the paper are various diagrams. He says that they are all above the first rank of martial arts, and the 4 he just mentioned, they will surround. The protagonist looks at his charges and states that they form a ring formation. There is no need to overexert themselves. but rather to concentrate on buying time, while he understands that 4 out of 5 are below the first rank and the entire squad except Guan are only at first rank. He looks at him and says that he should take care of the blue devil alone. Guan hears with a smile that he is the strongest of the 4 and that it will be a good battle. Un looks at the paper and states that the problem is the black devil, because their leader is a high-level fighter who can use the aura of the sword. Un takes something out of his pocket. He smirks and states that he will take care of black evil. A window is visible in the frame. Someone is sleeping on the bed and sighs. Guan turns around and states that it is already dawn. He gets out of bed. The fighter takes the clothes that are hanging nearby. He gets dressed and yawns. He looks in surprise in front of himself. The protagonist with a spear is standing nearby. He turns around and sees a silhouette. In front of him is the image of the evil Mia. The one with the sword rushes to attack. He delivers a slash. The protagonist opens his eye and realizes that it still takes 20 seconds. Guan watches closely, realizing that this is incredible, and he thought he was just a monster. The protagonist sits with his back to him and is burning with blue fire. The guy realizes that he is a workaholic monster. In the frame, a sleeping guy next to another, he realizes that it feels like he barely made an effort compared to him, and the guy was among 900 in the cave of hidden demons, and now he has become the first. Un is burning with blue flames. Guan realizes that he is an incredible person. The guy squeezes the sword, realizing that he must try harder. An eagle flies above him. The protagonist sits with his eyes closed, and hears his name being called. The guy opens his eyes and declares that he knows. The eagle lands on Yuan's hand. The protagonist holds a piece of paper and stands up. The eagle flies away. Un reads the letter in shock. The fighters run and shout for the leader of the squad. They stand in front of Un and Guan, asking what happened since they saw a black falcon. The protagonist hands the paper to Guan and states that there is good news and bad news first. The protagonist smiles and suggests that they would probably prefer to hear the bad news first. The fighters look at the leader. He tells them that the bad news is that they already know about the squad and that an ambush is no longer an option. One of the fighters raises his hand and states that someone has questions. The girl looks at him and asks how the 5 devils found out about this. Guan stands next to the guy and states that apparently one of the double agents who was following him was caught. He is depicted in front of a dead man, explaining that traces of torture were found on the corpse, and it is reasonable to assume that he gave out some information. The girl watches carefully. Guan, standing next to the leader, explains that he does not see good news in the letter. In the background of the house it is said that other than this, it is only said that they are in a hotel in Sicily, not hiding. The protagonist smiles and says that this is good news, because open actions mean that they are careless and underestimating them. The leader stands in front of the squad and says that when he heard about the chaos in the cult's territory, he thought that they were brave fighters, but it turns out that they are just reckless idiots. Un grins and explains that the city is 3 days away and they openly showed up right on the cult's territory. He crosses his arms and says that such self-important fools cannot cope with even one high-ranking demonic fighter, and of course the training in the cave was enough to defeat them. The wary warriors look at the leader. The guy turns and says forward. He leads the squad with a smile, saying that they will return with 5 heads. The blue devil stands next to another and asks that the cult dogs may appear today, and what he thinks. Black Evil, holding a chicken in his hands, says that everything is Buddha's will and they will come when necessary. The 5 devils are sitting at the table with food. Bald Yellow Evil asks if there are any women in the cult. He says with a menacing look that it would be great if he could catch one today. White Devil behind him says that the aspirations of the one who worships virtue are laudable, and he is sure that Buddha listens to his wishes. Yellow Evil says with a smile that he really wishes that were true, asking the innkeeper if there is any more drink. The servant goes to the big guy and says that here it is. He asks if this is true. He takes the jug, hearing that the supply has run out. He replies that Buddha shows such high aspirations, and this is all the virtue they are capable of. He says with a smirk that he must be a servant of a demon. He touches his palms, declaring that he would have to disregard the commandment to kill in order to send him, a servant of a demon, to the benevolent Buddha. White Devil says with a smirk that they have guests. Another member of the team looks ahead. He waves his hand in front of the gate. The energy shatters the gate into splinters. Silhouettes of fighters are visible in the smoke. He realizes that the cult dogs have arrived. The protagonist walks among the smoke clouds and denies. He smirks and declares that they will send them to meet the great and benevolent Buddha. The devils are in the middle of the square near the house. The protagonist pointed at the diagram and explained that Black Evil is a high-level martial artist who can use the sword's aura. The others are above level 1. Guan must fight Blue Evil, and the rest of the squad must create a ring formation around the others. Masked fighters look out of the windows. They rush down, jumping from the roof. The devils stand in the middle of the square, seeing how they are surrounded. The fighter lands. He takes out a dagger. Dozens more fighters fly from above. Blue Evil looks forward warily. A blow occurs. He forms a barrier around himself, declaring that these are cheap tricks. He releases energy around himself. Guan watches with a smirk and understands that this is how it was planned. The old man looks away. Guan realizes that he will take care of Blue Evil. The guy delivers a strong blow with his sword. He runs forward. The fighters move along the ground. Black Evil stands with a sword surrounded by fighters. Red Evil takes a fighting stance. He looks back and says that he understood what they were trying to achieve. The protagonist with a spear stands opposite Black Evil. Their blades touch. The enemy asks with a grin if the guy will really send him to Buddha. The protagonist frowns and clarifies that he would prefer to meet Azura in hell. The enemy laughs in rage, asking if he is okay, but why doesn't he go there himself? Because he will personally lend him a helping hand by breaking his skull. The protagonist dodges his blow. He deftly jumps back. He looks forward warily and understands that the enemy is as strong as expected. Black Evil receives a powerful blow to the body. He looks forward with a grin. Holding the sword, the devil understands that the guy is still young, but already has an incredible amount of inner strength, and he is definitely a dog of a demonic cult and a pawn of a demon. His blade glows red. The enemy realizes that if he does not get rid of him now, he will definitely regret it later. The devil takes a fighting stance with a flaming sword. He swings it. The protagonist looks forward and notices the aura of the sword. The protagonist's spear glows blue. The enemy with the sword stands in front of him and asks if this is really all the guy can do, because he is good enough for his age, but not his equal. The protagonist with a serious face hears that there is no need to worry, because he is not attracted to torturing men and he will finish him off quickly. Un with a spear runs to attack. Black Evil says that apparently he lacks patience. He closely watches the guy. The villain strikes with his sword. The protagonist with the spear deftly dodges. He sees a cut on his cloak. He hits with the spear, but he jumps back and asks what he is saying. Black Evil charges in rage and clarifies that he is ready to go on his final journey. Guan looks ahead, worried. He looks back. Black Evil swings his sword at the protagonist, who is kneeling. The villain strikes. The protagonist twirls his spear and deflects it. He flies to the side and realizes that the situation is bad. The enemy holds the sword while Un realizes that his sword aura is starting to weaken and it seems that he has used up all his chi. The protagonist watches him and realizes that his chi will soon run out, but the guy will be mortally wounded before that moment. Un frowns and looks ahead and realizes that he will have to do this. The protagonist starts moving. Suddenly, he throws something towards the enemy. Projectiles fly towards Black Evil. The villain tries to block them with his sword. He frowns and looks ahead and realizes that these are absurdly heavy objects, murder weapons. A metal bracelet is stuck into the wall. The villain shouts in rage that he was hiding his strength. The protagonist with the spear asks what he means, specifying that he is nervous because he has been using the sword aura for too long, because it is normal to hide your trump cards, and he wasted his chi recklessly. Un asks with a smirk if fake monks do not even know how to behave. The protagonist rushes to attack Black Evil. He hits him. He flies to the side. Black Evil looks warily at his enemy. The monk's aura glows black. Puffs of smoke are visible. The protagonist with the spear stands opposite, talking about the chi of intimidation. Black smoke surrounds the monk. The guy understands that he may be an apostate. Black energy runs through his body. The protagonist understands that he has not studied Buddhist chi. Tentacles of black something envelop the enemy. They squeeze his throat. The protagonist with yellow eyes exclaims about a split in the mind. Black Evil is completely covered in black. The guy understands that he can no longer resist this. Black energy tightens his mouth. He screams in rage, insulting the guy. The monk with a sword flies to attack. The protagonist with a smirk understands that his reaction is faster than he expected. The monk raises his sword, shouting that he will cut him in half along with his pathetic chi spear. Un holds a fighting stance with a spear glowing blue. He begins to spin around himself. He puts his spear opposite the monk flying at him. The monk's sword also begins to glow blue. They collide. Black Evil is shocked thinking about the aura of the spear. His sword splits in half. He feels in shock that his body is cut. He falls in front of the protagonist, who wishes him to go to hell. The guy looks around. The fighters surround other enemies. He realizes that Red Evil will be next. He jumps off the ground. He rushes forward. The girl takes powerful blows. She falls to the ground and sighs. Blood comes out of her hands. The fighter next to her tells the girl lying down to switch with him. She sighs, gritting her teeth, and realizes that she heard that Yellow Evil is the weakest, but he is just as strong. The bald big guy fights the fighters and laughs, asking where she is in such a hurry because he is not finished yet. The fighter frowns at him. He raises his weapon over the girl. She blocks a powerful blow with difficulty. She looks at her opponent and realizes that he is only aiming for the chest, or thighs, and it is damn creepy. The guy in the green suit jumps on Yellow Evil. He gets a powerful punch to the face. The villain asks in rage how dare he, because the bald devil is trying to achieve harmony of yin and yang and get closer to becoming Buddha. The fighter flies to the side after a powerful blow. Blood comes out of his mouth. The bald devil turns around and says with a smile, "What now?" He rushes towards the girl and shouts for her not to run away, but to come to him. The girl holds a fighting stance with a sword. He looks at her in rage. He squeezes his sword and shouts like this. Yellow Evil deftly knocks the blade out of her hands. The girl is shocked to see blood on her hand. She is frightened and tries to understand what to do. Opposite her is a huge silhouette of an enemy who stretches his hands towards her. She closes her eyes and declares that she would rather die. Behind them, a fighter flies high in the air. A strong blow occurs. She closes her eyes. The girl opens them. She is shocked to see Yellow Evil, who holds his hand a couple of centimeters from her. The protagonist with a spear stands against the background of the chopped body of the enemy. He looks forward. The girl sees him embarrassed. She falls to her knees tiredly. The protagonist turns around and understands that, apparently, they are in trouble. The protagonist with the spear stands next to his teammate and realizes that if he wastes any more time, the squad members will take too much damage. He turns to the heroine and tells them to help the wounded. He rushes forward, realizing that he needs to end this quickly. The protagonist runs past the battles. Guan fights the enemy with a serious face. Blue Evil looks at the enemy and assumes that the guy will defeat him. The protagonist with a spear runs forward, realizing that for him this will be a good experience. He begins to spin around himself, realizing that if so, his goal will be. White Evil is shown in the frame. He looks away and thinks about the thirst for murder. He gets closer to the enemy and thinks about killing White Evil. The villain looks ahead in shock. He lies among the broken boards. He begins to rise. He asks in rage who dared to do this. The blade flies towards him. The villain deftly dodges. He sighs in pain. White Evil screams in rage who dared to do this. The bloody villain raises his hands and promises that he will send him straight to Buddha. Suddenly, he feels cuts all over his body. The protagonist frowns and tells him to shut up. He delivers a powerful blow with his spear. The spear cuts through White Evil's head. The protagonist stands calmly next to the defeated enemy. Blue Evil looks down with a severed body part. He falls face down on the ground. In front of him stands a fighter with a sword. Guan smiles seeing this. The protagonist with the spear looks at him and thinks that this is how it is. On the blue background, it says about a mountain that is known as the Mountain of 100,000. In the frame, a beautiful river in the middle of forests and mountains, it is said that there are two reasons for such a name. The first is that there are almost 100,000 participants in the demonic cult, and the second is that the mountain range consists of approximately that many peaks. The frame shows cliffs. It is explained that one of all these peaks rises above the rest. In the picture is a high mountain. It is said that it is known as Jinkish, which touches the sky. In the frame are footprints in the snow. It is explained that there are strong frosty winds throughout the year, and wherever you look, everything is covered in snow. The picture shows snowy expanses. It is said that this makes the place extremely cold. A foot steps on the snow. The hero walks forward. It is said that an ordinary martial arts practitioner cannot even come close. Only those who are at the level of immunity to cold and heat can conquer the place. The picture shows high mountains. It is explained that in the demonic cult there are at most 500 of them, and they also do not dare to climb this mountain because of its other name. In the frame, the name is the peak of the greatness of the holy demon. The old man walks along the rocks. It is explained that there is a place where God lives, the heavenly palace. He climbs the steps to a huge gate. It is said that this is the place where the leader of the cult, the holy demon Chun, is located. The doors begin to open. In the frame, Guanchuk, it is said that he is the main strategist, one of the demonic masters, the brain of the absolute holy demon. A man in blue robes stands in front of another gate. He examines his clothes and reaches into his pocket. Chun begins to cough. The doors open and someone says to come in. A servant with a covered face states that he is ordering them to come in. An old man walks down the hallway and says that a long time has passed, a flower of the dark night. A dark hallway is visible in the frame. He goes further. He walks past huge wooden pillars. The frame shows how everything is inside. A mysterious silhouette is hidden behind a curtain. He clarifies what brought the chief strategist to him. Wooden pillars are visible in the picture. A man in blue robes bows and states that he has urgent news. The ruler on the throne states that the interlocutor knows very well that he highly values his abilities and loyalty, and as a result, over the past years, he has allowed him to take care of important things. The bearded man says that he comes with news that requires his participation, specifying what it is. Guanchuk bows and states that it is related to the young lady. The doors open slightly. The scene shows a dark-haired girl, stating that the young mistress is currently a student in the Hidden Demon Cave, undergoing real-world training as the leader of the second Hidden Demon Squad. Guanchuk looks down and explains that the ruler explained that the position of vice leader is not given based on birth, but is awarded based on skill and ability. The mysterious leader places his hand on the throne and says that this is correct. He looks towards him and asks what he wants to say. Guanchuk looks at him and states that the young mistress is in danger. The assistant watches the high-sitting ruler, who states that even forgetting that she is his daughter, she is still quite capable. Through the curtain, he explains that he also heard that she was second in the hidden demon cave in the test, wondering if this task could be dangerous for her. Guanchuk, looking at the leader, says that the tasks entrusted to the squads of hidden demons are not easy, but these are still tasks after which even in the worst cases the participants should return without problems. In the frame, a group of people in the middle of the forest, it is said that the task entrusted to the young lady and the second squad is to eliminate the 9 vices of death. The ruler, sitting on the throne, says that he heard about them and they are not those who are worthy of being remembered by them. Guanchuk stands opposite and states that they are 9 disciples raised by one of the elders of the sinful demons of heaven, and their master was formidable, but died 8 years ago and will not be able to compete. The leader looks at his ward and clarifies what the problem is then. Guanchuk, watching the ruler, asks if he knows about the man-eating blade from the Green Mountain. The ruler looks at him and replies that he heard about it, but is not firmly sure about it. Guanchuk says with a serious expression that he is a strong martial arts practitioner at the level of a great demon, and even in the cult there are not many disciples who can fight on equal terms with him. The leader looks at him and clarifies that isn't he a mountain bandit, because the city is 100 miles from where she is on a mission. Worried, Guanchuk hears the question that he has lost power over his people, came to another city and made his minions out of the 9 vices of death. He replies that everything is correct. The assistant looks at the ruler and hears the question where the young lady is now. He replies that she should be near Korla at the moment. The frame shows a fierce fighter with a scar. It is said that the Green Mountain man-eating blade is a strong fighter, and if they send the wrong ones, they will be killed. The ruler sitting on the throne states that they can't just go and send one of the demonic masters or the king to do all the work. Guanchuk looks up and states that there have been many suspicious activities inside, and sending them to help the lady who has already become the deputy will only give them a chance to attack. The ruler listens silently. The assistant holds up a paper and says that he has a suggestion. The first squad is returning earlier than expected. The fighters with weapons and cloaks walk through the forest. It is explained that now they must cross Aksu, and if they leave now they will arrive in Korla in 4 days. The leader with a serious look clarifies if he really thinks that the young lady will live to see that time. Guanchuk looks at him and states that half of the 9 death vices have been killed and the cannibal blade is tracking her, but she is in the second squad group and fortunately they kept their distance from it, so 4 days should be enough. The protagonist walks forward. It is explained that the first squad team of the hidden demon is heading to Korla. Guanchuk bows. The hooded man asks if the cannibal is strong enough. The old man sits across from him and says that it doesn't matter if he succeeds, because he's only doing it because he wants to. The cloaked stranger gets up from his chair and objects. He looks at the old man in shock. He clenches his fist and wonders what kind of powerful force has bound his entire body. The old man puts his finger to his mouth and says that there's no need to worry, because he hasn't forgotten about the deal. He says with a grin that besides, killing a girl is a big deal, and what's important is that she's not a pawn or a knight, but a king. The stranger looks at him and hears him ask if he's right, saying that it made him remember the man's identity. The old man smiles and explains that this friendly-looking man is one of the 10 demonic masters of the cult. The cloaked man is enveloped in energy, and he understands that he is also an unconditional master, one of the top 3 among them. The old man sits across from him and asks to see what he brought for the deal. The stranger sits at the table. He holds a small bottle of potion in his hands. He holds it out and says here. The old man asks with a grin if this is it. The surprised stranger hears the question if he is sure that the potion is as effective as he says. The stranger only smiles in response. The picture shows a warrior. A hooded man explains that this poison killed the greatest spearman in the world 10 years ago. The old man asks with a grin that he really was a strong guy, but how can he be compared to the leader of a cult? The stranger, grinning, asks to listen. He holds his hand near the poison and says that it is not the same as it was 10 years ago, because after the spear master died. The old man examines the flask and hears that the stranger spent all 10 years improving it. He squeezes it with a grin and says very well. The hooded stranger sits opposite and says that he fulfilled his part of the deal, so the interlocutor should not forget his. The old man smiles and says that there is no need to worry because he will make him the leader of the cult and keep his promise to the cult, and he will keep his. He sits opposite the stranger and laughs. The frame shows the lady standing in the rain. She and other fighters are sitting in a cave. It was raining. Drops were falling on the trees. People were flying across the sky. Suddenly, a question was heard to the leader, where they are heading. The guy turned his head and added why they are in such a hurry since he received that message. The hero looked askance to the side and answered that they are moving towards Korla. Splashes flew apart when the young man shouted Korla. The 3 were flying forward, when someone thought, the Green Mountain Ogre Blade. A portal was visible between the trees. The lady cowered and thought, she never thought she would meet him here. They almost figured out the 9 vices of death. She frowned and continued her thought, but who could have known that they were minions of the Green Mountain Ogre Blade? The fog was spreading on the ground when the girl thought, they are not his equal. To resist him, They must reach the level of a great demon. Then she turned her head and saw 1G fall. The heroine jumped and asked, "Is he okay?" Then she walked up to the guy when he muttered, "Squad leader." The red-eyed girl gritted her teeth and thought, if only she practiced the dark flower and red spirit more, and said, "Just a little more, help should be on the way." She picked the hero up from the ground and asked if he could go. They headed forward when someone thought, and he kept thinking, where are they going? And here it is. The brunette opened her eyes wide, looking ahead. Someone looked down on them as Aeon asked how he got here so quickly. The man stood on the cliff and laughed. He took a step forward as the lady thought, the 9 vices of death and the Green Mountain Ogre blade. The heroes looked at each other as one of them spoke, looking at their states. The lady frowned and opened her mouth. The green-eyed man frowned at her and said, he sees that it was wise to ride the horses through shortcuts. The red-eyed woman gritted her teeth and began to think. She thought that they had broken away from him 3 days ago. Help would come when it did. Then the heroine looked away and continued her thought. If their message was received on time, then reinforcements should be somewhere nearby. But they don't know where they are. They must be looking for them somewhere in the area. Looking up, she thought that she needed to buy time. They should arrive in 2 hours. The girl looked away. There were people behind her. When she thought everyone was at their limit, she was not sure they would last 2 hours, even if the whole squad fought to the end. The red-eyed girl frowned and continued her thought, and if that was the case, she needed to buy time. Suddenly she spread her fingers and added, on her own, and they shouted after her, the leader of the squad. Aeon made a dash. The man looked at her in fear. The brunette came closer to the cliff. The green-eyed man frowned and asked, HM? The lady put out her sword and offered to decide everything one-on-one. Looking at her, the hero asked what? Gritting her teeth, the girl answered, he is deaf, she said, let's decide everything one-on-one. What, are you scared? The brunette opened his mouth wide and laughed, shouting, let them just look at this brat begging for a dying wish. Then he took a step forward and added, okay, he will take care of it, when suddenly someone told him to stop. The bearded man turned around and saw the bald man, who added, he will let him take care of this trash. She is the leader of the demonic cult squad that killed 5 of his brothers. Red Evil frowned and said that he wants to deal with her personally. The green-eyed man grinned and replied, okay, but let her live, it has been a while since he last had fun with a woman. The lady looked up and thought, anyway, everything is as she wanted, now she just needs to buy herself some time. The hero jumped off the cliff. He frowned. The girl looked away. The bald man swung and shouted, how dare she look anywhere else? The brunette swung her sword. Red Evil opened his eyes wide and was surprised. There was a battle going on between them when the lady thought, defeating the first vice of death is not a problem. The red-eyed one looked ahead and continued her thought, but she should not attack him. The opponent swung and shouted, she, a bitch, and she thought, if she finishes him. Looking sideways, she added, the blade of the cannibal will be next. Green-eyed looked at her, his mouth open, when she continued thinking, and if this happens, she will not be able to hold out for a minute, let alone an hour. The hero got angry and shouted, she, a little fidgety bitch. Then he threw his weapon. The blade stuck in the ground. It stuck out between the opponents. The girl stopped. The bald man turned around and asked the gentleman what this meant, to which he replied, step back, he cannot defeat her. The man raised his hand and asked what he was talking about. The brunette opened his mouth wide and shouted, he's an idiot, he still hasn't noticed, she's never tried to attack him, she's trying to buy time. The heroine gritted her teeth and thought, damn, he figured it out so quickly. The bearded man smiled and sat down, unlike him, greedily gasping for air. Her breathing is measured, she's not tired at all. Suddenly he grabbed the handle. Then he took out his sword and said, oh, she's a little sly, what a cute turkey she's got. The red-eyed one looked up silently. The man held the weapon in his hand. The lady gritted her teeth when he said, so it all came down to this. The girl also held the sword and thought, and she didn't even manage to buy enough time, the blade of the Green Mountain Ogre, she didn't even imagine that he would notice so quickly. She was upset and continued to think that now if she revealed her identity, even he would not dare to touch the daughter of the moon-cutting saint demon. But, remembering the brown-eyed man, she continued with the deputy leader of the cult is subject to strict evaluation and is selected based on ability. The brunette closed her eyes and thought, no, if she wanted to be recognized, she should not rely on her father's influence. She took a step forward and added, and get out of here on her own. The ogre made a dash and shouted, he could directly hear her brain going through a bunch of insignificant tricks to survive. He began to swing his sword. The girl dodged the blows. She held the sword tightly in her hands. Aeon ran forward and thought, feeling like her hands were about to explode. Then she stopped and continued to think, if only she had studied the middle link of the Saint Demon cult. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. The man moved forward. He put out his fist. Then he swung at the heroine. A bright flash blinded the brunette. She lost her balance and fell. There was terror in her eyes. The man held the weapon tightly. The long-haired man landed on his feet. There was blood on the lady's face. Walking up to her, the ogre said, "Quite good abilities for such a small thing like her." The red-eyed girl frowned and thought, now is her time to worry about her body. Lying on the ground, she held her sword up. The green-eyed man smiled maliciously and said that her fluttering was over. They looked at each other. The girl gritted her teeth and thought, even if she risked damaging her internal organs due to the incompleteness of her internal strength, she needed to use the dark flower and red spirit, even if she died in the end. Fog covered the rock. Spears rushed forward. The man turned his head. Then he dodged the weapons flying at him. Someone appeared in the sky. The heroine raised her head and thought, a bird, no, it's a man. The blue-haired man was flying to save the lady. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. A cloud of dust appeared in front of the brunette. The bearded man looked to the side and asked, "What the hell is this?" The protagonist came out of the fog. He opened his face and asked, "Is this the Green Mountain Cannibal Blade?" Looking at the spear, the hero thought, the shape of the turtle's head is the head of the nine-ring turtle duel. This one with rings is not ordinary. The brunette cowered and asked who he was. They stood opposite each other. The protagonist turned his head. Then he shouted loudly, "The first squad of the hidden demon." People appeared on the cliff. Then they began to jump down when the guy ordered all the members to go down into the canyon and protect the second squad of the hidden demon, and they shouted, "Yes, sir." Un frowned mysteriously. The girl raised her head and called the 900th. He raised his hand. And turning his back, he told her to stay behind, because he was here to help. The brunette opened her mouth and screamed, "What is he talking about? After all, the Green Mountain Man-Eating Blade is a great demon-level martial artist." She moved forward and said that he can't fight him alone. A spear flashed in front of the heroine's face, and then froze in the air. The protagonist turned away and said to stay behind, because fighting a wounded man would only hinder him. Aeon looked at the protagonist, and thought that she barely saw the movement of his spear. Were the movements of the 900th really that fast? Her eyes widened in surprise. She looked at his shoulder. There was fog above the cliff. The young man frowned and thought, it's good that he took off his bracelets in advance, because the Green Mountain Man-Eating Blade is not an easy opponent. He narrowed his eyes and thought that he shouldn't take off the bracelets on his legs unless there was an emergency. The man bared his teeth and asked if he was also a cult dog. Un chuckled and replied that calling him a cult dog only made himself more insignificant. The brunette froze in place and asked what. At that moment, the young man jumped up. And after delivering a blow, he asked what he should call the one the dog was hunting. He chuckled and added, was he really implying that he was worse than the dog? The men stood resisting each other. The brunette frowned and thought, strange, was he wearing those clothes? The protagonist began to advance. At that moment, he smiled. The cloak fluttered in the wind. The man looked away. The cloak approached his throat, and his head was cut off. The protagonist chuckled. The headless body swayed. The brunette threw his head back and thought, what is this? It seemed to him that his neck had just been cut. He tried to cut the enemy, but he evaporated. The young man chuckled and thought, it worked. The use of the intimidation chi he learned in the battle against the Black Devil. The skill of suppressing the intimidation chi in the form of a thin robe instead of emitting it completely. The opponents were opposite each other. The boy crouched. And then he swung his spear and used the intimidating robe. The man frowned and shouted, how dare he look at anything other than him? The hero swung. The opponents approached to attack. The protagonist struck. He frowned and thought that it was a destructive attack. The brunette smiled widely and exclaimed that he must be amazed that he blocked it. It seems like he knows a few tricks. Un swung his spear and asked if he didn't hear him. He was so stupid and treated himself worse than a dog. The green-eyed man frowned and shouted that he was a little bastard. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that there were a couple of things he learned from the attack. 1. His chi energy was very dirty. That's why he used the head of the 9-ring Dao turtle that has rings. 2. He is a more complete martial artist than the Black Devil. The man rushed forward and raised his weapon to attack. The young man raised his spear and thought that he had an advantage in short bursts of explosive force, and finally, despite all this, he was strong. The guy closed one eye. The opponents rushed towards each other. The sword cut through the air, and the protagonist thought that this sword aura was not at all comparable to the chi of the spear. He gripped his spear tighter and rushed towards the enemy. A blow came flying at him from above. The youth gritted his teeth and thought that the enemy's chi was many times greater than his. The brunette looked at him and said that he was a little bastard, but he was good enough for his age. But he should blame his mouth for such impudence. And then he brought down his blow and raised his spear up, trying to defend himself. He looked up. Dust rose. The sword hit the ground. The hero gritted his teeth. The protagonist straightened up. He shifted from foot to foot and thought that his legs with bracelets seemed so heavy. He grinned and thought that he should hold on a little longer, and he broke away. The brunette grinned. He raised his hand to strike and asked how much longer he could hold on. The opponents were approaching each other. The protagonist ran with the spear in his hands. He frowned, thinking that he had fallen for it. The weapon in his hands glowed, and he used the divine spear of the end of night. The man watched this. The green-eyed man frowned and thought that his rain of blades was folding in on itself. Looking at the spear, he thought that it was moving through the gaps. The glow was approaching the hero. Unheld his weapon tightly. He gritted his teeth. The brunette grinned and thought that he was really good. Then he began to wave his arms in the air. He grinned and used a wall of blades. The two energies clashed. The youth was approaching the ball of power. He frowned and used the rain of star destruction. Blue smoke began to spread from it. The girl watched this with interest. She gritted her teeth and called the 900th. The wall of blades protected the hero. The ball increased in size. The man chuckled and said that this was an impressive form. But this demon cult bastard had not yet learned the true art. The protagonist frowned and directed an attack at the enemy. As he rose into the air, he thought that the blade's aura was mainly in them, and he was bathing us using his chi. The energy approached the protagonist. He swung his spear. It approached the enemy's strength. But he could not pierce it. The young man frowned and thought that this was black iron with a flame pattern. Should he restrain it using the divine spear of the end of the night? Then he lunged again. Closing one eye, the protagonist thought that the divine spear of the end of the night pierced the rain of blades, but was blocked by his peaceful blade. On the other hand, the art of 6 seals and destruction broke through his wall of blades, but could not break through the rain of blades. The energy retreated to the side. The spear in his hand twitched, and the protagonist thought it was a terrifying dilemma. The man rushed towards him. He raised his head and said laughingly that he would soon finish him off. Raised his head and thought that he had to make a choice, the end of the night or the 6 seals, or should he remove the ankle bracelets? The green-eyed man threw a punch. The youth parried it. He frowned and thought, the end of the night or the 6 seals? His eyes widened in surprise. He opened his mouth and thought, why not both at once? The fish swam, the turtle stood, the divine spear of the end of the night, the stream that contains power, and the art of the 6 seals, the power that can shatter a hard shell. The young man froze and thought, so why can't he use both at once? He raised his head. Shelves of books hovered around him. Looking around, he thought, the dark flower method and the complete method of tempered orthodox chi. Reaching out for the book, the young man thought of adding the dark flower method to the completed method and balancing out the flaws with the knowledge from those manuals he had looked at in the Demon Sea Divine Storage. He then clasped his hands together. A sphere appeared between them and thought that this was how he had created the tempered true blossom. Looking down, the protagonist thought, what about the end of the night and the art of the 6 seals? Wasn't this his goal, mixing these two arts? He kept putting it off because he hadn't fully grasped either of them. A drop of blood trickled down his forehead. The young man froze and wondered if he should stop. Holding the weapon in front of him, thought that mixing two incomplete arts would be akin to a reverse explosion. He tried to straighten his shoulders and thought that this should be a logical conclusion, so why was his body already moving? The blue-haired man turned his head. The hero put a knife to his head and asked him what he was thinking. His eyes widened and he thought something had changed in the boy. A flash was reflected in his eyes. A body with a bright flash flew to the ground. The girl raised her head and asked what the light illuminated the trees. A huge creature appeared. It waved its tail. There were traces of its body on the ground. Smoke rose above the forest. The protagonist opened his mouth and prepared to attack. The man dodged the blow. Aeon watched this and thought how removing 2 bracelets could make him so strong, or was there more? He didn't stand a chance against the man-eating blade. The 900th had some problems, but he fought him on equal terms. How much he had grown since they left the cult. The man was kneeling. The brunette chuckled and thought that she and Dicky thought on was amazing, but when they were about the same level during the battle between life and death. But at that moment, she raised her head in alarm and thought that if she fought him now, she would definitely lose. She smiled and said that the 900th was incredible. The smoke continued to rise. The protagonist stood and raised his hands. He saw only the blurry outlines of his hands and wondered how he did it. He clenched his hand into a fist, and then unclenched it. Gritting his teeth, he looked at his bloody hand. He raised his head and wondered if he had really done this. The enemy's body was smeared on the ground. The young man examined him and thought that it seemed like he had found his way. At that moment, his legs gave way, and he squatted down. Lowering his head, the guy thought that a long time had passed since he had received such injuries. Putting his hand on his knee, the blue-haired man said that this was common before his reincarnation. He dipped his finger in the medicine and began to smear it on the wound. The protagonist raised his hand and said that if it were at that time, no idiotic Green Mountain man-eating blade would be able to leave a scratch on him. He turned his head when he heard footsteps. The girl smiled and said that she could help him with the places he couldn't reach. She began to wave the medicine on the protagonist's back. Aeon gritted her teeth and wondered if he really didn't let go of his spear even after receiving such wounds, each one so deep. What kind of damaging force? She frowned and thought that this was most likely why he managed to defeat the man-eating blade. What would happen when he took off all his bracelets? She continued to smear the stranger's back. The brown-eyed girl looked away and thought that she would not even think about it. Such thoughts only made her more pathetic. The protagonist held on in pain. The bloody bandages fell to the ground. The heroine folded her arms across her chest and said that everything was ready and asked if they were now even. The blue-haired man looked at her with disdain and said that everything was correct. The girl asked what. He took the cape from the guy's hands. Turning around, he asked what she meant by, they were even. He was almost sure that she was now in his debt. The brown-eyed girl frowned. The protagonist began to massage his shoulder and said that he would explain everything now. Then he threw on the cape. And turning around, he said that she did not let him win in the fight between life and death. The young man frowned and said that she simply gave up because she was sure of victory, and if she did not like something, they could settle it right now. His eyes lit up. The brunette looked at him and asked what. Blue Eyes put his spear on her shoulder and told her not to act like a child. If she was going to become a martial arts practitioner, she should finally grow up, and if she was expecting someone to babysit her, she shouldn't even try to be a practitioner. Aeon frowned and asked what that meant. She looked at the protagonist with anger. He turned away and said that she looked like a spoiled child. The two passed by the girl. The protagonist asked what happened to the 9 vices. The brunette answered that they dealt with them while he was fighting the man-eating blade. An sighed heavily and thought that this advice was unnecessary, because given her talent, she could become his enemy in the cult. The heroine stuck out her tongue. The blue-haired man rubbed the bridge of his nose and thought that he simply could not hold back seeing how she behaved like a pampered child, pretending to be an adult with such talent. Then he waved his hand and ordered the first squad of the hidden demon to collect the heads of the 9 vices and the man-eating blade, and they returned to the holy mountain. He thought to himself that as payment for the advice, they would appropriate all the laurels. Clouds floated across the sky. Perio took the object in his hand. The brunette spread his hands and said that he knew that and loved to train, but how about a little rest? The blue-eyed man lowered his head and replied that it was always worthwhile to seal yourself, even in extreme situations, only if your life was not on the brink of death. He raised his head and added that then, even in the worst possible circumstances, he would not make the excuse that his body was not in proper condition. Guan opened his mouth and said that he understood. A girl approached them and said that all preparations were complete. The protagonist turned and shouted that they were returning to the cult. The man turned his head. The young man looked at the setting sun and thought that they would arrive tomorrow. Raising his head, he thought that with such results from training, he should be able to obtain a good rank in the holy demon cult. Closing his eyes, he thought that if so, it probably would not harm the main goal. He imagined the connections and thought that in fact, the entire Orthodox martial arts society was the target of his revenge. The noble families, houses and elite sects, maybe not all of them, but the task did not change much. Imagining the 2 circles, he thought that anyway, he could not handle everything alone, he would need the power of the holy demon cult. The guy scratched his chin and thought that if he was going to use the power of the entire cult, not just a part of it, just a certain rank was not enough, he could aim for the position of the chief strategist if he was smart enough, but he knew very well that he was simply not suitable for it. People were walking through the forest. They looked around. The blue-haired man looked away and guessed that perhaps his option was the Demon King, although no, despite the fact that there were only 30 of them in the entire cult, even they had limited access to the cult's resources. 10 demon masters were not that different either. Leaves were falling from the trees. Unfrowned and thought that in that case, the cult leader is the only way. The girl turned and looked at him, and smiled nervously. The blue-eyed man looked at her and thought that he should start the horde with the deputy leader, and he will get rid of everyone who gets in his way. The man looked at the group of people and said that it was a good job even though he saw the wounded, especially in the second squad. The brunette looked up and was surprised that it was the senior instructor. The brown-eyed man folded his arms over his chest. The girl gritted her teeth looking at him. The hero chuckled and said that in any case, it looks like they coped with their tasks. He rolled his eyes. The main character approached him. The two looked at him. The man frowned and thought, amazing, he is not in fashion at all. Feeling the chi of the 900th, this is enough to understand how much he has grown. Half a year of training in the real world and he has become stronger. He smiled, looking at the protagonist, and he reported that number 900, the leader of the first squad of the hidden demon, returned from a mission. The young man looked at him intently. The man chuckled and said that he congratulated him again on his return, and thought to himself that he heard that he defeated the man-eating blade from the Green Mountain, but he was definitely a cultivator at the level of the great demon. Stretching out his hand, he thought that this time in the cave of hidden demons, they raised an incredible monster, beyond all their expectations. After examining all the warriors, he said that when they returned to the cult, they would assign them to a new place, they could rest there, they no longer needed to return to the cave of hidden demons. Everyone began to exchange glances and smile. The brunette chuckled and added that from now on, they are no longer disciples of the cave of hidden demons, but proud members of the demonic cult who will lead the next generation. They can be proud of themselves. The people were looking forward when someone said that they would gather them again as soon as the third squad returned, so let them have a good rest in the new place. The stick was hanging from the ceiling when 5 days had passed. The young man silently poked it at the ceiling. Then he lowered it. Wiping the blade, he thought, it was time to look back. The tip twisted by the cannibal coin could simply be reforged. Looking at the stick, the boy continued his thought, but the black iron with a flame pattern was damaged due to his lack of skill. The brunette frowned when he thought hard. Standing in front of the hero, the protagonist thought, he had imagined the battle with the cannibal blade many times, but he had never been able to defeat it easily. Remembering the past, he thought, out of 10, he lost 7. He was wounded and kneeling when he thought, 3 victories ended in catastrophic losses. These victories cost him at least an arm, or a leg. The blue-haired man hunched over and continued to think about how lucky he was in the real battle, but replaying it all in his head paid off. He suddenly opened his eyes wide and thought, he began to remember the movements from the technique he used that day. The protagonist performed a magical strike. Everything around caught fire. The creature looked terrifying. Sitting on the floor, unclosed his eyes and thought, but this is not enough, stronger, he must become much stronger. Someone appeared behind him. 5 days later, a voice was heard among the mountains. The peak they were currently climbing was called the Saint Demon Peak of Greatness. People followed the man who said, as they all already knew, at the top of it was the Heavenly Palace. The brunette turned around and added, let them be proud of themselves, few were lucky enough to get into the Heavenly Palace at their age. The people began to run, when one of them shouted that along the way he would teach them the rules of the palace, so listen carefully. It was snowing. Walking forward, the boy thought he couldn't believe it. He narrowed his eyes and added, the 900th returned before him. Then he turned his head and continued his thought. Not only did he complete his mission first, he also successfully helped the second squad. The 3 of them were moving forward when one of them thought, is this even possible for such a pathetic 900th? The brunette frowned and thought, he, Dalmuji, and he is sure that he has the innate talents of the Miao warriors. He proved that he is the best in the cave of hidden demons. He lost to the 17th, but only because he relaxed. He is sure that he will not lose again. Looking to the side, the youth added, he planned to prove that he is the best on a mission in the real world, so he returned first and even took care of the second squad's mission. The brown-eyed man gritted his teeth and thought, arrogant asshole, he is only the 900th. The protagonist rushed forward. Suddenly, he smiled and thought, interesting. Holding his hand behind his back, he continued his thought. He didn't even think that anyone other than Aeon would show hostility towards him. He ignored the 109th who lost to Guan. The blue-eyed man knitted his brows and added, he should probably seize the moment and take care of him. As he walked up the stairs, the hero shouted to behave appropriately. The long-haired man turned around and added, this is the Heavenly Palace. People entered the gate. There was a long corridor in front of them. The 2 looked around in surprise. There were many people standing on the sides. They carefully looked at the people who entered. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought, it seems that they are cultivators equal in level to San, great demons. There was a weapon hanging on his back as he wondered why all the great demons were here. The brunette bent down. Suddenly, he fell to his knees. Everyone watched him silently. The youth opened his eyes wide and was surprised. After which the leader opened his mouth wide and shouted, long life to the cult, long live the immortal holy demon, he bows down to all demons. Shin-haired frowned and wondered what was going on. Then San stood up. There were many people around. The heroes walked one after another. They looked at each other and asked what was going on, what was the matter. Turned his head and looked at Aeon. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows. The protagonist turned around when someone said that he was glad to welcome them all. From afar, someone added, he thinks he can omit. Sitting on the throne, the man asked, introduction. Words of greeting could be heard from the great building. The man sat with his head resting on his hand. Looked ahead with a frown, thinking how he could not notice his presence until now. Now it was clear why he was considered the greatest in the world. He looked at the figure above, thinking that it meant that there was such a difference in level that if the demon saint did not allow it, no one would even notice him. Chun touched his beard and said that they would begin. Like a spark, the thought of what an overwhelming presence appeared. This was what the Gemini Star Demon and Moon-splitting Saint Demon were like. The hero imagined the man holding a spear, and thought that even his previous master had only achieved the title of the best spearman in the world. But this was a level that could not be reached without divine talent. Looking ahead carefully, thought that here he was, Moon-splitting Saint Demon Chun. The man looked down, saying that he heard that it wasn't without difficulty, but all the missions were successfully completed by them. Stood next to the others. The guys on the right were smiling. Ian looked focused. Words were heard from among the pillars that this would lead to a discussion about the rewards for all their achievements, so those who were proud of the work they had done could also proudly accept the reward. The girl raised her eyebrows in alarm. Her fingers clenched into a fist. Chun looked down silently. He closed his eyes, saying that they would finish the introductions and get down to business, starting with the punishments. The man furrowed his brows and called for the second hidden demon squad. The girl's eyes widened. She and the other squad members fell to their knees and said that they were awaiting orders from the leader. The man opened his mouth, saying that not only had they failed the mission, but they had also received help from another squad. Ayan's eyes widened. Then she closed her eyes, hearing that it reflected their lack of skills. Did they agree with him? The figure towered over the bowed girl. Those standing on the steps heard the question of whether they agreed. The heroine bit her lip until it bled. Bowing, she said that they agreed. Chun stood with his hands behind his back and said that he should give them a punishment then. He waved his hand, saying that he was ordering the leader and the members of the second hidden demon squad to spend half a year in closed training in the Valley of 1,000 Souls. Resting on her palms, the girl agreed. Looking at those standing below, the leader said that these were punishments. Now it was time for rewards. A blade was sticking out from the cloth. The man with brown eyes looked at him. The boys knelt down, hearing that the first and third hidden demon squads should listen, and replied that they were waiting for his orders. Waving his hand, Chun said that they had completed their missions flawlessly and had proven that they were the exclusive strike forces of the Holy Demon Cult. An looked forward as he heard that as a result of this, he was announcing the promotion of the first hidden demon squad to the Scorching Dragon squad. The brunette chuckled as he heard that the third hidden demon squad had been promoted to the White Ape squad. The figure standing on the steps heard him say that these were 2 of the 12 support squads that guarded their cult. They should take this seriously. He believed that they would strive for the good of the cult. The man glanced down, saying that if anyone had any objections to his decision, they should stand up and speak out. The man hit his chest, saying that they acknowledged the abilities of the 2 hidden demon squads. The man with the scar on his face exclaimed that he thought that promoting them to one of the 12 support squads was unnecessary. After all, they were the elite forces of their cult, each member of which was at least a demon captain. It was possible for those who had just finished training in the hidden demon cave. The group of people stood in a row. The man continued that also all the leaders of the 12 support squads were great demon rank. The leaders of the first and third hidden demon squads did not have the required rank. An let out a tired sigh, hearing that they were worried that an important position in the cult would be undermined by the recklessness of the younger generation. The leader looked down, saying that he understood the reason for their concern. The great demon rank is a position limited to a certain number, so there are only 300 of them in the cult. Miu looked to the left, hearing that this value is unchanged unless there is a shortage in ranks. A finger was raised, saying that due to this at the moment. The leader raised his finger and said that he would allow the leaders of the first and third squads to fight for the rank of Great Demon. The men looked at him in shock. The boys in brown cloaks stood nearby, and the words could be heard that the battle would take place here and now. The squad leaders would each choose a Great Demon to fight. The man narrowed his eyes, thinking that this was great. He had been given the chance so quickly. He would show what he, Dalmaji, was made of. The man standing on the platform sighed. He looked to the side with a sly smile, thinking that it was convenient that all the great demons were gathered here now. He looked at the group of people on the steps and thought that the original purpose of the hidden demon cave, the change of generations of the holy demon cult. An looked ahead tensely, thinking that he did not expect such amazing calculation from the holy demon, but on the other hand, this was the perfect opportunity for him. He turned his gaze to the side, thinking that he would take a look. There were various men standing on the steps. He looked at the figures, until he noticed one of them. The man smiled. Looking forward, An said that he had chosen his opponent. He flexed his fingers. Looking to the side, he prepared to say who it would be. An pointed his finger and said that his opponent would be him. He pointed at the man and said that this was the Flying Blades pursuing ghost, Lord Nungso. The opponent frowned, thinking that out of all the great demons gathered here, he had decided that he was the weakest. He gritted his teeth and cursed. The hero held the bundle behind his back, thinking that he would rather fight someone stronger, but not in this situation. A glow surrounded his body. Holding the weapon in his hand, the boy thought that there was no need to reveal his true capabilities in front of all these martial artists, for now he should only focus on reaching the rank of a great demon. The man walked out, standing in front of him. He put his hands behind his back, saying that he would show him now. Nungso took out 2 blades, continuing how vast the world was. An chuckled. The enemy was angry when he saw this. He frowned and put his hands behind his back and heard a request to wait. He looked to the side. The man raised a finger. An was holding a bundle. Chun caught the handle. It was telekinesis. The man was holding a spear. Looking forward, he said that he remembered he had another merit related to helping the second squad on their mission. He should reward him with a weapon. He waved his hand. The tip of the blade was black. Blowing on his fingers, the leader said that it would do for now. An looked at it in surprise, thinking, that's it, black iron with a pattern of flames with bare hands? The leader threw the spear down and ordered them to continue the battle. The weapon flew quickly. It pierced the ground next to the hero. An thought that he had thrown the spear only with telekinesis, and it had penetrated halfway. Holding the handle with his fingers, he thought that the holy demon was full of surprises. Pulled his hand back, thinking that now, how should he deal with this? Hands, thinking that Nungso was essentially a level weaker than the Green Mountain Ogre blade. Holding his shoulder, he decided that one weight should be enough. The boy swung the weapon. 2 beams flashed near the enemy. Sparks flew from the collision of the weapons. Unmoved quickly, Nungso opened his mouth wide and screamed. His movement left bright traces. The boy looked at him carefully, and then jumped to the side, thinking that fast and inconsistent attacks, taking into account the characteristics of flying blades. The hero jumped back, thinking about keeping his distance. It was simple, as he thought. The attack injured the hero's cheek. Rushing forward, he thought that there was no need to intimidate the sheep. Nungso moved the weapon in a circle, swung the long white ribbons, and quickly moved forward. Sparks of attacks flashed nearby. The gathered figures watched the battle. The men looked shocked, thinking that at such a young age he was dangerous. Looked forward. Nungso held the blades and thought that he clearly understood the weaknesses of his flying blades and only used simple movements, nothing more. The guy's eyes were shining. The man thought that at the same time he was demonstrating such precision. The heel drove the foot into the ground. Cracks appeared around. The hero hit the enemy in the stomach. Blood gushed out of the man's mouth. Ayan watched the battle and thought that the gap between her and 900 became wider again. She winced, thinking that this time only 10 days had passed. It was getting wider and wider. The girl frowned, thinking that after half a year in the Valley of 1,000 Souls, she could no longer afford to lose. Bright thorns flew forward. They surrounded the hero. Nungso frowned and cursed, calling him names. Whirlwinds swirled around the man. They spread out like luminous ribbons. Dust rose from the explosion. Flash of the explosion. Dust flew in all directions. The sword stuck into the ground. Stood in a cloud of smoke. Pointing the tip of the blade at the enemy, he asked if he had anything to say. Nungso closed one eye and said that he admitted defeat. The hero raised his spear. He closed his eyes and then exhaled. A smile appeared on his lips. The boy thought that he had received the rank of a great demon in front of the holy demon. This was great. The hero thought that a rank that was either too high nor too low. In order to become a deputy leader, he needed both skills and an exemplary contribution to the cult. He could make a contribution, and now he had demonstrated his skills. The leader looked down at him. Chun chuckled, saying that he had become a great demon at such a young age, and congratulated him. The boy bowed, saying words of gratitude. The man looked away. He looked up and said that he also had the right to fight for the rank of a great demon. Who would he fight? Dalmaji chuckled and asked if he was allowed to choose any of the great demons present here. The man standing on the platform confirmed. People were standing on the steps. He said that no great demon would be an exception. The guy standing below turned around, saying that if that was the case. He pointed his finger at Un and said that he would fight him. The guy turned his head. A smile appeared on his lips. The hero brought a weight to his hand. The metal slammed shut. Adjusting his clothes, he asked what he was doing. Swinging his sword, he said that he thought he could win with all these weights. Dalmaji became angry, saying that with a tired body that had just been in a decisive battle with a great demon. There was a scar on the angry guy's face. He waved his hand and cursed, asking if he knew that this battle could be ended by killing. Un held the spear in his hands and answered that of course. Pointing the weapon forward, he continued that this would be enough for that reason. Holding the sword, the opponent cursed. Un clutched the spear, asking how much longer he would blabber. If he had not practiced martial arts with only his mouth, let him draw his sword, and if not. The hero frowned. The opponent looked at him in surprise. The attack knocked him off his feet. Dalmaji flew back. He gritted his teeth, but managed to stand. Un jumped up, saying that he should have known his place, and he dared to openly show his hostility towards him. The boy quickly waved his hand. Extending his sword, the opponent thought, what kind of speed is this, and does he really have 4 weights on him? He flew back and thought that he did not even have time to rest after the battle with the great demon. Dalmaji swung his sword, asking how dare he. He pushed off the pillar, shouting that he thought he would just sit there and watch himself lose. Looking at him carefully, the hero thought it was a direct attack using spin. The opponent gritted his teeth. The boy thought his belt was too twisted. The attack left a mark and thought it was a trick with an attack after a false move. The hero dodged, saying it was easy. The opponent's eyes became shocked. A mark was left in the ground. The long-haired man was rapidly approaching. He attacked, sending out waves of energy. Blood splashed out of the opponent's mouth. He flew backwards and crashed into the wall. A large crack was left on it. Blood flowed from the impact. He thought why he was on the floor. Was he meeting someone? The boy stood up, leaning on his sword. Standing in front of him, he thought that he had fought 900. Un held the spear sullenly. The opponent thought that his breathing was uneven after the battle with the great demon, but now it was even again. The wounded Dalmaji thought angrily, how could he find enough time to even out his breathing in the middle of the battle? Leaning on the blade, the boy thought that he could not defeat him, he should give up. He imagined the image of a skull above the hero, thinking that there was a monster in front of him. He was dangerous. Blood flowed down the face of the boy who wanted to say that he gave up. The hand moved forward. It grabbed his neck. Unheld the opponent sullenly. His eye turned red. The hero's appearance became inverted. Throwing the opponent against the wall, the boy turned away. The hero shook off his sleeve, thinking that this was good. Smiling slightly, he thought that this would serve as a good example. He looked at the dais, from which words were heard that they would end here. The boys smiled when they heard that the first Hidden Demon Squad had been promoted to the Scorching Dragon Squad. Chun looked down, saying that the squad leader. He bowed and introduced himself. The words were heard in the room with the red pillars. The leader of the first Hidden Demon Squad, had been promoted to the rank of Great Demon. Is there any objection? The people gathered on the steps were silent. The leader standing on the platform said that there was no objection. Then from now on, the first Hidden Demon Squad will join the Scorching Dragon unit, and the leader will be promoted to the rank of Great Demon. The boy bowed and thanked. His eyes widened when he heard that the first Hidden Demon Squad had also helped the second squad in their mission. The squad leader, as the one who had defeated the Green Mountain Man-Eating Blade, would be granted the right to enter the Demonic Armory cult and continue to serve the cult faithfully in the future. Words of gratitude could be heard throughout the room. The lights were on in the large building. People were cheering and drinking to the first Hidden Demon Squad and their leader. Guan held a glass with a smile, toasting the leader of the Scorching Dragon unit. The girl stood behind. Like the others, she glanced back with displeasure. Closing her eyes, Ian said that they would head to the Valley of 1,000 Souls right away. A comrade poured on some alcohol. They were looking forward with satisfaction, and the girl thought that the 1,000 Soul Valley was a forbidden land where people would go crazy due to negative chi. If she didn't become stronger by the time she returned from the 1,000 Soul Valley, this huge difference between them would be erased. Together with her comrades, she headed away. Their group walked towards the gate. The fingers held the door handle. Un stood at the door, thinking about the demonic cult armory. He imagined the inscription Demonic Cult Armory, and thought that this was the only first-class armory of the Holy Demon Cult. He imagined a 5-level layout, and thought that this was a building consisting of 5 levels that collected weapons from all over the world. Based on the rumors passed around in the martial arts society, the Demonic Cult Armory contained weapons that people would call demonic or holy weapons. The eye looked straight ahead. The boy thought that he never imagined that he would have the chance to enter the Demonic Cult Armory. Un leaned on the railing, thinking that as a martial artist, he did not rely on his weapon too much, but it was natural for a martial artist to desire a great weapon. He imagined the dark spear, thinking that this spear with a black iron blade and a flame pattern was not good enough, but it was not good enough to be called a masterpiece. The full moon illuminated the hills. The hero thought that masterpieces were forged by blacksmiths from souls and excellent materials, and they also perfectly suited their owners. Turning to the side, the boy thought that he heard that weapons with a soul sometimes accept the will of their owner. He touched his head and thought that he would understand all this better if he had experience with such things in the past. Behind him stood a black spear. He thought that in any case, if he got a new weapon, what should he do with his spear? The blade was forged from black iron. Maybe he should melt it down and forge another weapon. The stars and moon were shining in the sky. The hero decided that this was probably what he should do after he got the new spear. Resting his head on his hands, Un thought that it felt like tomorrow he would be able to get the spear he wanted. The full moon illuminated him. The light of dawn appeared behind the hills. Fingers knocked on the door. Un opened it in surprise. A man stood in front of him. The hero asked if he would lead him, and the man replied that he was asked to do so since they already knew each other. Mew chuckled when he heard the question of who asked him to do so, and replied that the chief advisor suggested that they leave immediately if he had no business. Un smiled slightly and agreed. The heroes walked away from the city. Mew turned around and said that he had grown a lot. The guy replied that he thought this was common in the demonic arts. The man closed his eyes and thought that rapid growth in martial arts only happened up to a certain point, which was why people like him were cautious of the hidden demon cave. He lowered his head, thinking that they too would experience difficulties after reaching that point. The man glanced back, saying that just because it was natural for demonic arts, it didn't mean that everyone could achieve what he had achieved. Walking ahead, the man continued that he had already become a great demon before training in the hidden demon cave, and he still was. His martial arts had become more advanced, but he no longer had any hope of reaching a higher level. Un was silent, looking ahead, and heard that however, he with his abilities will continue to develop and obtain higher ranks without any problems. The man walking in front suggested to speed up a little and took off abruptly, leaving a trail. With a determined smile, the hero followed him. Blue glow. 2 figures flashed against the sky. They quickly moved among the trees. The location of the demonic cult is unknown to ordinary people, but is well known to people in the cult. The heroes quickly moved forward. Everyone who is a great demon rank and above knows about it, and several demonic generals also know about it, but not everyone can go there. Among the rocks was the entrance to the cave. The path to the armory is constantly guarded by martial arts practitioners of an unknown level. They will not let those who do not have permission to enter. The face of the man in the cloak was hidden by a mask. Their identity is shrouded in many secrets. Some rumors say that this is a group of practitioners at the great demon level. The heroes stood in a cave. Someone said that this place is even guarded by a demon king. The escort said that, however, they are members of a secret demonic group, which means that there are no records of them. Standing next to the guy, Mew said that the only thing known about them is that they swore to serve the holy demon, the leader of the cult, for generations. He has no right to go further. Looking at the guy, he said that only he is allowed to enter there. Let him go forward. Un approached a multi-story building, thinking that this is what the demonic arsenal of the cult is. His hands touched the door. Un looked to the side and thought, what is this sound? Standing at the door, he thought, what did he think? Everything here is stone. Among the stones, there was an element of wood, and the hero thought about it. Pushing the door with his hands, the hero wondered how old this building is. Un thoughtfully touched his face. There were various weapons on the stands. The hero thought that this place was not as big as he thought, but there were a lot of weapons here. The guy walked along the stands with weapons, thinking that there was almost no space outside the corridor. He looked ahead, thinking about the number of this or that weapon. In front of him was a stand with spears. Stopping next to it, Un thought that there were also a lot of good weapons and shelves with shelves. This is not the entire first level, but still a lot. The guy stood among the shelves, thinking that this was incredible. He looked to the side. His body was visible through the lines of the shelf. The hero thought that there were 4 more floors like this. Looking ahead, the hero heard a voice that said that he was allowed to be here for an hour. Looking to the side, the guy thought that it was telepathy, a secret demonic group. Someone was looking at the hero from above. The guy took a step. He noticed a haze to the side. Waves of energy spread around. The hero opened his eyes. He stared forward with glowing eyes. Then he moved his hands behind him and then touched the floor. The man was standing by the stone bridge. The dark-haired man said that it seemed like it was time to face the demonic armory. Looking at the multi-story building, he said that if he couldn't endure it, then he wasn't worthy of entering the armory. The guy's body was trembling. He thought that it finally became easier. If he hadn't used the ascended soul of the earth body, he would have been destroyed by this aura. Un put his hand on his side. On the stand were red handles. On the other side were black ones. Looking to the side, the hero thought that there was nothing impressive here. He grabbed one of the spears with his fingers. Looking at the blade, Un thought that these were all just average weapons with sharp blades. Looking to the other side, he thought that they could all be found in life if there was enough money. Holding the spear in his hand, he said that this was all a distraction. Looking forward carefully, Un thought that if he was hit by that chi, he would not be able to read the weapon's aura correctly, and would choose any of these. He should be more careful. Wooden partitions, the hero said that the second level is not much different. Un walked along the corridor, thinking that there were a couple of good spears, but nothing worthwhile. He pushed back his hair and thought that maybe he expected too much. The guy was approaching the passage. He appeared at the next floor, thinking that if there was nothing special on the third level, he would just take the spear he had his eye on earlier. His foot took a step. Shining outlines appeared in space. Un looked down in surprise, thinking that this was an artifact of a spear master. He glanced to the other side. There were several spears in the corner. The blade was dirty. He thought that it was a long rusty spear. How long had it been here? The hero stretched out his hand and took hold of the hilt. Looking down, the boy realized that the artifact had stopped reacting. The long spear was emitting energy. Suddenly, the rust began to come off, revealing a shining blade. Un thought that the rusted surface was beginning to crumble. A white shimmering spear, dragon fang and white knights. The spear dragon fang white knights. The spear with a red ribbon was shining. The boy thought that this was its true form. Looking at the red cloth, Un thought that it was already a decent number of years old, since it had managed to rust like this, although the cloth was quite well preserved. He held the ribbon in his hand, thinking that this material had come off. The spear dragon fang and white knights, why were they together? Dark-eye looked around. The boy thought that on the cloth there was something written from the missing star to the secret. That's what it was. Neil looked back. He was standing on the other side of the bridge. Un opened the doors. The man's eyes became surprised. He said that this is his choice. The hero nodded with a smile. The mentor looked at him carefully. Then he closed his eyes. Turning away, Mew said that if he was done, they would return. Being part of the 12 support squads was not an easy fate at all, so he wished him luck with the future missions. Looking ahead, the man thought that the spear of the White Knight Dragon Fang, as well as the art of the 6 seals and destruction, so in the end, the two became one. 2 figures stood by the forest. The hero looked at the path leading down. Standing in front, Mew said that he realized all the responsibility that fell on him as one of the 12 support squads. The hero confirmed. The man smiled, said that it would not be easy, but he believed that he could handle it, and would soon receive a mission. He stood with his hands behind his back and said that being in the support squad, he couldn't relax, so he wished him luck on the future missions. The guy with the spear said that he also felt like he was ready for it, and he had a question. The man took a step up the steps and froze. Mew turned to the guy and said that this was the first time he asked something. What did he want to know? Looking at him, Un replied that he was wondering which blacksmith forged his spear from black iron with a flame pattern. People were sitting at the table. There were 2 spears behind the hero. He waved his hand at the girl, who asked him to be careful on his way. The hero took off abruptly, leaving a trail. He remembered the man who said with a smile that the blacksmith who forged his spear lived in one of the villages owned by the cult. He could find him in the 15th village. Let him ask Gong. Jumping among the trees, the boy repeated, the 15th village, he will get there in 4 hours. The hot metal glowed brightly. The gray coating was covered with cracks. In the 15th village there was a small forge. Unhit the plate. The blacksmith was holding tools in his hands. The man in the white scarf heard the question, can he see the blacksmith Gong? Un appeared in the room. He came closer to the man, who asked who was looking for him, and answered that he was sent by the demonic sword. Gong scratched the back of his head and said that he knew several demonic swords, who exactly he was talking about. Looking at him confidently, the boy said that it was the demonic sword of layered blood. The blacksmith's gaze became surprised. Sitting opposite, he asked who he was, and the boy answered that Un, the new great demon. The man's eyes became round, and he said that he apologized for his behavior to the leader of the Scorching Dragon Squad. Standing next to the kneeling blacksmith, he asked him to stand up and said that he had come to ask for a favor. The man looked at the spear in his hands, heard what he had been told, he could work with black iron and a flame pattern. He also heard that he was the one who forged this spear. The blacksmith said that the blade looked a little different, but it was definitely his work. There was a red part at the base of the blade. The hero said that he wanted him to melt it down and create something else. Could he do it? The man held the handle and repeated. Looking down, he tried to say something. Suddenly, he noticed the weapon behind the guy's back. The handle was shining. An eye with a grimace opened in shock. He asked if he would give him a little time to look at this spear. Un was sitting opposite. Thoughtfully touching his chin, the man chuckled and said that he had received a new spear, unconfirmed, saying that this is why he was asking him to make something different. He looked forward when asked what he wanted and replied that he wanted throwing knives and shoulder pads. The sun was visible behind the mountain. Un was holding a spear. The weapon was surrounded by a bright glow. The hero thought that this spear was the White Knight's dragon fang. The silver blade glowed brightly, the dragon fang and the White Knight. A sharp movement, the hero's strike. Energy was directed towards the trees, the rain of overthrown stars. Traces of energy moved in a spiral, the hero thought, the night darkness of the 4th moon. A pillar of flame was visible behind the trees, the divine wind of the past. These were 3 of the 6 seals that he had already mastered. Bright rays surrounded Un, who thought that what he used in the battle with the Green Mountain man-eating blade. He pointed the shining weapon forward. The boy closed one eye. A bright flash appeared in front of him. The ground under his foot cracked. Un stood in front of a huge dent. He was shaking from fatigue, breathing heavily, thinking that he knew it. It was very difficult to continuously use all the movements of this multi-layered art. The hero rubbed his wrist, thinking that his breathing and the movement of chi when using this technique were 2 problems. Or was there a third? It seemed that he had to use an excessive amount of chi. He squeezed the handle, thinking that if he practiced this technique, it would become his trump card. Un put the weapon behind his back. He took out knives from his belt and threw them forward. The blades cut into the tree trunk. The guy already had new ones in his fingers. 4 blades cut into the trunk. Smiling, looking ahead, Un thought that these were lightning-fast throwing knives. It seemed that he still remembered how to use them. He stood by the tree, realizing that it was already dark. The girl went down the stairs and called the squad leader. Coming closer, Wunji said that he came back. Does he want something to eat? To which she heard that he is not hungry. The girl raised her eyebrows and agreed. With a cute look at the guy, she said that everyone is planning to have a small feast today. Should he join? Standing under the starry sky, the guy thought that he should come. In the frame of the night sky, people are sitting at tables with food. The door opens slightly. Guan and the others turn around in surprise and look away. The protagonist, holding a mug in his hands, demands to introduce himself. An old man in a yellow robe bows and greets the captain of the Scorching Dragon Squad. He seriously introduces himself as Haimo and says that he is entrusted with delivering a message to the captain of the Scorching Dragon Squad from the brain of the absolute holy demon. Un sits at the table and says that this means the chief strategist, Guanchuk, clarifying whether the message is from him. He replies that yes, and he just that if he is at headquarters, he will visit him in the Tower of the Holy Mind. In the frame, a tall tower, it is said that it is one of the towers of the demonic masters, the refuge of the brain of the absolute holy demon, and all his powers are collected there. So why did he need the main character? He looks away thoughtfully and wonders why this particular tower, and at such a time. The man stands opposite and says that he conveyed that he had a task for him and he was not dedicated to the details, but they said that the matter was urgent. Against the background of a fighter with shining eyes, the guy thinks that for one of the demonic masters there is no point in setting a trap to remove only some great demon, especially if we are talking about the main strategist. The main character with a mug looks away and asks about the task. He puts his hand on the table. The main character gets up and says that he is leaving. Against the background of the house, he asks to take him. Together with Haimo, fly forward. They run among the grass. The guy realizes that the brain of the absolute holy demon ordered him to bring him. Frowns, looks away and wonders if he is really a great demon. The man looks back with a grin. The guy understands that even he, one of the top generals, has not yet reached such a rank and he must evaluate it himself. They fly forward at high speed. The guy suggests speeding up. They run among the green grass. The hero asks to follow him. Rushes forward with a determined look. Against the background of the thickets, he understands that he is a real pain. The protagonist sees a tower in the distance. There is a light on the top of the tower. He understands that the rumors are true. It is both a tower and an observation tower. The picture shows a map. It says that the villages of the demonic cult are distributed around the peak of the holy demon. In the background of the map, it is explained that the towers of the 10 demonic masters, including the Tower of the Holy Mind, are located in a certain symmetry. The map shows the divisions of towers and sects. It is said that there is a significant difference in how close they are to the borders with other sects, and this arrangement appeared because of the idea. Tired Hamo states that this is information about the 10 towers. He runs with a tired look, asking if they can stop for a while. The protagonist looks at him with his arms crossed. He asks him seriously not to make fun of him, because he himself suggested speeding up to test him. Hamo barely breathes, asking how he understood. Stands in front of him and asks how some general can dare to test a great demon, and whether he really thought that the demon's brain would turn a blind eye to it. The protagonist watches him and suggests running to the Tower of the Holy Mind at the same speed as before. He frowns and says that if he stops for even a second to rest or slows down, he will take responsibility for insulting the great demon at the cost of his life. The frightened old man looks at him. He spreads his hands and says that this is not necessary. The man demands that he remain silent. Unclenches his fists and says that if he arrives later than him, he furiously declares that it will be even worse than if he sits down somewhere to rest, and in any case he will have to take full responsibility for his actions. Haimo clenches his teeth in worry. The protagonist knocks on the door and hears come in. He touches the door and realizes that he opened the door without touching it. Goes inside and hears come in. The protagonist walks among the shelves with books, realizing that this is a huge collection and that he has come to the secret refuge of a spear master. Holding a weapon in his hands, walks towards the man opposite. Guanchuk sits with his back to him and states that he was waiting for him. He turns around and says that he arrived quickly. They stand opposite each other and he offers him to sit down. He holds objects with telekinesis. The protagonist realizes that this is a dark and bloody pen, the pen of life and death. In the frame, someone is drawing ink near the fighter. It is explained that these are quite famous stories that he has heard many times, and when the brain writes with a dark pen, a person will no longer be able to use an arm or a leg. The old man draws a pen towards the enemy. It is explained that when he writes in red, a person loses all limbs. Ink flows down onto the dead man. It is explained that when he writes with both at the same time, each meets his death. Guanchuk sits down on a chair. The guy understands that such are the stories about the feathers of the brain of the absolute holy demon. He raises a finger and suggests drinking tea first. He holds the tea with a spoon. He puts it in the water in the mug, and thinks that this is a strange tea because he puts it in cold water. He touches his finger in the mug and it lights up. The surprised guy sees hot tea and hears an offer to try it, and realizes that being able to flash samadhi, it turns out that he is on the same level as his master, and there are 9 more like him. The old man sits opposite and thinks. He says with a smile that he sent someone to see him off. The protagonist, with a mug in his hands, hears that apparently he made a mistake in relation to him, and understands that he is aware of it, and it seems that his feeling of chi extends to the base of the tower. A man in a yellow robe lies near the tower. He explains that he tried to test him and for which he was duly punished. Guanchuk smilingly states that Haimo is a capable subordinate, but sometimes overestimates himself, and should help him finally learn his lesson. He holds the tea and says so. The protagonist sits on a chair and states that he heard that he is needed for something. Guanchuk sitting opposite states that, to be precise, he needs the captain of the Scorching Dragon Squad. The protagonist thoughtfully realizes that he needs a captain, not a great demon. He says that this means that there is work for the Scorching Dragon Squad. He unfolds the paper and says that he needs the protagonist and his squad to move to another city. On looking at him asks again, he answers that branches of their cult can be found almost everywhere. Guanchuk calmly explains that the head of the department was kidnapped by Orthodox sects. The surprised guy clarifies, does not this require the intervention of the Scorching Dragon Squad? Guanchuk, with blazing eyes, explains that it would not be necessary if he were a simple department head, but the one who was kidnapped was another him, the one who manages all the departments. Frowning, the protagonist hears that, unlike a normal head, the manager knows the location of the secret storage. He understands that this is a cult storage through which a lot of information passes. Guanchuk is sitting at the table and states that he has heard rumors that he is being held in a military alliance department, and it is logical to assume that they will not send anyone for interrogation. The protagonist holds a mug with a serious expression and understands that now it is clear why there is such an urgency. The guy holds his head while the interlocutor looks at him. He puts the mug down and says that he is leaving immediately. The fighters are moving forward. He calls for them to move forward. In the frame, the tips of swords. A man with a sword stands in the middle of a whirlwind. He looks to the side. His eyes are wide open in surprise. He delivers a quick blow. A bright beam pierces the ground. He holds the sword and clarifies whether she watched carefully. The girl behind tells the master that she did. It is explained that the heavenly clouds, when the shine of the blade can be compared with the clouds and the scarlet sunset, when the sword cuts the earth in an instant. She smiles as she realizes that the swords of the heavenly clouds and the scarlet sunset have become even more powerful than when she last saw them 3 years ago, and the master has surpassed himself again. He stands in front of her and says that if she puts in enough effort, she too can reach such a level. He watches closely. The girl looks at him. He understands that the talented child that he took as an apprentice has now become a full-fledged woman. The man walks next to her and says that they have lost contact with his junior, while realizing that it is not yet time and it is never too late to do everything even after he takes over the lands. The girl looks at him and clarifies if he means Mia. The man walks ahead and says that he sent him on a mission to Lopner, but it seems that something happened and it is better to find out what is going on. She bows and says yes, master. He replies that usually he would do it himself, but the military alliance asked him for something. He smirks and says that apparently the Sichuan branch of the alliance, where their senior is, has captured one of the members of the holy demon cult and has been assigned to interrogate him. She resolutely says that she will look for her brother and take care of everything so that nothing bothers him. They hold hands. She looks ahead with fear. The man smiles angrily. He happily declares that in this case he will leave everything to her. The question arises as to what he is doing there. The horse runs along the ground. The protagonist and other fighters rush forward. It is explained that this is the 7th day of the journey on the outskirts of the Xinjiang region. An looks to the side. He sees the Kunlun Mountains. He stops and shouts stop. It is explained that in these mountains there is a sect, one of the 10 great ones, and also the beginning and end of Xinjiang are located there. They stand opposite the mountains. The guy suggests leaving the horses and continuing on foot, because on horseback they will attract a lot of unnecessary attention. The protagonist looks ahead and asks to send a signal so that the local branches can pick them up and take care of them. A fighter shoots a bow. The protagonist walks forward with the fighters and states that they are heading outside the province towards Sichuan. Un turns around seeing his ward and states that while they are in Qinghai, they need to be quiet as this is the territory of the Kunlun sect. He stares ahead, realizing that now that he thinks about it, the sect did not exist back then. People are walking on top of a cliff. He thinks that this is because this sect has a more Taoist lifestyle aimed at internal development, but still, they are different from the true Taoists living in the mountains. The protagonist looks ahead and realizes that it is good that they have nothing to do with his revenge. He calmly realizes that this is strange and the Kunlun sect is not the only one who was not there back then. Sweat runs down his face. The guy realizes that not one of the 10 great sects, including Shaolin, nor the 5 noble clans, none of them even showed up, and even if it was a false accusation, it is still annihilation. In the frame, a man in a red robe is shown against the background of smoke. The guy thinks that despite all this, the leader of the Alliance Jia did not use any of the sects and probably thinks that he has enough strength. They go forward. Un realizes that this does not work out. The protagonist and the group walk along a rocky area. He wonders what Jia was thinking. Un comes to the edge 15 days later, stating that they have reached the end and it seems that they have crossed the Kunlun Mountains without problems. The girl runs to the leader. The protagonist exclaims the name Wunji. He looks ahead and asks how many of their squad have succeeded in the art of concealment. She clarifies what he means by succeeded. He closes his eyes and asks to think. In the frame, red eyes, he says that it is enough for them to be able to hide in a shadow the width of an elbow. The frame shows a roof. The leader explains that so that when running on the roofs, the tiles do not make any noise. Un stands next to Wunji and states that she probably understood. She says that most of them are capable of it. Wunji looks at the leader and says that if you select according to the conditions, then she can offer 3 or 5, if you lower the requirements a little. The protagonist looks at her and says that 3 will be enough, stating that they will form the first team and she will be their leader. The girl smiles widely and says of course. Un stands near the cliff and states that the Scorching Dragon is the first team, explaining that as soon as they enter the territory, they will begin collecting information, numbers, time schedule, size, and so on. The protagonist with a serious face asks not to miss a grain, no matter how ordinary this information may seem. The protagonist on the cliff sees a village under the mountain. People are sitting in the park. The old man exhales and says that he heard that the Scorching Dragon squad has moved to the place. The hooded man states that even though they are part of the 12 support squads, they are still a bunch of rookies and should not be worried about. The old man seriously states that he is underestimating the power of the cult. He looks at him and says that they may be newbies, but they are still a dragon squad. The old man taps his fingers and says that they have made an agreement. A finger indentation is visible in the wood. The old man's eyes glow. He says that underestimating the power of the cult like this could cost him dearly in the future. The hooded man looks at the holes, realizing that the old man has pierced the wooden table with his fingers like a hot knife through butter. He looks ahead and realizes that this is the deputy leader of the cult, Ju-moon, and he can become part of that group. The hooded man smiles and asks him to forgive him, realizing that when the holy demon dies, the power of the cult will pass into the hands of this man, and he should not make an enemy out of the cult. The old man sits across from him and says enough about this. He sits under a tree and asks if he can handle the squad, because many say that their captain is very capable. The stranger in the cloak says that they have been carefully preparing for 10 years and also have several worthy masters in reserve. The man smiles broadly. It is said that among them is the Blade of Heaven. The old man with a serious look clarifies that he means the successor of the Swords of Heavenly Clouds and Scarlet Sunset, objecting that he is still too young, asking if he has forgotten about the captain of the squad, because he is much more capable for his age. They sit among the plants. The interlocutor says that if the plan does not work, it will be difficult to accuse the leader of the cult of incompetence. He replies that that is why he sent someone else. The old man is surprised and asks who. The stranger with a grin says about the first disciple. The interlocutor smilingly asks about the old man from the Swords of Heavenly Clouds and Scarlet Sunset, realizing that he should not have any difficulties. The hooded man sits opposite and clarifies that besides this, what about the divine art of the holy demon, because the whole plan will collapse if they do not take care of it. The old man smiles. Clenching his fist, he turns into smoke, clarifying what he will say to this. The shocked stranger realizes that this is a divine flame. The old man smiles and clarifies whether he has taken a good look, because this is the divine art of the holy demon. A blue fire is burning in his hands. In the background of the corridors, it is said about an inn near the Sichuan branch of the military alliance. A group of fighters stands in the middle of the forest. A warrior is sitting on the floor near a weapon. Guan is sitting on the floor with his eyes closed. The picture shows a field. A blade is cut. The grass flies apart. The tree is cut into pieces. The protagonist with the weapon is thinking about something he does not understand. He turns around and wonders why. He stands near the torn-out tree and realizes that his skills have become more powerful. He holds the weapon tightly and wonders if this is thanks to the spear of the White Knight. He resolutely looks forward. The protagonist begins to glow with blue fire. He swings his spear, thinking of the art of the 6 seals and destruction. The tip moves forward. Un looks to the side and realizes that something has definitely changed. Grass is visible in the frame. Dawn is visible against the mountains. The protagonist, looking tired, realizes that he is beginning to understand that the small vibration he feels every time he uses the skill. He sits in front of the spear and asks if it shows him the way, thinking of the Fong of the White Knight Dragon. A red cloth is tied near the tip of the spear. There are hieroglyphs on it. It is said that it is from the missing star of the secret. The protagonist sits on a stump and understands that the missing star is most likely the leader of the founder of the cult known as the Missing Star of the Holy Demon, and it must have been a gift for someone from there. The protagonist thoughtfully ponders what the secret is connected with the secret demonic group, and judging by what he felt in the arsenal, the secret group is just a group, and not some person. In the frame, silhouettes of people with glowing eyes are visible. He realizes that there is simply no point in giving them all just one spear, because it was created so that it could be used in battle and it could hardly be presented only as a decoration. The protagonist removes the fabric from the spear and thinks that the most incomprehensible thing is how familiar it lies in his hand, as if it submits to him. He closes his eyes and realizes that this is some kind of nonsense. Un sits on a stump. It is night around. He turns around and asks the lieutenant if this is the lieutenant. The protagonist behind him states that it is him, explaining that the first team has returned from a reconnaissance mission. Guan smiles and states that the rest are ready to move out on his command. Un smiles and apologizes for dumping all the hard work on him, ordering the entire squad to gather. The girl runs her finger across the paper and states that the Sichuan branch of the military alliance has about 300 people, 2/3 of whom are soldiers. Woonji looks down and says that aside from them, there are about 150 third-rate martial arts practitioners. The rest will be stronger, and 3 are aware of these details. The protagonist sits across from him and assumes that one of them is the leader of the branch. While thinking that he is a general of the alliance, he should be classified as someone stronger than first-class practitioners. But the Dragon Squad is more than ready for such a thing. The girl points to the portrait, stating that he is known as the bloodthirsty Peijan, The protagonist asks if he is from the Tang clan. She says that he is, but their side branch, somewhat successful in handling poisons and assassinations. Thinking, realizes that he can become an extra headache. But this should not be a problem for Woonji, and even if you put aside the skills of concealment, she can rightfully be considered one of the best in the squad. The girl, smiling, declares that she will take him on herself. The protagonist looks at her and asks about the other two. She notes the Blade of Heaven and the First Disciple. The surprised guy clarifies that she is talking about the successor of the Swords of Heavenly Clouds and Scarlet Sunset. She replies that yes. He holds his hand on the table and wonders why even the First Disciple is here. The protagonist is shown with an ominous look against the background of enemies. He understands that only recently dealt with the Sword of People and now faces the Blade of Heaven and the First Disciple, and this intrigues. Looks at Guan and declares that he himself will deal with the First Disciple, and he will take care of the Blade of Heaven. The protagonist sits surrounded by assistants. He says that they will leave this option for the worst-case scenario, and if possible, they must quietly pull out the head of the department, and in the end they are in the territory of 3 factions from the Great 10 and 5 noble clans. Calmly explains that they must avoid battles at all costs, but if they fail, they will fight as stealthily as possible. He frowns and thinks that there is no need to rush, because he is not the only one on his list. He understands with a serious look that there will still be opportunities to destroy the first student. In the frame, the protagonist stands on the steps leading up. He realizes that gradually, one by one, he will not rush because sometimes you have to make a big circle to achieve what you want. Looks away. He looks at the girl and asks her to continue. Woonji holds a piece of paper and states that firstly, the head of the department. She says with interest that since they do not know where exactly they are holding him, they will have to get to the underground chambers and check each one, checking with the portrait that they have. The protagonist looks away and understands that this will take some time, and they need to do everything in half an hour. He looks at the girl and says that most likely there is a large number of guards. She replies that given that they need to hold the head of the cult branch, they probably did everything to be safe. Thinks and realizes that this is probably also because they are waiting for them. In the frame, the girl is watching the fighters at night. It is said that shifts change every 4 hours and there are quite a lot of guards. But if they want to remain unnoticed, then fewer people are needed. The protagonist closes his eyes and thinks. He says with a smile that they need to do everything quietly and quickly, and he will get in there only with the first team in Guan. The camouflaged fighters stand opposite and say that they understood the leader's order. Sits opposite and says that the rest will disperse along the perimeter, and also if things get bad, you need to give a signal to report an emergency, and they will stop at the red fireworks. He looks at the fighter and says that those who go inside should prepare smoke bombs in case they have to urgently leave. The protagonist thinks, stating that they are leaving at 5 in the morning. In the frame, an owl is sitting on a branch. The action takes place the next morning. She turns sharply. Silhouettes are visible in her eyes. Warriors in black cloaks are running through the forest. The door opens slightly. A tired man goes inside. He is shivering and says that it is very cold today. They are walking with a partner. He says that he has not even slept yet. The other notes that this is bad and they still have to finish the job. A hidden fighter is sitting in the bushes. They start moving. The protagonist in a mask closely watches what is happening. They are standing in front of the gate. Takes off his mask and says that the main task is to rescue the head of the department, and not to destroy the enemy. The men above look down, and one of them exclaims that the next shift is coming, and they can finally leave. The guy went up to them and asks if there is anything to report. They laughingly say that only that it is cold there. The new shift waves their hand. He says, "See you." The protagonist silently watches what is happening. He is behind a fence from the guards, who are laughing and discussing different things. The protagonist turns around and raises his hand. He makes gestures, looking at the fighters. The girl sees him. There is a pop. Woonji takes him to the roof. She looks down and hears laughter. The girl waves her hand, watching the guards. The leader looks at the warriors and points. One by one, they climb over the fence and run across the territory. The guards talk, while hidden fighters run behind them. The protagonist runs with a wrapped spear. The frame shows movement across enemy territory. He looks at the girl and asks where the entrance to the cameras is. She points her finger while they run. They run further. He says he understands. The fighters run past the bald man. He looks the other way. The man turns around and says it was just a rat. The guards walk around the building. They are on duty with weapons. The protagonist watches them. He looks out slightly and thinks that there are cameras down there, 6 guards and 1 entrance. The frame shows a conditional diagram of the plan. He thinks that he needs to knock them out, get through and rescue the head of the department, and everything needs to be done before the next shift. That's it. The fighter behind the head turns to him. He looks further and realizes that everything is too simple and the guards look too relaxed, considering that they have to wait. The frame shows a diagram of the arrangement. Thinks that the entire surveillance is strangely organized in principle, as if they were deliberately leaving blind spots in the defense. He realizes with a serious face that he has a bad feeling about this. Guan in a mask asks what's the matter. He replies that nothing. They are sitting around the corner. The protagonist wants to think everything over calmly, wondering what their main goal is. The guards walk around the building. He thinks that the cameras are right in front of them and there is no point in even thinking about going back. The protagonist gets up and realizes that the point of no return is far behind. All that remains is to quickly move towards the goal. The shot shows the villains. It is said that the first disciple, the head of the military alliance branch, should also be there. He realizes with a smirk that given all the factors, the first disciple is most likely in charge here. The protagonist turns around and says that he has an idea, and they need to get ready. He removes his disguise and exclaims that they are starting. The man with a smirk walks and says that by now they have probably already penetrated inside, as the master assumed. The mustachioed man leads the retinue. They go down. One of them declares that the opportunity to catch the cult dogs in addition to their branch leader, and it seems that luck is on their side. The first disciple turns around with a smile, and says that this is all thanks to the efforts of the interlocutor. He ominously looks ahead. A cry is heard that the first disciple is in place. He enters the gate and the man in front of him says welcome, introducing himself as the head of the local Pajong branch. They shake hands. It is said that it seems there are rats in their ranks, and he senses the presence of 3 people hiding nearby. He asks in shock what he is talking about. The first student smirks, suggesting that the cult dogs have apparently decided to make their move. He waves it off and asks if they should find them. The first student smiles. He looks ahead and states that normally they would do this, but now instead, he will do it differently. An exclamation arises about how if they are going to catch them, it is better to catch them all at once. He looks away smiling and asks not to worry, because they are slowly returning now and it seems that this was just reconnaissance. They walk across the yard. One of them suggests taking the chance and catching them when they all arrive. The first student smiles, realizing that they have arrived as expected. In the frame, a leg is mentioned. The cult dogs are mentioned. The leader walks on and wonders what they are made of. He looks out and asks what the situation is. Pajong says with a smile that everything is as he expected. They are standing near the entrance, and he explains that the guards were quickly and easily knocked out, and it looks like they used pain points. People are standing near the entrance. The first student thinks. He looks away. Looks back further. The man sits down and touches the ground. He looks at his dirty hands. He rubs the ground and says that there are traces of them getting inside, but not how they left. He looks at the stairs down and thinks that there is only one entrance to these cells and you can only leave through it. He says that they are inside. The rulers are watching the descent down. The first student assumes that they have probably already approached the cells. He says with an ominous smile that it is time to smoke them all out. The first student goes inside and turning around says that 2 are coming with him, and the rest will guard the entrance, and you need to be careful because they can take a desperate step to escape. He thinks with a grin that he is not going to let them do that. He walks among the cells, wondering what kind of dogs the cult sent them. He approaches a cell. People are sitting inside. He looks around and thinks. They walk on. He realizes that it is too quiet, and how could he even sleep with all the noise? He holds his hands behind his back and understands that this is not a coincidence. The first disciple with a serious expression realizes that something is wrong and he needs to hurry. The fighters walk down the corridor. A grate is visible in the frame. The first disciple is shocked and notices something. He sees an open door and exclaims that this is impossible. His hands are shaking. He cuts the cage with his sword. Pajong stands behind and the master shouts. The first disciple bends over to the prisoner. Pajong asks what he is doing. He shouts in rage that he understands that he is a great elder, but he is not allowed to behave like this because they cannot allow all the scum of the martial arts society to escape. The man touches the prisoner's neck with a shining hand. He is horrified and says that his artery was pinched and they used his pain points. They run into the cells. The ruler shouts that most likely those who are supposedly sleeping are in the same state. Pajong is horrified and asks for the keys. They check the cells. Everyone is shouting that their artery was pinched. The first student says that they are apparently too late. Pajong looks at the leader and asks how they could do this to prisoners in locked cells. He clenches his teeth and explains that there are several ways besides direct pressure. The protagonist looks away. It is explained that apparently they have someone who owns either point pressure or air finger pressure. He clenches his teeth and realizes that he has not been so angry for a long time and God forbid something breaks out of him, and he needs to watch his words while he is in the military alliance department. He is furious and realizes that he needs to restrain himself. He says that it is necessary to urgently organize a pursuit. Pajong stands in front of him and declares that he has prepared for the situation in advance and marked the prisoner, and with this mixture they will definitely find him even from 1,000 miles away. The surprised first disciple sees the bottle in his hand. The man with an angry look orders to start searching for them immediately. In the frame, there is a road leading out of the cells. They go outside. The first disciple looks ahead in shock and does not understand. His surprised companions look back. They are standing in front of the lying corpses of the guards. He shouts what the hell happened here. The protagonist runs forward, realizing that they must return immediately. He realizes with a grin that it is a pity that he will not be able to capture his expression when he sees everything. The first disciple with red eyes and veins on his forehead looks ahead, realizing that they killed everyone he left outside with one blow. The dirty cult sent someone skilled. Peijun goes further and shouts that there are no warriors who were supposed to guard the entrance. The first disciple turns around and shouts what he means. He turns around with an angry look and states that he is talking about those they found earlier. They are not there. The first student screams in rage how the mongrels dared to set a trap. He screams with crazy eyes that they pretended to be those sleeping guards. He looks away in rage and realizes that he was wrong, assuming that they would be inside and no one expected such a bold move. He stands among the dead guards and realizes that they also reduced the possible number of pursuers. Peijun looks away and realizes that this is not just bold. He watches with his arms crossed, realizing that simple boldness will not allow him to take such a risk and especially will not provide tactics. He frowns, realizing that whoever did this was sure that the master would not check the guards who fell unconscious. The hero stands back to back with another image. Peijun wonders who this person is, because he seemed to know in advance what the master would do. The first student waves his hand and shouts that they couldn't have gone far and the squad leader needs to lead them, who replies that he doesn't have enough warriors and there may be traps waiting for them. The first student furiously asks him if he really thinks he'll let them escape after insulting him like that. He looks at him with a mad look. Peijun fearfully states that he understands everything. Guan turns to the leader and asks if the prisoner is okay. The protagonist runs on and says that he can restore the condition of his pain points, but it will take time and first they need to get out of there. A beaten old man is shown on his back. Un runs next to him and asks how he feels. The old man on Guan's back thanks them, stating that he must have caused them trouble, specifying which squad they are from. The protagonist runs behind and says that they are the Scorching Dragon Squad. The surprised old man realizes that even the 12 support squads are involved and they are elite units consisting mainly of demonic generals. Guan runs forward. The prisoner understands that the young man carrying him is at least on the same level as him. The old man with the scar turns around, realizing that the captain must be a great demon, and he must formally introduce himself. Guan turns his gaze and when asked who the captain is, he replies that he is right in front of him. The old man looks at Un in shock. The protagonist continues to move and look at the road. The protagonist looks in front of himself and states that he must try not to move, because his pain points are still badly damaged. The old man sitting on Guan's back looks at him and says that he welcomes the captain of the Scorching Dragon. He realizes with his eye closed that he cannot believe in his strength, because he looks no more than 20. The frame shows a crater in the middle of the forest. He understands that they were proving to him that they recently completed training newcomers in the Cave of Hidden Demons. The masked fighter looks away in surprise when he hears his name. The leader watches him and asks to pass the manager to another. Guan carries the old man and asks what's wrong. He replies that the squad will continue moving in this direction. Un with a spear looks at the girl and states that he leaves command to Wenji. He seriously explains that if he is not at the meeting point in 2 hours, then they must immediately return to the cult's domain. She looks ahead carefully. The girl moves on and states that she understands. The protagonist leads Guan into the forest, saying that they are being tailed. The leader seriously looks away and states that he spotted them 15 minutes ago, and they are following exactly behind them, as if they know the exact path. The fighter moves in the middle of the forest, clarifying that they are using some kind of trick. The protagonist, against the background of the diagram, states that it is quite possible that if they were originally going to pursue them, but since many were placed near the cameras, most likely only a small group is pursuing them. He says with a smile that they are still definitely following them right behind. The old man sits on the fighter's back. It is said that judging by the fact that they did not cross paths with them, they did something to the manager. Dark energy is wandering around the trees. He says that among them is Peijun from the Tang family, and he could well have used tracking substances. The protagonist with the spear in a case realizes that they can't just wash it with water, and it looks like a collision is inevitable. The frame shows forest thickets. The heroes jump out from behind the trees. The first student looks in front of him in rage. The fighters with weapons are flying down. The protagonist stands with Guan. It is said that this is the damned demonic chi and that the cult dogs are there, as he assumed. The villain takes out his sword, realizing that their pursuers are here. The frame shows falling rags. It is said that it was the right decision to stop them there. He hits the ground with his weapon. The protagonist with the spear understands that the squad would suffer significant losses, fighting them off and protecting them at the same time, and he must stop the first student right there. He looks forward furiously, realizing that he must kill him. The heroes stand in front of the fighters. One says that they need to continue pursuing the remaining dogs. Peijun replies that he understands. The first disciple with a serious look states that for a cult dog, he has sharp fangs. The protagonist with a grin holds a spear and states that it would be a shame if he died from a dog bite, and it is also very stupid of him to call a tiger a dog, and he is surprised that he holds such a high position. Un smirks and looks at his opponent. The first disciple watches in fury and states that demonic followers, as always, have no manners. The protagonist with a serious look is shown against the background of the villain, realizing that in 10 years he still has not learned to react to such things, and he remembers how he used to be an idiot who always fell for any provocations. His hand is in the frame. He thinks that he does not even know. The protagonist waves a spear, realizing that it was not he who was suppressing his rage all this time, but Un. The guy frowns and asks what he was doing in Xinjiang. The blades hit each other. The protagonist with a serious look turns around, realizing that apparently they have already started the battle. And their skills are about the same. Guan fights Peijiang. The protagonist understands that his ward may not win, but he can definitely hold him. The flaming enemy asks about the city. The guy answers that the sandstorm of death, he sent his student to train them. The surprised villain looks at the protagonist. He seriously clarifies that Un met one of the younger ones. Un stands opposite with a spear and says that he asked a question what he planned to achieve with this. The enraged villain calls him a bastard, asking if it was true that he met him, and that is why they stopped receiving news from him. Blazing with pink fire, he rushes to attack. He swings his sword in rage, asking what he did to him. The protagonist holds the weapon in front of him and watches the enemy. The tip of the sword flies forward. The protagonist spins the spear and thinks about the unity of the heavenly sword, and he was not only wasting time. Un frowns and states that he apparently does not intend to talk, in which case he will begin to cut off his limbs, and especially this is not his only question. Un puts his hand in front of him, realizing that purified chi is a sign of a transcendental level and how many practitioners there are who have mastered it, because only in the cult of the holy demon there are 50 such people from the Siddhya. The protagonist deftly fights enemies, realizing that he has gone beyond, but is still not able to reveal his full potential. The guy blocks the blows and understands that the enemy is strong. He sees how the first student strikes with a sword, realizing that he has more internal chi than him, and it is also pure. The protagonist strikes a powerful blow, but he bounces back. The guy thinks that before this he also reached a transcendental level and his understanding is in any case better. He thinks with a grin that he has more experience. The first student furiously asks what he is thinking about. He releases jets of red energy, exclaiming about the swords of the heavenly clouds and the scarlet sunset. The protagonist releases energy. It is said about the art of the 6 seals and destruction. An explosion occurs. He realizes that the divine spear of the end of the night would be the best solution against the swords of the heavenly clouds and the scarlet sunset. Un sees the tip of the blade in front of him, realizing that he will not risk giving a chance to understand who he is. The blade cuts his cheek. He realizes that he has already felt its skills on himself, and it is him. The protagonist strikes, thinking that he has more than one weapon. Un appears in a terrifying appearance with a spear. Clouds of smoke appear around. The protagonist lands and hears a question how he dares to use his vile spells on him. The protagonist clenches his teeth, realizing that this is still not enough, and if he plans to fight the practitioners, he urgently needs to continue to develop abilities that cloud the mind, and there is still a lot to do. Un masterfully dodges the blow. The protagonist looks away and realizes that the shoulder pads are not able to withstand such attacks. The clothes on his shoulder are torn. He realizes that he knew that this material is not comparable to the black iron pattern of flames. Un waves his hand, hearing that he is a demonic fool. He objects, calling himself great. The guy swings his spear, declaring that he is a demonic practitioner, one of the few who have reached the rank of a great demon. The first disciple angrily shouts at him to shut his mouth because he does not care about his rank. Whirlwinds of energy form around the villain. He shouts that he is just a vile demonic practitioner. Streams of energy crash into the ground near the protagonist. He waves his spear and holds a fighting stance. The first disciple suddenly appears in front of him. Un is shocked when he feels the touch of a palm on his chest. He begins to scream in pain. The protagonist stands in front of his enemy. The guy falls to his knee and looks forward, seeing flying projectiles. The first student fights them off with a frown. The guy watches the fight with a grin. The frame shows the tip of a spear. There is a flash and a cry of die is heard. A wound is visible on the protagonist's leg. He rushes forward, realizing that he injured his leg and this is not good. The first student laughs loudly and says that they will see how long he will run. The surprised protagonist thinks about being called a rat. He prepares to jump, realizing that he cannot win only by running away and he will take risks to achieve his goal. Un holds a fighting stance, thinking that he can cut him as much as he wants. The protagonist with a serious face declares that in exchange he will take his life. The guy spins the spear. He puts the blade in front of him. The surprised guy pokes the spear forward, realizing that this is not done right. The tip of the spear begins to glow with a bright yellow light. The first student closes himself from the bright light. A stream of yellow energy approaches him. He looks at the glow in shock and wonders if it is the coming of a divine dragon. A bright light illuminates the man's shocked face. He falls to the ground. Peijiang turns around and calls out for his master. Guan charges with a smirk, saying no way. He lands a strong blow with his blade straight at Peijiang. Guan smirks, realizing that he is undoubtedly a strong opponent, but he is distracted a lot, and this is his best chance. The villain receives a blow to the head with his sword. Amidst sparks, a question is heard how he can fight so fearlessly with minimal protection. The terrified first disciple looks at the guy and thinks that this is surprising. He wonders if all demonic minions are like this. Pei Zhang holds up his sword, saying that hell may already be open before him, but he is still alive until he sets foot there. Guan charges with 2 blades, realizing that his first battle with the captain was much more terrifying. The guy hits the tired enemy and laughing asks if he is really shocked by such attacks because he has turned completely pale. They fight. He exclaims that during the last attack he learned a lot, how to kill someone and how weak you need to be to die and how long you need to break people for them to die. But the enemy will not be able to kill him. The man raised his hands, shouting that he learned a lot over the last decade. He will not be able to kill him. Sparks flew in space. A silhouette appeared next to the guy. He thought about the successor of the Spear Master. He has no right to ask him why he joined the cult, but let him accept what he left behind. The long-haired old man looked away. And you said that you once also dedicated your life to the path of the Spear Master. This is his legacy to the student from the future. The silhouette extended his hand and asked to become one with this spear and take the place of the strongest in the world. A glow engulfed the guy's body. Un opened his mouth, asking who he is. The man's eyes were shining. He answered that he was the Unmentioned. This was a gift from him to the forgotten heir of their common path. The hero's gaze became surprised. He looked down, thinking that he was overwhelmed by some incomprehensible feelings. There was a blue glow around. He thought that unfamiliar scriptures kept popping up in his head. Putting out his palm, the guy thought that it did not look like a dream. He looked to the side. There stood a man holding a severed limb, and the hero thought that he was still there. It seemed that a severed hand was not enough. Running forward, undecided that he should carefully take care that not a piece of him was left. And the man looked away sullenly. He grabbed the hilt of the sword. The blade broke in half. A swift movement. The leg moves to the side. The body fell on the tree. The man opened his mouth, shouting to the master. Unstood, looking down. He turned around discontentedly, and thought that it was useless, as if screaming and groaning would change anything, otherwise he and the master would not have died. He approached. From such a distance they would not be heard. Holding the weapon, the guy demanded to speak. Why would his student come here and get involved with a gang of killers? The man asked. Did he seriously think that he would tell him anything? The long-haired man swung and asked, did he want to say that he would give his body to be torn apart, but he would never open his mouth? He would see how long it lasted. The man turned the gaze of the red eye and asked again. The hero pointed a finger and answered what he wanted to say. The sword of the people said the same thing, only it did not last long. The small eye's gaze dropped. Blood gushed out from the opponent's body. Un quickly approached the disciple who called out to the master and asked, how about finally worrying about himself? The man opened his mouth. The exhausted man was breathing heavily. Crouching down next to him, the hero demanded to know what his disciple was doing here. The man spat at him. The guy wiped his cheek. Sharply slapping his face, he said that he would ask the question differently. Blood was flowing from the man's nose. He turned around in shock and asked how he knew about this. A shadow hid the hero's face, who said that it was still a false accusation. Why would they accuse everyone with the Spear Master of studying demonic arts? Un remembered his master and thought that he knew that he would never get involved with the forbidden demonic arts. Breathing heavily, the man asked, how is he related to the Spear Master's sect? The hero standing next to him was silent. He continued, he is the Spear Master's disciple. The eyes began to roll back. He said that this could not be. He died that day. So why? Who is he? Looking at the guy with a hunted expression, he asked what was going on. Looking at him, Un thought that he did not have much time left, and said out loud that he was going to die now. Standing next to the tree, he asked who it was who dared to slander 2 people from the Spear Master sect. The blade touched the man's throat. The guy said that if he remained silent, he would condemn him to suffering, making him feel such pain that he could not even imagine. A cut appeared on his cheek. The enemy smirked and said that he could ask anything, but they would get an answer. His eye was red. The man said that even if he survived today, nothing would save him from what would kill him after this. Frowning, the guy said that if he died now, he would die in terrible agony. The bowed man remained silent. Ungritted his teeth, thinking that he wanted to say that he was afraid of dying not by his own hand, but by someone else's. Standing next to the tree, he wondered what the master had done to him that such people would be behind these accusations. He imagined the man who had his hands behind his back, and thought that he knew the first disciple very well. He was not the one who would be afraid of the military alliance, or the goblins. If they were at all like that, then everything would have been revealed long ago. The long-haired man lowered his head, wondering if the imperial palace was involved in this. He pointed his finger, and said that this was the last time he asked. Let him answer at least one question asked. The man's body was silent. The guy looked down furiously. He bit his lip. A sharp beam of attack crossed the man's body. Un turned away, thinking that he did not learn anything. He took out a book from his bosom. A name was written on the page. He crossed it out with blood, thinking that this was another one. The finger touched the symbols, he thought that no. Bloody trail, the hero finished, that already too. Turned around. The man behind leaned over and exhaled. Guan opened one eye, heard the words that it seemed that he had exhausted him. Standing next to the body, the guy said that he was strong, and this is the level of senior disciples in orthodox sects, and replied that Gum Han was just delayed in senior disciples. There was blood under the man's head. Words were heard that the generations replace each other much less often, so in fact, in strength he is equal to the elder of the 10 great sects. Guan chuckled, thinking that he was on par with the elder of the great sect. His efforts were not in vain. Glancing sideways at his comrade, thought that after all, he was among the youngest and elders, so be it, he would not spoil his good mood. Standing opposite, the guy asked the captain, what will they do with their bodies? Turned around and said that the bodies and traces of the battle are very important evidence for the pursuers. There was a spear on the guy's back. He said that they were now in the very center of Sichuan province, deep in the territory of the social society. It was best to leave no traces if possible. Comrade asked him to use bone-burning acid? Uncrossed his arms and said that he would do so in any other situation, but not now. Let him not forget where exactly they were hunting. There was a snake with glowing eyes in the grass. The guy said that they were in Sichuan, in the territory where the Tan clan ruled many things. If they sent their people, the followers of the poison path, after them, then bone-burning acid would be just an excellent clue for them. Guan waved his hand and asked what they should do then. The captain leaned over. He moved quickly like a tornado. Bright rays of energy spread everywhere. Comrade covered his face with his hand. Heard that now they would not even understand whether there were one person or several fighting here, and it would be easier to drag the sword of heaven than the beheaded first disciple. Looking to the side, called to hurry to meet the others. He raised his head up, thinking that he was already blooming. He should quickly get out of here. A trace was left from the swift jump. The guy who remained behind said that he could have said that he was going to speed up. The hero looked forward carefully, thinking about what it was. The blade of the spear was glowing. He thought that he could still feel the vibrations coming from the White Knight's spear, the power and sound that passed through it. Looking forward, the guy remembered the unmentioned and thought that he was in the Spear Master sect. Imagining the image of the person, he thought that the one who created the expressive art of the 6 seals and destruction, not mentioned in any records, he does not understand why he was called that way and in the holy demon cult. The guy remembered how he sat with a book and thought that he knew one thing for sure, he left a memory behind. Remembering how he stood in the room, he continued, in the White Knight's spear. A glow appeared in the palm of his hand. The hero thought that he had inherited everything he had left behind, a magnificent skill and a seed growing in him. He sent the haze forward, thinking that it was not only them. Thank you for guiding him at that last moment. It was as if an image of a person appeared next to him, telling him to try a little differently and relax a little. Stared forward in surprise, thinking that thanks to him, he had completed the skill, was able to combine the 6 seals and the end of night. A deep mark was left on the ground. The boy thought that although the dragon fang is a holy weapon, it is just a weapon, and yet he had enclosed his will in an ordinary object. He was already beginning to not only respect it, but also admire it. Uncrouched down, thinking that only someone who had surpassed the level of a deity and reached the level of a mythical creature could do this. The shining silhouette turned around. The hero thought that such a person would not receive the title of Spear Master. The hero remembered sitting with the library book and thought that he did not know what could have happened then. But one thing was clear: in order to enclose his will in objects, he had to go beyond the ordinary mortal, a mythical creature whose legendary status only a few in the entire history of martial arts had achieved. The hero looked down, thinking that such a person who belonged to their sect somewhere proves that the martial arts of the Spear Master sect are worthy of the mythical level. Unchuckled, thinking that he even managed to find out the name of one. The eye looked down. The glow illuminated the face of the man who said the divine dragon had come. The boys ran forward. Guan said that he saw the team. They stopped at the cliff. Leaning his hand on the tree, thought that he knew they could do it. They were worthy of being called the Scorching Dragon Squad. The girl stood with her hand on her hip. The hero thought, the White Knight's spear, his connection with the unmentionable, the completed skill. The girl was talking to the guys, while the hero was thinking about the confidence in his squad's abilities. The people greeted the captain who came up, who was thinking about his position in the holy demon cult. He had learned a lot from this mission. A sharp trace of movement. The guys jumped off the cliff, thought that now all that was left was to get out of Sichuan and return to Xinjiang. He could already see the end, but this was only the end of the mission. The guy moved forward quickly. In his place, he should remain calm. He imagined a man engulfed in flames, thinking that in the future he would have to cross out many names. The guy waved his hand and asked, what should they do with the bodies? Should they spray bone-burning acid? Guan bit his lip, answering, no, this is the territory of the Tan clan. He raised a finger, saying that thoughtlessly using poison would only bring the pursuers closer to them. His comrade replied that he hadn't thought of that. Unconfirmed with a slight chuckle. He stood with his hands on his hips and told the fastest of the squad to carry the bodies of the dead. The girl asked what he planned to do with them. With a grin, the guy replied that he would leave their bodies some distance away from here. His comrades turned to him in surprise, thinking that the bodies were evidence that would lead the pursuers to the right path. Woonji thoughtfully touched her chin, thinking that if they scattered the bodies in several places. Waving her hand, she said that it would be a good idea to leave traces of the struggle around these places. The guy confirmed. They stood behind the plants. The hero asked to inform the fastest about the next meeting place. Looking ahead, he continued that the rest would move together. Words of agreement were heard among the trees. Words came from behind the dark pillars. This is what happened, the Ice and Light Sword Emperor's hiding place. The man turned his head, thinking of the invincible martial artist who lived 500 years ago, an outstanding figure. His sword skills are still considered legendary to this day. Chun smiled and asked what his strategist thought. The man stood on the path, saying that he thought it was just a dummy. Words came from the building, that if the Ice and Light Sword Emperor's hiding place was really found by someone, the rumors would have been spread as discreetly as possible, but this one spread like wildfire. The man looked down and asked, did he think that someone was deliberately spreading it? Guanchuk spread his hands, saying that some were trying to pit the opposing sides against each other. If he wanted to own this hiding place, let him fight for it. He thought it would be best not to interfere. The gray building heard the words that it was a logical conclusion. At such a time, the location in the desert lands is very convenient. Chun took the envelope. He lowered his gaze, seeing something. The man chuckled, saying that it had been a long time since he received such good news. Looking straight ahead, the man thought that the leader exclaimed. To be honest, even he was shocked when he was reported this. The cult heard the words that the Scorching Dragon squad had completed their mission. The fingers held the document. The man thought that not only they had finished off the first disciple, which was extremely unexpected, what was even more surprising was how exactly they did it. Guanchuk stood by the window, thinking that the escape plan was carefully thought out. This way of thinking made him wonder if the one who planned all this really spent half of his life in the hidden demon cave. He lowered his head, thinking that it was more likely that this was done by a very experienced martial artist. There was a group of people in dark cloaks. He thought that moreover, the squad did not suffer any losses. The old man chuckled, thinking that even if you consider that the orthodox sects are currently in disarray due to the situation with the cash, it is still an exceptional achievement. Chun sat in the chair, thinking about which of the children could prove themselves like this recently. No one could compare in the past few decades in the cult, even in the whole world. He smiled, saying that it was not bad. The man closed one eye, thinking that this child, had attracted the attention of the leader. On the paper, there was a picture of a guy. Words were heard that he would look forward to the surprises that this child would bring in the future. The man bowed, thinking that it seemed that the leader liked him. Words were heard from the gray building that they would prepare. After all, it was almost time to make some rearrangements. Guanchuk bowed in agreement, and thought that he was simply following his master's will, all for the feast of the heavenly mountain and the holy flame. Snow fell at the entrance of the cave. Bright rays of attacks. Unlooked down, the blue spirit looked away. The boy thought that he had mastered the divine dragon's advent, but the first disciple was still a strong opponent. No matter how many times he thought of fighting him, he was still as strong. A bright beam cut off his arm. The hero thought that the first disciple lost his arm because of the divine dragon's advent, since he did not expect such a move from him. Unsat by the fire, thinking that if he had known about him when they fought, he would not have won using only the simple moves of the divine dragon's advent. Turning his head to the side, he thought that he needed to use everything he could, and from this battle. The boy touched his chin, thinking that he needed to find time to train, and Unmentioned handed him the text for cultivation. He sat in the desert by the fire, thinking that he would even prefer to retire for a closed training, if only he could use that place. Unclosed his eyes, thinking that maybe he should ask for the right to use that place when he returned as a reward for completing the task. He touched the branch to the fire, saying that he hoped it would work out that way, not that he could do anything if it was refused. Looked down. He folded his fingers, saying that his internal wounds had already healed. The ascended soul of the earthly body had an amazing effect. There was a man sitting behind him. Guan's eyes were closed. The hero thought that it seemed like his wounds had almost healed despite the hard battle against Gumhan. The eye looked away. The man was sleeping on the ground. The boy thought that they had taken care of Unun. He had gone through a lot during his time in detention. The man's eyes were closed. He thought that since his face was now known to many in Sichuan, he would no longer be able to take the position of the branch chief. The boy sat on the sand, thinking that once he returned, he would be assigned to a new position. He imagined a map of their current location and thought that it was a 5-day journey to the cult's territory in Xinjiang. By the fire, the hero said that they had found no trace of pursuit, but this was not the end. He should remain vigilant. Relaxing even for a moment could lead to a huge failure. The people were removing the bodies. He thought that it was strange that no one was pursuing them. He had taken some measures to delay those who wanted to find them. Un looked at them, thinking that no one could reach them. This was very strange. A group of people ran forward. He thought that his best guess was that they were gathering forces for an all-out attack, and this was what worried him the most. But those he sent to the neighboring villages did not notice anything that would cause such concerns. The people were talking at the table. The hero thought that, however, they had found signs of discord in the martial society. The sun had appeared from behind the mountains. The hero thought, what could have caused such a commotion? Looking in that direction, Un thought that at this moment it was as if the heavens themselves were on his side. Shifting his gaze to the right, the hero thought that if the rumors continued to spread, he would be able to leave Zhongyuan safely. The guy was holding a spear. His words were heard from the green hills. For everyone to wake up, they were moving out. A group of people were walking. 5 days later, someone told the captain that they had already seen the headquarters of the Scorching Dragon Squad. The man pointed his finger forward and asked, "Who is it?" In front of them was a man wearing a hat, who said that the captain of the Scorching Dragon Squad was ordered to report to the Heavenly Palace upon his return. The man intertwined his fingers and said that the captain of the Scorching Dragon Squad was ordered to report to the Heavenly Palace. Un looked at his hand and said that he understood, and thought to himself that he was physically fine. Although he had no way to disobey the cult leader's order, it was better to be in good shape anyway. Dust rose from the ground. The guy walked up the high stairs. He stopped at the high doors. When they opened, a wind rushed out. It ruffled the guy's hair, who thought that he felt the presence of many high-level cultivators. His foot took a step. The hero thought that they were great demons. He entered the room with red pillars. There were people standing on the steps. The hero thought he knew it, all familiar faces. The man put his hands behind his back, and thought that this was the brain of the absolute holy demon Guanchuk. The man looked to the side. Then he turned his head. A figure was approaching along the gray path. Chun looked ahead carefully, thinking that this was the leader of the holy demon cult, the moon-splitting holy demon. The leader chuckled. Un bent over sharply. He bowed and said that the captain of the Scorching Dragon Squad had returned from his mission, and thought to himself that all this power seemed incredible. He bowed and heard a request to raise his head. Kneeling on one knee, the boy heard that he had done a brilliant job, and replied that he was just lucky. Chun looked down, saying that he might have taken advantage of the circumstances with the cash when he returned, but the destruction of the military alliance branch was entirely his merit. Unclosed his eyes and bowed, heard that he had also defeated the first disciple, and replied that he was very lucky. A drop of sweat ran down the boy's cheek. He thought that he was really lucky. He managed to defeat him, to overcome the weights only with the help of the unmentioned. The man touched his beard. Sitting on the throne, he repeated that he was lucky. Sitting on the dais, Chun said that even if so, it was surprising. It had been a long time since they had such young blood. He hoped that the cult would continue to discover young talents like him in their ranks. The group of men heard this. The spear was lying next to the hero, who thought that he was trying to use it as an excuse to test the other great demons. Those who were in the hidden demon cave had already entered the world of martial arts. The members of the group stood nearby. The hero thought that they were starting to show themselves, and the first ones to lose their position would be the great demons, as if he was telling them to try harder if they did not want to be left behind. The hand touched the documents. The man said that they would finish the conversation on the assignment. He learned the rest from the report, and move on to rewards and punishments. Yuan's eyes were closed. He heard if he had any wishes for a reward. Yes, the guy said that he would like to get permission to spend half a year in the Valley of 1,000 Souls. Someone from the group of people said that he was talking about the valley where thousands of souls of the dead were locked up. The man turned to his comrade and said that the second squad of the hidden demon was currently serving their punishment there. The latter replied why he would want to go to that place for punishment of his own free will. Chun chuckled slightly and asked why he would do that. Leaning on one knee, Un replied that although this place is now used to punish those who made mistakes, he heard that it was originally one of the main training grounds. The man sitting in the chair said that indeed, despite the presence of evil dark spirits, this is a training ground. The guy who bowed his head said that a martial artist becomes stronger by overcoming difficulties. He sat in the center of the room, saying that if he were to choose a place to train, he would choose a place with the harshest conditions in order to achieve maximum efficiency. Chun crossed his arms, thinking that this was why he sent Ian and the second hidden demon squad to this valley. Did this child already understand everything? The guy looked at him. The man thought that if so, it was really impressive, and if he did not understand, he still wanted to rush towards this difficulty. Opening his mouth, the cult leader said that this was the primary aspiration of a martial artist. Un was surprised to hear that, however, he could not allow it. The guy held up 4 fingers and said that he would allow him to enter there personally for 4 months. But in addition, he would give each of his squad who participated in this task a bloody culpademon pill. Un lowered his gaze, thinking that he was continuing what he had done just a moment ago, further heating up the situation with the great demons. There were red pillars in the room. Words were heard. A month after the captain of the Scorching Dragon Squad returned from his closed training, the Feast of the Holy Mountain and the Holy Flame would be held. Among the mountains, there was the great holy mountain that touched the heavens. the Feast of the Heavenly Mountain and the Holy Flame. The Holy Mountain is the place where the center of the Holy Demon cult is located. A small fire was burning. What about the Holy Flame? This is the flame of the Holy Form. The flame hovered above the plate. This is more than the first Holy Demon, and also proof of its existence. In other words, the Feast of the Heavenly Mountain and the Holy Flame is an event celebrating the emergence of demonic cultivators. There was a long staircase in the mountains. This feast only meant one battle, the rise of the strong over the weak. The strong take their rightful place, the weak are left behind, and for all this, it is the Feast of the Heavenly Mountain and the Holy Flame that provides the stage. A fist slammed onto the table. The six-bladed blood monster Gook became angry and shouted that the leader could not do this to them. There was a group of people standing in the room. Someone said that it seemed that their leader had begun to forget those who had supported the great holy mountain all this time. It was heard, calm down. A person sat at the table, saying that all the opinions voiced here would not change the leader's decision. Gook looked away with displeasure, saying that he was so calm, he probably already had a plan. The rank 10 great demon, Blood and Jade Hand Kwok, held out his palm and said that everyone should know that there were those in the cult who were making rebel decisions. He pointed his hand and said that if they objected now, they might be labeled as rebel forces, not to mention that the leader might already be thinking of them that way. Why else would he provoke them like that? Gook looked at him carefully, saying that he was simply trying to cleanse the ranks of the cult of dirt by changing the generation, provoking and keeping the great demons in check, while getting rid of the rebels. He looked ahead sternly, saying what a frightening plan. Nightingale sat opposite him and said that for now, it might be best for them to just lie low. His comrade countered that they couldn't just sit back and watch what was happening. The man opened his mouth slightly, saying that with the demonic pills and the bloody culpa, the Scorching Dragon squad would greatly improve their chi cultivation. Clenching his fist, he said that it seemed like he was missing something. They might not have the demonic pill, but they were far superior in experience. A light bulb lit up above the ceiling, and words of agreement were heard. Kwok's eyes were shining. He said that not to mention that everyone probably had chi pills stashed away. Let them give him 5 of them and he would take charge of this matter. Get rid of this Scorching Dragon captain. Gook crossed his arms, saying that he thought they would have to deal with the entire squad, not just their captain. He imagined a hero, and words were heard that it was not necessary. He had heard that this brat was the strongest in the entire cave, the rest were just trash compared to him. The man stood up, leaning on the table, and said that if they destroyed him, he was sure that the others would instantly start to sit quietly and keep their heads down. The other man asked, what if they started to snap at them even after they destroyed their captain? The man with the scar on his face asked. He forgot the rules of the feast. During the Feast of the Holy Mountain and Flame, the winner can continuously choose the next opponent. This means that the winner is allowed to defeat whoever he wants in succession. The great demon sitting opposite exclaimed, what does he mean to say that he is going to defeat not only the squad captain, but also everyone else? Clenching his fist, Kwok was engulfed in flames. He confirmed, saying that instead of all of them, he will massacre the weak, which is certainly a shameful act for a demonic cultivator. A ball hovered above his palm. He continued that he will cut off the top of the Scorching Dragon squad, and no one else will dare to challenge for the position of the great demon. The great demon turned to the others, asking who would be pleased to hand over some of their supplies to him. He sneered and said that if they did, he would repay them many times over. The light was on in the room. The man was standing by the table. Kwok's appearance was ominous. He touched the table with his hand, saying that 5 pills, everything was discussed in front of everyone, they would have to keep their promise. The man's lips stretched into a smile, saying that after he absorbed it, he only needed to crush the captain and a few of his subordinates. He would only deal with the captain and would not waste his strength on his squad. The man with his hair tied in a ponytail said that they were gravely mistaken, thinking that after obtaining these pills, he would only deal with the Scorching Dragon squad. Kwok stood on the mountain, thinking that it had already been a full decade since he became a great demon. He had maintained his position for 10 years in a cult where the powers prevailed, but it also meant that he had been stuck in one place without any advancement for 10 years. The other people smirked, saying that it seemed like this was his limit. He might be strong, but if he was still there for 10 years, then it seemed like this was just the peak of his potential. The man's body was glowing. He thought that he would finally have the opportunity to change their opinion of him. He would achieve more using these pills as a basis. Kwok imagined a fight with the guy, thinking that if he had enough chi, the captain of the Scorching Dragon squad would not be a problem. He was wrong last time, but even with 2 demonic pills, he was no match for him. The man smiled, thinking, all the more so after he absorbed 5 pills. His eyes looked forward. Kwok thought that defeating him would be easier than breaking a child's neck. He was aiming for something higher. The hero imagined the image of a man stretching his hands forward, a demon king. If he became one, he sincerely doubted that anyone would even remember that he failed to keep some pathetic promise. Covering his face with his hands, he thought that it would not be easy, but that was precisely why it was so exciting. With a wicked smile, Kwok thought that he would become a demon king, and in order to do so, the captain of the Scorching Dragon squad would have to become the scapegoat. The clear sky above the hills. Liquid poured into a cup. The old man took a sip from the cup, saying that it was a very disappointing result compared to what he promised. With a smirk, he asked, "Does he not think so?" In front of him was a hooded man. The hood covered the man's face, and he said that he did not think that this captain of the Scorching Dragon Squad would be so strong. Holding the bottle, Ju said that according to the report, he had almost surpassed his level. It seemed that his assessment was a bit harsh. The hooded man glanced at him and chuckled. The old man sitting across the table said that because of this, their plan to highlight the leader's incompetence had failed, to which he heard that they still had several plans in the process of being executed. The fingers held the cup. The old man said that it seemed that the Holy Mind Tower had found out everything. They had called all the people back yesterday. The hooded man sitting opposite asked, "What should they do then?" Ju stared ahead tensely. Then he smiled and said that although he had messed everything up, it seemed that he would have to clean it up. He thought to himself that simply spitting sarcasm would not achieve anything. He would let it go this time. He said with his hand, as for him, he was not going to take any active action in the near future. The interlocutor sitting at the table asked again. The man introduced Chun and said that at the last meeting, the leader had provoked the great demons. He believed that he was trying to find the rebels. He knew something. The man sitting at the round table heard that he should know very well that at such a time, it was better to go into the shadows, not to show himself in any way. He imagined the leader's hall and thought that he really acted strangely in the meeting. He was not the generous tyrant they knew. He imagined the leader smiling and angry and thought that he was a generous ruler who maintained the balance of both sides, generosity and tyranny. He imagined a shining ball coming out of his hand and thought that he showed his generosity to those he favored. For those who were not among the first, he became a merciless tyrant, for him to say such provocative words. A fish jumped out of the pond. The hero thought that this meant only one thing. He was sure that there were those he would not favor. The old man sitting opposite said that he would take action after seeing what the Holy Mind Tower did. They would suspend all their affairs for a while. The man looked ahead carefully and replied that he understood that he heard that he would punish the captain of the Scorching Dragon Squad who stood in his way with his own strength. Ju pointed his finger and said that he was cleaning up after him. He would owe him for this time. The light reflected on the red balls. Words were heard that it was true, the bloody culpa demonic pill. Guan held the pills and smiled. Wunji held hers, thinking that the bloody culpa demonic pill increases the chi of the one who uses it, contains a 10-year supply. It is 1.5 times more than the pill they consumed a year ago, and there are 2 of them, a 20-year supply. The guy with the scar laughed and shouted that it was cool. The girl standing next to the table asked him where he thought the captain went. The guy replied that he heard, he went to train. Wunji's eyebrows arched. She asked again in surprise and thought that not even a day had passed since they returned from the mission. Pouting, she thought that he was already going too far with his excessive pathos. Saying that he was tough proved how strong he was. He glanced sideways at his girlfriend and asked who could look at him now and say that he was 900. Smiling at the girl, he heard that they should stick to him if they didn't want to get in his way. Touching his hand, Wunji asked where exactly he had gone. The guy replied that he had said something when they were getting the pills, but he couldn't remember exactly. Crossing his arms, Guan wondered what he had said about the valley. What was its name? Wunji's eyes widened in realization. Guan raised a finger and said that it seemed to be the Valley of 1,000 Souls. His feet were standing on the edge of a cliff. Standing at the edge, Un thought that he could already feel the characteristic oppressive atmosphere. He crouched down, looking down, and thought that this was the land of the dead, where 1,000 restless souls were wandering. After so many years, only a few scaffolding remained. Looking at the planks, he thought that this seemed to be the way down. Looking down, Un thought that the energy here was so vile that it felt like it would start burning through his skin. Standing on the floor of the broken planks, he thought that an ordinary person would never be able to survive here. But for a martial artist, this was the perfect place to train. As he went down, Un thought that he felt the presence of many people. It was probably the second hidden demon squad. Sparks of light appeared in the darkness. He thought that they were stronger than before, and among them, there was someone who was far superior to everyone else. He imagined the silhouette of a girl and thought that it was Ayan. Her origins were still there. Un held the spear, thinking that she was quite capable. His feet were on the planks. Un thought that he was given 4 months to stay in the valley, 2 bloody culpa demon pills, and a place to train. Looking down, he thought that he now had everything he needed. All that was left was to use them to become so strong that no one would dare to disregard him anymore. He looked forward resolutely, thinking that in order to achieve this, he must not waste a second. The boy suddenly jumped down. The figure sat with his back turned. Speaking of the dark red heart flower, she felt the power of the holy demon feminine art flowing through her body. The girl put her fingers together, thinking that every turn of the dark red heart flower awakened her senses. Her bones and muscles developed, and the blood flowing through her veins renewed her entire body. There was sand ahead. She thought that the martial arts world was vast, just like the demon world. A small leaf emerged from the ground. She thought that her cultivation was like planting and growing a tree in this vast world. A ray of sunlight was breaking through the foliage. She thought of the great tree that would cover the entire world. This was the path she had to take. They sat with their eyes closed, thinking that they would gain this power. The mastery of the thousand souls illuminated her, this holy flame, the embodiment of the divine art of the holy demon. With a slight smile, the girl opened her eyes. Suddenly, her gaze became surprised. She stood up, looking up, and wondered what that noise was. Her fingers tightened on the hilt. Ian moved forward, wondering what was going on. One of the people standing by the wall shouted that the sound was coming from above. The girl looked up. In the darkness, someone's silhouette was visible. She thought, did a bird fly here? The guy put his hand to his eyes, asking, is this a bird? He has never seen one. The other replied that it was not a bird. He opened his mouth in surprise, saying that this person, a person with a spear in his hand. Flying Un was holding a spear. Squeezing the weapon, Ian thought that this is the art of weightlessness, which allows you to control your body weight. He uses the flexibility of the spear according to the speed of his fall. What a skill. The hero turned around in the air. Dust rose. Fingers touched the stone. The heroine covered her eyes with her hand, hearing that it seemed like he finally reached the bottom. She opened one eye, recognizing this voice. Is this the 900th? The guy came closer, saying that they have not seen each other for a long time. A glow of energy emanated from his body. She thought that it seemed like he had become stronger. Gritting her teeth, Ian thought that he was becoming an even bigger monster than she imagined. The guy stopped nearby. There was a bracelet on the hero's hand. She thought that he was doing all these crazy movements on them. The girl looked ahead tensely, thinking that even she was not capable of this. She asked out loud, what is he doing here? They were surrounded by people. Someone asked if he was sent here as a punishment. It serves him right. The other said he knew it. He was only 900. They were stuck here because of him. Ian angrily looked away and told them to stop and heard that they could think whatever they wanted. Un threw his spear over his shoulder and said that he was not here because of punishment, but of his own free will. The bald man threw his hands up and asked what kind of fool would come to this godforsaken place of his own free will. Suddenly a hand grabbed his neck. Un picked the guy up, still strangling him, and told him not to compare them. With an angry look, he said that he was a great demon, not someone a pathetic demon captain could chat with. The bald man's eyes turned red. The hero threw him to the floor and told him to get out of the way. He walked past the others with the spear over his shoulder. Ian, who was standing behind him, asked, did he seriously come here to train? Without turning around, the hero asked, did she also think that he came here because of punishment? Looking at him resolutely, the girl answered that no, in that case, the entire first Hidden Demon Squad, the Scorching Dragon Squad, would be here. It couldn't be a simple decision. The guy exhaled. Glancing back, Un said that if she was a martial artist, she should know how pointless it was to seek an easy path. By seeking it, she might sooner meet her death. This was common sense for any martial artist who lived with a weapon in hand. Ian crossed her arms and said that this sounded much more convincing than someone who started from rank 900 and climbed to the very top. Un chuckled and said that there was no such thing as easy training. He stood at the bottom of the ravine, saying that especially in a place filled with such powerful soul forces. Un stood up. He put his weapon aside. Standing in front of the passage, the hero noted that this was the highest density of souls. Drops fell to the floor. Sweat was pouring down the girl's face, for months had passed. Her clothes were wet, and she said that today, on the last day, she gave away 1,000 souls in the distance, thinking that time really was passing quickly. Aeon wiped the sweat from her forehead, noticing that she had grown faster, especially after Un came here. She glanced to the side, thinking that she was being affected by his presence. She then lowered her eyes, deciding that perhaps it was true. Something caught her attention. She saw an abyss in front of her, noting that she could feel his presence even from here. In the depths, only darkness was visible. She wondered if the hero's pillars were stronger? Frowning, she decided that she was not going to give in to him. A bright ball appeared next to her, and she said that her inner strength had noticeably strengthened. Then, taking a step, she reasoned that if she learned the mesostick of the holy demon's divine art, she would be able to summon the holy flame, meaning that she was no longer as weak as before, thinking that the members of the second squad had also honed their arts and become stronger. She remembered Un holding the man by the throat, thinking that maybe one day he left a lasting impression that motivated them all this time. But in any case, they will become the foundation. The girl went up the stairs. Aeon turned around, thinking that this time she would thank him. Then she bowed down, thinking that he helped her advance a lot, and heard behind her that everyone was ready. Her eyes grew wider in surprise. A man appeared behind her. The girl hoped that her bow was not visible. He spread his arms, saying that it was time to go. The guy's eyes were closed, and he thought about them leaving. Then he looked forward. Un was sitting by the wall, feeling how the presence of many people gradually disappeared from the valley, saying that it was time to leave. The hero stood up. He smiled, thinking that Aeon had become much stronger over these months, but he also came here for the same reason. Taking the spear in his hand, the boy thought about what he had been through, This time he was in a much better condition. Imagining the books, he also thought about the pills and scriptures of outstanding martial arts that he did not have access to in the past, but this time he created a different path. Frowning, he thought about the intimidation chi. A dark aura surrounded him. Looking at his weapon, he used slow down. So many spears appeared around him. An energy wave spread in all directions. Swings left bright traces with the use of acceleration. A bright flash appeared above his head from the use of rain of fallen stars. The swing cut through the flash from the use of dark night's 4 waves. Sweat flowed down the hero's face. His eyes were shining brightly, and he decided that this was not all. A golden beam went along the wall from the use of the divine dragon incident. Then he noticed many marks on the rock. A deep mark from the dark night remained on the rock. Un looked at this with a smile, thinking that the deepest trace was left by the divine dragon incident, which meant that all the techniques had become at least twice as powerful, and what the unmentioned person had entrusted to him was perfect. Rocks were falling next to the guy, and he was thinking that he had achieved what he had planned before coming to the valley. Now it was time to move on to the next step. In his hand were demonic pills, bloody culpas. The hero swallowed them. The pills began to glow brightly, meeting with the power of the chi of improvement. Their interaction spread throughout the entire body. Surrounded by a bright light, Un thought that if he carefully controlled it, he would concentrate enough chi in one point. So he lowered his head. Then he opened his eyes wide. Several bright points appeared on his body, and the hero thought about opening dual control vessels that would allow him to become a true martial artist. Something flew by as a bright beam. Opening one eye, the hero told himself that he must concentrate, otherwise he would simply pass out. Something flew past him. Cracks appeared on the ceiling wall. Un gritted his teeth. Another crack appeared on the wall. It was getting bigger. Energy burst out of it. The guy looked tense, saying that he had done this before and there was nothing that would stop him from doing it again. A bright beam flew by again. A bright flash appeared behind it. The hero opened his eyes wide. He staggered. Then he fell to the ground. So Un lost consciousness. A certain sound was heard in the cave. The guy found himself among the stars. Drops of blood appeared on his hands. Drops were also appearing from under the bandages. The skin on his face darkened. Cracks appeared on it. A dark spot appeared under it. The old skin peeled off his face. Un was surrounded by emptiness. Cracks were visible on the rock. Drops of water gathered on the ceiling. One of them fell down. It split into several drops. This water hit on his face. Several more drops fell from the ceiling of the dungeon. The hero stirred slightly. He began to come to his senses. The blade of the spear was shaking slightly. The boy looked at it, thinking about the white knight dragon. Leaning on his hand, he tried to remember what happened. He managed to stand up. Untouched the weapon, realizing that he was trying to open the dual control vessels. A bright aura surrounded him. Adjusting his clothes, the boy realized that he had only managed to open one, and that was only half the success. Closing his eyes, he was saddened by the fact that he was going to open them both. Imagining a copy of himself, he noted that it was disappointing, although compared to his past life, he had still managed to achieve great success. The hero leaned on the stone, noting that his position in the cult was becoming more and more strong, which meant that he would still have a chance. He imagined Jaw's face, thinking that no matter how much time passed, he would get to him. Sitting by the stone, the boy sighed deeply. Un looked around, wondering how long he had been unconscious, since it could have been half a month or even a month. Looking up, he said that the air had become colder than before, meaning that it had definitely been more than 2 days. Frowning, the hero was afraid that he might have missed the feast of the holy mountain or the holy flame. So he leaned on his leg. After that, he took a step forward. He managed to jump high. He looked back in surprise. The guy managed to land on his feet. There was a cliff behind him. Un was surrounded by an aura. The guy looked at his hand. Seeing the brightness of the glow, he felt how chi was flowing in his body to the very tips of his fingers, and all the meridians were open. Looking at the bright light, he realized that this was a restructuring of the body. A little regret was visible on his face from the fact that, despite the fact that he only opened half of the vessels, the body was able to rebuild, but also only half. Heading towards the passage, the boy thought that this was not part of his plans and decided to call this something instead of the other half of the vessels. Looking at his hand, the boy noticed that he had grown a little. He clenched his fist, also noting that the weights were barely felt, which meant that the muscles had also become much stronger. Un smiled, deciding to change them in the near future. Later, he easily jumped around the cave. The hero moved forward rapidly. Something dark surrounded him when using the ascended soul of the earthly body. Closing his eyes, he noticed that at this stage, all senses were heightened. So he imagined a breath of wind, and then a beetle crawling on the rocks. He even managed to feel the plants growing in the crevices of the valley. Stretching his hand forward, the boy noted that he felt it as if he saw everything with his own eyes. Now his eyes were closed. But he looked to the side. The edge of the cliff was visible, and someone said that he heard him rising. The grass trembled slightly in the wind. The unknown person noted that they should attack him together when he was nearby. There was no one visible around, but words were heard that the hero was young, but already a great demon, so he needed to be careful, but he was asked if he was too cautious. A white cloud of dust under the sky, the unknown person noted that with their joint bloody murder of 5 shadows, they could deal with even the demon king. The hero got out of the cave. His foot approached the ground. Ran forward. But he stopped, looking to the side. Then he looked to the other side. Only the wind flew around. Looking forward, the guy asked who sent them. Rustling sounds were heard from various shelters. The guy spread energy around himself, and threw several blades. One of them hit the one hiding underground. Another hit a tree. The man's eyes filled with blood. Another hit a stone. The rest decided to run away. Rushed after them, thinking that he had missed too. The one who had been hanging around earlier tried to run away from him. But he noticed the hero's strength behind his back. The spear immediately struck him. His eyes turned red. The hero noticed the running man. He pulled the weapon back behind his back, wondering if he could hit him. The guy tightened his grip on the handle, using a lightning-fast piercing flying blade. So the spear rushed forward. The running man turned around. The weapon had deprived him of part of his leg. From this, he fell to the ground. The guy frowned, wondering who was behind this. Went to this man. But he was surprised at what he saw. Raising his head, he saw that he had taken a deadly poison in such a short period of time. Taking the spear in his hand, the hero noted his great willpower, since he killed himself without any hesitation. Gritting his teeth, he called it a great annoyance. The holy flame burned brightly. The fire rose to the canopy. It is also known as the legacy of the holy flame, and it is what the first demon saint brought to this world. It is the basis of demonic arts and has a mystical power that positively affects the souls of all demonic practitioners. Not far away, there was a tall cliff. Aeon looked at the flame, noticing that it was warm and mad at the same time. The flame was quite far from her, and she could not imagine what it would be like to stand next to it. Noticing the holy maiden next to it, she wondered what she was feeling. The woman was kneeling in front of the fire, as the holy flame is not exposed to the public except for events like the Holy Mountain Feast of the Holy Flame, and the rest of the time it is hidden in the palace of the Holy Maiden. The man appeared near the flame. It was noted that there are only 2 people who can be near it at any time. The first is the leader of the Holy Demon cult, the Holy Demon himself, and he is allowed to visit the place where the Holy Flame is, but this does not mean that he has any connection with it. The woman was sitting near the fire, and this is the Holy Maiden, and unlike the demon, she is able to communicate with it. She had a smile on her face. As the Holy Maiden is determined by her predecessor and the Holy Flame itself, she is destined to spend her entire life in service to it and the demons, and it is impossible to refuse. Aeon looked up, thinking that to spend her entire life in service meant not only becoming the consort of a holy demon and the first lady of the cult, but also never being acknowledged by a holy demon and living her entire life in seclusion. Looking at the rock, she wondered what thoughts she had during such a life. Seeing the throne, the girl was surprised that the holy demon had not arrived yet, and thought that she should show him her skills. She imagined Yuan's face. Then she frowned herself. The girl remembered looking at him, thinking that at first it was just curiosity, because Un had suddenly become very strong. Then she remembered watching him, realizing that later it turned into rivalry, the desire to fight a strong opponent. Bright sparks flew past then, and when he revealed his true abilities, this feeling turned into envy. Clenching her fist, Aeon acknowledged that he was strong enough for her father to notice him. The girl looked ahead sternly. The people in the stands were cheering. Others were climbing the stairs. Woonji was looking at the crowd. She raised her hand, worried that something had happened to the captain. She pursed her lips, but she still understood that it was difficult to find someone in such a crowd. Someone appeared behind her, saying that she had become stronger. Woonji turned around in surprise. There was a glint in her eyes. Un smiled at her when she thought about how much training he had gone through and asked if she should bring him a new set of clothes. The guy, looking at her, noticed that she should have joined the feast. The interlocutor nodded silently. The hero continued to smile, saying that in this case, it was worth worrying about the results, not his clothes, thinking that his clothes did not matter. He turned around, thinking that the only thing that mattered was how much he had grown. Cheers rose to the throne. A man appeared next to him. He looked down with a smile. Un put his weapon on his shoulder, wondering how much closer he had become to him. Un looked away and said a meaningful word. The girl stood behind him, her head down. She joined her fingers, thinking about what he said, that she had become stronger. The student closed her eyes, thinking that he seemed to acknowledge her, and understood that she was very happy. The guy looked back and asked if something was wrong, to which the interlocutor replied that nothing was wrong. Confusion was visible on her face. The blue-haired man looked away from the girl, while she thought that it was just her imagination or if he really had grown taller, and then noted that his skin looked better than before. The partner raised her hand and wanted to praise him for his appearance, but did not finish, and someone else suggested to begin. Chun spread his hands in satisfaction and suggested to arrange a feast of the Holy Mountain and Holy Flame. People raised their fists up, indicating their agreement to the event. The action took place in the base, and it was said that the Feast of the Holy Mountain and Holy Flame takes place on 4 large platforms and lasts only for 1 day. During this single day, many demonic cultivators experience a drastic change in the ranking system, because these changes directly depend on the abilities of those, which means one thing, namely, a fight to the death. The fighter stood in front of the wedge, while he thought that he should stand on the platform, risking his own life to take a higher place. The man showed his hands, wanting to surrender, while he thought about what or just hold the position, preserving his life. Clouds floated across the sky. Warriors stood next to each other, and he thought that today is the day when hundreds of demonic cultivators will cut short their own lives and their ranks will pass to others, and then noted that this is the true meaning of the Feast of the Holy Mountain and Holy Flame. A smile appeared on the blue-haired man's face, and he thought of the Demon King, and then decided to use the feast to obtain that rank. He folded his arms, thinking that he didn't know which Demon King he should challenge. The guy looked ahead, thinking that he still couldn't match up to the strongest of them, but he was more than ready to fight the weaker ones. His hand touched the accessory on his wrist, while he thought that he would have to remove about 3 weights, and the man said that someone had already come out. The hero looked to the side and became interested. His gaze was directed downwards. A fighter appeared in the arena, located in the pit, and the protagonist thought about his name. Kwok turned his head to the side and bared his teeth. He stood in front of the audience and introduced himself. MC looked at him with folded arms, while the fighter called out the captain of the Scorching Dragon Squad. The fighter showed his teeth and a powerful blow cut through his chest. The girl turned around, thinking that someone had called him out first. She fixed her hair and thought that whether to accept the challenge or not would be solely the commander's decision. Aeon removed the hair tie, thinking that usually if a demon of a higher rank challenges a fighter, he refuses. Her gaze was directed to the side, while she thought that if it was then everything was different, but she did not finish. There was a sharp movement. A column of dust from the landing formed in front of the warrior. The hero's face appeared from the smoke and he said that he accepted his challenge. The opponents stood opposite each other, while he thought that Kwok was a rank 10 and a great demon and did not understand why he would challenge someone of such a low rank, to which he asked if the opponent wanted to remove the weights. The red-haired man posed, saying that he watched the last fight in the palace and noted that he was stronger than the guy, asking that maybe he would remove at least 1 weight. The protagonist raised the corner of his lips, saying that he would remove them when he felt the need. The man with the scar frowned, thinking that he could not have become noticeably stronger since the last time. His hands were covered in flames and he said that he was sure that he knew very well that it was too late to regret anything after death. Drops of blood appeared in the space and he offered to begin, wanting him to get acquainted with his blood spheres. He swung, preparing to attack. MC's hair rose, giving in to the energy, and he thought it was the wind. Fear appeared on Yuan's face. He dodged his opponent's sharp attack. The fighter stood next to the cut ground, chewing that he transformed the spheres into whips and cut the enemy with them, and then noted that this was an impressive power. The elder stood above, asking if this is the power of a high-ranking great demon Kwok, noting that it is incredible power, to which the one standing next to him thought that this is rather the reason why he is still only a great demon. The masked man lowered his gaze, thinking more importantly, the captain of the Scorching Dragon Squad was able to easily avoid the attack. The hand was covered in fire, and the demon asked how anyone dared to evade his ability. His fist was tightly clenched, thinking that it was quite possible to avoid such a blow, but he should not have done it so easily. The fighter's hand trembled, thinking that he had become stronger after taking the pills, and then noted that this was enough to become a demon king. A powerful cut occurred, while Kwok said that they would see how long he could last. He launched a powerful attack. The demon struck repeatedly. He stood in the arena, calling for a rush of blood. Un held a spear in his hands and did not act. A grin appeared on his face. A stream of blood flew through space. The man took a step. The hero took a stance. Blood appeared above his head. His clothes were torn. Displeasure was written on the opponent's face, while he thought that he continued to dodge even when he got close, as if he was fighting a stream of wind. He showed his teeth and gritted them in anger. The opponent swung and said that then let him try to dodge it. A blood ball appeared above the fighter, who was covered in energy. The sphere rushed forward while he said that they would see how he would manage to dodge it with a stone face. The blue-haired man looked away warily. A smirk appeared on his face. His spear was covered in energy, and he stood in a stance. A vortex of energy appeared on the tips while the object was approaching. The blood ball was approaching too close. Kwok looked at the attack that was made. He grinned, promising to grind him into dust in this sphere. He fell into a stupor, seeing something strange. A powerful explosion appeared from under the ball. Streams of energy swirled around the guy. Unswung, stretching his hand forward. He frowned, using a lightning-fast piercing flying blade. His weapon emitted a blindingly bright light. A crater was visible in the arena, in which the blood ball was located. Energy appeared from the sphere. The protagonist dispelled the ability. He aimed the glowing spear forward. The projectile was approaching the enemy, emitting a colossal amount of energy. The man with the scar froze, thinking that he had torn his sphere apart, and then noted that it was made of a huge amount of energy, but did not finish. He crossed his arms in front of himself, thinking that this could not be, because he had become much stronger than before. A grin appeared on his face. Kwok stood in a stance, offering to attack with pitiful attacks of the other. The demon looked forward from under his brows, thinking that he would grab the spear of the other, even if he had to sacrifice his hands for this, and then the other would lose, but did not finish. His face was illuminated by a blinding light, and he became afraid. A piercing blow pierced the chest, exiting the body from the back. The observers fell into a stupor and became wary. The soft tissues of the fighter were visible through the hole in the body. The weapon crashed into the floor, digging up the earth. The opponent looked down and said that it couldn't be. He knelt down and blood spurted out from his back. The body was on the arena and blood was visible behind him. The gray-haired man was wary, thinking that Kwalke was defeated so easily, and then he couldn't believe that he was already at a level that they couldn't even hope to reach. The masked man raised an eyebrow and thought that he was now a demon king. The dark-haired man folded his arms, thinking that it was curious, since the outcome of the battle was already predetermined when he managed to dodge the blood spheres, but to reach the level of a demon king at the age of 20. The red-eyed man froze, thinking that it was as if he was watching the days of his youth. Chun looked at the arena, thinking about the holy demon. A smile appeared on his face, and he was satisfied with the result. The girl showed her teeth, thinking that it was amazing. She covered her mouth with her hands, thinking that she shouldn't be surprised when he was watching. Her gaze went to the side. Aeon looked towards the audience, thinking that he was truly amazing to have such abilities at such a young age, and if she thought about it, she was in no position to consider herself his rival. The spearman held his weapon on his shoulder while she thought about how big the gap was between them. She folded her hands, imagining the boy next to her, judging that back in the cave of hidden demons, she thought that they were similar. The girl stood behind the fighter. She looked down, stunned, and thought about how Un was stronger than her. The hero looked back at the crowd while they thought that he was stronger than any demonic cultivator among his peers and maybe even among all the predecessors. Aeon put her hand on her nose, thinking that at this rate, he would take the place of the next deputy leader, and then grow up to be a full-fledged leader. The girl looked down, thinking that if the Cheon branch was to continue to exist, then something would happen, but she did not finish. Her ear turned red while she thought that this was how it seemed to her that she began to understand why she could not tear her eyes away from him. A huge flame appeared from the vessel. The gray-haired man looked up with interest. A smile appeared on his face. People were standing in the arena and taking away the wounded man. Un put his hand on his mouth and said meaningfully. The spectators were watching what was happening. The bearded man turned to his interlocutor and asked what he was trying to achieve by continuing to stand there, to which the other asked that he was really thinking about fighting someone else after the serious battle. Chun lowered his gaze after the hero said that he was addressing the holy demon. He stood in a stance, holding a spear in his hand. His hair hid his face and he asked, following the rules of the feast, if he could fight someone else. The bearded man was wary. A smirk appeared on his face. The protagonist's gaze was directed downwards and he said that he allowed it. MC smiled, thinking that now he had the initiative. The old men lowered their heads and were silently meaningful. The warriors looked at the arena skeptically. The fighter stood on the platform. He looked at the audience and asked who of them would accept his challenge. The blue-haired man frowned and his eyes showed self-confidence. The people stood next to each other. The old man looked down angrily and veins stood out on his face. There was a hierarchical pyramid in the space, and it was said that it is officially and unofficially known that there are less than 50 demon kings in the cult of the Holy Demon, and these are those who gave their lives to the cult, in which the law of the survival of the strongest reigns, and reached the highest ranks. The spectators waited for the continuation, while the guy thought that these people were hesitant. The gray-haired man looked away and thought that it was impossible to say that they were afraid. A smirk appeared on his face, and he thought that they should be wary of the captain and the fact that someone at least half his age was challenging them. The spearman looked up, choosing his opponent. The fighter stood above, waiting for the moment. The man's clothes emitted dark energy. The dark-haired man pushed through the crowd. He stood in front of the fighter and said that he would accept his challenge. The old man looked down while Un thought he had dark clothes. The warrior held a sword in his hands while Un thought he had many throwing knives and a katana. Yeo did not take his eyes off the hero while Un thought he was from the Demon Saint cult, the 26th in the rank of Demon Kings. The man stood on the ground. Un stood on the battlefield while he approached him. The blue-haired man looked down, thinking he was moving, although judging by his legs, he should be standing. The protagonist smiled, thinking that these were the ghostly footsteps, and then noted that he had a good opponent to test himself against. They stood opposite each other, while MC thought that it was still a little strange, not understanding why such a master of killing would be challenged to such a fight. The fighter frowned, while he thought that he had a reason for this. The dark-haired was calm. He frowned, thinking that it seemed that the bloody murder of the 5 shadows had failed. The fighters knelt down, while he thought that he had taught them personally and they were his disciples. Each of them could match the low-ranking demon, and then noted that one of them should have taken his place as the demon king of shadow pursuit. Yo was calm, thinking that none of them returned from the missions to catch the puppy standing right in front of him. His gaze froze and he thought. The figure stood behind the warrior and asked if the dark-haired man could find the death canopy here. The man showed his teeth, saying that he had a job for him. The bearded man moved his hand aside and said that this was just another routine request, but the target was a very important person and that was why he sent out a group of bloody murder of 5 shadows. The villain walked towards the opponent, thinking that none of them could return alive, and the target, the captain of the Scorching Dragon Squad, returned in one piece and was taking part in the feast. Throwing knives were in his hands and he thought that the death of his students worried him, but what he was also worried about was the consequences of failing this request. Yo frowned and thought that any task given to the death canopy must be completed. The blue-haired man stood in a stance, thinking about what he could do without taking off his weights. The fighter's body was covered in energy. The bearded man lowered his head and prepared to attack. Un stood opposite and prepared to attack. There was a powerful cut. The spear rushed into the empty clothes. The hero looked down, thinking that he had disappeared and that he was already at the level where he could hide his presence without using darkness. The warrior grabbed the spear using the ascended soul of the earthly body. Something happened abruptly behind him, and he thought about it. He bent down, looking back in the direction of the threat. A projectile rushed towards Yeo. The dark-haired man looked at his opponent from under his brows. 2 projectiles rushed towards each other. The dagger fell to the floor. The tip of the dagger flew towards the target. Unfrowned, thinking that this was not a simple katana attack, as expected from the Demon King. Energy formed around the hero and he used the spear cover. A powerful blow occurred. The bearded man looked down while he thought that now it was clear why the 5 shadows lost, because he even noticed his hidden blade behind the katana strike. The spectators looked on in surprise and one of them asked what was going on, noting that they were so fast that he couldn't keep up. One of the weights on his hands opened. Yo was wary while the other said that he was lucky that there was no poison, asking that maybe they didn't use it because they were in the arena. The fighter looked at the cloud of dust and was intrigued. Smoke was drifting towards his opponent. The dark-haired man crossed his arms in front of him and thought that he was fast. A powerful blow came out, which the villain successfully blocked. His elbows were bruised. The enemy frowned, assuming that it was a blunt weapon. A reflection of the attack appeared in his pupil and he thought that there was more. The warrior put his hands under the blow and made a strange sound. He tensed his fingers, thinking that he felt cracks in the bones and was lucky that they did not break. The man got into a stance. The bearded man became wary and looked away. Un was removing the weights while he thought they were iron bracelets, and didn't realize he had just taken them off. The eye began to emit purple light and the man said he was shocked, asking what he dared to think about fighting him with these pieces of metal, and what's more, he hadn't taken off any of them until now. The hero smiled and said that he really felt better without them. He looked up, asking why he was asking if he was wearing bracelets, or not. Yeo was covered in energy. The protagonist was holding a spear and was covered in mana. There was a sharp movement. The projectile hit the stone. There was a powerful explosion. MC was holding the weapon in his hands. The opponent frowned and looked at his rival. The spear rushed forward. The tip twisted, reflecting the light. The villain was approaching the body, holding the blade in his hands. The blue-haired man lowered his gaze and became wary. A powerful cut was made and undodged. The weapon was shining and approaching the target. Yo froze, asking what is this 8 steps of the Cloud Dragon. The hand held the weapon tightly and the man thought that they were similar, but this is something else. The guy was approaching the target, creating illusions nearby. He fell into a stupor and said meaningfully. The man lowered his head, saying that they will see if he can withstand it. He took hold of the katana, which exuded energy. The dark-haired man stood in a stance and was engulfed in energy. The blue-haired frowned, thinking that this was a complete fusion of the sword with the owner, otherwise the aura of the sword. The hands held the stick tightly and he offered to begin. The fighter was serious and thought about the intimidating robe. The spear directed energy forward while he used his aura. The opponent swung. The blade rushed forward. The tip of the piercing weapon approached the edge. Un was concentrated. He charged, swinging his stick. The bearded man looked up and didn't understand the chill that was going through him. He looked away, assuming it was because of the dark aura around him. A powerful blow came while he thought that this guy was capable enough. The object shot up. The huge rock began to crumble. From the cloud of smoke, someone suddenly rushed forward. Yeo was concentrated, thinking that the almost completed aura of the spear at such a young age, and noted that he was frighteningly talented. His fingers tensed, and he thought that if he didn't destroy the guy now, he might regret it in the future. The man took a stance, pointing his knives forward. Un approached the target, parrying the attacks effortlessly. The blue-haired man looked away, thinking that he was dangerous, even if the throwing weapon did not seem effective, but every move of his was many times more deadly than anything he had dealt with while dealing with Kwok. The blade was near his leg, while he thought that if he missed even one blow, it would immediately hit a pain point, which would lead to inevitable death. Blood was running down the protagonist's lip, while he thought that this is what it means to be a master of murder. The bearded man looked ahead and his eye glowed purple, while MC thought that there was something strange in the enemy's intent to kill. After all, he himself was fighting, trying to destroy him. Unblocked a powerful attack. He bared his teeth and looked at the handle of the spear. Yeo looked up, while he thought that the opponent's eyes were looking at him as if he were prey, and not an opponent. The hero braked his feet on the ground, thinking that his movements reminded him of those 5 killers who came for his head to the Valley of 1,000 Souls. The guy licked the wound and did not understand what connection there could be between them. The protagonist got into a stance, thinking that it did not matter, because here and now he just had to defeat the enemy. The blue-haired man frowned, thinking that he was not someone to fight, distracted by other thoughts, and decided to think about it later. A powerful blow occurred. The opponents were preparing for an attack. The bearded man launched an attack. He thrust his hand forward. The guy's face was illuminated by light. Colossal energy began to approach him. He covered his hands, wanting to block the threat. His eyes shone and began to exude mana. MC held onto the spear, spinning it. They stood opposite each other, and Yeo realized that he was thinking about something. He was calm. His eyebrows tensed, and the killer thought that with such sweeping attacks, it was not necessary to meet them face to face. It was better to reflect them altogether or avoid them. But if you weigh everything, these decisions would not seem advisable, because he would be smeared if he tried to dodge. Un began to gain energy, while he thought that this technique was not only an endless flow and power, but also some chaos, and then he noted that it was truly impressive. The knives on his belt shone. The throwing weapon hung in front of the warrior, while he thought that against such a force, he should also focus on attacking and break through. The man frowned, using the demonic art of shadow killing, a special move. His hand rushed forward, while he used directed death. MC looked to the side and used the coming of the divine dragon. Directed death flew towards the target. The dragon moved quickly, digging the body of the earth. 2 huge forces approached each other. A powerful explosion occurred. The space was illuminated by an unbearably bright light. A shock wave passed from the tower and blocks of stones fell down. A column of dust rose to the top. The spectators watched what happened and asked what just happened and who won. The masked man looked away and said that they would not understand anything like that. He stretched out his hand and thought. The dark-haired man moved his hand to the side. Something abrupt happened. A gust of wind blew away the fog and they saw a crater. There were 2 bodies at the top. The mustachioed man was excited and asked to look there, saying that they were still there. The blue-haired man stood his ground while he said that the captain of the Scorching Dragon squad was still standing, but he had a deep wound. The old man looked away, saying about the Demon King. The body was lying near a blood-stained stone. Un stood in front of the victim, who said that it was a shame. Yeo smiled, saying that they would both be in this state if his blow was a little stronger. The hero was calm, saying that this could have happened if his divine dragon advent was weaker. He placed his hand on the wound. The bearded man looked at the guy and said that it was now obvious that the failure of the bloody murder of the 5 shadows and the return of the guy safe and sound was not a simple accident. The blue-haired man lowered his head and asked again, thinking that the blood did not stop. The opponent lowered his gaze and asked not to count on it ending there. The protagonist stood in front of the loser and wanted to ask what he was talking about, but did not finish. Blood gushed from his wound. MC puffed out his cheeks and made a strange sound. The guy fell to the ground. A figure appeared in the arena. The ward was approaching the captain and saying that he needed urgent medical attention. She held the fighter's hand and helped him leave this place. Unfrowned, wondering what he meant and who he was talking about. The dark-haired woman looked at the guy and called out to him. The image of the defeated enemy was blurry, while the protagonist thought that someone among the cult members was hunting him, but he did not know why. The hero lowered his head and made a strange sound. Woonji looked at the commander tensely. He began to fall while she tried to call him. The body fell to the ground. She sat next to him while he wondered if he was on the right path and asked for someone to tell him. The drops fell down. The opponents stood opposite each other, and it was said that after this moment, when MC lost consciousness and was carried away to receive medical attention, the feast continued as planned, but compared to what those 2 had done, no battle seemed half as intense. Aeon and the others swung their arms while it was said that there were several demon generals who tried to become great demons, but clashes between demon kings were never a common occurrence. Chun smiled as he watched the feast, and it was said that after the event of the mountain and the holy flame, the cult's ranking system still underwent some changes. The fighter rejoiced, opening his mouth while it was said that the vast majority of the squad members had achieved the rank of Great Demon. The action moved to the water, and 5 days had passed since the feast ended. Oxygen bubbles were rushing to the surface. The blue-haired man raised an eyebrow. He got out of bed and didn't remember what happened. Un was holding his bloody mouth with his hand, coughing, and thought that his whole body was aching and that he was shaking. He wiped the blood with a towel and remembered that he had fought with Yeo. The hero looked to the side and became interested. Woonji was sitting in front of him, saying that he had finally woken up. The interlocutors looked at each other and were silently meaningful. The brown-eyed woman froze, feeling embarrassed. The assistant lowered her head, not breaking eye contact. She stretched her hand to the side, asking if he wanted more water. MC was sitting on the bed and thanking him. A figure appeared in the doorway. The short-haired man put his fist on the end of the door and said that he had woken up. Un was in the aftermath, saying that it seemed to have taken a while and was told that it had been 5 days since he had passed out. The captain showed his teeth and said that the feast must be over, then asked what the results were. The boy placed his hand on his jaw and asked what results he was talking about, to which he answered that it was about the slens of the Scorching Dragon Squad. The blue-haired man looked away, saying that he doubted that even a demon king could survive after losing half of his body. A smile appeared on his charge's face, and he said that it was true. The boys stood in front of the bed and Woonji asked the captain if she would mind if she answered instead of Guan. She held a glass in her hands and said that most of the squad members had received the rank of Demon General. A light was shining from the window while she said that most of the squad members had received the rank of Demon General. Un sat up in bed and asked again. He lowered his head, thinking that there were only 3 of them in the Cave of Hidden Demons, and a year later, almost all of them reached this level. The hero put his hand on his knee and asked if anyone had become a great demon. Shorthair put his hand on his neck and said that he could congratulate him, noting that he was really just one of the low-ranking ones. The protagonist smiled and said that it was a good job, because it was hardly easy. The ward froze after the captain asked him not to revel in victory and to remember what he said when they first fought. He remembered lying against the wall and bleeding after getting arrogant. Guan smiled, promising to keep that in mind. The guests left, saying that the doctor said that he needed absolute rest for at least 3 months, and they also brought a change of clothes. The door closed, and he thought that he could not stay in bed for 3 whole months. He was about to meditate, thinking that the ascended soul of the earthly body was something he had realized after all these battles. Unclosed his eyes, thinking that this Buddhist art did not just temper the body but also heal it, and then noted that this probably meant that this was not the final form. Energy enveloped the hero while he thought that he was, albeit slowly, but definitely recovering. The protagonist stretched out his hand to the side and asked in his mind what kind of power this was. He examined the limb and thought that it was the very essence of the inner chi, so the ascended soul of the earthly body was an art that controlled the essence. MC sat on the bed, thinking that this had never happened to him before. Maybe it had merged with his life force because he had been practicing it for several years, noting that it was an incredible art. Chun looked to the side, asking what he knew about the essence of the inner chi. The gray-haired man looked at the student and said that the martial art that allows one to control the essence of inner strength is known for the fact that with its help one can overcome human limitations and step into the divine realms, to which he asked again, step into the divine realms, and then asked if this was even possible. The student closed his eyes and thought that who could have known that the lost Buddhist art could give such opportunities, and then realized that it was too early to judge whether it was really capable of this or whether it all ended with the development of the essence of inner chi. Un lowered his head and closed his eyes. Woonji was carrying towels. She lowered her head and did not understand what kind of smell it was. The girl stood at the door and thought that she did not even know what could smell like that, and it seemed to her that the aroma was from the captain's room. The brown-eyed girl opened the door slightly. She opened her eye wide and was scared. The hero was levitating above the bed and a dragon was flying around him, and she thought about it. He stretched his arms forward and sighed. The protagonist was warming up and thinking about how he had merged his spiritual part with his physical part, and had finally formed a body worthy of a martial artist. MC looked at his shoulder, thinking that maybe that recent restructuring had also helped him achieve the form of an ascended soul of the earthly body, noting that he had originally planned to first form an ascended soul of the earthly body and then achieve the physical restructuring. Unclosed his eyes, thinking that it had turned out the other way around, but in the end everything had turned out well. Woonji stood at the door, and he became wary. The red-eyed woman froze, thinking that it didn't look like he was experiencing a deviation or suddenly discovering something new while he was asking what was wrong. The girl was stunned and exclaimed. She leaned over and said that she thought he might need it, to which he thanked her. Unadjusted his clothes and thought that if you look at him, he had sweated quite a bit while he was finishing forming his body. Woonji stood in front of the captain and asked if something was wrong. The hero undressed and said that it was unpleasant not being able to move freely, but otherwise everything was fine, to which she replied that the doctor said that he needed to rest for at least 3 months. The protagonist put on clean clothes and said that this was just his opinion, and then thought that this body was gradually healing, and he would be on his feet in 2 weeks. The action moved indoors and someone said that it seemed like they had not revealed themselves. Chun looked ahead and said that this only meant that they were careful enough not to reveal themselves in response to such provocations. The white-haired man stood below, and said that it was a shame because he hoped that they would be able to achieve something this time. The old man put his hand on his jaw and said that their actions were not in vain, and then noted that they did not succeed in provoking the great demons to do questionable things. The people walked towards the light, saying that they had acquired about 10 young demon generals. The gray-haired man stood idly by, saying that moreover, although there were only 3 of them, there were those who had become great demons or even demon kings in their ranks, and then mentioned Guan, the captain of the Scorching Dragon Squad, and the young mistress. The red-eyed man froze, thinking that there were many talented individuals in this squad. Chun smiled and said that they would serve as a warning to everyone, representing the ranks of fresh blood of the cult. The blue-haired man looked ahead and Guanchuk thought that the great demons holding on to the position would be on guard. Not only the great demons, even the demon kings. He believed that he would claim the position of a high-ranking great demon at best. The gray-haired man grinned, thinking that he had exceeded all his expectations. There was a pool of blood on the arena. While the old man thought that he had even made the demon kings be on guard, Chun stroked his beard, saying that it seemed that this child was the only true choice. A smile appeared on the interlocutor's face, and he said that the choice was made. The dark-haired man lowered his head and closed his eyes. The mountains were enveloped in a haze and someone was going to call the captain of the Scorching Dragon Squad to the inner garden of the Heavenly Palace as soon as he fully recovered. The man hid his face under a hood. The figure approached the table with a glass. The gray-haired man sat with his arms folded. The guest put his hand on the table and said that he thought he would punish him. The old man turned his head to the side and was silently meaningful. The blue-eyed man looked menacingly at the interlocutor. The man lowered his gaze and froze. He held his throat and thought about the problem with breathing. The guest looked away, saying that he made a mistake, being upset and asked for forgiveness. The mustachioed man was calm, while the man thought that he was at the level where he could strangle him just by getting angry. The gray-eyed man put his hands on the table, thinking that he was still not sure that he could defeat the leader of the cult, the incinerating souls of the Fire King. The man put his hand on his beard. He extended his hand forward, saying that it seemed like he underestimated him. The guy in the cloak looked at the interlocutor and asked what he was talking about the brat. The big guy held a glass in his hands and asked again, saying that he thought he should think about what he was saying. The liquid bubbled in the vessel, while the gray-haired man said that in just 2 years, after leaving the cave of the hidden demon, he started with a demonic general and ended up as a king, and then asked that he was going to call the captain a brat. He took a sip, saying that of course, even he thought that he was just a bald man, then he turned into a tiger. His hand slammed the glass on the table while he was saying that it was definitely his mistake, to which the other person replied that, however, just because he made a small mistake, it did not mean that the grand plan was ruined. The guest was stunned and asked what he had done. The old man looked ahead. A smile appeared on his face. People were sitting at the table and he said that of course, after all, the cult leader had drunk poison yesterday. The accomplice smiled and he said that given how deep and strong the inner strength of the leaders was, they still needed to wait for some symptoms. The mustachioed man pointed his finger to the side, saying that he could guarantee with his life that he had swallowed poison. The gray-eyed man grinned and asked if that was true, thinking that the soul-scorching Fire King and he doubted that the vice-leader of the holy demon cult would lie like that. The other man folded his arms, saying that the process would speed up if they fed him more poison, and regretted that he didn't think it was possible. He smiled as the other man asked how long it would take, and replied that it would take at least 6 months, and that the target would be able to move his body for another year. The gray-eyed man looked away, thinking that if it weren't for that spear master 10 years ago, the big plan would have been foiled many years ago, but everything was planned out in decades, and 1 year shouldn't have much of an impact. The gray-eyed man became wary and asked if he had any problems. The other man clenched his fist, saying that he simply felt an unpleasant memory. He looked ahead from under his brows, thinking that in any case, those 2 from the Spear Master's sect had been killed that day. He remembered the bodies lying on the ground, and thought that as long as the holy demon cult acted as planned, their grand plan would be fulfilled. The old woman handed over the cup and asked how about forgetting the unpleasant past and moving on. The accomplice smirked, promising to do so. The flames shot upward. The woman sat in front of the fiery bowl. The gray-haired woman closed her eyes, wondering how much longer she could protect the divine flame, noting that she had been chosen when she was 12 and it had been 40 years since that day. She remembered the children playing near the house and thought about how she remembered those times and noted that they were hard times and her 5 younger brothers, along with herself, could not eat properly or wear clothes. The woman sheltered the children while the firekeeper thought about how if she had not become a maiden, they would most likely have died one of the icy winter nights. But fortunately, The divine flame chose her, and her family was saved. The fighters stood next to each other, and she thought that all 5 of the brothers grew up to become warriors of the cult. A smile appeared on the orange-eyed woman's face, and she thought that of course she had dedicated her entire life to the divine fire. The figure sat before the bowl and thanked her in her thoughts. The gray-haired woman looked ahead, saying in her thoughts that this was why she was worried, because she knew that she had little time left to serve him. The old woman bowed, addressing the divine fire and noting that she did not have much time left, so she wanted it to choose a divine maiden that would suit it. The flames shot up. The man took a step while talking about the storm spear or weapon of the black dragon. He stopped and became interested. The man looked ahead, saying that some even talk about the spear of the black storm. Un walked behind and said that he did not understand, to which he asked that it was the first time he left the chamber. The hero grinned, saying that it took him some time to recover. The old man smiled, remembering the fighter's deep wound, and said that it made sense then, how people started calling him. They walked through the tunnel, while the man said that they created this nickname because of his movements during the battle, which were similar to a black dragon, or a gust of wind, and then added that black storm. It was not a bad nickname. The protagonist exhaled, thinking about black because of the threatening color of his clothes and storm because of his rapid movements. MC followed the interlocutor, who said that it seemed like he liked it too, to which he replied that it was not bad. Glowing artifacts illuminated the tunnel, while Un thought that this path lay in pitch darkness, but the shining balls give light and they must be more expensive than gold, noting that there are a lot of them here. He looked ahead and wondered where they were going. The door was in the wall, while the guy thought it was a steel door behind the monument in the Divine Palace. Gwanchuk was climbing the stairs, while the protagonist thought that the tunnel was connected to that door, and 15 minutes had passed since they entered, and then noted that he heard water somewhere nearby. The blue-haired guy looked at the interlocutor, who asked if he knew that there was a lake above this tunnel, to which he replied that he was wondering what kind of noise of water he heard. They moved along the stairs, while the protagonist thought that there was a lake, at such a great height, and the gray-haired guy replied that this path was laid under the lake, and there was no need to worry, because the lake will not collapse on them. The interlocutors approached the door, and Gwanchuk asked if he knew where this path leads, to which MC replied that considering that they are in the Divine Palace, he can assume that they are somewhere inside the palace. The bearded man looked at the door, asking if he was mistaken, noting that the Divine Palace was divided into an inner garden and outer lands. He knocked on the door, turning back and saying that the great demons did not know about this, as they simply believed that there was a place where the cult leader lived. The old man smirked, saying that he was heading to the inner garden right now. Un approached the door, while he said that this tunnel, which was the path to the cult leader's home, was known only to the demon kings, and now that he was the ruler, there was no harm in letting him know about it, and then asked if he understood. The hero looked up, saying that meant that this was an important place in the palace, and he believed that only demon kings or higher were allowed in here, with the possible exception of the cult leader's family. He walked up to the huge doors while Gwanchuk said that it was so, and everything he said except for the right to enter the inner garden, who is not a demon king or a member of the cult leader, and then asked if he knew what it gives. The protagonist stood behind and said that he was not sure. The elder opened the gate and rays of light began to leak out. The blue-haired looked up and thought about the smell of the plants outside the gate. He froze, thinking that this was the world outside the cave. The gray-haired pointed his hand towards the exit and said that the answer lies here. Moonlight fell on the plants at the entrance of the cave. This ends the first season. The woman held onto the hat and said it was Lop Nor. She looked at the statue on the hill and thought it would be like finding a needle in a haystack. The girl looked at the piece of paper thinking the master wasn't much help either, and didn't understand how she could find her little brother in the city without any clues, and then assumed that even the master didn't know where he was. There was a portrait on the paper, and she thought she didn't want to overdo it, but she drew the face pretty accurately. The figure rushed into the aisle thinking that, but could she really find him with just a portrait, and then decided to ask around after she ate. The employee held it in his hands and someone said that it must be their order, to which he said he was on his way. The waiter leaned over and asked to enjoy the food. The woman entered the room taking off her hat. The hostess rubbed his hands and said welcome. She sat at the table and asked if she could have some fried rice with vegetables, to which he repeated the order and said that it would be here soon. The girl held a piece of paper in her hands and asked if he could take a look at it if it was not too much trouble. The guy looked at the paper and froze. The girl sat at the table and asked if something was wrong, assuming that he knew this person, to which the worker asked if she was from the authorities and where she got the sketch. The student pointed at herself and said that this was her battle brother. The interlocutor looked down. He looked away and looked scared. The dark-haired man examined the porter and asked again, saying that he was the leader of the Sandstorm of Death. The interlocutor leaned on the table and asked again, and then he said that this was the most famous gang in the area, although it has not been active for some time, but they were very active about a year ago. She lowered her head and thought that one of the three swords became the leader of the bandits, and said that it can't be and that it was definitely a mistake. The waiter frowned, saying that he remembered how this man attacked their village and the man in the sketch was definitely the leader of the Death Sandstorm. The girl looked away and asked if he was sure. He spread his hands, saying that he was absolutely sure that everyone here knew that this man was the leader of the Death Sandstorm. The student looked away. She was sitting next to the guests and was meaningfully silent. The dark-haired one was showing the porter and was puzzled. She leaned on the table, lowering her head, and the interlocutor asked if she was okay. The seeker looked at the worker and asked where she could find the group, to which he replied that he did not know, because they had not shown up for a year. She frowned and asked that there must be a place that they used as a base. The waiter was tense, wondering if he should tell her and noting that there was no way such a girl would be left untouched. The dark-haired one placed her hands on the man's shoulders and said that he knew, then asked him to tell her. He bared his teeth, saying that they would do terrible things. The other woman's face was calm as she said that he didn't need to worry about that, because she was stronger than he thought. The seeker swung her sword, cutting the table in half. The loophole sheathed the weapon and asked if he could see, then added that a simple group of bandits were no match for her. She showed him the item and said what kind of food and table she had broken, then asked him to keep the change. The item glittered in the worker's face. He closed his eyes, thinking that one such thing was worth several months of his salary, and he could use the money to finally feed everyone in the house to their fill. The guy looked away and said that she needed to go to the old temple, because that was the group's hideout, to which she thanked him. The house by the cliff was destroyed. Things were lying on the dug-up earth. The skull was lying on the soil with a hole. Un walked through the forest and thought that this was the inner garden of the divine palace, thinking that he was sure that he was inside the palace until he went outside, and all this was done by people, and then added that the power of the cult continues to surprise him. He looked around and thought that he had entered, but he does not know where to go now. The wind swept over the crowns of the trees. The stream carried leaves behind it. They rushed to the side. The hero became wary when he became engulfed in energy. He looked ahead, thinking that this force was calling him. The protagonist rushed to run towards the call. MC approached the river and became wary. A man stood in a small structure and said that he was here. The leader came out from under the canopy. The boy folded his hands in front of his face and introduced himself, saying that he was standing before the leader. His eyes were shining blue and he thought it was strange, as he seemed smaller than the last time he had seen him on the throne, as if the ruler was a foot shorter than he had been then. Chun looked ahead and smiled. He showed his teeth and said that he was glad to meet him. His pupil reflected the light. Un was calm, thinking about how some said that the eyes were windows, that they represented the mind, and if so, what did this storm inside the eyes of the holy demon mean, and then guessed that it implied that he was confident that he could release a furious storm at will, and then noted that he could feel it, a difference between the two that he could not comprehend. The old man extended his hand towards the guest and asked him to come up here, to which the guest asked how he dared. Chun smiled and said that there was no need to be so polite, as the eyes showed the true nature, and then asked him to join him. Un lowered his head and thought that the leader was also looking into his eyes, and then wondered if that was the case, what he saw inside him. The guy started to climb the steps. The hero lowered his gaze. He looked at the table with two bowls and thought that they were barely touched. The gray-haired man looked away and the protagonist thought that he was waiting for him to come. The ruler started to sit down. His hand rose, palm up. He brought it to his chest and asked him to sit down. MC raised his head and looked serious. The figure was standing next to a destroyed house. Her eyes filled with tears and she gasped. The dark-haired girl looked away. The skeleton lay with its head lowered and she thought that none of the bodies belonged to him, and then wondered where he was. The girl looked around. Horror was frozen on her face. The things were lying not far from the rest. A skull was hidden behind a rag. The sword looked worn and had hieroglyphs of heaven, earth and man engraved on it. Tears flowed like a river and the adventurer bared her teeth. She ran forward. The loophole bowed her head and furrowed her brows. She laid her head on what was left of her martial brother. Un looked down and was asked to sit down. They sat at the table and Chun held out the vessel. A smile appeared on his face and he asked for a drink. The hero held the cup towards the leader while he said that Swayaking is best served cold. The water in the container was frozen. The protagonist frowned, thinking that there was a thin layer of ice on the drink and that he did this with just his aura. The bearded man was pouring tea into the cup. He extended his hand towards MC. The man raised his head, holding the glass in front of him. The old man placed the object on the table. He closed his eyes and said contentedly that it was very good. His attention turned to Un and said that he heard that he became a demon king, to which Un thanked him and added that he was just lucky. Chun smirked, saying that the demon king was a title that could not be obtained by luck alone. The hero looked away and said meaningfully, people were sitting in the structure, and he said that in the martial world there were many so-called elite disciples, not only in their cult but also throughout the outside world, and then added that the martial society has always been replenished with competent martial practitioners and elite disciples are no exception. The man pointed his finger. Energy stretched towards the protagonist, and he said that the world may be huge, but he doubted that there was anyone who had reached that level at that age. MC looked at the interlocutor who was engulfed in energy, and thought that the leader's radiance seemed as huge as a mountain, and that must be how you feel when a mountain appears before your eyes and that one does not even show an aura. The blue-haired man showed his teeth, thinking that even his master had not reached such a level. The boy hid his face behind his hair, thinking that it only made sense that he claimed to be the absolute ruler of the world, and then wondered how much power it took for a person's presence to be so overwhelming. Chun smiled while he thought that it wasn't because of his power, it just meant that the leader was a man of that caliber. The man looked down while and thought that this was different from the holy demon he knew and didn't remember being so human. A smile appeared on the old man's face, and the boy thought that maybe these two sides were real. The leader looked forward and asked to be allowed to suggest something. He poured the contents of the vessel into a glass, and asked the boy to become the vice leader of the cult. The protagonist froze and asked what he meant. The old man lowered his head. He tilted the cup. Chun brought the glass to his mouth. His hand placed the container on the table. The orange-eyed man lowered his head and said that he had always announced that the vice leader would be appointed from those with potential. Un held the cup in his hands. He looked ahead while the other man said that and from those considered the next generation, and then added that there was no doubt that he was the best in the cult, to which the boy remained silent meaningfully. He was surprised, thinking that he had a goal to get to such a position, but he never imagined that it would be so easy. His finger was above the cup. The old man walked down the stairs and said that it was a little strange for him to speak like that. The protagonist turned to the side, watching his interlocutor with his eyes. They were walking over a river on a bridge. The moon was reflected in the water. The image of the Earth's satellite was distorted by the ripples and waves. Energy surrounded Chun, and he asked if he knew why people called him the moon-splitting holy demon. MC stood behind him and thought that he had changed again, and then added that the tyrannical tone that simply could not come from that kind man who had just been smiling. The blue-haired man became wary, thinking that he understood what the problem was. Un looked serious and thought that the leader was a man with two personalities, and they were both from one. The hero looked at the interlocutor and said that it was because of the story that he cut the moon that was reflected in a glass of wine, and then thought that it was just for fun. Energy enveloped the old man, who said that it must be an incredible story and asked if it was a reflection, but how could an ordinary person cut the moon? He pointed his hand forward and said that, however, there is no end to the potential of martial arts, and the impossible becomes more ordinary the closer he is to him. The reflection of the moon lay on the water. A cut was formed on it. A line divided the reflection in half. The magician cut the moon. Unfroze, thinking about the martial god. Chun lowered his fingers and said that the reflection of the moon on the lake is no different from the reflection in a cup of wine. He looked into the water and was silently meaningful. The leader raised his head, saying that, and yet, what he really wants to cut is not just the reflection of the moon. The hero raised his head. He bared his teeth and thought that he meant that he really wanted to cut it. The moon was radiating light. The bearded man extended his hand towards the interlocutor and asked to become the vice leader, and then his disciple, and promised that then he would give him everything, 100,000 cult followers, martial practices, and glory, but did not finish. The protagonist looked at the man and thought that it was as if his self-consciousness was being pulled out. MC opened his eyes wide, thinking that the leader did not release an aura or chi, it was a manifestation of human consciousness, and then added that this is an absolute force that can cut even an image in the mind. The hand was shaking and he said that even this power. Lightning appeared in space. The glass in front of MC broke, and he thought it was a sword of the mind, while he asked to let him say that this was the basis and asked to become his disciple and vice leader of the cult. People were sitting at tables and someone asked another if he had heard about it. The market was filled with people and the interlocutor clarified whether it was about the vice leader, and then said that of course he had heard. People looked forward and said that the position of vice leader had been vacant for a long time, and then asked if he was good enough to be vice leader. Guang and Moonji were walking down the street and the guy said that he was a martial practitioner and his contribution to the cult was exceptional, and then noted that he heard that he destroyed the entire Orthodox branch at the age of 12 and also, he heard that he had already reached the rank of a demon king. The dark-haired man was shaking with excitement and said that he had seen it with his own eyes during the banquet and the divine flame. The girl was walking next to him and was shaking. He folded his arms and laughed. The people present turned around. The partner was upset and thought that she was very awkward. She put her hand on her side and asked why he did that, saying that there was no need to add QI to the laughter. The comrade put his hand on his head and said that he was just curious how many people recognized him. Moonji put her hand on his chin and said that sometimes he behaved like a child. She moved her hand to the side and asked him not to worry about it, because the people of the cult had already nicknamed him a great demon, to which he asked if she was serious. The guy raised his head and said that, but still, now he was closer to their captain. The dark-haired girl closed her eyes, saying that of course not, noting that the commander constantly broke the cult's records. Un held a spear in his hand, and she said that not only did he come out of the hidden demon cave as the best even though he started out as number 900, but he also became a demon king at that age. The friend turned her head to the side and said that, to be honest, as someone who entered the hidden demon cave as number 700, she knew how incredible that was, and then added that their captain was a role model for people like her. She froze after someone asked that if he became the vice leader, what happened to the leader's bloodline. Moonji looked around the corner, and the dark-haired man asked the other person that in the entire history of the cult, the position of leader was exclusively held by the Chun family, to which the gray-haired man replied that there was an obvious way around it, and noted that he thought he knew about it. The old man held sticks in his hands and asked him if he remembered that the leader had a daughter, and then said that they just need to marry and they will preserve the martial arts with the bloodline, to which he replied that they can preserve the bloodline with that lady. The red-eyed woman froze and fell into a stupor. The girl turned away and said that little is known about the lady who is the child of the holy demon, and people only think that she should be around 20 years old, and she should be an excellent martial practitioner due to the bloodline of the holy demon. She stretched her hand to the side and said that this is because the lady has never shown herself to the public after she reached 10 years old, and her whereabouts are a closely guarded secret, and many in the cult discuss her, but none of them tell the truth. A figure ran along the ground. The red-haired woman opened her mouth and looked tired. The man ran into the building of the White Monkey Squad. The man turned back and thought. Dang ran past while the guys asked her where she was rushing to and offered to have a drink with them, and said that not now, because she was very busy. The comrades looked at each other. The girl ran up the stairs, thinking that she had to hurry. She went up, thinking that she had to tell the captain this. At the end of the corridor there were doors. The speaker approached them. The guest opened the doors and asked if she had heard the news. The girl was sitting on the bed and said that she had come here. The dark-haired girl looked away and said that there was nothing unexpected in this. Dang approached her and asked how they could appoint a new vice leader when she was there, to which the interlocutor replied that a stronger one had taken this position, and asked that this should be good news for the cult, right? Red Eyes looked down, saying that she couldn't help but admit it after seeing Un fight the Dark Pursuit Demon King, and then noted that it was indeed a relief to just let go and admit it, and then added that she then looked at her past self, noting that she was also the captain of the White Monkey Squad, one of the 12 support squads, and it made her think that she was doing pretty well too. The commander closed her eyes and said that the hero's life was his life and hers was her life, and each of them had to do their best. She remembered Chun and thought that her father had acknowledged her, and hadn't changed at all. Red Eyes looked confused as she thought that she had said that, but there was something the captain didn't understand, the fact that she had started calling the Charred Dragon captain by his name. Dang put her hands on her hips and asked if she had heard about the wedding, to which she asked again. The girl spread her arms and asked what she didn't know, saying that everyone said that she needed to marry the vice leader to continue her family's bloodline. The dark-haired girl leaned her hands on the bed and thought about what was said. The moonlight illuminated the nature. The rays penetrated the room. The man sat on the bed, hugging his knees, thinking that this was good. The girl hid her head between her knees, thinking that this would help her calm down a little. Strands of hair fell on the fabric, and she thought about the wedding. The leader's daughter looked down, thinking that she agreed that Un was better than her, but the wedding was too much, but she did not finish and thought that she had never thought about it. Her hand rested on her head as she thought that deep down she probably knew this would happen, noting the ways to do what her father said, continuing the bloodline of the Chun family. The dark-haired girl looked ahead and thought that it was either her becoming the next leader or marrying the next one. The hero held the spear in his hands while she thought that maybe she had no time to check her feelings because she was busy with the rivalry. The moon was shining in the sky and the girl was thinking about the wedding. The house was dark. She buried her head in her knees, thinking that she didn't know anything about it. Her ear was red, filling with blood. The leader's daughter raised her head and looked embarrassed. A figure was sitting on the throne. The man was holding a piece of paper. He looked down and said that it seemed like things had turned out strangely, and he was only planning to put a little pressure on him, then noted that fate was very unpredictable. The bearded man looked up. He imagined the guy, thinking that he was just an annoying flea, but Un quickly grew up and became part of the leader's group, then replied that it annoyed him that someone was getting in his way. The bastard looked at the hero, thinking that he had become the young leader, meaning that even if the leader died as he planned, there was another person who could legitimately inherit the position. The gray-eyed man frowned, thinking that the leader was definitely poisoned and would die one day. The white-haired man placed his hands on the throne, thinking that he would definitely die, since he would not be able to survive this, since such a substance can only be found in legends. The opponents stood opposite each other, while he thought that the important part was when the leader died and the cult would split into two factions, namely the vice leader and the young leader. Chun looked away, while he thought that the leader had a maximum of 1 year before I would finish him off. His hand clenched, while he thought that objectively, this time was not enough for the young leader to build his own large faction. The old man's eyes shone and he lowered his head. The man looked down. The throne was divided into two, and he thought that no matter how small or huge it was, they would become an obstacle to the great Jew's plan. He frowned, showing dissatisfaction. The old man held onto the objects that were engulfed in smoke. He picked them up, thinking that he should not let this happen and should burn every last one of them. A cloud of dust fell to the floor. The man looked down, thinking that if he couldn't get the young leader to his side, it would be bad, but he didn't finish. He stepped on the smoke, thinking that he had to finish him off. Behind him were eyes and hands, while he was thinking that he had to hire someone strong like when he hired the Death Curtain, otherwise, in the worst case, he would have to do it himself. The action moved to the next day in the Divine Palace. Groups of people stood opposite each other, and someone said that he heard that the future of the cult would be decided at today's meeting, to which another replied that he thought it was obvious enough and mentioned the famous captain of the Scorching Dragon Squad. The bearded man grinned and said that everyone was talking about the young leader, and it was too bad that he couldn't see him with his own eyes at the banquet. Gu pointed his thumb at himself, and said that he was absent at the time, and wondered what kind of person he was. He looked away after someone commented that the boy was an incredible martial artist for his age. An old man stood by his side, saying that the leader had also given him special attention and he expected him to only improve from now on. They bowed to each other, and the Fist Master noted that it had been a while since they had seen each other, asking if he could tell him a little about the new young master, to which he replied that it shouldn't be a problem. The gray-haired man looked at the others, asking if there was anyone else he wanted to know about, to which Gu thanked the strategist and remarked that it seemed like the leader had chosen a brilliant young heir. The red-eyed man looked away and said that he was glad that he thought so. He became wary after hearing something strange. Ju folded his arms, standing next to his charges, and the old man thought of his name. The Fire King didn't take his eyes off the man next to him, who asked if he thought the same. The mustachioed man put his hand on his jaw and asked what he was saying about the young leader, saying that he had heard rumors, but the more he thought about it, the more interesting it became, but he did not finish. He closed his eyes, saying that it seemed that he was too old to judge such things and believed that the leader had made the right choice. Guanchuk grinned, thinking that his interlocutor was cunning. The white-haired man folded his arms, while he thought that not only did he not say too much, but it was also difficult to understand what he was thinking, and moreover, he never left traces when he planned something. The blue-eyed man looked away and became wary. A smile appeared on his face. The old man was serious and thought that he needed to be wary of such people, because they would stab him in the back with a smile on their face, and showing weaknesses only meant that they would use them to gain an advantage. The bastard was standing in the room, and he thought that he was sure that he was connected to this strange atmosphere inside the cult. Guanchuk put his hand on his beard and thought that he was sure of it, because his intuition said so, but he could not act without solid evidence, and noted that he was one of the demonic masters like him, and also the vice leader of the cult. Actions without reason would only give the opposite effect. Ju looked ahead tensely. The strategist was wary and watched the interlocutor. The people present were tense. Chun appeared in public and someone ordered him to appear before the leader. The man lowered his gaze. He sat on the throne and said that everyone was gathered. The gray-haired man watched the poisoned man and thought that he could still resist the poison. Ju lowered his head, thinking that perhaps the poison had not yet affected him. His eye glowed blue and he thought that from this distance, the target's face looked untouched, and he really wanted to climb up and examine the face carefully, then stopped himself, thinking that it was probably because he had recently taken the poison and there was no need to rush now. The bastard looked down, thinking that due to the strength of that one, they would have to wait at least 6 months for the poison to take effect, and he should not be impatient. The leader sat on the dais and asked everyone to raise their heads, telling them the reason why he had gathered them all, noting that he believed that they all knew about it already. The people present looked at each other. The dark-haired one waved his hand and said that it was enough, noting that there was no need to make a fuss about it. The ruler placed his hand on the armrest and slammed his finger on the material. The guests shouted in unison about the flower of the dark night. The servants grabbed the handles of the massive doors. A blindingly bright light was pouring out from the gap. Un lowered his head and closed his eyes. He looked ahead. The hero took a step into the room. He walked on the floor of a huge room. Next to him stood one of the cult's slen. The guy stopped, raising his head. He looked down and said that he was standing in front of the leader. The action moved to 2 days ago and the blue-haired man was sitting on the bed, thinking that he had a bad feeling, but this was also what he wanted, and then added that he needed the power of the holy demon cult, and for this he only needed to inherit the throne, then everything would be ready. He lowered his head, thinking that in addition, he was a disciple of the Spear Master sect, but what if he became the successor of the holy demon? There was tension on his face as he thought about what would happen if he learned the divine art of the holy demon, and realized that it was not a problem, like the other arts he had learned so far. Yuan's hair fell on his back and he thought that he only needed to combine the holy demon divine art with the spear mastery sex art, and then noted that it would not be easy, but with time, he would be able to do it, and realized that the problem with his skill was not about martial arts. The hero closed his eyes, wondering if his master would understand if he served another master. The moonlight illuminated his room. He leaned on his knees and kept silent meaningfully. Chun looked away and said the guy's name. The man was lying in a pool of blood and begged for forgiveness. The protagonist bared his teeth, promising the master in his mind that he would become a young master of the cult. The protagonist frowned, thinking that he did not care what the master thought about it, because he would avenge him no matter what. His hand tensed and a vein appeared on the back of his hand. He remembered the teacher and thought that he had never agreed with his decision to walk the bloody path of revenge because he was a man of honor. MC frowned, thinking that he himself had no desire to walk the path of honor. His clothes and hair were stained with blood while he thought that he would never forgive the hypocrites of the Orthodox sects, and he did not care even if he stained his hands with blood forever, because he would still carry out his revenge. Unhid part of his face with his hair, thinking that this was his choice. His eyes shone and he thought that he would become the disciple of the holy demon. The hero walked forward. The successor looked at the mentor. Chun smiled, saying that he had already decided who should become the young leader, and if anyone disagreed, then let them speak up immediately. The people present looked at the leader. The white-haired man stood next to the others and was silently meaningful. Displeasure was written on his face. The student stood in front of the tower, from which the ruler said that if there were none, then he would name the protagonist a young leader, and then ordered the ritual of 9 bows to be performed. The cloth spread out, and there was a picture of a demon on it, while he asked to bow to the first holy demon who protects them all in heaven. MC knelt down and lowered his head. A portrait of a spirit towered over the guy. Holy demons were drawn behind him, and Chun said that next, you need to bow 3 times to the holy demons of the previous generations. People were in their places in the hall. The blue-haired man bowed to the demons of the previous generations. He looked at the floor, unrose from his knees, and the leader said that now he needs to bow to the new teacher. He looked at the tower on which the new master stood. The hero raised his head. He frowned. The guy closed his eyes and began to lower himself. The successor leaned his hands on the floor. His hair lay on the floor, covering his face. The old man hid his fist in his palm and swore in front of the first holy demon that he would take the protagonist as a young leader and disciple, and then raise him as the new lord of their cult. MC looked down and swore in front of the holy demon that he would become the young leader of the cult and the disciple of the leader, in order to become the future lord of the cult. Chun stood in the garden and said that since he was from the hidden demon cave, he should know about the Dark Lotus, which he confirmed. Unraised his eyebrows, thinking that the Dark Lotus was not only the foundation of the hidden demon cave, but also the basic cultivation method of demonic spiritual practices, and wondered why he would bring up such a simple cultivation method. The leader looked forward and said that the Dark Lotus gives birth to a flame in the mind, and the blazing mind becomes a red heart, and it should become the landing place for the true demonic spirit. The bearded man looked back, saying that in this way, the red heart should bloom into an unquenchable flame, and called it the path of the red heart, asking him to remember it. The protagonist lowered his head, agreeing with the master and thinking that the red heart was part of the holy demon divine arts. Chun looked to the side and said that the Dark Lotus was the basic cultivation method of the holy demon cult, but when combined with the red heart, it becomes the advanced art of the Dark Lotus, the first link to the divine art of the holy demon, and then asked him to remember and realize it. MC hid his fist in his palm and said that he thanked the master for the instructions, and he would keep it in mind, thinking that it looked like he would need to grow the red heart in his truly tempered bud. Chun stood by and said that he would show the correct flow of chi, and then asked him to sit down. He placed his hand on the successor's shoulder, and promised to inject part of his chi into him. The hands touched his back and the old man asked him not to resist it, to relax and let it flow through him. The energy enveloped the boy. He opened his eyes wide, unlowered his head, thinking that he had taught him the first link of the holy demon divine art on the first day, and on the second day he taught him the middle link, and then noted that it looked like he wanted to teach him everything in a short period of time. He closed his eyes, thinking that even if that was the case, it looked like he was still in a bit of a hurry and thought that he had recently passed his 40s, and then asked why he was in such a hurry. Mana enveloped the bodies and Chun asked him to concentrate, and then feel and remember the paths of the energy flow. The protagonist was concentrated. His body was covered with vessels and he thought that the leader's power flowed through his 12 main meridians and nodal meridians, and then came out back in this strong feeling of power flowing through his tubes in a short time. MC closed his eyes and couldn't understand why this energy was so familiar to him. They sat in the room while he thought that it wasn't completely identical, but the leader's chi flowing inside him was along the true path of the tempered bud. The boy read the book and thought that the true tempered bud was based on the spear master's method and the dark lotus of the cult, and then noticed that he had also strengthened them with the cultivation method he had learned from the unwritten. The roots grew in the space while the boy thought that it was understandable that part of the origins were similar to these demonic arts. Unfrowned, thinking that they were similar, especially to the cultivation method from the unwritten, but he didn't understand why. The energy appeared in the space and he thought that even if we consider that the Black Lotus is the basis of all demonic arts, how could it be similar in the direction in which the chi flows? The paths where it flows faster and where it flows slower, even the paths of the outgoing flow. Chun lowered his gaze, thinking that the red heart was a cultivation method that was only taught in the Saint Demon bloodlines or for the young leaders who were to inherit the bloodline in the future, and then asked in his mind how it could be so similar. The dark-haired man stretched out his hand, while thinking that he could possibly know a cultivation method with a similar breathing technique, and even if the red heart was the first step to the Saint Demon divine art, it could not be completely different from other cultivation methods. The bearded man lowered his head, thinking that in some streams it might be similar, but he did not understand why it was so familiar to him. The master's hands were close to his shoulders, and he thought that he had even checked all of his meridians, considering the chance that he could somehow already obtain the red heart. Chun stood behind the successor, thinking that it was far from being a red heart. The man looked to the side, thinking that it was similar to the red heart, but he could only conclude that it had learned a different cultivation method. His attention was drawn to the spear that was in the corner of the room, and the old man thought that it was a completely different weapon from the one he had seen when he was a demonic general. The steps of the structure were shabby, and he thought that he had let the disciple choose a weapon from the demonic cult's armory. He froze and became wary. A smile appeared on his face, and he realized that it was the spear of the Unwritten One. Looking at the spear, the man thought that it was the spear of the Unwritten One that he had used when he was alive. Chun looked at the hero, thinking that this explained why he had a familiar echo similar to the red heart. Un was surrounded by a bright aura. The leader noted that it was not completely identical. He smiled as he thought about the meridians that had been cultivated in a different way than the Saint Demon divine arts, and it seemed like the boy had added the unwritten cultivation methods to what he had previously practiced, but it seemed like he lacked an understanding of the unwritten methods. Closing his eyes, Chun decided that he had not yet achieved the sprinkled divine flame. The man imagined the hero lying on the ground, noting that the fact that he had inherited the will of the unwritten was itself an interesting coincidence, or perhaps a strange fate. Currently, Un was surrounded by a bright light. The leader thought that he still had a lot to learn in order to truly understand the unwritten. Chun imagined the boy surrounded by fire, noting that if he were to attain the sprinkled divine flame in the future, he would be able to create divine flames in conjunction with the will of the unwritten. The leader looked at him intently, thinking that this way he would reveal the truth in the Saint Demon and unwritten divine arts, eventually creating a new power. Afterwards, he placed his hands on his shoulders. The man pointed at the hero, saying that he had extracted his chi and wanted to invite him to try it himself, thinking that he had already begun to realize and noted his great talent. So the leader looked at the surrounding light, thinking that the things they called strange fate or enlightenment were not so easy to achieve, and this guy was already well aware of them. Un sat with his eyes closed, thinking that enlightenment only came after reviewing the knowledge and experience that was acquired, and he needed to memorize and repeat the invocation of the red heart one by one as thoroughly as possible. The guy looked concentrated, thinking that the fact that this was similar to the cultivation method that he had studied this unwritten worried him, but for now he needed to focus on the red heart. He imagined the lines on his body that the teacher had opened for him, and since he had drawn out all the chi from his body, now it was only his strength. It flowed faster and stronger, which meant that it was the red heart. The aura around him became brighter. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought about how he was the young leader of the holy demon cult with his red heart dark lotus symbol, and that this was only the first step, but he was already closer to fulfilling his revenge. Chun, who was watching him, thought that the boy was talented and this was only his first time, wondering how he could review himself for 30 minutes, and besides, he had already fully realized the paths of red heart cultivation. Bringing his hand to his face, the man thought about awareness. Excitement appeared on his face when he realized that simple awareness and awareness were completely different things, and that the hero was so talented. The boy looked down when the teacher thought that such talent had never been heard of before. Later, Un breathed heavily. Beads of sweat fell to the ground. He leaned on his knee, thinking that he couldn't even remember the last time he exerted himself so much. Earlier, he glanced at his mentor, who remarked on his interesting training methods. The leader ran his hand over his beard, noticing the metal bracelets, and that sealing his inner strength and weighing down his body should greatly help in his development. The hero raised his hand to his head, thinking about how he had to constantly move. His finger touched the thread. The hatch with the arrow opened. The arrow immediately rushed forward. The hero had to dodge it. A red mark was left on his clothes and he was glad that the arrows did not have a tip. Continuing to dodge, he thought that if it had a real tip, the arrow would have definitely pierced his thigh. He stepped on another thread with his foot. The sounds of gunshots were heard around him. Arrows rushed towards Un. Red ribbon unwound everywhere. Chun looked at it in surprise, hearing what he had discovered. The hero was sitting in the middle of the arena. Sweat was running down his face. He was holding one of the arrows in his hand, thinking that it had a cloth soaked in red paint instead of a tip and that this was really an original way of training, and his clothes were crystal white at the beginning, but now they were more red than white. The guy leaned on his leg. he managed to stand up. He sighed heavily, realizing that this was the training that the previous leaders had gone through. The teacher put his hands behind his back, saying that his body must be extremely heavy right now, but he must endure it. Looking to the side, he called it the first gate, which is the gate of the dark room. The leader looked at the hero in the center of the arena, saying that this is a training where he must dodge many arrows fired through special trap mechanisms. He can also easily review and realize how many arrows hit him at the end of the training and remember when the inner strength reaches its limits. The only thing he can trust is his will to hold the weapon in his hands, the training he had to go through. The guy looked at him silently. He decided to take off his dirty clothes. Then he took new clothes from the table. The hero put them on himself. After all, he headed for the exit. And found himself in the arena again. Raising his head, the guy said that he was ready. Chun looked at him with a smile. The sounds of gunshots rang out. The hero's clothes were covered in paint. In front of him were many broken arrows. He frowned, thinking that if they had tips, he could call himself a hedgehog. The hero gritted his teeth, thinking that he thought that training every day was enough, but it only shook his self-confidence. Then he smiled, noting that this is an experience that brings to break through the limiting wall. He sat against the wall, thinking that he wanted to just fall, but he had to reconsider his actions even if he was tired, because if he didn't do it now, he would make the same mistakes in the future. Imagine the faces of the previous leaders, thinking that those who held the title of Saint Demon were only born after going through the most difficult training like this, and now it was his turn. He gritted his teeth again, deciding that he would go all the way since it was necessary to achieve his revenge. Took a deep breath. He looked up, hearing that it was getting better. Next to him stood Chun, whom he thanked. The man looked at him, thinking that it had been exactly 15 days since he started training at the first gate. His clothes were completely covered in red paint, and now only had a few spots of stains. The number of hits on him had greatly decreased. The student lowered his head. The mentor thought that he could not stop being amazed by his attitude and the strength of his spirit during training. The training was completely worth it. The leader sat down next to him. A bright light surrounded his hand. A bright aura surrounded the two of them, and the mentor said that he was constantly moving without using his chi. It was obvious that his body and muscles were constantly tense, so he would help him. Unclosed his eyes. The man threw a pill, telling the boy to take it. The hero reached out his hands to it, thinking that it would stabilize his body and restore energy. He brought it to his face, thinking that if it were not for this, he would have already collapsed from fatigue. Then he threw it into his mouth. Rising to his feet, unheard that it was time to remove the needles. Chun waved his hand. The hero moved his hand, noticing that the black chi flows were restored and he seemed to have become even stronger than before. The mentor stood at the exit, saying that it was time to move on to the next stage. So 15 days had passed since he began this training. The feeling of the first gate, now the second gate became available to him. The leader said with a smile that this did not mean that his training in the first gate was over. The guy came closer, hearing that as before, they would continue daily training in the first gate, because his skills were only enough to pass into the second gate. But he still had not perfected his skills in the first, and also, given his improvement, they would increase the difficulty of the training. Arrows rushed forward. Dodging them, unnoticed that the speed of flight increased. Several hit him. Paint remained on his clothes. The mentor opened his mouth wide, saying that as soon as he stopped, he would become a target for even more arrows. The hero looked at him, thinking that they were not giving him a chance to get used to this training. He was already looking at the second gate in front of him. Sweat was running down his face. Standing near the labyrinth, the guy thought that the leader must be hiding somewhere in it, but perhaps he could hide his presence. Crouching down a bit, he still decided that he was not hiding. Someone's silhouette was visible above, when thought that he was still here, but he just couldn't feel him. Chun looked at the hero. He turned around when something hit him on the head. There was a cut on his clothes. Covering one eye, the guy thought that another hole had been added to his stomach, and he should not hesitate even for a moment. Then he looked at his clothes, realizing that it was dangerous. The leader was holding a blade in his hand. Looking at it, the hero realized that it was a dagger, and although it was the size of a finger, he barely had time to react. Chun brought it to his face. It literally disappeared from its place. Un was surprised by this. The knife pierced the shaft of the spear. The teacher made several swings. The hero had to bend down. The blow passed over his head. The swing cut off the ends of his hair. The mentor pointed the knife at him. Then he let go of the blade. This way he managed to intercept it. The man rushed forward again. The boy dodged back. He brought the weapon behind his back. Unfrowned. The hero swung the spear around himself. Gritting his teeth, the boy noticed that the mentor had disappeared. The man was standing above, saying that he was here. The boy gritted his teeth, thinking that he did not know that there was such a big difference in strength between them, and he was also sure that the teacher was not trying his best, but he still could not catch his shadow. He looked at him with a smile, telling him to try harder to keep up with him. Un moved the spear behind his back and thought that if he had enough chi, he could destroy the walls of the labyrinth. But he had limited the flow to the level of 10 years ago before this training, so this was not an option. A knife appeared in his hand. Many bright swings surrounded the hero. He looked around tensely, not understanding where the opponent went. Then, closing his eyes, he thought that there must be a reason why this training comes after the first gate, and decided to focus using the sensations he learned in them. A bright light surrounded him. The teacher looked at him, thinking that he had begun to use his sixth sense to detect chi. Flying knives surrounded the hero, saying that he should never let his guard down even if he cannot see the enemy, because the enemy is always aiming at him. But he managed to block one of the knives. Then he looked to the side. So he blocked the blow behind his back. Looking forward, undecided that he was doing well. The hero raised his hand to his face, surprised by the compliment, although he himself was holding up with difficulty. He smiled, thinking that he was gradually beginning to notice his movements, although he knew that he was being given slack, but it was still breathtaking. Something rushed forward. He parried the attack behind his back. Looking back, the boy noticed that his senses worked before his eyes had time to notice something. The hero noticed a moving silhouette, thinking that before moving, a person's body itself gives signs, and he should learn to recognize them. Chun rushed forward, and the boy noticed that he could see the slightest tremor of his muscles. So he managed to block the attack, noticing its sign. The leader looked at his trembling hand, surprised that the student read his movements through his muscles. His swings left bright marks. Un held back his onslaught, thinking that the dagger was getting faster and the teacher was using the amount of chi equal to 10 years of training, but his blade was still faster than any martial artist at his limit. The leader rushed towards him. The hero thought that this movement was so fast, as if it had no limits. Taking the weapon in both hands, Un thought about how to react to attacks coming from all directions. He again brought the spear behind his back, realizing that his rear was also within the attack range. Squeezing it tighter, he understood that he could only attack, and retreat was impossible. He frowned, deciding that if he thought about retreating, it would not only lead to a slowdown in progress in critical situations, but also to his death. The hero directed the blade forward. A bright flash appeared. The guy flew back. He put his hand on his chest. But then he completely lost consciousness. His eyes were closed, so one day of training in the second gate was over. A bright moon shone in the sky, so 2 months passed. Un appeared against the background of the starry sky. The guy walked on. He looked ahead, thinking that this was exhausting. The hero lowered his head and thought that only 2 months had passed, and for some reason the leader was still in a hurry, while stuffing him with everything he could about the cult, wondering if it was because he had a young leader. He remembered lying among the arrows, hearing the demands to get up, thinking that even with all this, the training schedule was getting harder and harder. There were many agents on him, so every time he reached his limit, they treated him with all the drugs that the cult had, and if he was not constantly treated, he would have died long ago. Still, clenching his fist, he noted that thanks to this, he became stronger than ever before. Un lowered his eyes, thinking that even after 2 months, he still did not understand the reason for the leader's rush, deciding that there was definitely something behind it. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, feeling the intent to kill. The blade was at his face. The knife pierced the tree. Several more were heading towards him. A bright trace appeared near his hand. He managed to dodge the daggers. Looking to the side, the guy thought that he had not noticed them until they were right next to him. This would have definitely killed him if he had not trained in the first gate. Something flew across the ground. Weapons with chains headed towards him. Un looked to the side. He stretched out his hand to one of them. So knives appeared between his fingers. His foot touched the blades. The chains got tangled up. The guy sat on them. He looked behind him, thinking that there were 5 Kuzurigama here. The chains went into the tall grass. The hero thought that their users must be at the other ends. He threw the knives towards his opponents, using lightning-fast throwing daggers needles. The dagger rushed towards the bushes. Sparks flew brightly to the sides. The blade got stuck in the chain. Un noticed the movement. Frowning, he noted that they had stopped the daggers with chains. He jumped down, also noting that the attackers were good. A swing of his spear scattered the metal balls. One of the attackers was behind him, when he thought that 2 more had quietly scattered the hedgehogs. Un looked behind him, noting that there were at least 7 of them, each of them much stronger than the ones that attacked him in the Valley of 1,000 Spirits. He remembered the man's face and his words about it not ending like this. Standing in the tall grass, the hero assumed that this was all because of the Demon King of Dark Pursuit. The dance of the chain was heard behind him, as he thought about who was behind this and why they wanted him dead so much, deciding that he could extract information from them once he defeated them. The boy rushed to attack. The attacker frowned. The sounds of fighting could be heard in the forest. The spear blade was near the attacker's face. As the hero pounced on the enemy, he noticed the sounds of Tanso. Several snakes emerged from the grass and responded to the sounds. Gritting his teeth, the boy realized that these were not ordinary snakes. Several more pounced on him. The snake had huge fangs in its mouth. Unchopped it into several pieces. Its parts fell among the rest. The hero, covering himself with his hand, wondered how he was able to control so many snakes like that, and noted that this was clearly some kind of ordinary, unorthodox sneaky art. His eyes began to glow brightly as he used terrifying chi. The quick strikes hit the snake. It sensed something. A moment later, the snake fell apart. The swings of the spear left bright marks. The hero thought that the training in the first gate was much more dangerous than anything like this. The blades of the needles glittered. The blades with chains made a ringing sound. They ran up to the guy. He swung and broke them. Then he jumped back. The chain was broken. The attacker looked down. Blood spurted from the grass. Someone played the flute. The hero noticed the sound. He threw the daggers in that direction. The dagger approached the unknown. But he parried it with the flute. He looked up in irritation. The shadow of Un loomed over him. The hero frowned. The swing split the enemy in two. The guy looked ahead tiredly. Several shadows moved next to him. A cut flute lay on the ground. The hero thought that this guy was just a snake charmer. The snakes crawled in different directions. He looked to the side, thinking about those on the left. Something came so close to him. More weapons on chains flew out from behind the bushes. One of them rushed at him. He managed to dodge it. The bandit pulled the chain, catching him with a spear. Un unfastened the bracer, thinking that's what the attacker thought. He moved his hand forward. With a blow, he managed to push the chain away. The bandit was pulled after it, shocked that the hero was so strong. The other one watched what was happening. The others pounced on the guy. Un raised his leg. Then he hit the ground with it. Daggers flew out towards the attackers. One of the bandits got hit in the face. A blade flew past another. Another one headed towards another. The bandit managed to dodge. Another attacker parried it with his hand. The third one swung and defended himself. Unclenched his fist, thinking that a couple of throwing daggers would not be so effective against these guys. But he needed the moment they spent on parrying. So the hero struck the attacker. From this, he flew back. Something flew past him. The guy ended up behind the bandit. He looked back in fear. The swing of the spear left a bright mark. The attacker hit the ground hard. The chain spun around the hero's weapon. He threw the scythe at the bandit. It flew past his face. Un looked behind him. Noticing movement in the bushes, he realized that there was only one left. Intercepting the spear, the hero thought about the fact that one was exactly what he would need and he would not let them kill him like last time. And then he rushed towards him. The guy stretched out his hand, asking what the rush was. He managed to grab him by the collar. Then he struck him in the face, deciding to knock the poison pill out of his mouth first. The hero again pointed his hand towards him. He knocked him to the ground, deciding to prevent a suicide attempt. Un himself also rushed down. The bandit opened his mouth wide and screamed. The guy put his foot on his chest, asking who ordered it and for what. He looked at the hero and said something unintelligible. Un frowned, squeezing it there. He was nervous, having seen something. There was no tongue in the bandit's mouth. Looking at him intently, the guy wondered what was wrong with his fingers. The bandit's hand was bandaged, and he realized that there were no fingers either, and this was a killer, trained, prepared to not give out any information, no matter what it cost him. The vein on his neck swelled with the understanding that they used chains, wrapping them around his wrist. And swinging the spear, the hero was crushed by the fact that he would not find out any information. The man in the cloak looked to the side in confusion, clarifying that they could not cope. The unknown looked at the interlocutor, indignantly saying that they could not even cope with the new Demon King, although they were so arrogant. The man took off his hood, thinking that the assassination attempt was his idea, and Ju didn't even know about it. He tried to do it without any help from the cult, using only his assassins, but they failed. Standing at the edge, the man knew that this failure would come back to haunt him and negatively affect his influence in the group, so he had to cope at least to maintain the influence that he had left. Leaning his hand on the wall, he also thought about the senior strategist of the cult, and that at the moment it was impossible to use more forces, otherwise he would be exposed. After that, he put his hand on the hilt of his sword, deciding that he would have to do everything himself. Someone's silhouette was visible above him. The unknown person carefully peeked over the edge. The guy with a scar on his face stared at him. Ju took a deep breath, saying that the man acted prematurely. He was only doing business with him because of an agreement, and he decided to act without warning the others. A shadow appeared next to him. The man folded his arms across his chest, telling the shadow that he could take care of everything himself as he continued south. A scarred man emerged from the shadows, agreeing, his face shrouded in black smoke. He lowered his head slightly, wanting to say something else. His eyes were shining brightly and he asked what he should do with the young leader. The gray-haired man scratched his beard and said what he should do with the young leader. Then he bit his lip and thought. He looked out the window and said if he was killed, then so be it, but if not, then let him live for now. He had no reason to do it himself or provoke the leader. The old man looked at the sky and added that getting rid of the young leader could wait until the leader was neutralized. The brunette bent down and answered that he understood. Someone was flying upside down and wondering where it was. The brown-eyed girl looked ahead and wondered what she was doing. She was hovering in the air. Suddenly a hand appeared that was going to catch her. The girl silently turned her head. Then she opened her mouth. The hand touched her when she thought about who it was. The heroine turned around and continued her thought, who it was, who was pushing her. Then she looked up and added where they were pulling her. Her eyes were open when she thought she didn't know. The lady narrowed her eyes, then closed them completely. She was flying into a black hole. The brunette was unconscious. Suddenly there was light. The lady opened her eyes slightly and said, "Ugh." A bright light illuminated her when she thought, "Hot." Then the brown-eyed girl looked forward in fear. She covered herself with her hands and thought, "Fire." A large explosion blew her away. The girl opened her mouth wide and screamed, "No." Then she got angry and put her fingers out. Her hand was tense. The brunette looked at her and thought, she can't extract chi from her core. The heroine silently covered her face with her hands. She paused and thought, not hot, she could swear she felt tongues of flame a moment ago. Then she put her hand out and added, "But now they are warm and pleasant, like a mother's hands." She looked at her hands in surprise. A flame appeared in front of her, and she thought, fire. Heat was coming out of her palms. The fire approached her chest. The lady looked at it in surprise. There was a flash. The lady was horrified and screamed. Her body began to transform as she continued to scream. The brunette opened her mouth and eyes wide. Suddenly, the hero woke up and jumped out of bed. Looking out the window, he asked if it was a dream. He sighed heavily, closed his eyes and thought, the feeling of blazing flames and heat inside him, it was all just a dream too. The guy threw off the blanket. Looking at the ceiling, he thought, so killers, huh? Remembering the past, the hero thought, the killers he met in the Valley of 1,000 Spirits last time, and those he encountered at night. He looked up and continued to think, they must be related somehow. Sitting down on the bed, he added, among those in the holy demon cult, there are not many who dare to attack him. Then the protagonist went to the window and thought, the problem is who, and why, he has no idea. Stepping out onto the balcony, he added, but it is known for sure that they were targeting him. The young man thought silently, they attacked him as if they knew who he was, but at the same time he has no idea who his enemy is. The blue-eyed man frowned and continued his thought, something he doesn't like. Squeezing a wooden beam, he added that it makes him angry. Looking at the mountains, the protagonist thought, but his rage won't help him find out information about his enemies, it will be difficult. Frowning, he thought, the boys from the valley swallowed the poison without a trace of doubt, and today's bodies were mutilated so that it was impossible to physically wake them up. The protagonist looked down and thought, he doesn't know who is behind them, but they were clearly prepared. After which he began to walk back and thought, he wouldn't have been able to cope if his chi sense wasn't so developed from the leader's training. The komas could have pierced his bones or the snakes would have killed him with their venom. Sitting down on the chair, he added, and considering how his senses had developed in such a short period of time, he couldn't help but admit that the leader's skills as a teacher were unrivaled. The young man picked up the teapot and thought, he wasn't a holy demon for nothing. He was drinking tea when suddenly someone asked if he could come in. The person opened the door when the boy replied, let him come in. The hero stood at the threshold and said that he was asking for forgiveness. It had been a long time since he had seen the captain. The blue-haired man turned his head. Looking at the boy's hand, he thought, iron bracelets. The brunette looked at his hand. Walking up to the table, Guan said that he was trying to imitate his methods since he couldn't keep up with him. This was the least he could try to do to keep up with him. The captain smiled and replied, not bad, and he would guess that he had improved in martial arts. The young man paused and replied yes, he thought he had become much better than before. Looking at him, the protagonist asked, did he think so? Well, how good was he now? The brunette remained silent and opened his eyes wide. Sitting on the table, the protagonist spoke. There was a reason for his words to lack confidence, and he replied that the thing was that after he had recently noticed some improvements, overall he no longer saw any development. The blue-haired man stood up and said, if so. Noticing the night sky, he added, the moon was very bright today. Pointing his finger back, and added that he wanted to see it right now. The man took hold of the metal bracelet. Then he adjusted his sock. He grabbed the blade of the sword. The brown-eyed man frowned and asked, right now? The protagonist smiled and replied, something was bothering him. Guan gritted his teeth and muttered, of course not. The protagonist jumped onto the railing, after which he landed below. The brunette jumped after him. The man raised his hand up. Holding his weapon in front of him, he offered to see how much stronger he had become since he left the cave of hidden demons. The ground shook. The scarred guy smiled and thought, this gave him goosebumps. He continued to grin sarcastically. The blue-haired man frowned when he thought, it reminded him of the time he lost in the past. Suddenly, he struck. A powerful explosion occurred. The hero lowered his head. The young man made a dash and said, "This will not be as easy as last time." Un took out his sword and replied, "How about you prove it in action, Lieutenant?" The brown-eyed man opened his eyes wide. A flash occurred in front of him. Looking ahead, he was surprised. The opponent was standing next to him when the young man thought he had hit it right. The blue-eyed man looked at him. When he thought, he dodged, stepping back a little before his sword came down. So that's how good the captain is. The boy began to swing his sword and thought, great, as expected from the captain he follows. The protagonist darted from side to side and thought, in order to understand what Guan's problem was, he first needed to understand his movements. Thanks to the leader's training, it was not difficult at all to follow his movements. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and looked to the side. His eyes sparkled. The opponent was running at him with a weapon. He was fierce. Moving forward, the man swung his swords. The protagonist was running after him when he thought, I see. The blue-haired man frowned and thought, he had a moment of doubt between attacks. Raising his head, he added, that's why he can't continue to develop his skills. The brunette opened his mouth in anger. Suddenly he calmed down. Looking at the captain, he wondered if there was such a difference between them. The captain didn't even break a sweat. Guan sat down and asked the captain what he thought. After which he raised an eyebrow and replied, he understood what the problem with his development was. The youth's eyes widened. Taking up the spear, the protagonist added, he said that he had recently sensed strong improvements. Right, and he replied, that's right. The blue-eyed man swung. He drew a line in the sand and said that this was the wall he had recently overcome, and he replied, a wall, to which the protagonist replied, but overcoming a wall does not mean that this is the end of the road. He stretched out his hand and added, walls are just meanings made in the martial arts world for easier understanding. Just because different people overcome the same wall, it does not make them martial artists of the same level. He only overcame the wall. It means that he now needs to try even harder in understanding the area he had just met behind the wall. The boy listened to the captain in silence. He looked at him when he added, and from here it is clear that he has difficulty understanding this very area. The man hit the spear and said, but one thing is clear, it is not so easy to adapt to this new area. Looking at the boy, he added, all he can do is understand it and take his time. Do not be so impatient. Then he opened his mouth and said, a demon is creeping into his heart. When his mind is at a crossroads, let him concentrate on his path and he will get where he is going. This is how martial arts work. The hero touched the ground and thought, a wall. He picked up a grain of sand and said that his words made him feel more confident, and thanked the captain. The two stood among the mountains, unilluminated by a bright light. It was already dawn when the boy said, the sun is rising. It seems that he took too much of his time. The man looked at him and replied, don't worry about it. Training your subordinates is also part of the captain's duty. And he said, that's how it is, thank you very much. Looking into the distance, the protagonist thought, it's already morning, and he was only going to take a quick look at Guan's skills. Then he looked at the student and continued his thought, and it turned out that he showed him everything. The protagonist smiled and thought, but thanks to him, he was also able to return to the basics, so it was worth the time spent. Scratching his hand, he added that he should also be more patient. Standing in a large area, unthought, and it looked like he would not be able to sleep today. The guy crossed his arms and said to the captain, he will go then, and he replied, okay, let him continue cultivating. The blue-haired man stood and thought, it was already dawn, it was too late to go to sleep. Walking to the cliff, he continued his thought, he would better work on the technique of the ascending soul and mortal body then. The sun was visible on the horizon. The protagonist sat down and thought, awaken the soul to strengthen the heavens, control the body to control the earth. By inflaming the soul, one can change the demon. By strengthening the body one can control the earth. A silhouette appeared in front of him. When he thought, he strengthened the foundations of the ascending arc and mortal body technique. The soul looked at him as he thought, now he must unite the heavens and the earth. Magic shone around as the man continued his thought. If he achieved the unification, his body and soul would achieve harmony, and become one, allowing him to overcome the reorganization of the body, which he had only half completed. He closed his eyes and added, however, he thought that the ascending soul and mortal body technique was only a Buddhist art, changing the body with time and effort. Opening his eyes, the hero thought, but the more he practiced it, the more complex and complicated it became. At the moment this technique already surpasses any other ordinary Buddhist arts. Now he is not even quite sure whether this is a Buddhist art or another, of unknown origin. Looking at the mountains, he thought how complicated everything is. Raising his spear, Un continued his thought, but thanks to the technique of the ascending soul and mortal body, his body is full of strength again and he feels great. Well, now we figured it out. He walked along the cliff. Then he stopped at the edge and shouted to get out. There was no one around. The protagonist frowned and asked, he did not hear him, he said to get out. Someone stood behind the tree and said, I see, so the Demon King remained the Demon King. The brunette turned around. Gritting his teeth, the blue-haired man thought, So this guy was discovered by his chi during the practice of ascending soul and mortal body, and then asked, how could it be otherwise, when he radiates such obvious hostility? The protagonist began to walk towards him and said let him first ask if he knows who he is, to which he replied, how could he, the captain of the Cold Dragons, not know? He is a talented guy who became a demon king at the age of 20, and also a young leader foreshadowing the future of the demon cult. Looking at the angry man, the blue-eyed man thought, he is showing obvious aggression, a person he does not know at all wants to kill him, and asked if he was the one who sent the assassins earlier. The brunette raised an eyebrow. Then he frowned and replied, so he is not only an excellent martial artist, but also smart. He knew it, now he simply has to kill him. The young man peeled off the bandage and asked, kill him, so he admits that he is behind these murderers, right? Let's see, he can talk, so his tongue is in place, and given the way he holds his blade, his fingers too. Then he smiled and added, he will have to answer a few questions. The rivals' glances crossed. Suddenly they began to fight. While fighting, the protagonist thought that it would not be easy. The enemy's weapon was surrounded by magic. Using his power, the protagonist shouted, this chi, it is not demonic, he is not from their cult. The guy turned away and thought how someone from outside the cult could get so deep, is it even possible? The man opened his mouth wide and shouted, that's another reason why he must get rid of him. Suddenly he used a vortex blast. Magical vortexes flew towards the protagonist. He dodged them, after which he fell to the ground. The tree was burned. There was a hole in the rock. Looking at the scene, unthought, terrifying power, the ground was damaged as if by a tornado. This is not an ordinary attack, this is a high-speed tornado, sucking in the opponent and tearing them apart on contact. The blue-haired man frowned and thought, so even a small contact will be critical, but as long as he does not touch it, there is nothing to be afraid of. Using his power, he added, and by the way, he is not the only one here who has powerful skills in reserve. The hero's eyes sparkled as he thought, the art of the 6 seals, no, he will use the holy spear of the last night. Suddenly, he launched the holy spear of the last night, the terrifying chi. The power rushed forward. It spread over the entire territory. The opponent looked up. Then he stopped. Putting out his hand, he thought, fear, he collided with some kid. Clenching his fist, he added, and feels fear, of course not. He took a step forward. His sword was glowing with light. The tip was sharp. The protagonist held the stick in his hand and thought, the blade's aura, if so. Then he raised it up and continued his thought, will cover his aura with terrifying chi. The transformation began when he added, and combined the two forces. The weapon increased when the youth thought, it should be called the terrifying aura of the spear. Throwing the bracelets on the floor, he noted, and about his metal bracelets, he will take off 2 for now. Unfrowned and thought, the enemy is strong, not equal to the leader, but not stronger than the demon king of Dark Pursuit, and similar in strength to mid-level demon kings. Suddenly, he activated the holy spear of the last night. A bright flash occurred. The enemy's vortex explosion rushed forward. The forces of the heroes collided. They mixed with each other. The two sides fought. The protagonist moved forward. The brunette swung. The blue-eyed man cowered, turning his head. The enemy did the same. The force pushed the heroes aside. The men threw their heads back from the strong pressure. Then they clutched their fur coats. One of them stopped. Standing on the ground, the guy thought, should I screw on these bracelets, since it's been a long time? He frowned and added, I'll have to give it my all. Waves rose. A strong wind blew. Whirlwinds appeared around the hero. The two forces clashed. There was an explosion. The force rose up. The guy put his hands in front of him, and began to spin the weapon in his hands. Then he turned his head. His forehead was cut. He moved forward and thought, the holy spear of the last night. He swung. Looking at his shoulder, the young man thought that although his attacks should have weakened after passing through the holy spear, they were still quite strong. He looked down and thought that, however, the holy spear of the last night was gradually surrounding him. It was gradually closing in on the opponent with each large swing of the spear, and would cause him to die in a vast sea of various spear movements. This was the fundamental method of the Spear Master sect, and what would he do next? The opponent released another attack, and then turned his head, and looked at the flames. The man raised his weapon in front of him. The man gritted his teeth and said that the protagonist was a little bastard. He frowned and thought that his spear was gradually being shackled as he spewed whirlwind blasts at him. One wrong move would cause him to be torn apart by one of the spear swings. Concentrating, he thought that continuing like this was impossible, and he had no choice. The brown-eyed man gritted his teeth. Putting his hands forward, he thought that he didn't expect to go all out against some brat. The hero opened his mouth and shouted that he would now taste the Black Victory's slashing vortex blast. The wind rose. A huge whirlwind formed. Unfrowned and thought that the opponent had finally decided to use his trump card. He swung his spear and thought that he would take a direct hit. The youth frowned and used the Holy Dragon Stream. The man opened his mouth and shouted that it was too late and he would die. The whirlwind spun faster. A flash appeared. The wind streams began to spread. Dust was raised everywhere. Little by little, it began to dissipate. The outlines of silhouettes appeared in it. There were drops of blood on the weapon. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that it was close. His past experience of facing the heel of blood and jade really helped. He frowned and thought that after all, he only won because his holy dragon stream was much more powerful than the opponent's attack. There was a body on his spear. Taking off the body, the blue-haired man thought that if he was even a second late, he would be the one who lost, but still, as the winner, he was obliged to do what he had to. His gaze became sad, and he thought about the right of the winner. Clouds floated across the sky. Blood was dripping from the spear. The guy said that he had only cut the tendons on his limbs, and he could not even hope that he would die from blood loss, because he had blocked his pressure points. The man was lying in a pool of blood. The protagonist looked at him and said that now he should tell him that he was his target. The brunette grinned and said that he was an idiot if he thought he would tell him anything. His eyes lit up, and the young man said that since he did not want to, he would make him. Hello, squatting down, added that he was a patient man and he had enough time. Pointing his finger down, he thought about the broken bones and squeezed muscles of the enemy. The man clenched his teeth in pain. The blue-eyed man pressed harder and said that he blocked his throat, so now he could not make a sound, and he could just say when he changed his mind. His fingers bent unnaturally. The man rolled his eyes and said that he would talk. Unlowered his head and thought that he lasted longer than he thought, but he thought that there was no need for it anymore. The brunette opened his mouth and said that he was from the saint. Something flashed past the guy, and the sword was inserted into the enemy's chest. The blue-haired man stood next to the body. He froze and thought that it was an instant death, and he did not have time to react at all. The protagonist turned his head back and thought that he was even more surprised by the fact that he did not feel his presence next to him at all. He raised his hand and directed his power towards the enemy. It flashed near the trees and picked up great speed and began to penetrate the honey of the trees. There was a man standing there. He looked at him with fear. He frowned, and then he disappeared. Steam rose to the roof. The man turned his head and said, "So that's how it turned out," although it was still better than leaving him alive and letting the young leader find out something. And he thought to himself that if they left him alive, the information would leak to the young leader, and it would work against them in the end. The boy raised his head and asked what he should do. The gray-haired man chuckled and said that of course they should ask him to send another comrade. He leaned back and added that Wat Chung Mong was quite clumsy, but still, cooperating with them was still worth it. The young man believed that he sent them a message back then. The man raised his hand from the water and said no. He threw his head back and added that it was dangerous, they should send someone. The young man turned his head and asked if he wanted to send a person instead of a letter. The gray-haired man looked to the side and asked if there was any member of the demonic group of the Unwritten that they could trust. The brown-eyed man narrowed his eyes. He opened his mouth and said that there were still those who did not believe that he was the second coming of the Unwritten. If they were to give them orders, it could lead to a rebellion against them. The man scratched his beard and thought that if Un was one of the demonic group of the Unwritten, he said so, then such words could not be ignored. He rose from the water. And turning his head, he said, "I see, then he will send one of his people." Waves were moving across the water. Black-haired steam was coming, and he added that he should continue to persuade the demonic group of the Unwritten to their side. The guy bowed and answered, "For the glory of the Unwritten." Arrows cut through the air. They flew very fast. Arrows were directed downwards. One of them fell into the dust. She landed behind the protagonist, and he thought, a hail of arrows, as well as shadow arrows, launched between them, show that the training is becoming more and more difficult, but the ones that are half the size and at the same time faster and more powerful are the most annoying. The object cut the air, but the protagonist dodged its blow. Looking at the torn jacket, he thought that these knives that are launched every time he lets down his vigilance. A new weapon flew at him. The spear landed next to his feet. The young man looked irritatedly at the new cut, and then turned his head. He saw many objects approaching him, and thought that he could not dodge them. The arrows were approaching him. Un put the spear in front of him, and began to twirl it, forming a protective barrier. All the arrows began to break in the air, and fall to the ground. A bag fell from the ceiling. The protagonist raised his head. Chains appeared, and a grate on the ceiling. The protagonist jumped, and swung his spear. Then he landed. The youth saw a silhouette from above. The man chuckled and said that it was wonderful, and now he should change his clothes because they were going to the second gate. He began to descend, telling him that while the first gate developed his senses, the second gate went further and surpassed his sense of the enemy's movements, but also developed his understanding of his own muscles and predicting the enemy's movements. Sparks appeared in the air. The man lunged and said, for example, like this. He raised his hand to strike and added that if he were to fight an enemy of his level, Having sharper senses and being able to predict his movements would be his advantage. Striking blow after blow, he told him not to rely only on his spear and strength. He must recognize the enemy's movements and attack in a coordinated manner and precisely in the right places to kill him. As he knows, the basis of any martial art based on a weapon is to find the enemy's weak points and exploit them. If he can hold out against the enemy's various skills, then he will have a chance to defeat even a superior enemy. The young man parried blows one after another. His hair was flying. The protagonist was lying on the ground. The brunette came up to him and said that breathing is very important, but he must read the enemy's movements and make him lose his attention. The man raised his finger. The young man adjusted his sleeve and thought how strange and shocking it all was. He already knew all this, but reading him these lectures at the right moment, when he needed them so much, he did not wipe it off, helps him understand them better, but also allows his body to get used to this information much easier. He breathed deeply and thought that every muscle in his body was learning with an increasing understanding of each movement. Raising his head, the blue-haired man thought that in addition to being taught things that only a martial artist of such a level, far superior to him in his past life or his teacher, could know, the leader's instructions were very constructive and useful to the point that he felt himself becoming stronger. He looked up. In front of him was the silhouette of a man. The man grinned. The guy looked after him and thought that he could become stronger. With the leader's techniques, he felt that there was no limit to how much stronger he could become. The protagonist frowned, and then grinned. There were marks on the grate. Un was breathing heavily and thought that, as always, he could not even touch it. The man folded his hands behind his back. He raised his hand and said that was enough for today. The young man sat down on the floor. The brunette walked up to him and threw a red ball, asking what made him so restless. The blue-haired man caught it and brought it closer to his face. The leader extended his hand and said yes. His breath had not yet returned, and created a wind around the boy. Sweat was pouring off his cycle. But then he snapped into focus. The brown-eyed man looked at him and said that no matter how he looked at him during training, he looked like something was always following him, and wondered why he scolded himself so much, even when he was trying to calm himself down. The blue-eyed man's eyes widened, and he thought that the other knew exactly what he was thinking. And then he lowered his head. Frowning, he thought that he was trying so hard to hide his anxiety. But what else could he do when he closed his eyes and the face of his teacher appeared before him? The boy lowered his head even lower. Imagining the men, he wondered what he could do, remembering the faces of his enemies, because it made him so impatient. His lips pursed. He perked up when the leader said that he did not have to tell him anything if he did not want to. Walking closer, he asked to be called teacher. The protagonist raised his head and asked him why he was so restless then. His eyes widened in surprise. The teacher stared at him silently. Then he opened his mouth and said that he had said that if he did not want to, he did not have to speak, right? He chuckled and added that the same applied to him. There was a fire burning in the vat. The woman was kneeling and calling upon the most holy phenomenon. The light from the fire illuminated the room. She looked at the fire and thought that the first holy demon had told her about her destiny the night before, that she had less than a year to live. They needed a new divine saint, and she must teach her everything that a divine saint needs to know, but 1 year was too little. Then she leaned over, and closing her eyes, she began to pray for a new saint to be chosen as soon as possible. The fire flared up brighter. It rose higher, and it headed for the ceiling. The fire broke through the roof and rushed into the sky. The woman raised her head. Looking at the flame, she thought that even though she had given her entire life as a divine saint, she had never seen the divine flame burn so fiercely. But she seemed to know why. Because it was time to choose a new divine saint. The fire continued to be above the roof. Then it rose high into the sky. The man raised his head. The others also looked up and began to shout that it was the divine flame. The flame grew larger. The people fell to their knees in front of it and bowed. The fire turned into a dragon. It began to wriggle and soared into the clouds. Small flames began to separate from it. They flew to the ground. The woman watched this and thought that where this fire fell, there would be the location of the next divine saint. She would serve the divine flame and the holy demon. The protagonist stood near the stairs and thought that the air was especially fresh today. The teacher approached him and said that he had worked hard at training today and that he was waiting for him tomorrow at the same time as usual. His attention was drawn to the sound of approaching footsteps. A man was running up the stairs. He was breathing heavily and called out to the leader. Bowing, he said that a new divine maiden had been chosen. The brunette smiled and answered, finally. He was already worried that the current saint was getting too old. The purple-eyed man approached him and said that she was the one who had been chosen. He approached the leader's ear and said the rest in a whisper. The brown-eyed man's eyes widened in surprise. The girl was sitting on the windowsill. His attention was drawn to a bright light. Seeing a dragon in the sky, she wondered if this was a flame in the palace of a divine saint. The dragon was flying through the clouds. The fire was approaching the girl. She raised her head and thought that it was as if the dragon had risen high. The fire was in the clouds. When it descended lower, the girl thought it was very beautiful. The brunette raised her head and looked at her in surprise. Then she crawled back. Looking at the flames, she thought they were flying towards her. The brown-eyed girl jerked forward. She caught her hand on the cornice, and she climbed up in a somersault. She sat down on the roof, and raising her head, she thought that the flames seemed to be spreading. The heroine began to slide off the roof, but having broken through the railings, she climbed inside. The flames approached the house. They took on a strange shape. The girl recoiled because of the hot air. The brunette turned and wondered if they had really changed their trajectory to pursue her. Having run deeper into the house, she thought, no. At that moment, she fell. The flames approached her face. The brunette looked at the growing flames in surprise. The fire engulfed everything around. It burst onto the roof. The man frowned. He was flying through the trees. 2 more were running after him. The boy frowned and thought, what incredible movements, such speed befitting his title of a holy demon. Considering that he should also reach such speed and take over the title of a holy demon, then he should continue to develop. The man ran far ahead. The young man ran after and thought that now was not the time for this, because he did not expect that she would be chosen as a divine saint. An image of Aeon appeared in his mind. Remembering their battle, he thought that they were not exactly on friendly terms, but they knew each other since childhood. Her behavior had recently changed, but not long ago they were rivals with each other. The protagonist scratched his chin and thought that if he thought about it, it was true that they had some kind of competition that had been going on since they were children, although it had been a long time since they were in the hidden demon cave. And yet the divine saint is the one who is the link between humans and the divine flame, understanding the will of the first demon saint and also serving the current demon saint. As a young leader, he is destined to become a demon saint one day, and since that is the case, then in the future the divine saint will serve. The girl stood with her arms crossed. She lowered her head. The girl heard sounds and turned her head. The protagonist frowned. He looked down and thought, the leader has already arrived. If the white monkey's house is similar in layout to the cold dragon's house, then squad captain Cheonaong should also be here. The house was still engulfed in flames. Un kept running and thought that something was wrong. The building was on fire, but it didn't look damaged. First impressions can be deceiving. Apparently it wasn't just fire. The fire was everywhere. The young man ran closer and closer and thought that the flames were enveloping the entire white monkey building and the squad's banner, but none of it was damaged, as if the fire was burning regardless of the environment. The flames were still there. The man watched them silently. He walked up to the door. All 3 were inside. The girl was engulfed in flames. She bent her head over to see those who had entered. The protagonist looked at her and didn't understand if the flames were holding her or protecting her. He thought that in any case, they weren't doing anything to her, so that's what it was, divine flames. The brunette looked at them in fear. The brown-eyed man looked at her carefully. The heroine opened her mouth and tried to say something. She bowed to the leader. He walked towards her. The protagonist watched him go and thought that maybe he imagined it, but the leader actually shuddered a little. The hero approached the flame and told the girl to leave. Aeon looked around and tried to object. A woman approached her and said that this flame would not harm her. She entered the flame and smiled welcomingly, and thought that this was a divine saint. She sat down on the floor and explained that this was because this flame was not here to harm her, but to greet her. The girl asked again, to greet her. The old woman stretched out her hands to her and answered, yes, she was chosen as the next divine saint of the cult of the holy demon. She waved her hands and the flame retreated. The heroine stared at her silently. Then she turned to the leader. He waved in agreement. The brunette stood up and began to leave the fire. The man opened his mouth and said that it seemed that he needed to talk to her. Night fell on the mountains. The brunette looked at the moon and said that since her mother left them after she was born in this world, she was the only person close to him. The girl shifted from one foot to the other. She silently looked at the floor. With a heavy sigh, she thought that she was the only member of his family. But why was he talking to her like a young leader? The old man patted her head and asked if she knew that he always wanted her to grow up as an ordinary girl, because the rank of a holy demon condemns her to loneliness. The heroine's eyes widened in surprise. The brown-eyed man looked straight and added that he had the whole world in his hands, but at the same time there was almost nothing to really grab onto. Looking at the water, he continued that whatever he did to her life, he would not have survived if she were a guy. He just wanted her to live like an ordinary girl, fall in love and give her a family. The girl looked at him in surprise. The teacher looked back at her and said that maybe this was something she had never thought about, but it was exactly what he had hoped for. Brown Eyes looked at him with a sad look and listened to the rumors he had heard. He had even prepared himself for her to refuse to inherit the demon saint bloodline. Her eyes widened when she realized that her father had even heard the rumor that she would have to marry Woon Song. The heroine shuddered and thought that she had no idea that he cared about her so much. She exhaled through her mouth. Father spat and said that since she was to become a divine saint, it seemed that all of this was meaningless now, as she should already know, a divine saint must only serve the holy flame and the holy demon. Brown Eyes frowned and thought, holy flame. The two stood in front of the fire, although they could refuse, but no divine saint had ever passed up the opportunity to serve a demon saint. The woman smiled. Even if they chose the opposite, they were not allowed to have a family. Being chosen as a saint meant losing all opportunities to live an ordinary life. The choice could not be changed. A divine saint was chosen by the divine flame itself, the will of the first demon saint. The woman laughed hysterically. Refusing not only went against all the customs of the demon saint cult, but usually ended horribly. There were records of a chosen one going crazy and dying 2 weeks after refusing to accept the role of divine saint. The leader scratched his chin. He closed his eyes and said that if he had stopped her from entering the hidden demon cave by any means possible, he would have had at least a little more time to spend with her. He lowered his head and added that he regretted not stopping her back then. Aeon gave her hand and said, "No, father." He turned around in surprise. His daughter came closer and said that she never regretted the choice she made that day. She smiled and added that she entered the cave of hidden demons because she decided to do so. Chun lowered his head and said, "So that's how it is." The brunette clenched her fist and said that she would continue to live even after becoming a divine saint, and she had known the young leader since the time of the hidden demon cave, so she was sure that he would not treat her with disdain. The man looked at her in surprise and asked if she wanted to accept him as her husband. Taking his daughter by the shoulders, he asked if she wanted to love him. Frowning, he added that although he was his disciple, there were times when even he did not know what he was thinking, and this frightened him, because even if she followed him, what really worried him was that he might not reciprocate her feelings. They stood opposite each other. Squeezing the girl's shoulder, he asked if she could love such a man. She only remained silent. The protagonist looked at the building. He thought that as soon as the divine saint appeared and the leader took Aeon away, the flame on the white monkey building disappeared, as if it had never existed, and naturally there was no trace on the building. The divine flame is known to have been left by the first holy demon. The youth frowned and thought that according to the legends and scriptures of the holy demon cult, the first holy demon had overcome the divine being's plane and reached the mystical being's plane. Sitting on the bed, he thought that he simply could not admit it. He did not believe the mystical being's plane, a person who had reached the myth plane. Frowning, the young man thought that even the leader who used the mind sword technique barely reached the divine being's plane. This is how martial arts practitioners look from the perspective of ordinary people, like some kind of monsters or divine beings. But no matter how he thought about it, he simply could not understand it. The moon was shrouded in mist. The protagonist thought that splitting the moon with the sword of the mind was already an achievement beyond reason, but to become someone who could overcome such a bar. Looking at the broken moon, he wondered if this meant that he really was a god. Un began to shake his head and think that this could not be. It was unheard of for him to understand such a thing. He should continue cultivating rather than thinking about mythical entities. Cupping his hands, he thought about using the dark red heart lotus to split the mind into 2 parts and divide the will in 2. The mind divided into 2 consciousnesses. One half of it glowed blue. It was a truly tempered bloom. The other half glowed red. It was the dark red heart lotus. The young man closed his eyes and thought that using one consciousness to realize the dark red heart lotus and the other to true tempered bloom, he remembered another name for the dark red heart lotus, the first connection with the divine art of the demon saint. There was a colorful mist around him. At this moment he was called out. The protagonist turned his gaze in that direction. He opened his mouth and allowed him to enter. After the subordinate entered, he was asked what was wrong. He opened his mouth and said that he had a visitor. The young man stood up and asked again, "A visitor?" He looked at the moon and thought that it was too late for anyone to visit him, and yet someone had come to visit him. He frowned and asked who, and then said that it seemed like he already knew who it was. He thought to himself that it was impossible to forget this unique aura. The girl waved her hand, ungreeted Aeon, but then corrected himself, saying that he should now call her the young divine saint. The brunette turned his head and thought, the young man is a divine saint. The heroine pointed to the door and asked if they could go outside to talk. The young man looked at her and said that although it was late, why not? The girl scratched her head and said that she was thinking that maybe they could talk while they were walking in the garden. Then she walked past the protagonist. She smiled and asked, "Please?" The young man stared at her silently. The brunette watched them in surprise. The girl opened her eyes in surprise. Then she silently lowered her gaze. She opened her mouth wide and screamed. She would monitor the situation while they were talking. The 3 were walking along the road. The brunette stood next to the guy. The lady behind her glared at them. The red-eyed girl turned her head when the young man told her that he preferred to get straight to the point, because she wanted to tell him something. He looked at her seriously. The old man stood and thought she wanted to love him. The girl's cheeks turned red. Opening her mouth, she answered she was told that she would become a divine saint. Without turning around, the protagonist answered, which was logical, considering that she was chosen by the divine flame. She silently looked at the hero and thought about why he was reacting so calmly to this, as if she was the only one here who was worried, all because her father had told her all sorts of things. The brunette got angry and shouted, he knew who and why the divine saint served. The blue-haired man turned around abruptly. Then he lowered his head and thought. The girl looked at him and added, the divine flame and the holy demon. The guy frowned and thought, this is not a topic she can just chat about, but she continued, that is why her father asked her what she thought of him. Looking at her, and thought this girl, when she stood and spoke, that is why she became interested in what he thought of her. The blue-eyed man frowned and thought, his life was already busy with revenge. He became scared and continued his thought. Emotions like love were an unaffordable luxury for him, and there was no guarantee that he would be able to fulfill his revenge. His hands shook as he thought, and his enemy was not just her specific person, but a whole society of martial artists. But he simply could not explain all of this to Aeon. After which the young man spread his arms and said, maybe she did not know, but he had a lot of things to do. The girl silently became sad. Raising his head, unadded, he became the young leader he dreamed of, but he was still not sure that he could achieve his goal, and most likely, nothing would change even if he became a holy demon. The brunette lowered her head. She stood silently in front of the captain. The protagonist looked away. Looking away from the lady, he said therefore, he cannot answer her with what she wants from him, because there is something he is busy with right now. Looking sideways, he added, the rest only after he achieves his goal, if of course he can achieve it. In his head, he thought, she is a smart girl, he hopes that this hint is enough for her to understand. The heroine watched the couple from behind. She looked at the guy and thought, Captain. The lady opened her mouth and said, I see, she understood what he wanted to say. The protagonist turned around and replied, glad to hear it, and he thought, maybe he was being too harsh on Aeon, considering that she would have to live the rest of her life as a divine saint. The girl laughed and suggested that they postpone it until he achieved his goal. Turning away, the blue-haired man replied, right, he was glad that she was. Suddenly, he sharply turned his head and angrily asked what. Then the heroine disappeared. The guy silently looked into the distance. Looking after her, he said this is not what he expected. He closed his eyes and thought about what the hell she was thinking. He gave her a direct hint that this would never happen, but she put it off until later. As he left, the hero continued his thought, and that's right, there is no point in constantly thinking about it, he will worry about it when the time comes. He entered the room and thought, the mind, divided into two consciousnesses. On one side was the true tempered bloom, and on the other, the dark red heart lotus. Magical powers hovered above him. The blue-haired man closed his eyes and thought about what was happening. He sat on the mattress and thought, the power imprisoned in the true tempered bloom, which he inherited from the unwritten, fluctuated, as if it was happy with the changes in the dark red heart lotus. The protagonist lowered his head and thought about whether he should start controlling her so that she returned to normal. No. He frowned and continued his thought, it is better not to touch the power, so that it flows as it wishes. Considering what is happening, it is better not to let it be absorbed by the evil that is based in it. After which he sighed heavily and thought, the art of cultivation must flow along the path intended by fate. Looking at the power, the protagonist thought, okay, then let it flow as it wishes. The magic mixed. A bright cloud glowed. The young man concentrated the power in his hands. Then he closed his eyes. Rays penetrated his body. Magic power hung in the air. It enveloped on. The blue-eyed man frowned. Suddenly he smiled and thought, now everything is clear. Holding the magic ball in his hands, he added, this is the essence of flame. The roof began to shake. People were standing near the building. The brunette looked up, not understanding what was happening. The lady was sitting at the table when everything shook. She raised her head and looked ahead questioningly. The plot noted that at that moment, the black lotus of the red heart reached the limit of the current stage and formed a flame of divine form. Voices were heard from the house. Someone was asking if the news was true, the leader's daughter would become a divine saint, to which he was told, yeah, he's sure the leader is very happy about it, and he asked what he was talking about. The lights were on in the windows. When the conversation continued, the man asked, didn't he get it? He was talking about the continuation of the Chan family's bloodline. The young leader and the leader's daughter would get married and everything would be fine. The man raised his hand and replied, that's it, the demon saint's bloodline would continue, and the two would be married. The hero turned his head. He was kneeling when someone asked, oh. The old man scratched his beard and said, so Aeon the leader's daughter has been chosen as the next divine saint. The man frowned as he thought, that's strange, given his personality he expected the vice leader to react extremely negatively. Gray-eyed thought, although they say that the divine saint is more of a symbolic role, but she still has a huge influence on ordinary believers. Aeon, the leader's daughter, when becoming a divine saint, will only play against the deputy leader. Looking at the guy, he continued his thought, it is obvious that she will be on her father's side, but at the same time he smiles. Blue-eyed smiled and thought, he has been watching her since childhood. Then he continued, and always thought that she, when she grows up, will become such a beauty. Then he was wondering where she disappeared about 10 years ago. Since she is in the White Monkey Squad, it means she was in the Cave of Hidden Demons. Something fell down. The hero remembered and thought, since she was young, she always tried her best to please her father, so it is not surprising that she chose this path. Then he added, but now, being chosen as a divine saint, this means that all her dreams have come to an end. He guessed and thought, so it turns out that she was the captain of the White Monkey Squad at the banquet. The girl stood with her brows furrowed. When the man added, he thought that she was the beauty who would be worthy of quenching his growing thirst that came with the art of the divided Fire King's soul. The old man covered his nose with his hand and thought, and that's why he was so looking forward to the day when he could drag the captain of the White Monkey Squad into his bedroom. So she was the leader's daughter. Closing his eyes, he added, so 10 years is enough for the little girl to grow into a fully grown lady. His mouth began to water as he continued his thought. He wants to lasso her immediately. After which the hero put out his hand and thought, no, it's not time yet. Rash actions parrot all plans. Forcing a smile, he added, it will be possible to get her the moment it is time to get rid of the holy demon. He was sinister, and thought, the girl taken as a reward for getting rid of her father is not bad, and if things go wrong, he can always use this method. Suddenly, he laughed loudly and said, they say, failure can always turn into a blessing. The man narrowed his eyes and added, and it seems that all these words are true. Then he thought about it. The hero looked at the young man and asked, by the way, what is he doing now? To which he replied, he is at a higher level compared to their last comrade. Sitting opposite the throne, the young man added, so it is difficult to follow him, but one thing is certain, to which he replied, and that is. The brunette raised his head and said, he was located in his shelter. The old man shook his head and replied, the demon emperor of oblivion, huh? There was fog around. Someone's shadow was reflected on the fabric. The girl was sleeping soundly. Suddenly, someone began to strangle her. The black man had wide open eyes. The heroine's hand weakened. The attacker watched this. The lady dug her nails into the bed. A fat man was sitting next to her bed. He looked at her and said, he knows, it's all because of his art, it always looks terrible. Suddenly, he kicked the woman's body with his foot. Then he stuck out his finger. With one move, he set the corpse on fire and said, let her be grateful. He even cleaned up after her. Looking back, he said to call a reporter. The man stood on the street and shouted that the emperor is calling a reporter, let them go immediately, to which the second one replied, yes sir. Someone was standing on his feet. Sitting on the throne, the emperor ordered a report. The man took out a piece of paper and began to read. The hidden refuge of the Ice and Light Blade Emperor was collapsed. 1,247 people, the acolytes of the Orthodox sect, died. He stood on the carpet and said, the victims include the elders of the 9 major sects and people from other sects. If you include all the victims of the past related events, the total number of victims will be 2,000. The hero listened silently as he added, about 30 had retired from the martial arts community after receiving serious injuries. The old man smiled and said, and of course those who had retired were at least high-ranking martial artists. The hidden hideout of the Ice and Light Blade Emperor, being a former community of Orthodox sects, had become a sensation ever since it was first discovered. At the time of its discovery, the Orthodox sects called it a great blessing, but in the end, it turned out to be anything but that. The martial artists had squabbled, slandering this place, all because of the division of rights to own the hideout. People fought. In the end, the hideout was destroyed, burying everyone inside it. People died before their eyes. In addition, the contents of the hideout that were taken out of the ruins turned out to be empty. It was not a blessing at all, but a real disaster. The gray-haired man smiled and said, the results did not exceed their expectations at all. It would be fair to say that they would be satisfied. The fat man bared his teeth and said, well, I mean, not bad. Since the imperial court took over, it meant that they had achieved a lot. The stars were shining in the sky. The people stood with their backs to each other, and it was said that the government and the martial arts society do not interfere in each other's affairs. After all, this is a general standard rule that even the smallest sects know. The bearded man looked back while it was said that just as the society monitors the government also monitors it. The old man looked back. The man stood near the corpses, and it was said that martial artists are a phenomenon that can destroy the system they built at the root with just their overwhelming power. A hand was lying on the papers, and it was said that the government and the imperial court had actually interfered in a couple of events happening in the martial arts society. There was a huge stone in the pit. While it was said that, however, this was one of the biggest interventions since the plan to destroy the martial arts community, a plan that had been planned for several centuries but had never succeeded. The man looked down, and it was said that if the community found out about this intervention, there would be a real furor associated with the fact that the imperial court was again preparing another plan to destroy the community. The dark-haired man sat on the throne and asked what about the demonic cult. While it was said that, however, the emperor and his special squad were not only targeting the martial arts community. The servant stood in front of the ruler and said that it looked like they would need more time in this direction. The man frowned and thought. He looked down, thinking that many years had passed since they carried out the plan against the demonic cult and nothing had happened yet, but he did not finish his sentence. The ward smiled, saying that the demon cult was practically a religious group, making it both an open and closed society, and this feature of the cult was thwarting their plans. The interlocutor lowered his head, saying that, however, they had received a report that the moon-splitting holy demon had been poisoned, and it would not be long before they would see the result of the event. The emperor sat on the throne and repeated what he had said, asking how much longer the imperial squad thought they should wait. The old man closed his eyes. A smile appeared on his face, and he said that they had received a report of the poisoning 6 months ago, and it should have been time for the holy demon to realize that it had been poisoned. Chun placed his hand on his temple, while he thought that he had most likely already realized it, and was close to the time when he would no longer be able to resist the poison. The ruler looked down and asked what this meant. A smile appeared on the interlocutor's face, and he said that an important event in the cult would occur within a month. The servant stood in front of the man. The emperor looked to the side and asked who was the one they sent to the cult this time. The old man folded his arms and asked him about the demonic emperor of Oblivion, to which he showed that he remembered and repeated his name. The fighter covered himself with dark clothes, and he said that Oblivion, in the sense of how he fooled and plotted against the enemy, sending him into oblivion. A smile appeared on the emperor's face, and he said that a better nickname could not be invented. The man walked along the edge of the cliff. Pieces of broken rock fell down. They hit the cliff and bounced off. The stone bridge was located over the water. The water washed the cold rock and broke the waves. In the hands of the fighter was a spear. Un looked serious, and his hair was flying. He stood opposite the figure on the other side. The man stood in a stance, pointing the blade towards the opponent. A bright spark spread through the space, coming from the sword. The weapon was engulfed in energy and exuded an unbearably bright light. He swung, while his blade threw tongues of flame. The hero stood in a stance and was covered in energy. He concentratedly looked towards the enemy. A whirlwind enveloped the enemy. Streams of wind formed a tornado on the other side of the shore. A huge death rose up. The protagonist's hands burned with fire. An explosion occurred and beams of blinding light rushed forward. Streams of energy twisted into a spiral. The fighter looked at the result of the spell as the dragon approached him. The lizard's mouth grabbed the wind flow. The spell was illuminated by a bright light. A dark figure appeared inside. The reptile opened its mouth wide as the swordsman resisted. His body was illuminated by a bright light. He raised his head. The fighter was unable to resist the attack and gave in, allowing the energy to suppress him. MC was standing near the battlefield, and a column of dust was rising up. He lowered his head and exhaled. The figure stood on the battlefield and was blurred. The fighter was calm. He held his thumb near the phalanx of his index finger. There was a burning candle on the bowl. Chun looked away and became wary. Un stood behind the man, lowering his head. He was concentrated as the leader said that this is what the polymorphic battle illusion created by their cult illusionists looked like, and then asked him what he would say. The fighter was in the prepared arena. The hero looked to the side and said that it was incredible. The old man pointed at the workers and said that the polymorphic combat illusion was an illusion art proposed by the cult strategists and approved by the cult illusionists. And the specialty of this illusion was not only that it recreated incredibly realistic illusions, but also had two special features. The old man frowned, his eyes shining, and said that the first was that the illusions were terribly realistic, and the second was that the illusions were a recreation of the leader's memories. The successor was with the mentor on the bridge, and he thought that he had truly encountered a martial artist. Un looked forward, thinking that he still did not remember the feeling of the dragon's slashing heel and the whirlwind of blades a few seconds ago. The man took a step. Chun stood in front of the disciple and said that an experienced martial artist should be prepared to solve 100 problems that he may encounter. He clenched his fist and said that especially if he was the leader of the holy demon cult. The blue-haired man looked away while he said that that was why he recreated his confrontations from the past as these illusions and made him fight them. The bearded man pointed at the object, saying that in this regard, the polymorphic combat illusion was an excellent aid in art. He looked away at Un and said that it was because he could let him experience hundreds of problems that he himself had once encountered, and then asked how he was doing. The hero sat on the floor, thinking that just like the leader said, the polymorphic illusion was difficult, but thanks to it, he gained an incredible amount of real combat experience. He remembered standing behind the figure, thinking that in his past life, he himself was a martial artist, but he had not even reached 30 years old at that time. Even if we take the bare numbers in years, the level of his knowledge and combat experience was not even fit to hold a candle to the holy demon. The leader raised his head, while he thought that by using the polymorphic combat illusion, he could experience what he had experienced as is, and through this, he could become stronger. The protagonist lowered his head, thinking that it was still not easy. After all, he had already faced 3 martial artists that the holy demon had competed with in the past. He sat in the arena, thinking that 3 a day and he had reached his limit today, noting that he needed to rest for a while. The man smiled, thinking that he was already at the level where he had to wear metal bracelets that were much heavier, and were also charged with his chi, and then noted that he continued to be pleased with him. Chun lowered his head, thinking that he still couldn't let him relax, since he needed to speed up, and then asked how far he had advanced in the middle connection of the holy demon's divine art. Un was covered in fire. He looked ahead and said that he had reached the second level. The sphere exuded purple mana, and he thought that the first connection with the Saint Demon divine art, the dark red soul lotus, was considered to be learned when a cultivator created flame essence. The sphere gathered a flow of power, while he thought that the next step was to reach the middle connection with the Saint Demon divine art, the flame soul corridor. Chun lowered his head and thought that the second level meant that he was already so close to learning the flame soul corridor. His gaze was directed downwards, while he thought that the speed of understanding and learning and the successor was fast because he understood the art itself very well. The old man put his hands behind his back and said that this was not enough and he needed to reach at least the 5th level to completely integrate the flame soul corridor into the dark red soul lotus. He closed his eyes while MC bowed and agreed. His hand filled with energy, and it was said that the flame soul corridor allows for a complete connection between the soul and the flame essence, and after integrating it with the dark lotus of the red soul, also known as the flame corridor of the dark lotus of the red soul, the cultivator would unfurl the dark lotus, leading the red soul through it, and connecting it with the flame. The leader looked ahead, saying that only after this process would he be able to reach the divine flame, and asked him to work hard, thinking that at this rate, it would take him about half a year to reach the 5th level. He frowned, thinking that this was an outstanding talent and a terrifying speed of training. A smile appeared on his face, and Chun thought that he could only say that he was proud of his growth. There was blood trickling down the corner of his lip, and he thought that the problem was that his body could only last until this child reached that level, no more, and it was said that while Un was training under the leader to become a demon saint, something else was happening in another part of the demon saint cult. A man was sitting next to a girl in the fire, and it was said that this was the successful completion of the initiation ceremony of the newly elected young divine saint Aon. She looked ahead in surprise. People were standing in the room, and it was said that although this was a ceremony, the divine saint was also known as the mother of all the 100,000 demon believers, and it was not a ceremony that could be held without preparation. The man turned to the side while it was said that the ceremony was being held a month after she was elected as a divine saint. The people walked in a crowd and the action shifted to the day of the initiation, while it was said that although the girl's place of residence was inaccessible to ordinary believers, this day was an exception. Un looked at the crowd of people near the path, thinking that this huge group of cult members had arrived for the ceremony. They were standing next to the road, while he thought that even with such a crowd of demonic cultivators, right in the middle of them was a road that none of them dared to step on. The road led to a building, and he thought that this path connected the main and inner gates of the palace. The protagonist looked down, thinking that only the divine saint was allowed to move along this path. Chun stood nearby, and it was said that no one else was allowed to step on this path. The bearded man looked down, and it was said that even the holy demon, the head of the holy demon, entered the palace of the divine saint from another entrance. Un stood at the cliff and thought that Aon would soon pass through this path. He frowned, thinking that he shouldn't have talked to her that day, and most likely, the feelings that were overwhelming him now would not have manifested if he hadn't talked to her that day. The hero was calm and asked himself to concentrate, noting that he must walk the path stained with blood, and this was predetermined from the moment he chose the life of an avenger. He looked up, thinking that thinking about the girl when he had such a burden on his shoulders was unthinkable, and then thought that as they had said that day, he should think about the future consequences. The man raised his hand to his face and said that the divine saint had appeared. The girl lowered her gaze. Aon looked forward. The bearded man smiled and watched what was happening. He calmed down, thinking that he had accidentally given away his inner vulgar thoughts. The people present looked at the saint with interest. The old woman met her at the approaches to the top. She held a cup with divine flame in her hands. The woman stretched out her hands forward. The gray-haired woman looked at the leader's daughter and said that as soon as she took this vessel in her hands, she would begin a new life as a divine saint. A smile appeared on her face, and she said that she would continue to study with her. The red-eyed woman looked closely at the mentor, who said that, however, the fact that the new position of a divine saint would radically change her life also took place. The man stood at the counter. He stood in the room and was meaningfully silent. Chun lowered his head, thinking that not now, because he knew that he was poisoned. He remembered how he sat at the table, thinking that when he reached the plane of divine beings, he was sure that he had acquired immunity to 1,000,000 poisons, but that poison, it must be an unusual poison, and it is understandable that he could not find an antidote. The old man looked down, thinking that Guanchuk had done his best to find a solution to the problem, but it was impossible. The strategist was kneeling, and the leader was thinking that as he thought, this was not a normal poison, so he held on all this time. Un had his back to him, and the teacher was thinking that he had held on all this time, even knowing that he would not live long, and that was why, even when his student showed incredible speed of learning, he could not hide his impatience. Chun looked away, thinking that it was his mistake, because he knew that he would not be able to hold on for long. The flames were shooting up. Aon was carrying the fire to the table, and he was thinking that now all she had to do was place the vessel on the small altar at the entrance to the palace. The corner of his lip was stained with blood, and he was thinking that not now. His cheeks were puffed up, and he was thinking that a little longer. He coughed, and blood spurted out in all directions. Chun fell to his knees and made a strange sound. Un looked away warily. The gray-haired man stood among the crowd and thought that finally. He smiled, thinking that soon the cult would be his. The body was covered with needles. The man stood at the door. Sun looked away and said that this was a terrible poison, and if you look closely at how it progresses, then the leader had been poisoned for a long time. The people present stood in the corridor. Aon frowned. His fist was clenched. The old man held his hand on the wall and said that he would be able to talk to them for a while. The strategist looked ahead and agreed. He approached the door. The fire threw out tongues of flame, being in the bowl. People approached the bed. Guanchuk looked at the patient and tried to call out to him. The daughter ran and called her father. She sat on her knees in front of him. The girl held her hand, thinking that the man's body was very hot, and did not understand why. Chun turned his head and said that she was here. He looked away and apologized to the strategist, saying that he could not stand the poison after all. Un stood behind, thinking that the bearded man knew about the poison. The girl put her hand on the bed. She sat in front of the bed and called out to the man present. Aon lowered her head and asked why he did not tell her. The old man froze and remained silent meaningfully. The daughter looked back and said that if he had told her about it earlier, she would have immediately started looking for an antidote, and then asked why. Tears came to her eyes while she thought that she finally had a chance to be closer to her father, because until now, since she became a divine saint, the best thing that happened was a real conversation with him. But why did it have to happen now? Guanchuk lowered his gaze. Chun looked up and asked not to blame him, because he was the one who told him, and naturally, the strategist was looking for an antidote on his own. Unfrowned as he said that this poison did not exist anywhere in the world and thought that it was a completely new type of poison. The bearded man stood with his back turned while he thought, which means that this poison is so strong that the leader who has reached the level of divine beings cannot handle it. The girl sat in front of her father and wanted to object, but her father interrupted her, saying that everything was fine. He looked sick, saying that he was not so easy to kill, although it was hard, but he could still contain the poison, and if it were up to him, he could hold out in this state for a couple more years, and noted that he was sure that the strategist would come up with something during this time. Aon looked down and was silently meaningful. She pouted in resentment. The leader looked at the hero and said that he was also here, which the hero confirmed. He did not take his eyes off him, saying that he told him to call him teacher. The protagonist looked sad and corrected himself. The old man was tired and said that it was right. MC stood in the room and kept a meaningful silence. The bearded man lay on the bed, apologizing, noting that a teacher should not give in to weakness in front of a student, and he should not have fallen ill like that. Un looked down, thinking that signs of poison were visible here and there. Capillaries were visible on the eyes, and he thought that there was blackness above the eyes and a red rash everywhere, and also red eyes, as if with burst vessels. Chun was lying in bed and he thought that the red rash also looked unnatural, and they resembled the shape of someone's thin prints and purple dots in the middle. A thought crossed the hero's mind and he thought that he had guessed. The leader stood up and he thought that he had seen similar signs on the body of his previous teacher, and this was the same poison that was gradually killing the master, and this led to him being killed by hypocrites from the orthodox sects. The protagonist looked down and wondered what this poison was doing here. The patient opened his mouth and called the disciple. Un watched the mentor anxiously. The hero sat next to him and said that he was here. The doctor looked away and said that he could barely bring him to his senses at the moment, but he would not last long. Chun closed his eyes, saying that while he was lying down, let him look after the cult, and wanted to add another task, but did not finish. The man's hand weakened. The limb fell to the floor. The protagonist looked down warily. He put 2 fingers on the man's veins. MC exhaled, thinking that the pulse was still stable and that he had simply lost consciousness. The leader opened his eyes and asked him to look after his daughter, and then apologized for such a burden. The guy frowned, thinking that this was very unlike him. The servants walked behind the girl and the man said that 3 months had already passed. The dark-haired girl stood with her back and asked why so much. Inriang was calm and said that a lot had happened during this time. The worker carried a chest on his back, and it was said that the incident when the holy demon fell down coughing up blood during the initiation of the divine saint. After that it was expected that there would be a big commotion in the cult. But to everyone's surprise, not much happened. People stood on the road, and it was said that the main difference was that the deputy leader Ju and the young leader Un took over the leadership of the cult. The master looked ahead while it was said that, however, this was only what happened on the outside. The swan floated on the water, and it was said that when such events happen on the surface, everything moves under the water too. The bearded man frowned, and it was said that, for example, like the calm events happening outside, something was happening behind the scenes, and from the very day the leader fell ill, The scoundrel immediately showed his true intentions. People walked through the hall while it was said that the intentions to seize the position of the leader and the holy demon. Ju looked ahead and said that, however, the young leader and strategist did not give him this position so easily. It was obvious that there would be discord between the two. Un looked to the side, thinking that everyone who was even slightly aware of the squabbles of the cult knew about it. The gray-haired man frowned, and he thought that the rivalry between the deputy leader and the young leader had reached the tip of the iceberg. Inriang looked to the side. The people stood opposite each other and said that only 3 months had passed, and the cult had already divided into 2 factions, namely the deputy and the young leader, and there was no room for a crossroads, since almost all the demonic masters had already chosen a side. The bearded man stood to the side, thinking that he himself had chosen the deputy leader's side, given their old acquaintance, and the fact that he was quite friendly towards him. The old man walked on the sand, thinking that this was also the reason he was on the road now, since he wanted to establish contact with the demonic Hurricane Fist King. The man was pointing his finger, and the man thought he didn't know much about it other than the man was known for his kindness, and he just hoped the man wouldn't want to fight him out of the blue, but given his inclinations, he would. The master looked ahead, thinking that even if that happened, given the circumstances, it looked like he would have to give in to the man. He put his hand on his beard, thinking that if he wanted to satisfy the man by making a fool of himself, he didn't know how long he could hold back, but it would be best to keep up with him. The man looked away, thinking he didn't know about the others, but he wasn't sure the man would be interested in any of this stuff, but it was better than nothing. The elder turned after the bald man said that he could already see the tower of the hurricane demon. He looked into the distance and thought. The structure towered upward, and he thought that it seemed like he was late. People were coming out of the doors. The servant stood nearby and asked if it was by any chance the young leader with his comrades. People were walking on the grass. The hero grinned, saying that the blade demon was a little late. The old man looked ahead and asked what he meant, and what he meant by late. The protagonist looked away and asked if he really needed to explain it to him, or if he was just pretending not to understand. The master was calm, thinking that he had changed. The mustachioed man looked down, thinking, both in character and in skills, if everything was so dangerous. But he did not finish and noted that he also thought that he was not that far from him. Inriang looked ahead and thought that when he first became a young leader, he was still barely at the level of a demon king. But now he was already on the same level as demon masters and could not even imagine what the leader had done to him. MC looked at his opponent from under his brows and said that he would explain it to him then. He frowned and said that the Fist King had chosen their side. Energy enveloped On while he stood in front of him. The gray-haired man looked at the guy who exuded a colossal amount of power. The hero smiled and said that they were trying in vain, noting that he thought they already knew that the demon Hurricane Fist King was the type of person who was attracted by all sorts of trinkets like the ones they brought. But he did not finish. The mustachioed man closed his eyes, saying that who knows, because they say that once you see it, you will want it right away, and you can bribe a ghost with gold. The protagonist passed by and said that he could try it then, and then added that they would see if he was right or not. MC moved his hand aside, promising to see him again. Inriang looked around, thinking that as soon as the young man began to exude his chi, the master should have already understood what was going on, but he himself did not show himself. The windows were closed, and the old man thought that it meant that he had already made his choice. He raised his head, thinking that he did not know how they persuaded the demon, but it was clear as day that he had already chosen the other side and meeting him would be a waste of time. The people were holding things over their shoulders. The bald man was tense and asked what they were going to do. The master bared his teeth and said that they were now going to the Fire King's tower. The bearded man lowered his head, saying that there were 4 against 4. He walked around the table. Inriang looked ahead and thought that the number of demon masters who chose the deputy leader's side was 4, not counting himself. Un stood next to the man and he thought that the number of demonic masters on the leader's side was also equal to 4, including the strategist. The hero was serious, and the traitor thought that since the young leader was now practically at the same level as the 10 demonic masters, it could be considered that the sides were essentially equal. The dark-haired man frowned and thought that even considering all the forces that obeyed the 10 demonic masters, everything was also equal here. The opponents stood opposite each other, and he thought that most of the support troops chose neutrality, but considering that the White Monkey Squad and the Cold Dragon Squad supported the young leader, in fact, the advantage was on his side. Ju smiled as he looked forward. He opened his mouth and laughed. The man closed his eyes, thinking that he had prepared for this for years and endured so many years to become the leader. Chun looked at the bastard who thought that he had spent a lot of effort to hide his intentions against the tyrant known as the Holy Demon. Un stood in front of the rebel who thought that even after his main target fell ill, nothing had changed. The old man was peeking from behind him, and the gray-haired man thought that the strategist openly condemned him because of the intentions he showed. He introduced the man, thinking that he should have made him part of the plan a long time ago. Ju put his hand on his beard, thinking that Guanchuk was completely on the leader's side and he was not someone who could be so easily persuaded to switch sides. Inriang showed his palm and asked that since they were late with the demonic Hurricane Fist King, how about trying to persuade the demonic master of the sun and moon? The star and satellite were in space, and it was said that this was one of the oldest demonic masters. As is known, he was still in good health and full of strength, considering that he had passed the age of 100 years. Although age should have affected him, but none of the demonic masters could guarantee victory over him. The old man stood with his hands behind his back, and it was said that only Ju could be considered the strongest among all 10 demonic masters, who could barely win 6 out of 10. People smiled, and it was said that even after the demonic Hurricane Fist King chose a side, he was the only demonic master who remained neutral since the beginning of the internal conflict, and he was also called the teacher of the demonic path, because he was popular among the believers of the cult. The bastard exhaled and said about the master, thinking that if it was possible, they would immediately break this fragile balance of the parties. He looked around, still thinking about the teacher. There was a man standing in the corridor, and Ju noticed him. The guy was standing near the wall. He lowered his head and closed his eyes. The man was watching the guest. He raised his hands in front of him and said that the demonic master of the sun and moon was not so easy to reason with, to which the accomplice asked again and did not understand why he could be so confident. The bearded man looked back, saying that he had a trusted informant who could talk to him, and that he had no way to persuade him to side with them at the moment. The man clenched his fist and slammed the table. The mustachioed man frowned, asking if there really was no way. Guanchuk looked ahead from under his brows and said no. Un stood in front of the strategist and said it was clear. The hero lowered his head, thinking that his faction and the Ju faction were in a delicate balance at the moment. The man was walking on a tightrope, and he thought that although it might look like they were equal in strength, it also meant that the balance could easily be upset by a slight wave of the wind, turning the entire current situation upside down. His feet were on the rope, and he thought that with ease, it would be possible to achieve an improvement in their situation. The protagonist frowned and said that they needed to force the Sun Moon Demon Master, the only one who kept the 10 Demon Masters Slen neutral, to side with them. Mew put his hand on his jaw and said that he was not so easy to persuade, and that was why he had to talk to him personally. MC folded his hands and said that it was the same with the Demon Hurricane Fist King. He looked away, thinking that he was actually very lucky to have managed to get the Demon Hurricane Fist King to side with them. Guanchuk bowed with his hands folded and said that he would go then and come back a little later to help. Un put his hand on his jaw and thought that, to be honest, this whole balanced situation was only possible thanks to the strategist. The fighter looked at the thing, and he thought that his ally was not only able to immediately attract 2 demon masters to their side, as well as predict the situation with the others, but was also able to obtain the Wind King's gloves in less than 3 months. The man held the fan, and he thought that it was only possible because he was going to pull him over to their side in the first place. The hero stood in front of the assistant, saying that it turned out that the only problem would be with the demonic teacher of the sun and moon. The man appeared behind the guy and said that they would have to do it. Mew looked ahead warily. Day appeared in the room, and it was said that he was previously the leader of the Kashgur cult wing, but after the holy demon fell ill, the strategist brought him to Un, who was in great need of an expert who would help with wisdom and knowledge. People stood in the hall, and the fire dragon greeted the guy, to which he said that it seemed that Guanchuk had already told him about the demonic teacher of the sun and moon. The man closed his eyes and said that the strategist said that it was extremely difficult to understand what the senior master was thinking. The hero folded his hands and said that it seemed that he would have to meet him in person. He raised his hand, saying that since the gray-haired man could not give an exact answer, then he would have to deal with this problem himself. Mew looked at the young man, saying that he was sure that he was the only person who could persuade the demonic master of the sun and moon. The protagonist had a spear on his back. He was standing on a hill near the sun and moon tower. The man was walking along the path to the right place. He lowered his head, thinking that he did not understand at all why the deputy leader so openly expressed his intentions to become the leader of the holy demon cult, because obviously every member of the cult at least once dreamed of becoming one. People were walking next to him, and he thought that if he was originally born a demonic cultist, he would also strive for it, even if it was not for the sake of revenge. The fighters walked on the ground, and he thought that the post that everyone dreamed of was not something that everyone could achieve, because out of the huge number of demonic cultivators, only a few met the conditions. The man showed his biceps, and it was said that the first condition was ordinary strength, while he thought that following the survival of the strongest, the main feature of the cult is strength, and the weak will never become a holy demon. Un stood by the structure, thinking that naturally the king of the spiritual descending flames met this condition, and maybe he is younger than the demonic sun and moon, but it is known that his skill level is higher. Aun looked away, and it was said that the second condition was bloodline, while he thought that this problem was solvable, because you can simply have a connection with the Chun family to gain the right to inherit. Ju stretched his hand towards the girl, and he thought that she would resist, but if he thought about it, the bastard could get what he wanted and would not even hesitate to use some dark techniques to force her to submit, and the main problem was the last condition, namely the divine art of the holy demon. Un walked along the bridge, thinking that unlike the first two, this was the main way to obtain the right to inherit the cult leader. But the divine art of the holy Jaman was not something that could be simply learned by becoming a holy demon, and could only be learned by someone destined to become a holy demon. The protagonist put his hand on his jaw, thinking that given how the deputy leader showed his intentions, could he really have learned the divine art of the holy demon? He frowned, thinking that more and more questions were being born, and if so, how could he have done it? MC imagined Ju and thought that the divine art of the demon saint had no scriptures and was passed down orally, and then wondered how he could learn it. Un looked away. He calmed down, thinking that he would do it later. The hero looked at the walls, thinking that it looked more like a storage room than a tower of one of the 10 demon masters. He looked at the objects. There were remains of soil on the rake, and he thought that it was true that the demon teacher of the sun and moon liked to do farming. The doors opened. The old man approached the protagonist, and said that he had been waiting for him. The bald man put his hands in front of himself and apologized, saying that a guest had arrived before them, so they would have to wait for a while. The blue-haired man looked sad, thinking that he had definitely sent a message to him that he would visit him, but he still received someone else. He frowned, thinking that from what they were saying, the demonic master of the sun and moon was not someone who would behave disrespectfully or dishonestly. Aggression appeared on the boy's face. Unfolded his hands and thought that either this guest was such a big figure that even the demonic master of the sun and moon could not refuse, or this guest had broken in by force and assumed that it was even both options. His palm lay on his hand, and he thought that if there was only one person who would do such a thing and could be here at this time. The servant tensed up, thinking that he had upset him and assumed that he was finished. Un looked at the bald man and asked him to lead him there, to which he cooperated. The old man closed his eyes, thinking that he would live for another day. The hero looked around, thinking that both the outside and the inside, the tower of the sun and moon was completely different from the other towers of the demonic masters, and there was nothing luxurious here, because everything here was cobbled together and repaired with planks and wooden nails. The protagonist looked up, thinking that he was uneasy, because in the worst case, the blade that was used to carve this furniture would be pointed at him. MC walked to the passage and the servant asked him to come here, while he was thinking that he had not been so nervous for a long time, and if the demonic teacher of the sun and moon became his enemy, and he would have to fight to the death with him, then his chances would be approximately 6 to 4 at best, namely his chances are 4, and the teachers are 6, and he will not know for sure until it happens. Un lowered his head, thinking that he was sure of only one thing. His skills gave him goosebumps. The guy took a step. He stopped in the corridor, thinking that he was experiencing an unpleasant sensation. The door was closed, and he thought it was something familiar and unpleasant. The hero reached into the inside pocket of his robe and thought that he had guessed correctly and knew it. He looked around, thinking about the person inside. Hired assassins appeared from the doors. Guanchuk looked at the protagonist, saying that since he would constantly encounter the deputy leader, he would take up a little of his time and tell him important information. The gray-haired one pointed a finger and said that he would tell him about the most important fundamental of the spiritual descending Flame King. The strategist looked serious and said that the Fire King commands 7 Reapers. The fighters hid their faces behind a mask. He surrounded the servant and MC, while he said that these were 7 people, who are also known as Soul-Tearing Reapers. Un stood in the room and said that they must know who he is. The blue-haired one frowned and asked why they still decided to stand in his way. The guy's energy surged and he asked why the opponents dared to do this. The hero became furious and promised to make them pay for their sins right there on the spot. The bald man raised his eyebrows and panicked. The enemies stood in front of the protagonist. The main Reaper stood forward and said that they were ordered not to let anyone in. The protagonist moved his hand to the side and said about the order that they cannot not let anyone in. Energy appeared under his feet. QIMC spread throughout the room and he said that then he would ask on behalf of the young leader. He frowned and asked if this order was above the cult's laws. The fighter stretched out his hands, resisting the energy. His hand was sweating, and he thought that there was a feeling as if a tiger was hidden in a man's skin. The Reaper looked forward and wondered if he was asking if this order was above the cult's laws. He moved his hand to the side and said that according to the cult's laws, the deputy leader and the young leader are equal, and in this case, they are lower in rank than the young leader, so it is reasonable to let him pass. The opponent looked ahead and said that, however, they are soul-tearing Reapers. Un looked to the side and said that this will be the choice of those, and then noted that he was here to negotiate with the demonic teacher of the sun and moon, and he did not plan to spill anyone's blood. The hero stood in front of the enemies and said that it looks like he will have to apologize to the teacher first for the dirty corridor. There was a trace of the young leader's shoes on the floor. He rushed to attack. The enemy froze and bared his teeth. The spear approached the Reaper's face and he asked to stop. The protagonist looked away, talking about the king of spiritual descending flames. Ju appeared in the room and said that they have not seen each other for a long time. The bastard looked ahead and thought that the demonic teacher of the sun and moon was with the wrong one, and it looks like they have not yet united. The warriors tensed up as he said he didn't know how he had raised the dogs, but they had become stupidly cruel when they weren't on a leash. The masked men got angry and said that he might be a young leader, but they wouldn't tolerate such insults, because it would be better to die than to listen to such insults. The bearded man frowned and asked him to stop. He looked at his charges and said that there was no need to fall for such a provocation, because drawing blades against him would only make things worse. Ju looked at the protagonist and asked if that was wrong. MC frowned, thinking that he was more than that. The man put his hand on his head, apologizing and saying that they must have misunderstood his words when he said not to let any ordinary people in. Unfrowned, repeating what he had said, and then thought that he hadn't planned to fight, but judging by the circumstances he had. He raised his hand and asked not to worry, asking how the dog could be to blame, noting that the owner simply did not train him enough. The gray-haired man frowned. They stood opposite each other. The opponent's chi burst out, and the old man asked how long he was going to disturb his guest. Ju closed his eyes and calmed down. He turned and asked for forgiveness. The opponent stood at the door, and the teacher asked him to stop talking and let him in at last. The old man stood nearby and asked him to come in. The bearded man avoided eye contact and said that he would like to meet him in a more suitable setting next time. Un looked back and said that he agreed. The guy entered the room. Jung put his hand on his beard and asked what brought the young leader to the old man's humble abode. The hero put his fist on his palm and said that it was an honor for him to meet them, but only now did he realize that he looked more like a divine spirit than a demonic master. He closed his eyes and then looked away and said that it was embarrassing to see the young master flattering such an old man, and then asked for forgiveness, since he should have given him a place to sit. The protagonist watched as the other man pointed to a chair and asked to sit down, saying that he would bring tea, while MC thought that so this man was the demonic master of the sun and moon, and then noted that he looked like an ordinary old man, but that was why he should be even more careful. Un looked away and thought that he was one of the 9 demonic masters and he couldn't let his guard down just because he looked like that. There was an accessory hanging on his hand. A bracelet was on his wrist, and he thought that these must be the black and white holy rings. The hero looked away and thought that it was a bracelet whose blades manifested as rings when she was passed through them, and he was told that this was a unique weapon of the demonic master, and it was perfect for the internal strength that he cultivated. The protagonist held a cup in his hands and thanked him, while the other asked to try it, noting that he picked the tea himself. He took a sip. MC looked ahead and thought that it was a simple, yet sincere taste. They were sitting opposite each other, and Jung asked how he was, to which he replied that he was not bad. The bearded man opened his mouth and asked if he was not bad, then it was not good either, was it? He raised his hand and laughed. The old man raised his head, bursting into laughter. He looked ahead and wiped away a tear. The teacher held his mustache and said that he was very honest. Un drank the contents of the vessel and said that he only said what he thought. The demonic master folded his hands in front of himself and said that frankness was a good trait, and then noted that he liked such people. The hero was calm and meaningfully silent. A smile appeared on the elder's face, and he asked what brought him here. The protagonist grinned, thinking that the whole conversation about honesty was just to ask this question, and then noted that he was not going to hide anything. He put his hand on his feet, thinking that he already knew why he was here. MC leaned over, saying that he was there for the same reason as the vice leader. Un sat in the chair and said that he was there for the same reason as the vice leader. Jung covered his mouth with his hand and repeated that it was the same reason. The man looked down. Then a small smile appeared on his lips. Sitting at the table, he said that he had a very interesting spear. Glancing at the weapon, the hero replied that he found it in the cult's storage. Jung waved his hand and said that he was sure that he found it because he had a connection with it. The question was how deep it was. Un looked at him, wondering if he knew anything about this spear, if that was the reason for changing the topic. Holding the handle, the boy asked, did he know anything about it? The old man sitting in the chair replied that it was his spear. He was sure that he knew much more than him. He smiled, and Un thought that he was clearly hiding something. Surely the demonic teacher knew something about the Dragon Fang spear. Looking ahead, he wondered if he knew anything about the unwritten and the power he left in that spear. A bead of sweat trickled down the boy's temple. Sitting opposite him, he said that he was right, it was his spear after all, and the man laughed. Staring ahead tensely, Un thought that he had no idea what he was thinking, and said out loud that he would get to the point. He wanted him to help him, not the deputy leader. The old man looked at him in surprise and asked, did he want him to help him? Un waved his hand and said that he knew that he had not left his tower for quite some time, but he would still assume that he knew about what was going on in the cult. The man sitting opposite said that he only knew that the conflict between the deputy and the young leader had reached the tip of the iceberg, and he wanted his help in this matter? Stroking his beard, Jung continued that it would not be difficult to help if Ju had come with the same request. Un looked ahead, thinking that it was already quite obvious, considering that Ju was roughly losing a little. It would be clear that he was going to do something. The man looked straight ahead and said that he asked him for help. If he did not agree, he would not accept anything, aside from the young leader wanting the same? The guy nodded and thought that the best option would be to help him. Well, at least everything would be fine if he at least did not help the deputy leader. His fingers held the handle, and thought that Ju was thinking about the same option. The spear-wielding boy paid attention and heard that if that was the case then he had no choice but to ask him the same question he asked Ju. The hero reasoned that it seemed like he hadn't answered that question. Jung remained silent while stroking his beard. The boy thought that at least the answer he gave didn't satisfy him. That was probably why the demon teacher hadn't made his move yet. With a slight smile, the man asked the leader if he just wanted his help or his sincere help. Looking at him, Un replied that he wanted his sincere help. The old man narrowed his eyes. Stroking his beard, he repeated, saying that it was reasonable. Smiling, Jung said if he knew that in order to receive his sincere help he had to fulfill one condition. If he didn't fulfill it then even the leader himself wouldn't be able to receive honest help from him. Un asked with a puzzled look what that condition was. Looking at him with a slight smile, the old man said that he should already know the answer. Apparently he just doesn't know it yet. Un stood by the tower. He walked along the path. He frowned a little, chuckled and thought that he probably already knew the answer. A dark corridor. There were partitions in the corridor. A warm light was visible. A man stood by the sliding doors. Behind him stood two people, folding their hands in a welcoming gesture. A shadow fell on the face of the man, who asked how his meeting with these two went. The man took a step. The man with the scar on his face asked what he would say about these two. A shadow fell on the man's back. Jung turned around. Thoughtfully stroking his beard, he said that firstly, Ju has something similar, but he is not sure that this is it. It is similar, but incomplete and different. Those present listened attentively. The man's gaze became surprised when he heard that, however, he would say the same thing about the young leader. The old man looked at him, saying that compared to Ju, the young leader had a better chance, that he was closer to the true one, but he still didn't know what exactly he had. Those standing behind him asked what he was planning? The teacher lowered his gaze, saying that he would watch them for a little while longer. Without turning around, he said that after all, they were the unwritten demon group. Imagining the tip of the spear, Jung thought that their leader, the heir of the unwritten holy demon, who would one day descend upon them, they would choose when the time came. Looking forward, the old man thought that if the unwritten demon group were to help the deputy leader or the young leader, or even a completely different person, Ju closed one eye. In his hands was a bottle of pills. The man put one of them in his mouth. Then he leaned over, exhaling. There was a gray haze around the outstretched hand. Looking at it, Ju said that this was the gray flame of the unwritten saint demon. He looked at the flame, thinking that it was not yet complete. He remembered how he showed it to Jung, and thought that the gray divine flame was not enough proof that it was an unwritten saint demon art. The divine flame had two characteristics. There was a gray flame in the palms. The first was that it was gray in color, which was significantly different from the normal divine flame, which was also a disadvantage. Possessing the divine flame upset the balance of the body. The man extended his hand, thinking that without medicine, he could barely walk with it inside him. The eye looked forward. He thought that this was the price for forcibly using the power of the holy demon. The gray flame went out. He thought that if he simply abandoned the cultivation of this divine flame, his body would return to normal. But he was unable to do so. Ju intertwined his fingers, thinking that the divine art of the demon saint was a symbol that gave him the right to become a cult leader. He intertwined his fingers together, thinking that without this power, he would never become a leader. He would have to endure further using medicine. The man with a mustache thought that even with these medicines, he could only show the divine flame for 15 minutes. That was why it was imperfect. If it weren't for the problem, he would have acted according to the plan more decisively. The fingers knocked on the door. Ju turned and asked what was going on. The man with his face covered said that he had a guest. He turned and asked again. The moon was shining through the window, he thought, so late at night, and asked who was there. The man standing at the entrance said that it was the demon emperor of Oblivion. Ju looked away, thinking that since their first proper meeting, he had never visited him, and so he decided to come now. He closed his eyes, thinking that he didn't like it, and out loud asked to be let in. A leg appeared from the black smoke. A brunette appeared in the room. Ju looked at him and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. They had not had many opportunities to communicate. The demon emperor of Oblivion Doke narrowed his eyes and said that he simply needed time to get used to the cult. The old man sitting in the chair said that he was getting out. He was comfortable now. Doke touched the cloth next to him with a smile and said that he couldn't do something fun like this if he was uncomfortable. Ju stared in shock and asked. There was a cloth on the muscular man's head. The old man took his wrist. Looking ahead in surprise, he thought that he had no pulse, but there was a faint beginning of life in it, and there was also a clear sense of terrifying chi. Facing the man, hearing the question, he had been doing this all this time and said that yes, but it was a test sample, so he used a second-rate demon cultivator. The deputy leader glanced at him, saying that this was a bloody jiansher created from a second-rate demon cultivator. He pointed his finger when he heard that now that he had become a bloody jiansher, He was not inferior in strength to martial artists who were ready to become first-rate fighters, and asked why he was showing him this. Doak smiled, saying that he knew that things were not going well for him right now. He continued with a sly squint, saying that if he wanted to make a deal, let him provide him with 10 masters at the peak of their skills, and he would create bloody jiangshi from them and give them to him. Ju frowned and asked angrily. He crossed his arms, saying that he was talking about individuals of the Great Demon class, of which there were barely 300 in the entire cult, and he needed a whole 10. He must be joking? The man raised a finger, saying that he should provide him with 10 people, 10 masters at the peak of their skills. He would have 10 bloody jiangshi. It seemed that each of them would be of the ascension level. The old man crossed his arms, saying that the cult also had all the techniques to create bloody jiangshi. He had seen them before, but the methods were so cruel that they were banned by the cult's laws. Doing so would only ruin his reputation. The brunette spread his hands and said that he didn't want him to use them either, but they were here, saying that in case things went according to the least pleasant scenario. Ju looked down, repeating, just in case. Doak smiled slyly, saying that there was no way to know what could happen. The old man looked down, thinking about the ascension level of 10 bloody jiangshi, and each one was as strong as a demon king. It could definitely come in handy someday. The man's smile widened, saying that he could just get rid of them when it was all over, make it look like they never existed. He believed that he had such capabilities. The deputy leader standing next to him replied that he would think about it. Doak walked towards the exit, saying as he wished, after all, it was just a proposal. He would leave that bloody jiangshi, let him examine him as much as he wanted. The man in the green mask looked in that direction. The treacherous Doak emitted an ominous aura. The man's gaze became sunken. Black spots appeared in his eyes. The man in the green mask looked up. As he walked away, Doak thought with a treacherous smile that this was it. A haze trailed behind him. He thought that the deputy leader was as restless as he was greedy, allowing him to be read like an open book. The man in the black mask asked again, a training battle? Ju stood in front of him and confirmed, saying that he had a feeling that he had not done one for a long time. What would he say about the young leader after that incident? The man spread his hands, saying that he was not so sure, since he had not met the other 10 demon kings, but he was not sure of his skills, but his spirit was unmatched among the demon masters. The old man stroked his beard, thinking that of course he was not a threat to him, and thought that it turned out that he was growing faster than the 10 demons, as expected. He took off his fur coat, saying that he needed to make this as real as possible, even if only to test their skills. The masked man asked what he meant by that. Ju rubbed his wrist and said that they should all attack at the same time. He would not back down from his decision so easily. 10 days later, the man stood by the carriage. Doak turned to him and clarified, a gift from the deputy leader? The hand opened the box. Under the lid lay the body of the masked man. The man narrowed his eyes. With a very sly smile, he thought that he knew it. Un was holding a spear in his hand. His eyes were closed. He thought that it had been a month since he met the demonic teacher. The boy looked to the side and, thinking that neither side had been able to tip the balance in their favor, flew forward. The hero thought that they were only acting quietly in the night. No major conflicts had arisen. An arrow flew behind the boy. Then 3 more flew towards him. The movement left a bright beam. Un thought, what is Ju up to? The boy ducked. The arrows flew past. The boy raised his leg. Clutching the spear, he thought, could he really have mastered the divine art of the holy demon? Sparks appeared in the darkness. Many arrows flew forward. They pierced the ground. Un jumped to the side, thinking that the true symbol of the inheritance of the holy demon. Looking down, he thought that when he said that one should always prepare for the best, he stood in front of a high wall, thinking that this should be the worst option. The gray-haired old man shook his head. The hero thought that the information he was getting from Guanchuk was a bit vague. Guanchuk stroked his beard. The boy thought that if he was really trying so hard to become the leader, then he should secure something that would allow him to prove his right to inherit. Un walked forward, thinking that it would be a holy demon divine art or something. After all, if Guanchuk's theory was correct, then it was a big problem. His foot took a step. The boy thought that if his opponent was trying to prove his right by any means, then he needed to prove it by showing the divine flames. After all, if he was to prepare for the best-case scenario, then the only way was to provide the divine flames. He stood at the entrance to the third gate, polymorphic combat illusion. The space around him shook. Un stood in a green meadow. There were white flowers growing on it. The same ones surrounded his hand. The boy silently looked forward. In front of him was a man with a blade, and he thought that it was Flower Blade's Saint Mewing. The hero jumped up, attacking, and thought that he was a dirty hypocrite. A movement near the green grass. Un was leaning on a spear. His fingers were gripping the handle. Next to him was a human body. Standing next to the body, Un thought that his thigh was hit 3 times. It seemed like it was so deep that the bones were visible. Looking down, the hero thought that Elder Mewing was definitely a higher level. The boy stood on the hill, thinking that it took him 500 seconds to win. He even had to sacrifice some tricks to win. but he could definitely say that this fight was like fighting the weakest of the 10 demonic masters. Looking down tensely, thought that it seemed like he had almost reached the level of his previous master. There was a long scar on the boy's chest. He thought that it was still not enough, considering that he had only barely managed to defeat the Flowering Blade Saint. He still had a quarter of the steps left to reach the level of the previous teacher. He looked down. The man's eyes were closed. He thought that if he was compared to him, he was an outright hypocrite. The tip of the blade flashed, thought that Elder Mewing showed a sad face without a hint of regret from his blade, which made him even more angry. The hero frowned. He waved his hand and disembodied the polymorphic combat illusion. Throwing the spear behind his back, he thought that now was the time for a review. Sat in the center of the room, thinking that with the cycle of lessons that Unwritten had left for him, he now also had the first and second connections to the Holy Demon's divine fire, and with these connections, he produced chi from the soul core, distributing it to his limbs and circulating throughout his entire body. He imagined a black vortex, thinking that his chi began to circulate first little by little, then more and more in turn, and then, a spiritual division of consciousness, a clone of himself appeared next to He thought that one consciousness was cultivating, while the other was reviewing and analyzing the last fight. A red ribbon fluttered near the spear. The hero thought that after recreating these battles over and over again, a sharp movement left a mark. Attacked from above, leaving bright rays of attacks, he thought that he should deal with it more cleanly and skillfully. The guy closed one eye, thinking that this is the style of the blooming blade. It attacks with furious waves, at the same time quiet and still ferocious. Bright rays of energy flew forward. The hero thought that smooth and calculated movements are not enough. He must have the strength that will allow him to defeat its furious waves. Unclosed his eyes, thinking that although all this was not enough to be called insight, these small pieces were connecting, turning into something bigger. He folded his fingers into the right gesture. A black haze appeared around him. Looking down tensely, the hero thought that the heavenly art of the earthly body was reacting to his chi in the soul core. A shining crystal appeared near his palm. He thought that the flame essence had reacted. Gray smoke rose up, causing him to retreat. Narrowed his eyes. Suddenly his gaze became shocked. Gray fire appeared next to him. He thought that it was divine flame. Normally he would be happy about this. But he felt an unexpected problem. The flame haze was around his fingers. The hero thought that he had finally obtained the divine flame he desired, but he didn't think that it would be so uncontrollable. Just incarnating it would be dangerous for him. The flame was spreading uncontrollably. The flame haze spread around his hand. He thought that the heavenly art of the earthly body was blocking part of the spreading flame. Unclosed one eye, thinking that it was not controlling him, the divine flame was becoming more and more aggressive. The haze hid his face. He thought that he should somehow gain control of the divine flame. The hero gritted his teeth from tension. Frowning, he thought that he should concentrate. The flames engulfed his body. They rose higher and higher. A gray haze filled the space. The gray flames were reflected in the pupil. They filled the eye. Unfrowned. The flames hid his face. They surrounded, spreading further and further, until the hero's figure disappeared into the fire. A spear appeared from the flames. A sharp blade. The tip dropped down. The tip of the spear seemed to shine and vibrate. The weapon flew forward. The spear approached the flames. Opening one eye, saw it. The spear came closer, and the flames seemed to fly to the side. Sweat was pouring down the hero's face. He said that this was the spear of white knights. The blade stood before him, and then a bright flash appeared. Saw the symbols and thought that the light gathered around the head of the spear revealed the scripture. A gray hilt, the hero read, a flame that cleanses everything demonic. Looking down, he continued using his will to control and command it, and then he would gain divine harmony. He imagined a man with a spear. The burnt boy turned around, thinking that the fierce blaze of flames had weakened, as well as the pain. Did the spear want him to continue chanting these scriptures? Unclosed his eyes and continued, the flame that purifies all demonic, use your will to control and command it, then he would gain divine harmony. Waves of fire spread around as the boy continued chanting. There were 3 lights under the roof. The hero stood with the flame in his palm. He looked at it, thinking that he had finally mastered the divine flame. He raised his hand up. The spear hit him from behind, causing him to fall. A voice was heard calling out to the heir of the sect, if he wants the support of the cult, let him find the demonic group of the Unwritten. The fingers unclenched, releasing the spear, he heard that they would serve him like hands. A man stood nearby, his face hidden by the shadow, and ordered to find them and show the divine flame as proof. Was lying face down. He raised himself up, thinking that he had passed out. He had lost consciousness while trying to control the divine flame and reading the scripture. When he got up, he thought that he had fixed it after all. The hero looked at his bandaged hand. Purple flames appeared around. Balls of flame were floating in the room, and thought that this was an incredible demonic power, meaning that he had truly taken possession of it. The hero smiled slightly, thinking that he had not been this happy for a long time. He stood with his fist raised. After touching the red cloth, he repeated, "Find the demonic group of the unwritten?" Unheld the spear, thinking that the fact that he left a piece of his will through an inanimate object meant that the unwritten had reached the plane of mystical beings. The boy smiled, thinking, that's it, so there was someone in the Spear Master sect who could achieve this plan. He doesn't even know how proud he is. The hero walked to the exit, thinking that he wanted him to find the unwritten demon group. He himself suspected of their existence. But now it became clear that the unwritten saint demon group was the unwritten demon group. Un walked with a spear in his hand. His foot took a step. The unwritten demon group, those who did not reveal their existence to others, did not leave behind any records. Looking ahead, the hero thought that finding them without any clues would not be easy, but not difficult either. A smile appeared on his lips. He thought that because they were definitely here. The clear sky outside the sect building. The girl in the hat held a bundle in her hands, the sword of the earth, who went to look for her younger brother, learned of his death and returned after many hardships. In her hands was a sword covered with a cloth. She thought that without a way to cope with the overwhelming feelings and calm down, she returned to the mountain. All she wanted was to deliver the sad news to her teacher, her elder brother, as soon as possible. She saw 2 incense tablets when she finally returned. Ia's eyes widened in shock. Then her face wrinkled with sadness. A teacher's cry was heard from the bright building. She only joined the sect after experiencing the lonely and cruel life of an orphan. On the mountain she found a family, her teacher and brothers in arms. The man helped the girl correct her posture. Having a slow growth, the sword of the earth did not attract much attention. She was lying face down. After all, he was her teacher. Fingers bent, he took care of her since childhood. Instead of leaving her to die in the cold in winter, he took her in and gave her a new life. Rays of light flew through the small windows. The man entered the room and told her to eat something. She had barely eaten and had hardly slept for the past couple of months. Holding the sword in her hands, the woman asked not to worry, she was fine. The elder came closer and said that he was just afraid that they would lose the last heir of the blue cloud and maroon dawn sword. The woman's eye was closed. Then it opened. She thought that it was true. Her fingers touched the floor. He sat up and asked who killed the teacher and the elder brother? The elder looked at her, saying that they did not know for sure, but they suspected that it was related to the divine cult of the holy demon. The woman frowned, repeating. With her brows knitted, she thought that she was one of the first disciples and the sword of the land of 3 blades. The door opened slightly. A guy came out of the cave. Un stood on a green hill. There was a pavilion in front. The guy silently looked ahead. He remembered Chun smiling. The man lying on the bed and remembered the teacher. Then he winced and turned away. Un was walking down the stairs. Entering the room, he thought that this was the place where he could meet the demonic group of the unwritten. The guy looked to the side. Silhouettes were visible in the distance. The men bowed, saying that they were waiting for him. Looking at them, Un said that he would go somewhere. The brunette asked again, puzzled. Adjusting his clothes, perhaps there was a chance to shift the balance of power in their favor. He walked away along the corridor, and the man thought that the young leader was not the one who would lie. He moved forward, thinking that it meant there was a reason for this. Catching up with the leader, the man asked where he was going. Un turned his gaze back and answered that he was going to the armory of the demonic cult. He zigzagged forward and heard that no one was allowed to enter now without the leader's permission. Standing on the hill, the hero said that he knew. The man looked up and asked, does he still want to go? Looking at him, the boy replied that there was someone there he should meet. Another man ran up. A question was heard, did you meet someone? The hero looked down, saying that on the day he entered the armory, there was someone guarding it, and he thought that this person should be him. Dust rose. Un stood on a ledge near a cliff. In front of him was a long passage. He thought that he had arrived. Energy was spreading around. He thought that he could feel the advancing chi. A bright glow surrounded the boy. Un smiled slightly, realizing that it was as he thought. He stood with a spear and said that he knew there was someone here. He heard that a member of the demonic group of the unwritten was constantly watching the armory of the demonic cult. The haze swirled. The boy turned to the side. Looking to the left, he thought that they were in the unwritten group. They were just like that. He imagined the figure of a man, thinking that the martial artists who were sitting and supporting those who even the holy demon cult leader could not control. This was the demon group of the unwritten. Un chuckled a little and thought that this was the meaning that they would not answer the young leader, and asked out loud, so they were not going to reveal themselves? The hero raised his hand. The follower frowned, thinking what he was doing? Brown flames appeared. He said that if they did not show themselves, he would have to force them. Divine flames surrounded the guy's body. The man's eyes widened in surprise. He bowed deeply, thinking that the deafening presence and pressure that no demonic cultivator could handle. It meant that the young leader had finally mastered the divine flames, although he knew he had yet to obtain the final link to the holy demon divine art. He looked up. Yuan's body was engulfed in flames. He thought that it was as if a fire had personally descended into this world, but the most amazing thing was not its presence itself, but the gray flames. The man looked at it, thinking about the gray flames. His fingers clenched into a fist. The flames engulfed the man's hand. He thought that this was enough for the unwritten demon group to recognize him. The young leader was the same as the leader. Stood surrounded by flames, the man thought that he must have somehow discovered the scripture of the unwritten divine demon. However, it was only half completed. The man frowned, thinking that he understood why the young leader had come here, but he did not understand how he knew that the divine flames were related to the unwritten group. One thing was clear: the young leader had come here to contact the unwritten demon group hidden here. Looking forward, he thought that things were bad. Raised his fist, the man thought that even the deputy leader Jew was able to half complete the divine flame harnessing. It was not enough to make the unwritten demon group make a move. If he really wanted to meet them, if he really wanted to take them, he had to provide the completed divine flame. A dark haze appeared in the gray flame. The fire was in the guy's palm. Stretched out his hand. The flames spread around. The man covered his mouth with his hand in shock. Controlled the flames and asked, "Is this not enough?" Swift movement. Swift movement in the other direction. The hero looked surprised. And then he looked to the side with a smirk and mentally called for the unwritten demon group to show themselves. The group was heading into the pyramid. Someone's footsteps could be heard. Several people approached the cliff. They all jumped. The hero noticed several silhouettes. Their landing raised a cloud of dust. The dust in his hands was scattered. The man extended his hand, asking if the hero was the one who decided to present the divine flame of the unwritten. Nodded, thinking that he did not know who it was, but he felt his strength was comparable to his nothing. He was at least similar in strength to the 10 demonic masters. The hero looked at him, thinking that it was not important now, but what was important was that this person occupied a high position in the ranks of the demonic group of the unwritten. The man frowned and demanded to show him the flame. The guy put his hand forward. Smoke surrounded it. A dark flame appeared near the palm. His companion looked at this, surprised that the flame was not red, but gray. San knelt down. Yuan's interlocutor also knelt, saying that he, the 10th leader of the demonic group of the unwritten, was introducing himself to the heir of the will of the unwritten. Looking up, he also said that this was not the best place for a formal conversation. A high bridge led to the pyramid. Along with the others, followed the man. He looked at San, thinking that he was also a member of the demonic group of the unwritten. He saw the man's face, thinking that from the moment he imagined the divine flame, he felt a change in his breathing. So he remembered Day's gaze, thinking that he was in a stupor of awe. Then he imagined San raising his head, noting that he did not even flinch. The escort went up the stairs, indicating the direction for the others to go. The guy followed him up. They found themselves in a room. It looked empty. His companion took off his robe. The man put his hand on his face, and it was noted that there were many different things in the martial arts community. The hero presented various items, thinking that among them there were heavy weapons that few martial artists had ever seen, or all sorts of powerful medical drugs, which were also called extra lives. Each of them were invaluable items. The man took off the mask from his face, and the boy noted that not all of them were very expensive, and some were quite affordable for anyone who could afford it. He held the mask in his hand, since a mask made of human skin was a device that allowed one to change one's appearance with minimal effort, and this was one of those things. The mask fell to the floor. Looked at him intently. Jung smiled at the boy, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. The hero smiled at him, answering that the man was the leader of the demonic group of the unwritten. The old man, looking at his interlocutor, said that it was so. Everyone stood in the corridor. The boy noted that his interlocutor had changed somehow, and he did not remember him being so polite. The old man stroked his beard, noting that it was obvious. He folded his hands, asking to introduce himself again. Jung bowed, calling himself the 10th leader of the demonic group of the unwritten, and introduced himself to the heir of the will of the unwritten holy demon. Looked at him carefully, thinking about his words. He raised his eyebrows in surprise, clarifying that the unwritten one had reached the position of a holy demon. The old man leaned towards him, clarifying that if he let the leader of the holy demon cult pass, then no. The boy looked away, asking why. Jung raised a finger, explaining that it was indeed true that he practiced the divine art of the holy demon and was recognized by it. Looked at the interlocutor in confusion, thinking about how he was recognized as a holy demon, but did not become the leader of the cult, not understanding how this was possible. The old man took a step forward, saying that it was difficult to understand and the unwritten one was unique. He was the only one in the history of the divine cult. Putting his hand on his waist, the hero asked, in what way exactly was he unique? Looking at him, the interlocutor clarified that he would like to hear the answers to a few questions before he answered himself. The hero nodded to him. The boy tried to hide his surprise when he was asked how much he knew about the unwritten divine demon. Turned away and thought that he couldn't say that he knew everything. The light fell on the white wall, and he also thought that there were a couple of things that he knew that were quite important. Darkness surrounded him as he thought about the unwritten one being a member of the Spear Master sect and that he was also related to the sect. He then remembered lying on the ground, thinking that he would have to tell about his previous life. He frowned and thought that he couldn't tell the truth, but there was no need to tell everything. Jung looked at him in surprise when he heard that he knew that the unwritten holy demon was a member of the Spear Master sect. The old man stroked his eyebrows and was surprised that the boy knew this and asked, "Is that all?" The hero looked down and replied that it was. Then the man folded his hands, saying that they would have a long conversation. The old man sat down in a chair. The hero looked to the side. The two were sitting opposite each other. Jung smiled, saying that he did not know how the hero knew that the unwritten saint demon was a member of the Spear Master sect, and asked if he knew what kind of sect that was. Unfolded his hands, saying that he did, thinking that the other man was looking at the soul air. The old man lowered his eyes, saying that this would make things easier. He introduced the man among the mountains, saying that the unwritten saint was a follower of the Spear Master sect, and in that generation, the sect had an unusual case of having two followers, one of them being the unwritten saint, and then he entered the divine cult. The man stood on the roof, and the old man noted that after he entered the cult, he became a demon cultivator and soon rose to the position of one of the 10 demon masters. Unlowered his head, hearing that at that time he had successfully restored many demonic arts of the divine cult, and many demonic masters did not fail to praise these achievements, and all of this was achieved thanks to his knowledge of martial arts and spear mastery. The young man glanced at the other person, thinking that everything was as he expected. It seemed that the unwritten one was much more talented in demonic arts than in orthodox martial arts, but he did not forget his origins even after leaving the Spear Master sect and joining the demonic cult. Folding his hands, Jung said that his intentions did not end there. And although he was not interested in the position of the demon saint, he was very interested in the divine art of the demon saint, although it was not that simple, and although he was one of the 10 demonic masters, it was impossible for anyone other than the leader and the young leader to access the divine art. Looking down, Un also heard that he only had part of the information. Jung imagined a man by a fire, speaking of the somewhat similar features and manifestations of the divine fire. Then, as a man stood by a high door, speaking of the scraps of writing that he found in old scriptures. Fireballs appeared on the man's head, so the unwritten one continued to study, noticing even the most insignificant writings. Eventually he was able to imagine the divine flame without studying the divine art of the holy demon. Then the man looking at him raised his hand to his head, and it was noted that if one were to quote the leader of that time, there were differences, but it was undoubtedly the divine flame. The hero tensed up a bit, thinking that not only had he been able to manifest the divine flame, but he had also been recognized by the holy demon. Imagining the two of them walking down the corridor, the other person said that, in addition, the new unwritten art was similar to the holy demon divine art, and he also recognized it as another form of the holy demon divine art. But at that time and even now, this was an incredible event. The people around them looked indignant, and it was no wonder that those who were not on good terms with the unwritten began to show dissatisfaction. After all, two holy demons cannot live under the same sky. The unwritten knelt down. The old man said that the holy demon recognized his art as the holy demon divine art, which could not help but cause problems for the inheritance in the future. That leader waved his hand, so the unwritten art was only recognized as a divine art because they were very good friends. Looking at the person opposite him, the boy thought that his words were true, because in a normal case, the man would have already been executed if he had only revealed the existence of such an unheard of alternative. The man stood with his back to the others. He saw great benefit in the unwritten, because not only were they partners in sparring, but they were also so close that they often drank together, although even the leader could not ignore the discontent shown by the other members of the cult. He put his hand forward, saying that this was enough. The unwritten was kneeling, and judging by the remaining records, the leader said something to him. He pointed at the unwritten, saying that his art deservedly deserved to be recognized as an alternative version of the divine art of the holy demon, but he forbade leaving traces or records of its existence in art, and also forbade its inheritance by anyone in the cult, and in addition, the followers will not have records in the official scriptures of the divine cult of the holy demon. San stood next to the hero, hearing that this was why there were no records of him. Leaning forward, Jung noted that this was the origin of the unwritten and his demonic group, to which the hero asked, why was the divine art left written on the spear of the White Knights? The old man smiled. Pulling his hand back, he replied that as far as he knew, the will itself could not be considered a record. The boy sighed in relief, thinking that this was quite a clever way to bypass the orders, and heard that the unwritten holy demon was a martial artist. Introducing the man near the tree, he said that no master wanted his art to be consigned to oblivion. The unwritten held a book in his hands, so after some time of being in meditation and contemplation, he finally reached the plane of mystical beings and found a way to pass on the legacy of his art, and apparently, his method bore fruit in the right direction. Lowering his eyes, Un thought about this. He took the spear with his shoulder, thinking that if he were not a follower of the Spear Master sect again of the sect's cultivation methods, the art of the unwritten would not have been passed on to him, and he would not have been able to create divine flames. His hand touched the weapon. The hero closed his eyes. Smiling, he glanced to the side, and mentally thanked his teacher. The other man raised his hand, asking if he remembered his previous words. Un was a little surprised, clarifying that they were about him not obeying anyone without fulfilling the condition. The old man stood up from his chair. Folding his hands in a gesture, he said that as the leader of the demonic group, the Unwritten, he would do his utmost to honorably serve the heir. A white blanket fluttered along the street. The hero noted that the demonic teacher of the sun and moon had finally chosen his side. The two of them walked down the street, and it didn't take long for the news to reach the higher ranks of the cult, as Jung followed on wherever he went. At first, people thought that the hero was following him, trying to persuade him. The passers-by looked at them in surprise, and it didn't take long for them to realize that they were wrong. The old man publicly bowed to the boy, showing polite behavior towards him. Un nodded in response. Jung was someone who didn't show such treatment even to the leader, but here he was constantly bowing and standing next to him, and with this, the number of rumors increased, and even somewhere the hero was suspected of being the reincarnated old martial artist in a younger form. White clouds floated across the sky, of course, most of them were just endless tales, but they all pointed to one thing, that the young leader was able to successfully take over Jung and shift the balance of power. The man whispered something to the other man, and it only took 2 weeks for it to be celebrated throughout the cult. There was something written on the paper. Guanchuk, saying that the young leader was doing well. Chun lay with his eyes closed, hearing that since the deputy leader was losing ground, he would soon make his move. The leader remained silent. There were dots on his chest. He was now barely able to maintain consciousness for 20 minutes a day. The same dots were visible on his arms. Guanchuk looked at the leader with worry, thinking that it was getting worse with each passing day. Sweat trickled down his forehead, wondering what kind of poison could poison a martial artist of such caliber. He covered his face with his hand, knowing that other masters would have died long ago. Then he left the room, deciding that he could not put it off any longer. Flipping through the pages, Guanchuk had been looking for a way to get rid of the poison in the leader's blood since the day he fell ill. The man looked at the records carefully, thinking that no poison known in this world would cause such symptoms, and without a sample, he simply couldn't even recognize it. People were lining up. He still had 100,000 cult members to manage, and besides, there was something equally important as the poison issue. He frowned, thinking he drew. The man stood at the edge. He thought that he could predict about 10 of his possible moves, and that he was a meticulous person, but he never went beyond his assumptions, and he was also confident that he would make his move soon. The small dark object was in Guanchuk's hand. He reasoned that he would decide to act in less than a month, maybe as early as tomorrow if he hurried. And he also didn't know how the young leader had lured the demonic teacher of the sun and moon to his side. Ju frowned, because he had nothing more to come up with from the obvious. The man rushed towards the exit, so he would most likely choose the worst option possible. There were many dark silhouettes behind him, but the question remained how many would show their true colors, and how many would hide again. Guanchuk sat at the table, thinking about which of the worst choices he would decide to make. Raising his head, Ju noted that the situation had changed in a completely unthinkable way, and that 2 of the 10 demonic masters who supported him had decided to take the neutral side again. Opposite him sat Inriang. He noted that he was the only one left on his side. The interlocutor asked what he was planning. The man with the scar frowned, thinking that he himself would have left him if he had the chance. He remembered the fight between the hero and the interlocutor, regretting that he got involved in it, but still glad that no one died then. But if the young leader decides to take this into account, then simply switching to the neutral side will not be enough to stay alive. Inriang lowered his head and thought about being stuck in the same boat with him. Ju sighed heavily. He looked away, realizing that he had no options left. Getting up from his chair, he came to the conclusion that this was the only move left. Seeing his interlocutor stand up, Inriang asked if he had made up his mind. As he left, the man replied that he had, and heard the question of what he was going to do. Ju ran his hand through his beard, answering that he wanted to introduce him to someone. Together, they walked out of the city. The man continued walking along the forest. Ju warned him to follow him, because there were illusions everywhere. So they found themselves on a mountain path. Inriang looked ahead. In front of him, he saw the entrance to a building. They came closer. He noted that judging by the state, it looked quite new. Frowning slightly, he wondered why the deputy leader brought him here, and did he really have something else in mind? Together they went inside. Inriang decided that since he had been led this far, he would at least have to take a look at it. Ju opened the door. The 2 of them continued to descend, and his companion noted the specific smell of medicinal herbs. Inriang's attention was drawn to something. There was a group of people standing in front. He wondered who they were. The people's faces were covered. Frowning, he thought about the ascension level. Then, approaching closer, he realized that he was too naive, because if everything went wrong, he would most likely be able to calmly escape. So although he would be on equal terms with 2, 3 would definitely defeat him. Stopping behind the deputy, the man asked who these people were. A shadow appeared behind Inriang, answering that they were martial artists trained personally by the deputy. The man turned around in fear, surprised that he appeared out of nowhere, and he didn't even feel him. A sword appeared in his hand. He didn't understand where a person of such a level just appeared from. They looked at Ju, who called him a blade demon, saying that he was one of them. Raising an eyebrow, Inriang asked the other man if he knew him, and he replied that he was the one who taught the others. The instructor lowered his head with a smile. Passing by Inriang, the instructor apologized. The man himself thought that he would hardly be able to defeat him, although he could probably manage, remaining heavily injured. Seeing the smile on his face, he thought that this man was no weaker than any of the 10 demonic masters, like him, but at the same time, the deputy leader was using him as an ordinary instructor. Still staring at him, Inriang thought that there were 11 ascension-level martial artists here, not understanding what Ju was planning with such powers. The deputy looked at him when he asked what he was really planning. Ju came closer. He asked the other man with a smile, what was needed if someone wanted to become the leader? Inriang looked completely at a loss, saying that he didn't understand how this should answer his question, but it was the right of inheritance and a symbol to prove this right. At this, the deputy leader hit his chest, saying that one of the requirements was the ability to create divine flames through the divine art of the holy demon. The second was the inheritance of the bloodline, and although he had kept it a secret until now, he already had one of the conditions. Flames appeared in his hand. Inriang looked at the divine flames in shock, asking how he did this. He looked up, thinking that when the other man first told him that he was going to seize the leader's position, he knew that he had some kind of secret, but he never thought that he had learned the divine art of the holy demon. Several blades moved forward. The master surrounded Inriang. Ju looked at the other man with a smile, saying that he had presented him with the divine flame, and now he was going to get the second one. He looked calm, saying that he wanted to ask him a question. Frowning, he asked the man if he was with them. Inriang opened his mouth in surprise. Closing his eyes, he thought that he was still squeezed in a vice, which meant that they had all chosen the worst possible option. The man bowed. Then he stood up. Smiling widely, Jung said that in this way, most of those who were on the deputy leader's side went over to the hero's side, and now he was like a dog without a tail. There were several items in front of him, such as the pill given to him by the Poison Star Corpse Master, and the crystal-throwing daggers. These are demonic weapons that are difficult to see when thrown. They are made of crystallized cold steel, a transparent metal, with properties stronger than any type of steel. Un looked at his hand, noting the explosive flying balls and that it is an assassin's weapon that flies towards the target and explodes when his chi is injected. Clenching his fist, the guy thought that each of these items is priceless, and besides, he was promised not to show it for 6 months and to carry out his instructions. The old man waved to the servants, telling them to take everything to the storage room. Frowning slightly, the hero understood that by taking him to his side, he gained great influence. Afterwards, he looked away with a smile, thanking the Unwritten One, and that he owed a lot to the Dragon Fang's spear. One of the servants appeared behind Jung. The shadow whispered something to him. Covering his face with his hand, the hero thought about how he had told him many things since he had sworn allegiance to him. He saw the shadow's covered face, thinking that one of those things was himself. Imagining them going their separate ways, he thought about how San had been introduced to him by an observer from the demon group of the Unwritten. He then imagined the shadow behind Ju, thinking that he was watching him. Folding his hands, Un thought that the deputy had recently recreated the divine flame of the Unwritten holy demon, even though it was incomplete. He imagined the flame in the man's hand, thinking that he had studied the divine art of the holy demon, and it was the same one that the Unwritten One had created. He then thought about the flame in his hand, knowing that if he had been late in recreating the divine flame, he would have already been in trouble. The shadow looked at the other man, calling out the name Ju. Jung looked surprised. Turning around, he addressed the young leader. The boy frowned as he heard the deputy make his move. The chair wobbled as he thought about how the man had finally made up his mind and was doing what he had planned, and it was faster than he had expected. The three of them rushed forward, unasking where they were going. He glanced at the shadow, who said that they were going to the palace of the divine saint. Frowning, the boy realized that Ju had decided on the worst possible option. As he continued to move forward, he also thought that the obviousness of his train of thought couldn't be more direct. He imagined his hands reaching out to Aeon, realizing that she must be his target, and to become the leader of the holy demon cult, 2 conditions were required: the divine flame of the holy demon and the bloodline. Ju punched his chest. The hero thought that since he had fulfilled the condition with the divine flame, it meant that he had decided that he only needed to get his hands on the heiress of the bloodline to become him. The deputy headed forward with the others, so considering that he was trying to take the divine saint and the leader's daughter by force at the same time, the public opinion of the cult would not be on his side. The man's face showed confidence. He saw the palace on the mountain, so the fact that he still decided to do this meant that he was confident enough to settle this, which meant that at the very least, he would have to either get rid of or persuade all the dissatisfied people in the hero's faction. Ju climbed up the cliff with the other masters. The hero wondered if this meant that he had gained the strength to fight against those demonic masters on his side. Doak smiled wickedly. It was hard for the boy to imagine that the current deputy had such power on his side. After all, he only had 2 of the 10 demonic masters, including himself. As An rushed forward, he also thought that if he had anyone else, he would have taken advantage of it a long time ago. There was a clear sky above the palace. The boy, along with the others, was climbing up the cliff. People gathered near the walls of the palace. The hero understood that since his opponent had made a move in advance, he should be there too. The man noticed something. A large rock appeared above Ju's head. Frowning, undecided that he would not be able to pass so easily. There was a rumble. The deputy raised his hand, asking someone if he could just let him pass. Someone's silhouette stood above, answering that he did not understand such disappointing words. Doak appeared next to the deputy. Gu folded his arms and looked at them. It was a Saint Cult Fist Master, known for being able to easily deal 100 punches in 3 breaths, known as the Hurricane Fist Demon. The instructor stared at him, deciding that it must be him. Gu saw the people below, thinking that although he had his doubts, it seemed that the strategist was right, so the deputy leader had decided on this option, and although he was sorry, as a man, he had to fulfill his promises. Looking down, he told them that he could not let them pass any further. Sighing, Ju asked them not to worry about it, and it seemed that he had no choice. But he still did not want to kill any of the 10 demon masters if it was possible. The other person smiled at him, noting that they would see who would die in the end, but only after they clashed in battle. The sword slipped out of his sleeve. Inriang held the weapon behind his back. The deputy smiled, noting that he had not said that he would kill him personally. Gu did not understand these words. Something flashed past him. Many hands were directed towards him. The blow destroyed the cliff. Rocks rose into the sky. Clouds of dust flew everywhere. The attackers jumped back. Gu raised his hand to his face, wondering what these were, soul-tearing reapers. Pointing his finger, he laughed, saying that they were quite capable, but they were not enough to kill him. The blade of the blade glinted in the light. In their hands were swords. The man was surprised by the hidden sword technique, thinking that this was not something that a normal soul-tearing reaper could do. Ju appeared in front of him, saying that it was normal for him to make erroneous conclusions. He clenched his fists and asked what he meant by that, and the deputy replied that he did not say that they were reapers. He smiled and added that they were bloody jiangshi. Gu opened his mouth in surprise, repeating his words. The warriors pounced on him. The man clenched his fists. The hero flew back. The brunette dealt with 3 opponents at once. Then he frowned angrily. People were flying around. They were reading in the air. The brown-eyed man looked up. The rocks began to split. Gu used his power. He swung and used the storm fist. Then he began to strike. Fog spread across the ground. The 3 were blindfolded. Someone was holding on to a shoulder, someone to an arm. The brunette put out his fist and thought, even his storm fist is useless against them. Attacks with scattered chi almost do not damage them. Even if they did, they get up as if nothing happened, since they do not feel pain. He looked at his opponents and added, he needs to hit them closely. Inriang looked forward and thought, he is holding on pretty well, considering that there are 3 bloody jiangshi against him. The man stood on the stairs when he thought. Besides, he was defending the entrance to the Divine Saint's palace, and he hardly moved from the spot. The old man knitted his brows and thought. As soon as they tried to get to the entrance, he ignored the bloody jiangshi and attacked them in the most crazy way, almost bringing himself to suicidal attacks. Gu sighed heavily when the hero thought, but he would not last long like this. He was a fierce fighter, but even he had a limit. His steel muscles were almost all cut up, and his motionless stance was no longer so impressive. People flew forward when he added that he himself would have lost to 3 bloody jiangshi. His loss was predetermined from the very beginning. Looking at the muscleman, he thought that he would not last even a couple of hours. He would soon move from the spot. The opponents approached the brown-eyed man when the man thought that without Gu there would be no one to stop them from entering the palace. Someone made a punch. The brunette thrust his fist forward. Looking at this, the gray-haired man thought, what a pity. He crossed his arms and continued his thought. Gu in his prime could easily handle 2 bloody jiangshi, but in his current state, he is not even a match for 2. Standing at the top, the hero shouted, Gu bastard. He gritted his teeth and added, how dare he create such damn monsters. The blue-eyed man looked at him and thought, what a damn pity. Someone peeked out from the crack as he thought. The ingredients used were peak-level martial artists. The person narrated that in order to properly create the bloody jiangshi, he had to spend a fortune on herbs and medicines. But if he could kill at least one of the 10 demonic masters, it would be worth it. Looking at the stairs, he added, no, after all, if he gets the position of the cult leader, then he would actually benefit greatly from it. Suddenly, a lady appeared and shouted, what is going on? The brunette turned around. The gray-haired man also noticed her and thought, speak of the devil, she saved him the trouble of getting inside the palace. He smiled and said, long time no see, captain of the White Monkey Squad, or should he call her young divine saint? The girl looked at him and asked what this all meant, Deputy Leader. The man smiled sarcastically and thought she still kept her composure even in such a situation. It was because of the blood of the holy demon, her power of the great demon, or because she was a divine saint chosen by the divine flame. Nevertheless, getting a rebellious girl was not so bad. The old man looked up and said, he was here because he needed something from the divine palace. The red-eyed woman frowned and asked what she needed. The blue-eyed man looked at her and replied, he came because of her, the divine saint. The lady put out her hand and asked what exactly he meant by that. The hero smiled and answered what he wanted to say. He came because he needed her body, or rather, he needed her demon saint bloodline. The brunette got angry when he added, although she lived in the palace, she was clearly not under a stone. Why ask such obvious questions? She pointed her finger and shouted, so that's why he made all this fuss. She knows very well what's going on in the cult. The red-eyed girl got furious and said, especially that he was the main suspect in poisoning her father. It was clear to him what she wanted to tell him. The man narrowed his eyes and answered, of course. The guy jumped off the stairs and shouted to go back inside the young divine saint. These are bloody Jiangshi. They are extremely dangerous. The girl lowered her head and replied, bloody Jiangshi, and thought to herself, she knew that they were not ordinary martial artists, even back when they started to push back one of the 10 demonic masters, but she never imagined that they would be bloody Jiangshi. Then she opened her eyes wide and asked, was it he who created them, the deputy leader? To which he replied yes. The gray-haired man held out his hand and said since this upstart young leader's faction became stronger than him, he had no choice, asking for forgiveness for having to resort to such measures. The brunette swung his arm and shouted, shit, how dare he even call himself a man? The blonde closed his eyes and sighed. The lady frowned and said, I see, so that's why he created these damn monsters. Looking up, the old man thought, this is not the reaction he was expecting. She must be aware of the situation she is in and is still calm. The heroine was angry when he continued his thought. She was planning something, but no matter what it was, it would not stop the blood Jiangshi. The man put out his hand. The brunette took out the thing. The blue-eyed man looked up. Then he frowned and thought, the bell of the holy demon, the symbol of the divine saint, allowing one to communicate with the divine flame. What was she planning to do with this junk? The lady opened her mouth and said, in that case, does he, the deputy leader, know? Frowning, she added, in the past, the one who suppressed the blood Jiangshi of the cult was the divine saint herself. The bell rang. People looked at the lady in fear. The plot noted, martial artists use qi. Then what about the divine saint of the holy demon cult? If a person never studied martial arts and then became a divine saint, would she become an ordinary girl serving the divine flame all her life? The answer is no. The divine saint has a special divine power that is different from qi. Divine power is unique and is passed down from the previous divine saint to the person the divine flame chooses. And since this power is different from qi, its use will also be different. The heroine picked up the bell when the plot noticed, and at this moment, everything around her shone. This divine power is manifested. A loud sound was heard. The gray-haired man looked away warily. The opponents hung in the air. Suddenly, they began to fall. The man crossed his arms and asked, the divine saint was suppressing the bloody Jiangshi. The red-eyed woman frowned and replied, that's right, the bloody Jiangshi were originally not the creations of their cult, but of another. It seems that he did not think about it. Then she added, initially they were subordinate to their master, but over time they got out of control, and eventually everyone started attacking everything they saw. This was the main drawback of the blood Jiangshi, and the main reason why they were banned. The girl told the hero that in the past, about 100 peak-level blood Jiangshi were created, and the one who suppressed them was the divine saint of that time. Aeon got angry and shouted, and now she is a divine saint. Brown-eyed narrowed his eyes. Then she began to attack her rivals. A whirlwind swept in front of him. Something brightly lit up the sky. An old man stood to the side. The girl put out her hand and shouted for the deputy leader to go away. Blue-eyed frowned and thought, it looks like he will have to do everything himself. With this bell and divine power, blood Jiangshi are useless. Then he clenched his fist and continued his thought, but besides him, there was another demonic master on his side, and the demonic king of the storm fist was already at the limit, so there was nothing to doubt. The hero's gazes crossed. They began to walk forward. One of them thought, wait, let them deal with him. A guy appeared from behind when the man said, Wang? The girl looked at him and asked, who is he? He spread his arms and replied, divine saint. He was very impressed by how easily she suppressed the bloody Jiangshi. Then he smiled and added, however, this fact from the past that she told about is a very ancient event. He silently took out an object and held it out forward. It was a bell. The monsters began to come to life. Looking at them, the brunette shouted, what? The heroine turned her head and thought, it can't be. She stopped and continued her thought. He neutralized her divine power. What kind of bell is this? After which she opened her eyes wide and added, there was only one bloody Jiangshi left. Maybe they could still retreat if they got rid of him along with the demonic king of the storm fist. Maybe she could even survive then. The blue-eyed man frowned. He opened his mouth and said, "Don't even think that he can escape from here so easily today." Suddenly, he snapped his fingers. His hand moved. The monsters began to stand up. Then they rushed forward and the old man shouted, "Let's go." The brunette looked ahead and thought, the great demon and the demonic master against as many as 8 bloody jiangshi. How much longer can they last? He looked into the distance and continued, besides, the demonic master was already very exhausted. The hero smiled and thought, 15 minutes at most. The enemies approached the heroine. They began to attack. Gu covered himself with his hands from the bright light. Suddenly, he was blown away. He fell and screamed in pain. 4 people were standing in front of him. The brown-eyed man raised his head and said, "He is here." The blond man raised an eyebrow and asked what he was talking about. Then he sharply turned his head. Someone appeared from above. The man frowned angrily. One of them was flying down. He opened his mouth wide and screamed. The bloody jiangshi began to fly away. A blue-haired man appeared in front of the lady. He approached her when she said he. Suddenly, he grabbed her and made a jerk. The old man frowned and thought. The people looked forward. The young man turned and called the deputy leader. Ju moved towards the guy and said, "Young leader?" The blue-eyed man narrowed his eyes angrily. Behind him stood a man. The man looked at them and asked the shadow, so he also went over to his side. Then he opened his mouth wide and shouted, "He is a despicable brat, what does this mean?" The blond man fell silent. Then he closed his eyes and added, "Teacher, he always wanted to understand something, why only the chosen ones are allowed to become leaders." He frowned and added, "The cult patronizes the survival of the strongest as the main value, but only a certain chosen one is allowed to lead the cult." The protagonist frowned and asked, "And this is his only excuse?" The deputy spread his arms and said, "Yes, why wasn't he the one chosen for this role? And just let him look at everything that led them to this, that was his whole plan." He then held out his hand and added that he had gotten rid of all those who were stronger than him by any means necessary. He curled his fingers and said, "And he crushed all the weaklings who had targeted him, and in the end, he didn't even notice how he became the deputy leader." The man then clenched his fist and added, "But becoming the leader wasn't that easy." Magic shone around him as he lowered his head and said, "For some reason, just being strong wasn't enough, he was left with no choice but to destroy, and get rid of everything that stood in his way, as he always did." His eyes blurred as he added, "He just had to rip them in half with his soul-tearing spirit of fire. He would rip them to the point that they would never see the sky above again." Suddenly, he used the incomplete divine flame of the unwritten. The gray-haired man turned his head. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, "But a few years ago, a little rat crawled out of nowhere, which ruined all his plans." The blue-eyed man looked to the side. The boy stood there and thought that this pressure seemed to be gripping his heart. Looking at the heroes, he continued his thought, 3 people at the level of demonic masters and 8 martial artists at the ascension level. The young man lowered his head and thought, this battle will only lead to defeat. He looked at the opponents and thought that they should retreat and gather all the demonic masters. The problem is that even retreating will not be so easy. Then he took a step. The old man got angry and shouted why he got in his way. To which he, waving his sword, replied that he had never gotten in his way. The man frowned and asked what. The blue-haired man opened his mouth and added, "Each of them is here for their own selfish purposes, so stop talking nonsense about someone getting in the way of the other." Then he took out a stick and said, "After all, in a martial arts society, the survivor becomes the strongest and achieves what he wants, right?" The heroes' gazes crossed when one of them thought that the strongest would survive. The man pointed out that the martial arts society is not a place for the survival of the strongest, it is a place where the survivor becomes the strongest. The gray-haired man smiled sarcastically. He threw his head back and laughed loudly. He opened his mouth and said, "I see, that's what he thinks, yes." The man covered his face with his hand and suggested that the young leader find out here and now. Then he opened his eyes and added, "Let them find out who will survive." He made a dash and said, "And who is really the strongest?" The crowds ran at each other. The brunette opened her mouth wide and shouted, "Be careful, these are bloody jiangshi." The 2 looked sideways and thought, bloody jiangshi. The blue-haired man flew at the opponents. His gaze was stern. The opponents waved their arms. Sparks flew around. Looking at the opponents, the protagonist thought that he could not harm them, they were strong. Then he turned around and started to run. Suddenly he turned around and swung. The opponent dodged the blow. A magic cloud appeared. The protagonist covered his face with his hand. The old man looked at him and asked if it was too hot. The young leader cowered and answered, "It is burning, I agree." Then he smiled broadly and added, "But he had never let anyone roast him before." Something fell down. Un was in the air. The 3 raised their heads and looked up. The guy put out his hand and used the fall of a destructive star. A powerful explosion occurred. 2 jiangshi flew at the young man. Looking at them, he knew that it would not hurt at all, but he did not expect that the bloody jiangshi would also remain unharmed. The blue-haired man stood and thought that he should use directional power attacks. The opponents flew apart. The gray-haired man watched what was happening sideways. The two were fighting in the air. The enemy flew away when the man thanked San, to which he replied that he should let him help. They raised their weapons up when the old man asked to take one on himself, to which the second replied, "It will be done." The girl opened her eyes and mouth wide. There were someone's hands in front of her face. The brunette hit the hero and he flew away. The lady made a dash. Then she struck. The opponent stood up, closing his eyes. The protagonist frowned and thought, things are not going well for the demonic teacher, even taking into account San's help, and on the other hand, everything is bad, especially considering that the king of the fist is almost at the limit. These three are not enough to hold on. Then he put his finger on his lip and added, hoping for a draw is useless, they are simply losing. Looking at the man, he thought about what to do. The hero narrowed his eyes and thought, everything was much more annoying than he expected. He looked at the two and continued his thought, the demonic master who is almost broken is not a problem, but the divine saint is a real pain. Being a martial artist, she is quite agile. The heroine jumped when he thought, besides, she uses her divine powers to do some incomprehensible dirty tricks, and every time she does this, she interferes with his concentration. After the man thought, simply killing her will not be a solution to the problem. She is doing these dirty tricks only because he needs to capture her alive. A fight began between the heroes when one of them thought, although Aeon has value while she is alive, for Gu she is extremely important in order to gain the right to ascend to the post. The red-eyed girl covered her partner with her body when the enemy thought, and it seemed that she realized that he couldn't kill her. Every time he tried to kill Gu, she stood in the way of his sword. What a pesky bitch. There was a collision. After it, the heroes flew apart. The brunette looked at his hand and thought, damn. There were two people in front of him. When he continued his thought, when he tried to grab the girl, Gu interfered, and when he tried to kill Gu, the divine saint prevented him from attacking, and this person called a shadow appeared and attacked him. The man fell and noticed, just like now. Then he got to his feet. He grabbed his neck and thought, it's not that simple. Then he scratched his head and continued his thought, but it's not that complicated. He looked at the main character and thought, at this rate, things will only get worse, they are outnumbered and outnumbered. Blood was running down his arm as the young man thought that they were short of demonic masters and Joy still had bloody Jiangshi. He suddenly remembered Aeon's father asking him to take care of her. The vice leader was standing in front of him as he thought, did the leader predict this situation? But why didn't he make a move earlier then? He scratched his nose and continued his thought. None of this would have happened if he had dealt with everyone when he realized he was poisoned instead of training the student until he fell ill. The protagonist swung and added, and he doesn't have the answers to all these questions at all right now. Without the leader to answer them, no one else could do it. The young man made a strike and thought, besides, all these questions are not something he should be concerned about right now. The opponents dodged as he thought he should concentrate on the bloody Jiangshi in his way. The battle began as he continued his thought, and Ju, attacking from afar. Blue-eyed gritted his teeth and thought, they are all tough opponents, if he makes a mistake, he will lose his head. The hero fell down when the young man added that he can't allow this, not when he has done so much in this life. Power was burning behind the protagonist when he thought, he should be grateful to the artifact of the Spear Master sect for his second life. But only he and his efforts brought him to this post, he can't back down now. The blonde concentrated power in his hand when the young man thought, if he died here, he would simply burst from indignation. Blue-eyed looked sideways and thought, if he died here, the old man, his teachers. Falling to his knees, he continued to think, what was he thinking about now? The old man clearly meant his teacher from the Spear Master sect, but his teachers. He remembered the men. Then he smiled and added, it seemed that he unconsciously thought of the leader as his true teacher. An opponent appeared behind him, when he thought maybe he saw the illusion of the old man in the leader's teachings. Suddenly, the guy hit the Jiangshi. He raised his hand and thought, it seems like he always wanted someone to show him the way, rather than walking the path of revenge alone. Looked up and thought, in the end, he wanted acceptance. 3 people appeared from above, when the guy added, so he has another reason why he can't die here, he will do anything to survive. A bloody Jiangshi appeared next to the protagonist. The blue-eyed man turned his head and gritted his teeth. He frowned and thought, in any case, even for the sake of his teachers, he can't die here. The deputy leader was hanging above, when he added, Ju is a man who revealed his true motives at the very moment his teacher fell ill. Could such an event be just a coincidence? The battle began as the young man continued to think, no, it can't be, he must have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Maybe Ju was the one who poisoned his teacher after all. The boy swung his sword and thought, no, he had no proof, but it was so obvious, if only he could find information about this poison. He thought back and thought, he once suspected that the poison was created by the Sichuan Tang clan. He never imagined that someone outside this clan of poison masters would be able to create such a poison. However, everything had changed now. It all happened within the Saint Demon cult itself. He didn't care how strong the clan was. They were not able to poison an entire cult leader. A poison that could poison a person of such a level had never existed in the history of the martial arts society. Even if they did create such a poison, using it in this way would only lead to a full-fledged war with the entire cult. Looking up, the blue-haired man thought, even the enemy of the cult, no, none of the orthodox sects would want this development, and yet, the deputy leader was actually involved in this. Everything around him began to shine. The youth frowned and thought he would only get answers once he dealt with him. He headed towards the enemy. The gray-haired man was surprised. The bearded man looked away and opened his mouth. The brunette was shocked when the youth thought that he really viewed them as enemies. But now this feeling of awe that he could not suppress, only one thing could awaken such emotions in a demonic cultivator. The man opened his eyes wide and thought, divine flames. The protagonist looked at the deputy leader and thought, this is what made the demonic teacher take his side. The old man spread his arms. After which he looked at them and thought, apparently, nothing can be done about the demon blade. Suddenly, the blue-eyed man turned around. Watching the battle, he thought, and another one is defeated. He looked at the blonde and added, it seems that the young leader's divine flame has no effect on his comrades. Looking at the young man, he said, so this is what it is, a complete divine flame. As he sees it, it is much denser than his incomplete one. The blue-haired man landed when he added, the young leader, born with an excellent body and talents, and also loved by the leader, became the leader's only disciple and relies on privileges, and even inherits the divine art of the holy demon. How unfair is this? The protagonist turned his head and asked, an excellent body and all the privileges. His eyes became big when he added, he can't even imagine how much this position cost him. Deputy leader, no, Jew. The gray-haired man frowned and replied, how rude to address a senior like that. The blue-eyed man clenched his fist and suggested, to be honest, they are not related in any way, to be polite to each other, he will be defeated today, and will tell him everything. The man looked at the young man and asked what nonsense, and what exactly he was going to tell him. The protagonist held out his sword. Then he frowned and said, poison? His eyes were angry. Suddenly he made a dash and shouted, which he used to poison the leader, no, his teacher, where he got it and who created it. He rushed forward. The people looked at the pilgrim. The man crossed his arms. The old man spread out magic circles. The blonde smiled and asked to say the demon blade. The brunette leaned over and answered, yes, sir. The man stood with his back and asked, had the young leader been to the cave of hidden demons, hadn't he? To which he answered, that's right. Then he opened his eyes when the hero added, and I remember that he was the chief inspector of these caves, to which he answered, that's also true. The brown-eyed man smiled silently. Then he turned his head sharply. Behind the brunette stood the deputy leader. He looked at his back and said, he did a great job. Then the gray-haired man turned his attention to An and said, the young leader is doing his best, doesn't he think he should try a little too? The long-haired man stood behind the deputy leader and said that it also concerns him. The hero made a dash and answered, right, we must give it our all. The bearded man opened his eyes in fear. Then he looked sideways to the side. The rings flew forward. Taking out his sword, the man defended himself from the blow. The ring fell. There was a shadow on the ground. The man swung. There was an explosion. The brunette smiled. The hero covered his face with his hands. The guy flew back from the blow. The blue-haired man dodged the blows. They stopped him and said, not so fast. The young man received a blow to the head and flew to the side. He rolled on the ground and got to his feet. Breathing heavily, the main character thought that things were bad. He thought to recover with a hitch due to the divine flame, so that while they would hesitate, stumble, and retreat. The man frowned and asked the young leader if he really thought he was so stupid, taking advantage of the pause to escape. So naive of him. The protagonist was surrounded on three sides. He frowned and thought, if so. And he took off. The blue-eyed man swung. And struck. The man struck back, but the young man dodged. The two moved around the field attacking each other. The gray-haired man looked surprised. Lowering his head, he clicked his tongue and extended a finger to his face. An extended his hand and thought, explosive flying balls. He rose up. The hero was blown by a stream. There was a body behind the two. The brunette began to rise. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought, oh shit, the bloody Jiangshi took the explosion instead. The hero grinned and said that the young leader looked very tired. Then he looked to the side. And flew to the side. The protagonist rushed to the teacher and asked about his hand. He replied that the young leader should not worry about him. He gave up his hand and added that he exchanged a finger for his hand, so it was not a bad exchange. The blue-haired man turned to the second ally. He, holding his shoulder, replied that he was also fine. The young man frowned and thought that they had lost so much to get rid of the bloody Jiangshi. He closed his eyes and thought that he was running out of ideas. He did not have enough strength, skills, and no tricks up his sleeve to get out of this situation. It was his fault that he did not foresee the appearance of the bloody Jiangshi. They would not be in such a hopeless situation if not for the bloody Jiangshi. It was all his fault. He should have prepared more carefully. He finally recreated the divine flame. But all he can now do is regret. It seems that this is a one-way trip. People were breathing heavily. The protagonist watched the battle. He swung his spear. A bright flash fell from the sky. A voice said that his disciple had done well. An explosion occurred. A huge hole appeared. People watched it in amazement. The man stood there with his mouth open. The young man also watched in amazement. One leg stood on the ground, a creature in a human body, but doing such unseen things that no human could do, a creature born as a human, but having passed to another level, the plane of ascension. A hand appeared from the smoke. Chun-Wei came out from there. Un rushed towards him. A flash appeared in the man's mouth, and he threw his head back. The gray-haired man watched it in horror. The brunette looked at him with disdain. The teacher frowned, and he ruffled the boy's hair, saying that he had done well. The young man looked at him in amazement. His eyes filled with tears, and he bit his lip. When the man walked away from him, he called the teacher. He stopped. He grinned and said that he finally called him a teacher for real. He was a good boy, and now he should let the teacher sort everything out. The man frowned and thought, the leader. He grinned and said that he would take matters into his own hands from now on. The guy lowered his head and thought, how did the teacher end up here? Chun turned his head and extended his hand. The girl flew towards him. She gritted her teeth and flew closer to her father. The man frowned and thought that telekinesis and control of objects were honed to perfection. That's what a holy demon he was. But that didn't mean that he would just sit and watch. And he took off. Flying towards them, he shouted that he shouldn't think that everything would go as he wanted, if he was the leader of the cult. The girl looked at him in surprise. The brunette was waving his arms. A force was directed towards him, and he flew to the side and hit the ground. And then about the stone, he thought that it was the aura of the brush, which manifested itself in the form of condensed air. Chun. The man looked at him angrily. He bowed and apologized to the master for being late. He only smiled and said that everything was fine. Looking down, he added that he had done well too. The girl began to cry, clinging to her father. The gray-haired frowned and thought, didn't the leader fall ill from poison, damn it? He frowned. The heroine raised her head. He patted her shoulder and told her to stand behind him, and then turned to the opponents. Turning his head, he called the demonic teacher, who came closer. The brunette smiled and said that he also blessed him for the work done. He also smiled and said that it was not worth it, because he was simply fulfilling his obligations to his new master. The man froze and asked again, the new master. And then he smiled, looking over his shoulder. Then the spice turned his head. Looking at the victim, he said that he really liked his finger, and he would never forget this debt. The leader turned away and stepped aside. Looking at the fist leader, he said that he could take a rest now. He was warming up his hands and replied that he could still continue, since he had appeared. All that was left was to get rid of these upstarts. Chun brought his finger to his mouth and chuckled. He turned his head and said that when everything was over, he should call the healers to look after the Fist King. He could spend any means to get him back on his feet. The gray-haired man bowed and replied, yes, sir. The brunette frowned and said that about the blade demon. He froze, holding his waist. Power began to emanate from the leader. He frowned and said that since it was the blade demon's choice to take this side, he should not think about any apologies, even if they lead to his demise. He raised his finger and said that it was because he was not going to leave him alive. The finger approached the man. Inriang staggered back and thought that it was. The feeling as if his entire body was on the blade's tips, he began to hallucinate due to the pressure emitted by the leader. Everything in his eyes changed colors. The brunette froze in guard. A drop of blood was running down his lip, and sweat was streaming down his face. He thought that he was at least 200 feet away from him. The brown-eyed man fell to his knees. Hitting his face on the floor, he thought that perhaps this was the same mind blade. It turns out that it disrupts his perception, considering that it cannot kill him from such a distance. The hero tried to raise his head. The gray-haired frowned and thought that the mind blade killed the demonic master with one blow. Frowning, he thought that, however, it would not work so easily against him. The brunette took a step forward. He immediately fell to the ground. Brown-eyed frowned and thought, the blade of the mind. Inriang was not in the best shape. He was already struck by the rubbed hands of the demonic teacher, and the appearance of the leader in good health only made things worse. Near the body was a pool of blood. There were people standing in the field. The hero grinned and thought that the blade of the mind is a sword that cuts to a person's thoughts and desires. This means that a person with a strong will and in a good mood will be able to block it without problems. Unlike Inriang, he is not so wounded and his mind is fine. Raising his hands, he thought, it turns out he can withstand the attack of the blade of the mind. His hand trembled. But he raised it and thought that he was not completely confident in this, and there was no point in risking his life either. People stood, clutching their swords. The man raised his head and asked the deputy leader whether he chose that path from his intentions. He only grinned and replied that everything certainly did not go as cleanly as he would like, but still. Chun chuckled and said, I see, then he should understand the following. He put him in the post, knowing about his intentions. The gray-haired man frowned and asked what he meant. The leader put his hands behind his back and said that in the existence of a leader this is a necessity. You always need someone who will keep him in check and guide him clearly along the right path. Scratching his chin, he added that otherwise, the hands of a complete enemy will close around his neck, so this was his task, to keep him in check. The brown-eyed man clenched his teeth. He bowed and said that it meant he would appoint him as deputy leader, even knowing about everything. The man exhaled heavily and said that all this time he danced to his tune. Chun chuckled and answered, not always. He admits that the poisoning played a cruel joke this time. He already thought that he would die. The second one looked up and asked if it all made sense now, considering it hadn't worked on him anyway. The brown-eyed one just smiled back and said that of course, as a leader he could lose to some kind of poison. The others watched the squabble. The main character frowned and thought that then it turned out that he was able to fight off the poison. Something was wrong. Looking at the leader's fingers, he noticed that they were shaking. Frowning, he thought that the teacher was coming out. He opened his mouth and started calling for the teacher, but the teacher mentally answered him that he was fine and would hold out until it was all over, so he didn't have to worry. The man continued to stand with his back to him. The youth frowned and thought that if he was really fine, then why did he show up now and not before the vice leader revealed his intentions? If he just pretended to deal with the poison but was still poisoned, then he would have had a great opportunity to find out who was really going to go against him. But then he should have acted at the moment, when the vice leader decided to kidnap the divine saint. There was some other reason why he couldn't show up then but was standing in front of them. Now, was he really waiting for the moment when all the doctors were gathered in one place? It was impossible. But still, it was a very dangerous plan. After all, if the teacher was late even for a minute, then no one would be standing like this now. Everyone else was watching this. Unfrowned and thought that there must be another reason. But what was it? His eyes widened and he thought, is that it? Are there times when people have two personalities? It means that on the outside it is one thing, but inside there is something else, and this is what is happening to the teacher now. While he looks like he has completely dealt with the poison, in fact it is devouring him from the inside. The leader stood there frowning. The protagonist imagined a scorpion trying to grab a grasshopper with its claw. But it jumps out of the hole. Liquid is splashing inside it. The protagonist imagined the man sitting on the floor and thought that he had planned to use this move from the very beginning, maybe even that coughing up blood at the divine flame inheritance ceremony was a setup. But after some time, he realized that the poison was much stronger than he expected, a poison that even a person from the mystical creature plane could not defeat, and even Chun, the smartest person in the cult, could not find an antidote. It was an unexpected turn of events. However, the enemies, hiding for the time being, continued to act according to the rules, and this confrontation was the result of everything that happened. The guy remembered how the man wiped the blood from his face. The gray-haired man checked the leader's pulse. The hero grinned. Power appeared in his hands. His finger approached the chip. Unlowered his head and thought that maybe he had predicted this entire situation from the beginning of his plan. And even if it wasn't so, Chun had done his best to make this event happen, and when all the enemies gathered in one place, he planned to appear unharmed. But the poison was much stronger than he had expected. He was spending so much energy to suppress it. That's why he showed up a little later than he had planned. The young man raised his head and thought that of course this was just his guess, and he really hoped that he was wrong. Then he looked at the leader. The leader frowned. Looking at the bloody Jiangshi, he said that he was absolutely sure that all the records of their creation had been destroyed. So how did he restore them? Someone else must have taught him this. It was the person that Mr. Strategist had pushed away just now. The brunette smiled. The leader raised his head and said that it seemed like he had already decided to leave this place. The gray-haired man perked up and asked where did he go? Looking around, he thought that he was here just now. Frowning, he wondered if he had taken advantage of the moment when Inrian was snail-eaten. He must have retreated, assessing the situation as hopeless. Oblivion. This man sends even his comrades into oblivion. In the end he was the one who was disposed of. A nasty smile appeared. The brown-eyed man waved his hand and said that the rat escaped from the scene, and then told the strategist to order all the demonic masters to immediately block the Tian mountain and not let anyone escape. He folded his arms and answered, "Yes, sir." He frowned and said that there was no need to kill him, and he needed to be brought back alive, because he had a lot of questions. The brunette began to poke himself in the chest and added that besides those about where he learned about the bloody Jiangshi, the old man bowed and said that the Lord could consider it done. And he flew away. Chun turned back and said that he thought they had more points to talk to the vice leader. The vice leader frowned and said that he dared to suggest that the vice leader was waiting for the moment to cut his head off. He took a step forward and said that things would not go as the leader planned. The gray-haired man frowned and thought about what would happen if he killed the leader here. Raising his hand, he thought that no, after all, he was already in the plane of mystical creatures and could use the blade of the mind with an instant of thought. Some 5 bloody Jiangshi were no match for him. Swinging his fist, he thought that even if he could kill him, there was still the young leader and the demonic teacher. He had no way to escape from here without help, and then he would have only one option. There were 5 people standing around him. The leader looked at him in surprise. The man gritted his teeth. A vein appeared on his neck. A fire appeared on the bald man's head. All 4 turned towards the enemy. The leader waved his hand. The gray-haired man looked at him in fear. He created a protective barrier. He reflected the other man's power. The brunette lowered his head and asked if he was trying to escape. The hero stood with trembling hands. He bared his teeth and replied that this was exactly the case. He may be an almighty leader, but he was sure that 4 bloody jianshi would be enough to buy enough time to escape from here. In response, the brown-eyed man shook his head and said that it would not be easy. The second one replied that he understood this very well. Even if he could escape, it would not be so easy to escape from Mount Tian, but he dared to say that it would be better than dying right now. Chun chuckled and repeated that it would not be easy. The man lowered his head and said that he had already answered him. Many weapons appeared behind him, and he thought that he had an invisible feeling that the blades were aimed at his neck. Gritting his teeth, he repeated the words about it not being easy, and thought that he meant trying to escape from under his mind blade. The leader extended his hand forward and asked if he really thought that his 4 blood jiangshi could stop his mind blade. The hero folded his hands in front of him, thinking that he would not fall for this trick, because the mind blade is a sword that cuts through thoughts themselves. Strength appeared on his hands, and he thought that if he simply did not give in to Chun's will, he would be able to block the mind blade. Although he would risk getting damage to his internal organs, he had blood jianshi. The mind blade would not reach him through them. If the attack he made a second ago was a show of the power of the mind blade, then the blood jianshi would pass for living shields. The bald man rushed forward. His eyes widened when the leader asked him if he thought the attack he showed a second ago was a mind blade. The brunette waved his hand and said that the mind blade is a sword embodied by his mind. Time and space are nothing to him. He cuts whatever he wants. The blue-eyed man watched with wide eyes. The man began to move his fingers in the air and asked permission to ask him one more question, if he really thought he could block his mind blade. Power flew from him. The gray-haired man frowned and thought that it was coming. He would use the bloody jianshi as human shields to soften the blow, and leave the rest to buy some time. The man's body was cut. Chun frowned and repeated that he could cut whatever he wanted. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked if it was over. He frowned and thought, who knows, he could have ended up in the same place if he had lost in his attempt to take revenge. The hero watched the staggering bodies. The 2 bald men turned to each other. The brown-eyed man raised his hand and thought that they had started acting incoherently. As soon as they lost their master, a year to get rid of them, before they completely went out of control, the bloody jiangshi were completely driven by instincts, like a dangerous wild beast. The blade flashed in the sun. The leader pointed it to the side. The dagger began to smoke. The bald man flew towards him. The blade cut the body. Another monster began to scream. Chun lowered his head and thought that their instincts were gradually taking over. The monster rushed towards him, but was cut in half. The hero lowered his sword and thought that the more instincts took control, the faster they tried to escape from stronger creatures, and this could be a real problem. Another one was rolling. It seemed that his body had withstood it after all. A bald man was approaching him, staggering, and he thought that this was the last of these damned monsters. He would need to rest after all this. The mutant approached the leader with a scream, but he stepped aside. At that moment, his eyes widened in surprise, and sweat began to roll down his face. He held onto the blade of the sword with his hand, and tried to hold it. The old man opened his mouth and screamed, "What is he doing, a shadow?" The man grabbed the sword tighter and said that he knew that his body had not fully recovered. His eyes lit up, and he asked if he had. The protagonist froze with horror on his face and thought, "Teacher." The red-eyed man frowned and said that it was natural, because this was not an ordinary poison. There would be no point if he was fine. But they stood opposite each other. The leader's hand grabbed the hilt of the sword, and he fell to the ground. The brunette began to twirl his fingers in the air. Steam came out of the blood. The young man looked down and said, "Yes, tainted caked blood." He was right. The girl trembled and called her father. The red-eyed man was grabbed by the neck. The brown-eyed man picked him up and asked if he had captured the man's body. He only frowned and replied that he had sent him into oblivion, since that had always been his specialty. The hero frowned and asked how he could get him out of this body. The dark-haired man stood with his back turned and said that it was impossible, since he would have to kill this man, since he was no longer his bridesmaid after all. Chun frowned and said okay, he was sorry, but he had left him no choice. The young man held his feet in the air. The bald man watched everything. The brunette threw the man to the ground, and came closer. He frowned and asked if this man had a family left. The gray-haired man looked at them and said that the shadow was an orphan. He had no family, but he had close friends among the companions of the demonic group of the Unwritten. The leader lowered his head and said to take his body and arrange a funeral as befits the burial of the most respected members of the cult, and to allow his friends to attend the funeral. The old man bowed and said, "Yes, sir." The man jerked his hand. There was blood on his side, and he thought that he had stopped the bleeding, but the wound was too deep. Gritting his teeth, he thought that everything had only gotten worse. Was it because of this stab wound? No, it was too early. Beads of sweat were running down his face. The hero clutched his chest and thought how much longer he could last, maybe at least 5 days, but no more than 2 weeks. He had to manage to do everything before that. He took a step forward. He folded his hands behind his back and told the demonic teacher to listen to his words. He replied that he was always at his service. The teacher looked at him and said that when he went down, he should find the strategist and tell him to continue according to the plan he had just told him. That was all. The old man looked at him and said, "Yes, sir." The wind was blowing between the mountains. Leaves were floating on the surface of the water. In a deep and damp cave in the swamp somewhere within Mount Tian, the hero was sitting in front of a fire. He wiped the blood from his nose. Smiling, he said that he had killed him. Raising his head, he added that he did not think that his insurance of injecting a phantom spirit of the mind into one of the demonic cultivators would pay off so much. The man rolled his eyes and thought that, however, he had confirmed the condition of a holy demon. Besides, he was already at a stage that could not be cured, and he was also wounded in the stomach, not counting the poison that had struck him. Even a great holy demon would not last more than 2 weeks. The dark-haired man laughed and thought that although he had failed to bring the deputy leader to the position of leader, he had managed to eliminate one of the strongest martial artists of the holy demon cult. There were stars in the sky, 2 stars and 1 demon. There were 3 martial artists in the mystical creature plane, 2 in the orthodox sects, and 1 in the demon cult. But now their number has been reduced from 3 to 2. It is necessary to report this to the imperial palace immediately. The stone split into 2. Something flew out of the cave. The bird flew above the trees. It flew lower, and flew up to the man. The bird released its claw. The young man laughed and said that the holy demon was dead. He smiled and thought that technically, he was not dead yet, but he had no more than 2 weeks left. By the time the falcon reached the palace, he would no longer be an inhabitant of this world. Chun stood with his head down. His daughter came up to him and said that he did not look well. The man wiped the sweat from his face and replied that he was fine. The protagonist looked at them and thought that he couldn't be okay, because his blood was full of poison. It even boiled, being spread out on the ground, and he was also wounded. He couldn't even imagine what pain he was suffering right now. The father who sang in the eyes of his daughter. She raised her head and thought, "Dad?" He smiled and said that she did well and his student too. The protagonist closed his eyes and hoped that he would not be jealous that his previous teacher, the spear master, this man was also his teacher. Unbowed and said, "Yes, teacher." He grinned and said that everything was right. He was glad to hear how he called him now. The guy bowed and said that now he should do it more often. The leader exhaled and thought that from this moment on, how much more he had left. He approached the student and said that as he saw, he finally acquired the divine flame. The young man replied that it was just luck. The brunette chuckled and thought that this was not something that could be obtained by luck alone. No holy demon in the history of the cult had been able to recreate and control the divine flame at such a young age. He was sure that this child was capable of leading the cult, but he still wondered what kind of uncertain thoughts he felt on him. The protagonist was engulfed in flames. The man ran his hair and hoped that this would not be a problem in the future. Unfortunately, he had to shave, so he would not be able to see the results in person. He looked closely at the student and thought that as a teacher, he could leave something for his student for the last time. He raised his head and called on. Breathing heavily, he said that there was something he had to pass on to him, but this was not the right place. Could he follow him? The protagonist looked at him carefully. His clothes were raised by the wind. The young man folded his hands in front of his face and said that the teacher could give orders without hesitation. Chun smiled and said that it wouldn't take long. Un stood in front of the teacher. He frowned and thought about him. Aon stood behind the boys and called out for her father. She closed her eyes and shouted for the old man. The hero and the leader looked back at the sound. Tears appeared on the daughter's face. She looked forward and asked if he would really come back. The protagonist turned his head to the side and looked down. A smile appeared on the man's face. The dark-haired girl stood behind the people leaving. The action moved to the holy demon peak. The man took a step. The bearded man lowered his head. MC stood behind and called out to the teacher, to which he said that everything was fine. Un stood by the bloody footprints, thinking that the teacher was climbing the holy demon peak on his own in such a state, and even though he was bleeding and almost unable to go further, he refused to let anyone help him. His clothes were stained with blood, while he thought that he must be able to live with the pride of the holy demon even if he only had a few moments left before death. Chun frowned as the hero thought about how a teacher receiving help from a disciple must be unacceptable for the leader of the holy demon cult. The figure stood next to the ice block and the boy said that it meant that there were such beauties on the side of the mountain. The mountain was decorated with snowdrifts. The leader walked in front of the disciple and said that he never noticed them due to the fast movement with the help of acceleration arts, and then noted that it was an interesting perspective to look at. Behind the man stood the bearded man. The old man was calm, and he thought that this made him want to be angry at the whole world, because this was his teacher and this person who could stand like this, being poisoned and mortally wounded. The dark-haired man was calm as he thought that the last moments of his teacher's life were similar. The man spread his hands as unthought that even when he was framed for learning filthy demonic arts, and even when his body was already at its limit from the poison, he never stopped preaching about harmony even when the blades of weapons were pointed at him. Chun looked around the area as unthought that people who had reached a certain plane no longer cared about the influence of their will and ideals, and then noted that it seemed like he still had a lot to learn. The hero looked up, thinking that he might have become as strong in martial arts as his previous master, but his mind was far from being that mature, not even worthy of looking up at his master given his current state. His hand touched the bleeding wound. The man walked around the room as unthought that he was proud but still had honor, and was going through all this alone. Chun stood next to the pillars while he thought that he was like a flame burning out his last seconds of life and showing his best side, as befits a person with the title of a holy demon, and then noted that this is what it means to be a holy demon. The leader lowered his head, saying that they were almost there. They entered the hall with a polymorphic combat illusion. The bearded man stood in the arena with his hands folded. He stood in front of the fighter, saying that he had talent, and although he still did not know exactly what it was, he had enough determination, and as a martial artist, having talent and a goal meant that he had everything she needed in essence. The teacher frowned and said that he was still young and the experience alone accumulated over time was not enough for his goals. Unfrowned while he said that so in order to make him a holy demon, he was going to pass on his experience that the old man had accumulated until now. Chun sat down on the floor, asking to come and sit down. He looked ahead confidently and thought that was why he brought him here. The action moved to the king's chambers. A figure stood on the balcony, and it was said that the person who lives here is the king of Jincheng, Pyong, the younger brother of the emperor, who is practically the second strongest person in the world, and being related by blood, he was able to stay alive until now, unlike his cousins, to be eliminated by the emperor. The man stood in front of the prisoners, and it was said that maybe it was because he was not initially intoxicated with the thirst for power and strength. The figures walked along the path, and it was said that since childhood he did not want to be an emperor, and always said that it was enough for him to be an ordinary king, and as he wished. When the current emperor ascended the throne, he was also given the position of king, but having the title of emperor and surviving as a prince of the empire gave strength to his position. The king leaned forward and was told that of course Pyong had never been interested in this power, and had never used it, and what he wanted was not power but a peaceful world, and with such a mindset it was natural that he would be followed by those who had the same opinion. He remembered how the emperor had extended his hand to the side, and it was said that the king's brother, the current emperor, had shown cruelty in killing the other brothers, but fortunately he was the one who could bring the right order to the world at the same time. He folded his hands in front of him, thinking that this was why he had come to be called many things. Some called him a good man, some even went so far as to try to call him a hero, and naturally this was his mistake in not doing anything when his brother was getting rid of the others. The sky was strewn with stars, and he thought that his brother had good reasons for every action. The boy held the girl in his arms, and he thought that they were either excessively vicious because of women. The brown-haired man grinned while Pyong thought that they were either showing madness. The blade flashed in the man's hands, and he thought that they were even starting to arrange massacres, beating everyone in sight. The emperor smiled, and the king thought that he began to think that the emperor was not like that. The man lowered his head. He folded his hands in front of him, thinking that it seemed like it was time to do something. The ruler turned around while he thought that he had heard rumors that the emperor had changed, and in fact, many of these rumors had begun to appear a long time ago, and he himself had even begun to understand this. The mousetrap slammed shut, and the old man thought that in the past he thought that this was just a pretense used to find out the enemies hiding within the state. There were cracks in the wall, while Pyong thought that however no pretense could last for 20 years. He lowered his head, realizing that his brother had gone mad. The king walked away from the window, thinking that there was nothing left of the benevolent emperor in him, and he had become like the brothers he had killed, noting the madness, the bloodshed, the wickedness, thinking that he himself had begun to show these qualities. He sat on the throne, saying that it was as if the brothers he had killed had become restless spirits that he was now possessing. The man drew his sword from its sheath, thinking that honestly he knew what he had to do. The blade appeared before the owner, who thought that like his own brother, he should draw the sword and kill him, becoming emperor himself, and then wondered if this was the right decision. The king held the sword tightly in his hands, thinking whether he should remain loyal as a brother or should he get rid of the mad emperor, and save the imperial court from all this darkness, saying that he himself felt that all this was wrong. He frowned, thinking that although he felt sorry for the brothers who were killed, he did not care much about it, and here he was in a dilemma that he could end up like that himself. Pyong put his hand on his face, saying that this is what vanity must look like, or this is the guilt of killing his own brother. The blade reflected his face, that it did not change the fact that it was a difficult decision, and then pondered what to do. A figure appeared in front of the king. He looked forward and said that the sage had arrived. Ji Myung held his hands in front of him and bowed his head. He held a staff in his hands, and it was said that he had deep knowledge in reading the sky and earth. He was once a member of the Martial Arts Society, and eventually became one of the close followers of the king, although now he has become a member of the government, and his reputation still carries weight in the Martial Arts Society. The sage put his hands in front of his face and said that he had returned. Pyong bowed his head and asked to report. The bald man looked ahead and asked if he had already realized that an unfamiliar star had risen above the entire palace. The man frowned, repeating what he had said. The red space object shone redder than the others, and he said that it was a star emitting an ominous red light, and representing the suppression of the holiness by this light, from which he himself almost did not emit light, and asked if this meant that someone was suppressing the emperor, and using his powers. The mustachioed man lowered his head. He knelt down, and said that His Majesty was the strongest man in the imperial palace, and there was not a single one like him. Pyong put his hand on his jaw, asking even if so, why did this star appear? Ji Myung raised his head, said that he was going to tell his thoughts after reading many stars and looking for meanings in ancient writings, and he should report on it in detail, that it was not something he could easily tell. The man raised his hand and asked not to worry and continue. The sage knelt down, saying that astronomy was his specialty, but he still had not found the meaning of this star, so in order to understand this phenomenon, and then noted that he began to search through the texts. The books were stacked, and he said that among them were writings from the history of the Martial Arts Society, since he looked at the texts for the past 400 years and there was a huge amount of information. The bald man looked at the other man who asked what he had found about this star, to which he replied that according to the records of the Celestial Chronicles, since the end of the late ancient era, this star foretells disaster, and has been burning brightly since the cult of the inverted heavens dominated this world. Pyong bowed his head, saying that he had also heard of the records of the Celestial Chronicles, but the cult of the inverted heavens, this name was not only unfamiliar to him, but also sounded threatening. The mustachioed man frowned, saying that it was natural that such a name would sound threatening, and that it was the name of those who led the Martial Arts Society into chaos and even planned to seize the imperial court. The king frowned. The king clenched his hand, tearing out the material. He lowered his head and asked why such an ominous star began to shine above the imperial palace, and then clarified that he wanted to say that these people from the inverted heaven cult were trying to suppress that majesty and gain power. Ji Myung held his hands in front of him, and said that as he said earlier, that majesty was the strongest person in the palace. The man frowned and thought. The sage was scared and said that unfortunately, one of the mysteries of the inverted heaven cult is a very scary thing, but did not finish. Pyong sat on the throne in front of the servant, and asked again. The bearded man froze after he said that there is a mystery of possession of the bodies of others. Two figures moved through the forest. The action moved to Mount Tian. The man ran forward and wondered where he went, noting that they cannot miss him and must find traces. Guan approached the body. He looked down and said that it was coming this way, to which Mia asked not to let down their guard, because it was not an easy opponent. He took out his swords and said that he understood. The girl ran next to Aung, who said that once they found it, she would use her divine powers to suppress it. The red-eyed looked away and asked to take care of that, the demonic blade, after that. The man rushed forward and said that he accepted. The group moved through the forest, and one of the girls asked the captain of the charred dragon squad and the white monkey to work together to prevent it from escaping. The leader's daughter frowned, saying that this creature was a monster that fed on blood, and they must stop it at all costs before more victims appeared, and it sought blood to sustain itself. Mia sat on a tree and shouted that he had found the creature. The figure fought the threat. The divine maiden swung her hand, forming a powerful blow. The attack passed through the bald man. He stood and looked away. Aung prepared to attack, uttering strange words. The power approached the bloodsucker. The blow hit the target, and it screamed in pain. The creature was tied up. Mia rushed to attack from the tree. His blade was engulfed in flames. He aimed it towards the target. The divine maiden held a tool in her hand. A bright light approached the fanged face. A powerful cut occurred, which cut through the monster's chest. The body fell dead and the fighter exhaled. The leader's daughter lowered her gaze, saying that they finally found it, while it was said that the last day of chasing the bloody Jiangshi ended on the 10th day. Unclosed his eyes, and it was said that it was also the 10th day when he entered the divine palace with the leader. The hero meditated, exuding inner strength. He kept his hands on his knees and thought that there was no need to rush. The energy streams were intertwined into one. Chun fed the boy with energy while he thought that his teacher's time, whose time was longer than his past and present lives combined, and this amount of time also represented the amount of chi of the teacher. The energy was gathering into a ball while he thought that if he tried to absorb such an amount of power at once, there would definitely be side effects. Even the best food, if eaten too much at once, would only lead to heartburn. Mana was gathering into a whirlwind, and he thought that this was why he could not rush and needed to slowly, like winding yarn from thin threads of silk. Unmeditated while the energy enveloped him, thinking that he needed to distribute the incoming power to all corners of his body, gather the threads together and return them to the core of his soul, But the process did not end there, because when a certain number of skeins were on the yarn, he distributed them back throughout the body. His hand was on his knee, thinking that in this process, some of the chi flowing through his body was lost, but there was nothing he could do about it. The hero closed his eyes, thinking that the amount of loss was approximately 20%, and this was not an exact number, a minimum of 15, and a maximum of 25. The protagonist frowned, thinking that although the amount of loss was approximately 20% on average, the teacher's chi was very strong, and besides, his was also involved in the process. Even with small losses, it should be roughly equal to the force at this point. MC lowered his head, thinking what about the teacher then, and what was happening to him. Chun frowned and concentrated. The fighter stood with a spear in front of his opponent, while the latter thought that he had grown. He showed his palm and thought that he could finally feel this guy's efforts and the training of his muscles, the purity of his chi, and the work of the blood flowing through his veins. It was clear that he had an excellent build for a martial artist. The old man lowered his head, thinking that he was very sorry, however, that even though they had only known each other for a short time, he finally felt that he had decided to open up to him, considering how long he had been reluctant to do so, and then he thought that he could no longer stay with him. Un stood in a stance while Chun thought that he was like the young son he always wanted to have, and maybe he thought so because he was the best disciple he had ever had. The walls were covered in cracks, and the old man thought that it didn't matter anymore. They were in the arena, and he thought that once he completed the transfer of chi, he would no longer belong to this world, because the more strength he transferred, the more he felt the poison inside him taking over, and his body was getting heavy from the wound in his stomach. The leader's hand was tense while he apologized for not being able to do enough. He frowned and concentrated. Drops were floating in the air. Blood was flowing from the corner of his lip, and he thought that he had to endure it, because if he couldn't do it while their chi were connected, it would no longer be his problem alone. The old man's body was exhausted, and he thought that there was a possibility that the poison could be transferred to the disciple through force. But he must not allow that at any cost. A drop of blood flowed out of his eye, and he was determined not to let this poison take more than one life. Chun frowned, asking to spread his wings in this world. He strained himself, thinking that he had talent, and although he did not know the details, he also had a goal, and then thought that if this dying body could make him stronger and allow him to grow into a large tree. A huge plant towered over the clearing, and he asked in his mind to become a tree that could cover the entire cult and the world no matter what he was going to do, and then asked to fulfill his dreams with the cult. The leader lowered his head, asking in his thoughts to take care of his daughter. He closed his eyes and smiled. Un grinned and tears appeared in his eyes. The hero froze, thinking that even at the end of his life, he saved a foolish student, and that is why his goal remained unchanged. In his hand was a vial of poison, and he thought that the poisons that took the lives of his two teachers were the same unique poison, and there were not many who could use this kind of poison, and those who poisoned the teachers were definitely the same people. His palm turned into a fist, breaking the vial, and he thought that this must be an organization that has the same goal. Therefore, both of his teachers were killed by the same person or organization. Dao Hao raised his head while he thought that he had something to do with this, and if not, then the Martial Arts Alliance would have no reason to destroy the Spear Master sect. Unbared his teeth, thinking that if there was a reason, then he had even more reason to take revenge. Light illuminated the room. The hero meditated and thought that because it meant that he had lost both of his teachers to the same poison, and that the same person pulling the strings had used it, like a fool. The protagonist sat under the starry sky. He froze and tensed. There was a sharp movement. A blow passed through the wall. A hand grabbed a boulder. MC looked through the destroyed wall. He walked forward. The guy fell to his knees. He leaned on the stone. His hand tensed. Dust spread from the point of contact. The blue-haired man moved his hand to the side, and his robe was half destroyed. He lowered his head, saying that rebuilding the body, changing the bones, reshaping his shell, kindling the soul to strengthen the heavens, tempering the body to control the earth. Having risen in the soul, he can change the heavens. Having tempered the body, he can control the earth. Magma formed under his feet. The hand was covered in fire. The limbs exuded energy that was striving upward. Un stood in a clear space, thinking that this was the plane of the mystical beings. The hero frowned, thinking that the body and heaven were reunited in the human body, and along with this, the divine soul resided in man, asking what it was like to be born a human but step onto the path of becoming a god. He examined his hand and said that if he had just stepped onto this path, then everything was still ahead, but did not finish. The protagonist looked at Chun and said that the teacher had completely entered the plane of the mystical beings, thinking that what was important was that he himself had stepped onto this plane. MC extended his hand to the side and thought that he now had enough strength. The blade reflected the light and rushed forward. Un stood in a stance, holding a spear in his hands. He placed it aside and thought that now, with enough strength and effort, he could become even stronger than the teacher in life. The hero closed his eyes. His body was covered in flames. He spread his arms, asking the teacher to watch him and how he would bring bloody carnage to the martial arts society. The protagonist looked ahead. He lowered his head and frowned. MC was sitting on the floor, resting his hands on his legs. The guy was calm, thinking that at least 4, maybe 6 months had passed. He froze, thinking that he had finally achieved perfection in body restructuring. A smirk appeared on his face. Raised his hand, thinking that he himself felt this only because he could move his body, and then noted that the body restructuring that was only half complete was finally perfected, and from this he felt like he could do anything. The hero turned his head to the side, thinking that it was too early to relax, because it could easily develop into vanity, and vanity only leads to painful mistakes. The protagonist sat in the room, thinking that besides, his body had only reached the peak of 90%, and he had a slight feeling that he was not finished yet. The protagonist noticed a crack and became wary. MC lowered his head, thinking that the chi he was emitting was destroying the surrounding space, and this was just more evidence that he had reached the mystical plane of the mystical creatures. He knelt down and thought that if he absorbed all the chi, everyone would think that he was an ordinary person who had never practiced martial arts in his life. Was engulfed in flames, and he thought that he must have finally managed to imprison all this power inside his body, and this was the plane of the mystical creatures. He had become a container holding a power that was unknown to ordinary people. The hero looked away. Chun was sitting on the floor of the arena. The guy turned away and froze. He lowered his head. The blue-haired man knelt down and bowed. The protagonist sat opposite the leader and asked in his mind to accept the bow from the foolish disciple once more. He had a cloth in his hands. He covered the body with it, thinking that this poison lost its structure as soon as the host died, a poison that gnawed at the inner life force. The guy held his hands in front of him, thinking that it turns out that if the poison feeds on something, then it dies the moment it has nothing more to eat. He took the corpse in his arms. MC looked away and exhaled. He walked towards the exit. Walked along the path to the building. The strategist stood in the building and thought that half a year had passed, and he would arrive at any moment. Guanchuk folded his hands in front of the leader and asked if he was really going to implement this plan and asked him to think it over again. Chun frowned and thanked him for his concern, and then said that he had already decided to do everything exactly like this, and noted that he would leave everything to the strategist. The gray-haired man looked ahead and thought about the old man. He lowered his head and thought. The man closed his eyes, asking for forgiveness for not being able to do everything for recovery. Stood in front of the elder and called him. The strategist covered his face with his hands and said about the leader. They looked at each other in silence. The hero was upset and apologized for the fact that he had already left them. The bearded man lowered his head, saying that he expected this outcome and was preparing for it. The protagonist walked forward and said that they only had to let go of the dead and allow the living to live on. He knelt down in front of the corpse and said that first of all, they needed to prepare for one thing, namely the funeral. Guanchuk held his hands in front of him and promised to prepare the most honorable funeral. MC covered his face with his hair and said that the transfer of power would take place a month after the funeral. The strategist stood behind and said that the deceased left him something. The white-haired man handed over the book and said that he asked him to give it to the student on the day he returned. The blue-haired man looked at the item. The cover was made of paper and it said that this book is dedicated to the head of the exceptional world, the Dark Lotus, the red flame heart of the exceptional world, and he thought about what was written. Unfrowned, thinking that the true name of the last head of the divine art of the holy demon. He lowered his head, thinking that this was the feeling that this was the missing 10%, and finally there was a feeling of becoming a true new god of the holy demon cult. The hero was engulfed in flames and it was said that Chun's funeral was held as a divine funeral, the most honorable event in the cult. The divine flame was burning and it was said that the ceremony where the god who stepped on this earth returns to heaven. Aon hid her eyes with her hands and it was said that during the ceremony she could not hold back and burst into tears, and all because the most terrible assumptions came true. The old people were saddened and it was said that naturally, it was not only the daughter who shed tears. The man stood on the stairs and said that the members of the holy demon cult were also in deep sorrow. Was holding a notebook in his hands and it was said that the funeral was over and it had only been 2 weeks since the hero took over the cult. He was sitting on the window. The man sat at the table and thought that there were a few things he should know before he left this chapter of the exceptional world to him, and then added that the divine art of the holy demon, according to tradition, was not passed down in text form like this, but was passed down orally from the holy demon to the next demon. Chun lowered his head, thinking that unless something special happened, there would be no reason to write down the art, but that also meant that under special circumstances, it could be written down in a document, just like what had happened to them, which is why he was reading this now. The blue-haired man lowered his head. There were hieroglyphs written on the paper, and he thought that it was said that such messages revealed the result of cultivating the unique, and it is not much different for martial artists, and then noted that the spiritual energy that he felt from the teacher's letter was still there. Looked at the book, saying that he still had a lot to learn and thought that although he himself had crossed over to the plane of mystical creatures, but he did not think that he could show the same magnificence as his teacher. He held onto the page, thinking that maybe something would change if he studied the chapter of the exceptional world. The bald man was engulfed in flames, and it was said that the most important last chapter of the Holy Demon Divine Art is the chapter on controlling the divine flame, and the divine flame itself represents God. The protagonist stood in front of Chun, and he said that he managed to figure out how to control the divine flames with the help of the records of the unwritten Holy Demon. But this does not mean that he does not need to study the chapter now. The fighter stood in a stance while he said that if the unwritten Holy Demon taught him how to use and control the divine flames, then the head of the exceptional world teaches how to use the divine flames in combat. The guy delivered a powerful punch while he thought that the dominant step of the Holy Demon is the art of the Holy Demon's legs. The palm imprinted on the surface, and the duel that the palm of the Holy Demon is just a few of the skills recorded in this chapter. The man demonstrated the strikes while thought that he began by memorizing each of them, and wanted to continue with learning the optimal use of muscles, body and life force, and then noted that he must bring them all to perfection. The hero stood in front of the rock and thought that it was not that simple, because it all made sense because it was one of the strongest and most ancient martial arts in history. But if it was already difficult to understand just by reading it, he was afraid to imagine how difficult it would be in practice. The waves raged while he thought that, however, having passed into the plane of mystical beings, his knowledge as a martial artist also became more extensive, and the many theories and skills that he had learned and studied united and intertwined into one martial arts theorem, becoming a deep sea of knowledge. Water surrounded the protagonist, and he thought that this was his martial arts sea. A wave hit the rock while he thought that even the highest cliffs of martial arts knowledge would gradually shake, washed over time by the waves of his knowledge. The protagonist clutched the book. The document dissolved, burning to ashes, and he thought that that was it. MC lowered his head, thinking that he would be happy to keep the manuscripts as one of the legacies left by his master, but it is not worth doing, because the divine art of a holy demon should not be passed down through scriptures, and this is an unwritten rule passed down by holy demons. Ashes fell to the floor while he thought about that, and as the next holy demon, he cannot amend these rules due to personal feelings. He folded his hands, thinking that the holy demon he wanted to become so much, but in the depths of his heart, he feels a prick and is filled with loneliness. Unfrowned and thought that this was not what he expected when he first decided to become a holy demon, and it was not for such feelings that he became one. The blue-haired man looked at the mountains and asked to enter. Guanchuk appeared in the room. He looked away, thinking that he thought he was quite experienced in hiding his presence, but it seemed that he had already fully entered the plane of mystical creatures. The hero extended his hand to the side and asked what happened, to which he said that he came to report. The protagonist put his hand on his face and repeated what he had said. The strategist stood in front of him and said that it was about what the previous leader had commanded, about pursuing the escaped man on the day when the divine palace was attacked. The old man looked ahead warily. MC became furious and his eyes shone. The man was on the clouds, and he thought that he, who controlled the shadow of the demonic group's unwritten slen, left a deep wound in the body of the holy demon and hastened the death of the holy demon. Unbit his lip and asked if they had caught him. The old man stood in front of him and said that they had searched every nook and cranny of Mount Tian, but it seemed that he had already managed to hide and escape. The hero covered his face with his hands and said that it was a pity, thinking that it was a great chance to reveal who was behind all of this, but it seemed that they had missed the main clue. He raised his head, thinking that not all was lost. He remembered the old man, thinking that his previous teacher from the Spear Master sect had a clue about who was behind all of this. The house was in a crevice, and the protagonist thought that if Daohao, the one who killed his previous teacher, was behind all of this, and he was behind the murder of the leader, then maybe he could find a clue there, and then noted that they needed to get to the hidden hideout of the Spear Master sect and find something that the teacher might have left behind. He stood up, asking to search again just in case, increasing the number of the squad. The strategist lowered his head and said, he understood. The action moved to the divine fire, and it was said that the transfer of power was not carried out in any elegant way, and only 10 demon masters, a divine saint and a few other great demons participated. The fire enveloped the body of the protagonist, and it was said that this was the day when the holy demon, the god of the holy demon cult, ascended to his post, but it was all carried out because of the recent funeral of the previous holy demon. The boy looked forward, and it was said that the fact that he had become the new holy demon could not be denied. The man leaned over, and it was said that with the beginning of this new era, the 10 demon masters who had now become 8 demon masters, however, 2 of them showed themselves more than the rest. The strategist looked up with interest. The man put his fists on his side, and it was said that among them, the demonic Hurricane Fist King was burning with pride and a sense of victory, and thanks to the doctors, he arrived at the power transfer ceremony completely healthy, and, as one of those who fought side by side with the new leader, he was prouder than everyone else. On looked down, while it was said that the 3 demonic masters who initially sided with each other, each presented treasures and unique items as a token of apology. In the end, the hero asked them not to shine for now, as well as one more condition. The leader looked down and thought that this condition would be followed. He stood on a hill and asked that no matter what he asked, would they promise to unquestioningly follow orders, to which he received a positive answer. A smile appeared on his face. People stood in the crowd. Some demonic masters were wary. The blue-haired man lowered his head and said that for now he will no longer remember the past. He jumped down. Behind him, the huge divine flame turned into a mighty tree. The bald man narrowed his eyes, thinking that this is how he spoke. The man froze, admiring the strength of the new leader. The guy with the bandage thought that he had already achieved such strength at a young age. An exuded energy, and someone thought that the overwhelming power that destroys even the surrounding space is not the power that he specifically exudes. The hero frowned. While he thought that this is the level where in an instant of a decision chosen by the mind, she reacts immediately and noted that the new leader standing in front of them is no longer the young leader they knew, and the little one who barely reached the ascension level can no longer be found. Aang fell into a stupor and thought that he really went that far, and was this really a plan of mystical creatures? The protagonist sat on the throne and said that they would begin a normal meeting. The strategist was standing below, and said he would tell them about the summonses that needed to be dealt with. MC was on the high ground and told him that each branch of the cult would be informed of the new leader's arrival via carrier pigeons, and doubted that everyone would be happy about it, and he said to continue doing it secretly until everyone had recovered from the funeral. Guanchuk looked up and wanted to say something else. Lowered his head and became interested. The strategist turned to the side and said that most of the demon cultivators should already know that their cult's biggest intention was to take over the city, and they were originally driven out after being framed groundlessly by the martial arts community, and the first demon saint, the founder of their cult, also intended to take over the homeland. The strategist held a document in his hand and said that naturally because of this, the organization had to go through many difficulties and they never managed to take over the city, and about the history of their ancestors who came here after that were accused of things they did not do. Naturally not all of them were accused groundlessly back then. Lowered his head while he said that because even among their demon cultivators there were such dangerous and treacherous people. However, most of their cult members were not like that and were ordinary people growing crops on farms and in the harsh conditions of Mount Tian. The old man walked along the carpet and said that this is why he asks their leader to fulfill their long-standing wish. A smirk appeared on the hero's face while he thought about what he wanted to mean, what they would do with injustice and the martial arts society, and then noted that it reminded him of what his teacher, the spear master, said a long time ago. The master turned around in his memories, and with a slight smile said that the demonic cult had its own point of view. The hero rose from the bed at great speed. He was terrified and looked at his hands. Now he looked ahead with a menacing look and asked the teacher about what he wanted. The old man folded his hands in front of him and said that their previous leader was preparing to conquer Junchuan. He opened his eyes and said that holding such a large-scale campaign was impossible due to internal squabbles that needed to be dealt with first, and after all, Junchuan is not such an easy goal. The protagonist smirked and nodded. Suddenly, he began to rise from the chair. The guy looked away with a smile and said that, however, they had already gotten rid of Gu, who was plotting against the cult, and it was safe to say that they had sorted out the internal squabbles. The officers were overjoyed at that moment. And then the hero lowered his eyes and said with a smile that he also agreed with the goals of the previous leader. Suddenly, a wild roar was heard around him. Everyone around rejoiced and even rose from their seats. At that moment, Un stood up from his seat and raised his fist, shouting that there was no time to relax and that they needed to accumulate strength and hone their skills and prepare to bring hell to the lands of Junchuan. Guanchuk looked at him and smiled calmly. Afterwards, he scratched his beard and thought about what he was telling them to prepare for the upcoming war. The blue-haired man smiled and said that it was necessary to increase and train their fighters and not only the 12 support squads, because we must not forget about the other warriors and systematically monitor their development, and he hoped that he was expressing himself clearly. At the same time, a resounding agreement was heard from the hall. Then the young leader left them with a smile. Suddenly, he was surprised when the Dark Knight Bud began to report to him that someone was causing trouble at the foot of Mount Tian, and said that he was obliged to meet with the leader, and then asked what he would order to do. Immediately, a lot of bandits appeared in his mind. Many warriors stood in front of the man with a club. The mustachioed man smiled calmly and mockingly asked who came. He scratched his mustache and said that he simply asked to meet with the leader, and not with a gang of demonic cultivators, from demonic soldiers to demonic generals, and said that it was a large crowd. The eyebrowless man looked at him menacingly and called him old and stupid, because the leader is not the one he can come to like that. Then he jumped on the old man and said that he is not his friend. And then the bald man opened one eye and laughed. And then the blade shattered from the impact with the tree. A shard of metal flew off and stuck into the ground. Then the cult warrior was very surprised while the old man was starting the reception, and thought that he broke his sword with a wooden staff. And then a cruel blow flew at him. At that moment, he lost consciousness and fell to his knees. Everyone standing nearby was in complete shock. And then the mustachioed man stroked his stick with a smile and said that for a second he thought that he was the leader, given the seriousness. But apparently he was nothing more than a guard dog. and then a powerful blow was heard from behind the crowd. San folded his hands behind his back and asked what was going on. But then he noticed the enemy. He looked at him carefully and thought that his polished skills and old face, as well as the red pine staff, gave away someone. He immediately lowered his head and said that he was a mysterious old man. But then the mustachioed man looked at him with a smile and told him to call him a sage and call him a young fool. The senior instructor took up his blade and asked what brought him here. The next moment, part of his blade appeared. Then the bald man raised his eyebrows and was surprised. He immediately threw him a scroll and he thought that this was an assassin's weapon. But then the black-haired man noticed that it was a scroll. He opened it and was very surprised. It said that the sage of heaven and earth had come as an envoy of the Zunkyuan king and wanted to meet the leader of the demon cult. At the threshold of the holy demon cult, a man makes a scene, wanting to meet the leader. Such a strange event had never happened in the history of the holy demon cult, and that was why none of the demon cultivators present at the meeting left the hall. The holy demon was not a person you could just come to and demand a meeting with, and it was unknown who dared to ask for a meeting with the cult god, because the followers could do nothing but show their hostility towards this person. The hero glared at him menacingly and turned to the sage. He carefully examined him while he bowed and said that he personally appeared before the leader of the holy cult, and thought that he was also known as the mysterious old man from the era of oblivion. The protagonist looked at him carefully and thought that he had never met him, but he had heard of him more than once. After all, he was a high-ranking martial artist, comparable in level to his teacher from the Spear Master sect, and if so, then he could easily be one of the top 20 martial artists of Junchuan. Afterwards, Un looked at the guest carefully and thought about how he was known for his temper. He smiled and said that the old man lived quite comfortably, and the rumors were true, and then called him an eccentric for making scenes on the threshold of their cult. Then the bald man smiled and said that he needed to introduce himself properly, but he was interrupted and asked about the messenger's purpose. Then the mustachioed man looked at him with concern and said that there was a moment before getting down to business. He moved his staff aside and said that he would like to talk in private. The blue-haired man folded his arms across his chest and said that everyone should leave the hall except for the strategist and the sage. After some time, the wide-browed man looked up with concern. There were many personalities in the shadow of the roof. He frowned and thought that he had finally seen who the buds of the Dark Knight were, who were the leader's personal guards. But then the hero interrupted him and surprised him greatly by saying that they were trained to never hear or speak of anything, so there was no need to worry about them. The old man began to look at him carefully and thought that that guy was a holy demon and thought that he felt a wall that could not be broken through. He lowered his eyebrows in alarm and thought that he had never considered demon kings to be a big problem, but he felt a wall from such a young man who was not even 20 years old, and wondered when he had felt something like this last time. And then something struck him. He remembered the two figures behind him and thought that it reminded him of those two stars. The old man became sad and thought, those two stars, he felt something similar when he met them, but naturally it was impossible for him to understand who was stronger. The protagonist sat with his arms crossed as he thought, this man was not even over 20, even two stars at their zenith could not reach such heights. The man narrowed his eyes and thought, unless perhaps Bodhidharma, the founder of Shaolin, a legend from the Wudang sect, was like him, and said he had heard that the cult was blessed with a new leader, but he never thought that he would be so young. The boy thought about it. Then he frowned and replied, dare to assume that he did not come this far for a few flattering words. The heroes sat opposite each other, when one of them said, he is here to ask the holy cult for cooperation. When someone asked, he wants the cult's cooperation. Behind the old man stood a man and asked, this is a request from the king. The teacher looked away. The mustachioed man turned around and replied, that's right, and thought to himself, so this man is the cult's chief strategist. Given the weight of this matter, it's no wonder he was allowed to be present. Then he handed over the bundle and added, this is a letter written by the king himself. The man took the letter. He glanced sideways at Un. The blue-eyed man also glanced at him when he unfolded the sheet. The blond man stared at him intently. His eyes bulged. The bearded man opened his mouth wide and asked, are they proposing to stage a coup d'etat? What do they mean by overthrowing the emperor? Sitting at the table, the bald man replied, among the tricks of the inverted heaven cult, there is a technique for replacing the consciousness of the corporeal shell. He doesn't even know how many times he thought about whether to report this fact to King Jinshin. He is known for being quite eccentric. But how can he just say that the emperor, his blood brother, is an imposter? He narrowed his eyes and added, and when he finally made the grave decision to tell him about it, this is what he said. The man opened his mouth and asked if he was absolutely sure of everything he said. The man picked up his books and said, and just like that, he provided him with all the records and evidence of the activities of the inverted heaven cult that he had collected to this day. The king spent days and nights writing, and eventually came to the conclusion that among the inverted heaven cult, there was a spell that allowed one to possess another person's body. And that an ominous star representing the inverted heaven cult was located above the imperial palace. He suddenly clenched his hand and continued, and this was only the beginning, after observing the emperor for 6 months to confirm whether he was truly possessed. Remembering the man, he added that the king of Jinshin only became more certain that the current emperor was not his brother. The brown-eyed man frowned and said, however, this is not the end of the troubles. While the king was watching the emperor, he was also investigating the other atrocities of this cult. The protagonist was surprised when he added, and what he found was that the inverted heaven cult was not only deeply rooted among the subordinates of the imperial court, but they were also operating in the martial arts community. The inverted heaven cult had long since taken deep root in the martial arts community, to the point where it could not be said that the community was still functioning as a martial arts community. Would they believe it if he said that most of the important figures in the community were part of the inverted heaven cult? The blue-haired man wondered what they should do. The two sat opposite each other and talked. The two of them had been putting it off for too long, and finally came to a decision. The brunette lowered his head as he added, the problem is that the imperial court should be dealt with by the king, a member of the imperial court. The mustachioed man looked ahead as the hero spoke, and the problem of the martial arts community should be handled by another group of martial artists. They looked at the map as the man spoke, the Holy Demon Cult, the only independent group of martial artists, perhaps even the only one that could go against Zhong Yuan, so they should combine their forces. A shadow fell to the ground as someone added, this way they can eradicate the forces of the inverted heaven cult from Zhong Yuan and get rid of the despicable outsider sitting on the throne of the empire. The bald man raised his head and said this is why he came all the way to Mount Tian. The hero waved his hands. The protagonist stood up and asked, what reason did they have to do this? Even though his words were true, he wanted to expose all the conspirators behind the cameraman's substitution. Looking at the man, he added, and since the members of this conspiracy are also hiding among the hypocrites of the martial arts community, he wants to use the power of the holy cult to bring peace and balance to this world. There is no better reason to justify their actions. The brown-eyed man frowned and asked, and so? The blue-eyed man turned his head and asked, however, what if this is all a lie? What if the king only wants to use them for a coup d'état? He frowned and added, even the strongest martial artists cannot defeat the countless legions of the imperial army. It may put the very existence of the holy cult in danger. What reason would they have to join them, taking such a risk? Magic appeared around. The bald man looked forward and said, firstly, the king promised that if the holy cult cooperates, he will recognize the holy cult as the state religion, and also approve the leader of the cult as a national historical figure. The blond man opened his eyes wide and thought, the holy cult as the state religion. He held the fan in his hand and thought, in this case, ordinary people will be able to study the teachings of the holy demon without any obstacles, and it will only be a matter of time before the holy demon cult becomes as influential as Confucianism, Buddhism and Taoist teachings, and that's not all. The leader's approval as a national historical figure means that the emperor himself will have to learn the teachings of the holy demon cult, which already means that the emperor himself will be one of the cult's followers. The blond man paused and thought, although he claims that the holy demon cult will become the state religion, but this also means that he will provide them with unprecedented support. This is one of the cult's cherished wishes, and so much so that they will be willing to go to war with Zhong Yuan to achieve this goal. The blue-eyed man became angry and asked, he means that they are willing to fulfill one of the cult's cherished wishes. The man looked at the boy with wide eyes. The young man scratched his beard and thought, to be honest, the previous him would not even hesitate to go to war against Zhong Yuan, not for the sake of the cult, but for personal revenge. But now everything is different. He narrowed his eyes and added, he has not forgotten about his revenge, but the cult of the holy demon that the teacher left him is also important. Then the blue-haired man raised his head and asked the old man how they could trust him, after which he began to take out a bundle from his sleeve. The mustachioed man held it out and replied, this is a letter signed and sealed with the king's seal. Took the sheet in his hands. Then he folded it back. Crossing his arms, he thought about whether he should lead the demonic cultivators along this path, whether he should point his spear towards Zhong Yuan. The green-eyed man looked at the flask and asked if he knew what this was. Putting out his hand, he added, what is in this flask? Looking forward, the bald man said, poison. The two glared at him. Ji Myung glanced at the flask again and added, this is the poison that poisoned the leader, the previous leader of the holy cult. Suddenly, he cringed. Magic rings appeared above. The protagonist used his power. The man coughed up blood. He covered his mouth with his hand. The hero sat and thought. He expected this outcome, but still, it was quite amazing. He almost died. If he had not concentrated on protecting his back at the very last moment, he would have already lost his spine. There was a hole in the wall. The protagonist threw his sword at the old man, and then jumped on him and pinned him to the floor. The mustachioed man writhed, gasping for breath. He tried to raise his torso. The young leader looked at him angrily. Suddenly, he raised it up. The brown-eyed man said in fear, ah? The guy gritted his teeth and asked why he had this poison. The bald man frowned. The protagonist's head caught fire, after which he opened his eyes wide and replied that he stole it from the inverted heaven cult. The blue-eyed man was surprised. The young man loosened his grip and asked again, the inverted heaven cult. The mustachioed man sweated and replied, that's right. Let go of his hand. Taking the flask, he asked if he wanted to say that this poison was in the inverted heaven cult. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought about why the teacher was poisoned by a poison that came from the inverted heaven cult. Then he closed his eyes and added, teacher. Raising the bald man up again, he asked if he was absolutely sure that this poison belonged to the inverted heaven cult, to which he replied, yes. The blue-haired man got angry and said, the Sichuan Tang clan, the Martial Arts Alliance, the Orthodox Martial Arts Society, are any of them capable of creating such a poison? The man thought for a moment, and replied that he didn't know that much. The protagonist's gaze was stern as he added, but let him remember what he told him before, the inverted heaven cult has already taken root not only in the imperial court, but also in the Zhongyuan Martial Arts Society. They most likely have this poison in common use. The guy silently let go of the old man. He was kneeling when the young leader asked, the head of the Martial Arts Alliance is also a member of the inverted heaven cult. He glared at the hero when he answered, I am sure that the probability of this is very high. The blue-eyed man came closer and asked, is it high? The bald man raised his head and answered, he would say at least 80%. Holding a glass in his hand, unthought 80%, it can be considered true. Throwing it away, he said, strategist. The man put out his hand. He caught the jar and said, I understand, sir. Without turning his head, the protagonist said, I'm sure he already knows what to do. The man leaned over and said, I understand. 2 weeks later, the people looked scary. The blond man lowered his head and said, after testing the poison on the finished ones, he is completely sure that it is the same poison, the symptoms of the poison, and the way it progresses are identical. The flask stood on the floor. When the protagonist thought, what did the teacher actually find out then? Where was he drawn into? Now that he thinks about it, his teacher, the spear master, had a lot of secrets. He thought back to the past and thought, these were not the kind of secrets that would make him a villain or something like that. But he would sometimes go somewhere for 2 weeks every 3 months, without saying a word even to him, his only student. He never said where he was going or what the purpose of his journey was. He then continued his thought. He never heard of anyone meeting him on his journey. During the 2 weeks he was gone, which meant he wasn't just going on a journey to the martial arts community. He narrated that the teacher never told him anything, not even about why the Martial Arts Alliance framed him, and why they were after him. He was never able to uncover that secret. But seeing the look on his face, he was sure he knew exactly what happened. He wondered then why he didn't tell him anything. If there was a problem, then why not just solve it? He might not be the most diligent student, but still, 2 heads are better than 1. Continued to think, maybe it was because the teacher didn't want to put that burden on him or make him worry. However, the teacher wasn't that kind of person. He would never hesitate to tell him about his problems when he thought it was necessary. And if a person like him kept secrets, then there must be a reason for it. The boy sat and thought. The imperial court, the inverted heaven cult, the influence of the inverted heaven cult had grown so much that they had become deeply ingrained in the martial arts community. What if Jin Myung's words were true, and that his previous teacher had discovered a secret related to the imperial court and the inverted heaven cult? What if he had revealed that the Martial Arts Alliance was also a part of it? The blue-eyed man frowned and wondered if he was doing all this to save him from death. He clenched his hand and added without even thinking that the truth would increase his chances of survival. That was his teacher. Narrowed his eyes tightly and added, his teacher. Clenching his fist, he continued to think, was someone who cared deeply for him even when he was dying, just like Chun-Li's teacher. The two flew through the air. The man struggled and thought, Un is his disciple. Hovering above, he added, if he gets out of this place alive. If he can successfully get out of this situation. Let him go to the hideout of the sect in Gansu. The blue-haired man frowned. Then he put out his right hand and thought, it seems like he will have to visit Zhongyuan. The man held a glass and said, it was worth just calling him. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. The blonde leaned on the table and asked what brought him here so late at night. The guy looked away and asked what would happen to the cult if he was absent, to which he replied that if he was absent, there would definitely be problems. The man scratched his beard and added, he can handle some internal problems, but he is the one making the decisions here. Looking at the protagonist, he said that there are records of previous demon saints secretly leaving the throne for a period of time, and of course they have measures prepared for such cases. The problem is the time of absence. Then the gray-haired man opened his mouth and asked how long he was going to be absent. The protagonist looked forward and replied, 6 months minimum, 1 year maximum. The man's eyes darkened. After which he raised his head and thought, 6 months to a year, he plans to go to Zhongyuan. Sitting at the table, the youth replied that they received a message from the sage and the king, but he cannot trust them completely. And the man asked, he plans to meet the king of Jinshin in person. The blue-eyed man shook his head and replied that he also wanted to see the current state of the martial arts community with his own eyes, and he thought, and also remember the shelter of the Spear Master sect. The blond man raised his cup and said if so, then he could send his people in his place. He really wants to leave the throne and do everything himself. The guy drank tea in silence. Then he raised his head and said, the king of Jinshin, although not a member of the martial arts community, but he lived through the period when his brother got rid of the rest of his brothers, and if the sage told the truth, it only means that he can stand up for himself, and withstand even someone who is capable of controlling the emperor himself. The hero silently thought when he added, he is not an ordinary person, and the only sure way to prove it is to see everything with his own eyes. The man smiled. Then he closed his eyes and thought, he is the same as the previous leader, and said, I understand. The protagonist began to stand up and thanked him for understanding, to which he replied, however. The blue-haired man looked at the interlocutor questioningly. The man crossed his arms and added that he would like to ask him to give him 2 weeks to prepare. The protagonist sighed in relief and thought, one wrong step is a deviation of chi, if he overdoes it, a deviation of chi. As he walked along the path, he continued to think that even with his deep knowledge, he constantly encountered various obstacles. He had to bring the divine art of the holy demon and martial arts to perfection, and continue to develop them in the future. He walked towards the light and thought, he is not yet talking about trying to reach the plane of the gods. This is only possible after fully entering this plane. But that is why he knows that by continuing to walk this wheel, one day, he will ascend from the human shell and become a god. The protagonist lowered his head and continued his thought, just as his attempts to ascend the soul to the heavens, as well as the body to the earth, are already showing results. That's enough for today. Sitting on the floor, he put out his hand. The hero threw him a towel. Turned around and thanked him. He sat in the bathroom and thought, not bad at all, he has made good progress in understanding the head of the exceptional world, and he can also already imitate most of her forms to a certain extent. The youth strained his hand and added, the problem is how much of the true skills hidden in these forms can he recreate, and his true goal is not just to fully understand the head of the exceptional world, but also what is hidden beyond it. He frowned and continued his thought, what is hidden beyond the divine art of the holy demon, what is hidden beyond the art of the spear master sect. The hero walked along the corridor. Opening the door, he was surprised. The girl was standing, and then suddenly turned her head. She opened her mouth and said hello. Looking at her, the protagonist thought, she came to him at such a time. Then the boy frowned silently. The red-eyed girl looked at him when he thought, she looks better already. Apparently time does heal after all, although it does not seem like she has completely overcome her grief. But from the looks of it, she is at least holding on. They were standing next to each other when the youth said, it seems like she is better. The brunette lowered her head and said, I heard that an envoy from King Jinshin showed up. The blue-haired man looked at her and replied, yes, it caused a bit of a stir. He turned his head when the lady asked. There was news related to Zhong Yuan. The lady lowered her gaze silently. She looked forward and said, it was also related to her father. The blue-eyed man remained silent. The heroine became upset and added, so huh? Unfrowned and replied, yes. Clenching his fist, he added, that's right. Aeon raised her head. Then she looked at the guy and asked, knows what? The hero looked at her questioningly as she continued, in the cult's history, there were records of some divine saints fighting on the front lines during times of war. He listened silently as she spoke, divine saints who were unrivaled in martial arts. In addition, they could cast spells with their divine powers. The brunette smiled and added, she didn't think he knew this, but there were divine saints who made significant contributions during the wars, and he thought, so that's what she was trying to say. The youth narrowed his eyes and listened to the girl speak. When it was decided that she would become a divine saint, she thought about it. If she couldn't become a demon saint, she should at least become a divine saint who could fight. Looking at her, he thought, most likely she wanted to be in the vanguard, then she would have the opportunity to avenge her father, and she added, although it was originally only in theory, but it seemed like she now had real reasons for it, and so she would like to ask for a favor. The protagonist crossed his arms and replied sullenly, he understands, although they don't have anything concrete in their plans yet. But if the person who killed the teacher is in Zhongyuan, and if they have to go to war because of this, then he will let her know. When suddenly she asked him to teach her martial arts. The young leader opened his eyes wide and thought. The red-eyed girl angrily repeated that he should teach her martial arts. The girl stood there thinking. She fastened the bracelet on her hand, and fell to the floor thinking that it was as if her hand was almost torn off. The heroine's hand caught fire. Frowning, she thought that the weight that she could barely bear without using her chi, and he wears such bracelets every day. The protagonist frowned and said that he wears bracelets twice as heavy as these. The brunette lowered her head and thought that he could handle such a large weight for so long. Sitting on the floor, she thought that if he was not lying, then he was incredibly strong. She grimaced and thought that one was already so heavy, but 4 of them, it reminded her of those days in the cave of hidden demons. The girl put the bracelet on her leg, and lowered it to the floor. Taking tentative steps, she thought that without using her chi, she could hardly take even one step, and said that the weight of all the bracelets together was approximately equal to the weight of 2 adult men. Training where she constantly carries 2 men without using her chi, but only her own strength. It seems that this will help her become stronger. She pursed her lips. The protagonist waved his hand and said that martial arts training begins with increasing the limits of her own body. Because her body is a container that contains martial arts, the stronger the container, the easier it will be for it to withstand more complex and great martial arts. He imagined 2 containers, one of them was leaking. Aeon thought that the words of Un, who once started at the 900th place in the cave of hidden demons and reached the throne of the holy demon, would be foolish to take these words lightly. But she also asked how long she should do this. The guy turned his head and replied that he understood that she wanted to learn advanced martial arts, when she could calmly move without using chi. When her bracelets would seem as light as the simplest ring or chain, she should increase their weight, each time by 3.75 hundredths of a kilogram. The heroine was breathing heavily. The young man looked at her and added that if she could calmly move and reduce to 225 kilograms in a year, he would begin to teach her martial arts. The brown-eyed girl clenched her fists and thought that she was the daughter of the holy demon and the divine saint of the cult. Raising her hands, she thought that if she could not cope with such training, then she would not have stepped on the threshold of the cave of hidden demons. There was a bundle on the floor. 2 weeks had passed, as San Guanchuk had asked. During this time Un had finished preparing to leave for Zhongyuan. He had prepared some food supplies and a few things just in case and some clothes. Being impervious to heat and cold, the temperature was not a problem for him. But he did not forget to pack some warmer clothes as well so as not to stand out. The protagonist had his back to the table. The things he had collected were lying around him. Throwing them over his shoulders, he thought that if a young man who had just turned 20 were to walk around in such thin clothes during the winter, people might find it very suspicious. The man entered the room and said that the time had come. The young man turned his head and replied that he had done his best to prepare in these 2 weeks and hoped that he had not forgotten anything. The man saw the bundle behind him. After looking closely, he asked if he planned to continue wearing his bracelets. The blue-haired man raised his hand and replied that of course, there was no point in slacking off with his training while traveling. The gray-haired man frowned and thought that ever since he entered the plane of mystical creatures, his bracelets had become even heavier. He thought it was safe to say that he was practically wearing an adult on each limb, and the fact that he was walking around like nothing had happened with such a weight only meant that his chi was distributed sensibly throughout his body, allowing such power to be something ordinary for him. He doubted that anyone would not recognize him as a true leader. The young man looked at him and asked if he had finished his preparations. The man opened his mouth and asked if he would allow one person to enter the sacred palace, and he also took care of the previous leader's request for the bracelets. He left them at the entrance of the sacred palace. The young man watched him go and was surprised that they were already ready. The old man walked up to the pillar and said that he could come. The guy's face was covered by his bangs. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. The blue-haired man opened his eyes and bowed, greeting the leader of the sacred cult. Guanchuk stood next to him and said that he was not fit to hold a candle to him in terms of martial arts. But he made sure that he completely repeated his appearance and habits. He was not perfect, but while he was gone, no one would even suspect his absence. The protagonist glanced at the guy and was surprised that he had prepared a substitute. The hero replied that he considered it necessary. Considering how his departure could affect everyone, the previous leaders had used a substitute in similar situations. Un looked at the man in front of him and thought that it was praiseworthy how much he resembled him, as if he were looking at his twin brother. Seeing his weapon, he was surprised that it was a copy of the White Knight's spear. His own spear began to twitch. After adjusting it, he thought that he seemed to be so distracted by his gaze that even his spear reacted. Un approached the boy and said that he admitted that he really was like him. The double closed his eyes. And then he smiled. The protagonist patted him on the shoulder and said that he would leave everything to him then. The two looked at him and replied, "Yes, sir." The old man bowed. Exhaling, he connected his thoughts with the leader and told him that before he left, he had collected all the information that came from Zhongyuan. He could not confirm the truth of all of Jimian's words, but it seemed that the emperor was indeed quite eccentric, so the sage of heaven and earth did not throw words around. The young man looked back. He listened intently. And then he closed his eyes. Opening his eyes, he answered in his mind that after all, this did not change anything. As he continued to walk away, he added that the things he had to do were things he had to do and would do. None of this would change. The blue-haired man sat in front of the fire. There were many stars in the sky. He held the piece of wood in his hands and recalled someone else's words to him to take the ID with him, because in the outside world, he would be Xian, a disciple of the Guangdong province Crying Orthodox sect. He squeezed it tighter, thinking that if his memory served him correctly, the Crying Orthodox sect was a cover for the Guangdong branch of the cult. Hiding the thing in his bosom, he thought that they should have been warned by now as well. Song was a very common name. He was sure that no one would guess that the name of the new leader of the Holy Demon cult and the dead disciple of the Spear Master sect belonged to the same person. Even if they suspected something, they had no evidence to connect the two facts. The man watched him closely. Looking at him, he said that he was right after all and there was someone here. The protagonist felt them and thought that it was possible that it was Gildui merchants and a group of carriers. The flag of the Four Seas messenger group was fluttering in the wind. The protagonist, looking at the fire, thought that he had never met them anywhere in his past life, and they did not look like a large group. Maybe this was a new group that appeared while he was in the cult. The caravan was climbing the mountain. The man bowed and asked the young gentleman if they could stay with him for a rest. If he did not mind, the guy nodded in response. The brunette turned her head and shouted, "That's it, rest." Turning back, he thanked the young man. He silently looked at the floor. The brown-eyed man grinned and said that from what he saw, he was not a talker. His name was Gwanguk. He was the main representative of the Four Seas group. The young man frowned and introduced himself as Hyukun Sien of the Orthodox Cry sect. The protagonist looked at him in surprise. But sitting down next to him, he asked where he was heading. He dared to assume that he was going to Zhongyuan from the outer lands. The protagonist thought that he was all talkative, but replied that he was currently heading to Gansu. The interlocutor rubbed his chin and said that then he must be going through the Jade Gate. The blue-haired man confirmed his words, and he asked if he knew that there was a problem in these places in the form of a gang of mountain bandits. The protagonist shuddered at what he heard. And the man opened his mouth and added that it seemed that this was not the case. That was why he was traveling alone. Traveling through these mountains was dangerous. He should follow them. The protagonist turned his head and thought that the Jade Gate was located near Xinjiang. Technically it was a cult territory, but being near Zhongyuan, it was weakly controlled. However, it was still the Jade Gate to Zhongyuan, since they could allow some bandits to remain alive, and he wondered out loud why the government forces did not get rid of them. The man shrugged his shoulder. He sighed heavily, guessing that they had no desire to deal with the problems beyond the Jade Gate. The imperial court had enough to do. He was sure that no one wanted to attract attention, especially the lower ranks in such a remote place. Unfrowned and asked what he meant by the imperial court having enough problems. He wondered inwardly if this had anything to do with the conspiracies going on in the imperial palace. The brunette widened his eyes and asked if he really didn't know. The blue-haired man propped his head up with his hand and replied that he had come to Xinjiang with his teacher when he was still young, and now that his teacher had gone to his forefathers, he was returning home on his own. Huang Duk rubbed his beard and said, "I see." Then it was clear why he didn't know anything. A long time ago, His Majesty, once praised as a wise emperor, began to behave strangely. At first there were rumors that court ladies and eunuchs began to disappear. Then there were stories about the frequent appearance of corrupt officials and turnover at posts. Along with the changes in His Majesty, the higher ranks also began to change. And the changes that had previously seemed frivolous began to happen more and more often. Even the highly respected Prime Minister Hong Bin began to behave completely strangely. The protagonist listened attentively. He frowned and thought that he should remember Hong Bin's name. Maybe he had been replaced by someone else too. Although considering that all of this was gossip from one person with a big mouth, he should confirm it when he got to Zhongyuan. Focusing his gaze, he thought that rumors did not appear without a reason and traders were especially sensitive to all kinds of rumors, considering that these words were essentially an insult to the emperor, and that it was said to a complete stranger like him. Looking at the stars, the guy thought that even given his talkative nature, this must mean that the rumors would have already spread among the people, and he thought that the others thought the same thing. The men were sitting near the fire. The protagonist chuckled and thought that Zhongyuan was in a very sad situation. The horses were chewing grass. The dark-haired one opened his mouth and said that he couldn't understand why the boss was even talking to such a young guy. The other one replied that maybe he thought it was better to chat with a stranger like him than with them who didn't want to talk to him. The two looked at each other, and one of them poured the liquid into himself. He wiped his mouth and asked if he really had to act so friendly. Maybe he thought it would be a good idea to get a martial artist's support because of the bandits. But he was only one guy. The bald one smiled and said that even one martial artist was already a worthy force. Even a second-rate martial artist would already be better than someone who learned a few kicks. He turned his head and added that besides they were in Xinjiang, it was rare to see martial artists here who weren't demonic cultivators or criminals, and just in case, it wouldn't hurt to befriend a martial artist. The brown-eyed man frowned and said, so their security chief, who was approaching the level of becoming a first-class martial artist, thought that this young man was at least a second-rate martial artist. The young man lowered his head. The man looked at him and thought that he had flat temples, such ordinary eyes. He was sure that he was at least a third-rate at the peak of his powers and would be better than other third-rates, but still third-rate. One of the heroes sitting by the fire said that he looked strong, but it did not look like he had achieved this through martial arts. But they would be sure of this when they saw him in a real fight with bandits. The moon was shining brightly. The man frowned and said to stand still, and then asked not to tell him that they had decided to pass through these mountains for free. Smiling evilly, he asked where in the manners to behave like this with the owner of this mountain. The protagonist frowned and wondered since when did the Green Forest Fortress gain influence in Xinjiang. The men were breathing heavily. The boss waved his hand and said that they did not want any trouble. If they had to pay to pass, they would do so. The brunette looked at him angrily. Stepping forward, he asked again, payment, yes, and how much were they willing to pay? The second one opened his mouth and said that if they let them through, they would pay half a piece of silver per person, 2 for the head of the security, and 5 for him, the main representative, and of course this would be the official payment on behalf of the group of carriers of the 4 seas. The brown-eyed man rubbed his beard. He looked away. His eyes widened at what he saw. He opened his mouth and said that he would let them pass if they paid 5 times the proposed amount. The protagonist grinned. The men opened their mouths and began to shout, 5 times more, if they paid that much. Other people approached them, and they stopped shouting. Huang Guk turned to Un. And turning back he said that they would pay. His subordinate shouted boss. But he frowned and added that if it would allow him to avoid a fight then it would be worth it. The brunette grinned and said that he seemed to be mistaken. Picking his ear, he asked again if he had said 5 times more. Raising his fingers in the air, he said that he actually thought he wanted to say 10 times more, no, 20 times more. The boss was taken aback and asked again, 20 times more. He grabbed his sword and thought that the negotiations could not have gone in this direction, unless he had planned to rob them from the very beginning. It seemed that he would die here. Of course he would not just die. He would take at least 5 bandits with him. A young man stood in front of him. He took off his bag and said, so they did not plan to take payment from the beginning. The man tried to stop him, but the protagonist confidently walked forward. He chuckled and asked why he couldn't have just told them that they were just going to rob them. The hero frowned and said, "You little bastard, do you really want to die?" And he struck. The bald man closed his eyes and thought that a young and promising soul was gone. The blade ripped through the fabric on his shoulder. The brown-eyed man looked at him in horror. Everyone watched as the blade flew to the side. The bandit flew into a tree. People started talking, wondering what had happened and why the young master was still standing, and he flew away like that. The villain was still imprinted in the trunk. A man came out. He rubbed his beard and said that he was quite good for his age. He might be a bandit, but he would be better than some ordinary second-rate martial artists, and he still threw him away like a feather. Looking closely, he added that he did not know who he was, but he saw that he was very capable. The blue-haired man smirked in response. They stood face to face. The young man opened his mouth and asked if he was the leader of these bandits. The man replied that he was just a guest. A guest, the guy asked again. The brown-eyed man opened his mouth and said, "Right, a guest who came to earn some money." The young man smirked and thought that this was a very crude lie for someone who fraternized with those who ended up deep in the village. The man raised his hand and said that it was a pretty good blow, which made him think of an offer, like him being offered to become his student. Un exhaled. And looking into the stranger's eyes, he asked if he saw how he threw this guy back. The hero grinned and said that he saw. It was powerful, but not enough to convince his eyes. The protagonist lowered his head and asked the man to ask him something. Waving his hand in the air, he asked if he could see it, or if he just let him see it. The brown-eyed man froze and wondered what was wrong with this confidence. Was this guy for real? At that moment, a stranger's hand touched his face, and the protagonist threw him aside. The man found himself lying on the ground. He was breathing heavily and wondering what had just happened. He thought he saw some kind of shadow flash, then his body shifted, and then he gritted his teeth and thought that it was obvious. His body was thrown back by something. He raised his head and screamed, what a bastard he was, so it turns out he was hiding his strength. His body rose into the air. His belt stuttered louder, and he raised his spear. Gwang-guk watching this thought that it was a 6-section spear and that pink liquid on the blade. He shouted in horror that it was Nam Chun, the martial arts master of the spear-bearing poisonous snake sect. The master laughed, and said that it seemed he had a keen eye. He brandished his spear and said that he would pay for insulting him. The protagonist chuckled and said that it seemed he only understood part of the truth. He chuckled and thought that he didn't even realize that he didn't kill him with that explosive strike on purpose. He licked his lips and thought that he had never heard of the poisonous spear snake sect, but it seemed that he had earned his name for more than just empty words. If he killed him with one strike, it would attract too much unnecessary attention. A new disciple who defeated a poisonous spear snake sect martial artist after a few fights and a disciple who defeated him with one strike were two completely different things. Looking straight ahead, he thought that he wasn't going to gain fame on the way to Zhongyuan, although a little fame would make his journey easier. Looking back, he asked if he really was a strong martial artist. The hero furrowed his brows and asked the young master if he really had never heard of Chun, the spear snake sect martial artist. The protagonist shook his hand and replied that he had already said that he had come to Xinjiang with his teacher when he was young. He knew nothing about the current important figures. The man froze in amazement. The opponent jumped up and shouted that enough chatter. He was going to see if his filthy tongue could save his life. He was approaching the protagonist. He dodged the blow and took out his spear. Frowning, the blue-haired man thought that if he looked closely, his strength would be on par with the great demon, which meant that he would not even need his spear, but defeating him with his bare hands would attract too much unnecessary attention. While striking and parrying, he thought that he did not need so much glory. A little of everything. The rumors that he fought on par with the martial artist of the spear-bearing poisonous snake sect were already quite enough. The protagonist extended his hand to strike. The spear passed near the opponent's cheekbone. He looked at his cheek in surprise. And the young man grinned. The bald man watched in surprise and thought that although it was close, the young guy blocked the master's attack. How could such a young man fight equally with a martial arts master of the spear-bearing poisonous snake sect? A drop fell from the blade. The spear fell on the opponent. Chun was breathing heavily. He frowned deeply and clenched his teeth. The hero opened his mouth and screamed, and then threw his weapon. His eyes widened in surprise. A young man with a flash was rushing towards him. He only smiled maliciously. The man lowered his head. Drops of blood flowed down the spear. Blood also burst out of his mouth. Un brought the weapon behind his back. The guy was breathing heavily, deciding that he would finish this fight as if it were a fierce confrontation. The opponent fell to the ground. The hero looked at the others. The people looked scared. After that, they scattered in different directions. Gook mused that he did not expect much, since he had not heard of the Orthodox sect. The hero was strong enough to defeat a martial artist of the spear-bearing poisonous snake sect. The man approached Un, noting his memorable skills. He showed his sleeve, saying that it was not an easy fight, to which he agreed, adding that it looked heavy. Looking closely at the boy, Gook asked him if he was injured. The hero smiled, saying that he was not, but his belongings did not survive the fight. The man closed his eyes with a smile, saying that before they crossed the Jade Gate, he would buy him a good set of clothes in the nearest city. Looking up, the hero replied that he had spare clothes, but would still gladly accept the offer. He laughed, saying that he had just saved his life, so it was the least he could do. The sun shone on the walls of the house. The hero tied a headband around his head. Then he looked at himself. Gook folded his arms, telling him that he really did look like a young hero from the martial arts community like this. The boy immediately thought about the exact same clothes his teacher had given him when he first became his disciple. He sighed, thinking that although the colors and quality were not the same, this gift was enough to check the memories of those days, although it felt like it was a bit over the top. Un made a gesture with his hands, thanking him for this gift. Gook also folded his arms, saying that there was no need to worry, because it was really less than what he had done for them. The boy nodded, thinking that although the man liked to talk, he was still a good person. In the tower, at the entrance to the Jade Gate, there were 2 soldiers. People were heading towards the passage, which required passing through an inspection. The man looked ahead without interest. He looked tiredly at someone's papers. The guards showed signs of fatigue on their faces. Un and his companion were standing in line. The man said that this was the Jade Gate. At least today it did not look too loaded. The man looked at the records, seeing that it said that they were from the 4 Seas messenger group, and it seemed that they did not have any contraband with them. Looking up, he noticed that according to the number of people on the list, they apparently had one more. Smiling slightly, he noted that the number of people did not match the records. Un, folding his arms, replied that he was not a member of the 4 Seas messenger group, to which the guard asked why he was traveling with them. Everyone looked at Gook, who explained that his master was a practitioner of his arts, and they met in the mountains. And it just so happened that he was on his way, and the guy also told them that he used to live here, but then went abroad with his teacher, and now he was returning home after such a long time. The man handed the wallet to the guard. He hid it in his sleeve. The hero, looking at this, thought that the guard planned to rob them for some insignificant reason. The other also took the money. The hero frowned, seeing this. Seeing what was happening, he thought that even the authorities at the border were already so rotten, and therefore he could not even imagine what was happening in the palace. The hero put his hand in his pocket. Turning to his companion, he noted that it was time for them to say goodbye. The man put his hand behind his head, apologizing for the fact that they could not help much, but the guy replied that they helped enough. And then walked alone, thinking that thanks to him, he knew the general state of affairs in the city. As he looked around the streets, he thought that thanks to his talkativeness, he was sure that he would soon spread rumors about how he had defeated the martial artist of the spear poisonous snake sect, and a little fame would not hurt him on the road. With his eyes lowered, the hero thought about the 2 identities that he had to hide. One was that he was the leader of the holy demon cult, and the other was that he was a disciple of the spear master sect, and there was no need to worry about the latter. This person was long dead to the martial arts community. The blue sky could be seen above his head. He thought that if the former was found out, it would be a big problem. After all, the leader of the holy demon cult walking around the city alone was quite unusual news. There was a passage behind him. He hoped that the man would be able to handle the task of spreading rumors. So, after parting with the 4 Seas messenger group, the hero went to the secret hideout. The journey from the Jade Gate to it would take more than 2 weeks on horseback. High mountains rose above the forest. With the light body technique, this is not an impossible distance for Un. If he wants, he can get there in about 10 days. Mountains were also visible in the distance, but these 10 days obviously did not pass without incident. The hero walked against their background. So there was one minor event that happened near the Chilean mountains. The bright sun was visible behind the mountains. The hero stopped in a city nearby, at their foot. He noticed people sitting at tables. 2 people were coming out, laughing loudly. Other people were arguing with each other about something. So, one struck another. Looking at this, the guy decided that it was too noisy here and he needed to go somewhere quieter. The signboard said the name Golden Dawn. He noticed it. Opening the door, and decided that this place looked peaceful. The sleepy boy opened his eyes. He bowed and greeted the hero. The girl looked out the window and adjusted the catch in the Golden Dawn Tavern. The boy pointed ahead, telling him to follow him. Sitting down at the table, the hero said that he wanted something to eat, and the boy suggested fried rice with a cutlet and vegetable dressing with pepper oil. The hero nodded in response. He approached his sister, but looked behind him. There was excitement in his eyes. The boy looked at the hero, who was surprised by their young age and the fact that they were in charge of this place. A plate of food appeared in front of him. He brought the food to his mouth. Chewing it, the hero thought that he was worried that there were so few disasters here because of the food here. But apparently he was wrong, because it is very good, but it is unclear why there are no customers here. The sound of bells was heard, and someone said that it was a very good day for making money. Several people entered the tavern. One of them said that his comrade was right, and if they continued to do business like this, they would soon be respected. The third one said that this is what real life is. A blade was shining brightly behind one of them. Looking in their direction, undecided that they were bandits who had not learned a single martial arts technique. He sighed, realizing why there were no customers here, because if the regular guests of this place were bandits, then everything fell into place. He also wondered how the owners of this place would react. The girl lowered her eyes. The boy also looked away. Looking at them, the guy thought that everything was as he thought. The other customers sat down at the table. They laughed loudly. Hearing this laughter, the hero thought that although they were annoying, he did not want to be seen, so he would just have to endure it, but only until they crossed the line. One of them leaned slightly, but then stood up at the table. The bandit headed to the kitchen. Leaning against the wall, he asked how the girl was doing. Then he reached out his hand to her. The man grabbed her by the face. Putting his hands on the table, unempathized with her. The hero stood up from the table. Something caught his attention. The boy was holding a knife in his hand. He saw the bandit grab his sister's hand. This caused a grin to appear on his face. Someone's shadow fell on his face, laughing at him for holding a knife. The other 2 stood over him, asking what he was going to do, calling him an impudent little brat. They smiled ominously, looking at him. The leader appeared among them, asking the boy what he was planning to do with the knife. The man sat down next to the boy, asking if he was going to stab him because he had harassed his sister. The man grabbed his hand. The boy was pulled forward. The bandit struck him. He fell to the floor. The sister came out of the kitchen, asking what they wanted from her brother. The bandit grabbed her. They continued to beat the boy. The bandit smiled, telling him that he was trying very hard to attract his sister, and he decided to stab the one who might soon become his brother-in-law. The leg rushed towards him. The bandit struck again. The boy clenched his teeth. Looked at it. The hero sighed heavily. He remembered himself with a knife in his hand, thinking that he was exactly the same before the teacher took him as a student. Then he pounced on the man, indignant that he dared to beat him. The man turned to him. Then he lay on the ground. Someone's silhouette appeared behind him. Then the hero looked scared. He thought that maybe then it was worth going the way of demonic practitioners, and not the way of orthodox sects, but he does not want to remember this. Now uncovered his face with his hand, thinking that he would rather destroy those bandits for making him remember all of that, but then he would have to help those kids, and while it would be nice to let out his anger, he didn't want to play the hero here. Sighing again, he hoped that he would have at least one reason to help. Seeing the boy's big eyes, the boy mentally told him to hold on to that knife like he was holding on to his life. The boy gripped it tighter in his hand. Seeing the beaten child, the hero thought that he couldn't let him experience what the elder did to him, and he wanted to teach those bandits a lesson. Gritting his teeth, the bandit struck. It sent the boy flying. He frowned, but thought that it was not the time yet, and he needed to be patient. Seeing him cover his face with his hands, he thought that he needed to hold on to the knife, and the opportunity would come soon. The child looked away. The hero stood at the top, thinking that the man should be taught to fish instead of being given one. With his arms folded, thought that if he wanted to survive in this cruel world, he himself would have to become tougher, and if he wanted to protect what was dear, he must have the determination to hold a blade in his hands. If he could not do this, then he would continue to drag himself along in a worthless life. The hero, frowning, also thought that it would not be difficult to help him, but he wanted the boy to show that his life had at least some value. The child received another blow, when the boy mentally told him that he must prove that he could survive further after this. He managed to dodge the blow. All that was left was to wait for that very opportunity and be ready. The robber kicked him again, indignant that the boy dodged. At that moment, he thought that after 3 kicks he would stop for a moment. The man continued to strike, so when he caught his breath, that would be his chance. The bandit was breathing heavily. The hero decided that now was the time to stab him in the stomach. Frowning, undecided that the moment had come, the boy rushed towards the offender, but stopped with a knife in his hands. The boy clenched his teeth, realizing that he could not do this. The bandit hit him with his knee. Looking at what was happening, the hero thought that he did not plunge the blade and it was over, but he knew that it was difficult to kill someone at such a young age. But now is the time when you need to attack to protect loved ones. Folding his arms over his chest, he also thought that he should become tougher, but if he could not do this, then there was no point in helping. Un looked away. But something caught his attention. The boy raised his head. His gaze was full of malice. The hero looked at him, realizing that he wanted to try again. The child only slightly opened his mouth when the hero thought that this would be his last chance. The blade touched the bandit's body. The veins appeared on his face. The others rushed towards him. The boy looked at his hands. His eyes grew bigger from fear when Un thought that now he had an unpleasant feeling. Considering that this was his first time, it must be a real shock, because it was exactly the same with him. Smiling confidently, the boy also thought that the most important thing was that he took his first step towards power. The bandits surrounded the child. The hero jumped over the railing. Finding himself behind the attackers, he said that this was enough. The bandits turned around, telling him that they did not touch him because he did not show himself, so he could leave. The hero approached the child. That is, he covered him with himself. Turning around, he added that he was a good boy and did well. Then, looking ahead, he said that only the strong will survive in this world, but this is also a place for those who fight for their lives and survive to become stronger. The bandit looked at him, not understanding. The man was pointing the ball at him, saying that the hero wanted to say goodbye to life. Un took a step forward, telling the boy that until now he was weak, but he had just taken a step towards style. Raising a finger, he added that he would show him what he could do when he became stronger. The bandit pounced on him. The child closed his eyes. He opened them wide, hearing a voice telling him to watch carefully. Something flew past the attacker's head. The bandit froze in surprise. The stick pierced the wall. The hero surrounded himself with a bright aura. Several more sticks rose into the air. The others took notice. The boy pointed at them with a confused hand. One of the bandits dropped his weapon. Both looked up. Raising his hands, the man clarified that the hero was doing this without even knowing who was behind them, noting that they were from the Black Law sect. To which he replied that he knew this. The bandit opened his mouth wide in surprise that the hero knew about this, but still did what he did, thinking about how someone could act like this even after hearing the name of the Black Law sect. Un lowered his head, hearing that he looked like an outsider and the warning that if he crossed them, the sect would not let it go. The guy put his hand on the chair. He put the other on his knee, saying that there was one piece of wisdom that his teacher often told him. Crossing his legs, the hero noted that if you take out the trash, you need to clean not only in front of you, but also clean the entire street. The men looked at him in surprise. Raising his hand, the hero told them that in the martial arts society, fighting is not an easy thing, so they should not draw their swords and throw shackles, but if they do, then they should not forget their problems, do not leave behind them. Pointing it forward, he added that this is especially in front of the trash. The building was split in two, so that day, the sect called the Black Law sect disappeared in flames. Un was walking down the stairs the next day, hearing the address to himself. He turned his attention to the boy in front of him. Seeing his tired look, he noted that he had stood like that all night. He put his hand behind his head, answering that he was waiting for him. The hero looked at him with a slight smile, saying that their affairs were decided yesterday, because he not only helped him, but also wiped out everyone from this sect from the face of the earth. The child lowered his head, hearing the question, what else did he need besides this? Also lowering his gaze, the hero noted that he was not short of greed. The boy fell to the floor, asking to be taught how to fight. Unfolded his arms and said that he had done it yesterday, because deciding and holding the blade when necessary was the basis of any battle. Looking at him intently, he added that he had taught him enough to understand not to be a victim, but someone who could stand up for himself, but apparently he thought otherwise. The child hid his head, frowning. He said that he had been thinking about it all night. The boy looked at the boy in front of him, who said that it wouldn't end with just this sect, others would bully them too. The child trembled, saying that they didn't live with their parents anymore, but they weren't orphans, it was just that their parents had overdone it trying to buy this inn, and they were gone a year after they bought it, and the two of them ran the place. He opened his mouth wide, shouting that people were only looking at this inn because they were young, and some were trying to shut it down and start their own business there, and some were trying to buy it for next to nothing, and others were trying to court his sister like the bandits from the Black Law sect did. The hero looked at him silently. The boy burst into tears, saying that he was more than sure that it wouldn't end with just one sect. Maybe this sect was gone, But another one would appear that would set its sights on them for any other reason, because they were young and weak. The boy wiped his face. He frowned and added that that was why he was asking to learn how to fight, so that he could protect his sister. Un shook his head and replied that he could learn martial arts at a dojo. He frowned when he heard that they wouldn't teach unless they had money to pay, and running an inn in the middle of nowhere wouldn't be enough, since it would cost a fortune to learn martial arts. The hero thought back to himself on the street, thinking that he had been in the same situation, and before he met his teacher, a spear master, he was a street kid surviving on the streets, and he also had his eye on martial artists. Then he followed the man to learn martial arts. Then he was hit by another student, but in the end he didn't learn anything there. He only believed that he would be taught if he sparred with other children, but in the end he was laid up from being beaten with a bag for 10 days. Looking at the boy's battered face, he could only wonder why he had suffered this. Frowning, Un couldn't understand why this boy reminded him so much of himself from the past, and if this was some kind of semblance of fate, just like his chance to live another life for the sake of revenge. Gritting his teeth, he couldn't understand why the semblance of fate reminded him of unpleasant memories. The boy turned away, deciding that he wasn't going to just give in to this, and if he was going to do that, he would have intervened before the child picked up the knife yesterday, telling him that there was a place he needed to go, so he didn't have time to teach martial arts. The boy took a step after him, saying that he would follow, to which the hero replied that he was still too young and asked about his sister. The child's mouth dropped in surprise. Looking at him, Un noted that if he left this place, his sister would be left here alone, but he wanted to learn martial arts to protect her. The child lowered his eyes in annoyance. Looking at the child, the hero thought that he was probably only 14 years old, and given his small frame, maybe even 12, so it made sense that someone so young would forget to take that factor into account. A girl appeared from the kitchen, saying that in that case, they would follow him together. She walked into the room. Bowing, she said that if the hero allowed it, she would follow him too, and although she understood that an extra person could cause unnecessary trouble, but if he was going to teach her brother martial arts, she could do the cooking and other household chores. Then she placed her hand on his shoulder. Un looked down, confused. Looking at the girl, the boy said that he thought this inn was bought with the money their parents had earned through hard work. Then he turned to the boy, asking if they were really willing to sell their inheritance so easily. His sister raised her hand. It touched the wall. With her head down, the girl said that this was the only thing her parents had left her, but it should not stand in the way of her brother's future. Then she placed her hand on the boy's shoulder again, adding that they still did not know much, because they were too young, but they understood how incredible what he had shown yesterday was, and if such a person became a teacher then they had nothing more to ask for. But she was surprised to hear that these were very selfish words, and although she took into account that she was causing trouble, she still put her future and well-being above everything else. Smiling, Un noted that he liked such selfishness, because it meant how his sister worried about her brother's life. Looking at her intently, he wondered if he would be like this if he had a family, although he did. He imagined the two men, noting that just like this guy had his sister, he had two of his teachers. Closing his eyes, he also thought that these were the people who taught him everything, despite his origin. The hero looked at the girl, asking her name. She, standing next to her brother, answered that she was Yeha. Raising his finger, Un told the child that he had decided to give him a chance because of his sister's words. Both looked at each other happily. Waved his hand, the hero told them that he would take them with him if the boy passed the test. The board split into several parts. The hero wrote something on it. So from his strokes, symbols remained. Turning to the girl, he asked if she could read, and she answered that she could. Yeha took the board in his hand. Her brother looked at it with curiosity, hearing that from today they must learn how to do this. Raising his hand again, Un wanted to say something else. The knife in the kitchen began to move. It ended up in the hero's hand. He made a stroke. Turning to the children, he told them that he would return when he was done with his business, and if they could repeat this cut, then he would take them with him. The boy opened his mouth, hearing the words that this could just be a chance meeting or a fate that could not be avoided. Opening the door, he called it a choice. Then he went outside, adding that only they have the right to decide how to live. Un looked at the mountains in front of him, thinking that all this was a long time ago. He stood at the cliff, thinking that his teacher always liked to stand here and watch the sunset. A transparent silhouette appeared behind him. He turned around. There were footprints on the grass. Looking at them with longing, the boy thought about the remains of the teacher simply thrown out somewhere in these mountains, and whether he would be able to find them, because it was a long time ago. The bright sun was rising from behind the mountains. He thought that most likely this was impossible, because 10 years is enough for even bones to crumble, and all he can do is create a memorial tablet, and also personally celebrate this anniversary, using his memories. He folded his hands, understanding that this is a cruel reality. But frowning, he decided that he had no more time to waste. The statue rose to the ceiling. The hero went to the oldest of the 3 temples. The hero found himself in a room with a statue. He extended his hand to it. When he pressed it, a click was heard. The statue began to move. A staircase appeared in front of him. Un surrounded himself with a bright aura. The aura spread throughout the courtyard, then beyond it. Looking to the side, he decided that there was no one nearby. The statue moved again. The passage down was closed. He walked in complete darkness. Grass appeared under his feet. The hero found himself among bamboo. It was an illusion, distracting the target with the smell and visual effect of a growing bamboo forest, forcing him to waste time. In front of him was the remaining door with a 3-layer mechanism. Un approached it, remembering that to open it, he had to move the lever 3 times to the left and 5 times to the right. He entered the hideout of the Spear Master sect, where the records of martial arts and teachings were kept, and that was why such complex defense mechanisms were needed. The hero remembered holding a book in his hands. In the past, many people hunted for the records that the sect kept, and even one document leaked would be enough to cause a scandal, and although it would not be a big, loud event, it would not go without casualties. A small building was visible ahead, and in order to protect such records, the Spear Master sect built such storage facilities. Walking among the shelves, Un thought that this was not comparable to the Shaolin home records, or the holy storage of the demonic sea of the holy cult. However, if we take into account the interpretations created from the records, then this storage is almost as good as those two. Passing by another shelf, he also thought that if his teacher wanted to hide something here, then there was only one place. The hero knelt down. Then he looked at the shelf. He remembered how he and his master had filled his shelves together, when he had said that his life's purpose was to fill them with his own martial arts records, and that the ancestors of the Spear Master sect had done the same, so he should also set the same goal. Now he looked away, thinking that the bookshelf was filled only with martial arts records. He noticed a small box that was not a book. He decided to open it. Inside was a knife. Un picked it up, wondering what kind of dagger it was. He then looked at the note. Looking more closely, he read that if he had made it this far, then he must have survived, which also meant that the person who wrote it was no longer in this world, but he was still glad that his student had survived. Frowning, the boy realized that it was his teacher's handwriting. He pursed his lips. The man had been sitting at the table then, writing about how, as his teacher, he didn't want him to get involved in all of this. Uncrumpled the paper slightly, thinking about what the man had found out about that he hadn't told him. The teacher had looked at him then, thinking that this was all too dangerous for him, so he shouldn't think about it and forget about it for the rest of his life, and that this was the only way he could live longer. The hero held the letter in his hand, thinking that the only reason he had written such messages was because he was worried about him. It was so like him. Frowning, the master thought that he didn't want his disciple to waste his time on revenge, because if he did, he himself would inevitably die. Un was visibly nervous, thinking that he hadn't come here to renounce her. He had spent his entire new life just for this. Remembering how he lay on the ground, the boy thought that no matter how much the master hoped, he had died in that place back then, and although he didn't know if the master knew, they had attacked that day with the goal of ending the Spear Master sect. Now, standing in front of the shelf, he also thought that his wish for the survival and succession of the Spear Master sect had simply been trampled. Frowning, he decided that, however, he had a chance to take revenge. Seeing the symbols in front of him, he read that if he truly wanted to bring justice, and not revenge, to the martial arts community, he should read the following lines. Closing his eyes, the hero mentally replied to the teacher that there was no justice left in him, because even such people are always destined to die early, and he will never stray from the path of a righteous person, but he also does not intend to become a hero, and he swore to this. A powerful aura spread around with the thoughts that he will continue to read these lines not for the sake of justice, but simply for his revenge and in order to plunge all his malice into the heart of the offender. Seeing more symbols, he wanted to know the truth about the demonic scriptures that framed them. What he saw surprised him. Holding the letter in his hand, the hero read that if he decided to bring justice to the martial arts community, he should take this dagger and the letter attached to it, go to Wuchang, located in Hubei province, and find the head of the Bloody Justice sect there. Imagining how tense his teacher was, he read the lines about how he would tell the whole truth that should be known, and after reading this letter, it should be burned. The man put down his brush, finishing writing the words about how it was all out of love for his student. Un stood silently among the shelves. He closed his eyes. Then he looked sternly ahead. He held the letter in his hand, thinking that it contained the last will of his teacher, but he asked to burn it, although he did not want to do this, because he wanted to keep it as a treasure. Remembering the man's eyes, he also noted that the teacher would not write such words without a good reason, so there must be something else. Fire appeared in his hand. The letter quickly burned. Then, looking at it, the hero was surprised that one coal did not burn for some reason. On it was written never be the imperial court. But soon this also burned. Frowning, the guy realized that this was a message from the teacher about his distrust of the imperial court. The burning fragment fell to the ground. The hero thought about how to understand this correctly, and whether it meant that everything was really wrong in the imperial court, and whether the cult of the inverted heavens had taken him over. As he left, he decided that the teacher had already known about this 10 years ago. Putting away the knife, the hero thought that Yichang in Hubei, which is far from here, although it is not a single day's walk to the highways, but on the way there is the residence of the king of Jinshin. Looking to the side, he also thought that this is also a very difficult path, so the road he was thinking about was difficult not at all because of the distance. But the problem was that Hubei is one of the most impassable and dangerous places in the martial arts community. There was a house on the cliff, so Hubei is home to some of the most revered among the 10 great sects, Shaolin and Wudangshan. There were a few more houses nearby. They were the home of the Machine Masters, who were the most famous group in the martial arts community. A tall building stood out among the rocks. This was the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance that was in the same province. The boat was moving on the sea. The hero was thinking about the leader of the holy demon cult invading here. After all, if someone found out, he would not be able to leave here, although his level of martial arts knowledge had already reached the stage of perfection and knowledge of the truth. Unfolded his arms, thinking that it was safe to say that there was practically no one here who could recognize him as a demonic cultivator, and it should be impossible unless it was someone from the two-star plan, but given the known data, the chance of their paths crossing was negligible. The hero stood quietly on the boat, thinking that the two guards of the martial arts community were 2 stars, one of which was the Buddhist star, who had gone into self-isolation in the Shaolin Palace for many years and was not going to come out, and the Blade Star was known to be somewhere in the distant lands located in the Baekdu Mountain. Imagining the cage, he thought about how people said that the Buddhist star had hidden in the minds of the Buddhists. Then he imagined a silhouette among the blades, noting that their star was making its way through the forest of swords. Then he imagined the man in the robe, realizing that the main problem was duel. Although the distance from Yichang and Hankow was not close, he was still within the reach of the martial arts community. Remembering the ominous smile on his face, the hero noted that although the chance was small, he still could not completely rule out the possibility of encountering him. Frowning, he also wondered if he would be able to contain his anger when he encountered him, because he still couldn't contain the anger that was bubbling inside him, but that was because he hadn't seen his face. As he continued to float down the river, and wondered if he would be able to remain calm if he saw him. The shovel dug into the ground. The man straightened his back, saying that he was sweating. He sighed heavily, wanting to finish as soon as possible so he could go get a drink. 2 others were sitting opposite him, asking what they were digging, and his comrade replied that there was an iron vein somewhere down there. The one opposite him looked at him in surprise, noting that he had heard of a silver one, and the other had heard of a gold one. And the other was wiping the sweat from his face, saying that no one knew what they were really digging. Turning to him, the comrade replied that the boss should deal with this, and what they lacked was that they were paid well. They nodded to each other, agreeing with this. Still, he put his hand to his face, thinking about the bad feeling he had had since he had started working here, deciding that it would be worse if there was an avalanche right now. He sighed with discontent, thinking that maybe he was imagining it all, that it was just a feeling, and that once this was all over, he would pay off his debts and never play cards again. He heard the sound of a pickaxe nearby, and he suggested that his comrade rest for a while, since simply wearing yourself out was not the best way to do this job. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, the boy replied that everything was fine, and when they were done here, he would rest. The men looked at the young man, noting that he was very diligent, and that if they had a daughter, they would give her to him. They exchanged glances when the other said that if his daughter had a face like his, she would never be destined to marry. The others laughed loudly and he demanded that they be quiet. Someone walked towards them, asking what they were doing here. The caretaker folded his arms, afraid that if the authorities found out that they were not working again, there would be a lot of problems. The man looked at each other with a smile, calling the caretaker a boy, and said that they would go back to work now. Everyone smiled at each other. The tool hit the ground. The worker had a surprised look. He bent down to the ground when the others asked if he had found a vein. But he did not answer. The man brushed it away with his hand. Seeing a tree, he asked the others if this was a coffin. In front of them they saw a wooden box. One of the workers looked down, assuming that this place must be a grave. A little worried, he also noted that it looked like the grave of an unusual person, and also drew attention to the inscription on the walls. Leaning closer, they noticed that it looked quite ancient, at least 500 years old, and suggested that it might be expensive. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the first one replied that it must be priceless, and besides, the inscriptions on the tombstone are sometimes used for materials for secret martial arts techniques, then the price goes through the roof. Everyone gathered around the coffin. Becky smiled, saying that this was what they were looking for. The worker turned to him, clarifying that they were not looking for a silver or gold vein here, but this. But his head flew off. A blade appeared in the caretaker's hands. He smiled evilly, saying that since he had found everything he needed, he no longer needed them, all for the sake of the inverted heavens. Fire engulfed everything around. On this day, all the workers who worked on the mountain died, and no one survived, and the cause was a forest fire, so all the truth was burned to ashes under the fierce fire. Stones fell from the cliff. Although people did not know, But it seemed that incidents occurred not only here, but in many other places around the world. The bright sun shone on the wall of the house. Un looked ahead, thinking that if the Bloody Justice sect was very famous, then he would just ask someone on the street. One of the passers-by looked away, surprised that such a thing existed. Another looked at him with disbelief, replying that he had never heard of them. The third folded his arms, saying that he had lived here for quite a long time, but had never heard of a sect with such a name. As he left another house, the hero thought that even the Xiao Wu sect had no clue. His face showed disappointment that out of the 15 sects here, there was not a single one called Bloody Justice. He looked down, worried that they might have disappeared in the past decades. But shaking his head, he decided that this was clearly different, and in that case even the Xiao Wu sect would have reported it, because they were not just like that, and even they were not the ones to hide information if you paid enough. Frowning, the guy thought that if this was the case, then they must be operating under a different name or hiding, because Yingchang is a big city and many people come and go. A coin appeared in his hand, thinking that even if he were to select martial artists, their number would still be in the hundreds. He tossed it, realizing that if he wanted to find members of the Bloody Justice sect among them, he would have to make them look for him. The brush left a mark. A drawing of a knife appeared on the paper. He pasted these drawings around the city. People, not understanding, gathered around them. Walking along the balcony, the hero said that the Bloody Justice sect should understand the meaning of this drawing, thinking that he also rented a room here and would be able to monitor everyone entering the tavern. Someone's hand tore off the drawing. The strangers looked at him. A haystack lay near the barn. Stretching, the girl clarified that they should go meet him. The man raised his hand to his face, answering that the fact that the hero hung the drawing of the 5 jade dagger everywhere meant that he was looking for them. Another glanced at him, noting that to be precise, he couldn't find them, so he said to contact him. The third man put his head in his hands, saying that since he showed up with the 5 jade dagger, it meant that he was most likely the new owner that they thought had been forgotten, but that didn't mean that they should come to him without a plan. The 4 of them sat at the same table, the girl agreed, adding that before checking him out, they should find out if he really was the owner of the dagger. Folding his hands, the other man said that it was most likely so. He presented the dagger on his belt, saying that he had been keeping an eye on it in the crowd, and there was indeed a curved knife on it, with the 5 jade on it being black. Raising a finger, he added that there was no better proof that he was the owner of this dagger, although considering that he had come with it, and was trying to contact the Bloody Justice sect, he should most likely know a use for it. The girl clapped her hands, agreeing with this. But the man frowned, noting that there was one problem. He tapped his finger on the table, wondering what else he could doubt. The man sitting opposite him looked him in the eye, reminding him that the previous owner of the dagger was the leader of the Spear Master sect, but he was killed as a victim of the martial arts community's conspiracy. Everyone looked at their comrade when it was noted that the blade had been lost since then, and was now back in sight. The man clasped his hands together, clarifying that this man was using the 5 jade dagger for his own motives, and was trying to contact the sect because of this. The man frowned, saying that it was impossible to win over such an opportunity. The girl slammed the table. She clenched her fist, saying that in any case, they had to test him, and if he was truly worthy of being the owner of the dagger, he must pass the test. The leader looked at her, thinking about what if he was truly worthy of being accepted into the Bloody Justice sect. Un sat at the table, thinking about how the painting had been torn down about 2 hours ago, and the sect had yet to make any noticeable moves, but something was bound to happen soon, perhaps tomorrow night, or even today if they acted quickly. Something caught his attention. 2 people were looking at each other with aggression. One pointed at the other, saying that there was nothing wrong with calling a third-rate sect like that. He held his sword out in front of him, saying that he had never heard of them. The other cursed, outraged that the Blade Foundation sect was no better, and said that he would pay for such an insult. The frowning opponent shouted that he should have said that, and threatened to cut off his hands. At that moment, a man appeared. They turned to look at him. A girl was lying on the floor. She tried to get up. Then she swung her leg. Turning to the 2 of them, she asked for their help. Looking at her, they asked what was going on. With her mouth wide open, the girl said that her name was Yun, and she was a disciple of the Precious Sword sect, heading to the martial arts community, but encountered a group of black paths, and she had to fight them, and now they were chasing her. They looked at each other, and repeated the name of the sect, remembering that it was quite famous. Looking down, the hero thought that even he had heard of it 10 years ago, and it must be a pretty big sect. Someone rushed into the tavern, shouting that no one would help her. 3 men entered, warning that if anyone got in their way, they would die on the spot. The slash left a bright mark. Un sighed with a smile, thinking that the brute was quick with his sword, and was also able to reach the spectrum, and this was already an indicator that he was a first-class fighter. The attacker pointed his sword at the man, asking who was brave enough to stand in their way. He looked at one of those present. The guy put his hands in front of him, answering that he was here before the girl appeared. The other one was also scared, answering that he was here too. Yun burst into tears, wondering how no one would help her. Un only looked up tiredly. He grabbed his bottle. Standing on the bend, he said that they should finish this. Then the bandit pointed his sword at him, saying that he had decided to die. Looking down, the hero decided that he had no choice. Then he jumped down. The guy put the cup in front of him. With a movement of one finger, he launched it forward. It smashed on the bandit's head. He fell to the floor. The others gritted their teeth, told him that he would pay for this. They rushed towards the hero. The boy sighed again. Then he took a sip. His cheek rounded from the contents. The drops went towards the attackers. They hit them with force. Two fell to the floor. Un looked at Yun. The girl was surprised by what happened. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that this irritated him. He threw the coins on the table. Then he went outside. The girl ran after him, shouting that she was in his debt now. He turned around, hearing the offer to buy him a drink. The bottle was filling a glass. She extended hers to him. Yun smiled, asking him to remember her name. Un silently reached for the glass. Then he took a sip. Forcibly putting the glass on the table, he asked her how much longer she was going to deal with this misunderstanding. She was confused and only wanted to know when he realized it. He smiled at her, noting that he recognized such obvious pretense. Looking into his eyes, the girl only noted that he knew from the beginning. There were several other people sitting around them, and the guy replied that not only did he recognize her game, but he also knew that the people from the Black Path were in cahoots with her. Yun nodded to him, noting his keen eyes. Then Un pointed to the people behind him, saying that he knew that the three sitting behind him were the same people from the Black Path who were chasing her. All three turned around in surprise. She was furious. After which she only sighed. Lowering her eyes, she told her comrades that the hero already knew everything, so they could come. The three appeared in front of him, surprised that he recognized them even through the face-swapping technique. One looked at the hero, introducing himself as Dong. The second had a mark on his forehead, and introducing himself as Riang, he said that they had met before. Another one lowered his head, calling himself Pyong. The girl smiled slightly, saying that her name was Yun. Looking at them without interest, the hero answered that his name was Un. The blue-haired man frowned and said, "Wick." The people looked at him. The girl opened her eyes and said, "By the way, how did he guess that they were from the Bloody Justice sect?" The protagonist looked down and answered, at first he thought that they were just annoying bandits, but the three of them looked at each other, and he decided that they were passing messages to each other, and that's what he guessed. The brown-eyed girl smiled and thought. They looked at each other for only a split second, and he managed to see it. Sitting at the table, the guy said they could have just met him. Why was it necessary to put on such a show? The lady lowered her head and answered, it was a test, to which he asked a question, a test, and she added yes. Then she frowned and added, if he had ignored what happened and not helped her, they would not have contacted him. Then she picked up the container. The lady began to drink from it. She sighed when the protagonist looked at her. Wiping her lip, the heroine said, as the name says, the Bloody Justice sect is engaged in the execution of justice and virtue, so they had to definitely check whether he was worthy, being a good man, whether he was worthy of joining their ranks. Blue-eyed grinned and thought, good, this is the last thing that could be attributed to him. He even helped her for a completely different reason, just let them believe what they want to believe. But before that, people looked at him in surprise when he asked, the virtue test for joining the ranks of the Bloody Justice sect, does not understand why he should join their sect. The hero looked at each other. After which the lady stretched out her hand and asked if he was not the owner of the dagger of the fifth jade, to which he replied, the dagger of the fifth jade. The guy put his hand on the handle and asked, she was talking about this dagger. The brunette jumped up from the table and shouted, yes, this is the fifth jade dagger. The protagonist took out his weapon and asked if this dagger had anything to do with joining the Bloody Justice sect. The heroine opened her mouth aggressively and shouted, what the? And he came looking for the Bloody Justice sect without knowing anything, even about the fifth jade dagger. She sat down when the young man said that he was simply told to take the dagger with him and find the leader of the Bloody Justice sect. The girl put her head on the table when someone said, the owner of the fifth jade dagger was one of the 7 leaders of the Bloody Justice sect. The man crossed his arms and added, there are a total of 7 daggers inlaid with faceted jades, and the owner of each dagger is the leader of the Bloody Justice sect. Officially the owner of the first jade dagger is the leader of the Bloody Justice sect, but they call those who wear daggers the 7 dagger owners. Un sat and thought, the master of the 5th jade dagger and the 7 masters, did this mean that his teacher was one of the leaders of the Bloody Justice sect? But the teacher was the leader of the Spear Master sect. How could he be in 2 sects at once? He then frowned and asked if it was possible that the Bloody Justice sect was only a sect in name, but was more of an alliance than a sect. The brunette grabbed the table and shouted, so he did know about everything after all. The blue-eyed man scratched his beard and thought, I see, so that's how it is. So if the Bloody Justice sect was more of an alliance than a sect, then it makes sense that the teacher was in their ranks. But then why did he join such a section, which is essentially a secret organization? Twirling his finger, he continued his thought, and also hid it from his own disciple. What is the purpose of the Bloody Justice sect, and said out loud, "It doesn't matter, he doesn't care, and yet, since he has passed the test, can he meet the leader of the Bloody Justice sect?" The lady shook her head and replied, "No, he can't." Suddenly, she raised her head and opened her eyes wide. The man put his hand down. Then he sat down. The protagonist found himself on a bench. The two looked at him in surprise. The brown-eyed woman winced when he asked, "And why can't he meet the leader if he passed the test?" The man frowned and replied, "He passed the test. Only to join the sect, he still needs to be accepted as the new master of the 5th Jade Dagger, which means that he can't meet the leader and the master of the 1st Jade Dagger yet." The hero's body blurred when he thought, it would be annoying if these people weren't related to his teacher's last will. The blue-haired man narrowed his eyes and continued his thought, patience. It was not only about his revenge on Joie and the orthodox martial arts community, but also on the rats lurking in the shadows. The protagonist frowned and said, "Okay, then let them tell him how he can get the opportunity to meet the leader of the Bloody Justice sect." The heroine knitted her eyebrows. Then she got angry and shouted that she would contact him. If he gave the go-ahead, then he would be able to meet him. Magic was hovering around the guy. He raised his head and exhaled. Then he grabbed the bench and said, "Okay, let them contact him immediately." The four of them made faces. Un lay in bed and thought, the Bloody Justice sect, the group his teacher was a part of, what was the purpose of this organization, and was the inverted heaven cult really behind Joie? And while all this was happening in the world, what were the martial artists of the orthodox path doing? He looked at the ceiling and thought that if the inverted heaven cult was really behind Joie, if this poison that killed his master appeared in the imperial palace through the inverted heaven cult, it only meant that the world would soon be plunged into chaos. The fire around him was blazing as he thought, and the ones who created such a deadly poison, and took over the imperial palace, and were hiding in the shadows of the orthodox martial arts community were definitely not simple opponents. He closed his eyes and thought, in the end, it all came back to finding what this cult was. Thinking back to the past, he continued to think, contacting through the nearest wing of the holy cult, he could task Sangwang to investigate all the related things, and it didn't matter if someone was behind Joie, he just needed to pierce their hearts with a spear like Joie did. Blue-eyed looked into the distance and thought, but if all this really was related to the imperial court, then he would have no choice but to cooperate with the king of Jinshin. Once he was done with the Bloody Justice sect, he needed to visit the king of Jinshin. Looking out the window, he thought, it seemed like his schedule would soon be even more packed. A bird was flying in the sky. It was flying over the mountains. It was the Longzhong Mountains. The bird opened its beak. It was flying towards the man. He looked at it and said, "Well done." In his hands was a letter. The brunette lowered his head and began to read. He frowned and thought, the owner of the 5th Jade Dagger, who had disappeared many years ago, had reappeared. 5 days later, Lim came to Un again. She arrived with a letter from the owner of the 1st Jade Dagger. Handing over the letter, the lady said, "The owner of the 1st Jade Dagger has sent a reply." Blue-haired began to stand up and asked, "And what is there?" Holding a sheet in her hand, the girl answered, "Before he can meet with their leader, it seems that first it will be necessary to arrange a meeting with someone else." The guy looked down and thought, it is very difficult to get to the leader of the sect of Bloody Justice. He is sure that it would be easier to meet with the heads of the 5 great clans, and asked, and who he needs to see. The heroine sat down and answered, the owner of the dagger of the 7th Jade. Looking at her, the young man asked, "And who is it?" Raising her hand, the brunette said, "The fact that they are from the clan of Bloody Justice does not mean that they know every owner of the 7 daggers. They carry out their assignments in secret from others. Selma, the owner of the dagger, is a mystery to them, since no one has ever met him." The main character frowned at the interlocutor and said, "So she herself does not know either," to which she answered, "Exactly." Un put his hand to his face and thought, the mysterious master of the 7th Jade Dagger of the Bloody Justice sect, since his teacher was one of the 7 leaders, this person should not be weaker than him. But there are not many people in the world who are equal to him in strength. He knows too little about this sect and the 7th master of the dagger. He cannot make hasty, groundless conclusions. He looked ahead and added, he should first meet the master of the 7th Jade Dagger, and said, so then he can meet the leader of the Bloody Justice sect after he meets the master of the 7th Jade Dagger. The lady frowned and said that it would depend on the decision of the master of the 7th Jade Dagger. Looking at her, the youth thought, every step of this puzzle is so tedious. 2 weeks after receiving the message, the owner of the 7th Jade Dagger responded via Lim. The message said that he would be waiting near Ichang and Leia Juntan. The pair walked forward when the protagonist asked if she knew where Leia Juntan was, to which she replied that they just needed to exit through the east gate and head northwest. People no longer visit that place. The blue-haired man moved away and replied, "It's good that she knows the way, let her lead." The sky was clear. Un followed the brunette as she thought about how it came to the point where she became an ordinary guide for someone. Who is this young master? He looks younger than her, but he is clearly used to commanding subordinates. In addition, his martial arts skills do not match his age. Rushing forward, she continued her thought. Maybe he is one of those martial artists from Legends who became younger with their skills, but she heard that even rejuvenation cannot be completely hidden, and it is easy to recognize by the fingernails and toenails. But this young master's nails look the same as those of a person who has barely turned 20 years old. The protagonist narrowed his eyes as she thought, what does this mean? Maybe he is one of those legendary Ascension martial artists. She relaxed her face and thought, or, I don't know, maybe he studied martial arts in the womb or something like that. As Lim was lost in her thoughts, they reached the outskirts of Liajuntang in a matter of minutes. It is a temple created for Taishan Liaozong, the highest deity in Taoism. The couple stopped in front of the entrance. The heroine was breathing heavily when the young leader was thinking, but why Liajuntang? Most martial artists avoid conspicuous places, and prefer to use various tombs for meetings. Maybe there is some hidden meaning in this. The lady writhed when he thought, maybe it's because this man is a Taoist who serves Taishan Liaozong, right? He is most likely a Taoist. Someone appeared at the entrance. A man stood in the darkness. He stood motionless. Suddenly, he turned his head. The protagonist became furious and shouted, a bright stone. A mortal enemy who had no place in this world. This is the best description of a person who is on the posthumous list of enemies of Un. The guy made a dash when the plot noticed. The sage of the bright stone, the leader of the Huashan mountain sect, was one of them. The young leader frowned and thought, so the owner of the dagger of the seventh jade is the bright stone, then why did he kill the teacher, who was also a member of the bloody justice sect? An explosion occurred. The protagonist headed for the man. The bearded man raised his head and shouted in fear, what? He stalled and thought, he was already a gag behind, he should retreat. They turned out to be too close. The blue-eyed man struck. The brunette screamed in pain. Then he fell to the ground. Suddenly he stood up and began to wave his sticks. Standing opposite each other, the young man said, it seems he did not become the leader of the Huashan mountain sect by winning this post in gambling. Lim appeared from behind, who angrily shouted, what is he doing? Throwing down the weapons, the man told Milady to take these knives and hide away. Bright Stone held the sword in front of him. Blue-eyed frowned, holding a stick in his hands. The old man made a dash. Then he turned his head and asked what to make of this. He was shocked and wondered where all the power in each movement of his spear came from. Brown-eyed swung. Ungritted his teeth and muttered, Bright Stone sage, oh, he is a dirty hypocrite. The brunette opened his mouth wide and shouted, what is he talking about? He just came here because he was told that the owner of the fifth jade dagger would be here. The hero kicked. The blows spread across the ground when the young man said, yes, he is one of those who killed him. The protagonist raised his finger and used flying exploding balls. The man covered himself with his sword. An explosion occurred. Dust rose. The hero's legs were shaking. He was breathing heavily. The protagonist raised his hands. He frowned and thought that it was time for the glass-throwing needles. He swung and used the super-fast piercing throwing knives. All of it flew at the enemy. He dodged and went on the offensive. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and thought that this was not a fight she could try to interfere in. He was oppressing the leader of the Yuya mountain sect at such a young age. The brunette frowned. He leaned his hand on the ground. His hands were shaking. A dark silhouette stood in front of him. The youth raised his hand and thought that he would start with broken bones and crushed muscles. The man was breathing heavily. He put his hand on the handle of the weapon. Un brought his finger closer to him and asked if he was still going to resist. After looking closely, he added that he had been holding back until now, but if he continued then. The brunette began to stand up. The young man looked at him and asked what he was doing. The hero opened his mouth and said that before his death, he would like to ask the young master his last question. The young master frowned and replied that he was the one asking the questions. Sweat was pouring down his face. He opened his mouth and asked how he was related to the Spear Master sect. Kneeling down, he added that he did not understand at all why he had attacked him, but his fierce aura was very familiar to him. Staring intently, he said that, in addition, he realized that his skills in wielding a spear were similar to those of the Spear Master sect. The protagonist frowned and thought, that same face again. He remembered that man and thought that this was the face he had made on the day he had killed his teacher. Gripping the spear tighter, he thought that he called himself an ascetic and a man of the bright path, and yet he was making such a worthless face. The brunette raised his head and said that he would ask again how he was related to the Spear Master sect. The protagonist lowered his head and asked how his connection with them would affect anything, whether he was going to bring everyone who was there that day here and attack him. The hero lowered his head silently. He frowned and said that he didn't know how he knew everything, but it seemed like he knew what happened that day. The boy replied, yes. The girl watched this in surprise. The brown-eyed man looked away and said if that's the case, then he asked to tell about his relationship with the Spear Master sect and how he got the dagger of the fifth jade that belonged to his friend Nakyuan. He closed his eyes as he said this. Ungritted his teeth and thought about what he was trying to achieve. Besides, he called his teacher a friend, but that day he didn't help him at all. A whirlwind swirled around the spear, and the youth said that he didn't know why he thought the Spear Master sect only had one disciple. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. He raised his head and asked, "What do you mean?" The protagonist opened his mouth and replied that even the Yuya Mountain sect had many successors and factions, so why did he think that the Spear Master sect only had one branch? The brunette exhaled and said that he was glad to hear that. The protagonist looked at him and asked why. The brown-eyed man grabbed his sword and said that his promise was to save his disciple, a promise that he would spare the one who would continue the work of the Spear Master sect. He could not keep his promise, but said that there was another branch of the sect. The young man looked at him and asked what he was talking about. The man put his sword on the ground and bowed. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and thought about why the head of the Yuya Mountain sect was bowing to the young master. The young man looked down and thought about why he was bowing to him, and this promise was to spare the life of his teacher's disciple, and also the opportunity to continue the work of the Spear Master sect. What is all this for? The man said without raising his head that the master had, in truth, come to him 6 months before his death. It was raining heavily that day. It was the end of summer, the unexpected monsoon rains had been going on for days. He still remembered the fishy-smelling water on the floor as if it was just yesterday, and the guests who had visited him late that night. There were saplings on the shelves. The hero cut a piece of a branch. He rubbed his beard. At that moment, someone knocked on the door, and he asked who was there. He grabbed his sword and thought that this was no ordinary martial artist, someone who could sneak so deep into the residence of the Yuya Mountain sect unnoticed. Standing at the door, the stranger said that it was him. The brunette threw away his sword. Opening the door with both hands, he asked if it was him. Standing at the threshold was a man with a spear. It was Nakyuan, also better known in the martial arts community as the Spear Master. The master walked into the room and took off the doli. Looking at the sapling, he said that it was hospitable as always. The brunette brought 2 cups and said that where there is generosity there is also virtue. Where there is virtue there is also benevolence. It is only natural that the Yuya Mountain sect will always be hospitable. The man grinned. The hero handed him a mug and asked what brought him at such an hour. He would have prepared a warm welcome if he had warned him in advance. But he only continued to grin. The brunette looked at him worriedly and asked if something was wrong. The man began to take out a sword. Holding it out, he said that he came here because of this. The brown-eyed man rubbed his beard and said that this is a dagger of the 5th jade, so it means it is because of the Bloody Justice sect. Have they really made their move? The Spear Master opened his mouth and said that yes, most likely they have already opened it. The brunette looked at him sadly. He raised his hand and asked what he was going to do. If he needed a place to hide, he would talk to the other dagger wielders and prepare a place to hide him and his apprentice. Nakyuan chuckled and thanked him for the offer. He looked at him carefully and said no, he knew enough about their powers and influence. He folded his arms and added that even if he hid to the ends of the earth, they would still find him. The hero scratched his beard and asked what he was suggesting then. The other one smiled and said that he would be the bait. He raised his hand and said that they would try to get rid of him at any cost, so he should use this opportunity to expose them. The brown-eyed man opened his mouth and asked if he wanted him to find out who was involved with them, and what about him then. The second one chuckled and replied that he had already decided he would sacrifice his life for the sake of justice in the martial arts community. Besides, without such a sacrifice, it would be difficult to get even a step closer to them. The brown-eyed man's eyes widened in surprise. He opened his mouth and shouted, what about his disciple then, whom he had bragged about so often? Did he really think that they would not pursue him? The Spear Master opened his mouth and said that he was here today precisely to talk about his disciple. The hero was taken aback and asked what, and in his mind he thought that he had deliberately brought up the topic of the disciple to stop him, but did that only make him more determined? The hero bowed his head and said that now that he saw that he was worried about his disciple, it seemed that he could leave him to him without regret. He raised his hand and added that if those hiding in the ranks of the martial arts community made their move, his disciple would have to hide anyway. He waved his hand and added that this is why he wants him to join the pursuit team. The brunette turned away and was indignant that he wanted to, that he was one of those who would take him and his life disciple. No, he couldn't do that. Nakyuan opened his mouth and said that he didn't mean that. The other one frowned and screamed, then what did he want from him? The man came closer and extended his hand to him. When he took the stranger's hand in his too, they trembled. The brown-eyed man lowered his head and thought that his hands were shaking. He was also afraid of death. But he still decided to sacrifice himself to bring justice to the martial arts community. But there was only one thing that bothered him. Nakyuan opened his mouth and said that he was asking for it. The second frowned and thought that the legacy of the Spear Master sect and the responsibility for his disciple were holding him back. He needed words for him to understand what he was asking of him. He was asking him to join the party and save his disciple. In the general silence, the bright stone sage could not say a word. It was raining. The girl frowned and wondered what they were talking about. Just now she was sure she could hear them clearly, but now she could not make out a word. She had heard that high-ranking martial artists could use their chi to hide sounds, but she had never actually seen it like this. The brunette was kneeling in front of the guy. He looked down and said that that was all he wanted to say. The protagonist frowned and thought that he knew the teacher was worried about him, but he did not think that he would do such a thing, and his death was planned by himself. Did the teacher really need to go that far? The man was lying face down. The protagonist turned his head. He shuddered as Nakyuan began to be covered in light. The young man turned away and asked if he wanted him to believe all of this. He lowered his head and thought, right, nothing had changed, killing Jwa Gogil and everyone behind him. Not only had they killed his master from the Spear Master sect, but also his second master Ginwi. He imagined the two men standing next to him. The young man opened his mouth and asked why he should believe him. The hero raised his head and said that he didn't care whether he believed him or not, it wasn't up to him to decide. But at first he thought of blocking his core and ending this mortal life because he was guilty of failing to fulfill a promise to a friend. He frowned and added that he couldn't do it. An opened his mouth and asked why. The brown-eyed man raised his head and said that it was all because he still hadn't avenged him. The boy chuckled. He frowned and said that he couldn't stop his own friend from sacrificing himself, and now he dared to say that he was going to avenge him, then asked him not to make fun of him. The hero lowered his head and said that he knew that these were the words of a fool, but after all the failures, this was the least he could do to avenge him. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and said that he thought he was just selfish. Coming closer, he added that he was still like that. He remained an enemy of the Spear Master sect, and his words would not change anything. The brunette became sad. The youth frowned and said that the fact that he was involved in the death of the Spear Master Nakyuan had not changed at all, as well as the fact that he led him to death. The blue-haired man pointed his spear at his opponent. The man looked down, saying that it was so, he could not keep the promise he made to his friend and therefore he was glad he could not keep the promise. But the Spear Master sect continued to exist. Unfrowned angrily and shouted that this was nonsense. The fact that the legacy of the Spear Master sect still existed had nothing to do with him, so he shouldn't try to justify his actions by using his existence. With a frown, the hero told him not to give him a reason to bribe his conscience, he was still one of his enemies. The bright stone sage nodded and said that he knew, but he was asking for an unconscionable favor. Throwing the spear over his shoulder, the hero asked if he would beg for his life. Looking down, Gogil said no, even he still had a conscience. He touched the hilt of the blade and continued that he asked to wait with his death for at least a little while. The man held the blade. He brought it to his hand. His hand fell down. Yun covered her mouth with her hand in fear. Unsent energy towards her. Punching with her fist, the girl thought that this was a barrier of chi so powerful that she couldn't get inside. The man held his shoulder and said that it hurt, and asked to forgive him at least for a while at the expense of this hand. Bowing his head, Gogil continued that as soon as he could avenge his friend, he would end his own life. But if he could not allow that, then let him end it right here and now. The hero looked at him silently. He towered over the man with a frown. Looking at how he held his shoulder, and thought that with such bleeding, anyone would die after some time. Holding the spear, he thought that if he left him like this, he would just die soon himself, too early and painlessly, considering what he had done. Yun beat against the barrier and asked what he was doing. Looking at the silhouette of the guy, she repeated her question. Un stood next to the man. Lowering his gaze, the sage thought that it was over, a pity that he could not avenge his friend. The shadow hid the youth's face. He continued to think that if this was how he could repay his sins, then so be it. The man with the mustache thought that he remembered that he had never passed the cherry blossom sword to his disciple. It was sad that he couldn't pass the sword to him, but he would take care of everything himself. Un moved his hand to the side. Gogil closed his eye, thinking that that was it. A bright attack movement. The girl closed her eyes. Then she opened her eye. Yun's look was surprised. Gogil held his neck. He noticed something below. There were strands of his beard lying there. Touching his fingers, the man mentally asked why he didn't kill him. The guy held a spear and said that the purpose of the Bloody Retribution sect is to expose those who hide in the shadows of the martial arts community, and to warn and prevent their dark deeds. Wincing, Un told him to take it into account. With a furrowed brow, he continued, Lord Nock was killed by them as a member of the Bloody Justice sect. The sage of the bright stone bowed his head. Standing next to him, the hero said that they had something to do with the Imperial Court and the Inverted Heaven cult. Gogil asked how he knew. He looked ahead in shock, thinking that he knew that there was someone doing something behind their martial arts community, but they were only able to discover their connection to the Imperial Court recently. Un looked ahead with a frown. The man thought that although he inherited the dagger of the fifth jade, but how could he find out so much? Besides, his martial arts skills are extremely high for his age. Looking ahead, the man thought that he obviously couldn't live longer than he looked, but still, why did he see a martial artist in his 40s in his eyes when he had just turned 20? Un looked ahead sternly, and Gogil thought that he had seen those eyes somewhere. He remembered the image of the hero from the past. The man's eyes widened in realization, realizing that his eyes were exactly the same as the apprentice of the spear master who died that day. Next to Un, it was as if an image from the past was standing. The man thought that the eyes that were burning with rage, but at the same time so clear, now that he saw the heir of the Spear Master sect, it was as if he saw the disciple of the Spear Master who had died back then, as if he had returned and was really standing in front of him. Un tilted his head back. The man thought that he must have imagined it, but his eyes were exactly the same. Un raised his head up, thinking about the Imperial Palace and the Inverted Heaven cult. Opening his eyes, he thought that if they really were related to the death of his master, then his path would become even harder. It was about the entire Imperial Palace. Tilting his palm back, the hero thought that even the strongest factions of the martial arts community, no, if the forces of the entire martial arts community were to unite, they would not dare to oppose the might of the Imperial Court. The hero looked down and thought that he needed the power to resist this power, so it all came down to King Jincheng again. The man was breathing heavily. Un brought the spear behind his back and said that he would stop his bleeding first. Gogyo stood up. A light trace of the barrier was left around. Yun was surprised, thinking that it had disappeared. She rushed to the sage, crouching down next to him. Turning around angrily, she asked how to understand all this. The guy with the spear said that this does not mean that he forgave him. His life is now in his hands. Does he agree with this? Gogyo nodded, agreeing. Uncrossed his arms and told him to tell him in detail everything that happened so far. Standing next to him, he asked him to tell him everything about the Imperial Court and the cult of the Inverted Heavens. The man replied that he would tell him. He is obliged. Standing opposite, he asked what about him. Looking forward, the sage continued that he had lost his arm, but he was one of those who had driven the Spear Master to death. Is he sure he wants to leave him alive? The boy touched the spear behind his back and replied that he did not understand something. The tip approached the enemy's neck. Yun angrily pointed her finger and ordered him to stop. With a dissatisfied look, she shouted that she did not know what happened between them, but this man still, but did not finish. Yuan's eyes were shining and she wondered what was wrong with his gaze. The girl looked forward in surprise. A shadow hid the hero's face. The boy turned away. Standing in front of him, he said that he did not leave him alive, he would only keep him alive for a while and deal with him when he finished his revenge. Looking at him, the man replied that he understood. Un walked away. The man with the beard thought what a thick aura and bloodlust along with the thirst for murder. The guy's figure was surrounded by a dark glow. He thought that if something went wrong, then the martial arts community would face a real massacre. Un turned to the man who asked he wanted to know everything that had happened so far and confirmed. With his remaining hand, the sage held a dagger and asked to show him the 5th jade dagger first. The guy turned around. The man caught the thrown weapon. Looking at it, he said that it was a real 5th jade dagger. How did he get it? Looking forward, the guy asked, is it so important? He found it in the shelter of the Spear Master sect, and that's where he learned about the Bloody Retribution sect. Gogyo held the dagger thinking he was wondering where it went, so that's where Nock hid it. Raising his head, the man thought that he must have planned all this so that his disciple would find the dagger if he managed to escape from that situation. Looking at the sky, he continued the thought that although his disciple was not the one who found the dagger, it still seemed that in the end it fell into the hands of the Spear Master sect. Standing opposite, the sage said that since it became clear that he really was the owner of the 5th jade dagger, there was no point in hiding anything. Throwing the dagger back to the guy, he said that he would not be the one to tell him everything. Unclarified what he meant. The sage looked down saying that he was only instructed to bring him the one who would tell him everything, the owner of the 1st jade dagger. Un Winston displeasure and thought that he had already gone through so much to meet the sect and bloody justice. And now he was also the leader of another sect. Squinting, he thought that no, this was just another step in his place. He even endured 10 years in the caves of hidden demons. Compared to this, another step would not do anything. Standing behind, he asked where is the owner of the 1st jade dagger then. In front of them were mountain peaks. Wulong Mountain or Fulong Mountain is called so because it looks like a dragon hiding in the forest between the mountains. However, people most often call this mountain by another name. On the mountain slopes were houses, Meadow Mountain, a sneaking dragon and a phoenix chick. It is a well-known fact that part of this phrase is the coming dragon Zhuge Liang living in isolation on this mountain, and the Zhuge clan eventually began to be located there. Standing behind, the guy thought why the owner of the dagger of the 1st jade is here, Wulong Mountain. The men walked in front. Looking at him, Un thought that the owner of the dagger of the 1st jade is on Wulong Mountain. What is the Bloody Justice sect really? He imagined the figures of the men, thinking that of the 7 dagger owners, one of them was the Spear Master, the other was the leader of the Hua Mountain sect. Then it would not be surprising if the leader of the mountain was the head of the Zhuge clan, or even the elder of the clan. Looking forward, the guy thought that the Zhuge sect is known for its machine masters. Is he really from this sect? The man stood with his hands behind his back. The hero thought that as he remembered, he did not know the reason, but the head of the Zhuge clan left his post as a strategist of the Martial Arts Society and retired. The man stood with his hands on his hips. The hero thought that just at that time Gogyo became the head of the martial arts community, Maybe the head of the Zhuge clan found out about his true identity that he decided to resign from his position, although this is an assumption. But it is quite possible that everything is so. He will find out about everything exactly as soon as he reaches Wulong Mountain. Legs walked in torn shoes. Children ran up to the people. They ran past the man, others asked him to stop and wait. The child waved his hand and said to catch him if he could. The sage looked towards the child. He saw how he stumbled and fell. Extending his hand, the man asked if he was okay. The child gave his hand, getting up. Then he folded his hands in front of him and said that he was fine. He bowed, Gogiel said with a smile. What an energetic child. The children were standing nearby. Touching his beard, the man asked them to wait a little. In his hand he held a small bag and asked him if he thought he wanted to take it. The boy reached for his sleeve, starting to make excuses. Giving him the small bag, the man asked, he needed them, didn't he? The boy looked sharply at the others. The sage put his hand on his shoulder and said that everything was fine, let him come. The children were peeking out from around the corner. Waving his hand, the man called them, saying that they should come, he would not scold them. The children were standing nearby. Pointing his finger, the man counted them. Looking ahead, Gogiel said that there were 5 of them. Un, standing behind him, thought that he was trying to tell them a moral lesson. His foot slipped on the ground. Turning to the hero, the man asked him to wait a little. Looking at him, he said that it would not take long. And then he turned away. Leaning towards the children, he said that they looked exhausted and dirty. The boy put his hands on his hips, saying that they had no choice and where to go and nowhere to spend the night. How he thought they could take care of their frequency. He couldn't understand them. The man extended his hand. He was reaching for the child's forehead. He closed his eyes when he touched his forehead. Smiling, he stroked his head and said that he was right. Looking towards the others, he said that their surroundings simply left them no other choice. He waved his hand from the bottom up. A gust of wind ruffled the children's hair. And they did not examine their more neat appearance. The man said that this was a little better, they just looked like a flock of magpies. Words were heard that although he could clean their clothes, it would not change anything. The child spread his hands, saying that they did not even have parents, cleaning their appearance would not help. The others confirmed, saying that no one would give them money. Being clean would only make it harder for them to beg. The man looked down. Standing against the sky, he thought that these children in this world still have so much to lose their innocence at such a young age, which is why they have to live in a wheel just to beg for money. It looks very pathetic, to be honest. If he had the opportunity, he would take them all and take them to Manhwa, but he just can't do it. The children looked up questioningly, while the man thought that there were hundreds if not thousands of such children in this world. He rubbed his beard, thinking that he couldn't gather such children up the mountain every time, but that didn't mean that there was no solution to the problem. The man's eyes widened when he heard the question of what he was going to do. Un was standing behind him. Looking at the hero, he asked him to just watch. It would take about 30 minutes. Standing in front of the children, Gogiel asked if there was a place nearby that sold dumplings. Looking forward, he said that he at least knew about that, right? The boy sitting in front of him said that meat dumplings were the best. The sage said that he liked them too. The children presented the delicacy, hearing that by eating them while still warm, they would feel all the indescribable taste of the meat juice spreading in their mouths. Looking down, Gogiel said that since their things were clean, they would wash their faces too. Touching his chest, he said with a smile that if they returned washed, he would buy each of them a meat dumpling. The elder tried to ask with displeasure how they could trust him, but the younger asked to take the big ones. The boy remained behind, hearing the man say words of agreement when it was visible, so that the small dumplings could fill their bellies. Un, standing behind, said with displeasure that he was familiar with such food, considering that he was an ascetic. The sage turned around and said that they were not monks, they had no reason to refuse meat, they could eat and drink when the situation required it, and meat and alcohol were never forbidden. The boy crossed his arms and asked if they would finish this now that he had bought them some dumplings. Looking back, the man told them to look more closely. The child was biting into the treat, and a question was heard, how much for them? The man stood behind the counter and said that it was 2 for each, so it was 14, by the way, he was an ascetic of the Hua Mountain sect. The man standing opposite him confirmed, and the merchant said that he would give him a 50% discount on this. Could he draw a talisman for him? Looking forward, Gogiel asked if he had a problem with the perfume in his shop. The merchant waved his hands, saying that it was nothing. He scratched his head, saying that he just had a little problem with his business, so he wanted to ask for a talisman to be drawn to cheer him up. The man touched the child's shoulder and said that perhaps it would be better to find someone who could help him in his business. That would be better than any talisman. The merchant bowed, standing next to the children. After that, everything went well. The sage of the bright stone handed Wang some silver coins and advised him to use the money to hire the children as hired laborers, as if this was how it had all been planned from the beginning. The man stood against the backdrop of the sunset. After the children agreed, Wang decided to take them in. The man moved his hand behind him, thinking of the empty sleeve fluttering with every howling wind. Looking at the man in front, the hero thought that this look strangely suited him. like a true ascetic who had overcome the difficulties of life and his physical limitations. Un looked ahead with displeasure, thinking that he must be crazy. Why did he become so sentimental about a man he was soon going to kill? He imagined an image next to him and thought of the hero. Standing behind him, he turned away with displeasure and thought that it sounded good, but being a hero meant sacrificing himself to save others. It was not the path for an avenger like him. The boy pursed his lips in displeasure, thinking that it was even more so not a life he could afford. Looking down, Un wondered what would happen after his revenge was over. He imagined himself standing at the cracked edge and wondered when it would end. The man turned around after hearing the question. Wasn't taking these children to Manhwa the best choice for them? He turned around and asked if he had been thinking about this all along, to which he was asked to simply answer the question. Gogyo looked down, thinking that looking at his aura of blood and murder overflowing from him, he was afraid that he would go the wrong way and become a great killer, but it seemed like he didn't need to worry about that. Un looked down, the man thought that although it was not visible, but such a thing would not be allowed by a person with a righteous mind. There are some things that will not be taken into account, as important to people with dark thoughts. There were dark roots under his feet. If a person thinks twice before doing a righteous deed, he can be considered both a villain, or someone who has the beginnings of a hero in the depths of his soul, and since he does not look like a villain, it may mean that he has something deep in his soul that he himself does not know about. The man with a beard thought that he does not know who his teacher is, but he taught him well, and said out loud that to be honest, he wanted to take them to the mountain. Looking at him, the hero asked, why did not do so? Opening his mouth, the sage said that because he is the head of the Hua Mountain sect. The guy standing by the tree trunks thought that it was obvious. If he took the children just under the pretext of doing a good deed, it would lead to discipline problems among the Hua Mountain sect. Standing in front, the sage said that the heavens, they behave like humans, at least they should seek virtue in everything. The guy looked down, thinking that although the world does not behave so friendly to humans, at least humans should strive for virtue. There were trees growing on the mountain slopes. Un arrived at Wulong Mountain about 7 days after leaving the settlement. The man turned around and said that in order to meet the leader, they must go down to Wulong Mountain. The road ahead will be difficult, so let him stay close to him. The foot took a step. The heroes jumped among the rocks. The full moon appeared from behind the slope. Un thought about how far they still had to go. At least 2 hours had passed. There were fewer and fewer signs of human presence along the way. He realized that he was trying to stay in the shadows. How deep did he live? His foot took a step. A haze appeared around. Un stood surrounded by fog. The fog surrounded the guy, who thought that the moment he felt it, he was immediately surrounded on all sides. A figure of a man was visible in front. He thought that further on. Taking this into account, he clearly saw the back of a bright stone. Un looked to the side, realizing that this fog was created using the art of illusion. The guy bent his fingers, thinking that if he sensed danger, he would break the balance with his chi. But he did not feel any hostility. This must be the art of illusion to prevent people from entering. The hero squeezed the fog in his fingers, thinking that he could not even sense any anomalies except for the spreading fog. This is such a natural illusion that it cannot be repeated without great skill. Curling his fingers, he thought that the illusion was in the form of fog. Unthoughtfully looked down, thinking that he did not know who the leader of the Bloody Justice sect was, but he was definitely related to the Juga clan. Ahead stood the sage of the bright stone. The fog cleared, revealing a building ahead. Walking towards the small house, the hero wondered if the plants planted in the shape of trigrams in this garden were the illusion art formation. He walked past the flowers, thinking that if the formation was really here, then its creators were nearby. Looking ahead, the man said that it was here. Turning around, he explained that this was the owner of the first jade dagger, and the leader of the Bloody Justice sect. The entrance of the wooden building was covered with white cloth. The boy thought, did the sect leader live here? Un looked to the side, thinking, did the leader of the Bloody Justice sect live here? The hand moved the cloth aside, and the man greeted the hero. The man walked out of the building and thanked him for coming all the way here. The man with long eyebrows smiled slightly. The boy thought that an aura of elegance surrounded him like a layer of clothing. Looking forward carefully, he thought that the nobility that only someone who has reached the true path to enlightenment could exude. He felt an incredible, inexplicable strength from this man. The hero was surrounded by a shining aura. The boy asked if he was the leader of the Bloody Justice sect. The man surrounded by a glow answered that yes, he was the leader of the Bloody Justice sect and the owner of the first jade dagger, the Venerable Dragon. Looking at him, the boy mentally repeated that Venerable Dragon sounded familiar. He lowered his gaze slightly, thinking, where did he hear this before? Yuan's eyes widened as he thought, the pillar of the martial arts community who had brought the Juga clan from the brink of annihilation to its current glory and prosperity with his own hands. This man had handed over his position as the clan leader and was currently aimlessly traveling the world. Frowning slightly, the boy clarified, the clan elder is Venerable Dragon Jugu, but he looks young. He thought to himself that if this man really was Jugu, then he should have been over 100 years old by now. The man smiled as the hero thought that the man standing in front of him couldn't be considered even 40 years old. He confirmed that there was Jugu. He looked younger because of the rejuvenation technique. Un turned to the man accompanying him. Gogil nodded and confirmed that this man was indeed Jugu, but the way he looked young was not a normal rejuvenation. The sect leader laughed, heard that it was because of the reverse rejuvenation rebirth technique, and said that there was no need to reward ordinary rejuvenation with such big words. Un looked at him in shock, thinking about reverse rejuvenation. He imagined the realms with the life cycle, and thought that the highest plane where a person reverses time and regains his youth. This phenomenon occurs when a person's internal power and martial arts reach the true peak of perfection and has purified his vessel while being a person. He imagined a silhouette enveloped in radiance, and thought that, however, most martial artists who had achieved the ability to perform the reverse rejuvenation reincarnation technique were all at an incredible level. Uncrossed his arms, thinking, what does it mean to be at the ascension level at least? He might even be close to reaching the divine being's plane. So he had forcibly rejuvenated his human body with his own profound strength, which was not an easy achievement. The dragon venerable looked down, while the hero thought, if this man was really the clan leader, then it was not his martial arts prowess that he should be afraid of. The Juga clan was a clan of thinkers, and being in the ruling elite, he could not even imagine how smart this man was. Gogil turned around in surprise when he was asked if he could prove that he was a dragon venerable, and asked what he was saying. The man with long eyebrows looked forward. He crouched down, touching the ground, and said that even the smallest things in nature have meaning, white and black are no exception. Small stones flew around, surrounded by radiance, as he said that white is yang, black is yin, and in the harmony of yin and yang, the three principles and four paths are born, because the paths will follow the birth of nature. The shining stones fell to the ground. Yuan's eyes widened. He was standing as if in the middle of water. Looking at the water washing the stone below, he thought that this was a realistic illusion, close even to the changing battle illusion. He created it with just a couple of stones. The hero looked at the man, thinking that he did not think there were many in the world who could create such a thing, except for greenery, although it was not as good as the changing battle illusion. The man held an object in his hands, saying that time was up. The illusion began to dissipate. He said that it was not an easy task to implement the laws of nature into a small stone. Was he satisfied with the result? Looking forward, Shugu continued that he dared to believe that this would be enough for him to call himself a venerable dragon. Un nodded with his arms crossed and said that he acknowledged it. Let him answer his questions. The fan touched his face. Jugu opened the fan slightly, saying that he heard that he had inherited the martial arts of a spear master. Was it true? The hero turned around. Turning around, Un wondered what Yun should have told him. He crossed his arms and thought that he had no intention of hiding it anyway, and confirmed it. Standing in front of him, Jugu demanded that he confirm it. He had proven that he was a venerable dragon. However, he wanted him to prove that he was the heir of the spear master sect. The hero sneered. With a determined look, he asked, could he at least recognize them? The man smiled slightly and asked what he shouldn't. The spear of the spear master sect is like flowing water. With masterful spear strikes against the current, they capture the opponent in the vast sea. Un was surprised to hear that the opponent, being caught in this sea, trying to get out of it, will meet his death, and asked, how did he know? Jugu raised his hand and said that in the past, the leader of the spear master sect was also the master of the fifth jade dagger. He had heard about the sect's spear skills from the previous masters of the dagger. The guy lowered his gaze. He reached out his hand to the weapon on his back. Holding the hilt, he said that this is it. With a determined look, he advised him to watch carefully. The bright rays of the divine spear of the passing night swirled around. The man watched with a smile. A shining whirlwind rose up. He thought that it was hiding the essence, but it was really the divine spear of the fading night of the spear master sect. The man looked at the whirlwind of flames and thought that it was hiding the essence, but it was really the divine spear of the fading night. There are many spear skills that imitate the likeness of a wave. Touching Jugu, he thought that the movements of the spear that creates such powerful waves that cause an entire sea can only be found in the spear master sect. The weapon was surrounded by a glow. He thought that this man's spear was creating this very sea. This is enough for him to believe that this man is a disciple of the spear master sect. Looking forward, he analyzed that it was not quite the same. If the past spear masters pursued the creation of the calm of the waves, then the divine spear of the fading night represented by this young man contains in itself, in addition to calm, real power. Touching his chin, Jugu thought that this meant that he would have brought his spear master sect skills to such a state at such a young age. Besides, he was informed that he was from an outside rank. This was amazing. Un looked at the spear. While the man thought that this was not something that anyone could replicate without being a veteran, it was really worth noting that this guy was only in his early 20s. The hero swung the spear. Standing nearby, he thought that these were indeed the skills of the spear master sect. Now they could talk. Un walked closer and asked him to come inside, since this was not quite the right place to talk. The hand moved the cloth aside. In the room, the man invited him to sit down. Un looked up, looking around the room, and thought that this hovel was also under the effect of an illusion. The guy looked at the steaming drink, and heard that he had prepared quite high-quality leaves, he thought he would be satisfied. The container was empty. Sitting at the table, Un said that he would like to get down to business. A man sat opposite him and said that they would do it this way. He would ask him questions of interest, and he would answer them. Looking at him, the guy asked if the spear master really went this way of his own free will. Holding a glass, Juga said that he had never seen such a virtuous person as him. The people of the spear master sect had always been known for their honor, but he was not sure that many among them were so willing to sacrifice themselves so easily. The guy lowered his gaze, thinking about the teacher. He held a glass of liquid in his fingers. Suddenly the liquid boiled. He asked to tell what the spear master wanted. Lowering his gaze, the man said that he had the right to know as the owner of the 5th jade dagger, but before that he would like to make sure. Looking at him, Juga asked if he had the desire to be the owner of the 5th jade dagger in their sect. Un looked at him, hearing him asking if he could become one of the Bloody Justice sect members. The hero reached into his inner pocket. He stuck the dagger into the table. Looking forward, Un declared that he had no desire to be a hero, but he did not intend to stray from the path of being a human. However, he could not be the master of this 5th jade dagger. With a determined look, the guy said that he had already proven himself through their tests. He did not know how much of a hero he could be to be considered worthy of the name of the master of the 5th jade dagger, and he had no intention of living the path of a righteous man. The venerable dragon's body was engulfed in a glow. He asked, "What does this mean? He refuses to be the master of the dagger of one of the 7 leaders of their sect." The man's eyes were also shining. He heard the question, "How about taking up this position temporarily and unofficially?" The man chuckled, thinking that it meant he made a choice on his own, and not under someone's influence. Chose one of the 2 paths. He likes it. Confidently looking forward, the guy said that what he wants is to take revenge on those who brought those who are spear masters to this state, and for the sake of revenge, he is willing to become a member of the Bloody Justice sect, one of the 7 leaders, or the master of the 5th jade dagger. On the guy's back was a spear with a red cloth. He said that he is not someone who is suitable for the Bloody Justice sect, so they make a deal. A gray aura spread from the guy's body. He said that he will take the post of the master of the 5th jade dagger for a short time, and when everything is over, he will give this post to someone more suitable for this job. For him, such a deal should not be bad either. The man looked at him in surprise. He imagined himself sitting next to a dark curtain, and thought of the pressure as being like standing at the edge of a bottomless abyss. Looking down, he thought that it was not just a cliff, but an uncrossable abyss. The man imagined a hero standing in the desert, and thought that it was a space that only those who had risen to the highest heights in martial arts training were allowed to pass through, and the young man in front of him was allowed to run amok there. Venerable Dragon smirked, thinking that he had a reason to show such confidence. Holding the glass, he thought that this guy was an interesting guy, which made him even more trustworthy. With a slight smile, he agreed, saying that he would consider him the temporary owner of the 5th jade dagger. Sitting across the table, he said that he hoped that in the future, this position would not go to a villain, but to a hero who walked the righteous path, and said that there was always such a possibility. Lowering his head, the man continued that he would then tell him. But before that, could he find out what he already knew? He was holding a small teapot in his hands, hearing that he knew that the spear master had investigated a certain group, and had also sacrificed himself to find out their identity, and that they might be the inverted heaven cult that had most likely seized control of the imperial court. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise, saying that since he knew so much, he already essentially knew most of it. He didn't even know what else would be of interest to him, or did he just want to confirm this information? Yuan's eyes widened in surprise, saying that it was true that the inverted heaven cult that the spear master had investigated had seized control of the imperial court. Juga furrowed his brows, saying that they had not only seized it, they had already become the imperial palace and the force that drove it. Touching his chin, Un introduced the man, saying that the current emperor is someone else, but who is wearing his face. These were his words. The glass in the man's hand cracked. With a shocked expression, he asked how he knew about this. The hero looked at him and remained silent. Jugu's gaze was attentive. He thought that a high-ranking martial artist is too young to have such skills, and a person who knows too many unknowns to ordinary people. How is it possible that he has both? Grey whirlwinds spread around the figure. He asked who he really is. Un looked at him. The whirlwinds approached his face. He thought that means he is ready to attack him at any moment. So what now? Raising his head slightly, he said that his enemy was the imperial court, the emperor himself. It seemed that the Bloody Justice sect already had problems with the orthodox side and the entire martial arts society. Would they have enough strength to confront the imperial court as well? Juga looked at him and reminded him that he still hadn't answered. Looking at him confidently, the guy said that he was asking him to answer his question. An even more powerful aura emanated from him. Juga stared ahead in surprise and thought that it was demonic chi, so pure that he could swear that he had cultivated it using the orthodox method. Sweat flowed down the man's face. He thought that he had recently been told that the new leader of the divine demonic cult looked very young. The aura around the guy was glowing, He said that he was the star at the zenith of hundreds of thousands of demonic cultivators. Among the bright sparks, the words that he was the leader of the divine demon cult were heard. The guy surrounded by demonic chi said that he was a divine demon. It was as if the eyes of a demon appeared next to Zhuge. He swung his leg sharply. The table flipped over. A bright glow spread out to the sides. Un stood up. Zhuge cupped his palms on top. A gray haze appeared in the room. The man flew out of the building. Arrows were floating in the sky. Metal balls. Sharp blades. Un stood below, surrounded by all of this. Looking to the side, he sneered. Un jumped, thinking that this was wonderful. This was what the Zhuge clan's insurmountable web of traps looked like. Looking ahead, he thought that if he couldn't escape, he would just block it. Arrows and cannonballs flew around. The hero turned, quickly moving to the side. Arrows flew above his head. A flash appeared behind him. A glow appeared around the hero's body. The weapons flying at him melted. Liquid metal dripped at his feet. But on the other side, blades flew at him. A blue glow stopped the movement of the weapons. The guy waved his hand, changing the trajectory. He threw them in the other direction. A bright explosion appeared in front. Zhuge covered his face with his hand. The man behind asked what was going on here. Holding a fan in his hand, the man asked if he succeeded, if he really was a divine demon, and asked him to take out his sword. Gogil looked at him in surprise and asked again. Turning around, the man shouted for him to immediately draw his blade. A whirlwind of flames approached them. The man asked, did he know that he was a divine demon? The dark-haired man looked shocked. Looking forward, Gogil said that he could not believe that this guy was a divine demon. Does he mean to say that he is not the heir of the Spear Master sect? Gritting his teeth, Zhuge said that he himself was not sure. He definitely used the martial arts of the Spear Master sect, but he did not know how he could control this fire. Holding the sword, the man said that in front of his eyes, the divine demon was using the martial arts of the Spear Master sect. Looking to the side, the man said that it was approaching. A pillar of flame rose into the sky. The rays moved quickly. Zhuge waved his hands, shouting about laying the heavens and earth to yin and yang, conducting the 5 elements through the universe, bewitching the 9 heavens and breeding them. Pillars of earth approached the flames, a spell to destroy darkness and demons. The leader thought that even if he was a divine demon, he would not be able to get out unscathed. At least this would hit his spirit. The pillar was breaking into stones. Looking up in shock, Zhuge asked, he could not hold it even with this spell? Pillars rose from the ground. The flames were blocked by a barrier. The earthen wall grew taller. It covered the flames like a dome. However, the fire shattered it. The man looked at it in surprise and said that it was impossible. Un walked with a spear in his hand, saying that he was trying to judge someone from the divine being plain by human standards. Looking at the boy's serious face, the sect leader thought, how could it be possible for one person to have such all-encompassing power? Zhuge winced, thinking that the mind chooses a decision according to the available information. Could it be that he chose the wrong decision? If he was wrong, could the information be wrong? Yuan's figure was visible in the pillar of fire. The man thought that this was the power of a divine demon. Was being a divine demon really that hard? Zhuge pursed his lips in dismay, thinking that this was a true nightmare. How could a human have such capabilities? He had to stop him here and now. The 2 men glanced at each other. They rushed forward at the same time. Un stood surrounded by radiance in front of them. He looked ahead confidently, thinking that they didn't even think about trying to talk to him, but immediately rushed to attack once they learned of his true identity. He chuckled, thinking, okay, now I understand how bad the relationship is between the holy demon divine demon cult and the righteous martial arts sects. He raised his hand, thinking that he would suppress them first to talk to them. Un waved his finger. The blade surrounded by radiance hovered above the men. He thought of splitting consciousness and drowning will. The swords landed. They flew down surrounded by radiance. Bright rays scattered around. Zhuge dodged the attacks, thinking that this was not just 1 or 2 blade skills. It felt like he was fighting several sword masters at once. One person knew so many martial arts styles. A whirlwind rose nearby. He thought that it was possible that he was the heir of the Spear Master sect. So was it true that he was a divine demon? Gritting his teeth, the leader thought that he thought it was impossible. But why did the divine demon come here? The man fell, breaking stones. There were marks on Gogil's body. Un stood with his palm outstretched. The shocked man lay on the ground. Zhuge screamed with his mouth wide open. The blade approached the bearded man's neck. The venerable dragon looked forward in shock, asking that he only suppressed him but did not kill him. His eye widened even more. Debris flew everywhere. Several blades approached the man's neck. His feet touched the ground. Un stood surrounded by bright flames and said that now they will talk. The daggers approached the body and the man said that now they will talk. The old man looked forward and wanted to say something. Un stood opposite the interlocutor who laughed loudly. The gray-haired man sat up and turned his head. He looked askance, asking what was the meaning of all this just for the sake of talking. The hero was engulfed in flames and asked what he wanted to say, that it was his fault. He lowered his head, asking that he was the one who started the fight with me only after hearing that he was a divine demon. Wasn't that right? And said that he just wanted to talk from the beginning. The opponent looked down and said that he was right. He grinned, thinking that he had been vain since he was praised for being the smartest in the world, and then noted that he was stupid. The old man stood opposite the protagonist. He folded his hands in front of himself and said that it was his fault and apologized for it, saying that he came to the Bloody Justice sect with the dagger of the fifth jade to talk, asking what he wanted to talk about. MC stood in front of the elder and said that he had said earlier that he wanted to avenge the Spear Master sect. Whiskered looked forward, thinking that his goal was indeed to avenge the Spear Master sect, and apologized, asking if he could ask about the relationship with the sect. Unbowed his head and said that he could, and then asked why not, saying that the Spear Master sect was known for passing on its legacy to only one person, but in fact, this was not the case, and asked if he knew about it. The gray-haired man looked forward. The guy pointed his index finger and said that a long time ago, a martial artist learned martial arts from the Spear Master sect, but he considered himself a member of the Divine Demon Holy Cult, and because of that, the Spear Master sect developed not only along the orthodox path, but also in the Holy Cult, to which he asked that this is how he learned the martial arts of the Spear Master sect. The hero relaxed his eyelids and confirmed, thinking that he had certainly changed part of the story. The protagonist sat on the bed and thought that the fact that the Spear Master sect disciple considered himself a member of the Holy Cult was true, but not the whole truth, and then added that the knowledge was passed on to him, the one who had reincarnated, and he would definitely not believe it even if he told him, and there was essentially no point in it. The gray-haired man smiled and said that this is why he knew the skills of the Spear Masters. He raised his hands. The man leaned over and said that he would lose here and admit it. The shards above the people melted. The blades sank into the ground. The protagonist was enveloped in energy. The opponent looked down and thought that if he told anyone how strong he was, he would be considered crazy since he looked so young. MC folded his arms while he thought that the unrivaled leader had descended to the sacred cult, and it was a great fortune for the sacred cult, but if he stood in his way, then the entire orthodox martial arts world would experience a true nightmare that they had never experienced before, and said that he wanted to ask him the same question. The gray-haired man looked forward and asked again. Un stood in front of him and said that his target was the Imperial Court. He really was the Inverted Heaven Cult. The strength of the Inverted Heaven Cult in this case was equal to the strength of the Imperial Court, and then asked if there was a way to get to them. The mustachioed man closed his eyes and said that he did not see any options here, noting that it was already difficult for them to control those hiding in the orthodox sects, and he thought that the simplest and safest way would be to use the same force that they had used before. The hero lowered his head and thought about the king, asked if there was a way to sabotage the Imperial Court. The man looked to the side and became wary. The horse was walking along the clearing. The rider approached the cliff and thought that when was the last time he heard the name of the venerable dragon. The mustachioed man looked ahead and thought that he was the deputy leader of the clan before he was born and a hero of that time, who raised his clan to the very heights, and noted that it was incredible that he was still alive and wanted to see him. A bird was tied to the paw, and it was said that a few days ago a letter had washed up in the palace. The man was standing on the balcony, and it was said that it was an invitation from the venerable dragon. The bald man lowered his head and said that he thought about it for a while, because it was an invitation from someone he had not heard from for a long time, and the man was thinking whether to answer the letter and meet him. The mustachioed man lowered his gaze and said that along with the letter from the venerable dragon there was another letter, and this was from someone who called himself the leader of the sacred cult. He held the paper in his hands and thought that the venerable dragon, an important person in the orthodox community, and the divine demon, the zenith of hundreds of thousands of demonic acolytes, were calling him to the same places, and then noted that he would not have gone if it were not for this coincidence. He remembered how he was grabbed by the nose, and then thought about the Empress's messenger, noting that this word, which he had never mentioned except in one place, namely in the palace of the sacred cult, in this letter, thinking that he definitely did not doubt it. The bald man raised his head and thought. He looked at the mountains covered with trees and said that this was not the dwelling of that clan, but a completely different place. Ji Myung walked among the sparse trees. He looked ahead. A figure stood on a hill in front of the guest. The bearded man froze, watching the man from below. The bald man opened his eyes wide and thought about the bright stone, noting that was not an informant of the orthodox path. He swung and thought it was a trap. Gogyo raised his hand, saying that he was not here to fight with him. The guest frowned, asking why he did not want to fight. They stood opposite each other, and he said that now that he noticed, his left hand was acting strangely, but did not finish. The bearded man lowered his head and said that he was only here on an assignment to bring him to them. The old man put the club on his shoulder, thinking that was not a trap, and if so, it was time for him to retreat, since he could use his powers to their full potential. He looked to the side and smoke appeared next to him. A cloud enveloped him, and he thought that it was a spell and he still had to go. Ji Myung stood in front of the interlocutor and asked to be led to them. They moved forward. The man grabbed the handle. The man looked to the side and thought, phew, This should be enough to make everyone comfortable. Then he looked at the protagonist. The blue-eyed man narrowed his eyes when he asked if he could find out his name. The protagonist looked askance at the hero. The blonde sat down and said that it was a little awkward to constantly call him the cult leader. His last name would be enough for him to address him correctly. The guy sat and asked if he didn't know what last name the leader of the holy cult uses, to which the man replied, well, he knows. But his last name is clearly not Sun, is it? The young man smiled. Then he opened his mouth and answered, Sun. The man raised his eyebrows and asked again, and he thought, isn't that the name of Nox's disciple? He rubbed his lip and asked if that was his real name. The hero thought about it. No, he was sure that Nox and his disciple had died that day. He had buried them both with his own hands. He looked down and thought, he probably learned about this name when he heard about the fate of the Spearmaster sect. Did he choose this name as a nickname because he wanted to let others know that this was all for revenge, and said that he wanted to ask one more thing? Unclosed his eyes and remained silent when he added, although his roots were from the Spearmaster sect, how deep were their friendships that it prompted the entire holy cult to make a move. The bearded man was lying on the bed. The blue-haired man frowned and the blonde sighed heavily. The man turned away when the young leader said the Spearmaster sect was not the only one attacked by the inverted heaven cult. Suddenly, the brown-eyed man turned his head. He looked at the boy. Then he thought he wants to say that one of the important people of the holy cult was attacked by the cult of the inverted heavens. The blue-eyed man shook his head. The bald man walked and asked the hero, he was attacked. The bearded man frowned and replied, it was his own fault. Looking at the two, someone said, here they are. Ji Myung looked up and thought, at first he was not sure, but the leader of the holy cult is really here. He looked at the youth and said, it is nice to meet him again, the leader of the holy cult. The two silently looked at the old man. Standing behind him, the brunette said, this is the great scholar Jeagle. He choked when the green-eyed man answered, if he is a venerable dragon, a great scholar, he should look like this, and he added, he succeeded in the technique of reincarnation with reverse rejuvenation. Hearing this, the hero opened his eyes wide and said, the technique of reincarnation with reverse rejuvenation. The blonde looked forward and said, wonderful. Everyone sat down at the table when the man said that he thanked them for coming to such a distant land. The mustachioed man looked away and replied, in fact, he found it suspicious, he thought that this was where his demise awaited him. The brown-eyed man frowned. The blonde looked at the bald man and replied, he is a spy that they planted in the martial arts community, to which he replied, what does he mean by they? After that, the hero began to narrate, a long time ago, in order to investigate strange trends in the martial arts community, 7 pious fighters gathered and formed a sect. This happened 400 years ago. The man looked forward and added, this sect was founded under the leadership of Chun, and is still active. He raised his cup when the old man asked, so he means that the Bright Stone is a member of this sect, to which he replied, the sect is called the Sect of Bloody Justice, and he is its leader. The mustachioed man fell silent and thought, bloody justice, noble sacrifice. He thought that the orthodox sects were disorganized due to the attacks of the inverted heaven cult, but it seems that the saying that old trees have deep roots is true. He drank tea and thought, they could very well organize a diversion on the rotten martial arts sects, even without the help of the divine demon holy cult, when someone suddenly said, of course, because the sect acts secretly, they do not have enough free hands. The blonde smiled and said, in other words, they do not have enough strength. The green-eyed man sighed and thought, they need the help of the holy cult. He would be satisfied if at least part of the origins of the orthodox sects were not affected. The bald man looked at the protagonist and asked, by the way, what made the leader of the holy cult come here? Does he think that the leader of the holy cult is a member of the Bloody Justice sect? To which he replied, since they have a similar goal, they made a deal, and the man added, they have a similar goal. The protagonist cowered and replied, revenge on the inverted heaven cult. The brown-eyed man was surprised when he added, isn't that what he and part of the Jinshin Palace want as well? Ji Myung closed his eyes and said, yes, they have the same thoughts. The brunette looked forward and said that he had something to tell them. Then he frowned and added, it is true that the strength and spirit of martial arts have weakened, although this is the problem of the orthodox side, but they are trying to enlist the support of the divine demon holy cult to solve this problem. The hero extended his fist and added, this is the same as sending a tiger to hunt a wolf. Gogyo turned his head and said, he also didn't think that the holy cult would help a part of Jinshin's palace for nothing, so what price would Jinshin have to pay to the holy cult? He suddenly turned around when the protagonist said that Jinshin would recognize the holy cult as a full-fledged religion, and he assumed that they would make him, as the leader of the holy cult, the king's teacher. The bearded man shook his head and replied, it couldn't be true. The protagonist smirked when he added, it would definitely lead to chaos once the divine demon holy cult was summoned to the Empire land. Unfrowned. Then he spread his arms and shouted, this sounds funny. Then he is sure that it is even possible to fight against the inverted heaven cult that has already sunk its claws into the orthodox sects using only the power of the Bloody Justice sect. The heroes looked at him in surprise. The brunette frowned and said, Even if the inverted heaven cult holds most of the orthodox sects in their hands, not all the martial artists are on their side. He is sure that if they search, they will definitely find enough sects that will support them. Considering all their forces, they will be able to fight against the people of the inverted heaven cult. This is just a theory. The blue-eyed man fixed his gaze forward and asked, he is willing to go against the emperor himself, and is he sure that the others will be willing to do so as well? The brown-eyed man was surprised when he added, if it were possible, he is sure that the emperor's teacher of heaven and earth would not consult with him. The protagonist became angry and said, so he will ask them what they tried to do before the emperor's teacher of heaven and earth visited him, what they did before he, the leader of the divine demon saint cult, personally contacted the Bloody Justice sect. A sharp wind blew. Gogiel's eyes widened in surprise. He stood on the edge and thought, he couldn't believe that he was so repulsed by just his aura. The blonde looked at the guy and said, the divine demon holy cult's admission to the lands of the empire. It's not just a case that could be divided into orthodox sects and demonic ones, or into black and white. Looking sideways, he added, he also knew that not all demons were evil, but let him remember how he acted as soon as he heard who he was. The blue-haired man remained silent. The man put his fingers out and said, because there is a huge misunderstanding between the orthodox side and the divine demon holy cult, this is not something that can be resolved in a short period of time. So if they are unable to resolve this problem, then when the holy cult enters the lands of the empire, it will lead to huge problems. The protagonist looked forward and replied, so they will do the following. He pointed his finger and added, he knows that all the problems between the orthodox side and the holy cult of the divine demon can't be solved at once. But in order to rid the empire of the inverted heaven cult that has spread throughout the country, they need his cult's help. The blond man turned his head, unraised his hand and said, so his cult will return to the divine mountain once this is over. And Unsun stated his conditions. He promised that the cult will return to the divine mountain after this mission is completed. But in exchange, he demanded that all followers of the demonic path be given the right to freely visit the three cities, the city of the four rivers, the city of the deep ocean, and the city of enjoyment through respect. These conditions greatly puzzled Jimyoung and Jiggle, while the bright stone was categorically against it. The brunette frowned and said, in the city of the deep ocean there are the Kunlong and Amy sects, and in the city of the four rivers there are the Chengsun and the four river sect, and he wants them to give him these 3 years. A surge of strength surged through him as he cried out. The protagonist sat opposite him and said that the bright stone should not test his patience. He was still going to wipe Chengsun and the four river sect off the face of the earth with his own hands, so that they would pay for trying to get rid of the sword masters. The hero looked away and asked what would happen to Kunlong and Amy, and the other sects that were in those cities. The blue-haired man looked away and replied, nothing. He was not going to subjugate the 3 cities to the holy cult. It would be worthy for him to at least go there. He held up 3 fingers and added, so he asked them for permission to visit these lands unhindered. They promised not to touch anyone, as long as the other sects themselves begin to openly express their hostility. Jiggle looked at his fingers as he added, and if some of the villagers wished to leave their homeland, the holy cult would take responsibility and pay for all the travel expenses. And he said, well, he would think about his proposal, to which the youth said that he hoped for a positive answer. The protagonist looked out the window and thought, although he gave them time to think, the answer was already known. Without the help of his cult, they would not be able to restrain the emperor and other authorities at the same time. There were people sitting with him as he continued to think, so in this hopeless situation, they can only rely on him. Besides, when they settle in these 3 cities, the mistrust that has long been born between the orthodox part of the martial arts society and the holy cult of the divine demon will gradually subside. He smirked and added, this way he can finally put an end to the feud between them and officially get a ticket to the empire. With this mission, the decisive role belongs to him. The carriage shook. The men were sitting in it when the old man said that they would reach Namchan in about 3 days, and the blond man replied, so today we will have to sleep in the open again. The brown-eyed man looked away and said, well, that is where he is wrong, great teacher Jiggle. Then the man opened his eyes wide and asked, what is he saying? Is there a place nearby where they can rest? The bald man looked at him and replied, yes, the domain of the Sword Call sect is located not far from here. It is small, about 50 people, but he thinks its adherents will let them spend the night. The man raised a finger and said, it seems he is quite familiar with them, and the man replied, their leader is a generous man, and it was not difficult for him to make friends with him. A conversation was heard from the carriage. Oh, so that explains everything then. The mere thought of a warm bed and a roof over his head already warms his soul, and the other one suggested that they hurry there. Jimyoung closed his eyes and said, okay, then he will tell the driver about it now. The blue-eyed man looked into the distance. Looking out the window, he said, the smell of burning. The mustachioed man looked at him and asked, smoke. The man leaned out of the cart. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. He saw a fire ahead. The brunette looked at him and said the same. The hero sat and spoke, bored. It was in the chambers of the imperial palace. The sword was covered in blood. The king sat on the throne and spoke, very boring, just green melancholy. He He threw his head out. Then he put out his fist. There was blood around. The hero closed his eyes. Then he opened them, smiled and said, maybe he shouldn't hide, he knows he's here, the chief advisor. Someone was standing in the darkness when he added, or should he call him Heap, to which he replied, please, let him address him by his status. The young man came out from around the corner and asked when he could still enjoy his new powers as the chief advisor. The fat man smiled. Then he cowered and replied, too bored, how much longer should he wait here? The man standing in front of him told him to be patient a little longer, just a little bit more, and he asked how much was just a little bit. The gray-haired man smiled and replied, just a little bit, maybe he should bring some people while he waited. The brunette exhaled and said, to hell, he was fed up with everything. The old man put out his hand and said then he would call the girls so that he could release the accumulated tension. The fat man clenched his fist and replied, he was also fed up, he wanted to go outside and kill everyone to hell, but since the chief advisor was asking him to wait, he would have to listen. The brown-eyed man narrowed his eyes and told him not to worry, his wish would come true soon. Sitting on the throne, the hero replied, in that case he will wait. By the way, how are things going in the development of the art of the martial body? He raised his finger and said not to overdo it, everything is in full swing, they managed to create a deity and now they are testing its combat power. A voice was heard from the throne, they are testing it then, and he replied that he sent him to the territory adjacent to Nam so that he could practice on some sects, cut out a couple, and that's the end of it. The red-eyed man smiled and shouted, cut, how he likes this word, such a sonorous one. He gave up his fist and asked, isn't the Emperor of Jinshin ruling there, that kid? The hero made a face when someone shouted, don't touch his brother, leave him alone. Then he raised his head up when someone asked, it was him. The brunette was surprised when he added, again with his own, he better shut up for good. The man's eyes rolled up. The old man smiled and said yes, it was him, what should he do with him? The fat man grinned maliciously and replied, what should he do, he seemed like an interesting guy, so he left him alive. The brown-eyed man looked at him and asked if he should leave him alone for now. The man scratched his eye and said yes, let him leave him alone for now, he'll die, that's his fate, and if not then let him rejoice while he has the chance. The gray-haired man bent down and replied, that's what he'll do, and what about the divine poison art, he's going to develop it when he's done with this. Heap grinned maliciously and replied, yes, if he can create an unrivaled body with the divine art, it will definitely be his. The red-eyed man's eyes bulged and replied, great, let him take good care of his new body. There were traces of blood on the floor when the hero said that he obeyed the leader. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Everything around caught fire. Looking at the fire, Jiggle said, it's bad, and the old man supported him, we need to save the survivors. The blonde looked at the protagonist and asked him to help them. After which the blue-haired man turned around and put up 3 fingers. His palm blurred. With his power, he was able to disperse the fire. People approached the entrance. Then they entered the room. The protagonist squinted and thought, it looks like someone attacked them. He looked at the blood and added, and judging by the wounds he was quite skilled. The young man lowered his hand and thought, but first he needed to deal with the fire. He used the holy palm of the divine demon. The fire was blazing. Suddenly it began to shrink. A cough was heard behind the two. A man came out of the fire. The bald man was holding a child in his arms. Closing his eyes, he said that this was the daughter of the leader of the sword call sect. It seemed that she was the only survivor of the entire clan. The man looked to the side and asked if they thought it was more like an assassination attempt, and the brunette said, Holy Buddha, maybe they were attacked by the sectarians of the unorthodox path or the disciples of the black sword. The blue-eyed man frowned and said, no. A streak appeared in the air. The guy stood and looked forward. Looking at the cut, he thought, the only trace of the sword, the enemy was clearly having fun, he cut an entire building with one swing, but it did not even collapse. Unraised his head and continued his thought, and yet the level of his abilities is not difficult to determine, most likely he. The young leader bit his lip. Standing behind the blue-haired man, the bearded man asked what he wanted to say. The hero looked away when the young man answered, so that he would take a closer look. The wounds on the bodies of the victims were absolutely identical, which meant that they were killed with one sword, and the martial arts techniques did not particularly shine with variety. The brown-eyed man was surprised when he added, most likely, one person worked here, and he asked what, one person wiped out an entire sect. The old man approached them and asked the leader of the cult, he is confident in his guess. The mustachioed man opened his eyes wide and said, of course, the call of the sword could not boast of a large number of followers, but at the head of this sect stood a worthy person who in a short period of time managed to reach the level of a martial arts master, and he would never believe that someone alone could wipe out an entire clan, unless the enemy was also a martial arts master. Without turning around, the protagonist answered, and he was not. He touched the wall when the man asked what he was talking about. The protagonist carefully ran his hand along the wall. Removing his hand, he added, the strength and level of martial arts skill indicate that. The guy frowned and said that this man is a divine being. The old man was holding a child in his arms. The girl was crying. The hero stroked her head and she calmed down. The blonde looked at them and said, he was so sorry for this girl, and the bearded man added, Holy Buddha. The blue-eyed man looked sideways and thought, for a small child this is a big shock, the memories of that terrible day will haunt her for a long time. The baby was sleeping soundly when he continued his thought, but she survived, somehow miraculously survived all this hell, and now she is free to do whatever she wants. Unclosed his eyes and thought, but she will have to deal with the memories and pain on her own. The bald man turned his head and said that he will take care of her. He closed his mouth. The blue-haired man narrowed his eyes when he added, something is bothering him here. The brunette looked at the people and asked if he was sure that the man really is a divine being. The guy looked sideways. The blonde thought about it and said they want to say that this is the work of Buddhists or followers of the Holy Sword. The young man looked away and replied, the handwriting is wrong, Buddhists improve themselves through long training, but that man used completely different techniques. The brown-eyed man thought about it and said, so, the Holy Sword, as someone interrupted him, also no. Sitting in the carriage, the protagonist added, he had never seen their martial arts in real life, but he heard that they were based on the techniques of the Sword Clan, and the man said, anyway, he was once lucky enough to encounter such a person, and he had the impression that a full-fledged member of this clan stood in front of him, and someone answered, then the Holy Sword is also out of the question. The blonde closed his eyes and said, it's good that at least none of them are involved in this dirty business. But who attacked the sword call sect then? Has a new kind of divine being appeared? The protagonist thought about it. He frowned and said, I'm not sure, the technique is too familiar. Suddenly, he looked sideways. The two also looked at him in surprise. Then unclosed his eyes and said, I think he guessed. He looked at the people and asked, they saw the wounds on the bodies of the sword call sectarians. The guy crossed his arms and added, they were inflicted very carefully, but the enemy acted roughly. The man frowned and asked, roughly? The blue-haired man raised a finger and answered, he knew how and where to hit, but his movements were too mediocre, such are typical of third-rate martial arts. The leader lowered his head and added, a person who studied this kind of art will never be able to rise to the level of divine beings. Most think that this is nonsense, because if you hone your sword skills to perfection, then there is a high probability of surpassing even the heavens themselves. But will they really believe in this nonsense? He looked at the heroes and said, it was not for nothing that they were called third-rate. You can hone your skills to perfection, but only within the limits of your existing knowledge, and third-rate martial arts are very limited in this. The brown-eyed man listened when he spoke, thus, a person will never be able to reach the level of divine beings, and said, what if their opponent is a divine being who practices a third-rate form of art? The blue-eyed man shook his head and replied, then his skills by definition cannot be so primitive, because due to his knowledge he will want to improve them. The bearded man got angry and shouted, but then who could do such a thing? The blonde frowned. The protagonist put his fingers out and said, there are two options. Squinting, he added, the first, the one who attacked the call of the sword, just decided to have a little fun with the poor sectarians. After which Jigo picked up, and the second, he was trained in martial arts from ancient times. The man looked away. And then he looked at his interlocutor. The protagonist looked at him with disdain. He opened his mouth and said that people created martial arts to temper their bodies by imitating nature. It was dark in the forest. This is the beginning of martial arts, and ideologies such as Taoism, Buddhism and Confucianism were supplemented in the process of developing martial arts. Then what were the original martial arts? To hunt like a tiger, run like a horse, be majestic like a bear, be hard like a turtle and so on, imitate the animals that surrounded them. These are the original martial arts. The turtle imprinted itself on the stone. Such martial arts were too clumsy. The stone broke. They could not accurately copy the animal movements, since they did not fully understand them. The stone broke into pieces. The whirlwinds arose. There were geniuses back then, and the gates of heaven were wide open and the earth was full of energy. So talented people succeeded in absorbing high concentration chi. They entered the stage of divine existence. The protagonist, standing with his back to him, said that even in those days when martial arts were not developed, there were masters worthy of ascension. Gogyo looked to the side and said, in other words, the martial arts of ancient times have reappeared. The youth looked away. He frowned and thought that this was just an assumption without evidence, and besides, the gates of heaven were almost closed, and now it was impossible to succeed just because he had mastered ancient martial arts. It would be impossible even for Zhang Sanfeng, rather easier to believe, and that the master was an ignoramus. The youth closed his eyes and thought, who was it then? The four sat in silence. It was a little cloudy outside. There were no people in the courtyard of the Jinsong Palace. The man bowed and greeted the master and asked who the people behind him were. He turned his head and said that they were guests of His Majesty. The brunette watched the heroes enter. He frowned. Ungrinned and thought, it's good that this trained soldier doesn't miss anything. The guard came out to them and said that the king was waiting for them. The master grinned and was surprised that the king personally sent a guide to the dear guests. The king, standing by the window, said that he was glad to meet them. He turned his head and said that they had made this difficult journey. Coming closer to the guests, he said that he thought that all the famous warriors became part of the cult of the inverted skies, but it's good that this is not so. The old man bowed and said that old trees are not called that way because of their size. Only those with deep roots can call themselves old trees. The king chuckled and said that he was right, but no matter how deep the roots were, someone weakened by illness would not be able to use his powers, and added that this conversation could drag on, and suggested that they settle down more comfortably. He took a cup in his hand and said that he heard that the leader of the holy cult was young, but he never imagined that he was that young. The protagonist placed his hand on the table. He frowned and said that he heard that he needed the power of the holy cult. Jin Song frowned upon hearing this. He looked closely and said that it was so, and thought to himself that he was not at all worried about strengthening friendly relations, and therefore immediately got to the point. The brown-eyed man glanced at everyone and said that from what he had learned, the inverted heaven cult influenced more than half of all martial artists. Ji Myung turned his head to Master Zhuge and said that judging by his expression, he already knew about it. He frowned and replied that some sects had long since come under the influence of the Murim and many there continued the work of Jua Dojil. Although His Majesty said about half, he thinks there are many more. The brunette looked at him in surprise. He bowed and said Amiba. The protagonist scratched his chin and said Dojil followers, he thinks there are a lot of them, but he is sure that they can equalize using the holy cult. The hero looked at him carefully, and thought that this meant that his holy demon cult was so strong, if suddenly his cult decided to go to war with Jianwan, a lot of blood would be shed. The guy clenched his fists, and told the king that the problem was different. He frowned and asked if he meant the royal army, and added that no matter what happened next, for others it would be considered treason. He turned his head and said that if the problem was only in the imperial troops, then there was no need to worry. A map was spread out on the table. The man ran his hand over it. It was a world map, not only mountains, roads, settlements, but also troop locations, which only proved that he was fully prepared. The hero rode to the location on the map and said that the northern troops would not cause any problems at first, and that when winter came, they would be forced to stay put. Imagining the caravan, the protagonist thought that food shortages were starting in winter, so the northern nomads would start robbing to survive, and to prevent this, the northern troops would have to stay there, and only the Zhejiang and imperial troops remained, and the Zhejiang troops had many more people than the emperor, and they were all experienced warriors, having fought in many skirmishes with pirates. The man frowned. The king opened his mouth and said that they would not be able to move. The old man chuckled and said that he had heard that the Zhejiang army marshal was greedy and power-hungry, and then asked if he had a plan. Jin Song grinned in response. He raised his finger and said that the greedier and more power-hungry a person is, the more he values his life, so he will not join. The protagonist imagined the military and thought that there is a marshal over an army of 30,000 soldiers. But this does not mean that he alone controls everyone. The generals obey him, each of whom controls about 1,000 soldiers. The brown-eyed man looked closely and said that about 20 generals are his people. Before taking the throne he himself achieved a lot, and then they became friends. One could say they became named. He raised his hand and added that he would trust them with his life. He had already told them. They also know that the world is currently unsettled, so they decided to join. He clenched his fist and said that they would be able to prevent it if the marshal decided to withdraw his army. And if it came to that, they promised to deal with the marshal, which meant that only the imperial troops remained. The men listened to him with delight. The protagonist thought about it. The brown-eyed man looked at everyone and said that the royal palace would take care of them. The old man opened his mouth in surprise and asked, "The imperial palace?" The king nodded in agreement. There was a glass next to the map. The brown-eyed man frowned and said that many territories were under his influence, and he had a couple of acquaintances there who could help them. If they united with the palace guard, they would be able to resist the imperial army. The protagonist looked at them and said that this meant that they only had to take care of the cult of the inverted heavens. The hero extended his hand to the teacher and asked him to keep an eye on the other sects. They could not allow people from the cult of bloody justice to join the cult of the inverted heavens. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that his sect was also going to join the rebellion, and asked him to make sure that no problems arose among the sectarians. The gray-haired man nodded his head and said that there was no need to worry about this, because he had already thought of something. The master looked at him and asked what it was. Zhuge raised a finger and said that among the sectarians, there were those who had long been hostile to the actions of the martial arts community, so he was thinking of forming an alliance with them. Un looked down at the floor and thought that it had been many years since the martial arts community had become subservient to the inverted heaven cult, and if he wanted to form an alliance with them, he opened his mouth and asked if he wanted to form a new sect. The man looked at him and replied that he understood correctly. He wanted to form an alliance with the bloody justice cult as its core. There were a few clouds in the sky. The protagonist frowned and thought that there was a long conversation going on. Many were shocked by the bloody justice cult's decision to create their own alliance. But no one denied its future role in the martial arts world, In addition, the authority of the new society was simply amazing. There were such influential personalities inside the Bloody Justice cult that even Jin Song was shocked by what he heard. The fourth Jade Sword Master was related to the noble Namgung family, and the sixth dominated the Golden Light Society. Bu Sum was considered the second Jade Sword Master, and the head of the Conlian sect was the third. The two listened attentively. The brown-eyed man opened his mouth and said that they rarely appeared in the martial arts world, but they were able to shake the whole world with their presence alone. Their cult was an adherent of a secretive lifestyle, so few people had heard of their abilities. But trembling when the right opportunity came up, it was time to show the world the full power of the Bloody Justice cult and join forces to oppose the martial arts community. Everyone was around the table. The king chuckled and said that it was not a bad idea. The gray-haired man raised his head and said that in the meantime, he had asked his cult to take care of the puppets of the Inverted Heaven cult. The protagonist bowed his head and said that in other words, they wanted them to sow doubt among the sectarians and start a war within the martial arts community, and they were going to strike from the outside. Zhugu frowned and said that even if they succeeded in sowing doubt among the candidates, it would be useless if they lost the war. In this mission, the holy cult would play a key role. Jin Song picked up the package and said that when their cult set foot in the Four Rivers City, the Imperial Palace would announce the following. He unfolded the package and read that the Divine Demon Holy Cult did not intend to fight the orthodox part of society. They were going to cleanse the martial arts community from the influence of the Inverted Heaven cult. They must give up their dreams if they did not want to fall under the onslaught of the Divine Demon Holy Cult, and then a glorious life awaited them. The brunette looked up and said that this is how it would look. The heroes continued to sit at the table, but closer to night, the cult leaders finished discussing further actions. The man looked up and said that it was already late. The second one approached him and said how quickly time flies. The king replied that a moonless night is the best time to plot. The four approached the window. The protagonist folded his arms across his chest and thought, plot. He looked away and said that it was too noisy outside. A guard burst into the room and shouted that they were attacked. The brown-eyed man looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. What did he mean by attacked? The man opened his mouth and screamed that he was talking about that very thing. Someone had just destroyed the palace walls and started attacking. Now they were trying hard to hold back the enemy. He turned his head. Somewhere in the distance he could hear screams to hold him back and stop him. They shouldn't let him go any further. The emperor was there. The guard was stunned and said that he was already here. The brunette opened his mouth and screamed. What did that mean? When he attacked, they answered that about 7 or 8 minutes ago, the leader of the Chungkuk cult was fighting him now. Jin Song gritted his teeth and thought how he had managed to break through to here in 7 minutes. Had he really defeated the imperial army in such a short period of time? And asked out loud how many attackers there were. Probably 1,000. The guard looked at him in horror and said, no, only one. The hero's eyes were shining. The king shuddered and said that it was impossible, and thought to himself that it was beyond comprehension. He frowned and thought how one man could defeat his elite soldiers, and for what purpose he came here. No, he had to calm down. He couldn't let him destroy everything here. Only a master of his level could defeat such a man. A drop of sweat trickled down his temple. He turned his head and thought, it's good that there are 4 of them here. With them any enemy is not scary, and asked if they could help. 2 of them looked at him seriously and answered, of course. Their eyes widened in surprise when the protagonist said that as soon as they went beyond the threshold, the rub. He stood with his back to them. The bald man looked at him and asked what that meant. The protagonist frowned and answered, it meant something. They would die as soon as they left here, even he would not feel his presence until he showed up here. The 2 looked at him in confusion. Unthought that the opponent's energy was almost elusive. As soon as he felt his chi, it, like lightning, immediately disappeared. And then a bright flash appeared in another place. There could be only one explanation for this. Either he was on the same level with him, or his ability potential was much higher than his. Only a holy Buddhist and a sacred swordsman came to mind. The young man folded his arms across his chest and thought that he had not heard of them for a long time. The gray-haired man looked at the guy and asked if this was really a warrior practicing martial arts from ancient times. The leader of the cult of unified teachings put out his hand and shouted, demonic turtle. The man covered himself with shields. The transparent horse reared up. The brunette watched in surprise and thought that he had broken their formation so easily. Could this really be the reincarnation of Xian Yu, the supreme ruler of the Western Chu? Since he was so strong, they would restrain him until they died. He opened his mouth and summoned a network of falling stars. There were many men in the sky. They were flying towards the crowd of soldiers. The brown-eyed man opened his mouth and screamed for them to pierce him while he was immobilized. A wave of energy covered the hero. An eye opened. An explosion occurred. A man came out of the dust. It was one of the horsemen of the apocalypse, and at the moment, when the leader of the Gong Chungkuk cult was defeated, the man opened his mouth and asked how to fight him at all. They are not on different levels at all. A whirlwind formed behind him. There was dust near the protagonist's head. He stood on the roof and thought that another disaster had fallen from the sky. He gripped the spear tighter and thought that his premonition was right. He was sure that the man who was fighting against the soldiers now was from the divine realm. His movements were rough, like a beast, but he was definitely from the divine realm. The hero rushed into battle. The protagonist put the spear on his shoulder and thought that for such a master the quantity does not matter. If he wants, he can turn this place into ashes in a day. He does not know why he does this, but first he needs to stop him. In his head he imagined an explosion. The young man struck the first blow. His foot rested on the blade of the sword. The enemy flew to the side. And then there was an explosion. The hero flew backwards. The guy frowned and used the step of the Lord Holy Demon. They approached each other. There was a flash. The hero confidently stood with his foot on the ground and struck with his fist. The young man was taken aback and thought that he was fast. The enemy rushed for another attack. But the blue-haired man soared upward. He swung his spear. And frowning, he used the thunder-flying spear. There was a flash. The man flew to the side. The blue-eyed man was approaching him. He stood with his feet on the handle of the spear and headed towards the hero. Frowning, the protagonist used the Holy Demon Lord's step again. The enemy flew back a little. The protagonist flew back. He looked into someone else's eyes and saw that they were scarlet. The young man put his hand on it, and pressing, he used the Holy Demon's divine power. And the brunette flew back again and crashed into the wall. The young man got a cut on his cheek. He grinned and thought that it happened in such a short moment. He raised his spear into the air and threw it, using the thunder-flying spear. It headed towards the man, but stopped near him. Smoke appeared. Un put out her hand and used the Holy Demon's divine power. Small crumbs began to fall from the wall. At that moment, it exploded. The man flew away along with pieces of the wall. He, spinning in the air, began to fall to the ground. He watched as the protagonist approached him. He powered to the ground and thought that he should try to reflect it. And he took out his spear again. A sphere formed behind him, and he used the deadly moon in the dark night. The sphere began to disintegrate in the air. Its fragments fell down, until the sky became completely dark. The fragments flew in the air. The hero stood on a hill. His eye lit up red. The boy turned his head in fear, and blocked the sword strike with his spear. A whirlwind began to form around the boys. The young man frowned. His eyes lit up and he thought that he was incredible. Judging only by his inner strength, he might even be a step higher than him. The sword and spear clash hard, causing sparks to fly. The protagonist holds his weapon, standing in front of his opponent. He threw the spear over his shoulder, and wondered where it came from. Un looks in front of himself and sees the attack. He deftly jumps back, dodging each blow in his direction. The enemy with long hair looks towards the boy. He rushes forward, swinging his sword. The protagonist frowns as he watches his actions and thinks about his stance. An image of a horse appears against the background of the enemy. The guy realizes that it is a frisky steed, rapidly cutting through endless fields. The protagonist sees the tip of a blade in front of him and thinks of a Mustang, rushing forward with an unknown force, sweeping away everything in its path with its powerful hooves. MC sees a sword and thinks that he will accept. The enemy hits the protagonist's hand with a blade. The fighter looks forward while the sword damages his right hand. Un grabs the enemy by the forearm. He holds him tightly and leads him to the side. The protagonist, holding the spear next to him, throws the enemy to the side. The enemy quickly flies to the ground. A small stone flies under the flying man's boot. The opponent with red eyes pushes off from it. Un notices this in shock. He feels the actions of his enemy while he holds his hand. The man leans on the guy with his whole body and slams his back against the wall. A crack appears in the wall, and it begins to collapse. The man watching them puts out his hand and declares that they must be surrounded and under no circumstances come closer than 100 jang. Jin Song exclaims with a serious expression that otherwise his subjects risk being drawn into battle. They shout to him that they understood his order. The wall collapses and dust is scattered in different directions. It is said that they were just fighting on the ground, and now the heavens have trembled under their onslaught. The opponents fly apart in different directions while being near the ruins. It is explained that even an entire palace was demolished from the blow. Jin Song is surprised to realize that this does not look like a battle between ordinary people. He lies among the rubble of the wall. He looks forward with his red eyes and notices a flying object. The protagonist watches as an explosion forms near the enemy. The enemy begins to fly down against the background of falling stones. He landed face down. Among the ruins, the tip of a sword is visible. He deftly cuts through the debris above him, while sitting on the ground. Un holds his shoulder. The ground beneath his feet begins to tremble. The protagonist looks in front of him and sees the silhouette of the enemy among the clouds of smoke. MC raises his hand and begins to use the divine art of the holy demon. Streams of energy form in front of him. He uses the thunder sword piercing the heavens. The protagonist looks intently in front of himself. His hand is burning. He clenches his fist. A white substance is visible among his fingers. He sees an opponent flying towards him in front of him and thinks about the divine art, the final stage. Fabric is wound around his hand, he swings his fist, using the spiral of the holy demon. The enemy feels an attack from the protagonist. The man stands in the middle of clouds of smoke. The protagonist understands that the noise in the palace has begun to subside and that's enough of the demon art for today, otherwise there are too many witnesses. MC seriously swings his spear, realizing that later they will not get rid of the fact that rumors will spread that the cult has stopped at the Emperor's palace. A fierce enemy with red eyes swings his sword. They point their weapons at each other and almost touch them. A strong explosion occurs. The enemy flies away from the protagonist, he demands an answer. The protagonist seriously looks at him and asks if he is a member of the cult of the inverted skies. The man with red eyes silently looks at him. He begins to scream and growl. Unseriously wonders what kind of unreasonable creature is in front of him. Is he a gangster? The guy hits his enemy. It is said that after the battle with Moonbeck, he decided to find out more about the bloody gangster. Reaching his limit, the master can turn into a high-class blood monster, and even with this power, it is impossible to simultaneously control martial arts. He screams in rage from the blow received. The protagonist wonders who he is. The man falls to the ground and clouds of smoke fly in different directions. He gets up and looks in front of himself. His clothes are torn. Unfrowning watches him and understands that he does not feel pain and he is just a puppet and he needs to take advantage of this. The enemy's eyes are filled with red. The protagonist sees this in shock. Suddenly, a man with human eyes begs to kill him. MC looks at his enemy in surprise. The man falls to his knees and looks down. His eyes lit up bright red. The guy frowns and watches him and understands that he needs to concentrate. The protagonist flies into the attack, using the outcome of the night, the divine spear. Shock waves form around his hands. He uses the art of 6 seals. The opponent's body is pierced by energy. He frowns with his red eyes. In rage, he calls streams of magic around himself. The protagonist covers himself with his hands. He holds a spear in his hands and understands that if he were in a reasonable state, he would not be able to hold out for so long. A cut appears on MC's body. Blood flies to the sides. He waves his spear, realizing that he will have to fight non-stop for 4 days and nights. The guy attacks his opponent, realizing that even an ordinary person cannot do this. The man's fingers clench. The protagonist swings his fist, seeing a fierce opponent in front of him. He hits the man right in the stomach. His hand sinks into the opponent's clothes. The enemy's bones break from the powerful blow. Un looks ahead calmly. The man falls to his knees in front of the guy. The protagonist with a serious look realizes that one of the fragments is almost destroyed. With wounds on his body, the guy thinks that this is not fatal for him. Blood pours out of the man's mouth. Un stands in front of him with a spear. The guy squeezes the handle of the spear while he kneels. He holds the weapon in his hands, realizing that the time has come for the final blow, and 1 spear of the White Knight should be enough. He frowns and looks down. He begs to kill him. Cuts are visible on his body. The guy calmly looks at him and says that he was going to do it anyway. There is a bright moon shining in the sky. An eagle flies over the houses. He looks down. Someone's silhouette is visible in the frame. The eagle flies towards the stones. He starts to dive. The man says SOSO with a grin. The bird lands on his hand. He takes a letter from the eagle's leg and says that he is interested in what they brought him. The man with the eagle on his hand straightens the piece of paper. The man with the beard looks at the text. He reads what is written. He holds a piece of paper in his hands. It says that this is the head of the Martial Arts Alliance duel. A flame appears on top of his hand. He releases the eagle, which flies away. The bird flies among the dark sky. It says that it has been too calm lately, and he almost died of boredom. Duchel says with a grin that the martial arts world cannot exist without a good fight. The horse gallops forward. It is explained that the next day the heads of the alliance arrived and they acted secretly. So many clans remained in the dark, and those that received the order tried not to stand out. The man holds a flag with a red and yellow banner. Un sits on the bed and bandages himself. It is explained that this is how mass unrest began. The interior of the room is shown. Someone laughs and says that this is incredible. The main character is silent and looks down sadly. The man in blue robes opposite him says that the body of the cult leader is full of mysteries and he still does not believe that he was able to recover so quickly from fatal wounds, although he himself witnessed it. Un frowns, realizing that the interlocutor irritates him. Jin Sung scratches his beard, saying that an ordinary person would lie there for 3 months before recovering, but the guy can move without problems after 5 days. He asks with a grin if a person is capable of such a thing. Another man approaches him. The man with gray hair states that upon reaching a certain level, martial artists can easily heal wounds. He looks at the bandages with a grin, saying that even so, the guy is incredible. The man looks at MC with a smile and clarifies what he did. The protagonist with a serious expression realizes that this is all thanks to the ascended soul of the earthly body. The burning soul will replace the earthly body and burning its soul, merges with the heavens and captures the earth. training his body. Against the background of stones, it is said that this is how he becomes the owner of a heavenly soul and an earthly body. The character's hands are shining. It is said that after improvement, the ascended soul becomes stronger, and even now it circulates throughout the body without stopping, and in about 4 days he will fully recover. The ruler in blue robes stands opposite and asks if they know that now many doctors of the palace want to examine MC's body. The gray-haired man raises his eyebrows and says that perhaps this is rude towards him, but even he, not being a scientist, is interested in the guy's body. The protagonist frowns and looks forward. The cult leader lowers his head and asks how the investigation went. The interlocutors stand silently in front of him. Jin Song stands in front of him and explains that they are currently examining his corpse, and even the elder looks in from time to investigate, and it is better to question him later for information. Another interlocutor raises a finger and states that even his body looks strange, because during the autopsy they found an even more amazing thing. The guy looks at him and clarifies what was so amazing. Jin Song turns around, hearing that he not only practiced the ancient art, he in turn asks what this means. Elder Zhuge, turning his gaze, says that he not only practiced the ancient art, but his body is different from a modern man, like the body of a man from the past. Uncalmly asks what he wants to say that he is a warrior of ancient times. The assistant, lowering his gaze, says that judging by the facts, this is true, clarifying is it possible for an ancient man to still be alive and moving, because it is absurd. Grass grows from the sand. It is explained that ancient times usually meant the times that were before them, written on the pages of books, but martial arts have different meanings, because this is the time before their formation. The character stands on a stone bridge. It is said that the heavenly doors were open wider than now and people were closest to heaven. The guy looks down and wonders that the warrior from that time was still alive, and this is nonsense. Chun turns his gaze smiling. MC realizes that if he is a man then this is impossible because even a master who has reached the level of a divine being could not live so long. A big guy with a spear stands in the middle of the desert. The guy realizes that perhaps he broke the laws of the physical body and reached the legendary level, but even in this case he could not live so long. The elder puts his hand to his chin and asks what then. The assistant stands in front of the cult leader and states that be that as it may, research must be continued, and he would like to ask something. Zhuge, with a serious expression, clarifies that when the protagonist fought him, it did not seem to him that he suddenly woke up. The protagonist frowns and asks how he knew about it, realizing that he spent all his energy on recovery and therefore could not say anything about it. The assistant puts his hand in his pocket and says that he wants to show something. He opens a box in front of him. There are several metal needles in it. The heroes stand in front of the table on which the box stands. Gogyo is surprised and talks about steel needles. The protagonist stands near the table with his arms crossed and hears that they found them in the head of that warrior. The elder makes gestures and states that there are several reasons for the introduction of needles into the head: to activate the brain, to manipulate, or to erase memory. He seriously explains that his skull was completely destroyed and therefore he cannot say for sure, but judging by the places of introduction, most likely he was manipulated and he came to this conclusion because one of them was in the back of the head. The protagonist frowns and asks that someone can cloud the mind and manipulate it. The elder hears this with a serious look. Gogyo puts his hands to his face and clarifies that there is an organization capable of controlling divine beings. Against the background of steel needles, he realizes that there are many places that know the art of subjugating a person's mind, but they have not reached the level of subjugating a divine being. Uncalmly realizes that if anyone has a way, it is the Quanjin sect. He wonders with an angry look, what if it is not them, and what if the inverted heaven cult has a similar way? The man with the scar looks forward. The protagonist realizes that people have achieved techniques capable of controlling other people's bodies. In the frame, a cheerful bald hero is said that it is not surprising if they know a higher level way. The guy turns his gaze to the side. Zhuge looks at him thoughtfully. They are standing around the table. It is said that soon the whole world will tremble. On a white background, it is said that as soon as his body was restored, Un left the royal palace, and the reason for this was the rumors that flew around the world. The hero runs forward. Footprints in the sand lead forward. It is explained that there were rumors that the alliance of the martial arts community was being attacked by the 18th branch of the divine demon cult, and the war signal that came from the alliance. The protagonist calmly looks forward. It is explained that this was something that Un did not even imagine. The protagonist runs through the forest, realizing that he must immediately return to the holy mountain. The girl looks away. It is said that he is guilty before those to whom he made a promise. Frowning, MC realizes that he does not have time for this now. The guy is standing in front of a huge mountain. It is explained that from the king's palace to the holy mountain, where the base of the holy demon cult is located, there are thousands of li, and this path was not easy even for Un, who has reached the level of a divine being. Guanchuk is standing in front of the guy climbing the slope. It is said that he hurried with all his might and reached the mountain in 7 days and nights. The man in green robes puts his hands together and says that he was waiting for him. The doors open. The picture shows the interior. There is a chair in the middle of the room. The protagonist stands on the edge and sees a huge hall below. People are watching him with a serious look. The protagonist sits on the throne. In front of him is a board with a map. The guy with a serious look demands to outline the situation. Closing his eyes, the assistant states that they were attacked, but fortunately there were no major losses. MC repeats his words about the losses. The assistant lowers his gaze and bows. He stands below and states that in that battle he commanded to retreat, not to fight, and during the retreat, household utensils, documents, everything was set on fire and did not fall into enemy hands, and most of the cult members are hiding in a safe place. The protagonist frowns and clarifies what about the demonic warehouse and the sect of informants. Guanchuk, raising his head, says that although they lost one of the warehouses with food, the losses are small and they can be completely restored with the supplies of the cult that were stocked up in advance. The guy thoughtfully clarifies what about the informants. Guanchuk explains with a serious expression that they have lost contact in several cities, and they have already prepared replacements. The protagonist puts his hand to his chin and thinks that such losses are an acceptable price, and it is better this way. The man in grey robes asks if he can say anything. Frowning, he says that this attack shows how much the martial arts alliance disdains their cult, and he thinks it would be better to declare a holy war and show real strength. The warriors nearby clench their fists, and one declares that he agrees and thinks that the demonic Hurricane Fist King is right. Unsilently hears this. Guanchuk stands below and listens. The guy touches his robe. He gets up from the throne. Looking at his subjects, he states that perhaps they do not know, but for several months his place has been empty. The listeners exchange glances and clarify that the cult master was absent. The other clarifies who they saw in that case. MC's fist clenches. He looks forward and says that while he was away, he was in the martial arts alliance. The protagonist asks with a serious expression if they know why he went there. Guanchuk silently closes his eyes. The protagonist's silhouette shines in the middle of the hall. The surprise fighters hear that this is all because of rumors that someone from outside had a hand in the death of his teacher and the former leader of the cult. The guy calmly exclaims that that is why he personally went there and revealed the truth, clarifying who they think the culprit is. The men listen carefully about the criminal. The protagonist angrily declares that it is the emperor of the country. The fighters are shocked to hear this. They become furious. The bearded man angrily shouts that even if he is the emperor himself, this does not give him the right to kill the god of their cult. He stands below and shouts that the criminal must pay for his sins. The guy looking down declares that he agrees with this. In the background of the hall, a cry is heard about permission to join the battle. The guy stands near the throne and hears that they will bring down the punishment of the holy demon on the sinners who insulted their god. Unclenching his fist, hears that they will punish them. The protagonist shouts in rage that not only the members of the imperial family are guilty. He angrily declares that the one who hides in the shadow of the emperor, because it was he who mobilized the forces of the alliance and attacked their cult. The fighters in rage declare that they too will face punishment and death for the guilty. The protagonist waves his arms and shouts that now the emperor has gone crazy and he has become their puppet and not only cannot govern the state, but also kills innocents. The protagonist burns with fire and declares that the most important thing is that he insulted their cult, and this sin cannot be forgiven even by the emperor. The embittered fighters hear the leader's cry. A dark aura of rage engulfs the hall. A spear is visible. The protagonist waves a spear and shouts that King Jinsong has promised to help them, and there are many sacred cults that are unhappy with the rule of the emperor, and the puppeteer that hides in the shadows, and therefore they will help them. The protagonist calmly looks ahead. The tip of the spear is burning. The protagonist shouts that they will kill the ruler. He is absolutely furious and assures that they will do it. The protagonist with a serious look shouts that they are going to him. The guy is burning with fire. Standing high above, he orders to prepare for war. Bags and boxes are standing in the room. It is said that as soon as the protagonist gave the order, everyone began to prepare, and everyone who was related to the war began to prepare for battle. A girl with a weapon sits in front of the fire. It is explained that on the holy mountain a holy fire of summoning was lit, which can summon everyone who is a member of the cult. The fighters are located in the middle of the field in houses. It is said that as soon as the fire of the call was lit, the masters began to gather in his name, and over 50,000 people were gathered from all over the world. The hero stands in front of the houses. It is explained that among them were experts from 10,000 demonic masters, and those who were not in the cult of the holy demon, but were supporters, also joined. The main character, crossing his arms, looks opposite and understands that this is only the beginning. This is where the events of the second season end. The fighters are walking among the mountains. It is explained that it is an unforgettable sight when 50,000 warriors are walking along a divine mountain. Someone is beating a drum. The fighters in cloaks are walking forward. It is said that whole detachments of demonic warriors are lined up in an unusually long line. They are walking among the houses. It is explained that when they started moving, the neighboring sects hurried to hide. The warriors are marching forward. It is explained that although most sects are controlled by the holy cult of the demon, they still preferred to hide as far as possible, so as not to accidentally end up in its path. The fighters in black cloaks are walking through the desert. It is said that they wore them to emphasize their belonging to the divine cult. The word is visible on the clothes. It is said that it means demon. Red flags are fluttering above the fighters. It is explained that everyone was carrying one, and in addition, the flag of the holy cult was visible from everywhere. The flag is bowed down. It is said that among them, the canvas with the black dragon, symbolizing the divine demon, stood out in particular. It is engraved with a black dragon with 6 legs and 3 heads. In the background of the picture, it is said that it symbolizes the god of destruction, a creature before which all should be in awe. Uncalmly rides a horse in the middle of his army. He looks forward. It is explained that he was dressed in a robe of a black dragon which gave the effect of invulnerability, and it was sewn from spider silk and dragon skin. On the back of the protagonist there is a bright sign. It is said that a dragon is embroidered in the center of the robe. Guanchuk is walking next to the protagonist. The horse leaves traces. It is said that a detachment of Black Lotus was hiding in the shadows, ready to protect their leader. The protagonist looks away and asks how much longer to go. The assistant explains that they should reach the Great Wall of China in about 3 days. The protagonist with a serious look thinks that this is the border separating different provinces. He is on fire and realizes that once they cross it, the Central Plains will be just a stone's throw away. A man peeks out from behind the door and says that the demonic cult is heading south. The big man holds a cup with a smile. He sits opposite the assistant and speaks clearly. The frame shows strategic maps. The soul-consuming Azura calmly asks what they should do. The big man drinks the cup and says let them go further. He holds food with chopsticks and opens his mouth. He seriously states that they will let them fight against each other. The assistant bows his head and declares that this will be the case. The big man is left alone at the table. The events take place near the Great Wall of China. The protagonist is standing on the top of the mountain. He calmly realizes that their enemy is not only the Martial Arts Alliance, because if the Emperor does not give the order to let the cult through, they will have to fight while crossing the Great Wall, and perhaps they should check the outposts first. The tower is shown in the picture. The guards yawn while standing at their post. The protagonist watches them with burning eyes. He squints. A tired warrior with a spear stands on the tower, and understands that they absolutely must have heard about the approach of the sacred cult. The man closes his eyes and falls asleep. The guy wonders if this is a trap or not. The warrior is asleep. The guy understands that this does not look like an attempt to weaken their vigilance, because they are simply not prepared. The guy, crossing his arms, understands that with their whole appearance they show that they are not involved and the battle does not concern them with the alliance. The guy stands on a tree branch. Guanchuk comes up from behind him. He looks up and asks what he will order to do. MC standing on the branch says that it is necessary to send part of the reconnaissance squad behind the outpost and let them report what they find. The cult fighters talk to each other. It is explained that the forces of the sacred cult were divided into 4 armies and Union leads the eastern one, and the western one under the leadership of Gamsuk. The map is shown in the picture. It is explained that the other 2 groups, the southern and northern armies, are in support. Fighters in black cloaks are standing on the path. It is said that after some time they received a report from the reconnaissance units of the Eastern Army. Guanchuk walks behind the protagonist and says that the unit got through the gate without any problems. The guy thoughtfully clarifies that they did not prepare for anything at all. The assistant with a serious look says that it looks like this. The guy looks opposite. The protagonist stands in the middle of the night sky. He lowers his head. Fighters light a fire, another holds a pan. MC stands next to the strategist and says that today they will set up camp, and tomorrow they will continue moving. The sun rises in the middle of the mountains. The guy looks at the dawn. He says with a surprised look that tomorrow they will set foot on the Central Plains. Against the background of the sky, it is said that they finally crossed the wall and got to the Central Plains. A squad of fighters walks in the middle of picturesque places. It is explained that although this is only the border, but even from there you can see the province, which means they have approached the central region and one of the 10 great sects of Kunlun is already based there. The doors to the house are locked. It is said that everything is quiet and in fact, most of the gates of the sects were closed. A fighter in a black cloak stands in front of the open gate. It is explained that where it was open, they retreated to the central part. Disguised warriors go inside. One of them looks back at the other. The guy looks away with a grin. Looks at the fighters and says that the sects that lock themselves and show that they do not want to become their enemies, and they will not attack them. Guanchuk looks at the leader and clarifies if there is some kind of plan in this. The old man looks at MC in surprise. It is said that the leader responded by recalling the clan of righteous blood. The old man and the man look forward. It is explained that while the sacred cult is preparing for war, Zhuge and Jinsong have begun preparations on their part, and the request that the righteous sects that are part of the Justice League not attack the cult was part of the preparations. The strategist holds his head and says that now everything is clear to him. He looks at the protagonist and clarifies what to do with the sects that tried to escape. The protagonist confidently states that it depends on where they are from. Turns around and seriously says that they will burn the escaped sects to hell. He calmly states that they will also hoist the flag of the sacred cult on top of their remains. The strategist bows behind him and says that this will be done. There are houses on the tops of the mountains. Against the background of the burning flags, it is said that the banners of the sacred cult began to appear, and this did not look like the recent march. A footprint is imprinted on the ground, explaining that in order to raise the flag, the army of the sacred cult had to kill a huge number of followers of the alliance sects, which greatly affected the province, which was previously considered peaceful. Guanchu calmly asks what to do with the Kunlun sect, explaining that it is one of the 10 strongest, also included in the 5 pillars of the sword sects. The strategist stands in the same yurt with MC. It is said that since ancient times, the sect has protected people from the sacred cult when it advanced south. The gate is depicted in the picture. It is said that this time, strangely enough, it still has not taken any action. The protagonist looks away with a serious expression and realizes that the leader of Kunlun is one of the 7 heads of the righteous blood clan, and he is sure that he must know that he is the owner of the dagger of the 5th jade. The protagonist stands in the middle of the room, thinking that in any case, while he remains the leader of Kunlun, he must meet with him and understand his intentions. The protagonist, holding his face, demands to send a message to the enemy, stating that he needs to write about an audience with their leader. The old man bows and says understood. The protagonist, thinking, asks what to do with those who left the sects. Guanchuk points to the map on the floor and says that it shows the province of Qinghai. He points with his hand and states that during reconnaissance they learned that, as the leader said, the retreating sects are part of the martial arts alliance. He moves the figures and says that there is a fortress at the entrance to the Kaidam Basin. The guy, with a surprised look, speaks of Kaidam. The frame shows mountains. It is said that it is territorially located in the western part of the province of Qinghai and lies between Altantaf and the Kunlun mountain system. A large mountain rises. It is said that the area from the west to the southeast is all strewn with slopes and is above sea level, and when capturing it will be necessary to constantly change the strategy. The guy is surprised to realize that being in the martial arts alliance, there is no other choice but to leave his sect and flee. Thinking, MC says that apparently they decided to fortify themselves there. The strategist replies that there is a lake nearby and there will be no problems with drinking water. The guy with a serious look understands that if they decide to arrange a siege in this lowland, it can take them a long time. The main character with a spear stands near the defeated enemy. It is said that for the further advance of the Western army they need to capture at least most of the Qinghai province, and he does not have that much time. He crosses his arms and looks ahead, realizing that in order to prepare the Western army's support lines, they will have to make a move and finally capture Wuwei, and for this, it is important to recapture the basin from the alliance. The guy says with a serious look that they will advance to Kaidam, and the Black Dragon squad will act as the vanguard. Guanchuk excitedly clarifies that the leader intends to personally lead the squad. The guy calmly says that they cannot afford to waste time and he will capture the fortress himself, while realizing that if they break through it and enter the basin, the sacred cult will have an advantage since the further battle will be different from a battle in an open field. The fighters bravely look ahead. It is said that due to the fact that the Qinghai province is located on the border of the Central Plains, there are much fewer martial artists compared to other provinces, and the fact that the number and strength of the masters is weaker compared to the strength of the cult also makes itself felt. The protagonist frowns and declares that he is not going to hold back, realizing that they must break through to the martial arts alliance as quickly as possible and get Gogil's head, and the capital of China will be next. The strategist says with a serious face that they will then first send a message to the Kunlun sect. The candle is on the table. The action takes place a couple of days later. A 2-story building stands in the middle of the night. There are trees and various utensils near the house. The wind blows through the outskirts of the town. In the frame is a palace. It shines. People in dark cloaks stand opposite the bushes. The trees rustle in the wind. There is a man on the ground. A man in a green robe walks next to an old man. They look ahead carefully. The heroes stand opposite the shining building and the old man understands where the meeting is scheduled. The guy is surprised and declares that he understood the teacher. They go inside. The sign says that this is a flower brothel. The leader of the Kunlun sect Hyenhak smiles and declares that to arrange a meeting place with an ascetic in a brothel, the leader of the sacred cult definitely has a bad character. Divine Dragon happily looks forward. The boot moves along the floor. He firmly steps. The guests who arrive turn around in surprise, hearing that they have arrived. Divine Dragon and his teacher walk towards the stairs. They look back at the sounds. The old man, holding his beard, declares that this cry is very similar to one of the 6 techniques of merging sound transmissions. Turning to the guy, he says that he heard that the head of the sacred cult ascended to sacred beings, and he is definitely extremely strong. Frowning, Hyenhak states that they need to hurry to meet him. The old man looks away and sees a man at the table. The protagonist calmly sits at the table and prepares food. He touches his lips to the cup and thinks that this is a dense aura that only someone worthy of the title of one of the strongest martial artists can exude. Hyenhak watches him and realizes that this is also one of the traits that characterizes a leader who can single-handedly manage a huge organization, and that is an undisguised evil aura. He looks ahead and reflects that if someone else had such evil demonic energy, all of humanity would be exterminated. The guy holds a cup. He calmly addresses the ascended blade of Kunlun. The old man looks at him and calls him a divine demon. Blazing with fire, they stand opposite each other. Un uses magic to lift the cup. It flies to the side. It begins to pick up speed. Hak deftly catches it with his hand. He turns to his assistant and asks him to go and bring a chair. MC holding a cup states that this is their first meeting in such a setting. The interlocutor drinks the drink and says that he did not think that they would have to meet like this. Looking at the guy, he states that he heard from the owner of the dagger of the first jade that he temporarily became the owner of the fifth. The guy calmly replies that when everything is over, he plans to pass this title on to a more worthy candidate. The old man holds a cup and watches the protagonist. A piece of bamboo lies on the table. The hero holds his hand on the table. The guy, sitting on a chair, declares that in fact, the reason why he called the leader of the Kunlun sect is not that important, and he just wanted to know a few of his thoughts. The interlocutor watches silently. The old man asks the guy about the fact that he doesn't know what is needed from the Righteous Blood clan. The guy puts out his hand and says that there is no need to beat around the bush, and what the Righteous Blood clan told him does not apply to the current issue, and he wants to hear his opinion personally. The protagonist calmly asks if he is going to stay in the sect. With blazing eyes, he clarifies, or is he going to stand in his way? The protagonist's aura shines purple. Everything around is filled with purple-black smoke. The frightened assistant of the Kunlun leader looks forward. He lowers his gaze in surprise. Hak, radiating a bright aura, protects him. He calmly says that he knows that the sacred cult plans to return to Wei and Qinghai and the Sichuan provinces after the war ends. The protagonist silently watches his interlocutor. The old man, without taking his eyes off him, says that when this happens, he wants only one thing. Lowering his gaze, he claims that during the procession of the sacred cult and after the end of the war, he hopes that it will not ignore the people. Against the background of the stream, it is said that by asking to pay attention to ordinary people, he hints that the protagonist should not involve them in the promotion. The guy calmly says of course. The family walks near their house. It is explained that every time the Orthodox sects and the demonic cult started a war, the divine demon cult did not harm the citizens and all because although they were satisfied with how other sects present themselves, the cult still remains a religion. The protagonist looks at the old man calmly, thinking that it was extremely rare for the sacred cult to touch ordinary people. It is said that in order to further spread the teachings of the religion, he must do deeds that will capture the hearts of people. The old man opens his mouth. He raises the cup with a smile and declares that he is satisfied with this. Against the background of their standing legs, it is said that they ended the meeting on such a note. The leader of the Kunlun cult with his assistant descends the stairs. He turns to the guy and asks how he is. The frightened divine dragon imagines the face of MC. He rubs his shoulders and says that he is terrifying. The old man looks forward and understands that the warning is that if they get in his way while advancing the cult, he would not forgive them, and if this rage is directed towards Kunlun. He stands in front of the assistant and claims that after the conversation he realized that they are the same age. A drop of sweat runs down the guy's face. He understands that until now in the sect only he was called a genius. The guy looks at the teacher with a smile and realizes that he is a head taller than him. He says that it is difficult to imagine that someone his age will be so strong. The leader of Kunlun goes forward and declares that the central plains of this world are a huge place. The guy carefully hears that he must always be on the alert. The old man calmly understands that after this, he will probably try to grow without being succumbed to vanity, and only taking this fact into account, today's meeting can already be considered fruitful. There is an evening forest around them. The words of the assistant are heard that he will definitely take this into account. In the picture, Rocks and Mountains, the action takes place a couple of days after the conversation with Hak. The protagonist walks along the cliffs. It is explained that he stood on a hill from where the basin was visible, and, appearing before nature, he went into his thoughts. The protagonist looks at the beautiful mountain views. He stares ahead. Holding his head, he realizes that he does not like it. He clenches his fingers. Looking to the side, the guy realizes that the mountainous terrain is an order of magnitude more difficult than it looks. He sees the ravines and realizes that the fortifications built on all sides look like they were built in a hurry. But if you use them correctly, you can see that it will be difficult to get through them. The protagonist with the fighters behind him goes down, realizing that if they start fighting there, everything will turn into a war of attrition. Guan calmly looks ahead. He says with interest that he has not stood on the same battlefield with the head of the cult for a long time. The guy turns around with a grin and says that this is well noted. The protagonist with a grin stands next to the big guy with long hair. He wonders when they last fought side by side, stating that a lot of time has passed. Guan closes his eyes and bows and says that it is a great honor for him to be next to him again. All the fighters knelt, radiating dark energy. The masked warriors look at the ruler. He understands that many have become stronger. Wunji closes his eyes and bows. MC realizes that especially her chi capacity, which was smaller than Guan's, is now much larger, and considering that her martial arts specialize in stealth, she should be stronger in the shadows. The girl looks up. She smiles sweetly. The protagonist crosses his arms and declares that everyone has now become a strong black dragon. He stands on the ground and wonders whether to proceed. He looks up. The huge mountains tower above him. He thinks that he should move out since the preparations have already been completed. The head of the Dragon Executioner's Chamber, Choyoung, says with a serious expression that the demonic cult is advancing towards their hideout. The men are sitting at the table. It is said that according to the head, the martial artists who have lived in Shanghai for more than 10 years were sitting in a daze. They look at each other excitedly. It is said that all the heads of the sects of the province present, and they left their sects and took refuge in a place awaiting the last resistance, ready to fight to the death. The man with a beard says that the demonic cult is determined this time. The other replies that it is not even a quarter of the entire army. Sukriang, the head of the Divine Sword sect, asks them to control themselves. Squinting, the men look to the side. In the frame sits a man in blue robes. He looks forward with a smile. Pointing forward, he states that everyone sitting there are members of the Martial Arts Alliance family, and those who have decided to fight to the death against the divine cult, and he believes that there is no need to shake so much with fear before the battle has even begun. Wooden structures are shown near the mountains. It is said that the Alliance has already sent word that they will send reinforcements as soon as possible, and they just need to hold out until they arrive. The question is asked if this is not why the fortress was built. The mustachioed interlocutor says it is correct. The other one next to him states that given the location of the basin, they should hold out for at least a month. The negotiator, looking at them, says that considering what he heard, the leader of the holy cult has already reached the plane of creatures, specifying if he enters the battle, will they be able to hold back? The shocked man looks forward. The fighter with the scar glows with a red aura. The one who asked the question sits silently and looks down. The man exhales and states that he was just about to say this. He lowers his head, sitting at the table with the others. He clenches his hands and states through clenched teeth that all of the leaders of the holy cult have ascended to the plane of divine beings for generations, specifying that they have seen a divine demon appear in the central plains at least once since the last great war between the orthodox sects and the demonic cult. He states with a serious expression that this means that the demon's ascension is just a rumor spread by the cult. The participants exchange glances, hearing that although he would not be called part of the 2 stars of one demon for nothing, and he does not think that he is as strong as the fire star or sword star. The tip of the sword glows next to the other weapons, explaining that although they mention the 2 demon stars in conversation, they are the pride of the martial artists of the Central Plains. He looks at them with a smile, saying that the orthodox masters prefer not to compare the 2 stars to the divine demon. The old man smirks and states that he heard that the cult leader is an ordinary guy in his early 20s. The interlocutors exclaim in disbelief if this is true. He looks away with a smirk. The old man with the scar states that they allowed the kid to become a divine demon. His white eyes look into the distance. He says that everyone in the demonic cult has gone crazy, and he will never believe that such a young guy could ascend to the plane of divine beings at such an early age. The angry man says that he knew that they had a crazy organization, but they really do gather inadequate people. The other one notes that they are more likely fanatics. The protagonist glows with a dark aura. It is said that the Black Dragon squad is going to the right flank, the military strategist is going to the left. Un with a spear states that as soon as they get close to the fortress, he will destroy the wall and the Black Dragon squad will attack in an arrow formation. He seriously states that the strategist will lead the rest of their troops and invade the basin. The guy calmly watches. He smirks and says that he hopes that no one will disappoint him. Guan says through clenched teeth, "No way." The guy closes his eyes and smiles, turning to his comrade. The main character with a spear is burning with black energy. He steps on the ground and says that since this is their first battle, it is worth putting on a spectacular show. He exhales air from his lungs. Purple energy forms around him. The negotiators are sitting next to each other and hear a sound. Suddenly, everything begins to tremble. The old man with the scar looks away without understanding. The frightened head of the sect tries to understand what kind of sound it was. In a rage, the old man takes up his sword and asks if the holy cult really began an attack. He quickly moves along the corridor. He goes out into the courtyard and asks what is going on. The fighters turn around and shout that they have problems, because the vanguard of the demonic cult went on the attack. Choyoung with a serious look clarifies that they sent the vanguard right away, without sending scouts. The old man with the scar stands next to him and says that apparently they decided to capture the fortress after the first attack. He rushes forward, shouting that of course this will not happen. The fighters jump on the rocks. The squad approaches the cliff. In front of him are warriors and he clarifies if this is really the vanguard. Angrily, he asks that there are only 30 of them and do they really think that they can attack the fortress with just one squad. The fighter points a finger in shock and calls for them to look at their clothes. Un, blazing with purple energy, rushes to attack. Through clenched teeth, his enemy declares that these are black flames and a dragon robe. They exclaim in shock that a divine demon is participating in the battle. An old man with a scar behind them shouts for them not to be afraid, because he said that there is no need to worry about a divine demon. He holds a blade. The old man with the sword declares that he will prove it right now. The man next to him asks what he is going to do. The old man exhales. He stares ahead. The protagonist confidently moves forward. He smirks and declares that he will personally lead the squad and get MC's head. The old man behind asks to wait, because even though they are inferior in number, they are a squad of dragons. He waves it off, hearing that they are still going against the divine demon. He replies that he is just a guy and obviously does not have enough combat experience to use internal chi. The old man raises his hand and shouts that the defensive squad will be formed from the masters of his sect. Masked fighters rush to the attack. It is explained that 10 swordsmen appeared out of nowhere at his call. They stand behind the leader. It is said that the famous squad of the Divine Sword sect, where everyone has incredible skills, but it is worth gathering at least 3, and if you believe the rumors, they will be able to fight on equal terms even with the head of the strongest 10 sects. The old man with the sword calls on his subjects to listen to his commands, because they are going for the head of the divine demon. The warrior flies forward. Several fighters rush to attack. He goes to the army of the protagonist. The rival forces are approaching each other. The protagonist stares ahead. The old man realizes with a grin that he is really still young. The protagonist swings his spear. He moves in front of the masked enemies. They see him. The old man watches what is happening in shock. He lies on the ground and does not understand what his body is doing there. The fighter with the scar lies asking something. Uncalmly walks next to the severed head of the enemy. The fighters opposite him go on the attack. Masked warriors in masks and cloaks hold daggers. A fight occurs. The surprised fighter looks forward. It is said that the clash is between the dragon squad and 10 swordsmen. There is no point in saying how it all ended. Some fighters attack others. It is explained that when they crossed blades, the swordsmen were swept away in the blink of an eye. The fighter holds the hilt of the sword. It is said that this is not an exaggeration, and they were all really instantly defeated. Guan attacks in a rage. The enemies were destroyed so quickly that they did not even have time to react. The enemy receives a powerful blow. Guan fights. It is said that body parts were scattered all over the battlefield. The swordsmen move on. It is said that in the end, all those who shared the fate of Sukriang were lying with their heads cut off. The guy calmly turns around and asks if this is all true. It is explained that what was the reaction of the cult leader who defeated the enemy. MC fighters defeat their rivals. The guy with the spear is watching. He stares ahead. He stands at the bottom of the quarry. Those standing above are shouting damn. Frightened men beg to throw spears and shoot arrows so that they do not come close. The protagonist sees hundreds of arrows in the sky. His aura glows purple. He forms a vortex of energy around himself. The coils of energy rage. They intercept the arrows and destroy them. The guy steps on the energy. The protagonist with the spear stands in the middle of the air. He hangs over the enemies from below. They see this in amazement. Behind the protagonist glows yellow. He frowns as he looks down. Fire rages around him. It is said that what flew out of his hands was a divine demonic spiral, very different from the one he used in the king's fortress. He puts out his hand and emits a stream of energy. It is said that in addition to the impenetrable connection, the cult leader used the holy art of the divine demon. A powerful flash is formed under him. Cracks go along the rocks. Explosions occur. The enemies are burned by fire. They burn and scream in pain. The guy calmly understands that they have built a very good fortress. MC hangs over them and realizes that he did not think that the divine demonic spiral would not be able to demolish the walls of the fort in one go. He leads the spear and screams. The tip of the spear shines blue. With burning eyes, he calmly looks down. He prepares to attack. Emitting a stream of powerful energy, he uses 6 divine destructive fusions, a strike of a sea spear. Waves approach the flaming mountains. They overwhelm everything around. Water lands on the fort. The fighters are shocked to see this. They are swept away by energy. One of them flies to the side and screams. The protagonist with the spear stands in front of the smoke. The protagonist towers over his fighters. Smoke is spreading along the ground. The protagonist stands near the rocks. He is near the destroyed mountains. The surprised fighters exclaim that this is to be expected from their leader. The guy calmly looks forward. It is said that Un is truly worthy of the title of the god of the holy cult. The strategist in green robes looks at the crater. He waves his hand, looking at his army, and declares that they need to move forward. It is said that they hastily marched into the basin. The fighters run to the attack. It is explained that this battle marked the beginning of the Great Qinghai War between the orthodox and demonic sects. The fighter with the sword looks down and shouts that here is a great opportunity for them, since the leader has appeared at the forefront. The enemies fly at the guy, shouting that they need to kill him. The tip of the sword, spear, and other types of weapons fly in his direction. He sees the approaching enemies. The cult fighter in front of the leader fights off the attack. A strong cut occurs. Guan fights with his opponents in a rage. He deals powerful blows with his sword. The fighters fly to the sides. He waves his fists. The astonished enemies hold their bloody throats. The girl with daggers stands against the background of falling enemies. Woonji with blades hurries on. The protagonist smirks and declares that they have gained strength. Guan fights the enemy. He turns with a smirk and declares that they have worked tirelessly in the hope of proudly standing next to their leader on the battlefield. The fighter takes off his mask and smiles. Un smirks and looks at them. He stands in the middle of the desert with his arms crossed. The enemy runs behind him. He turns around and sees the fighter shouting Divine Demon. In a matter of moments, cuts appear on their astonished faces. Woonji calmly says that not so fast. Guan confidently demands not to even dream of approaching the leader. The enemies crumble to pieces near the assistants. The protagonist with a spear goes forward, wondering what in this case can be done with it. He crosses his arms and calmly uses the skill of the Divine Demon, the indestructible link. Multicolored streams of energy are formed around the guy. He uses the skills of the sixth divine, the destruction of ligaments. Powerful streams of blue and orange energy appear near the protagonist. They release them in different directions. The rocks begin to tremble. The fighters look down in shock and talk about the fortress. The old man puts out his hand and demands to forget about it, because if they hold on to a piece of land, there will be even more losses. Choyang in a rage declares that they need to retreat. It is explained that, as he said, all the warriors of the orthodox sects will die at the hands of Un, trying to hold the fortress. The fighters are descending the cliffs. It is said that the martial artists who climbed to the edge of the fortress have begun to line up again after retreating. The old man shouts in rage that the Divine Demon is just a man, and no matter how strong he is, their enemy is no stranger to fatigue. He stands on the ground, declaring that they need to line up for an attack and gather in a squad to surround the enemy. The warriors in cloaks are sitting around the cliffs. The big guy raises his hand and shouts that they cannot stop the attack, and they must not give him time to rest and activate all the prepared traps. Something is approaching the protagonist, who is standing alone. He confidently glows with fire and wonders if they are really trying to use such insignificant techniques. Fire forms around him. He clenches his fists, seeing the flying logs. He confidently raises his hand. The logs flying towards him instantly catch fire. He holds his fist. The guy moves his hand to the side. The burning trees fly away. They land down. A scream is heard. The enemies begin to burn, screaming that the fire does not go out. It is said that the holy fire is a separate object of worship, destroying everything in its path. The silhouette of a man disappears into the fire. It is explained that it can be used for the constant development of chi, but is also capable of burning anything until the source of the flame is stopped by the one controlling it, and the enemy fighters feel helpless. Warriors in masks run to the attack. It is said that the squad of the Black Dragon rampaged like a pack of wild wolves in a flock of sheep. Guan with a bloody face looks forward. It is said about all-consuming horror. The astonished opponents look forward. It is explained that Io loomed on the battlefield. They run away in fear. People flew down and roared. Moving forward, they shouted, "Help the squad of the Black Dragon. Fight side by side with the leader of the cult." They flew quickly when someone shouted, "This is a holy war. Advance, spare no one. Let the unbelievers taste the punishment of the holy cult of the Divine Demon." Like a girl, the cult followers kept coming and coming. What Un had done was like a huge tsunami. Someone fell. The man died in pain and screamed, his legs. The second ran and screamed, hand, and called for help. The battlefield was like a huge crowd. Several orthodox martial arts masters gathered and began to shout orders. The bearded man frowned and shouted, "Retreat, retreat to the basin. If they do not disperse, they will quickly be surrounded." He looked sideways and thought, a little more. The blonde thought. He was hovering in the air. Then he landed and said to the leader, "It seems they are up to something." The protagonist frowned and thought. He didn't think that the enemy had settled in its side and basin just to build a fortress. The guy looked around and thought, they didn't plan to surrender the fortress. In that case, what were they planning? Suddenly he turned his head and continued his thought. Whatever it was, it wouldn't change the situation. Looking at the man, he told him to tell the leaders of the demonic squads to be ready for anything, and he replied that he should also remind them to hold the line, no matter what the outcome of the battle. The young man shook his head. The man jumped up. Un's son continued to advance, but the current conduct of hostilities was different from what it was at the beginning of the battle. He started the battle with all the pomp. But now everything has changed. His attacks have become less noticeable and more precise. The protagonist grabbed his skin. Then he clenched his fist. The man flew to the side from the blow. The brunette screamed loudly. The young leader held a sword in his hand. Short and concise. He tried to avoid attacks, making minimal movements, and focusing on killing the enemy with one blow. There were sounds around the people. It was almost imperceptible, but extremely terrifying. And there was a reason for this change in behavior. Un used a demonstration attack at the beginning of the battle to increase the morale of his troops. But even he does not have an infinite source of internal chi. Everything has a limit. After destroying the enemy's morale with an incredibly powerful attack, he began to move most efficiently, trying to save as much energy as possible. That is why he began to use more stealthy attacks instead of demonstration attacks. In addition, the fighters followed him, noticing the change in their leader's behavior. Looking at the protagonist, someone shouted, "Demonic bastard, it seems that even a divine demon has no more energy than a 20-year-old boy." The brunette gritted his teeth and muttered, "It is obvious that he is also susceptible to fatigue while he is still a human." 3 people flew in the air. The tip of the sword touched the guy. His hand was injured. The hero got angry and shouted, "What, invulnerability?" The blue-eyed man raised his hand and replied, "Let him forgive me, but it is because of the strong clothes he wears." Suddenly, he put out his hand and used telekinesis. The weapon slipped from the opponent's hands and he shouted, "What?" The sword flew through the air. Then it appeared at the protagonist. He began to swing it. The glare became more and more. They intertwined into a web. The canvas was torn by the hero's strength. The blue-haired man looked sideways. He swung his hand sharply. The blade flashed before the man's eyes. He was incredibly strong in martial arts to the point that no one could refute this fact. Unsun was not the only one who went all out against the masters of orthodox martial arts. One was like a wild stallion galloping at full speed. The man was shocked. Someone fell. The heroes rushed forward and shouted, "This is the captain of the Black Dragon Squad, kill him." The guy looked into the distance. People started fighting. There was dust all around. Iron things were thrown to the ground. The brunette smiled and said, "It became easier." He grinned maliciously and added, "Wonderful." Suddenly he swung and thought, "Repeat Ka." Everyone participated in the battle. The opponents approached the young man and shouted, "Bastard, they will avenge their fallen brothers." The hero put out his sword. Then he jumped. The two were shocked by what they saw. They frowned. The heroine appeared between them. She landed when everyone fell. The plot noted that Wungji killed enemies unnoticed. The girl kicked her foot. Guan, on the contrary, demonstrated determination. Their fighting styles were radically different. While the two were showing incredible cooperation, the 10 great demonic monarchs were also causing a commotion. Guanchuk used the life and death brush after determining the enemy's strength. A shadow flashed past. The man's eyes rolled back. The brunette turned around and shouted at them to be careful of blocking the acupuncture points. Martial artists who use the steel brush have sharp eyesight, masters of changing acupuncture points. Out of the way. The gray-haired man smiled. Then his eyes widened. The man was watching the magic. He looked down and said, "He is one of the 10 demonic monarchs. How dare weaklings like them judge his abilities, fools." Then the hero looked to the side. An explosion occurred in the distance. The brunette rushed forward and laughed. "This man has the strength of a natural disaster. Each of his strikes creates tornadoes. As if he is a raging wind god, able to freely control the air currents. That is why he is called the demonic king of the air fist. Using all the internal chi in battle, he makes the enemy give it their all. And what's even funnier?" Brown-Eyed smiled and shouted, "What petty attacks," when the plot noted that if the enemy intends to attack, instead of trying to dodge, he just carries me headlong straight at the attacker. And his body is so strong that it can deflect blades. Guanchuk never understood why he does this. The blonde sighed heavily and closed his eyes. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Everyone, retreat, let them lure them inside." The people moved forward. The man looked into the distance and thought, "Their movements, they are retreating from the fronts for a reason. Something is wrong." There were stones on the mountains. A huge stone stood at the top. A scythe crawled along the ground. Brown-Eyed was surprised and asked what. Then he shouted to disperse, "It's a bomb." Purple-Eyed smiled and shouted, "Too late." There was an explosion. Looking at this, the man thought, caught in the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing Formation. The 9 Heavens Demon Sealing Formation refers to the call to the 9 Heavens, and as the name suggests, it responds to demonic energy, sealing the powers of demonic creatures. That was why they kept luring demons straight into the side and basin. The hero looked ahead and asked what was going on. When someone answered, his strength was leaving him. Everything lit up as the man shouted, "The formation is working, prepare arrows." Someone's hand pulled back an arrow. 3 people were holding bows in their hands. The man closed his eyes and shouted, "They are going to shoot arrows even though they know that there are still allies here," and they called themselves Orthodox sects after that. As said, in the 9 Heavens Demon Sealing Formation, there were Orthodox martial artists left. They were fighters who did not have time to retreat when they fought the demonic divine cult sect. The hero stood on the mountain and shouted, "There are times when in the name of justice it is worth sacrificing less for more. Their sacrifice will not be in vain." The two looked up. Arrows were flying at them. The mustachioed man closed his eyes. There was a powerful explosion, when the protagonist thought, this is what disgusts him the most. Watching what was happening, someone said, "Funny?" He stamped his foot and added, "They were always like that, always talking about justice and nobility. But in fact they remained self-willed hypocrites." The protagonist opened his eyes wide and said, "I have never met anyone dumber than them." Everything around was burning. People were running away from the flames. The brunette covered his face with his sleeve and shouted to shoot more arrows, to shoot not only straight, but also in an arc, to send them from above. The blue-eyed man looked ahead sullenly. The earth was splitting under his feet. There was a powerful explosion. Stones lay around on the sides. Un made a dash and took off. He frowned and thought he was using up too much internal chi. With such techniques he would use up more than half of his reserves. The guy was angry and thought, however. There were people standing on the cliff and shouting, "Oh my god, where did he still have so much energy from?" The blue-haired man put his hands in front of him. They glowed. The ground began to crumble. Huge boulders flew up near the hero. They became more and more. The young man diligently clenched his fists. Power hovered around him. Swords began to fall to the ground. The leader stood with his hands raised. The man looked up, his mouth open. Suddenly, a flame ignited. The stones began to blaze with fire. The brunette grabbed his head and asked, "Is he really a human?" Clenching his fist, the young man thought, "This technique burns more energy than he thought." He gritted his teeth and continued his thought, "Where are the managers of the formation of the 9 heavens that sealed the demons?" The hero's hair glowed when he thought, "Find them, the earthly body of the divine soul." Bright flashes appeared around. The blue-eyed man knitted his brows and thought, 9 points of energy concentration, found. He flew up. Then he used the holy martial arts of the holy divine demon. There were people below. After which a fusion of light power occurred. The heroes caught fire. The flaming stone fell down. The bodies of people smoldered before our eyes. The area was covered in smoke. There were many people standing on it. In the smoke, a silhouette of a man was visible who was coughing. Raising his head, the man asked if he was alive. The mustachioed man looked into the distance. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and mouth wide. Deep Sea of Mulberry, a legend telling of a man who used all his strength to destroy mountains and erupt volcanoes. In these times it was extremely accurate. The heroes lay on the ground. One of them smiled and shouted, "He no longer feels the power sealing his demonic energy," and the second answered, "It was from the head that destroyed their formation." They raised their hands up and shouted, as expected of a master, a divine demon god incarnate. The two looked up. The bald man opened his mouth and asked how this was possible. Swords flew towards them. The bearded man opened his eyes in surprise and made a sound. The swords pierced the heroes' bodies one after another. The man looked to the side and shouted, "Sect leaders, all of them," and the dark-haired man replied that it was. The green-eyed man opened his eyes in surprise. The protagonist was hovering in the air above. The guy put his hand forward. The three looked at him and smiled. Un opened his mouth and said those who surrendered will be spared immediately. The orthodox martial artists began to surrender one after another. Given that their leaders had died at the hands of Woon Sung, they had no choice but to admit defeat, although several martial artists tried to resist until their last breath. Many of them were eliminated by the holy cult leader's underlings. The hero threw his weapon over his shoulder. The protagonist was approaching the ground. He stumbled and thought that due to the excessively fast consumption of internal chi, he began to stagger. A hand stopped him and the girl asked if he was okay. They looked into each other's eyes. The protagonist bit and thanked for the concern. He began to tremble, leaning on the other's shoulder. The young man looked at the people and thought that at the moment the battlefield reminded him of a pandemonium, since the battle had just ended, but there was no guarantee that there were no spies among those who had surrendered. He lowered his head and said that thanks to her, he still had the strength to stand on his feet. He thought to himself that he could not show weakness. A man came up from behind and called the leader of the cult. Guanchuk bowed and said that a report on the results of the battle would be ready as soon as he sorted out all the problems here, and asked to return to the camp. The guy nodded his head. He sat down in a chair. Leaning back, he thought that it was not that simple. The hero came to him. The girl covered the young man. She looked at her and thanked her. The heroine turned her head and became embarrassed. A man came to the door. Un opened his eyes. The old man bowed and said that he had come with a report on the current state of affairs and would start with their losses, although there were not many of them. But in the end, according to calculations, there were about 200 people. If you subtract the wounded, they had 30 dead. The light was on in the hut. It was empty. The blue-haired man frowned and asked what they would do with the dead. The hero folded his arms on his chest and said that the cult would prepare a certain amount as compensation for the parts of the dead. They would also send from the body back to the cult and hold a worthy ceremony after the end of the war. Blue Eyes looked at him and said that he was glad to hear that they managed to find all the bodies. The bodies were lying on the field. The protagonist thought that there was nothing more fortunate than war. A person who was still alive today could become a corpse tomorrow, and people who shared a meal may never meet again. And there are also times when there is no way to return the bodies of the dead, such as war, but they did not lose many warriors. Besides, they were able to take the bodies of the dead. They should be grateful that this is all they lost in the war. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked what happened to those who surrendered. Guanchuk straightened up and said that among the prisoners of war there were 1,700 people. They beheaded 200 who decided to resist to the last. The young man opened his mouth and asked what about the rest. He was told that they were gathered in one place and were under supervision. If he gave the order, they would take care of them immediately. The young man looked down and asked what to do with them. The gray-haired man opened his mouth and said that he thought it would be best to spare them and let them go back to their sects or cities. The boy raised his head and said that their thoughts coincided. But why did he decide to do this? The hero shuddered. He grinned and asked if he wanted to set an example, if that was true. The young man thought. There were people in the room. Everything was as he said. By sparing the life of the surrendered, Woon Sung wanted to show the others that they would remain alive as long as they did not resist. He wanted to give hope for the possibility of returning alive and well, and that there was no need to swear allegiance to the holy cult. All that was required of them was not to twitch and not to oppose the march of the holy cult. That was what he wanted to show the others, and the possibility of people returning unharmed would greatly affect the future. If enough followers of the sects returned safe and sound, then not only would that sect be able to continue to fulfill its role, but future generations would be able to continue their work. The man threw the bag over his back. There were shackles on the floor. The man stood in the doorway. He was adjusting a piece of wood. The blue-haired man closed his eyes and thought that this was not what happened to the Spear Master sect. He clutched the blanket and thought that when he recalled the words of the guild master, his blood began to boil. But those who needed to be cast down on this malice were not ordinary warriors. They were the veterans of the orthodox sects who believed in sacrificing the minority for the benefit of the majority, and the bastards of the martial arts alliance, who were even worse than these veterans. They were the ones who would bear his wrath. The man opened his mouth and shouted. Blue-Eyed frowned and thought that there was no need to worry about losing the opportunity to continue the sect's legacy. This was something that the leader of the Spear Master sect should tell the others. The old man opened his mouth and said that they could not let them go so easily. The protagonist looked and asked what he meant. The man chuckled and said that although this would send an example message to others, but then the dignity of the holy cult would be threatened, so they needed to make them pay a certain price for their freedom, a price that would preserve the honor of the holy cult. The protagonist rested his head on his hand and asked if he thought they should offer to pay in hard cash. They looked at each other. The gray-eyed man raised his finger and asked if he thought about that. People stood in the square and listened to the leader of their cult decide what to do with the prisoners of war. All who surrendered would be released. People listened with their mouths open. When they understood the meaning of what was said, they cried out joyfully. The hero's eyes lit up and he said that each of them must leave something before being released. He looked at the crowd. The sacred cult released only those who surrendered. People walked along the road. They are not so cruel as to behead enemies who do not want to fight anymore. Instead, they must leave something. These are handprints. You need to thoroughly smear your hand in ink and leave an imprint on the canvas. The followers of the righteous sect scratched their heads at this strange condition, but still did as they were told. Walking towards the cloth, they thought that being saved by one imprint was better than dying. The men laughed. Instead of mourning the heads of their sects, they were happy that their comrades would be saved. A few days later, the divine demon sacred cult continued their march. Using new flags, they walked further, and those who saw this cloth began to spread rumors and stories. The sun was shining in the mountains. A man punched. People were sitting at the table. Yun Do-sung gritted his teeth and shouted that in order to leave their imprints for the sacred cult and return home, they had no shame at all, and after this they still called themselves righteous sects. The brunette put down his bows and said that they had no pride, no matter how successful the divine demon sacred cult was. How could they do this? The leader of the Sun Dragon Gate sect chuckled. He opened his mouth and said that for those who fought in that side and basin to leave their imprints on the currently fluttering flags of the divine demon cult, if they had any honor as martial artists, they would never allow such a thing to happen. The old man extended his hand and asked if they, as the Qinghai Lake Alliance, should do something different and prepare the battlefield for the decisive battle. The Qinghai Lake Alliance, a union of cults surrounding Qinghai Lake. No matter what happened to Qinghai City, the alliance has always been an incredibly large organization that takes on the defense of this province, under the banner of Woon Sung, who had just fought in front of the Tsidem Basin. Half of the troops from the local sects supporting the holy cult set out. The protagonist sat on horseback and thought that the rest came from the sects that once supported the Qinghai Lake Alliance, so only when the Qinghai Alliance was defeated, the divine demon sacred cult would be able to completely control the Qinghai Empire. Woon Sung understood this and began to gather troops for the battle for Qinghai Lake. People ran across the field. Brown-Eyed frowned and said that the Righteous Alliance sent Twilight Dragon warriors to help them. Brunette straightened up and said that they would need time to bring up troops, so they might not be able to arrive in time to provide support in the battle for Qinghai Lake. But if they could hold out for a couple more days, then we would have a chance not only to survive, but also to fight back. Baldy slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "The Twilight Dragon warriors themselves." A swarm of dragons summoned at sunset. The Twilight Dragon warriors are a force comparable to the troops of the demon cult. The old man stroked his beard and said that although he was glad to hear that they would help them, but at the same time he wanted to understand what was wrong with the Kunlong sect, even if they were not in the Righteous Alliance. But wasn't that too much? The demon cult had approached the center of the basin, but they simply closed their gates and did not take any action. The leader of the Sun Dragon Gate sect exhaled and said that it seemed like everyone there had their tails between their legs. The people were sitting at the table. If there was someone from the Kunlong sect here, he would not have been able to utter a word, so the crowd continued to criticize Kunlong from time to time, until the debate about the sacred cult of the divine demon began, and the result of all the arguments was simple. The hero picked up a glass. He raised his finger and said that if they gathered all the boats on Qinghai Lake and sailed on them, the demonic cult would not be able to follow their troops, and they would also have an advantage in the event of a naval battle. The other party raised his glass and said that he was right, and if it came to that, then that was how the discussion ended. It was funny to see how the group spent at least an hour insulting the Kunlong sect, but they did not spend even half an hour to resolve the issue regarding the military action. There were clouds in the sky. Peng Jianggu entered the door and told the alliance leader that the allies were not trying to block the path of the sacred cult, and they were confused because they did not know what to do next. Walking up to the other party, he asked if they should do anything before the demonic cult continued their actions. Zhua Dojil smiled. He roughly understood what was really going on. He came back and said that it was his fault, considering that they had already finished preparing the Twilight Dragon warriors for dispatch and sent reinforcements yesterday. The brunette listened smiling. He raised his hand and said that he only said that out of concern. There was no blame in his mind. The leader of the Righteous Alliance smiled and told him not to worry. He was still standing in this place today only because of allies like him. He smiled and added that he was very glad that they continued to work tirelessly for the safety and peace of their land. The brunette smiled, but thought to himself that the people of the Pink Clan were talented martial artists, but at the same time completely ignorant due to their lack of intelligence, so they were easy to control, because they had already managed to persuade him so quickly, just playing along a little. Something caught the man's attention. He turned around and saw the map. Opening his mouth, he asked if the leader hadn't said that the Twilight Dragon warriors had only moved out yesterday. The brown-eyed man looked at him and said that they had. The hero frowned and asked if they should stand up then. Looking at the map, he said that the sacred cult was moving faster than they expected, so the Qinghai Lake Alliance would not be able to hold out completely, and the battle in Qinghai would end much earlier than the Twilight Dragon warriors would arrive there. Dojio turned his head and asked if they weren't talented martial artists, so they should be able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. The man frowned and said that if that was the case, then fine. The brown-eyed man chuckled and thought that they were going to write off Qinghai anyway. He laughed and thought that once that happened, they would be able to ignore the strict laws of the country, allowing all the sects to fight the demon cult directly, and they would abandon the Qinghai Lake Alliance to their fate. The sun was shining brightly. The protagonist listened to the holy cult fighters almost at the door. He asked, "Does that mean they have already lost half of Qinghai?" "It's over." The assistant replied that he thought so too, but they are quite warm to commoners like them. The people waved on. He said that he heard that they are better than the righteous sects. He was told that thanks to the holy cult martial artists sent to every village, neither the Black Blades nor the Orthodox sects are active. And they also said recently that they have come to help. You just need to ask. The people looked at the military with apprehension. The protagonist frowned as he heard that it was because the leader of the sacred cult ordered them to do so. Rumors were circulating that this youth was a demon of extermination. If they could make life easier, then maybe they should hand over the rule of this land to the sacred cult. The heroes stood near the stairs. A crowd of people were walking along the path when the cult took over half of Qinghai, gathering support from the commoners. One group blocked their way. The military man lowered his head and said that they wanted to see the leader of the sacred cult. The guard frowned and asked Green Forest. The second asked what business Green Forest could do with their leader. The blue-eyed man frowned and said that he would explain everything after meeting with the cult leader. The man began to pull the mask off his face. He opened his mouth and screamed. Did he really think that a cult leader like him could just meet with anyone he wanted? The others looked at him in surprise. The man frowned. He looked from under his forehead and said that if they let him talk to the divine demon, he would tell them why the holy cult's march was blocked, and if he had to be punished for his words, then so be it. The brunette opened his mouth and shouted that this was becoming even more ridiculous. The hero approached them and asked what happened. The guard bowed to him and said that those bastards from the Green Forest sect appeared out of nowhere and asked to meet with the cult leader. The young man frowned and asked again, from the Green Forest sect. People were standing on the steps. The guy frowned and thought that the leader of the squad was a person. Just think that the Green Forest sect had someone at the peak of first-class skill, and out loud he asked why they needed an audience with their cult leader. The blue-eyed man frowned and said that he would explain everything after the meeting with him. The young man looked at him silently. And then he pulled out his sword from its sheath, and he waved it in the air. Holding it in front of him, he said that their cult respected the rule of the strongest, and if they wanted an audience, they must prove themselves worthy of it. The second one looked at him in surprise. and then he jumped up. He ran forward. Guan grinned and said that if he could withstand 10 of his blows, then he swears on the name of the captain of the Black Dragon Squad, he will allow him to talk to their leader. The hero swung his sword and asked him to remember the words he said. The two rushed towards each other. The protagonist folded his arms and thought that Guan Tian was the first to draw his blade. Could there really be someone so strong among the members of the Green Forest sect? He looked away and thought about the demon of the Green Mountain Sword. The protagonist recalled the battle and thought that he was in the first squad of the Hidden Demon before he was transferred to the Black Dragon Squad. He remembered his achievements on the battlefield for a couple of years. He learned that the second squad was in danger, and at the same time received an order to help the squad. Looking to the side, the blue-haired man thought that only after some time it became known that the Green Mountain Sword Demon was from the Green Forest, and the Green Forest sect was located in Qinghai Province, and the reason he came to Xinjiang was because of the betrayal of his own subordinates. Could all this be interconnected? His hand trembled. Guanchuk turned his head and asked if he wanted to meet them. The protagonist froze in place. He opened his mouth and said that it was just interest. The sword cut through the air. The enemy was lying on the ground and fighting back. He spat to the side. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he needed to concentrate as much as possible. The youth went on the offensive, thought that he would not withstand the attack. Standing up, he thought that the wounds were not deep. If this continued, he would withstand the onslaught. Another blow. The guy squeezed the blade harder. This is the blade of the Dragon Phoenix Executioner, which he uses not just a beautiful-looking unusual martial art, in addition to the perfected blade techniques. As if from books, it carries a certain weight. He uses precise movements, verified to the millimeter, possessing the power capable of destroying a 600-kilogram boulder. The brunette swung and rushed towards the enemy. The hero opened his mouth and thought, so this is the power of the vanguard of the holy cult of the divine demon. The opponents were already close to each other. The guy tried to defend himself. The force from the blows spread around. The weapon broke into two parts, and the brunette began to fall to the ground. When he hit, blood flew out of his mouth. The opponent watched the defeated man, but he stood up trembling and asked if he could now meet the cult leader. Guan grinned in response. Standing next to him, he said they heard someone say that he had a very good base. The brunette turned towards the voice. The guards also looked there. The protagonist was standing in the rays of the sun. The people from the Green Forest cult looked around in bewilderment, asking what was going on when everyone shouted, "May the divine demon be praised, may all demons bow before him." The brown-eyed man folded his hands on his sword and shouted with everyone. The hero bowed and said that they were paying tribute to the leader of the holy cult. The man froze with horror on his face. He thought that, judging by the rumors, he was young, but not that young, and asked out loud, so he was the head of the holy cult. The protagonist frowned and looked menacingly. The man looked up in confusion, asking a question about the fact that the head of the holy cult was standing in front of him, thinking that he was too young. Guan, angry at him, looked at him, calling it impudence. A shout was heard from the crowd behind the heroes for him to mind his manners. The man felt their threatening aura. Slightly lowering his eyes, he wished a long life to the divine demon, saying that all demons bowed before him, and he also paid homage to the leader of the holy cult. Un nodded in response. The other man looked down and, hearing the question of whether he would like to meet, answered that he did. The guy walked towards him, saying that since he was not a follower of their cult, there was no need for formalities, and asked about the reason for such a strong desire to hold an audience. The other man silently looked down. Afterwards, hitting his head on the floor, he said, "Keep your head down," and continued that he was indebted to him, so he gathered his subordinates and brought them here to repay the debt. Bowing his head, unclarified what he was talking about. The other man's face was dripping with blood, and he mentioned the Green Mountain Sword Demon. Frowning, the boy thought that when he heard that he was from the Green Forest gang, he wondered what the name reminded him of, and he realized that there was a connection. The hero folded his arms when he heard that although he was strong enough, he did not have an outstanding character, and he and the others once served the Green Mountain Sword Demon as their superiors. The jug fell down. He said that he did not disdain his exceptional skills and high rank to use them as errand boys many times, and they decided to end it. Then the man staggered. He remembered how they stood in the house, telling him that they had managed to poison him by mixing a poison that absorbed internal chi into his drink. Then in the middle of the night they had tried to kill him, but they had been unlucky, and he had managed to escape. Then, introducing the poisoned hero, he pointed out that he, who had killed the escaped Green Mountain Sword Demon, was appearing here. The man put his hand on his chest, saying that it was so, and he had heard rumors that he had defeated him before becoming a divine demon. He slammed his head on the ground again, shouting that this was why he owed him. Then, frowning, he added that although they were ordinary mountain bandits, they wanted to help the holy cult, asking for their support. Looking at him, Un thought that his cultivation was quite good. The man silently looked at the hero. The hero smiled at him, asking his name. Then he hit his head on the ground again, saying that he was the leader of the Green Forest Mountain Fortress bandit named So Moon. waved at him and allowed him to join the ranks of the light cult. Tears appeared on the face of the interlocutor. He bowed along with the others, saying that they would repay his kindness with their lives. Clouds floated above the trees, so the events that happened in the mortal world were clearly connected to each other by strange chains. Gained control of about 500 green forest bandits simply because of the evil green mountain sword demon. Later, the hero stood by the water with the rest of his comrades. Guanchuk said that they were going to fight them on the water. Looked down. He saw blue water in front of him. The other looked away, noticing that there was not a single boat within reach, and even the small fishing boats were burned, and asked a question. Will they be able to fight them on the water? Frowned and replied that the situation was not in their favor, but it seemed that they could not avoid a fight. Looking down, he added that if they were underestimated and ignored, they would get a knife in the back. He turned his attention to the man standing behind him, who seemed to have realized something. A confident smile appeared on his face. The other one clenched his fist in irritation, saying that if they had an alternative, then let them tell him, because this was already annoying him. Guanchuk picked up a brush. A black mark was left behind. Drawing an area on the map, he said that this place was known as the Paradise Pool. The hero looked behind him, clarifying the name. The man folded his arms and explained that it was also called the Worldly Pool, which means a pool that misses souls, and it also refers to the other world in the plane of immortals. Lowering his eyes, he added that fishermen understand this term in their own way, and therefore call it the Paradise Pool or the Worldly Pool. After introducing the place, he explained that it was a small lake separated from the main body of water by a small, crooked tributary, difficult to spot, and few knew about it, except perhaps the locals or if you saw it from the sky. The comrade looked at him, not understanding, asking what exactly he meant by that. Guanchuk lowered his head, saying that they had a hidden branch in the Paradise Pool that no one knew about. He nodded when he heard that there were boats, or some other means of transportation. After introducing several boats, he explained that they had secretly allocated a sum to buy them and bought a very large number of boats from various merchants, and although they could not accommodate the entire Eastern Army, according to reports, they could transport approximately 6,000 warriors. His interlocutor and Guan smiled happily, noting that this was to be expected from their strategist. Smiled at the man, noting his excellent work, who replied that he was only doing something that would add to the cult's strategy. The hero looked him in the eye, asking if they would be able to hide such a large fleet. Guanchuk imagined the backwater, saying that there were many trees around, and the forest itself spread out in all directions, and because of the pack of wolves, few berry and herb pickers went there. He also imagined the rocks around, saying that while the backwater was easy to access, the way back was full of countercurrents and a very fast current, so few fishermen got there, and unless they had something the size of a full-fledged ship, they would not be able to cope with the current. Frowning, Un said to this that the heavens truly favored the holy cult. His eyes began to glow brightly at the thought of them also helping his revenge. Many ships were visible on the water. A man stood on the deck. Another sat at the table. The people in front of him addressed him as the leader's son, wanting to talk about something. The man sighed heavily. He glanced at the person in front of him, noting that he felt like they wanted to discuss something important with him. The person looked away, saying that although it was all in the name of preventing the spread of the demonic cult, perhaps they had gone too far when they burned the small fishing boats that were used to catch fish without giving any compensation. Sung gritted his teeth, thinking that the person was being too pompous, and it was noted that the reason he advocated for the orthodox sects was because the current world was under their control, not because they had similar views on sex. Several people stood in a row. Most of the current sects that called themselves orthodox essentially thought the same as Sung. There were 3 people standing in front of the leader now, all of them looking pompous, honestly, just trying to gain more power to rule our martial artist sects, but if you try to act honestly and walk the path of pliability, you will end up as a beggar. The leader smiled at them, replying that despite these words, it would be a bigger problem if they did not allow the followers of the demonic cult to get their hands on these boats, and therefore they had no other choice. The other person looked away. Some thought about how people like him, who were maintaining their image, would agree to anything as long as there was a reason to justify their actions. Raising a finger, he also pointed out that given that they would have to make such a sacrifice, it would be better to live under the rule of the orthodox sects than under the yoke of the demonic cult, and therefore they had to choose this path. And he also hoped that the leaders of the various sects gathered here would take these words into consideration. The others nodded in response. The man agreed with his hands behind his back. As he watched them leave, some only thought that they were a lot of trouble. He watched them leave with a dissatisfied look, thinking that once the people from the demonic cult showed up, all the dissatisfaction would immediately disappear, although it would be interesting to see them frustrated at not being able to get any boats. Putting his feet on the table, the man thought that even if they combined their vessels, they were at such a distance that not a single arrow from the divine archers would reach them, so there was no need to worry about fire attacks and wait until reinforcements arrived. A satisfied smile appeared on his face at the thought that if the followers of the demonic cult were to somehow get hold of boats, he would have to stand against them for a full-fledged battle to defend himself. He rolled his eyes, noting that he would have enough time to run away from here. After all, that woman should buy him enough time. The man on the deck shouted that the demon cult people were in sight. The leader looked away, not understanding how. He left the cabin, thinking that everyone should remain calm, and was sure that they could only find small boats. Everyone gathered at the stern, and he asked where they were. Another man opened his mouth wide, asking where the fearless demon cult people were. The rest stared into the distance. The fog obscured their view. The sailor at the wheel turned around, hearing the question about how he had fallen asleep here while on duty. The guy pointed overboard in confusion, answering that in that direction he had seen the flag of the demon cult 50 kilometers away. The man grabbed the pipe. He tried to see something himself. The pipe fell to the floor. Sung looked at him questioningly. He noticed the pipe at his feet. Taking it in his hand, the man asked him what he saw there. He closed one eye and was very surprised. Many ships appeared in front of them. They did not understand where the demon cult got so many boats from. Sung opened his mouth in confusion when he heard the question of what was going on and that he had said that he would get rid of all the boats. The pipe fell to the floor again. The leader raised his hand to his face. Nervously biting his nail, he did not understand where the enemy got so many ships from. The ships were heading towards them. The three looked at each other, and the sect leader replied that it did not matter how they got the boats now, but considering their appearance, they should prepare to fight them. The other man raised a finger, saying that they would definitely make him take responsibility for this after the war. The sect leader looked annoyed, but looking at the enemy ships, he knew that he had to do something about them first. A man appeared behind him. Sung's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that the demon cult had arrived. The man walked towards him. The others watched, wondering if it was a female voice and if the martial artist the leader had called for help was a woman. She stood at the stern. The bandage slid down her arm, and her long hair showed from underneath. The girl saw the approaching ships, noticing the flag of the divine demon holy cult. Frowning, she also noted the flags of the sects that had surrendered to them, and decided that this was definitely the army of the demon cult. The girl looked confident, and turned to the leader of the sect, asking him to request a duel. Sung was visibly surprised to hear this. He took the sword, saying that in any case, given all the troops of the community, they would not be able to give them all a fight, and since that was the case, they would try to buy time, even if they had to fight one by one. Taking out the blade, the girl also said that if she could kill the enemy leader in a duel, she was sure that it would lower their morale. The man smiled, agreeing with this, and thought that she was the sword empress, and thanks to her, he would definitely be able to throw off his responsibility. The wind blew her cloak, and she said that she would go to the duel alone, asking for a small boat to be prepared. Sung raised his hand. Standing at the edge, he heard the command to raise the flag for requesting a duel. A green flag was raised. The two looked at it. Sung folded his hands, hearing the indignation that he trusted the words of a young maiden and allowed her to submit a request for a duel, because if they were going to do this, then wouldn't it be better to send a more experienced martial artist? The leader lowered his head, then looked at the melting Yi, saying that there was no need to worry. The girl was approaching the enemy ships. Sung smiled widely, calling her the Sword Empress and Sword Master of the Chinchin sect in the flesh. The boat broke through the waves. She thought that she could not lose. Looking forward, the girl thought that she had to avenge her teacher. So, becoming a disciple of one of the masters, and also inheriting the Azure Cloud Scarlet Sunset technique, she isolated herself from everyone after her master's death. Incense smoke spread throughout the room, all to gather the determination to destroy the murderer of her teacher. She honed her blade skills as her grudge against the demonic followers grew. Yi stood amidst the fire, and it was noted that thanks to her talents, the Sword Empress had made great progress in blade techniques, and she was grateful that she could fight the demons of the divine demon saint cult. Guan looked ahead with a smile, and it was also noted that it was unknown who the true killer of her master was. Both looked at each other like that, and if she continued to exterminate demons, she would achieve her goal someday. Yi frowned, thinking that she would achieve revenge for her master. Who was sitting on the throne, noted that it was just in time. He smiled, adding that they would play along. A dark aura appeared around Guan. Looking at her, he said that they knew that she was from an orthodox sect, but he did not understand where such a thirst for blood came from. A blade appeared in front of his face as he said that he did not remember doing anything to women to make them bear a grudge against him. And the guy blocked the blow, noting that she was strong. They were thrown apart. The swing left a bright mark. Waves were directed here when using azure clouds of scarlet sunset, and these waves rushed towards the guy. He held the blade out in front of him. With a swing, he sent a counter wave. This caused the water to rise. Yi's boat was thrown aside. Guan also staggered. The blades clashed with each other. As he swung, he thought that when he first saw a woman coming at him, he had underestimated her. But now, after exchanging their first blows, he was sure that she was stronger than any female martial artist he had ever met. He smiled and added that there was one more thing. As he imagined the girl in front of him, he thought that the person who had trained with him in the Cave of Hidden Demons, and eventually became the priest of Aeon, was indeed the strongest martial artist he had ever met. Frowning, he said that the world was truly vast, thinking that it was like a well for frogs. Un smiled, noting that he had heard this from their cult leader when he lost to him in the Cave of Hidden Demons, and now he was reminded of it again, and after getting out of the cave, he had been training constantly and becoming stronger, and it seemed that vanity had increased in him. He raised her hand, using Scarlet Sunset, thinking that she would use this to get rid of the vice that had appeared once more. Guan covered himself with his hand. A certain sound was heard under his foot. The guy noticed it. He frowned, wondering when the stabs hit his boat. Looking at his opponent, he asked about her name. She moved the sword to the side, then raised it to her head. She looked at her opponent in confusion, asking why would he do this. The guy smiled back, saying that she was quite strong, and he wanted to hear her name before he killed her. He pursed her lips, frowned, and added that there was no need for someone who was about to die to know her name. Guan took off his bracers, agreeing with this. They fell into the water. Looking forward again, the guy said that he would have to do it again. He inserted a new weapon in front of himself. The blade burst forward. Yu was very surprised by this. Pulling back her sword, she thought about merging with the blade. Then she gritted her teeth. Opening her mouth wide, the girl screamed that a demon would never reach such heights. The scream destroyed the boat. He rushed at Guan. He raised his eyebrows in amazement. Ungritted his teeth, thinking that he could not lose no matter what happened. He watched the fight and, seeing the blade of azure clouds and scarlet sunset, noted that she had reached the level of a sage blade. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise, thinking that it was a little different from what he remembered, which was why he didn't recognize her at first, but no matter what happened, his comrade couldn't lose. Guan glanced to the side, thinking that this was a message to cheer him up. Then he opened his mouth wide, answering that he understood the order. Pointing her blade at him, she said that the boy was too noisy. But he sent a wave in her direction. The wind flow blew her cloak away, causing her to fly back. He tried to land on the remaining part of the boat. Frowning, she realized that she had lost her balance. Guan put his hand in front of him, and a large wave headed towards the raft. The boat was destroyed. Frowning, the boy thought that this was the only place she could stand, but due to overexcitement, she forgot about it, and if she did not have the ability to walk on water, then their fight could be considered over. The girl looked down. She somersaulted over the surface of the water, and managed to stand up. Everyone was surprised by the water walking. Someone imagined the foot moving over the grass, saying that when a certain level of maneuverability in martial arts was reached, it was possible to walk on air without touching the grass you stepped on. Then, imagining a person above the water, he also noted that the step above allowed you to walk on it. He stared ahead, hearing that water walking allowed you to stand on water as if you were on flat ground, and such a skill level could only be achieved by learning all of the above. But gritting his teeth, Guan noticed something. Seeing her standing on a small board, he realized that this was not water walking, but holding on to a sheet. Lowering her head, the girl said that everything would not end so easily, her voice filled with malice. Guan just looked at her silently after hearing this. Then he opened his mouth in delight, realizing that this fight would only end when one of them died. He rushed at him again. The waves hit Guan's boat, and it began to fall apart. The guy was floating above the water, instead of using the technique of holding on to the sheet. Seeing his movements, the girl was surprised. Guan quickly glided over the waves. The waves became larger, and her board began to shake violently. Seeing her opponent's movements, she realized that this was the reason for the raging water. So the water became more and more restless. Guan circled around her. So she found herself in the center of the whirlpool. Lowering her head, she saw that due to the excitement, the other board she was standing on sank. Looking at her, the guy realized that he had a chance. He immediately rushed, leaving a large wave. So he ended up above her head. Raising her head, he saw that his chi was overflowing with power. Guan aimed a powerful blow at her. The girl had to jump back. She landed on a nearby board. The opponent's swings left bright marks. Her blade cracked. A bright light appeared next to her. Guan swung. Blood splashed to the side. The ribs were broken from the blow. A deep cut was left on her heart. Blood came out of Yi's mouth. She looked at her hand, then covered the wound with her hand. Confused, she looked up and lashed out at the guy. He moved his hand to the side. He fell into the water. The guy raised his sword above his head. Applause was heard as the demonic cult won their first incredible victory in a duel against the Chin Lake Alliance. Unclapped his hands. Guan stood on a board in front of the ship. The body of the defeated one remained on the surface of the water. The protagonist's comrade fights the enemy. It is said that after winning the first duel, Guan fought several more. The frightened opponents received fatal wounds. It is explained that in each duel he showed a worthy fight and won. An excited man looks forward. It is said that during the fifth duel, the roar that Guan made while chopping down enemies began to instill fear in the hearts of the masters of the Orthodox sect. The warrior chops off the enemy's head. Everything happens just like now. The protagonist's comrade raises his hand and screams furiously. The amazed men stand on the ship and watch. Wondering if the fighter is getting tired, they turn pale with fear. The warrior throws his sword to the floor and shouts that he will not go to the duel. It is said that since everything is going exactly like this, then no other master wanted to go to battle. Steam flies out of the body of the tired Guan. It is explained that having experienced so many duels at once, he must have been very tired, but he continued to win despite the fatigue. The fighter watches with a grin. The frightened enemies do not understand how it is possible to defeat such a monster. The fighter on the ship raises his hand. Guan with a mad smile puts out his sword and calls the next opponent. He stands alone in the sea, surrounded by destroyed boats. The guy frantically demands more opponents. Enemies in blue robes with serious faces look at him. The fighter holding the sword declares that only cowards remain in the Qinghai alliance, and how dare they call themselves martial arts masters. The bald man grimaces, realizing that if they succumb to provocation, many more masters will die. The protagonist silently watches the progress of the battle. He gestures to the strategist, and says that most likely there will be no more sense in duels. He replies that yes, and thanks to the skills of the leader of the Black Dragon squad, the army's morale has increased. Guanchuk raises his fan and declares that they will begin the attack. A bald, bearded giant looks out. He beats his drums with tambourines. The blue sea is agitated. Frightened opponents with spears try to understand what this means and what they are going to do. Guan looks away, thinking that he needs to go back. Ships with red banners sail on the sea. They fold their flags. They sail on. Small boats quickly cut through the water. The frightened hero does not understand what is happening. The man turns to his charges and demands that they drop the boards connecting the ships and break the chains. A powerful blow occurs. Thousands of burning arrows fly out of the ships. They approach the small boats. An arrow hits the load that is attached to the boats. They begin to burn fiercely. The enemy is furious and demands that they stop and that those who can fight on the water capsize those boats. The man jumps into the water. He swims underwater toward the burning boats. The man grabs a fiery boat with his hand. He unhooks and swims underwater. Looking at them, he realizes that there are too many of them. He puffs out his cheeks, holding his breath underwater. Suddenly, a masked holy cult fighter appears behind him. He quickly slits the enemy's throat. The man's frightened eyes look into the abyss as his blood mixes with the seawater. Blood stains form around the burning boats. The bearded leader shouts for them to attack with fire as well. The bald assistant says excitedly that they have no boats that could be set on fire like that. The man raises his blade and shouts for them to shoot fire arrows or come up with something. Hundreds of arrows fly out of the ships. Fiery projectiles cut through the air. They fall into the sea. A nervous man in blue robes wonders how they manage to pull their ships back, that even their arrows cannot reach them. Suddenly, the ship begins to burn. The flaming sides begin to sink in the fiery sea. The ship burns with a bright flame. The chain cracks. The man puts out his hand and demands that the boards connecting the ships be removed. A fighter burns himself on the chain and screams that they are hot. The ships continue to burn. Frightened fighters run around the deck shouting that they need to put out the fire faster. They jump into the water from the burning sides. They fly down. The bald man in shock understands what is in front of him. On the surface of the water, an image of a warrior of the holy cult with a dagger is visible. The enemy receives a powerful blow with a blade right in the chest. The lifeless bodies of enemies float in the water against the background of burning ships. The board breaks. A cry sounds that the ships are separated. The fighters jump to the other unburned side. 6 ships stand near a huge curtain of fire. A gray-haired old man stands on board and asks what they should do now. They are standing in front of the protagonist's huge naval army. He looks forward with a serious expression, realizing that this is the price they paid for taking the small fishing boats. The old man turns to look at the man. He is nervously biting his nails. The old man understands that he should not have been trusted from the very beginning and should not have followed him because of the difference in the strength of the sects. He sadly realizes that if only he insisted that they not take those boats, at least his conscience would have remained clear. The man shouts out in shock, asking what the Kunlun sect is doing. The fighters are standing on the ship. He shouts that they are not even in the alliance and are behaving like this while the holy cult is trampling the orthodox sects of the province, and if Kunlun had helped them, everything would have been different. The men listen with displeasure. He is amazed to realize that the thing is that Kunlun is not a fake follower like them. He raises his hand cautiously, standing among his comrades. Another side approaches them. A dark silhouette appears in front of them. He realizes that it is the flagship and the robe of a dark dragon. The frightened man screams that it is a heavenly demon. The enemies watch this in amazement. MC looks down with a serious expression. The hero in green robe stands next to him and asks what he means by fake. The protagonist sighs with his arms crossed. The guy looks down and says that he was told that they took or burned all the local ships, fearing that the holy demonic cult would use them, specifying how he thinks a supporter of orthodoxy would do this. The enraged enemy listens to Yuan's words. The guy stands on board with his arms crossed and says that not everyone can follow the path of orthodoxy. That is why they are called noble, and despite all the difficulties, there are people who follow this path and they can be called worthy. The guy watches closely, declaring that the path of dignity is difficult, but there are those who are not afraid of it. He narrows his eyes and talks about brave fighters and worthy people, realizing that the Spear Master was one of them, and compared to him, the Qinghai Alliance representatives in front of him. The protagonist's silhouette towers over the enemies, shouting that they are not worthy of being called warriors. The man grips the blade in anger, realizing that if the guy were not a heavenly demon, he would have slit his throat. He clenches his teeth, realizing in anger that he thinks he can talk nonsense just because he understands martial arts a little better. The enemy looks forward in rage, asking what Kunlun has to do with it. The protagonist calmly looks back. The frightened man backs away. The protagonist's eyes glow yellow. The frightened man sweats, not understanding how a person can even have such eyes. The other hero beams, standing next to the enemy. He is excited to realize that he is the one who loves to be in charge, but does not know how to do it right, and the one who takes advantage of others' weaknesses, who despises the path of a worthy warrior. The guy points his finger, realizing that he is the same as Gogil. The protagonist points at the enemy. He looms over him and says that he wants to ask something. They are standing in the middle of the sea, ships are burning nearby. Fishermen are sitting on the pier with fishing rods, wondering what that sound was and whether it was an earthquake or thunder. The frightened enemy backs away. The protagonist with yellow eyes asks if there is any reason why he should answer his questions. The enemy makes a face and says that the guy is the leader of a holy cult and does not need to explain anything to him, because he is an enemy. The man in a rage puts out his sword and shouts that he knows that MC has some kind of agreement with Kunlun, and how can the sect remain orthodox after this? The protagonist snaps his fingers. The projectile quickly flies towards the enemy. The astonished man receives a powerful fire blow. He feels in shock that he is starting to burn. His body is on fire. A tongue of flame bursts out of his chest. The burnt man falls to the floor. The protagonist hangs over him and calls him shameless, asking how some worm can talk about orthodoxy. The frightened comrades watch what is happening. The guy is standing on the ship opposite and says that if you believe the rumors, some sects of the Alliance were against taking away boats from fishermen, and he did what was needed with those who put forward such conditions. The old man frowns. He looks at the protagonist with excitement and tries to understand what he is talking about. The guy smirks and remains silent. He points to the side and says that he will return all the boats to the fishermen and local merchants, and that the people will lose a lot if they stand idle on the lake. The old man asks again in shock if this is true. The protagonist says of course with a serious expression. The amazed old man wonders what kind of demonic nobility this is. He holds a sword in his hands and realizes that he thought that the demons were just talking nonsense to seem good, but maybe this is not nonsense at all. The old man throws the sword to the floor in front of the burning ships. He stands in front of Un and declares that if everything he said is true, then he will surrender. The sword falls to the floor. The fighters next to him declare that they are also surrendering. The amazed opponent with the sword does not understand what is happening. It is explained that the demonic cult has everything under control and most of the surviving masters from the Alliance have surrendered. A white flag flutters on the mast. It is said that they raised it, and at that moment the Qinghai province came under the control of the cult. The guy crosses his arms with a grin. It is said that only a month has passed since the beginning of the cult's advance, and they have already captured the province, and such speed has not been seen in the history of all wars between the orthodox forces and demons. The boat is near the pier. It is said that the main character kept his word. People are standing on the shore in the port. It is said that immediately after the battle the cult returned the ships to all fishermen and traders. The fisherman looks at the man in the boat and says thank you. The fighter with the removed mask says that it is better to thank the leader of the cult. The amazed people standing on the shore ask again. The guy turns around and says that he did not give the order to give up the boats. They look back in amazement. The old man with tears declares that if it were not for the leader of the cult, he would have died of starvation. The cult fighters look at the civilians who bow to them. It is said that more and more people began to admire them. Mountains rise among the forests. It is said that the protagonist did the same as in the pool, and most of the taxes, including the defense, were cancelled for a certain period of time. A chain of rocks stretches across the land. It is said that those who helped the cult did not just get their ships back, they spread stories throughout the area. The protagonist stands next to the strategist and states that everything is going according to the old man's plan, and if it were not for him, the guy would not have been able to get such support. Guanchuk lowers his head and says that he overestimates him, and it is all thanks to the guy's kindness. The protagonist silently looks at the map. He and the strategist are standing in a yurt in front of a board with a map. The old man tells the guy that Gansu will be next. The map shows the provinces of Gansu and Qinghai. The guy watches silently. He is thinking about something with a serious look. He sees the map and realizes that if the Western Army waiting at the Jade Gate and the Eastern Army in the province attack at the same time, they will be able to attack from both sides. He puts his hand to his lips and realizes that he doesn't know what the reason is. But if the Murim Alliance reacts as slowly as before, then they will occupy Gansu just as quickly. He looks at the map and thinks about Gansu. The man with the bandage on his head looks at the bald man. It is said that after Kaidam and the defeat of the Qinghai Alliance, rumors quickly spread throughout the world that the Qinghai province was completely under the control of the cult. Silhouettes of fighters are standing in a building. It is explained that of course Murim was not happy with such news. Wooden houses are standing in the square. It is said that unlike other provinces, Qinghai was calm. Masked fighters are standing next to a man. It is said that if it were not for the glory of the cult, whose members were considered villains by everyone, many local Orthodox sects would not even have spoken out against them. The old man looks away. It is said that the cult's rule seems even more peaceful than the alliances. Against the background of the square, it is explained that these rumors never went beyond the province. The fat man smiles, saying that it is as if someone tried very hard to prevent this from happening. The general of the Divine Dragon Army, Saryong, looks at the sheet in surprise. It is explained that they did not reach the Divine Dragon Army either, who learned that the province had fallen. He reads excitedly, realizing that only a few days have passed since they began moving, and the province has already fallen into their hands, and he cannot believe that the cult is advancing so quickly. He sits surrounded by his comrades at the table. It is said that they are no longer who they used to be, and it seems that their strategy takes into account the mistakes made earlier. Saryong sits next to them and understands that if they do not realize the seriousness of the situation, then something irreparable will happen. He asks if they are just a bunch of demonic cult members. Pengyake frowns and states that if their numbers are discarded, it is unlikely that there is anyone strong there. Saryong raises his finger and says that you can't think like that, and being careless during a battle means digging your own grave. He calmly states that their opponent is a holy demon cult and the demon is the same age, asking if the other guy hasn't heard that his strength is unimaginable. Pengyake sighs and says that these are just rumors, and besides, their leader is just an unknown clan member with an unknown origin, which means the army is the same. The guy opposite him frowns, realizing that he thinks that the whole world belongs only to him because he is from the main clan, and it seems like nothing has changed since he lost to him. Saryong sits opposite him and covers his face and says that it's too late to rush to Qinghai and their army has 700 people. With such a number they can't compete with the eastern army of the cult, and it will either be suicide or it won't change anything anyway. Tenso sits next to him and asks what they mean by returning to the alliance. Pengyake bangs the table and shouts furiously that they should go straight to the demonic enemies and fight them. He is angry, sitting opposite his comrades. Saryong calmly states that the alliance has already issued an order. Tenso looks at the guy and asks what it is. Uegyo, looking at him, asks if he is really going to retreat to Gansu, while he says that if the cult advances and they cannot stop it, they need to retreat and unite with the sects. He looks at the girl and says that it is obvious that the cult will advance from both the west and the south, and there is a chance that they will have to fight the enemy from both sides and the battle will not be easy. Pengyake, looking away, says that he will crush everyone in his path. His comrade looks at him silently. They sit opposite each other. The heroes exchange glances. Birds fly up to the blue sky. It is said that the next day the army of the Divine Dragon folded their flag and they returned to Gansu. The fighter holds the sword in its sheath. She quickly draws it. She moves in a dance with the sword. The girl is doing exercises in the middle of the field. A bright moon shines above her head. She looks forward with a tired look. The girl falls to her knees. The heroine jumps high into the air. She realizes with a serious look that she almost does not feel the weight of the iron ring. The heroine with sweat on her face understands that she needs to do something heavier. The girl looks around while in the air. She closes her fingers and shouts. She releases energy that sways the grass. She quickly moves forward. The heroine approaches the tree. She realizes with a smirk that if the master saw her, he would definitely praise her for having reached the level of the butterfly dance, and this is just a type of magic that is passed on to priestesses. But it will be enough to confuse for a while. She moves in the middle of the forest. The girl puts the sword in its sheath, realizing that the cult leader will definitely be surprised when he sees it. The girl feels his presence with embarrassment. She stands in the middle of the field, realizing that she needs to focus on training. The bright moon shines in the night sky. The girl exhales tiredly. Someone comes up to her and addresses the priestess. Bangwon holds the clothes in her hands with a smile. The tired priestess says that when they are alone, she can safely call her sister. She asks admiringly if this is true. She says of course. Bangwon thanks her sister with a smile. They stand opposite each other. The priestess notes that they are not strangers to each other. The girl with the underwear says that she brought towels and clothes. The priestess thanks with a smile, asking what is going on, since she usually waits for her to finish training. They look at the worried girl and asks if something urgent happened. She says about the letter from the leader. Aung takes the paper and says that it is from the Eastern Army. She opens her eyes in surprise. The girl is amazed to realize that they are finally leaving for Gansu. She says in a calm voice that the leader of the white squad, we need to prepare for the army's advance. The picture shows a desert in Gansu province. The man clutches the paper in rage. It says that the news of the cult's Western army's advance shocked the members of the Orthodox sect. The protagonist looks ahead. It explains that the holy demon has already left Qinghai in the south. Fire engulfs the map. It says that in all of Gansu there are not even 5 sects that can be called large, so Murim will quickly fall. A beautiful building stands under a blue sky. It is said that the only ones in the province who can fight back are the Baek clan and the Storm Fortress of the Iron Sword. Fighters stand next to the ruler on the throne. It is explained that the clan often became one of the 15 strongest in the world, and they were very proud of it. The leader of the Baekmu clan, clenching his fist, shouts that if the cult is going to attack, then they will not be able to stop them and they cannot defeat them with their own forces alone. But they can slow down the offensive. The ruler sits on the throne opposite the fighter with the sword. It is said that therefore, having received a letter from the cult offering to surrender, he immediately burned it, and as if that were not enough, he cut off the nose and ears of the messenger who brought the letter, after which he tore out his eyes. The fighter goes to the yurt to the girl and the others. Aung looks forward furiously. It is explained that during a war this is considered an attack, but in Baekmu's eyes, asking his clan to surrender is like wiping their feet on his honor. He shouts furiously that they will never let demonic fools pass them by so easily. Crossing his arms he looks away. It is said that he thought he could weaken the cult, and despite the fact that no one else could achieve this, he was sure that the Gansu fighters had a chance, and even if the clan retreated, no one would dare criticize them because they had caused damage. He looks forward with a smirk, realizing that many would even respect their clan, or so he thought. The astonished man raises his sword. It is said that unfortunately the enemy was too tough for him. The girl strikes down the enemy. It is explained that Baekmu bravely offered a duel to slow the advance of the cult. He receives a powerful blow to the neck with the sword. It is explained that he lost his head in less than 20 blows. The severed head rolls on the floor. The girl stands calmly in front of the slain enemy. The severed head calls her a witch. Aang smirks and says that she is. She walks away, saying that to be precise, these are divine arts, but from the point of view of the Orthodox clans, their cult itself is part of other sects. The frightened fighter turns to the leader. They walk away from the lying corpse. The girl turns around in rage and calls for the white squad to attack. The cloaked fighters run to the attack. It is said that less than a month after the offensive began, the Baek clan was wiped off the face of the earth. The warriors stand near the tents in the field. The eastern army that went to Gansu from Qinghai province stopped as soon as it appeared on the horizon, because they knew that Qilian Shan was literally around the corner. The high mountains rise up. It is said that this place is near Jiuqian, where the Storm Rider's steel sword is located, and it is quite possible that it is used as a battlefield. The protagonist turns around with a serious face and says that he needs to go there. The strategist stands behind An and states that the enemies are preparing for battle there, specifying that he wants to go alone. The guy calmly says that he is not going there to fight. Surprised, Guanchuk asks that he wants to ask them to surrender, then why not send an ambassador? The guy puts his hands on his waist and says that he will not ask for that. He looks at the map and says that he does not want to go to Qilian Shan, but to a village that is 1 day's journey from there. The old man standing opposite claims that the Storm Rider's steel sword is located nearby and a steel owl was also spotted there, and if he needs to get there no matter what, he would like to hear the reason. The guy watches silently. He seriously states that there are a couple of relatives that he needs to get out of there. Guanchuk puts his hand to his chin and says that he does not understand, asking if it would be better to send someone else there. The protagonist stands in front of the girls, explaining that he needs to check something before returning them, since he gave his word that he would figure it out himself. The strategist standing in green robe says that he has many secrets. The guy smirking says that he does not mind telling. It is said that he told stories about his relatives. The strategist stands near the tent and says that they are brave people, albeit a little selfish. He replies that he likes this about them. The old man thoughtfully says that he understands everything, but there is one thing. He looks at the interlocutor with a serious look and says that if the guy is like he says, then he will not be allowed to take the post of the young leader of the cult. Guanchuk crossed his arms and tells the protagonist that he does not belong to the Chion family. The guy turns around displeased and says that he will teach him the spear technique, the heavenly demonic art. The wind is raging in the desert. It is said that a little more than a month has passed since the war between the cult and the Murim sects began. People are walking in the evening city. It is said that because of the war, the business district near Qilian Shan has blossomed. Bright lights are sparkling in the window. It is said that the Golden Dawn Hotel was no exception. A girl is preparing food. The hero runs out of the house with plates. He runs up to the table. People around are asking when the fried meat and drinks will be brought. The tired waiter realizes that there are a lot of customers these days. He loudly shouts that he is already coming, realizing that his sister has to cook all day, so it is much harder for her. The girl with a tired look takes off the bandage on her head. She sits down at the table. The waiter sits down on the floor. They sit next to each other. A blue flame forms around him. He sits with his eyes closed and burns. He exhales tiredly. There is a wrapped object behind him. He approaches it. The boy carefully unfolds it. There is a sword inside. He takes the blade in his hands. The boy stares ahead, holding the weapon. He begins to swing it in different directions. The blade hits the wall. It leaves a mark from the tip. The boy looks forward with a serious expression. His sister sits nearby and watches. She quietly addresses him as So-san. The lights are on in the house. The lights are out. Someone says amazing. The long-haired guy says with a smile that he is doing well. The heroes walk on the floor. They stand in the room. The girl next to him asks what is good about it. He addresses them with interest as Lady AK and Tang. He points his finger and asks don't they think those marks from the sword are magnificent. The surprised girls look there and ask again. They come closer. There is a mark from the tip of the blade on the wall. It emits purple energy. Saryong looks ahead warily, realizing that this is not a bad thing, because a sword is meant to kill people and people are saved not by the weapon, but by the heart of the one who holds it. He turns to the boy and says that he has a question for him. So-san asks the gentleman with a smile. The man points his finger to the side and asks if the boy knows who made that cut. They look at the wall. The boy says that it was not a sword. The other fighters watch the ongoing dialogue in surprise. Peng-Ike discontentedly knocks on the table and says that it is obvious that it is a sword. He points his finger at the boy and asks if he is really trying to deceive him. The frightened boy says that it really was not a sword. The man furiously calls him a brat. Someone repeats again that it was not a sword. So-san turns to the girl and shouts that it is her sister. The girl stands opposite and explains that this cut was made with chopsticks and that the man said that if So-san can make the same cut, he will be taken as a student. The surprised guests do not believe what they heard. The man takes the chopstick. He shows it to the girl and asks if she is telling the truth that this cut was made with them. She replies that it is, because he just took an ordinary stick and made a cut on the wall. Excited Saryong thinks that the city is big and full of amazing people. He looks at the boy and says that he could not even think that he would be able to find such a person there. So-san listens to him silently. The man looks at him and asks what the man said that he would take him as a student if he repeated the cut. The surprised child is silent. He holds a small dagger in his hands. He stands surrounded by observers. The man, crossing his arms, asks if the boy can show how he practices. So-san looks around in surprise. He holds his sword tightly. With a serious expression, the boy understands that he cannot disappoint the people, because they recognize the cut. He swings the blade. He deftly hits the air with the sword, causing a wave. Saryong, putting his fingers to his chin, watches carefully. Peng-Ike, smirking, sighs. The boy looks around warily. He looks at the man from the side in surprise. The man sits down next to him and thinks. Closing his eyes, he sighs. He looks at the boy and clarifies if the stranger really said that he would take him as a student if the cut was repeated. The man says that it is. The man looks around. They look at the cut, and he declares that it is too perfect for a sword strike. He glances to the side and claims that a young man could not do such a thing, and even someone who dedicated 10 years of his life to training would not do such a thing. He calmly asks if this cut is really that good. Peng-Ike looks at them and says that it is possible to leave it the same if you try hard enough, asking if he has too high an opinion of the author. Saryong waves his hand and says that they most likely disagree, and whatever the case, that is what he thinks. He holds his hand close and says that if he is right, then that person. He points his finger at the wall and states that he did not leave the cut so that the boy would repeat it. He holds his gaze thoughtfully at the evidence and says that if he wanted to achieve something with it, then most likely. He touches the indentation in the wall with his fingers and states that he probably did not mean to leave such a deep cut. Peng-Ike thinks with a displeased face that although it is true, the guy who left the cut knew what he was doing. Saryong stands with the boy while the disgruntled comrade realizes that no one in their right mind would ask a child who had just started practicing martial arts to even try to repeat such a perfect cut. The man looks away and asks how long he has been studying martial arts. The excited boy says less than a year. The boy says that it is not bad. He thinks about the boy's stance, asking if he is learning any cultivation method. The boy looks at the fighter innocently. He is surprised to see him in front of him by the hand. He holds the boy's shining hand and thinks that this is an ordinary boy. Any master who knows about Mirim understands perfectly well what it means to show his pulse to another, and will not allow this to happen. He holds his hand, realizing that this method of cultivation is similar to the method of the 3 elements, and there is not much internal energy, because he has only been cultivating for a year, but it is quite pure. He lets go of his hand and realizes that it is quite possible that the boy will succeed if he can release his internal energy. Saryong holds his palm in front of him and asks if he can swing the sword again. The boy asks what is the matter. The fighter asks with a smile if he wants to leave the same cut, because he is sure that he can help with this. An excited So-san asks if he is telling the truth. His sister smiles and thinks that they are definitely not ordinary people, and if they can help their brother, it will only be for the best. The boy concentrates and begins to swing his sword. He looks at the fighter in surprise, who realizes that Sosan is using physical strength instead of relying on his internal energy. He tells him not to hold the sword so tightly. The boy glances at him and asks that such a cut will require a lot of strength. The teacher sits next to him and states that strength is needed, but not the strength of the arms. He pats him on the back and tells him to think about how he draws strength from there. Saryang grins and says that just like drawing water from a well, he needs to draw strength from within himself and direct it into the sword. The boy looks at the teacher and clarifies what difference it makes how he holds the sword. The fighter clenches his fist and explains that squeezing too hard wastes his strength, and that his cultivation and breathing techniques must come from the heart. His fist trembles, and he says that if he squeezes too hard, it means he is worried. The boy closes his eyes and hears that the force that should be released is stuck in his grip and that he should not try to squeeze so hard. He holds the sword in front of him, realizing that he needs to draw strength from the ground to his shoulders. He looks forward with concentration. Sosan turns and says that he wants to try again. The fighter looks at him with a smirk. Holding the sword, he realizes that he should not do it too tightly. The boy begins to glow with blue energy, realizing that he needs to do everything as carefully as if he were holding an egg in his hands and not lose concentration. He looks forward, realizing that the energy comes from the heart, which is saturated with it, and when he moves he can control it. The boy holds the blade in front of him. He swings it, and with a serious face realizes that this is it. He slashes the sword through the air. The boy looks forward in shock. The teacher behind him states that he is not experienced yet, but he can proudly call himself a martial artist. The fighter understands with a smirk that what the boy did was between a level 3 and 2 master, and in the future he will become much stronger. Saryang looks up and wonders who made that cut and gave the child a chance. The lights are on in the house. The boy is sitting on a chair. He lies on his hands and thinks about how that strike felt completely different, as if he spent half of his strength, and it is quite difficult to achieve such a cut with a sword. He looks forward warily, realizing that it did not seem that it was easy at all back then, but he made sticks fly through the air and pierce people, and the cut is nothing. The boy looks at the wall. He realizes with a smirk that it is good that he did not tell the guests how that man attacked enemies with sticks without even touching them, and even seeing it with his own eyes. He cannot believe it. Saryang looks back smiling. The boy mentally thanks them. Thoughtfully, the boy realizes that now he can repeat this cut, wondering how deep he can make it, and if he hits with a sword like today. Sitting on a chair, he looks forward until someone's silhouette appears in the doorway. The guy turns around and says that they are not working today, and therefore there will be no food, but if he wants to stay overnight. He opens his mouth in shock. The protagonist is standing in front of him. The enthusiastic guy exclaims that he is here. Un says with a grin that he can hear him perfectly well and there is no need to shout. The boy runs to the protagonist. His sister sighs nearby. She comes out to him and calls him a benefactor. The protagonist looks at them and says that he came. MC with a grin says that he wanted to check if he did the homework he was given. The boy excitedly asks again. The protagonist smiling clarifies that he is still not sure. Frowning, the boy exclaims the word no. The bandage falls to the floor. The boy holds the sword in front of him and looks forward. He swings the sword, understanding that he needs to act from the ankles to the waist, from the waist to the shoulders. He inhales, realizing that he then needs to lead the energy to the wrists. The boy looks forward. A blow occurs. He decisively leads the blade along the wall. The protagonist stands next to the girl and they watch the execution of the blow. There is a clear cut on the wall. The protagonist, thinking, understands that the boy compensates for the lack of internal energy by using his entire body, and this is no longer just a well-honed skill. Smirking, he says that it was not bad, understanding that the boy is analyzing his actions. Enthusiastic Sosan and his sister look at the protagonist. MC stands in front of them and declares that he still has room to improve, but he was able to imitate the form, and since he did his homework, now it is his turn to fulfill his promise. He raises his finger up and declares that there is one question left. An, standing in front of them, clarifies what to do with the hotel. The girl, looking down, says that they were going to sell it, but changed their minds. The girl says with interest that this place is a symbol of parental love for them, and something like a home where you can always return. Houses stand under the night sky with a bright moon. It is said that promising to return to a place filled with warm memories of parents, the brother and sister followed the main character. 3 heroes walk along a path among forests and mountains. They meet other people. Fighters in black armor on horseback appear before them. They wear masks with teeth. They look warily at the travelers. Frightened children exclaim that these are ghosts. The main character grins and looks away. They dismount from their horses. Kneeling, they exclaim a wish for a long life to the holy demon. The cavalry detachment of phantoms salutes the ruler of all demons. The boy and his sister look at this in surprise. A mighty warrior in armor with a weapon in his hands rides a horse. It is said that the demons, who are one with their steeds, and although they are not part of the 21st squad, are still one of the main striking forces. A bearded fighter in a mask, kneeling, says that they rode without closing their eyes, having learned that they were summoned. The guy smiles and praises them. The masked fighter exclaims that it was for the sake of the cult. Standing in front of MC, he says that there is one but. The guy hears the question of who these children are. He replies that he decided to train them. The surprised boy and girl look at the fighters. The man takes off his mask. With the kindest smile, he says that if the leader liked them, then they are capable and he will take them to the camp. They sit with him astride a horse. The protagonist, along with his comrades, moves on horses. The protagonist rides next to them and asks when they managed to unite with the Eastern Army. He replies that about a couple of days ago. The guy looks ahead and says that he heard that the enemies are preparing for a siege on the Chilianshan mountain range. The fighter asks again with a grin. High mountains stand near the desert. It is explained that the Phantom Cavalry unit can easily destroy enemies in any terrain, and they used to be part of the Northern Army, but they were recently redeployed to the Eastern one. The protagonist rides next to him and understands that the Iron Sword Storm Fortress is known for its cavalry, and yet they decided to defend themselves. It is explained that he gave the order. The Warian realizes that they are provoking them by showing that they can fight on horseback in the mountains, and that sounds interesting. The bearded warrior in the mask hears that they are probably tired after riding. He says with a grin that the Northern Army is too boring and they still could not give him credit for transferring to the Eastern one. The protagonist grins and says that looking at him, he is not worried about the Iron Sword Fortress. The interlocutor looks closely and says that they are just frogs at the bottom of the well and they will destroy them and show that the best cavalry is in the Phantom Squad. The picture shows a diagram of the attack. It is said that the fortress has not only cavalry, but also a dragon army, and the Phantom Squad will destroy the cavalry, which means that only the Divine Dragon Army will remain. The protagonist, smiling, understands that they will attack them with a squad of Black Dragon and White beginning and smash them to smithereens, suppressing their fighting spirit. He looks ahead carefully, realizing that the strategist also had an interesting idea. The guy turns to the address. A fighter in a mask sits on a horse. The question arises who he is. The girl looks at her in surprise. The protagonist, looking at her, clarifies whether it is not clear who he is. The children are sitting next to the warrior. The boy wishes a long life to the holy demon, the Lord of Demons. So-san, surprised, calls him a holy demon. The guy, with a grin, agrees that he is a holy demon. So-san, shocked, understands this. The children make faces, realizing that they knew he was special, but no one could have thought that he was a holy demon. The girl, trembling, holds her hand. She clenches her fist and thinks that if So-san is trained in martial arts, then he cannot worry about his future. She hopes with a smile that this will greatly help him in the future. The tents are set up on the field. The action takes place in the cult camp. Fires are burning near the tent. The children look around inside the protagonist's yurt. He sits down and, closing his eyes, says that he needs to rest. The children sit opposite him. They exchange glances. At the entrance, a silhouette of a man addresses the cult leader. The protagonist, sitting on a chair, asks to enter. The strategist bows to the leader. He looks back and looks at the children. The old man, smiling, assumes that An was talking about them. The protagonist, sitting on the throne, says that they need to be sent to the Holy Mountain after the end of the war in Gansu province, since they cannot join the battle. The strategist bows and says that as soon as the situation in that region calms down, he will order the soldiers to take them to headquarters. Guanchuk, with a serious look, says that he will prepare clothes for them, asking if he can send them to the tent and feed them. The guy, smiling, says yes. The children go outside. The guy, frowning, says that he wants to hear his report. The strategist looks at the leader and states that the Western Army will be there soon. The girl leads the warriors. It is said that the Western Army led by Aong did not reunite with the Eastern Army. Instead, they set up camp in the western part of the Chilianshan mountain range. The red arrows on the diagram lead to the slopes of the mountain. It is explained that on the right day they will advance from the mountain at the same time as the Eastern Army, and they will use a pincer maneuver when they move on the Iron Sword Storm Fortress, and this is possible due to the cult's advantage in numbers. The strategist calmly says that they will begin the attack when they arrive, and the 10 great demonic monarchs will try to deal with the fortress first. The protagonist stands next to the old man and asks if the Wind Demon, the king of the fist, and the demonic warrior will help them. He replies that the art of the fist is destructive and covers a large area, while the demonic warrior has the internal energy of the 10 great monks, and they are perfect. He punches his palm and declares that when they crush the fortress and enemies come out of it, the Phantom Cavalry Squad, the Dragon Squad and the White Start will also join the battle, and each will take on the fortress, cavalry and the Divine Dragon Army at the same time. The strategist explains with a smile that he has already explained the tasks to them, and the leader of the Black Dragon is looking for a battle, and it seems he does not intend to lose to the army commander. The fighters walk along the slopes. The strategist says that most likely they will impose close combat on them at first. The protagonist looks at him and asks what if he appears an hour after the battle begins. Guanchuk pulls out something from his robe. Items are blazing on the box. It is said that this is only a piece of the Iron Monarch, which is already ready. He himself will be much larger. The guy looks closely and understands that she will become the core of the battle for Qilianshan. The guy watches with interest, realizing that the strategy of the falling mountain is an excellent name, and such a battle makes sense to wait. The protagonist with the spear stands in a tent and asks if he has time. He holds his leg and realizes that he finally has time to do this. The guy sits with a spear. It is said that a master who has reached a certain level can combine external and internal energy in order to strengthen himself as he likes. The guy sits with his eyes closed. He stands with a spear in the middle of a dark space. With a serious look, he understands that his training is like an endless battle. The protagonist stands surrounded by the silhouettes of fighters. He deftly strikes them with his spear. Mountains of enemies fall down. He realizes that since he neglected the martial art of the spear master, today he will not use the art of the demon. Unfrantically holds his weapon, blazing with fire, using the destruction of the 6 holy links. He closes his eyes. The guy with the spear sits on the floor. A tent is set up in the middle of a field in front of the mountains. It is said that a few days later, as expected, a letter from the Western Army reached the Eastern Army, and it said that they were there. The army is walking along a path. It is explained that the Eastern Army left their camp and moved towards the mountain range. They are moving in front of the forests. The master of the storm fortress Yunio sighs nervously. He turns around and sees a silhouette. The fighter next to him says that the cult looks quite impressive. He agrees. The man says that according to rumors, their leader is strong enough to destroy the entire world, and is there any point in resisting him? It is explained that after unused holy destruction, he was called the destroyer of worlds all over the world. He looks down excitedly. It is said that the rumors alone of his strength made the enemies tremble. The man next to him states that this is why they chose the mountain as a place to fight, and he will not be able to use his tricks if they fight on the mountain. The other looks at him, hearing that if the protagonist tries, the entire mountain will collapse. Frowning, he realizes that despite his strength, he doesn't think he can destroy the mountain, and it seems the commander means landslides. They are standing on the side of the mountain. He clarifies about the landslide, stating that now it is clear why the demon will not use all his power on the mountain. An explosion occurs that scatters stones. It is explained that this is exactly how it is because landslides do not spare anyone, including the cult. The bearded man states that if the cult leader is not crazy, he will not do such a thing. Saryong calmly says that unless he can control the landslides, this technique will be unavailable to him. The fighter with the telescope shouts that the cult has begun to move. The heroes are burning with different lights. One is standing next to his comrade. Suddenly they disappear. The old man is burning with a blue flame next to the big guy. The watchman on the wall talks about incredible pressure, and it seems that these are 10 great demonic monarchs, and apparently they want to attack the wooden walls of the fortress, and whether it is worth stopping them. Saryong looks at the path. The fighters are standing below. He says that it is not time yet. The masked fighter wonders what to do then. They walk along the path. It is said that even if they leave the fortress, sooner or later everything will end in a fight with their army, and although they follow 2 of the 10 monarchs and try to keep their distance, it seems the gap between them is gradually increasing. Saryong calmly explains that a little more, and when the monarchs come forward, they will send an army of divine dragon and a squad of swords to separate them from the enemies, so it will be much easier to deal with them. Jung touches his beard. He calmly declares that he will go forward. Coils form around his hand. He holds a stance, starting to conjure. He stands in the middle of the forest and grins, says that he has not been on the battlefield for a long time. His eyes shine fiercely. Rays are visible on the trees. They cut them. The trees are cut in half. The old man stands in the middle of the path. Jung goes further. The crowns of the trees are knocked down to the ground. The surprised man realizes that he destroyed all the traps in just one blow. The guards are standing on the wall. The big man stretches his muscles. He clenches his fist. It is said that the king of the fist of the demonic wind began to call him, and this is not just a manner of speech, but the truth. He shows off his muscles. It is explained that he summons the wind with his shoulders, and then strengthens his arms with them. The pumped-up fighter punches the air, causing a clap. It is explained that this is the essence of the martial art of the demonic wind fist King Gu. Everything is swept away by the shock wave. The trees split. He clenches his fist and laughs. Whole trees fly off the ground. They break into pieces. Splinters fly to the sides. They quickly fly onto the path. Gu enthusiastically turns and shouts that he will go forward without stopping, and they should watch and keep up. The masked fighter raises his hand up and looks ahead. Jung touches his beard and declares that they need to move before he completely loses sight of them. Dust rises in the forest. It is said that both monarchs began to climb Qilianshan mountain, and it trembled as if a catastrophe had occurred. The masked fighter looks down, thinking about what kind of demonic monarch he is. Saryong is shocked at how much power he has. He excitedly realizes that it doesn't mean they can't defeat them. If they join forces, they can defeat them. Clenching his fist, he thinks that maybe the other troops won't be able to handle it, but the Iron Sword Cavalry troop, they are experts in joint attacks, and if they attack together with the Dragon Army, there is definitely a chance. The fighter shouts loudly forward. The masked man raises his hand. The gate swings open. He jumps off the wall. Landing on his horse, he gallops forward. The cavalry unit quickly gallops to attack. The hero jumps off the wall. The swordsman lands down. Saryong calmly shouts that they are also going forward. The masked fighter realizes that they must destroy the demonic warrior. Saryong realizes that then they will take on the demonic Wind Fist King. Their paths diverge. The protagonist carefully looks ahead. Standing next to the strategist, he hears that everything is going according to plan. He says that it is for sure. Looking down, he realizes that he thought that they wanted to drag them into a siege, since they built an entire fortress, and he cannot believe that they are using a wooden wall in battle. Un with a serious face understands that this does not change anything, talking about the leader of the ghost squad. The man behind him notes that he is listening to the ruler. Guan drinks from his chest, answering the call of the leader of the Black Dragon squad. The guy with a serious face calmly states that he will leave them to his comrades and they should kill them all. The horse in armor looks forward. The fighter puts on a helmet. He stands in a mask with red eyes and fangs. The ghost squad is moving out. The protagonist stands next to the strategist and demands to send a signal to the white squad, because the Western army should move out. A whirlwind rises above the forest and a clap occurs in the sky. The girl sees this. Aang raises his sword and shouts for the soldiers in white to go on the attack. The swordsman sees the enemy approaching. Peng Ake recognizes his opponents with a disgruntled expression. Saryong looks ahead and realizes that he needs to do a little more. He turns around and shouts for them to shoot and throw rocks. Arrows fly above him. He shouts that they cannot be allowed to rise. The army runs forward. Arrows break in midair. The masked fighters deftly cut them with their swords. The rock flies in half. The fighter with the red cloak deflects the rocks. Guan glows furiously with blue energy. His enemy notices something. Saryong, holding his sword, looks away. He clenches his fist and realizes that he needs to hold on. He flies down on the big guy, realizing that the main thing is to get to the demonic monarch, and if they can deal with him before the others arrive, it will slow down the cult's advance. Saryong, holding his sword, stands in front of Gu and says that they will advance as planned. He circles around the enemy at a rapid pace. The fighter furiously asks where the demonic follower came from. He swings his sword, asking how dare some idiot from the border attack the central plains when they are not yet mature enough for this. Gu smiles and declares that it is the slashing blade of the 5 tigers. He delivers furious punches, shouting that he has long wanted to meet him. Swift blows fly forward. The blade deftly parries them. The fighter barely maintains a fighting stance. Saryong flies from behind at Gu, realizing that this is his chance. He sees his back and realizes that he is caught. It leaves a minor cut. He realizes in shock that he has an indestructible body. The big guy turns around in a rage and pulls his hand. He grabs the guy by the forearm. He throws him to the side. A comrade below exclaims his name. He is caught by a comrade. Tangso, holding the knives, understands that he needs to show what they are capable of. Whirlwinds of energy fly forward. The fighters attack the big guy. Gu deals a powerful blow to the ground and causes cracks. Several small cuts smoke on his body. The fighter closes, not understanding what kind of monster he is, but realizing that it is still a demonic monarch. He aims, thinking that he is stronger than expected, but the poison should have already seeped into his body. Purple cuts are visible on Gu's back. The man understands that given his character, he will now begin to rebel and then the poison will quickly spread. He watches closely, realizing that if the poison is given enough time, even the monarch will fall. Guan holds out his sword and shouts that they have received orders from the cult leader and will now destroy the dragon army. Aang raises his hand and exclaims that the white squad has begun to join the attack. The fighters stand in the middle of the forest. Peng Ake discontentedly insults the members of the demonic cult. He looks ahead and shouts that they will change direction and defend against the rest of the enemies, and he will go against him and try to buy some time. The spearman shouts the commander. Saryong tiredly thinks that he is the only one who can fight him, noting that if they can stop Gu then the wooden wall defense strategy will fail, and if that happens then they will have no choice but to attack the cult directly. The worried guy thinks that then a bloodbath cannot be avoided and this wooden fortress must remain intact to keep an eye on the demon forces. Turning around, he tells the girl to lead the enemies away and then come back to help him, and he will buy time for now. She sees how the fighter quickly flies away. She is shocked to realize that despite what he saw, he still went there. The masked fighter looks ahead. It is said that on the other side, the situation that the Iron Sword squad found itself in was about the same. They see enemies approaching. It is said that those who went to fight the demon warrior Jung were found and attacked by a squad of ghosts. The masked warrior smirked and said that they really decided to contact the Iron Sword cavalry on this mountain. The riders galloped forward quickly. There was a sandy field in front of them. Approaching the enemy, the man said that he thought he could fight him because he learned to ride a horse. Yunyo swung his blade, thinking that the main thing about a martial artist is how good he is at it, and if you are in the cavalry, then you need formations for attacks. The eye in the mask became surprised. The enemy blocked the blow. The warrior was surprised and thought that this guy was strong. Moreover, they were about the same level. The attack left a pink mark. Part of his beard was cut off. The man touched his neck. Looking at the phantom, he thought that he was sure that at this distance his spear would not reach. The man in the mask looked stern. Yunio was surprised, cursing in his mind. The enemy attacked again. The body of the man in the cloak was surrounded by a glow. The eye in the slit of the mask widened. The warrior hovered next to the horse, surprising the opponent. His leg was holding on to the stirrup. The hero thought that he was clinging to it with his foot, bending, and then pulling himself back. The man held himself on the horse. While the enemy thought how was this possible, he underestimated him. The man stood on the platform near the trees. Stroking his beard, he said that they were doing well. Jung raised his hand, thinking that the enemy line was just beginning to crumble. If they continued like this, the cult would definitely win. But their leader did not need such a victory. Clothes fluttered from powerful energy. He said that in order to give him what he wanted, he would have to personally intervene. Whirlwinds of energy flew forward. The fence was destroyed. The old man waved his hands. The ground was covered with cracks. The man standing behind it exclaimed in fear that it was broken. His eyes were wide open. A laughing old man looked out from the blood stains. Un stood at the cliff, saying that they did it. He stood on a hill and said that the first phase was successfully completed. It was time for the second. This was only the beginning of the strategy of the falling mountain. Figures were visible in the distance. As soon as they destroyed the wooden fence, the defense became meaningless. This was expected, because one of the three enemy groups was no longer there. People ran along the path when they broke the fence. More cult members went to the mountain. The orthodox fighters did not hesitate either, rushing to the crevice to hold back. Otherwise another battle began. The man stood with his arms crossed. Saryong desperately fought against the demonic king of the Wind Fist, but it would be more accurate to say that he was barely holding on. The opponents stood opposite each other. However, as soon as the battle at the cathedral began, Saryong's opponent changed. The boy turned around. He tried to hold his fist with his palm, although it blocked the punch of the demonic king of the Wind Fist. The man's punch threw the boy back. He was still sent high into the sky. A dark figure approached the boy. There was a bruise on Saryong's cheek. The people in cloaks and masks repeated that this was for the honor of the holy demon. The boy held a sword, saying that they were fanatics. He swung the weapon in a circle. The opponents jumped up, attacking. Carefully looking to the side, he wondered where he was. He stood in front of the enemy, wondering where the Wind Fist Demon King was. Now that Saryong had met him in person, he knew that if no one held him back, he wouldn't be able to cause massive damage to the army. Yunio smiled widely. Looking to the side, he thought that something was confusing him. There weren't that many enemies gathered here. In the distance, there were cloaked figures. He thought that based on what he heard, the eastern and western armies should have around 20,000 soldiers. They would barely have 3,000. They didn't send all of them here. What were they planning? The silhouettes of people could be seen behind the trees. Some of them were even holding certain areas instead of attacking. The warriors were spread out across the area. He wondered why. Staring ahead tensely, Saryong wondered if they really wanted to surround them. He was surprised when he heard laughter. The boy raised his head in surprise. Looking up in shock, he exclaimed that it was the Wind Fist Demon King. His knee touched the ground. The boy saw a figure in the sky. Yunio was flying towards him with his sword. His cloak fluttered in the wind. Staring ahead in shock, Saryong thought that if he hadn't sensed his bloodlust, he would have cut him in half. A boy stood opposite him, recognizing the leader of the Black Dragon squad. Guan's eye glowed. He asked, "Isn't he the commander of the Divine Dragon Army?" Sparks flew from the sword strike. Flashes were visible among the trees. Bright rays surrounded the opponents. Guan and Saryong crossed weapons. The boy frowned, asking, what was the heavenly demon cult thinking? The one standing opposite him was silent. Throwing him aside, the boy asked, why didn't they attack with all their might? What were they planning? The boy's eyes glowed. A bright beam remained from the movement of the sword. Part of Saryong's clothes were cut off. Guan said with shining eyes that it was better for him to focus on the battle unless he was training his martial arts with his mouth. He said with a wide smile that if he wasn't, he might lose his head without noticing. Saryong looked at the other sword in surprise. People were standing on a raised platform. A group was walking along a path in the middle of the commotion. On the other side, groups from the heavenly demon cult were moving stealthily. A dark silhouette was walking among the trees. People in cloaks were holding tools. They were doing strange things that no one could understand the meaning of. The man hit the ground. A peg was driven into it. Finally, everything was ready. Rays were flying everywhere. Bright signal lights were rising into the sky. The man stood looking at the hills. The old man nodded, said that it was great. He looked down. People were running among the trees. There was a box behind the man. He thought that it was right. These iron pegs were the basis of the strategy of the falling mountain. Sparks were visible in the sky. A shadow hid the face of the man who said that soon the enemies would know the greatness of their cult. Un exhaled, thinking that it was time for him to make his move. The people looked at the sparks in surprise. Saryong frowned and repeated his question, what were they planning? Guan smiled and said that he also did not hear what exactly they were planning, but one thing was clear. He pointed his finger behind him and said that this was a signal tower, so the cult fighting on the mountain was sorry to stop, but they would end here. A pile of sand flew up. Guan turned around and shouted to retreat. There were warriors in cloaks behind him, and he shouted that they were retreating. Saryong turned to his warriors and told them not to pursue them, it could be a trap. The man on horseback asked what was going on. The people from the demonic cult quickly retreated. Looking to the side, the guy replied that he had a bad feeling. He thought they should all gather. The man was surprised. Somehow the guy shouted in response to his words that most likely these are another trick of the cult. The comrade pursed his lips, saying that he was of low origin. The fact that he was his boss did not mean that he had become something important. The eyes widened in fear. A gloomy glow appeared in space. Un had a red bandage on his forehead. He was moving across the sky. There was a purple glow at the guy's foot. It was dazzlingly shining. A purple haze rose up. The man looked up in shock, saying that this was a heavenly demon. The sky above the mountains turned purple, he said. Words were heard, a nightmare. He kindled flames under his feet and spewed them out with one step. The hero's figure shone from the use of a heavenly demon step. There was a haze in the purple sky. Purple whirlwinds flew everywhere. The bolts flew towards the trees, which heavenly demon martial art became the nightmare of the Orthodox faction. If one were to ask the masters of the Central Plane, the answers would be divided into two versions. Heavenly demon world destruction and heavenly demon step. All martial arts are beyond the realm of possibility, but these two are especially so. The man in the cloak stood amidst the flames. Heavenly demon world destruction was made famous by Un. It became famous during the Battle of the River Basin because it looked like meteors falling from the sky. The guy stood surrounded by purple light. Considering this, it can be said that heavenly demon world destruction only recently became its symbol, while heavenly demon step, this martial art has become a nightmare for the Orthodox faction. The man grimaced as he sat on the floor. The masters began to tremble at the mere mention of heavenly demon step. It is so terrifying and powerful. Purple volleys flew everywhere. The heavenly demon is now using it in the mountains. The shells fell down. The boy looked at the sky, saying that the end of the world had come. Un was floating among the purple swirls. Purple volleys fell down like rain. Saryong opened his mouth in shock, thinking that if the fire rain continued, both sides would suffer. Had the heavenly demon gone crazy? The shells continued to fall. They were moving in the other direction. The purple swirl became thicker. Un, who was hovering, controlled their movement. A rapid downward movement. Many purple volleys fell among the trees. The boy remembered the flash in shock. Fire surrounded the stake driven into the ground. Because of the heavenly demon step, the power of the sacred fire began to affect the iron stakes. The fire engulfed the tool. The driven fire burned through them, penetrating the ground. The metal stake was engulfed in flames. Cracks formed around it. The stakes were driven into the ground as a result. The ground began to shake as the mountain began to collapse. Using the strategy of a falling mountain, Un caused a landslide. The trees shook. The ground fell down. The landslide was approaching the man. The trees were blown away by the wave. Saryong looked on in shock, thinking how could a man even do such a thing? The masked man opened his mouth in surprise, asking, has the heavenly demon gone mad? Why is he attacking indiscriminately? This is madness. He is the very evil that should not exist in this world. The masked phantom looked at him, saying that their god is not crazy. The opponent opened his mouth wider, shouting that they are all just crazy. Earth and rocks flew down. An order was heard to proceed to the foot of the mountain. There will definitely be places that the landslide will not touch. Fingers touched the cloth, he might be right. In his hands was a long object. If the landslide was not controlled. Jung smiled happily, saying, finally, now it's his turn. He extended his hand with a fan. Round bells were moving. Energy was spreading from the driven stakes. Circles appeared on the fan. They flew forward from the swing. The man controlled the fan. A hand touched his shoulder. Un stood behind and asked him to concentrate. The landslide was moving forward. The wounded guy thought in shock. This is why they expected something from this sect during the battle. They wanted to avoid getting caught in the landslide and then attack them in the middle of it. He closed his eyes, thinking that he was wrong. He should not have ordered them to run to the sides like during normal landslides. There were bodies of people hidden on the ground. Even if they had to risk their lives, they should have stayed close to the cultists. He remembered Guan's grin, and thought that if they did this, at least they would not have died from the landslide. Dying in battle with the cultists would at least not be so shameful. The ground swept away the man who cursed. A powerful landslide swept people off their feet. The boy stretched out his hand, calling out to his comrades. He stretched forward. And then he curled his fingers. The landslide was approaching the rider on the horse. The earth hid the horse's face. Saryong looked surprised. He was standing surrounded by earth. The landslide was a disaster. Everything around was buried. After it ended, the view of the mountains was truly terrifying. There were debris sticking out. Few masters managed to survive. A human body was sticking out of the sand, and those who did were not in the best condition either. A human body was visible from the ground. Although there were those who survived from being buried, even outstanding martial artists were seriously injured and clinging to their lives, being hit by a landslide. A dark-haired man was sticking out of the ground. The guy's eyes were closed. The man was lying face down. There was a mask on his head. The guy was lying in the ground. Raising his head, he thought that he survived. If he can rally those who remained, then they will have a chance. The tip of the sword is in front of a frightened Saryang. A question sounds whether he is still trying to get up. The blade touches his neck. The masked cult fighter says that they have orders to take all the survivors with them. The warriors drag the prisoner. It is said that the squad of the Black Dragon was merciless to their enemies, and they took with them even those who had broken limbs, and Pengake was no exception. The prisoner drags his feet on the ground. He asks in rage if they know who he is. Because he is a direct descendant of the clan, and since they have already taken him prisoner, they should treat him appropriately. The cult fighter looks at him with displeasure. A warrior in a red cloak passes between them. Guan calmly demands to step aside. Pengake in turn asks if he is the head of the squad of black dragons. The protagonist's assistant delivers a powerful knee to the prisoner's stomach. His eyes roll back and he sprays saliva in pain. The prisoner falls to the ground. The fighter reaches out to him. He grabs him by the hair and declares that he does not care whether he is a direct descendant or a patriarch. Guan holds him on his lap and claims that even though he is the emperor, they are all prisoners. Pengake, gritting his teeth, begins to object. The protagonist's assistant deals a strong blow. His bones crunch, and he screams in pain. Guan, with a terrifying look, claims that he is now a prisoner, not a guest, and he should remember this, otherwise he will cause him so much pain that he will begin to beg for death. Pengake falls face down on the ground. The man watches from the sidelines and cannot believe that someone like him is an enemy leader. The cult fighter kicks the prisoner's rope. He shouts that they are moving on. Masked warriors carry the prisoner away. The beaten Saryang understands that if they treat prisoners like this, they will soon become known throughout the world as a clan of demons. It is said that he is the commander of the Divine Dragon Army and is closely associated with the Murim Alliance. A light silhouette of a fighter stands in the middle of the square. It is explained that therefore all the information he received about the demon cult was controlled by the Alliance, and he heard only about how the Orthodox sect suffered because of his guilt, and how ordinary people were exploited by the cult. Fabrics lie on the table behind which the bloody walls. It is explained that if the cult of the heavenly demon, which is merciless not only to enemies but also to everyone, takes over the world, then the earth will be filled with blood and screams. A beaten prisoner asks Guan what will happen to them now. The assistant looks forward and says that the leader will decide. The gates of the heavenly demon camp open in front of a group of people. Pengake looks around without understanding. He sees beaten girls. He recognizes one of them in shock. The boy opens his mouth in surprise. Guan leads the prisoner and turns to the young master. So-san greets the leader of the Black Dragon squad with a smile. The man bends down and asks why he is here. The boy explained to him exactly what happened. Saryang looks down and realizes that he can't believe that the owner of the trail turned out to be a heavenly demon and that apparently only he is capable of such a thing. The beaten prisoner asks if it is hard for the boy to be among the cult followers. Guan, in a rage, mentally insults him. The boy, smiling, claims that they are treating him well. The tied-up man, in shock, asks again. The leader's assistant turns around, hearing that the leader ordered the prisoners to be brought to him. The warrior turns to the young master and says that they need to go. The beaten prisoner looks down, hearing that this is the leader's order, saying that he was grateful to So-san for a little information about MC. The boy looks forward and says that he understands. It is explained that he is not as grateful as to the main character himself. The leader's right hand leads the prisoner by the rope. He looks forward in shock and does not believe that the boy is being treated well. A memory appears in which the teacher tells the students that all demons are madmen, and the followers of the demonic cult are crazier than the rest, and they do not adhere to the bright path, and do not hesitate to drink the blood of ordinary people. The bearded teacher explains that the blood of children is no exception, and among the demons there are real monsters who tear off skin and eat flesh. The hero looks forward in shock. It is explained that all these stories that were once told to them a long time ago, the boy's words shook them and perhaps they are trying to deceive him. He goes forward, realizing that this is impossible. Because why do this to someone insignificant like him? And the boy's innocent smile was real. He looks at his feet, realizing that perhaps all this time everything was a lie and demons are the same people as everyone else on the central plane. He stands in front of an open door, realizing that if this is true, then everything he has done so far. The protagonist sits on the throne opposite. A cry of "Long live the heavenly demon" sounds. MC sits on the throne above the others. Everyone greets him. Un looks down. The frightened prisoner looks around to the shouts. Dark energy emanates from the protagonist's throne, Greetings are repeated every second. He raises his hand. His eyes glow yellow. He squeezes his throne. With a mad look, he thinks about the enemy clans. Representatives are kneeling before him. He realizes that those who inherited the blood of his enemies are trembling like pathetic rats, and were they really that small? With a serious look, he realizes that this is so ridiculous that he is about to laugh. He raises his hand, realizing that if he wanted revenge as before, he would destroy them in an instant. Against the background of the throne, he realizes that he will not do so. The guy sits above them, realizing that he will still kill them, but will not let them die so easily. The prisoners see the terrifying silhouette of the ruler of demons. Whirlwinds of dark energy envelop the frightened Saryang. The protagonist looks down and wonders what he is, the leader of the divine dragon army. It is said that he heard stories about this army in his past life, and also knows about a smart and talented boy from a small sect. He watches intently. A small boy is practicing with a sword. It is said that his name was supposedly Saryang. The protagonist calmly thinks that the name of the army leader is exactly the same as the boy's name, and in the past he thought that he met a talented student, but now he is just an enemy leader. The frightened man looks up and asks what kind of carnage the demon ruler has caused. The fighters around him think about how dare he say such a thing. The protagonist looks down and asks again. The prisoner, kneeling, declares that he heard that in a world ruled by the cult of the heavenly demon, demons are rampant, and evil is raging, and there are mountains of corpses and rivers of blood everywhere. The guy calmly asks what he is getting at. The tied-up man screams loudly that this is not the world, but hell, and if the leader of the heavenly cult creates such a society, then no one will bow before him. The protagonist listens silently to the fact that order without humanity will not last even 100 years, and if he considers himself a god, then he must take into account ordinary people and he should return back now. The protagonist's eyes glow yellow. He assumes that he is joking. Frightened Saryang realizes in shock that the color of his eyes has changed. Dark energy rages in front of him. He wonders if this is really human chi. Eyes in the darkness asks who said that the cult is inhuman. Beads of sweat flow down the captive's face. Proudly looking up, he says that the Murim Alliance, an alliance of orthodox factions, must eradicate evil, crush the demon, and destroy it. The guy puts out his hand and declares that enough chatter. Whirlwinds of dark energy fly around the hall. The protagonist in the form of a dark cloud believes that he should not ask from whom exactly he heard this, because all the masters said the same thing and he understands it perfectly well, clarifying how the alliance differs from the holy cult. The frightened man looks forward. He falls to the floor. The protagonist with a grin says that people raised by hypocrites become the same, demanding to answer the question of what justice is. The excited prisoner tries to say something. The protagonist looking down clarifies, is it fair to sacrifice less for more, and do those who were sacrificed think so? Beaten Saryang is kneeling. The protagonist asks if there was justice when the orthodox faction took boats from fishermen, and then the fact that they returned them to them is unfair, because he is from the demons. The man calmly says that there is no need to be sad, because this is a sacrifice for a great cause. A bright fire burns in front of him. An old man kneeling near the fire asks who will pay them for the fields they burn to catch demons. Bitter tears flowed from his eyes. Saryang is shocked and says that he did it for the sake of justice. A dark purple aura surrounds him, states that they curse demons and shout that they will destroy them, and they themselves point weapons at unorthodox sects and ordinary people, instilling fear in them and telling them how benevolent they are. The protagonist sits over the prisoner and asks that if it doesn't work out, they accuse those who disagree of studying demonic martial arts and kill them under the pretext of justice. MC asks again with a serious face what justice is. The prisoner lowers his head below and remains silent. Sweat is pouring off him. He excitedly says that he doesn't know. The demon lord calmly states that he understands everything. Guan stands behind the prisoners. He seriously understands that it's like being trapped in a world where he lives knowing only what is given and that he was once the same. Saryang lowered his head to the floor. The words are heard that a frog in a well knows nothing about the sea. The guy looks forward and asks another question. Who called their cult demonic? The prisoner of war kneeling silently. Purple flames rise up. The protagonist notes that he still can't answer. Blazing with fire, gets up from the throne and declares that he will tell what their holy cult is. He hangs over the prisoner and explains about humanity, affection, nobility, specifying that they are no different from others. The dejected prisoner of war talks about himself and the orthodox faction. The protagonist sighs. He starts to leave and orders to take them away, since they must sit in the dungeon, and then they will be used as slaves. The assistant leader accepted the order. The protagonist looking forward wants to say something. He turns with shining eyes and declares that they need to take care of the villains from the enemy clans, but under no circumstances let them die. The picture shows a dungeon. A fighter is sitting inside, his head down. He sits silently inside with his hands cuffed. Saryang thinks about crushing the demon, destroying evil and showing justice to the world. Shadows of people are visible in the corridor. The question sounds what brought him there, because the air here is not very good. A small boy stands near the guards. He excitedly hears words about eradicating evil. Masked fighters see him off. They explain that it looks like he has gone crazy and it is unlikely that he will be able to understand him. So-san runs ahead and says that he still saved his life. The guards stand behind and say that they will be nearby and if anything happens, let him call. The prisoner sits behind bars and repeats words about eradicating evil and so on. So-san looks into the dungeon and says that it is him. He watches the warrior in surprise. Saryang turns around. His hands are cuffed. He sighs and says that now it is clear what happened. The boy stands next to him. Hearing the question why he came here, he answers that he is worried about him. The man looks away and says that he should be worried, because the boy is among demons. The boy, looking at him, says that they are not as bad as he thinks. The warrior asks again. Lowering his head, So-san explains that before he arrived, he heard many stories about demons from both friends and masters. The warrior, looking up, asks what he is getting at. The boy with a serious face states that the cult does not eat people and does not enjoy suffering, although such people are found, but they are despised by the cult. Saryang, looking at him, repeats the word despises. The boy on the other side of the bars says that they are called apostate villains and in any case, even demons expel such people. The man thinks about such villains, hearing that people who obey the demon cult say that now they live much better than under the rule of orthodox sects. The boy looks down and says that he needs to ask the protagonist to spare their lives, because he likes talented people and if he lives among them, he will understand that they are the same as everyone else. The prisoner lowers his head and asks him to stop. He looks away and asks why he is saying all this, because they only met once, and he only told him how the boy can improve the strength of the sword. Saryang, with a displeased look, asks why he came and said all this and whether his teacher sent him, assuming that he would survive if he surrendered. The boy sincerely states that he is saying this because he helped him. He looks at the frightened prisoner and claims that he also wants to help and that is why he came. The fighter lowers his eyes and states that it is not so easy to destroy the beliefs that he believed in all this time. He sadly understands that this means that everything he believed in and what he was told was a lie. Near the bars of the dungeon, a cry is heard that this is precisely why beliefs are difficult to break. The protagonist sits with a grin and says that beliefs are easy to break. The boy stands opposite and asks if it is true. The strategist walks near So-san and says that even the strongest faith can be broken if you find a weak spot. The boy looks at the protagonist and clarifies that then Saryang will go over to the teacher's side. Gwanchuk, looking at the boy, says that it would be nice and maybe he is not very bright, but his abilities are good. The protagonist with a serious face says that at least there is a chance for this. A candle burns in a wooden bowl. Inside the building, a conversation is heard about how Gansu eventually fell to the demonic cult and if this continues, the whole world will be in the power of the cult of the heavenly demon. Men are sitting at the table. It is said that they were the heads of the Songban, Black Water and Juzhai sects. They discussed further actions because they were sure that the demonic cult would soon get to them. The bearded man, spitting, says that the holy cult is getting stronger and they have already destroyed 2 fortresses without suffering significant losses. The interlocutor opposite says that in Qinghai and Gansu the sects have united several times to resist them, and they tried both in the pool and on the lake. Raising his finger, he claims that they could not win, and does this mean that no matter how many times the sects unite, they will not be able to stop the demons? The man, drinking from a cup, asks not to worry. No-Ho from the sword school says that they are from Sichuan, and that is where the 2 greatest sects are located. He says with an angry look that the Tang clan is called the kings of poisons and secret murders, and the Qingqing clan ranks first among the sword sects of the 5 mountains, and he heard that they have united to oppose the holy cult together. He slams his cup on the table and says that if they join them, then they will not have an easy time. No-Ho confidently punches and claims that they can also send wild animals from the southern lands, a detachment of 500 elephants and rhinos. The fighters walk next to the armored animals. He realizes that against their combined power even the holy cult will run away with its tail between its legs. The interlocutor thoughtfully clarifies about the elephants and rhinos, suggesting that the cult's adherents will have a hard time. He replies that this is why it is worth joining forces. He bangs on the table and shouts about the need to join the Tang and Qingqing clans. The negotiator raises his hand and asks to calm down, because even if they unite, they are still ordinary masters and cannot ignore this. The mustachioed man looks at him and asks if it would be nice to repel the cult, but are they capable of it? No-Ho calmly says that they will not be able to withstand a direct battle, clarifying that head-on is not the only strategy. An agitated old man shouts about the scorched earth tactic. It is explained that with such a tactic, retreating troops destroy any important supplies for the enemy, be it industrial or food, in order to prevent the enemy from using them, but because it causes significant damage to residents, it is used only by cruel unorthodox sects. The man with a smirk says correctly. The doors to the building rattle and someone asks to be let in. No-Ho looks away with a sly look. He opens the gate and asks what the noise is. He looks at the fighter and hears that people from the Black Blade have arrived and asks to see him. The doors swing open. The man knocks the guard to the ground. The bearded warrior furiously declares that he heard that they were going to leave and they can't do this to them. The bearded warrior with a serious look understands that they made the decision secretly. But how did they know about it? He turns around in rage at those present in the hall. The frightened masters look at him. He frowns and mentally calls them idiots. He turns around, realizing there is no need to hide it. He clarifies how it concerns them. The man clenches his fist and asks if they are really going to just up and abandon them. Noho shouts loudly at him to go away, because if anyone hears that, they will think they took his Black Blade gang. The rival furiously states that they told them to double the protection tax, and they did so, and more than half of it went straight into their pockets. They turned all the merchants' shops upside down when they said they needed a base, and how dare they abandon them. The warrior flies forward, insulting him. He raises his sword. The man gets seriously cut. Noho asks in a rage how they dare to say such nonsense, because if they don't shut their mouths, he will have to slit their throats. The frightened masters swallow their saliva. He turns to the guests and shouts at them to get out and shut the others up, otherwise he will kill everyone. The bearded master glows blue in rage. They leave through the forest. It is said that in the end the Black Blade gang had no choice but to tremble and leave the so-called Orthodox sect. The forests are burning. It is explained that the tactic worked as expected, but something unexpected appeared, namely a rumor that the gang was occupying the lands they were leaving. The protagonist smirks and declares that the hypocrisy of the sects does not surprise him at all, specifying why they came. The bald warrior bows, stating that they would like to pay tribute for protection and they are ready to give twice as much. Moreover, they can give half of the proceeds from the activity. He feels something in shock. His head hits the wooden floor hard. Several warriors sit under the influence of the spell. Un with yellow eyes asks how he is better than those scoundrels. Aren't they the same hypocrites? The protagonist uses magic against them and explains that he does not like hypocrites, and also those who drink other people's blood like bats. He leaves the room, ordering to cut off their heads, then find their base and burn it, and distribute their accumulated wealth to the locals. The warriors raise their hands and beg for a chance. The bald man screams in fear. The protagonist comes out and understands that everything is very complicated. Chun is introduced next to him. It is said that, like Nok, he was a mentor for the protagonist, and it is difficult to say which of them was better. The guy is sitting in a chair. It is explained that this is why he could not so easily use the cult of the holy demon. He understands that being the head is still a hassle. He exhales tiredly, realizing that once he has accomplished his revenge and the influence of the demonic cult is strengthened, he will be able to travel freely without thinking about anything. The girl looks ahead in surprise. A drop of sweat flows down the protagonist's face. He understands that she said that she will wait for his answer after everything is over. The mountains stretch under the blue sky. It is said that the members of all the Black Blades departments were beheaded by the cult, and that's not all. They say that they began to return everything they stole to people. The workers are sitting on a bench. The question is asked whether this is true because the cult is cannibals. He replies that he was skeptical, but the rumors are true, and yesterday he was returned the goods that the Black Blades took. They walk across the field. It is explained that this is how the doctrines of the cult of the holy demon began to fly across the central plains. Saryang sits behind bars opposite the boy. It is said that rumors of what was happening reached him, and every day Sosan visited him and told him about everything. The surprised warrior asks if all this really happened. Squeezing his eyes, he thinks about the demons acting more justly than the Orthodox faction, and then what has he been protecting until now? His lips tremble. He does not understand why he held the sword. Purple energy hovers around him. He wonders why him. Mice are crawling in a bowl. It is said that Saryong stopped responding to the boy, closing his eyes, ears and mouth. He looks down. It is explained that this does not mean that he did nothing. He continued to think. With a serious face, he watches. It is said that he was thinking about his beliefs in which he believed until now. Sosan stands in front of the dungeon. It is said that when he visited him, he spoke. He declares that he would like to meet his mentor. It is said that beliefs are like released arrows. Their direction is not easy to change, but sometimes a simple touch of a willow leaf is enough to change course. The protagonist, sitting on a chair, says that he heard that the interlocutor wanted to see him. Saryong sits in front of him and agrees. He smirks and says that he quickly gave up. The battered fighter says that this does not mean that he has abandoned his beliefs. Smiling, notes that truly beliefs are a great thing. The interlocutor looks at him in rage. The protagonist, sitting opposite, says that people who do not betray them are worthy of admiration, clarifying why he asked for a meeting. Saryong looks down silently. He looks up and says that he wants to visit the camp of the holy demon cult. The surprised strategist hears that he knows that this is asking too much, but he would like to see the camp and the territories they control with his own eyes. The guy smirks and hears that if necessary, he can seal his powers and assign guards. He holds a cup and notes that this is interesting. He places it on the table. MC smilingly declares that a man from the Orthodox faction wants to visit his camp. He stares ahead and wonders what he will get in return. The man calmly replies that his life. The protagonist sitting opposite asks again. Saryong looking ahead says that if everything that was said about the cult was a lie, then he will give his life. The guy thinks and asks about life. The prisoner with tied hands says that he will become his master, and the fighter will raise the sword in the name of the cult, and he will be free to kill him or spare him. The protagonist begins to laugh very loudly. The dissatisfied interlocutor looks at him. The protagonist smilingly holds his head. With yellow eyes, he declares that he overestimates himself. The prisoner of war is very scared. Dark energy emanates from the protagonist. He says that he is of course talented, but the cult is full of such masters, and why should he go to so much trouble for his sake alone? The man in shock realizes that he was ready to renounce his beliefs and meet him, but nothing came of it. Making a face, he states that he agrees, realizing that he will now die. The strategist behind them exclaims, "Master." The guy looks away with a smile. So-san stands silently nearby. A question sounds whether he advised him to do this. Saryong turns around. The protagonist puts out his hand and says that then they will pretend that nothing happened. Guanchik bows after being called. With a displeased face, orders to begin preparing to fight the Tang clan, because they will attack in 10 days, and while he is in the camp, he will seal his chi. The guy touches the prisoner's hands. He is shocked, feeling magic. He writhes in pain. The protagonist, hanging over him, claims that if he tries to use force, he will be torn to shreds. The prisoner of war lowers his head and says that he understands and thanks the leader. The ruler walks away. It is said that the countdown of 10 days has begun, which he gave to the prisoner, and during this time the demon cult was resting before capturing new territory, and not only. Rain is dripping on the house. It is explained that their next enemy was the Tang clan from Sichuan. Snakes are in a glass box. It is explained that they are known for their mastery of poisons, and you need to be careful with them and prepare all kinds of antidotes. Clouds float among the rocks. It is said that during these 10 days everyone was looking for antidotes, and most of them belonged to the allies from the rear, and they agreed to hand them over. A group of fighters walks along a mountain path. It is said that for 10 days the demon cult was preparing for war. Things are lying on the floor. It is said that the Western army was less tired than the Eastern one, and therefore headed to the next area. The girl goes forward. The Western army's target was the area that served as a bridge between Gansu, and if Nyanga and Tang are captured, the 4 fortresses will go to the cult, and it will rule a third of the central plain. The guy looks forward and thinks that this is too easy. In the frame, the interior of the house, he wonders that the Murim alliance was the first to start a war, and they are too quiet for those who attack the cult camp, and Dojio looks like a rabbit. The hero is at a crossroads. The main character understands that it is known that a cunning rabbit has 3 holes, and most likely he still has aces up his sleeve. The guy closes his eyes and realizes that there is also the Imperial Palace. No matter what the alliance has planned, they must succeed at the bloody gates of righteousness. He exhales, realizing that in any case, the war will be difficult. The hero slams his fist on the table. The action takes place 10 days later. He bangs his head on the floor. The prisoner on his knees screams that from now on he wants to be part of the cult, and wants to become the hands and sword of its leader, and he swears to do everything in his power. Saryong loudly screams about the glory of the heavenly demon, and he will serve him. The masters are in the camp square. It is said that over the past 10 days he has learned a lot under the supervision of Guan, and during the time spent he realized that the cult is not so bad, and ordinary people followed him. They walk along the rocks. It is said that the man realized that all his past thoughts and beliefs were just prejudices, and he abandoned his past beliefs. He looks at the sky. He has a new faith, and this became a turning point. The fighter stands in front of the forest, realizing that if the Orthodox sect is wrong and the rumors were wrong, although the cult is called demonic, you can become an officer. MC in front of his subject demands to raise his head. The protagonist stands opposite and asks what about his comrades, because all of death are lying on him. The shocked prisoner hears that knowing this, will he be able to follow him? His face trembles with fear. The prisoner of war looks down and says that for 10 days he watched the cult of the holy demon and thought about what happened. With a serious face, he explains that no matter what, everyone does what they must. Standing opposite, clarifies what he means. The man kneels and says that back then they were enemies, and then the protagonist did what he had to, and he does not blame him for this. He in turn asks about his comrades. The prisoner assures that he will convince him. The guy with a serious look realizes that he is still bound by morality, but his mind has awakened. He says with a smile that this is what needs to be done, while wondering how many more of the army he will be able to attract to his side. The prisoner bows, hitting his head and shouting thanks. He replies that it is impossible to even try to convince fools from enemy clans. The surprised man looks at him. The protagonist waves it off and explains that it is pointless. It is said that he received a list of sects that are associated with the school opposing the heavens at the bloody gate of righteousness. He looks forward, realizing that after the Murim alliance, he will deal with them. The fighters are sitting in the dungeon. He understands that not a single person from these clans will surrender to the demonic cult, and although even if they surrender, their clans will not recognize them. Surprised Saryong looks. The protagonist walks away, saying that he allows him to become part of the cult, but since he was an enemy, he cannot give him a responsible position. MC calmly explains that for 100 days he will be a subordinate in the demon army, and after the end of the term, based on his merits, he will decide what position to give. The prisoner stands in the middle of the hall and says that it will be done. It is explained that after accepting him into their ranks, the demonic cult again moved on to where the clans were waiting for them. The man proves something. It is said that he came to his comrades every day. Getting hit in the face, he realized that among them were those who called him a traitor. Dissatisfied comrades look away. Such people were Tangso and Peng-ak. He shouts in rage that he knew it, and it was impossible to accept second-rate scum into their ranks. The fighter proves that he can be trusted because he saw the camps with his own eyes, and they are no different from them. They are all ordinary people who were called demons. The fighters are sitting behind bars. It is said that thanks to the hard work of Saryong, some agreed to follow him. They walk through the city. It is explained that they visited the cult's territories, and 3 prisoners joined the army, and they all came from small clans. The strategist stands in front of An and explains that the larger their clan, the less they want to surrender. The guy grins and says that he thought so. A broken house stands in the middle of the city. It is said that the 3 who expressed a desire to join should also be sent to the troops. Fighters in black and white cloaks go forward. The Eastern Army was replenished with 4 warriors, and all this happened before the war with the Sichuan alliance. Everything around is ablaze. The cult army was unstoppable, and in less than 2 months they captured Gansu and Qinghai. But they did not stop there and moved on. In the frame there is a stone seal. It is explained that soon a third of Sichuan was in their hands. The man clenches his fists. They are burning with fire. He declares that even Nyanga was in the hands of the cult. The fighters bow. He understands that the day has come when the head of Tang had to go out personally. He looks out the window. It is said that over the years the poison does not weaken, and it only gets stronger. The man holds the tree, realizing that the legendary warrior who mastered all the techniques in childhood and brought them to a new level. When it comes to poisons, no one can compare with him. The head of the Jinryong clan turns around and asks why he abandoned his clan and ran because he is afraid of the holy demon. The bearded man guiltily says that he has no excuse. He glows with a red aura, declaring that there can be no excuse for this. He touches the plant with his finger. It breaks from the red aura. He moves his hand around the tree. It remains scorched. The fighters look on guiltily, kneeling. He is shocked to realize that this is a perfect poisonous technique. The man looks at them and declares that since he joined them, he will not say anything because everything must be done to protect Sichuan. He stands in front of his subjects and says that detailed instructions will be conveyed by the clan and the sect, and the Murim alliance is making final preparations, but they are not finished yet and will therefore send a master to help. The people look at the floor. One of them asks again. Jinryong calmly says that he also does not know who he is, but the ruler of the alliance said that his strength is comparable to Buddha or the Holy Sword. They ask again in shock. Sitting in front of the leader, they exclaim that in this case they will be able to stop the heavenly demon. The man stands in front of them and says that in any case, they have a plan, and if they follow the instructions, they will be able to teach their enemies a lesson. He glows with a red aura and brings his hand to the flower. He breaks the pot and asks them to strictly follow the plan. It breaks into pieces. Red energy incinerates the fragments. He calmly looks forward. The man looks to the side. He sweeps all the remains from the table. Dust is blown off the table. He looks at the other part of the room and demands to leave. The space is distorted. Someone's footsteps on the floor. The man looks at him with a smile, emitting dark energy. He says with a sarcastic grin that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The man is standing next to Jinryong. He asks without pleasantries with a displeased face. He looks at him and says that they have a business relationship and are not friends. He, holding his chest, says that he is sorry and thought that they could be friends. The bearded leader asks with displeasure that he came to carry all sorts of nonsense. The interlocutor with a grin says that he will be here soon. The surprised man looks at him. Smiling slyly, the guest says that he himself said that the unrivaled master should arrive. The bearded leader of the clan says that he heard that he is equal in strength to the holy sword, and he finds it hard to believe. They are standing in the room. The man who arrived explains that he is the main trump card of their clan, and he must be glad that they are cooperating. Jinryong silently looks at him. He is furious and claims that they only teamed up with them for their own interests, and don't care about their plans, because they just need to keep their promise. The sinister man smiles and says of course they will keep their word, but he is not sure that everything will go well for the guys from Qingqing. A fire is burning. The frame shows the city square. It says that about 300 of the best swordsmen arrived from there, and they all gathered around the fire away from the Tang camp. The disgruntled man with the sword is the senior disciple of the first sword and the head of the sect. He claims that they will not calm down until they avenge their comrades. He looks at his subjects and says that their brothers and elders died at the hands of the cult, and because of them they lost the eastern lands and lost the sword of the Red Dawn and Blue Clouds. He tightly squeezes the handles of the weapon. He says that they cannot sleep peacefully after such humiliation. Sitting around the fire, he claims that during the battle, they will stand at the forefront and let them not dare to lose and fight until they pierce their hearts. The warriors bow. understanding the order. He looks forward with a grin. He changes the smile to sadness. In his hands are balls. He realizes with a serious face that this pill will increase chi several times. He stands in front of the stranger and understands that if he told the truth, then he can use it against the demon, but he cannot trust every word. With a dissatisfied face, he realizes that he should not use it right away, and even if the rumors about the cult's strength are true, they will not be able to stand against 300 Qingqing swordsmen. Dust hovers in the desert. Information sounds that the Sichuan alliance is waiting for them on the Plain of Seven Nights, and it is called so because it can be crossed in such a long time, and it is open from all sides. There is not a single tree around, only sand and rocks. It is said that it looks like they want to fight in close combat, and plan to use beasts from the forest against them. The protagonist walks next to the strategist, and states that their cult has not fought like this before, and they think that this is their weakness. But they fought like this in the pool. The protagonist looks ahead and asks what is wrong with their formation. He replies that the Qingqing sect is in the vanguard and wild beasts follow them, and in the very rear there are several Sichuan schools. The guy calmly explains that apparently the Tang clan is not there. Guanchuk with a serious face claims that they are located a few hours behind and says that this is due to the need to deliver poisons. The guy looks ahead and clarifies that the clan always has insidious plans in mind. The assistant notes that most likely they will act last in order to minimize losses. The guy, closing his eyes, understands that this is why the Spear School hated the Tang clan. He asks the advisor to keep an eye on them. The old man puts his hands together and says as you say, specifying what the protagonist will do. He smirks and says that if they wanted a war, then he will arrange it. In the middle of the desert, a battle is visible. It is said that two forces occupied the Plain of Seven Nights. The opponents look at each other. It is said that the distance between them was about 2 li and they could not see very clearly. This was enough. Guan with a sword walks forward surrounded by followers. The protagonist is blazing with a purple aura. He looks ahead and asks if they still understand that they themselves provoke their cult. The warrior, lowering his head, hears that they look down on the cult and decided to accept the fight only because they do not know what they are capable of. Blazing with fire, and offers to show them. He rises above the enemy army, calling to show what happens to those who dare to underestimate the demon cult. His eyes burn brightly. He orders them to go. Fighters in masks and cloaks quickly move forward. The protagonist calmly demands to destroy them. The demon cult fighters pounce on the enemy. They almost catch up with each other. The girl turns around. The masked warrior bravely gallops forward. The fighter with the sword flies into the attack. The huge elephant stomps its feet. It throws the cult fighters in different directions. The surprised warriors see this. The ferocious rhinoceros runs into the attack. Guan sees it and understands that they are even more beasts than the animals themselves. He calmly looks away. The warrior prepares a blow with a sword, blazing with orange flames. He stands firmly on the ground. The ferocious beast rushes into the attack. The guy understands that the rhinoceros is stronger and more resilient than a horse. Guan calmly wonders if he can stand up to the sword. The fighter hits the rhinoceros, realizing that it looks like a soldier with a spear. The warrior deftly jumps back from the blows of the beast. He mounts, knowing that since he knows how to deal with it, there is no need to drag it out. He slashes hard at it, knowing that it may be tough, but it is no match for a top-notch warrior. The beast roars in pain. The warrior looms over the fallen beast, knowing that it is finished. He turns around and sees an elephant, knowing that now he will have to deal with something stronger, and it is larger than he imagined. The elephant looks at its enemy in rage. It roars loudly. The boy realizes that during the fight with the rhinoceros, he noticed something. The blade glows orange. He strikes the armor, knowing that it may look tough, but it is damn slow. He pierces its flesh, thinking that one warrior wielding the sword's aura will be enough to deal with them. Guan looks at him, unfazed. He stabs the elephant with his blade. The hero stands in front of the defeated beast. The enthusiastic masked fighter exclaims. He and his comrades gallop into the attack. He shouts that no one should be spared. The horse quickly runs on. The bald-bearded man receives a powerful blow. The masked fighters fly past the enemies. They cut their bodies on the go. Only corpses remain behind them. Several opponents with swords surround the hero. The protagonist deftly swings his sword, realizing that he needs to attack quickly. His eyes shine. He understands that when fighting against a large number of enemies, he cannot allow unnecessary movements. Unswings his spear, thinking that he needs to act clearly and precisely. He skillfully deals with the enemies surrounding him. They fall down, while the cult leader thinks about what to pierce, block and turn around. Making a quick movement with his spear, he realizes that it is time to cut. The guy stands near the killed enemies, realizing that it was flawless and confident. MC sighs with a serious look. Enemies fly from behind, screaming that he is a damn demon. The protagonist begins to shine with a purple glow. The enemies are incinerated by dark fire. They do not understand what to do. Everything around is engulfed in purple flames. Hands reach forward. The protagonist stands in front of a killed armored elephant. A wound is smoking in his body. The guy clenching his fist realizes that the palm of the heavenly demon is getting stronger. He turns around with interest. There are several armored elephants with large tusks around. He grins. MC begins his movement. His eyes glow yellow. He uses 6 nodes that destroy the heavenly laws. He understands that 6 attacks are enough to destroy the sky. He incinerates the elephants with huge blue pillars of fire. They roar in pain. The protagonist stands surrounded by splashed blood. The fighter raises his weapon and orders to bear swords. He puts his hand forward, telling to take positions. Warriors with swords stand opposite. He shouts that today they will cut the throats of the heavenly cult. They calmly look ahead. It is said that the battle position is a sea of swords. The character hovers over the sea opposite the cliff. It is explained that once upon a time there lived a master who wanted to see the sea, and one day in a dream he saw a sea created from swords. Books glow blue. It is explained that when he woke up, he created a formation and named it so. Waves are cut between people. It is said that 100 swords replaced each other like waves. Water splashes in the desert. It is said that at any moment, like a tsunami, all the power could surge concentrated in one sword. The frightened enemy looks ahead while fire burns behind him. It is explained that now, the previously indestructible sea of swords has been stopped by a pillar of fire. He turns around in shock and wonders what this fire is, burning a dark color. The protagonist stands calmly in the middle of the flames. The enemy makes a face and calls him a heavenly demon. He raises his sword, exclaiming about the sea of swords of the highest dawn. Waves spread across the desert. The heroes stand in the middle of the desert. An old man with white hair and eyes looks forward. Jin Ryong stands next to the others and says that it has begun. The protagonist confronts the army. It is said that he does not know what Chungja is saying now, but he can feel his anger. The man asks him with a smile if he really thinks that the Qingqing school can deal with the heavenly demon. The bearded warrior replies that the 9 great factions are strong. He looks forward and says that among them is the 5 mountain sword sect and the school is from there. The partner smiles and asks him why he thinks they have a chance against the heavenly demon. He silently looks forward. They see the battle. He speaks correctly. The hero with a sly grin asks if he really decided to joke in such a situation. Jin Ryong calmly states that they could have won if it had been the Qingqing school 100 years ago, since it was able to surpass the other leading school in the 5 mountain sword sect. Pokes with a spear, the opponent understands that now Qingqing, devastated by the school opposing the heavens, will not be able to defeat the heavenly demon. He looks at his sarcastic partner, and clarifies that he knew this. The bearded master states that, however, even a heavenly demon will not be able to remain unharmed when faced with a sea of swords. The cunning interlocutor clarifies what it means that a sea of swords can injure a heavenly demon. The clan leader looks away and states that he knows very well how strong the meridians of the masters are, and that the sea of swords technique may be strong, but it is not enough to harm a heavenly demon, and when he spoke of injuries, he did not only mean physical ones. He looks at him with a grin and says that even if the cult leader destroys the sea of swords, his chi will be depleted and then his exit will come. The sarcastic partner, raising his hand, declares that he himself will not go, but the other one. An old man with white hair and eyes stands silently nearby. Jin Ryong, turning around, declares that the god of the sword of pure light, raised with the help of the poison spirit, is well done. In the frame of a wooden box, it is explained that the poison spirit, a special technique of the school opposing the heavens, allows you to awaken the body of the master and turn him into someone who can be controlled, and in the past the god of the sword of pure light was a master who amazed the imagination. The cunning man says that it is not worth it, because he is not perfect. The leader of the clan thinks. They are standing in a cave. The interlocutor claims that he is sure that the spirit has taken over almost all the power of the god of the sword of pure light, and after the battle with the sea of swords, the heavenly demon will weaken and a fight may well occur. Jin Ryong looks away, thinking that although he is a god of pure light, he is still a jianshi, and he cannot give all the glory from killing a heavenly demon to this creature. He frowns, realizing that the final blow will be his. His face is depicted against the background of the fallen protagonist. He thinks that like the hero of legends, if he kills him without the help of a school opposing the heavens, the glory of the Tang clan will last for hundreds of years. His partner smiles slyly. Strives to attack. He stands in front of the waves that fly towards him. His eyes sparkle. He makes a movement with a spear. The guy tries to hold back the tsunami with the help of a barrier. Whirlwinds of purple magic mix with streams of water. The fighters see this riot of colors above them. They are covered with water. The enemy shouts in rage that no matter how strong the attack is, if they take it together, the damage will not be so great. The protagonist smirks and notes that he is right. Chungja loudly declares that it is the opponent's turn to take the hit. He holds his sword standing in front of the protagonist. Swords are flying towards him. The protagonist holds a block as the blades approach him. He calmly looks forward. The tip of the spear attracts the swords. He deftly fights off the enemy's attacks. Squeezing his fingers, he declares that he may be good at defense, but he lacks attacking power. The protagonist puts out his hands and generates energy. He holds swords in his hands. The guy instantly crumbles the steel in his hands. He smirks and declares that no matter how many swords he points at him, it will all be useless. He roars in anger. Chungja furiously calls for a change in order. The fighters around him understand the order. The man glows with blue flames, shouting for deployment. The protagonist stands in the middle of the desert opposite his enemy with his comrades. He sees how he holds a sword. He wonders if they are really concentrating their power in Chungja. The enemy glows with a blue aura. The veins on his neck bulge. He looks ahead with blue eyes unperturbed. The protagonist frowns, realizing that this will not be easy. Chungja swings his sword. A wave forms on the tip of his blade. The guy frowns, realizing that he should not take this blow. Water brings destructive power. The guy holds the spear and thinks about this power. He sees an enemy in front of him. They look at each other. He realizes that he is equal to the blow of a divine master. The protagonist puts out his spear. His eyes are burning. He understands that this is all. Raising his weapon, uses star rain of extermination, ocean destruction, and other skills. He closely watches the enemy, realizing that by combining the essence of all techniques, he will destroy the land after the ocean. Holding the spear in front of him, he uses the technique of earth destruction. A vortex of dark energy rises above him. He waves the spear. A flash occurs in front of the protagonist. A strong explosion is heard near him. Chungja blocks it with a water barrier. Purple energy floods the barrier. The protagonist attacks his enemy, who tries to hold back the onslaught. Burning alive, the fighters scream in pain. He screams through the pain that he is not a man, but a monster. A stream of powerful flame burns them. Smoke and dust dissipate. Chungja's silhouette is visible in the clouds of smoke. He holds a blade in front of him tiredly. He falls down without strength. MC looks at him and thinks about how he gave up so quickly. He smirks and orders him to get up and amuse him. He begins to cast a spell and with a terrifying look says that he wants to feel satisfaction after his death. Purple clouds rise around the protagonist. He uses the spiral of the heavenly demon. With a serious look, he says that he wants to laugh heartily, killing all the Qingqing masters and burning their mountain to the ground. He stands in front of his enemy. A powerful cloud of dark energy is generated in his hands. An aura envelopes him. He shouts that they must try harder. Chungja sees a flying cloud of flame in front of him. It rages near him. Black and purple smoke spreads across the desert. He tries to hold it back with a water barrier. The surprised fighters see the attack of the heavenly demon. They are taken away by the fire, and they scream in pain. The protagonist with burning eyes thinks that from today on the Qingqing sect will cease to exist. Powerful streams of energy overwhelm the enemies. The water barrier holds back the onslaught of the protagonist. Chungja purses his lips in rage. He covers himself with his hand from his attack. The blade cuts through the air. He holds the handle tightly. The master deftly cuts through the purple smoke. The guy looks at it in bewilderment. The man is burning with blue flames. The protagonist wonders why he is so strong. Radiates dark energy, realizing that although he is a god-level master, his power is beyond his understanding. The enemy's face is reflected in the tip of the sword. The protagonist wonders if he has already surpassed the divine limit. Sweat flows down his face, and he thinks about his brother. He wonders in rage that even 300 of the best Qingqing warriors are nothing to the heavenly demon, like a lantern flame in the wind. His eyes shine. He understands that this is the end. Suddenly, he opens his eyes and comes up with something. He looks at his hand with a tired look. He takes hold of his clothes. He has a couple of marbles. He holds them in his hands and thinks that if he eats them, there will be a chance. He swallows the pills. The space around him suddenly brightened. The sarcastic man begins to laugh, realizing that the fighter took the dream pills. Jinriang stands near his comrades and asks what he said. Grinning, he replies that nothing special. With a sly smile, he thinks that Chungja probably does not know that the dream pill is a failed experiment. The man writhes in pain while he thinks about the fact that the pill increases G several times, but the one who took it goes crazy. His eyes glow red, explaining that there is nothing wrong with madness and that a person simply becomes true to his feelings. He clenches his teeth in rage, turning to the heavenly demon. A powerful energy forms around him. He clenches his teeth in rage and looks forward. In his hands is a sword. He leads it, causing vortices of waves. Swinging the blade, Chungja forms water around himself. The shocked protagonist recognizes the ring of the Big Dipper. The sword crumbles while the guy realizes that this is energy compressed due to the rotation of the blade. The enemy is preparing to strike. The protagonist stands firmly on the ground, realizing that the enemy is stronger than he expected and then he must show what he is capable of. The guy waves his spear. Concentrating, he thinks about how he can't die too quickly. The fighter rushes to attack. He swings his spear, splashing out a powerful stream. The enemy, clenching his teeth, exclaims about the sword of the red dawn and blue clouds. He puts out his hand and prepares to attack. The protagonist calmly holds the spear. A strong explosion occurs at the site of the collision of the opponents. The enemies fly apart in different directions. The protagonist attacks Chungja again. The spear moves deftly, cutting everything around. The tip flies forward. The shocked villain sees it in front of him. MC deals a strong blow to the enemy, who then flies to the side. With crazy eyes, he screams in pain. The protagonist stands on the ground and declares that he only thought that it became interesting and in the end this is all he is capable of, and then let him show the difference between them, and this parting gift especially for him. The protagonist glows with a dark aura, declaring that this is how to control Chi, and no matter how much he increases his internal energy, he will never compare to him. Chungja madly demands to be silent. He raises a blade with water in front of him, shouting about the sword of red dawn and blue clouds. The water spheres blur. He looks ahead in confusion. The protagonist with the spear on his shoulder looks at him. The frightened opponent realizes that the chi of the Qingqing school is gradually fading. MC holds the spear, realizing that he now understands how to use such a technique. It is said that the technique of the dividing sword first reads the opponent's martial arts, and then blocks the applied technique. The tip of the spear smokes purple. It is explained that the spear technique appeared before Chungja's eyes. The frightened man calls him a damn demon, realizing that if they continue like this, they will lose. He releases energy on the army, shouting that more chi is needed. The fighters begin to suffocate. Their bodies become hollow, and they become like a skeleton. The fighter stretches out his hand and begs the leader to have mercy on them. Chungja madly splashes out energy and calls the heavenly demon. The protagonist smirks and says that he took some kind of drug and stopped thinking clearly, but continues to think about revenge. Frowning, he thinks that since he wants revenge, he needs to be cold-blooded and hide the sword until he becomes stronger. The fighter stands among the fallen comrades. The guy wonders what a person who wants revenge looks like. The guy with burning eyes demands that he get out of sight. He frowns and looks ahead. His spear burns with a bright flame while he emits dark energy. In rage, he begins to use the flow of the holy dragon. He releases a whirlwind of bright yellow aura. The ferocious image of the dragon approaches the enemy MC. He burns him alive. He screams in unbearable pain. Smoke is visible in the desert. The grinning character says that apparently it's their turn. Jin Yang agrees with him. The light hero looks ahead. It is said that the time has come for the god of the sword of pure light. The character runs along the cracked ground in the desert. The fighter runs to the leader of the cult and asks if he is okay. The protagonist with a smile says that he is a little tired. Sighing, he asks what they are done here. He notices something in shock. The protagonist abruptly pushes his ward away. Guan falls to the ground. Beams of energy rush down. They pierce the ground, causing explosions. The discouraged guy thinks about the leader. The protagonist with a spear blocks the blows. The guy stands in the middle of the ruins, thinking that if he noticed the blow a moment later, he would have already been taken out, while he does not understand where the attack came from. Frowning, he assumes that it was from above. Un looks up and sees a bright image in the sky. An old man in a completely white robe appears before him. The guy squeezes the spear and realizes that he feels a huge power coming from the enemy, and it is equal to his. The enemy flies forward. He rushes down rapidly. A strong blow is dealt to the main character. The protagonist barely holds back his blade, asking who he is. The old man with white eyes silently continues to attack. The blade breaks off. The protagonist dodges the sword strike. The guy with a grin asks that he will not even introduce himself. The old man with white hair holds a weapon. He releases fierce images of monsters. The protagonist burns them and shouts that he does not like tactlessness. A bright flash occurs. A crater smokes in the middle of the desert. The hero's silhouette is visible in the middle of clouds of dust. Purple energy quickly rushes around. A bright beam flies forward. It is said that this is an extreme speed, and the light blades of the dragon and tiger cut through the space around at great speed. The protagonist slides along the ground, realizing that things are bad. The blades of the opponents collide. There is a bright flash with the release of energy. The guy with glowing eyes stares ahead. He releases purple smoke, realizing that if the enemy's specialty is speed, then he can counter the power of the best holy demon arts. The guy frowns, thinking that if the enemy only attacks, then no matter how high his skills are, he will not leave unscathed. The guy attacks his enemy with spheres. The old man watches calmly. The guy smirks and wonders where all these masters come from. He realizes in shock that if he thinks about it, a familiar feeling arises. Frowning, he realizes that it is like then. The old man attacks the guy with extreme speed. He understands that now the enemy is dodging techniques thanks to instincts, without calculating the movements, and he is too led, just like in the case of Jin Song. He calmly looks at the guy. He understands that his life force is weak. He is like an old man on his deathbed. The guy with the spear rushes forward, thinking that even if he is a divine master who is able to control his life chi, his strength is much greater than others. Frowning, he considers him a monster, not understanding where such people come from. The guy notices an attack from above. Light rays are approaching the protagonist. He is preparing to block with difficulty. The guy gets cut, blood splashes to the sides. He gets another wound. Seeing the terrifying figure of the enemy in front of him, he realizes that things are bad, and recently he confronted an ocean of swords and warriors of the Qingqing school, and his martial arts are extremely inconvenient for him. The old man rushes to attack while the cult leader understands that while the Tang clan of Sichuan is alive, he cannot waste time and must finish them off as quickly as possible. The guy calmly wonders if it might be worth using the Holy Dragon Stream. The white-haired enemy looks at him as he thinks about his martial arts having incredible speed and how such a technique will work against him. The boy looks down and wonders if he can finish the enemy with it. The protagonist frowns and thinks about how the Holy Dragon Flow is strong, and it combines both softness and strength, but it does not combine well with speed. He looks ahead and thinks that the person in front of him must have a common weakness with Jinsong, and can't he finish this quickly? A drop of blood falls to the ground. The protagonist with blood on his face lowers his head. He says in a quiet voice that he must have become lazy. The fighter stands in the middle of the desert, thinking that ever since he left the cave of hidden demons and became a young head, or when he became a heavenly demon and probably got closer to the goal, he became carefree. Water covers the ground. He realizes that this is only the beginning of his true revenge. He grips the spear, knowing that this won't work, and if he's become lazy, it means he's done something wrong. He holds the weapon in front of him, knowing that he's put in much more effort than anyone else for his goal, and it's not too late. He sees hundreds of rays of light flying in front of him. He realizes that he'll just start over here and now. Stands in front of the vortex and understands that the goal of this technique is to surpass the speed of light. He looks ahead with concentration, knowing that he must go around it and outpace the light. Leading the spear, he thinks about how he has no equal in the techniques of the heavenly demon and the 6 knots that destroy the heavenly laws. He wonders what if he reaches the maximum speed of these techniques. The guy looks ahead and thinks if he can. With a dissatisfied face, the fighter understands that he must. The tip of the spear glows brightly. He sees floating hieroglyphs in front of him. They fly apart in different directions. With glowing eyes, thinks about mixing. The hieroglyphs move. A light stream hits his head. He sees in shock a split space. The sky is visible in it, fragments fly apart. The hero flies down. He lands, causing a shock wave. The guy stands surrounded by a white glow. White energy overwhelms everything around. Standing on the ground, he wonders what to call such a technique. The protagonist raises his head and sees light patterns. The sun is shining brightly. Watching, he thinks that the phoenix is a bird that was given the name of a god. MC stands against the background of a column of energy. There is a splash. Swords are stuck in the ground. The surprised man turns around and asks what kind of art this is, because it is mesmerizing. Masked fighters watch. A huge dissection in space is visible in the air. One tries to say something. The heroes run forward. The fighters on the rocks swing cannonballs and shout to throw poison bombs. The smoke disperses across the desert. It is said that they appeared at the moment when Un was exhausted, and they burst onto the battlefield waving the green flag of the Tang clan and scattered poison. The fighters die from it. They lie in pools of blood. Closing his mouth, the man does not understand what is happening and whether it is true that after this Tang calls itself an orthodox clan. Fingers are visible. A hand takes the head of a frightened warrior. It squeezes the skull. Instead of a fighter, only slime remains. It falls down and melts. The protagonist looks away and realizes that this is old man Jin Ryong. The enemy, blazing with red fire, stands opposite. He asks with a displeased face that the cult leader knows his name. The protagonist, grinning, says that he was waiting all this time. Standing with a spear, he says that first he sent the Qingqing school to him, and then an unknown monster, and all in order to weaken him. He agrees. The man calmly declares that he is smart but cannot call him an unknown monster because he is the god of the sword of pure light. The surprised fighters ask again. The cult leader looks ahead and claims that he does not care what the zombie's name is because he did not even have the courage to come out himself, and no matter how you look at it, their actions no longer resemble the orthodox faction. Jin Ryang's eyes are burning. He asks what about the demonic cult, is it ready to accept them? The masked warriors listen in shock. The guy smirks. They see the man and exclaim what he is talking about and how can you behave like that, and not only did he allow a massacre to be arranged, but he also surrenders to the cult. The bearded man silently listens to the objections. The guy lowers his head and calls it nonsense. His eyes glow yellow. He declares that he was not going to surrender. Blazing with a red aura, he asks if it is really so noticeable. The guy with the spear declares that his acting is lame on both legs. The protagonist smirks and says that even if he was serious, they still wouldn't be accepted. The man opposite is angry. The guy knocks his spear on the ground and says that there is no place for scum in their cult. He stands in front of the enemy and orders them to lift him up. The man on the wooden structure rises up. He hangs tied to it. The fighters lifted the huge structure with ropes. Surprised, Jin Ryang clarifies that it is the man on the observation tower. He opens his eyes in shock. A girl is visible. Distraught, he realizes that the cult leader is using interesting methods. The The girl hangs tied to the poles. It is said that Jin Miang's granddaughter Tang So is a prisoner. The protagonist looks at the enemy and says that he will show her something more interesting. The masked fighter approaches her. He swings his sword. Blood begins to spray in different directions. The head falls down. The man turns away. The protagonist with yellow eyes asks that unlike others, their clan places great importance on lineage, while realizing that he felt the same way when he lost 2 masters. The man looks down, a red aura around him. He looks up with a mad look. Clenching his fist, he declares that the protagonist is a real demon. The guy smirks and declares that this is funny. Jin Miang does not take his eyes off him. He stands in front of him in the middle of clouds of smoke, declaring that he did not have enough scattered poison and decided to pull an evil trick and destroy his clan. Putting out his hand, he asks who he is if not a demon. The old man chokes, declaring that this is the poison of the Tang clan. He coughs up blood. He falls behind the opponents. The protagonist looks forward and thinks about the 8 butterflies of death. The man holds shells in his hands, declaring that history is written by the victors, and if the Tang clan wins the battle, then it will be written exactly like this. The protagonist smiles and notes that he is confident that he can defeat the cult. The enemy glows red, hearing that if you cut off the head of a snake, it will become just a piece of meat. He replies that for him the cult is a snake, and if it loses its head, it will get lost and die. The protagonist glows purple and claims that his delirium has dragged on too long. The man excitedly realizes that the guy's stamina must have run out, and his internal energy must be much lower than usual. He is perplexed to realize that the protagonist is clearly bluffing, and it cannot be that he has any strength left after the battle with the Qingqing school and the god of the sword of pure light, and he wants to see a special spectacle. The protagonist looks questioningly. Jin Miang spreads his arms and declares that he will slit the throat of the heavenly demon like a hero from the pages of a book, and it would be grandiose. At the thought of it, he understands that it is like a child. Un with a spear stands opposite and says that he does not care about the death of his granddaughter. He attacks the protagonist, exclaiming that the honor of the living is more important than the honor of the dead. The guy holds a fighting stance and declares that then there is no point in continuing the conversation. Purple and red shells meet. The cult leader holds a fighting stance. The shell flies forward. A strong explosion occurs. The protagonist sees particles flying at him. He holds a spear and understands that the 8 butterflies of death are a deadly hidden weapon, but the greatest danger lies in the poison on the wings, and once you touch them, death cannot be avoided. The guy deftly dodges. The blades pass by. He sees more in front of him. An explosion occurs. The man sees the protagonist land next to him. He looks at him in shock. The leader of the Tang clan makes a move. He releases poisonous gas at the enemy. The protagonist attacks him with a spear. It is ablaze with purple flames. His silhouette with a bright eye is visible. The man looks at the spear and realizes that it has disappeared. The surprised clan leader does not understand how he can move so fast, having lost so much stamina and internal chi. Suddenly, the protagonist deals a powerful blow to the enemy. Jin Miang opens his mouth in shock. The fighters run across the desert screaming chapter. He slides along the ground. The man tries to breathe. There is purple smoke around him. A whirlwind surrounds him. He screams in rage that this is just trifles. The projectile flies towards the enemy. He sees a guy's fist in front of him. He looks ahead in shock. The silhouette of the protagonist declares that no matter what trump cards he has left up his sleeve, he will still not be able to use his hands. The beam pierces Jin Miang's face. Blood spurts out of his mouth. He hears that now his mouth is completely useless. He hits his leg. The protagonist delivers a powerful kick. MC swings his fist. It makes holes in the enemy's body. The man fell and landed on his knees. Suddenly, his feet left the ground. The guy picked him up and said, and he used interesting tricks to weaken him. His eyes were burning as he added, a hypocritical method worthy of an orthodox sect, covered with good intentions, but in fact, it is all a lie. The youth stretched out his hand and said, unfortunately for him, he made 3 mistakes. The hero's eyes rolled back as the protagonist continued to speak. Firstly, his tricks certainly used up some of his stamina and chi, but it was not enough to exhaust him. Un opened his burning eyes wide and asked, secondly, did he really think he was chatting with him because he liked it? The bearded man's nose was bleeding as he thought, so that's why he talked so much, stalling for time and recovering, and he, like an idiot, fell for it. Coming closer to the brunette, the protagonist said, and his third mistake. He hit him and added, he should never have gotten involved with the spear school. The guy's fist dug into the man's body when he added, now let him die. His master was already waiting for him. The stone crumbled. There was a bright flash. The blue-eyed man looked away in surprise. The hero opened his eyes wide and asked what. The 3 looked up in fear. The sword was covered in blood when someone said, long time no see. The weapon was sticking out of the hero's body. The protagonist lowered his head and said, he? The brunette leaned over and said, let him finally introduce himself officially, he is Huan Dok. He smiled sarcastically and asked, Although, they already know each other, don't they? And the plot noticed, deception. Doak is a master of deception. He managed to fool everyone present again. Although, to be more precise, he was able to deceive only Jin Ryong. The protagonist stood and thought. From the very beginning, neither the Qingqin school nor the Jiangshi could defeat the Divine Limit Master. Something else was needed, and that something was Jin Ryong. He, like the entire Tang clan, were pawns in Doak's sleeves from the very beginning. The blue-haired man took the sword out of his chest, threw it on the ground and said, so this was all his doing. He thought, if he had reacted even a second later, he would have hit the heart instead of the shoulder. Well, thanks for that. Although now it will be difficult for him to move his shoulder. The brunette smiled and replied, right, all this is part of his plan. The two stood opposite each other, when one said, so the appearance of the Qingqin school and the god of the pure light sword were tricks to weaken him, and the second replied, and he thinks quickly. Un looked at the hero and added, Jin Ryong was confident that they would be enough, but that was also his plan, to which he replied, he thought that the Qingqin school, the sword god of pure light and his would be enough to exhaust them. The blue-eyed man lowered his head and said, that's it. His eyes lit up as he added, how naive. Suddenly, someone on the mountain shouted, leader. The guy jumped and swung. The dark-haired man took out his sword. The two began to fight. The brown-eyed man opened his eyes in surprise. After which he was hit. He flew back. The man turned around and looked at the young leader. Ungritted his teeth and thought, fortunately it seems he did not die, most likely, he was also tired. But he still came to help, and said, that's why Jin Ryong was so confident, he planned everything well. The brunette raised his hand and asked, how could it be otherwise? After all, his opponent is the leader of the demonic cult. It seemed that if things continued like this, Sun would not be able to cope with Doak. Outwardly he was fine, but it was only an appearance. He was exhausted from previous fights. Besides, his chi was depleted. The blue-eyed man grinned and thought, but even with this amount of chi, he could cope. The hero narrowed his eyes and asked why he was smiling. The protagonist looked ahead and answered, most likely, he had planned everything only up to this moment. Juan closed his eyes and asked what he was talking about. The man jumped up. The old man covered his eyes from the wind. Then he suddenly jumped and swung. There was a powerful explosion. The man struggled and thought. The energy behind his blow was no joke, but he could not withstand this. The young man resisted and thought. He was exhausted and would not last long. If he held on much longer, victory would be his. Power wrapped around the sword. The brunette looked down sideways and thought. Let him try as much as he wanted. Magic surrounded the blade. Doak resisted. Suddenly he swung. Then he squinted and clenched his teeth. There was a flash near his face. The guy tensed his hand and concentrated his power. He extended his hand forward. The old man looked at him and said, the palm of a heavenly demon. The sword slipped from his hands. A powerful magical wave was approaching. The hero tried to defend himself. He raised his eyebrows and winced. The wave pierced his body through and through. The stick was visible in the smoke. The man lay on the ground with a spear in his stomach. He tried to get it out and groaned. The hero winced and thought, he can't pull it out. Blood was running down the man's hand. When he asked, was this also part of his plans? The man's eyes rolled back. Then they lit up red. The young man looked at him and was silent. He tightly clutched the weapon in his hand. The brunette opened his mouth from which blood was flowing. The blue-haired man frowned and said, asking again, he assumed that this would happen. The villain smiled maliciously. The blue-eyed man was surprised when he answered yes. His eyes lit up and he asked yes. The bloodied hero lay and smiled. The guy was standing on the mountain. There the dialogue continued, right, he assumed that he would not be able to defeat him in battle, so he prepared something else. The man opened his mouth and added, he was able to kill the heavenly demon twice, and both times with the same method. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked, poison? The opponent smiled and answered, exactly. The guy's lip twitched when he added, the same poison that killed the previous heavenly demon. The leader clenched his fist. The hero laughed loudly and shouted, he killed 2 heavenly demons. Un leaned towards him. Then he opened his mouth and said, he doesn't care what happens to him. His eyes lit up when he added, but before he dies he will kill them all, and it doesn't matter what happens next. The blue-haired man frowned and continued speaking, besides, no matter how strong this poison was, he would not die from it soon, just like the teacher, he would live for another 6 months or a year, and until then, he would send them all to hell. The protagonist grabbed Doak by the throat when he told the cult leader that he would not achieve his goals. He clenched his teeth and muttered, everything is going according to the master's plan. Blood splashed out. The protagonist pulled the spear out of his chest and the stream hit the air. The ground split into 2 parts. Everything was in a fog. The man exhaled heavily. Then he smiled and said, not bad. He sat in a hot bath and spoke, thinking, good, no, really good. The fat man rolled his eyes and chuckled. Suddenly, he got angry and shouted, no, nonsense, disgusting, he feels disgusting. A silhouette appeared in the darkness when someone said, "It seems like his pain is getting worse." It was Dae Yangban, the leader of the Heavenly Defying School's confidant. He looked at the man as he answered. His body was falling apart faster and faster. This was not good. The old man stood and spoke. The warriors were almost ready. Some products did not work out, such as the god of the pure light blade. But due to the large number, they also have good specimens. The leader will soon receive a new body. The emperor frowned and said, "Let them prepare it as soon as possible." The gray-haired man leaned over. The brunette looked at him and asked, "Did Do cope with the task, right?" He smiled and added, "Let him tell, he already knows." The old man grinned and answered, "He was right, he received the message." His eye lit up when he added, "He succeeded." The man sat down on the chair. Having settled himself more comfortably, he asked, "So that means he managed to kill the heavenly demon?" The old man exhaled and thought that although he guessed what answer he wanted to hear, he had no choice but to give the answer he had guessed from his subordinate. He raised his head and said that they had failed to kill the heavenly demon, but they had managed to poison it. The second asked if it was true that they had not achieved great success, but they had still had a small victory. Not bad. The gray-haired man looked up and asked what they should do. The brunette closed his eyes and thought. The second man was also silent. The light was on in the room. The man was standing in the desert. The hero bit his lip and thought that depending on the situation, the effect of the poison may change. For example, the previous heavenly demon went into seclusion and was able to suppress the effect of the poison with chi, and therefore lived a surprisingly long life. But what about the current heavenly demon? He is now waging a destructive war. If he suppresses the poison like the previous heavenly demon, he will have no chi left to fight. I wonder how he will die. And he said out loud that they will provoke him. The lights were on in the windows. Following the emperor's order, the detective service began to act immediately. The detective service is a secret organization that reports personally to the emperor, and although it consisted of only eunuchs, they possessed a power that staggered the imagination, instilling fear in both ordinary citizens and the masters of Mirim. Their actions were quiet and secretive. And soon the most skilled killers were ready to carry out the emperor's order, killers who could hide in the dark and blend into the surroundings. The hero walked up the stairs. People were walking near the building. There were more of them. If they went to marry, any of them could easily get the title of the King of Assassins. Their preparations were kept in the strictest confidence. But this still did not prevent rumors from appearing. News of their plans and movements reached one place. It was dark in the forest. A letter was burning on the floor. The man scratched his chin and said that the head of the demonic cult was a serious force to carry out the order of His Highness. He picked up the sheet. His eyes widened in surprise. He shook his head and said that, unfortunately, no matter how long he was absent, there would always be idiots who could not distinguish whether it was his order or not. He unclenched his hand. Looking at the fire, he said that because he made a mistake and brought the wrong emperor to the throne, and now he would have to take everything into his own hands. Ashes flew in the air. Two people stood at the door, and the man asked if anyone was there. The passage was dark. Two men came in and asked if their master had summoned them. The gray-haired man nodded and said, "Oh, they are here," and told them to deliver a letter to the heavenly demon. The yellow-eyed man picked up the letter. He looked up and asked if he was talking about the head of the demon cult. The gray-eyed man looked at him and said that he must deliver this letter no matter what. It is important, so he must act immediately and make sure that no one notices him. The subordinate opened his mouth and said that the darkness of the night and the shadow of the day will hide his movements. The hero nodded. He turned his head to the second man and told him to take this letter to His Highness Jin Song. The bald man looked up and asked what to tell him. He was told that he should sneak into the palace and find Dujin Mayung and tell him that Zhou Wusang sent him with a message for His Highness. There was a light in the window. It was a moonless night. Zhou Wusang is the former head of the detective service. The man stood by the window. Meanwhile, the Battle of Sichuan ended with the victory of the demonic cult. Of course, this means that the demonic cult did not suffer losses. It was a destructive and difficult war. There were some injuries, so the demonic cult had to stop for a few days to gather strength. The wounded were lying in beds. In these few days, someone visited the camp. The girl bowed and said that the head of Baekwon and the priestess of the heavenly cult, Cheon Ah-young, greeted the leader. The protagonist raised his head and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The girl raised her head. Her eyes widened. The protagonist bowed and looked at her. The heroine was scared and asked if he was okay. The young man exhaled and said that the wounds were not deep. This was indeed the case. Besides, Un was a master of the divine limit. It was not a problem for him to heal wounds with the help of internal chi. Wounds that usually take months to heal, he healed in a few days. The problem was the poison that entered his body. There was a bruise and a wound on his shoulder. The blue-haired man looked at the hero and thought that from their words, healing was impossible. There was no antidote. The guy's eyes lit up. He squeezed the armrest and thought that he did not know how much time he had left, but in the remaining time he would wipe all his enemies off the face of the earth. He clenched his fist tighter. The brunette looked at him in surprise. The guy looked at her and said that she had returned victorious. She opened her mouth and said that compared to Sichuan, it was not difficult. After all, there were few Murim sects there. The young man bowed. He opened his eyes and said that victory is victory. The guard brought out a bundle. A cloth was spread out in front of the girl and she was told to open the box. She looked at him in surprise. She opened her mouth and said what it was. Her eyes widened in surprise. In the leader's box was a human head, severed, preserved in salt, but Aaron was surprised not by the cruel sight, but by who the head belonged to. The head was lying next to the box. The protagonist lowered his head and said that they had taken revenge on the enemy. Tears came to the girl's eyes. She fell to her knees and cried bitterly. The protagonist turned away so as not to embarrass her. Then he said that he was going to send her to the master in Tian Shan. The heroine replied that her father would have liked it. The light of the lamps was reflected on the ceiling. The young man folded his arms across his chest and said that their revenge was not over yet. They needed to find those who had sent the master to burn from the body and bring from the head. Only then would they take their revenge to the end. The brunette lowered her head and thought that her father should wait a little longer. The man approached the cliff at the outer guard post of the holy demon cult. He walked between the trees. An arrow cut through the sky. It stuck in the ground. The hero turned his head and looked at it. He continued walking, and two figures were watching him. Guan put the intruder on his knees and said that he caught a suspicious person shooting towards the camp. He thought that he did not expect to be noticed. The protagonist looked at them. A tear flowed from the yellow-eyed one, and he thought that fortunately, most likely, the letter safely reached the addressee, which means he successfully completed the mission. His eyes widened in surprise. In front of him were glowing eyes. The bald man raised his head and thought how a person could have such a cruel look. The young man turned his head and chuckled and said, "Dark skin." He raised his finger and beckoned him to him. Throwing the envelope, he asked if he sent this letter. The man raised his head and said that he was the one who sent the arrow with the letter. The boy lowered his head and asked if he wrote the letter. The hero opened his mouth and said that it was his master. The letter said that assassins were sent for An object flew in the sky. The young man frowned and thought that someone probably deliberately staged this, so this information cannot be trusted, and then asked who his master was. The bald man stared at him. The blue-haired man spat and asked if he wanted to answer. But the yellow-eyed man lowered his head and said that he was ordered not to reveal his identity for now. The blue-eyed man clenched his fist and asked if he really wanted to say that now is not the time. He has met people who have told him the same thing before. He raised his hand and said that he really did. He did not know if he would continue to say the same thing when he began to tear the taint off his bones. The man opened his mouth and screamed, "Jin Sung Jae." The protagonist froze with his mouth open. The gray-haired man froze in place. Guan was silent. The protagonist stopped and thought that even in the cult, only the leaders knew about his alliance with Jim Sung Jae, which was the result of a deal, and now this man said his name. The youth frowned and thought that this could not be a coincidence. In Merim for the strongest there is no such thing as a coincidence. It is inevitable. The master's insight is amazing. Sweat was pouring down the hero's face. The man humanly bearded and said that if he still grabbed the cult leader and asked about him, then he should say the name of His Highness Jin Sung Jae. He looked away and added that later. The yellow-eyed man opened his mouth and asked to give him time. The hero was in the shadows. This is a special assassin of the detective service Kyum Kwangbo. Even among the members of the detective service taking care of the shadow affairs of the emperor's court, he stood out for both his skills and his special character. The man was kneeling and asking why he wanted to kill him. He was just following orders to help him. The silhouette turned and asked, can he figure out what's wrong? Swinging his weapon, he said that his victim, he took her when he was deciding how to kill her. Blood splashed. The blue-haired man scratched his head with his weapon and said, "Are you lacking brains or something?" He smiled evilly. This guy was ordered to eliminate the heavenly dragon. The man ran quickly. Huts rushed past. He was approaching one of them. Bursting inside, he thought, "Heavenly dragon, how funny it will be when his head is found cut in half." The spear was raised in the air. The killer ran forward and enjoyed it. After which he fell to the floor. The protagonist exhaled and said, "What a fool." The man tears off the spider's leg. He holds it with both hands. He pulls out the leg and blood flows from the body. The big man in the yellow robe doesn't understand how this is possible. The man looks at his hand in shock and laughs. The old man with the glowing red eye declares that they failed. The ruler sitting on the throne understands everything. He continues to touch the spider. He squeezes it with his fingers, blood flies out. The fat man looks down and declares that this is very interesting. The assistant bows, claiming that they did not have enough time, and there is no need to rush. The fat man looks at him with a mad look, his eyes sparkling. He furiously asks if he really was in a hurry. The old man standing opposite says that he most likely went crazy because of his age and asks for forgiveness for the mistake. The ruler with the spider's blood on his hand says that if you think about it, he really was in a hurry, asking if the previous heavenly demon did not last long after the poisoning. His palm is covered in blood. He wonders if the heavenly demon is different, and he will cope with the poisoning. The assistant, looking at the leader, says that there is not much time left to wait, because in the current situation he will not be able to hold out as long as the previous head of the cult. A man with a fat face asks like this. An old man with a sly look says yes, because now he is fighting. The man falls to the ground, screaming that he has committed a mortal sin. Guan screams in fear that he will strengthen the security and place more warriors around the barracks. The protagonist standing in front of him declares that breaking into the cult's home is a crime, but he is not an ordinary killer, and he is at the level where he is able to completely assimilate his step, breath, and even energy with the environment. A warrior with a broken forehead hears that those who recently became the 10 great demons are not far from him. He wonders if he is equal to them in strength. The protagonist looking at his subject claims that he was a little out of his mind now, and therefore did not show full strength, so he lost in hand-to-hand combat. MC raising his finger says that nevertheless the enemy is a master of such a level that strengthening the security will not help. The protagonist looks away and says yes. A warrior in black robes stands in front of him. The protagonist grins and notes that, as the interlocutor said, a killer has come for his soul. The bald man listens silently. He understands with fear that the head's insight is at a high level. The protagonist asks with a serious expression whether he is from the detective service. The assistant looks up excitedly. The protagonist takes the chair and says that, apparently, the guest and the criminal are from the same place. The guy lies down, declaring that the way the villain hid his presence was a little different from usual. The strategist and Guan listen silently to how killers usually begin concealment by muffling their footsteps. The protagonist sits on a comfortable chair, explaining that the sane one, on the contrary, first assimilated his energy, and then hid the sound of his footsteps and the noise around him, and although the boundaries of a killer of his level are erased, it is difficult to completely get rid of the habit. The bag lies on the floor. It is said that this is why only small differences can be detected. The protagonist, sitting in the room, states that the killer assimilated with nature very quickly and then removed the sound of his steps, so the guy realized that he was from the detective service. The leader of the cult explains to his subjects that judging by his skills, he does not look like an ordinary killer, and most likely he is one of the best graduates of the service. The protagonist looks away. The frightened man clarifies what he is talking about. Uncalmly explains that the killer moved like their mercenary, and there is no secret in this, specifying that the interlocutor already knew about this when he transmitted the information. The protagonist with a grin says that he could not have known in advance if he were not one of the high-ranking graduates, and it turns out that one of their parts sends the killer, and the other information. The guy looks forward in rage. He instantly breaks out of the chair and flies at the man. With yellow eyes, he holds him by the clothes and asks what is happening in the detective service and if they really split into two factions and fight each other. The frightened fighter says that the leader is not from this service, and he undoubtedly wants to help him. The protagonist radiates dark energy, asking if he really wants to help him. The frightened man clarifies that Sanjay also. The guy is angry at him. He closes his eyes in fear. The protagonist throws him. He turns to Guan and tells him to take care of him, but within a radius of at least 30 zhang from the barracks. MC calmly warns that if he tries to escape, you can cut him down on the spot. A warrior with a bloody forehead shouts that he understood the order. Curtains are hung in the tent. The strategist looks away and asks if he is okay. The protagonist holds his shoulder and says that it is bearable. Everything is burning around him. He realizes that even if he cannot, he must endure everything. Guanchuk looks at the leader and says that the killers from the detective service are very brave guys, wondering if the leader really thinks that they sent the killer to the very stronghold of the demonic cult. The guy crosses his arms and asks if he himself doesn't know this. They look at the night sky. The strategist says that he can't be fooled and perhaps the reason they sent the killers is to check his condition. He suggests to check the degree of poisoning. The old man nods his head. The guy looks down and says that the mentor lasted quite a long time and apparently the effect of the poison is not instantaneous. Guanchuk stands next to him and says that, however, the previous leader refrained from using spiritual power unless absolutely necessary, and he used it all to contain the poison. Bright energy shines. The guy with crazy eyes asks if he really used his maximum to suppress the poison. The strategist nods sadly. Memories of their training arise. The guy understands that it was impossible to tell that he was holding back, even though he knew that using his powers brings death closer. The guy looks down and realizes that he knew nothing and was only trying to use it to take the place of the young leader. The leader of the cult looks forward and says that he wants to be alone. The tent is pitched under the night sky. The events unfold in the main base of the Murim Alliance. The warriors are standing in the square. They calmly look forward. They are of different ages and dressed differently. Green flags are visible. The masters are standing silently. 4 fighters are standing on the floor. The silhouette of a man approaching is visible. Dojio walks forward with a grin. The comrades see the ruler. He smiles and shouts that before he begins his speech, he would like to thank all the clan leaders who responded to his call without delay and came. The bearded man stands alone in front of the army. They are shocked to realize that the strength of the leader of the alliance cannot be compared to what it was before. The old man looks forward. The masters understand that with such power he is quite capable of reaching the peak of cultivation, and now the leader of the alliance is not inferior even to the leader of the 72 stars. Dojio smiles. Above the flags, there are stars. It is said that the 10 masters of the Buddha and sword teachings are called the best in the world, and the name of the protagonist's mentor from the spear school was among them. Bright dots shine in the sky. It is said that since there are many other equally significant masters, the number of stars has been increased. They form beautiful pink constellations. It is explained that the Holy Buddha and the Sword Emperor, except for these 2 brightest stars, there are still 72 masters who have reached the peak of cultivation, who are called the 72 stars. He says with a smile that, as everyone knows, the devil seed, which has been hiding outside the province until now, has recently appeared. They raise their hands, shouting that they will drive the dirty demons out of their lands. The ruler puts out his hand and closes his eyes, hearing that the fighters want to show what fear of justice and principles is. He smiles and exclaims that he agrees with everyone. With interest, the ruler asks if they haven't all gathered here because they are of the same opinion. The masters stand in the square, hearing that out of the 570 clans that have joined the Mirim, 500 have come. The army of filthy demons that has set foot in the province will not be enough to defeat them all. The embittered man hears the question, can one doubt the victory of the orthodox Mirim factions when so many warriors have gathered? He draws his sword from its sheath. The ruler picks it up. He raises it to the night sky. Unperturbed, the leader shouts that he is here and now calling to the heavens. Standing in front of the warriors, he shouts that the great heroes of the Mirim, who follow moral principles, must defeat the filthy offspring of the demon cult. The warriors rejoice. A building stands in the middle of the night sky, saying that at that moment the allies officially united. Steps lead to the basement. The man walks up them. He calls them fools with a smirk. The assistant standing behind him states that most of those who are part of the major factions are hypocritical idiots who go crazy at the mere mention of moral principles. The head of the Pengahu clan hears that this makes them easy to use. He stares ahead. Frowning, he states that some of the 9 great factions and 5 families were missing. The leader makes a face. Standing in front of him, he says that half of the people from the 9 factions and 2 of the 5 definitely did not come. Their silhouettes are visible in the house. Pengahu wonders if they noticed something. Dojio with an ominous grin says that it seems they will soon find out what they are thinking. The shocked interlocutor looks at him silently. He wonders excitedly that they will soon find out what they are thinking. The leader standing in front of him asks if in the name of great justice it is not worth making a few sacrifices. With a mad smile, he says that he will soon see everything for himself. The chair is in front of the window. The guy thinks that the poison has no antidote. The protagonist sadly understands that the mentor would never lose to poison, and if it were ordinary poison, he would have collected it in one place and brought it out, or burned it with the true fire inside the body. The fighter stands around the ring of fire. He understands that even the holy fire cannot burn it out. He sighs and looks away, wondering if he should leave it alone. The protagonist looks forward and understands that the technique of the tireless soul and body is also useless, and in the end, all that remains is to save strength. He hangs his head weakly, realizing that the enemies are strong enough to devour the imperial family, and that masters who are close to the level of the divine limit continue to appear. The old man with white hair looks ahead. The protagonist thinks about the gods of war. If he saves his strength, he will not only save his life, but also take revenge. He looks ahead and thinks that since he does not like the poison in his body, why not change his body? The bare-chested hero looks at his hands. The guy thinks about the bone transformation technique. He excitedly wonders if this technique can make the poison disappear. The guards are standing near the entrance to the house. The guy hangs his head sitting on a chair and says that the path up is the most difficult, while realizing that he has already experienced such a transformation once, and not only his internal energy, but also his body has gone beyond the limits. He looks at his hand and understands that only bones remain, and the second time it will not be easy, but there is no other option except this method. He clenches his fist, confident that he can do it if he tries. The warrior stands among the sheets. It is said that the sea of martial arts is an endless sea woven from the martial arts of heaven and earth. He understands that it is not martial arts that are created from teachings, but teachings are created after the emergence of techniques. The protagonist stands on top of this place, realizing that he will also create a new teaching for the sea of martial arts. The guy looks ahead and talks about the road of 1,000 battles. Bright rays spread across the space. He understands that he will place all existing teachings in it, and no martial technique will be able to avoid this path. The guy sits under the falling stars, talking about the road of 1,000 battles. He sits in the lotus position, realizing that he must go through it. The box lies on the sheet. It is said that while Un was communicating with his nature, the cult came into motion and 4 military camps came to fill the gaps left by the eastern and western armies, and they in turn began to move each in their own direction. The fighters carried the box on a stretcher. It is said that on the 3rd day after this, his secret warriors, sent on an errand, came to the MC barracks. The strategist stands opposite and notes that the requested item has been delivered. The protagonist looks at the box. There are fighters in the hall. He realizes that the box is so heavy that 4 adult men who studied martial arts barely carried it, specifying what the head of the cult will use it for. Gwanchuk looks at the leader and explains that he used a steel box because he was afraid that a wooden one would simply not withstand the weight and break. The protagonist sits opposite the box. The lid opens slightly. It contains magical attributes. It is said that in order to enclose a large weight in a small product, they used a black iron stone. He takes the attribute, explaining that the black iron compensates for the lack of weight. He holds it in his palm. The protagonist says with a smile that this is a good job. The strategist stands behind the cult leader. The guy puts the bracelets on his hand. He feels pain and heaviness. The protagonist is surprised to realize that the bracelets are much heavier than before, but that is how it should be if he wants to change his body again. He clenches his fist, realizing that he wants to undergo bone transformation again. The masked warriors are shocked and do not understand how it is possible to lift such a weight with only human strength. They look at the heavenly demon in fear and wonder how he can even move. The protagonist calmly looks forward. He does exercises. He waves his legs. Undeftly strikes the air. The protagonist does exercises with the bracelets. The strategist looks at this in shock. The subjects watch without taking their eyes off. The protagonist looks at his hands and understands that it will take time to get used to, but this is the first step to a new body. He looks at the shining bracelets and says that this is not bad. Bracelets hang on his powerful hand. The surprised subjects realize that the 4 of them barely drag them. The protagonist emits a purple aura. They think about the leader lifting them with only muscle power using a minimum of spiritual energy, and the training is incredibly hard, especially considering that he is poisoned. The guy exhales. He looks away and understands that it is certainly hard for him. Bracelets hang on his powerful hand. He thinks that this is nothing. The protagonist looks at the rocks, realizing that you can't just move forward and develop without overcoming obstacles in your path. MC, standing with his back, tells the advisor to stay and everyone else to leave. He seriously realizes that even if he feels bad, he must pretend that everything is fine. The protagonist sits in a chair. The strategist looks at him and asks if he is really okay. The leader nods and says yes. The worried advisor looks at him. The protagonist sighs and asks how the capture of territories is progressing. The advisor stands in front of him. It is said that the demonic cult has launched an offensive, and for this several advanced teams were created that captured territories, and the guy asked about them. The picture shows a rocky terrain. It is explained that the mountains are to the west, the lowlands are to the east. There is no more accurate expression that would describe the landscape of Guizhou, where the Eastern Army was advancing. Next to the mountains there is a small forest. It is said that 90% of the territory is mountains, but the high mountains in the west become more gentle to the east. Trees are visible in the middle of the rocks. It is explained that the place that the Murim Alliance prepared as a battlefield was Anshuan. This is a mountainous area located 3 days from the capital called Guiyang. The landscape is dense forests against the background of mountains. It is explained that the Murim Alliance chose this place as a battlefield, expressing their desire to protect the land no matter what. Vegetation is on the slopes. It is said that there are hundreds of large and small hills around, suitable for sorties, and the basin in the very center is ideal for a full-scale battle. A sound is heard in the middle of the thickets. The army is moving forward. An exclamation is heard not to retreat and press on, because the enemy also has no strength. Guan with the dead enemy on his shoulder shouts for them to hurry up. There is an entire army behind him. He loudly shouts glory to the heavenly demon. They rush to attack with the same shout. The masked fighter raises his sword and shouts to spin. They sit on horses. The cavalry unit gallops along the path. Purple energy pierces the space. The shocked fighters see it. Blood flies in all directions. The masked fighter fights. He breaks through the enemy's defense. His eyes turn red. He gallops on with the severed head of the enemy in the background. He raises his hand and shouts glory to the heavenly demon. The character stands in front of the strategy map and thinks. Pengahu with a serious look understands that he planned to capture all their strongholds, but who would have thought that the demonic army would split into 3 groups? He clenches his teeth, insulting them. Suddenly, he hears a sound. A silhouette is visible behind him. The man in green robe says that he heard that the movements of the demon cult are unpredictable. One of the 72 stars, John Tack, smiles. The interlocutor with a serious face says that everything is still within the expected range, and besides, the demons are not even thinking about moving the base, since they know that they cannot expand it further. John Tack looks at him and says that in this case they are lucky, but he worries if they will be able to stop the army of the demon cult. Pengahu laughs and says that he does not understand what there is to worry about, since they are only a handful of demons. The man with the spear embarrassedly says that he probably worries too much. They look at the map. He says that he must have many reasons to worry. The man calmly hears the question that his nephew from the army of the Holy Dragon has disappeared. He replies that they are talking about it. He with a serious face understands that he does not care whether the fool survives, and even better if he does not, then in the absence of direct blood relatives, he will become the next head. They stand in front of the map. John Tak expresses hope that his nephew will survive. He laughs, realizing that he would rather die at the hands of the cult than give up his place as head. Sighing, he says that although everything will go according to plan in the province, he is not sure that it will be the same in the future. The interlocutor thinks and says that they are here, and the Wudang school went there, so they will not be able to help in any way. The man with a serious face hears that they must stop the advance of the demon army at all costs. A silhouette is visible against the background of the blade. He says with an ominous look that otherwise a scapegoat will be needed. The man frowns and tries to understand what he means. He closes his eyes. He stands in front of the map. The forces of allies and enemies are marked on it. Clouds spread across the area. The hero stands on a cliff. The character's silhouette is visible in the middle of the house. The old man, lost in thought, says that the demons are advancing quite aggressively. The old man looks out the window, realizing that the combined forces of Murim undoubtedly started the war first, but about a third of the territory has already been taken by the demonic cult. The fighters stand behind and discuss that everything is as he said. They should definitely not be underestimated. An old man with a bandaged hand says that the troops led by the 10 great demons are a special problem. The elder of the Hajinin school turns around and says that they are a real headache, and the biggest threat is the witch who leads the squad. Aung leads the army. The old man says that the power of the vanguard is unimaginable and they will use any means to move. He stands in front of the subjects. He looks ahead and asks if they are not happy, because he means that the damage is still there. Standing in front of him, he explains that it is within expectations and that the leader of the alliance invited the masters. He smirks and says that this was a great help, and without them the demons would have taken not a third, but half. The old man looks ahead and says that if the leader of the alliance had not invited them, the battles would have been much more fierce. The blade cuts through the cult fighter. They surround the warrior at the top. One of them screams in fear that only one person grabbed them by the throat. They are in a fighting stance with the sword. A fighter in yellow robes stands in front of them. The soldiers rush to the attack, shouting that even if he is a master, he will definitely get tired someday, and they must avenge their comrades. The enemy sees them approaching him. A blue butterfly flies near him. He holds it on the tip of his blade. He sharply draws the sword. The master makes several professional movements. The butterfly flies near the blade. It is cut into dozens of pieces. The enemy in yellow robes stands in front of dozens of fighters. A strong flash of energy occurs. The soldier is swept aside. The fighter sees flying blood in shock. The fighter sees a flaming opponent in front of him and realizes that he is truly a monster. The gray-haired master strikes. A cut occurs. Lightning flashes over the mountains. It is said that in that area they suffered unexpected losses, but in general they were able to capture all the planned territories. The tent stands in the rain. It is explained that in the current situation they can well count on a large-scale battle. The protagonist asks again about unexpected losses with a dissatisfied face. He calmly understands that there are no accidents in Murim. The strategist stands next to him and says that the people who occupied this area were brutally killed, and after that the area will be captured by the warriors of the Alliance. The guy looks at him and asks if they struck from the rear. The advisor with a serious face says that this is strange. He calmly explains that not a single one of the Alliance squad moved until all their warriors fell. The protagonist is surprised. He looks ahead and declares that he will go there personally, and since they were so idle, someone of the 72-star level acted. They are standing in a tent. The protagonist asks which of the 72 stars of the Alliance left their post at that moment. The advisor replies that none of them left their place that day. The guy, crossing his arms, understands that things are bad. His sparkling eyes turn to the side and he thinks about the fact that everything happens spontaneously, and there is not enough information, and if everything was planned, then a new variable appeared. The advisor looks at the guy who understands that everything needs to be studied. He demands to order the demonic mentor and the commander to take a good look around and find out the variable. MC comes out of the tent hearing that he understood the order. The protagonist stands in front of the dawn. An orange sun rises over the mountains. The hero moves to the top of the mountain. He stands in front of a cliff. There is a green forest around. Flags are visible among the tree crowns. The guy with a grin understands that perhaps tomorrow the color of these flags will change, and they will all become dark red of the holy demonic cult. A character rises to him, declaring that it is time to start hunting a rabbit. Next to the protagonist stands a strategist. The boxes are on the floor. It is said that the goods on order arrived today, and when the hunt is over, they will be able to replenish supplies. The old man with a grin says that then they will arrange a real hell for the orthodox sects. The guy looks down. The lowland is in the middle of the forest. It is said that it will become their grave. The next day, the cult fighters run through the forest screaming after me. They are rushing to attack, while they shout that they need to block the road and shoot. Arrows fly out of the trees. The protagonist is burning with purple energy. There is a bright flash with fire. Arrows fall around on. The bald fighter in shock asks what kind of monster it is. The silhouette of the protagonist is visible in the middle of the field. Burnt arrows fall to the ground. The protagonist clenches his fist and goes forward. The enemies in panic ask where the stones are. Stones fly through the air. They are approaching the protagonist. He calmly looks ahead. Huge boulders roll near him, crushing trees. The guy clenches his fist, wondering if the enemies who faced the destruction of the worlds of the heavenly demon felt the same. The boulders split. They land near the protagonist. He looks at the flying fragments in shock. The guy prepares to block the boulders. They land hard around him. His eyes sparkle amidst the clouds of smoke. The enemies in the forest scream in panic about the demon's divine power and how he was able to reach such a level at such a young age. The frightened man declares that these are definitely demonic tricks. The guy calmly understands that everything is as usual. The opponent clenches his teeth in horror. The protagonist realizes that they always blamed all mortal sins on those who went beyond the limits. Oil pours towards the guy after the order. The protagonist smirks and declares that this is just a trick, and they even prepared a fire. He looks ahead, noting that it would be better if their heads rolled. He stands near the spilled boiling oil. He lifts his legs. The protagonist hovers in the air. The enemies are shocked to see this. They raise their heads, noticing the silhouette of An. The mustachioed fighter screams in fear about the step of emptiness. The protagonist looks down with his eyes flashing. Black smoke envelopes everything around. They look around, not understanding whether there was always such a fog. The frightened man screams that they need to disperse. They run through the smoke, declaring that otherwise they will all die. The protagonist hovers and says that the rabbits do not know that they are being driven and will soon be caught. The bearded man laughs and says it is true. He releases shells, screaming for them to run a little longer. Explosions occur, and stones fly apart. The frightened enemies scream that they need to retreat, and not try to fight because he is a monster. The man with a mad grin walks among the smoke. The enemies opposite are watching him. He stands firmly on the ground. The cloaked fighters are standing opposite. He says with a mad look that he wants to ask something. His eyes are glowing bright red. He wonders if they have somewhere to run. The man looks at him in shock. One of them started to run away. The fighters, seeing the commander, call him. The character is holding a brush. It is said that someone said that the difference between life and death is only a line. The strategist is drawing something. It is explained that it is drawn with a brush in the form of one's body, and blood is used as ink. He says that this is wrong. In his hands is a brush with black strokes. It is said that many ancient martial arts like his are now understood by few and all because they are comparable to magic. Guanchuk waves a brush. It is explained that unlike Ah Hyung, whose martial arts always had clear boundaries, he never had them. Dark figures are formed near the strategist. Fighters with swords stand on a red background. Fierce creatures advance. It is said about a map of hell made of bloody ink. The strategist calmly orders to advance. The creatures run to attack. Warriors in white cloaks see the approaching enemies. The red monster delivers hard blows with his hands. He hits his fists on the body of the enemies. The wounded fighter screams that he needs to run from the monsters. His eye turned red, he screams, "Save him." The cult leader's advisor smiles and wishes him to die, trembling with fear. The fist leaves a crack. A man stands among the advisors and hits his fist on the table. Everyone around looks on silently. He asks with crazy eyes why they lost. The advisors are silent. He looks at them and demands an answer. One of them says that there were too few masters. He explains with a displeased face that although among them there is a man whose name is worthy of 72 stars, this cannot be compared with 10 great demons. He calmly says that they are rampaging along with the heavenly demon. Pengahu lowers his head and realizes that there is no way to stop those three. The master stands surrounded by others and explains that because of this, it is difficult to even guess how many bases they have recaptured, and while they do not have enough strength, the heavenly demon destroys everything in its path. The silhouettes of the fighters are visible in the frame. It is said that if they had combined all their forces and continued the fight, the demons would sooner or later have tired and lost, but at the moment the army of the Murim Alliance was scattered in the province of Guizhou. People look at each other. It is explained that the army was divided in order to take the most advantageous position on the battlefield. The question is whether the school of the holy demon expected this. Warriors in cloaks are standing in the house. The leader is puzzled when asked why not gather the troops in one place. He asks again. The fighter opposite him says that the lowland in the center is just right for a close fight, and if they all gather, the cult will also have no choice but to join the fight. He looks around and says that this makes sense and most likely should be done. His eyes sparkle. He notes that this cannot continue. The heroes stand opposite. One of them clarifies whether to use this. He smirks, clenches his fist and says that then they will not be able to hit, and will start running away with their tails between their legs. Sounds are heard in the middle of the forest. The fighters of the demonic cult are running among the trees. Pengahu smirks, thinking about showing them how to retreat. Fire flies out of the barrels of the cannons. The cannonballs fly straight at the soldiers. Powerful explosions occur. The soldiers are incinerated by powerful flashes. A frightened soldier screams about fire shells, claiming that the fools from the Murim Alliance are using cannons and fire shells. The protagonist looks away and clarifies about cannons and shells. The strategist stands nearby and explains that there are not that many shells, enough for about 15 volleys, but they will definitely use them. The protagonist thinks silently. He looks ahead and realizes that the Murim warriors had to get permission to do this. The warrior's silhouette is depicted against the background of a house. He realizes that the school opposing the heavens has long since taken over the imperial family, and since they are acting willfully in the orthodox factions, there is nothing strange in the fact that they sided with them. Guanchuk bows, talking about unforeseen damage. The protagonist, crossing his arms, says that since he is here, he must be returned. The action takes place in the Anshuan lowland. Bandaged fighters are sitting on the ground. One says that since they went down there, they will not be pursued. The old man looks down and sighs. The fighter next to him turns to him and asks why he is sighing so anxiously. He looks ahead excitedly and explains that he has one ability, thanks to which such a talentless person like him has survived many battles. The man frowns and asks what it is. A drop of sweat runs down the old man's face. He talks about intuition. The man sighs and says that it means that he was able to live so long not thanks to outstanding martial arts, but because of intuition. The old man seriously proves that this is true, and this time the battle makes him anxious and he has never been so nervous. The interlocutor gets up from the stone and says that instead of talking nonsense, it is better to check his blade, because it will be difficult to survive with such a cheap piece of metal instead of a sword. The old man anxiously talks about intuition. The enraged fighter demands to stop. Suddenly, an arrow pierces his head. The old man with a sad face says that it never fails. Dozens of arrows fly from above. Surprised Pengaha sees this. The crossbows are equipped with arrows. It is said that it was from them that hail was falling on the city right now. The fighters see a cloud of arrows in front of them. It is explained that the sky above the Murim Alliance has turned black from their number. They pierce the bodies of the warriors. The man begins to cast a spell, not understanding how they were able to prepare such a number. He turns around and hears from another that now is not the time to be surprised. In a rage, he demands that the squad of demon lord killers listen. They stand behind, shouting that they hear the leader. He clenches his teeth and orders them to disperse, because they need to reduce the damage from the flying arrows. They instantly evaporate, fulfilling the order. They move quickly. The surprised warrior sits on the ground, realizing that he survived and needs to retreat. Pengahu, with a serious look, did not expect that the demonic cult could prepare such a number of arrows. His eye begins to twitch. He does not understand what is happening, because the leader of the alliance said that they can win in the current situation. He wonders in horror that they are the sacrificial lamb. A hail of arrows approaches him. The assistant sees this. The bald warrior swings his sword while his superior asks what he is doing. He is shocked to hear that they need to move forward quickly. He holds the weapon and realizes that he has become one and the leader of the alliance is definitely Dojial. In a flashback, he says that in order to unite the remaining factions, a sacrificial lamb is needed. He holds the sword, realizing that he thought the leader had a plan and that is why he went there. His hands grip the hilt tightly. He cannot believe that they will become a sacrifice. Pengahu, in a frenzy, denies that this is possible. He stands on the ground with his sword and screams at the top of his lungs that it is all because of stupid demons. An army is seen in the distance. The hero walks through the wasteland, saying that it is too noisy. The protagonist with a spear walks ahead of his retinue. His eyes flash blue. The shocked enemy sees him. He is amazed, trying to understand how a person's gaze can be so cold. The protagonist thinks about the enemy with a grin. He holds a bag in his hands. He throws it on the ground. The frightened man tries to understand what is so small there. The protagonist's eyes sparkle yellow. He wonders what kind of person was jealous of the mentor and secretly defamated his reputation. Dark energy of incomprehensible chi is formed around him. Black smoke envelopes everything around. MC raises his hand. A dark clot flies forward. It rolls on the ground. The head rolls to Pengahu's feet. He screams in shock. The fighters look at the man and shout about the young master. The severed bloody head lies on the ground. An, standing with a spear, declares that they have not seen each other for a long time. The frightened man tries to understand what he means. The guy clarifies with flashing eyes whether it is true or not. He does not know. The opponent in shock thinks about the demon. He takes up the sword. The protagonist stands silently. He looks forward and says the enemy's name. The man frowns and asks if he really knows him. The protagonist's face is hidden and he remains silent. Pengahu's eyes widen. He screams, "You," in fear. He puts out his hand and asks how he knows about this. The protagonist looks on calmly. The guy smirks and says that judging by the fact that he does not deny it, it is true. The enraged opponent says no, because they really did study demonic martial arts. He seriously thinks how the guy knows what happened that day. He furiously asks who he is, while thinking that he could not know this if he had not personally been there. The protagonist generates a purple cloud in his hand, saying who knows. He clenches his fist and wishes the enemy to go to hell, because there someone can answer his question. The guy holds a fighting stance with a spear. His eyes sparkle. The man looks on in fear. There is a flash after their collision. Pengahu is struggling to hold back the blow. He flies to the side. He falls to the ground, dust flies around. He lies face down, realizing that the muscles in his arm are about to burst, and it's good that the bones are not broken. He raises his head with difficulty and screams. Leaning on the sword, the enemy of the cult leader rises. He looks up tiredly. He looks ahead in shock. The protagonist with a spear jumps high into the air. He flies towards the enemy, when suddenly another fighter appears. The man with the spear stands in front of Pengahu and screams that they will also join the fight. A member of the 72 Stars flies with a spear to attack, insulting the heavenly demon. The weapons collide with each other. A purple whirlwind breaks it. The old man holding a fighting stance screams. He looks ahead in shock and wonders what all this is. The protagonist with an improved weapon asks if he can block his way using the spear technique. The spear begins to tremble. The protagonist, his eyes flashing, prepares to strike. The surprised opponent sees that there is no weapon in his hands. He gets a cut on the head. He falls down. The protagonist shouts the name Pengahu in rage. He looks at what is happening in fear. A huge monster is visible behind the protagonist. The man is trembling with fear. The protagonist frantically watches the enemy. He stands in front of him, listening to insults. The guy with the look of a predator calls them pathetic midges. He strikes. A huge cloud of dark energy appears nearby. The bodies of the enemies are burned alive. The protagonist with a spear is opposite the burning remains of the enemies. He looks forward and talks about further actions. He turns to the enemy, declaring that now it is his turn. The man is frightened and realizes that he must run. He starts to run, screaming for someone to stop this monster. MC sees him running away. He clenches his teeth and thinks that they are insects. The guy breaks away, leaving only traces. The protagonist flies high above the enemies. He swings his spear. There is a bright flash. The fighters do not have time to notice that he is already nearby. He deals the strongest blows. The man runs away in fear. Suddenly he falls. He looks down. The protagonist is standing behind him. Pengahu screams in fear that he was wrong and does not want to die. The protagonist calmly declares that in the afterlife he will beg for forgiveness from his mentor. Blood splashes on the ground. Bodies lie. The warrior stands on a mountain among the corpses. The protagonist looks forward. He stands silently in place. A smile is visible on his face. The man knocks on the chair. Someone says with a serious face that the battle has already begun at this point. He looks ahead with displeasure. His fist is clenched. He is angry while sitting at the table. In the other part of the room there is a man. The bald mustachioed man exhales. He looks at him and assures him that everything will be fine, and so far the cult army has advanced with minimal losses, and so there should be no problems with taking control of the provinces. The hero excitedly asks what is going on with the preparations for the movement of troops. The bald advisor stands opposite and explains that the necessary people and materials are ready and they can move out at any time. Crossing his arms, he replies that they need to check again because the slightest mistake can turn into a huge problem in the future. The bald man bows, declaring that he will go and check. The nervous man asks for something. The grass barely grows in the desert. There is a green forest around the rocks. The hero hopes that the forces of the head of the demonic cult are enough to capture Guizhou and Chongqing. Mountains stand under the sky. It is said that in the meantime there was a short but fierce battle, and on the third day the troops, in order to continue the war of attrition, gathered all their forces and tried to recapture each other's bases. Fighters in white cloaks go forward. It is explained that they advance towards each other. Opposite the rocky terrain are wide forests. The hero is burning with fire, thinking that the first step of the holy demon army is a blood-red heart. Aum with a sword is burning with a bright flame. Her eyes sparkle red. She draws a blade. The girl fights against the soldiers. She is dressed in a yellow robe. The girl grabs with her hand. She uses magic to push away the enemies. The shocked enemy feels that something is wrong with his body. He stands still, realizing that he cannot move. He clenches his teeth in fear. His head flies off his shoulders. He manages to call his opponent a witch. Blood splashes to the sides. She runs away from the scene of the murder. Fallen trees stand in a vacant lot. It is said that on the battlefield there was another person who rushed forward as quickly as she. A warrior in a dark cloak looks forward. It is explained that this was one of the 10 great demons, the unrivaled master of the blade Wihian, and in the past he was hostile to and sided with the deputy head. He screams in rage. It is said that now because of this he, more than anyone else, wanted to curry favor in battle. He fights with the enemy, thinking that it is not enough. It is explained that in this way he wanted to apologize to the protagonist for his past sins. Lightning forms around him. He uses unrivaled mastery of the blade. He soars high into the air. The warrior swings his blade, which emits bright yellow energy. The fighter furiously flies down. An old man stands behind the forest in which a strong explosion occurs. Jung turns around and says that this is a thunderous step, tearing apart the heavens. The hero flies forward, realizing that this technique allows you to tear even the sky apart with your step. The enemies fly apart. They look at what is happening and do not believe that he is such a monster. The man raises his sword up. Lightning pierces his body while the enemies are running at him. He hits the ground. Bright discharges sparkle everywhere. The fighters' swords crumble. The frightened warrior screams that this cannot be and that he is not a man. Bright lightning pierces the surrounding space. Weihian, holding his sword on the ground, generates powerful discharges around himself. He wishes the fools from the orthodox factions to disappear. The man raised his hand and said to pounce on him, to shackle his movements, and then he will not be able to use the technique as before. The blonde grinned and said that he was smart, and indeed, if they all pounced on him, he would not be able to use it. His feet slid on the ground. The hero raised his head up and gave the order to grab him. The boy bared his teeth and said that, however, this weakness would disappear after the ascension. The three gritted their teeth. The hero slammed the weapon on the floor. There was a flash. The old man stroked his beard and said that they had really provoked him. He would have to participate in order to keep up. The rest of the people looked at him. The man raised his hands, the first of the 10 great demons, the leader of the unregistered demonic squad, the demonic teacher of the sun and moon Li Xinjing got down to business so that the war for Chongqing would end in the victory of the heavenly cult. There was a slight fog on Mount Songzhan in Hunan. Clouds floated in the sky. The hero wiped the sweat from his forehead and was surprised by the sound of the wooden fish, and then assumed that there was a temple somewhere nearby. Standing on the shore, he said that the sound of the wooden fish was rough. A monk in training, must be practicing in secret. The old man played the instrument. The second one was watching him. The leader of Shaolin called his elder brother. He continued to play. Looking straight ahead, he said that this was no fun at all. Wise Light looked straight ahead and asked if this wasn't done for the sake of worshipping Buddha rather than for his own amusement. The old man chuckled. Buddha's star lowered his head and asked if he had taken monastic vows to become Buddha or if he wanted to serve him. The other man shuddered. He bowed and told the older man that he had made a mistake. The older man raised his head and said that if he realized it, then it was fine. Opening his eyes, he asked if he had done as he asked. Wise Light opened his mouth and said that yes, he would not interfere with the affairs of the Murim Alliance. The bald man looked back and said that although he had done as he was told, his face showed displeasure. The other man lowered his head and said that right now, a demonic cult was raging under the heavens, so he didn't understand why he was ordered to remain silent. The hero raised his hands and threw the 2 objects back. The man lowered his head and asked what this was. Wasn't it black and white paper? The Buddha star turned away and said that he understood everything correctly and asked if the black paper was evil. The monk raised his head and answered no. The bald man turned and asked if the white paper was good. He was told no. The brown-eyed man looked straight ahead. He fell to his knees. The man turned and asked if he understood now. He answered that black and white were just colors. They wanted to convey to him that colors do not determine good and evil. The hero grinned and said that the division into black and white is just a human standard. In the eyes of the Buddha, it is just paper. The leader of Shaolin was thrown a weapon. He clutched a dagger in his hands. The old man stood on the edge of the cliff and said that if the old man from Shuga appears, you should join him and show it on behalf of the second jade sword. A tear flowed from the brown-eyed man and he called out to the elder, and to himself he thought that he had not gotten up all last year. The man stood up straight and said it had been a long time since he had stood up. His legs hurt. He had been sitting for too long. They asked him why. Looking into the distance, he asked not to mobilize Shaolin until the old man from the Shuga clan came. For now, he alone would be enough. Taking a few steps towards the cliff, he said, "It is dark, too dark, Namo Amiba," and added that the Buddha needed to pay attention to the world. Wise Light rushed forward and asked where he was going. The bald man stood with his back to him and replied that he was going to do what he had to do. The leader of Shaolin came even closer and said that if he was going far away, he should take one of his disciples with him, but he replied that he would go alone. The successor of the 100 Steps Holy Fist technique opened his mouth and tried to object. Arik disappeared, and he fell to his knees, replaying his words about not forgetting that Shaolin should not be mobilized until the old man from Shuga came. The sun was shining on the mountains. The man kneeling said that although the golden Vajra was standing still, it did not move. The hero raised his hands and covered his face with his hands. Opening his hands from him, a shock wave spread. People tried to dodge. The weapon broke in the hands of one. The man squeezed the hilt in his hand and said, "One martial artist against 1,000 enemies, a fighting force that can stand against 1,000 enemies alone." He pulled the sword aside and told the demonic teacher to draw his sword. The two stood opposite each other. The old man raised his head. The second bowed and said that his name was Hajinen. Standing opposite each other, they asked him if he was here to stand in his way, but he replied that he was here only to save the life of one person. The brown-eyed man frowned and thought that this man was different from the others. He took death seriously and really regretted it, and was more focused on saving lives, not in place. Was there anyone like him among the warriors of the orthodox sects he had fought? If they had not met on the battlefield, they could have a drink together. He looked closely and said, in order to save lives, he would have to stop him. The old man took up his sword and said that if this was the only way. The hero raised his hand and used the yin-yang of the elephant and the moon. The second one took out his sword and used the yin-yang sword of fervor, and then pointed it towards the enemy. He began to create a hurricane between his hands. A storm arose. One of them looked straight at the pier and was horrified that the enemy was using yin-yang, following the water of heaven. The second was horrified that he was using yin-yang against the will of heaven. Covering his face with his hands, he thought that the fight would not be easy. People were running on the ground. Something was flying over their heads. Something was approaching one person from behind. At that moment, he was already lying on his back. The fragments were reflected in his eyes. Smoke rose above the forest. The brunette grimaced and asked, "Defeat?" H smiled and said, "Lost, yes." He walked around the room and said that he even provided them with bombs. But in the end they achieved only this. This was not enough. He offered so many weapons, they could have done more damage to them. Fire appeared in his hand, and he said that in any case, Pain Gahi was no more. Apparently he overestimated him. Despite this, the goal of crushing the alliance in Guizhou was achieved, and although the strength of the Murim alliance was reduced, thanks to this, an opportunity arose to attract those who had not yet participated in the war. The brown-eyed man stood by the window and said that those who remained silent this time would deserve similar wrath. The scrolls were on the table, and the next day, official messages were sent to the sects, calling for them to gather. The protagonist lowered his head and said, "Defeat." He was not with the Eastern Army, with which he usually always advanced. Advancing forward, he heard the news of the defeat of the Western Army, and immediately headed towards them, along with Guanchuk and Guan. The man folded his hands in front of him. The two were kneeling in front of the protagonist. The guy opened his mouth and screamed that he had committed a mortal sin. The blue-haired man folded his arms over his chest and said that since ancient times, victories and defeats are common in battles and one defeat is not a sin. In addition, he was told that during the retreat, he remained behind to ensure the safety of the cult members' retreat. The blonde raised his head and replied that it was his duty as a general. The young man looked at him and said that not everyone could do this. He had given his all and fulfilled his duties to the end, so he forgives him, and will do the same for Captain Bangwan and the demonic teacher. The drones lowered their heads and thanked the cult leader in unison for his kindness. The blue-eyed man looked straight ahead and thought that the demonic teacher was absent. He couldn't be there because he had spent a lot of energy fighting the crow and received severe wounds. His ribs were broken, a sword cut through his diaphragm, 2 sword wounds to his stomach, another from a spear, and at least 10 arrows hit his back. The hand opened the door. The young man entered the room and looked at the bandaged body. The boy closed his eyes. He straightened up and ordered all the cult's doctors to save the demonic teacher's life. He ordered this as a heavenly demon. He frowned and said that he heard that the reason for the defeat was 2 people interfering in the fight. The 2 lowered their heads and said, "Yes, sir." The protagonist lowered his gaze and asked if the arts were not enough to change the course of the war. The 2 remembered the battle with fear. The blond man had sweat running down his face and said that he had encountered one of them, and had not lasted even 100 seconds. It seemed that he was at the level between ascension and semi-divinity. The protagonist frowned and thought, at the level between ascension and semi-divinity, and asked out loud if he was different from the 10 great demons. The hero raised his head and replied that he had expressed himself incorrectly. Their internal energy was definitely at the level of semi-divinity. Lowering his head, he added that the feeling they gave off was no different from the ascension level, and their sword art was also rough. Although their internal energy was at the level of semi-divinity, they could not unleash their full potential. He remembered how the brunette arched his back, and how the fair-haired man swung his sword. I'm looking down at the floor and said, "Dead puppets." He wondered in his mind how many previous generations of semi-divine masters would still appear in the future. Waves of energy spread out from the man. The boy turned to Lightning Blade, who was sitting in front of him. The man closed his eyes and said that he was listening to his words. Frowning slightly, Un asked how many days it would take him to recover. The one sitting on his knees replied that 10 days would be enough. The one standing in front of his subordinates, Un, said that he would give him everything he needed to recover quickly. Let him prepare as much as possible for the upcoming battle. Lightning Blade folded his hands in a bow and said that the cult leader's mercy was like the sea. The girl raised her head when she heard that the same thing applied to her. An old man stood nearby and heard that they would continue the war in 15 days. Guanchuk folded his hands together and asked what they should do with the empty seat of the demonic master of the sun and moon. The hero lowered his gaze. Thoughtfully touching his chin, he said that whoever took his place would be difficult to replace, but they could not leave the position empty. Let him appoint one of the new demonic masters, Dragon Lotus, to replace him. He imagined a glowing silhouette and thought that it was a demonic storyteller. Closing his eyes, he agreed and said that he would send a bird with a message. 15 days later, a group of people in cloaks stood at a dais. A figure stood on the structure. The people with scarves covering their faces looked up, praising the heavenly demon. A man with a scar on his face called him the Lord of all demons. Un raised his hand. His eyes emitted blue lightning. The boy asked if they knew why they had gathered here today. The scarf fell from the man's face, who shouted that they had come to fight. Looking down at him, Un shouted that this was not true. He stood on the dais, saying that they had not come here for war. The boy jumped down. Looking with shining eyes, he declared that they had come here for a memorial service. The warriors looked surprised. With a determined look, the boy ordered them to look around. He opened his mouth and ordered them to look at the faces of the people who were nearby. The men looked at each other. Suddenly, their gaze became surprised. They heard a question. Are these the same faces they saw last time? The leader waved his hand and asked where are the comrades who came to fight with them. With shining eyes, he looked down. The men looked down. Putting out his hand, the hero declared that their brothers were still lying there, on the cold ground. If they did not have the desire to avenge their brothers, they could leave right now. One of the warriors raised his hand with a sword and shouted that they would remember their comrades. The others also raised their hands and shouted that they would hold a memorial service. Un stamped his foot, sending sparks flying. Crossing his arms, he ordered them to look around. The men turned their heads. In front of them were small sand hills. The hero's eyes lit up purple. He said that at the end of this plain were enemies. Standing on a dais, he shouted at them not to think of this as a battle. They were at a memorial service. Who among them would dare to die during the memorial service? The man with a handkerchief over his face looked up and heard that there were no such fools among them. His foot touched the platform. The wooden structure broke. Un hovered surrounded by haze. He hovered in the sky above the warriors who were shouting words of praise to the Lord of all demons. Directing purple sparks everywhere, he ordered them to move. The men with weapons shouted warlike cries. Their cries carried far ahead. The men's eyes glowed. They said that they were starting a service and praised the heavenly demon, the Lord of all demons. The hero's body was surrounded by a purple glow. He sent beams of purple energy forward and shouted at them not to forget why they came here. The feet ran along the ground. The men in cloaks and scarves rushed forward. The brown-haired man in the gray cloak ran towards them. The two armies approached each other. The warriors stood opposite each other. They fought, waving their weapons. The man with the beard shouted at them not to give up. Even though they call them demons, they are still people. They won once, they will not lose now. The girl looked away sullenly. The dark sky was visible through the window, the night before the battle. The girl was sitting on the bed. She buried her face in her knees. She looked down sadly. Curling her finger, she thought that she was beside herself with rage. Tears fell down. The girl with tears in her eyes thought that it seemed to her that, having improved her fighting skills with new skills, she would overcome the wall. But in the end she turned out to be so weak. Gritting her teeth, she thought that she was even helped with revenge. Tears fell from her eyes. She thought that in the end she was good for nothing. Every time she convinces herself that she will definitely succeed, but in the end there are only failures. Her fingers squeezed her clothes. The heroine thought that she did not live up to the expectations of Un, who put her in charge. The man in black boots called his sister. The girl stood at the door, hearing a request to come in. She extended her hand and called again, to which she again heard how she was driven away. The brunette curled her fingers, and still went down the corridor. Aeon sat with her face buried in her knees. She turned around, hearing the sound. Looking at the door, she reminded herself that she asked to leave and heard a question, "Can I come in?" Looking up, she realized that it was not her friend. Looking forward in shock, she recognized that it was Yuan's voice. The doors opened, revealing the figure of a guy. The girl looked there in surprise. Un came closer. Aeon felt something. She turned to the side. Her fingers were surrounded by a blue haze. The guy pulled a chair towards him and said that they were alone now, so they would skip the formalities. The girl was sitting on the bed. Un sat down, crossing her legs and asked, was she crying? Aeon covered her face with her hand and thought that she couldn't show him this side. Raising a timid look, she said that she had disappointed him. Covering her face with her palms, she apologized. The hero exhaled. Crossing his arms, he told her to relax. It would be easier for both of them. The heroine sitting on the bed was silent. Aeon exhaled sadly. Raising her eyebrows, she asked, was he disappointed? Looking at her, the guy confirmed. Tears appeared in his eyes again. She thought, how indifferently. Un, sitting opposite, said that he was very disappointed in her. He moved closer, hearing that she knew. She herself asked to stand in the vanguard, but in the end she could not fulfill her role. The hero smirked and said that she misunderstood. Was he disappointed about this? Aeon frowned, thinking with displeasure, what then? The guy looked down and said that he was really disappointed that she cried over something like that. Sitting opposite, he said that in the cave of hidden demons, she was strong and cheerful, so even he, recognizing her as an opponent, was nervous when he was around her. Looking forward, Continued that these were not empty words, she was the only one in that cave who could fight him equally. The girl bowed her head, thinking, he really thinks so. Looking at her, continued that now after one defeat she fell into depression, lowered her head and asked if he was disappointed. She timidly looked forward, hearing how he could not be disappointed. Seeing this, a hand touched the chair. Stood up and told her not to be sad, let her think about the fact that she remained alive. Because as long as she was alive, she could do anything, so let her do what she wanted. Aeon looked ahead in surprise, hearing that instead of getting discouraged and breaking down, it is better to train. The hero did not look at her, continuing that in order to move forward, he should force himself to move forward. If it does not work out, then try again. Instead of disappointing him, he should take up the sword. Standing with his back to the girl, and asked not to disappoint him twice. The door opened. Light fell through the window, the room was empty. The girl touched the hand. She looked ahead in surprise. Then determination appeared in her eyes. In the battle, Aeon swung her sword. The movement of a spark. She attacked the brunette with her fingers. She brought the sword to the neck of the other. Surrounded by a red aura, the girl thought that she would not disappoint him again. The man was surrounded by lightning. They spread around him. He swung his sword. Bright lightning rushed along the ground. The opponents were surrounded by them, shouting warlike words. The man with the sword trembled. Blood gushed from his head. He fell to the ground. The people with their faces hidden by bandages thought that they would take revenge on the enemies of the cult and avenge their brothers. They rushed forward, shouting for a memorial service. The girl moved forward with a determined look. The attack beam crossed the man's neck. Looked forward, thinking that it seemed that his words that day had an effect. His eye glowed purple. The boy turned his gaze to the side. In front of him were people in gray cloaks. The man stared at him, talking about the robe of a black dragon. The one standing behind said that it was a heavenly demon. Turned around with a sly smile, saying, "Why do they need swords if even after surrounding them, they are afraid to approach?" The opponents looked at him with fear. The silhouettes of people were visible in front. He said that since they themselves did not come to him, the energy flooded the fabric of the robe, and said that then he was going to them. A man was sitting by a pond in Chaohu, Anhui province. His foot stepped into the water. A figure of a man was visible in the fog. A bald man was sitting on the ground. The figure in the fog said that he had thought about it before, but he was lucky. The man sitting on the other side of the pond said that he was also extremely lucky for a monk. The man hidden in the fog said that he was drinking alcohol on the shore of Lake Chaohu. Buddhist Star was holding a bottle. He drank from it, and said that he did not know what kind of alcohol it was. It was ordinary rice wine. The man smiled slightly and asked if rice wine was alcohol. Buddhist Star laughed, and said that it was. He threw the bottle away, saying that he was a virtuous monk in Shaolin, eating raw rice was hard. The man caught the bottle and took a sip. The man hidden in the fog said that it was the sour taste of cheap alcohol. The old man stroked his beard and asked where the monk could get money. Besides, when thirsty, one could even enjoy the aroma. The man opposite exhaled. The full moon was reflected in the water. A man was hiding in the haze. The man took a step with a bottle in his hand. The old man looked at him and asked, "Is the distance 100 steps?" Clenching his fist, he said that his ghost fist would easily catch up with him. The distance was nothing, but the ghost lightning touch would be too short. The man bowed his head and said that it turned out that his meteor star sword would catch up with him one step faster. Buddhist Star frowned and asked, "Is he going to fight him?" The man smiled. Standing on the water, he said that it would be fun. The old man said that the sword star had not changed. The master of the Holy Realm, who is called the second star or double star, grinned. He sat down next to him on the shore. Touching the hilt of the sword, he said that he received its message. The brunette glanced sideways at the old man who said that they were moving again. Then he looked down. Buddhist Star looked at him and asked, "Haven't they been at odds with the Changbeak sword sect for a long time?" The man with thick eyebrows said that they were irreconcilable enemies. The old man looked away and said about the inverted heaven cult. Recalling how a man flies off a cliff, he said that he heard that they were once friends, how it all came to this. A long time ago the founder of the Changbeak sword sect died because of the inverted heaven cult. Since then their relationship has deteriorated. Looking to the side, Double Star said that Shaolin also had a hand in this, pretending not to know anything. Without looking at him, the old man replied that it was all because they chose a different path. Even the name Inverted Heaven says so. At night, the full moon shone above the mountains. At the beginning of the ancient era, in the world of martial arts, there lived great warriors called the five heavens above the heavens. Swords were thrust into the ground, the spear heaven that sought to put all the teachings of the world into a single spear, the sword heaven that sought to cut the heavens with a sword strike, the soul heaven that sought to ascend to heaven with a human soul, the Buddha heaven that inherited the Buddha Dharma, and the heavenly demon that sought to control the heavens with its power. He imagined the silhouettes, thinking that they considered each other as rivals, but at the same time they were bound by a special camaraderie of a single path. Sitting on the shore, Buddhist Star said that everything changed when the soul heaven began to devour souls instead of uniting with them. The man held a sword in his hand, and then the sword sky blocked his path. The soul sky turned to the spear sky, with whom they had a special friendship, for help, but it coldly refused him, and the thing was that it did not want to be friends with someone who was going a different path. The man looked down, hearing that in the end the soul sky became so angry that it absorbed the souls around it in order to gain the strength to resist the heavens, and he became the founder of the cult of the inverted heavens. The man said that the sword sky died trying to stop it, and then the remaining 3 heavens above the heavens united to stand in the way of the soul sky. Looking down, Double Star said that here is his descendant reappearing in this world. Buddhist Star looked down and said that everyone had long forgotten about this, but once again the time has come for the 5 heavens to stop them. Without turning around, the brunette asked that it was the descendant of the heavenly demon who was waging war with them. Was it fate or an accident? The old man put his palms together, saying that the ways of the heavens are inscrutable, and justice has long arms. The power of the spear sky has not been passed on, its power has been lost, but there is still a descendant of the heavenly demon. The man sitting on the ground said that they should join forces with him and stop the heir of the inverted heavens. He turned to the old man in surprise, who asked if he really thought that the power of the spear sky had been lost, and asked if he had an heir. Looking in his direction, Buddhist Star said that he did not know either. Then he turned his gaze forward. There were many stars in the sky. Looking to the side, the brunette said that there was no one. Even the small children of the Murima knew the story of the destruction of the Spear Master sect. Looking at him, the bald old man said that only time would tell. A bright star was shining in the sky. He thought that the net of the heavens may seem thin, but it cannot be broken. It was a few days before the battle. A group of warriors stood opposite each other. A leap with a weapon. A swift movement. A downward swing. A movement again. Flashes in the darkness. Someone's hand reaches forward. A guy with a spear. A black ring on his finger. Un glanced to the side. His gaze became tense and he chuckled. The guy was standing on a pile of bodies. He looked to the side. The opponents looked at him in fear. The guy with blue eyes looked forward. The movement of the weapon left thin traces. The wind flooded the opponent's clothes. A red fog appeared in space. The hero stood on a pile of bodies. He looked to the side. The man with the mustache called him an evil demon. A cut crossed his face as he told him to return to hell. His comrades watched as he fell face down. Un rushed forward. Blood spurted from his blow. The hero swung his hand near his opponent. The guy's gaze was stern. The blades crossed. Yuan's gaze became surprised. The man was thrown to the side. His feet slid on the ground. A group of people stood nearby. One of them said that he really was a heavenly demon. The man was holding a spear. Looking ahead, he thought that they were not mentioned in the reports before. Throwing the spear over his shoulder, he thought that they must have just arrived. A smirk appeared on his lips. He called them insects. The people looked dissatisfied. Yuan's eye began to glow. He asked, "Do they really think that the 5 of them will be enough?" The bald man with the black beard said that although he was a heavenly demon, it was too rude. The guy standing in front of him guessed that he must be an elder of the unbreakable stream, famous for his elegant techniques. The mustachioed man looked at him and said that he was honored that the heavenly demon had heard of him. The guy exhaled. He called the man with the long bangs a reaper of 9 cuts. He called the short guy a young Taoist. The fat man with the mustache an emperor of flying pigs. The bald man crossed his arms. The hero called him twin iron fist cannons. The guy with the spear thought that they were outstanding masters. No matter which province they went to, they were definitely among the strongest 10 there. His fingers clenched into a fist. The hero thought that they were still at the level of demonic warriors. Un waved his hand, telling them to attack all at once. It would save a lot of time and would not be so boring. The bull asked again in a furious tone. Un stood in front of him in silence. The priest looked at him darkly and said that although he had the title of a heavenly demon, he was still a child. Hadn't he heard that one hand could never grab 10 hands? Un chuckled and said that he was sure that they could handle even his one hand. Let them know their place. The bald man clenched his fists and cursed. He jumped high, attacking. Lightning flew from his outstretched hands. A bright flash was shown. The wind ruffled the hair and clothes of his comrades, who thought that he had a nickname for a reason. After such an attack, even a heavenly demon would have to retreat. The iron fist of the cannon looked ahead in surprise. He gritted his teeth, asking again. There was a cloud of dust ahead, and the man asked what was there. A swift forward movement. The fist struck the center of the palm. The man fell backwards. The boy hidden in the haze asked, "Is that all he can do?" Un calmly held the opponent's hand. His comrades rushed forward, thinking that he blocked the twin iron fists with one hand and did not receive any damage. The boy swiftly moved forward. He jumped up, somersaulting in the air. When attacking, he flew down from above. The Taoist put out his palms and cursed sullenly. He glanced sideways at the drops of blood. His hand was wounded by a sharp thorn. Un, who threw it, watched him fall. The big man, covered in sweat, thought that he had let go of his hand. He jumped up, thinking that this was his chance. The man looked down in surprise. There was a shadow below him. The bald man fell face down and, clutching his leg, screamed in pain. The shocked man turned his gaze to the side. Un towered over him, ominously asking, "Is he going somewhere?" The elder of the rushing stream quickly ran forward, thinking that he broke his shin the moment he let go. He swung his fist and shouted, "How dare he!" The man put out his palms, thinking that he specialized in defensive martial arts. Even if he was a heavenly demon, he could block his strikes. He needed to buy time. His fingers clenched into a fist. A bright light struck the man's body. His eyes widened in shock. The blow was so strong that it tore the clothes on his back. The elder thought, how could it tear the internal organs and break bones at the same time? A haze appeared around him. He thought that he should release chi. The veins on his head bulged from the tension. A bright beam of attack crossed his body. Un brought back his hand holding the spear and said that he was the first. The opponent's body was in front of him. The fat man with a mustache cursed, saying that he would knock the spear out of his hands. It rolled forward like a huge ball. Un looked at it. Turning his head to the side, he thought that this was the first time he saw this martial art. It compresses the body and uses the power of rotation. The fat man was attacking from above. The hero wondered what would happen if he also used force. A ring of energy rose into the air. It was approaching the enemy. The energy crashed into his face. The body was distorted by the powerful attack. The enemy's head was thrown back. Un waved his hand and said that this is the second. He pointed his finger at the man. There were black elements on his finger. A pillar of flame appeared in front, and then a spear flew forward. Blood gushed out from the man in the cloak. Drops of blood splashed on the ground. Un put out his fingers and said, "The third and fourth." He caught the spear and, turning to the bald man, said that he was the last one. The man gritted his teeth and said that he was a monster. The guy's face was hidden by his hair. He stood next to the enemy and laughed. He narrowed his eyes and asked to be allowed to thank them. Iron Fist looked at him in shock and asked why. Towering over him, Un replied that it was still better to train on those who knew how to use their bodies than on weak opponents. Thanks to all of them, he was able to develop several skills. The man's eyes widened in shock. He thought that he did not use his martial arts. He asked out loud, "Did he just train on them?" The hero looked down and said no, he did not train martial arts on them. Sweat ran down the opponent's face. He was shocked to hear that he was creating a new one. Un calmly looked at him and explained that thanks to them, he was able to achieve something. He held the spear with his fingers and said that before killing him, he should say thank you. Words were heard that the cult leader should stop the bloodshed. An ear was visible behind the hair. The guy thought that there was power in that voice. A figure in the distance asked, "Is he the leader of the Hajinin sect?" An old man with a long beard asked him to stop. Un swung his spear and asked why. The head flew across the ground. It was reflected in the man's eye. Hajinin closed his eyes and asked why such cruelty. Un stood in front of him. Blood was dripping from the tip of his spear. He extended his hand with the spear and asked why he should leave those who tried to kill him alive. The old man, without opening his eyes, asked, wasn't he the one who started this war? Then, looking at him, he continued that if they hadn't started the war, none of this would have happened. The boy abruptly lowered his spear and said that he was a fool. Frowning slightly, Un said that he was pretending to be a noble hero, but his eyes and ears were closed. The elder was shocked to hear that he was a hypocrite, not a hero. Hajinin got angry and asked what he meant by that. Yuan's eyes were shining. He asked, didn't he understand himself? Swinging his spear sharply, he said that he wasn't the one who started this war, it was them. Hajinin took a fighting stance and told him not to try to shake his resolve with his nonsense. He would stop him even at the cost of his life. Throwing his spear over his shoulder, Un asked, what if it wasn't nonsense? The cult leader frowned silently, wondering where he got the confidence in his words. The guy standing opposite him asked, didn't Dojil tell him that it was their side that started this war? The man asked, what was he talking about? Un laughed with a wide smile. Then he stopped, bowing his head. He glared at his interlocutor, calling him an ignorant coward who pretends to be righteous. His fingers clenched into a fist. He said that he boasted of his righteousness, but at the same time did not know what came before it, nor what would come after. Pointing his finger, the hero said that their alliance attacked the branches of the heavenly demon cult, starting a war. Hajinin stared ahead in surprise, wondering if the leader of the alliance had lied to him. Gritting his teeth, he said that this could not be. He waved his hand. The hero shouted that they were the first to attack, and then they decided to blame them for starting the war. Let him cut off his ears that refuse to hear, and gouge out his eyes that do not see the truth. Let him tear out his tongue with which he praised his righteousness. The man looked ahead in shock, wondering if it was possible to lie so confidently, and asked out loud, is his words true? Un smirked and said that if he was called a righteous man and wanted to live like that, let him see for himself. Let him go and find out what really happened. Hajinin looked down when he was asked if he was ready for this, and thought that his words were so confident that he should go and see for himself. A blade appeared next to his face. he thought that the right thing to do would be to order the disciples to retreat and return to the mountain, and then gather all the correct information about the situation. The old man said that if he went and left him here, wouldn't he just continue his slaughter? He should stop him. Un frowned and said that was a good excuse. The old man, looking into his eyes, asked again. The boy rushed forward, saying that he was afraid to find out the truth, because if his words were true, it would mean that he had lived a lie all his life, that if this was not an excuse, he should just accept it. Hajinin frowned and said that he could say whatever he wanted, but today he would stop him. The protagonist rushed to attack, shouting that if he could do it, then let him. The cult leader swung his sword. White rays flew from the attack. The man flew backwards. He landed, raising dust. The wind fluttered his cloak. Hajinin pursed his lips, thinking that he really was a heavenly demon. His eyes lit up. He thought that he also had a few trump cards. He was ready to give his life to stop the heavenly demon. A bright glow engulfed the man's body. The boy standing opposite asked, "Earthly body, heavenly soul?" He threw the spear over his shoulder and thought that this was not it. The earthly body did not look like this. The old man with glowing eyes gritted his teeth, while the hero thought that he was concentrating power, igniting his true chi. Clutching the spear in his hands, Un asked if he was trying to stop him with his own self-immolation, and thought to himself that if only he saw the world a little wider, if he did not believe Dojiel, or, playing with the spear, he continued the thought that he could become a true righteous man. Yuan's body was engulfed in purple light. He thought that it was too late, and said out loud that he had the makings of a righteous man, but in the end he failed on the way to it. Such a pity. Purple rays of energy flew everywhere. He said that he deserved to fall from his full power. Purple vortices rose up. Sparks appeared around Hajinin. He shouted, demanding the heavenly demon to stop. Bright beams of swords and the 7 heavenly stars flew forward. The hero swung his spear. He stood in front of the enemy, surrounded by a haze. Swinging his hand to the side, the guy attacked, and then moved the spear in the other direction. The shadow hid the guy's face. The old man waved his hand, standing in front of him. He noticed movement next to him. A bright trace of an attack. Looking at it, Hajinin gritted his teeth. A thick haze rose up. A bright beam crossed the old man's body. Un held a spear in his hand. Standing in front of him, he said that this was amazing. Instead of looking for what was lost, he managed to fill in the gaps of the sword of zeal with the dispersing sword. But in any case, it is now broken. Purple beams flew around. Words were heard that this is the end. The flash was approaching the old man. But he suddenly swung his hand sharply. The yin-yang sign covered him like a shield. Hajinin gritted his teeth with effort. Then his gaze became surprised. A silhouette appeared in a powerful swirl. The man lying on the ground chuckled. Clouds were floating in the sky, and he thought that the sky was very high. Was it because it was autumn? Hajinin closed one eye and thought, the autumn sky was always so beautiful. When was the last time he took a rest and looked at the sky? Opening his eyes, he thought that he was too mired in worldly life. The old man looked to the side. The injured man thought that he had lost both his arms. He looked down and thought that his lower body was also missing. Sighing, the old man said that it was no wonder he felt light. Not far away, a figure of a guy with a spear was visible. Looking in his direction, Hajinin asked, in his eyes, was he really just an actor playing the role of a righteous man? The blade pierced the ground. Un smiled and said that he was a real fool who was obsessed with heroism. The man who had lost his limbs chuckled. Then he closed his eyes. He opened them again, hearing that at least he had given his all to his role as a fool. The elder smiled and asked, was it true? Without looking at him, the hero confirmed. The man lying on the ground asked if this fool who had given his all to his role could ask for a favor. The boy noticed that he was greedy. Un looked ahead. Hajinin had a smile on his lips. The sun was about to set when the old man began to speak. A figure could be seen among the mountains. The sun was setting below the horizon. By the time Un defeated Hajinin, the battle was almost over. The man in the fur coat looked at the sunset. Unlike the demon army that had received reinforcements, the forces of the Murima Alliance army were left without support. The girl looked ahead. The 2 monsters that were mentioned in their reports, Banjia and Aeon, had not appeared either. The man was wearing dark clothes, and several masters from the 72 stars had arrived to fight instead. They didn't know why this had happened, but they knew one thing for sure. The figure was walking among the hills. The battlefield was now Chongqing, and beyond that was the city of the 3 garrisons. Words were heard from the dark figure that they were already close to the Murima Alliance headquarters. The boy looked at the horizon, thinking that they had reached the goal in the east, the Alliance headquarters where Dojiel was waiting. The man sat in the room and asked about another defeat. His dark silhouette was surrounded by a glow. Sitting at the table, the man said that they had done too little damage. Dojiel closed his eyes and said that they had done enough damage to the Orthodox sects, but the cult had suffered fewer losses than they had expected. Looking out the window, the man thought that if we take into account the 5 great families and 9 great sects that did not participate, the damage to the entire Orthodox faction was insufficient, and the demonic cult had captured 6 provinces, but they only lost 5,000 soldiers. Looking away, the brunette thought that if this continued, it would not lead to anything good. He closed his eye, thinking that he could not fulfill the order of the inverted heaven cult and his position could be shaken. This cannot be allowed. He remembered a small house with a thatched roof. Dojiel had no memories from his childhood. His first memory was the days spent with his teacher in a collapsed thatched hut. The child covered himself with his hand from the blow the teacher hit him. Saying that Dojiel should revive the sect, he forced the boy to cook food, and for each unsuccessful attempt, he brutally beat him. The man looked down gloomily. He beat him if he couldn't learn martial arts. But he didn't teach the child properly. He wasn't good at martial arts. The straw house stood under the dark sky. The day came when Dojiel, who suffered from beatings, killed his teacher. He plunged a sword into his heart when he was sleeping after drinking. His fingers were clenched around the knife. It wasn't hard to kill a sleeping drunk second-rate martial artist. Besides, the teacher himself never thought that the boy was capable of killing him. The man walked among the trees. At that time he was 15. He went wandering around the world and took any suitable work. But the boy who killed his teacher was not capable of much. The man in the black scarf opened his mouth. He became a vagabond, making a living with his sword, so he lived day after day, doing dangerous work and walking next to death. Young Dojiel was kneeling. He came across the inverted heaven cult. They taught him martial arts and supplied him with elixirs, and if necessary, they could spread various rumors about him about his heroism and deeds. The man stood leaning on his knees, and then turned to the side. Soon Dojiel's reputation soared, and he became the leader of the Murima Alliance. The higher he climbed, the greedier he became. Dojiel stood, turned to the side, and then sat in a chair, thinking that if this continues, the cult may turn its back on him. Biting his lip, he thought that there was no choice. In order to prove his worth, he would have to significantly weaken the forces of the heavenly demon cult. A smile appeared on his lips. Dojiel thought that he would pacify the greatest power of the demon cult. He threw his head back, thinking that the Murima Alliance headquarters would be the perfect place for his resting place. The fingers curled. He thought that the alliance would disappear along with the heavenly demon. The man stood up, thinking that he first needed to create an atmosphere of desperate resistance, so that he would not suspect any trap. In front of him was a dark bag from the cult. With it he thought that he would achieve the desired atmosphere. The man smiled. Then he opened his mouth slightly. Looking to the side, Dojiel thought, what are the 9 great sects and 5 great families doing now? Gogyel sat at the table, saying that everything should be. They think they are joking. Jugu, who was sitting opposite, crossed his arms and confirmed. Exhaling, he said that they carefully collected information, but it is still not enough. The man sat with the table. While Un started a war with the Alliance, the Justice Alliance was preparing for a big event. He collected information on the people from the Murima Alliance, the Imperial family, and the cult of the Inverted Heavens. The man said that it is completely insufficient. Looking down in frustration, Zhuge said, in order to justify the actions of the Justice Alliance, they must prove that the Murima Alliance is in the hands of the Inverted Heavens, but the evidence is insufficient. The man sitting at the table heard words that they only have to capture Dojiel and get information from him. Looking down, Zhuge said that it was so. The disgusting person definitely left evidence. The man opposite remarked that this meant they had to find it. The man sitting at the table said that he thought they were hidden in the depths of the Murima Alliance, in a place that only he knew about. The interlocutor said that the Justice Alliance could only act when they found them. The same went for the king. Zhuge looked out the window in frustration, thinking that the orthodox sects, the 9 greats, the 5 great families, all great in name only, in the end they were forced to do nothing. What a shame. A drop trickled down Gogyel's temple, who said that they needed to contact the leader of the heavenly demon cult. Looking at him, the interlocutor confirmed, saying that in order to capture Dojiel and find out about his connections with the inverted heaven cult, they would have to announce it openly. A question was heard from among the trees, whether they were shifting the work too much onto the shoulders of the cult leader. The interlocutor asked what else he could do. Everything had already turned out like this. The house was on a hill. That evening a carrier pigeon flew out of the clan's residence into the night sky. A fire hovered above the palm. Smoldering scraps fell to the ground. Looking down, Un said that they didn't know Dojiel at all. Guanchuk, who was standing behind him, asked if there was something unpleasant in the message. Smiling, the hero said no. He imagined a man falling and reaching for a rope, and thought that Dojiel was a cautious man. He definitely left something related to the inverted skies for emergencies. He always prepares something that can become a lifeline in such a situation. Looking down, Un thought about leaving him alive for the sake of evidence. He did not agree with this. A smile appeared on his lips. The guy thought that they did not need Dojiel alive to find this evidence. After all, there are other ways to find it. Turning to the man, the hero asked what the mood was in the Murima Alliance now. Guanchuk looked at him and said that logically their spirit should be very low, but for some reason they are calling people to fight for the last time. The hero frowned and asked again. A man standing nearby said that it seemed like they were being incited by the fact that if the Murima Alliance retreated now, then the entire Murim would eventually suffer a crushing defeat from the demons. According to rumors, the main instigator was the leader of the alliance. Un exhaled and said that the instigator was the leader of the alliance himself. This says a lot about the entire Orthodox faction. The man tilted his head when he heard that they were planning to accept the fight at the alliance headquarters after all. Wasn't it strange? There were calls to accept the fight, but no one disagreed with it, and replied that in fact he also found it strange, and decided to look into the matter further. Crossing his arms, Un asked if he found anything suspicious. Guanchuk looked down, saying that all of them. The light was on in the window. A question was heard: why are they all so stupid? Iron Mask Swordsman Kong slammed his fists on the table and asked how they could change their minds so easily. He looked down angrily, thinking that at the moment the Murim alliance was divided into two factions, between which there were fierce disputes, although in fact this was the case a few days ago. The figures of people stood at the steps. The Iron Mask Swordsman led the faction that advocated retreating and reforming the troops. A silhouette stood at the top of the stairs. A few days ago Dojil defended the need to fight to the very end, secretly gathering members of the dissenting faction for a conversation. Kong furrowed his brows furiously. After meeting him, they all changed their views on the situation. He said that they were fools and how they did not understand. Now the battle with the demonic cult will only lead to their complete destruction. Someone behind the wall called out to the elder. The man turned around and asked who was there. He looked at the door, hearing that the alliance leader wanted to talk to him. Kong clenched his fist, thinking that it was finally his turn. This matter concerned the future of the Murima alliance and the entire Orthodox faction. He would not give in so easily. He stood in the middle of the alliance leader's office. Standing in the room, the man thought that they would definitely lose if they accepted this fight, and then the morale of the entire faction would fall to the bottom. This should not happen. He would personally prevent it. Approaching the door, the man told the leader that he was looking for him, and heard a request to come in. The door opened slightly. There was a dark haze in the room. A light haze hung in the air. Looking at it, Kong thought that it was hibiscus incense. The man sitting at the table asked what he was standing for and asked him to come in and sit down. The bald man frowned and wondered what he was talking about. The smell was not the most important thing now. The smiling man's eyes were shining. The next day, the Iron Mask Swordsman Kong himself began to call everyone to battle. Un touched his chin, saying that there was definitely something wrong here. He looked down, thinking that Dojil definitely used some kind of trick, but he didn't know what it was. Looking back, he thought that there was a suspicion, but no evidence. The situation was similar to what the Justice Alliance faced. He asked to continue investigating. Looking at the man, he said that if he found anything, he should immediately report it to him. There were trees growing on the slopes. By taking over Qinghai and Gansu, the heavenly demon cult could easily take control of Sichuan, Chongqing and Guizhou. The Eastern Army also stopped its advance and joined the Western troops. The man, after the unification of the troops, the army of the demon cult numbered 20,000 warriors. This number was almost 3 times greater than the number of warriors of the Murima alliance, which was only about 7,000. The long-haired man stood with his back to him. In addition, the strength of the heavenly demon cult was not only in numbers. The girl knelt down on one knee. The demonic teacher of the sun and moon was sent to the main base for treatment. One of the demonic masters, Dragon Lotus, took his place. She greeted the heavenly demon and said that she had come to greet him. Un looked at the girl and asked if she realized the significance of the mission entrusted to her. Dragon Lotus looked up and said that she understood that she must replace the demonic teacher of the sun and moon and would try not to disappoint him. The guy turned away. Looking down, he said that he didn't know the reason, but the Murima alliance had rallied and were determined to fight, and they were willing to risk their lives rather than retreat. The troops were visible below. Looking at them, Un said that they couldn't underestimate such a determined enemy. Aeon, along with the others, heard the request to remember that this wasn't just a war, but a war of revenge and a memorial service for the former cult leader who had died as a result of a vile plot. A shadow hid the figure of the boy who said that defeat was unacceptable. The people standing below shouted words of praise for the heavenly demon. Un exhaled. He looked ahead, thinking that the Murima alliance headquarters was already visible from here. He stood on a hill in front of the army. The hero remembered how he stood next to his teacher as a boy, and thought that it had been a long time since he first came there with the teacher of the spear school. It had seemed so amazing to him before. Was it because of his naivety or a sense of novelty? The boy looked up in admiration. Everything seemed incredible to him. Before he thought that there were many heroes here, like from old tales. The boy looked ahead indifferently. There were hardly any heroes in the Murima alliance. They seemed to mock his youthful naivety. His fingers squeezed the handle. The hero thought that Dojil was there now, and his sworn enemy, his grievances against whom were as deep as the sky was high. Yuan's body was surrounded by a purple glow. He thought that he had been walking for a long time to this moment. The tip of the spear was glowing. Whirlwinds of energy surrounded it. The purple glow spread around the hero. It became brighter, spreading in all directions. Waves of purple power filled the space. The foot stepped on the ground. Waves of demonic energy spread around. Chuckled and wondered what Dojio was thinking when he saw this. Was he afraid? The hero raised his hand and thought that it didn't matter whether he was afraid or not. Looking to the side, he thought that he would soon feel fear. The guy put his palm forward. But then he clenched his fist, thinking that this was the stone wall that he had wanted to break for so long. He moved his hand in a circle. Flames appeared around the fist, and thought that it would fall from one blow from him. The warrior looked up in surprise, talking about the air. The hero's figure was hidden by volleys of flame. Bright rays flew forward. They surrounded Un like a whirlwind. Then he sent them forward. The warriors looked at the flying fireball and exclaimed that this was the divine fist of the heavenly demon. Un put his fist forward. With a confident look, he said that this was the road of 1,000 battles, a devastating explosion. The fireball flew towards the opponents, who cried out that it must be stopped. The cloaked figures rushed forward. The men held weapons. The brunette looked ahead with a frown, saying that although the technique was strong, it was only the power of one person. If they combined their forces, they would block it. Lightning appeared around him, he said, the rest of the wall of swords. Then he kicked. The man stood in the room by the window and said that they were acting like real crowds of the Orthodox faction. The opponents moved forward towards the fireball. Watching this, Un thought that they were like moths to a flame. He imagined moths flying to a flame, and how they were burned in the fire. The fireball was getting closer and closer. A deep crack appeared on the wall. An explosion was heard. Flames filled the entire space. Un smiled belligerently. The man closed his eyes, then opened them. After his eyes, he opened them wide in shock. A deep mark was left on the ground. Rocks flew down. A large section of the wall was destroyed. The warrior in the scarf looked ahead in shock, asking what was this, the destruction of the heavenly demon world? Un, standing on a platform, answered that it was not quite the right answer, but he had a sharp gaze. Looking at his fist, the guy thought that this was his strongest technique right now, but he still had room for improvement. His leg took a step. Guanchu came up from behind and said that the way was open, he was leaving. Without turning to him, Un said that from now on, the Murima Alliance would become a battleground. The war between the demonic cult and the Orthodox faction had reached the Murima Alliance headquarters. A glow surrounded the legs, followed by Un. A demonic lotus marked the beginning of the battle. The men looked at the girl who appeared. Touching her chest, she sang about the moon above the palace, which illuminates the face of a beautiful beauty and paves the way to the Jade Gate, a path that cannot be returned, and after death, she will leave a green burial ground where people will shed tears. Bright rays spread around. She thought that this was her chance to show the heavenly demon her skills. The girl raised her hands. Bright rays flew upward. They cut through the bodies of her opponents. Her fingers were surrounded by a bright haze. Blood splashed out. She thought that she would be able to impress him. The girl twisted in a dance, thinking that she could be one of the best among the 10 great demonic monks. The warriors ran past Un. He watched the battle, saying that it was impressive. The man standing next to him said that she lacked experience, but she could handle the role of the demonic monarch. A black mark appeared from Guanchuk's brush. As he walked away, Un said that she would become the strongest woman in the cult, and the man said that the next one after her would be the Holy Maiden. The hero looked to the side and confirmed. He looked forward carefully. The girl's figure was surrounded by a pink haze. He thought that her weapon skills and holy power were amazing, but she still lacked martial arts. But if she succeeded in them, she would be able to reach a new level where she could combine holy power and martial arts. The guy's mouth fell open. Turning to the left, he thought that this was a path that no one had yet explored, a new path that had not yet existed in the 1,000-year history of the heavenly demon cult. The heroine raised her hands. He thought that in history there were holy maidens who had mastered martial arts, but none of them were immediately strong in martial arts, and saints like Aeon, she probably already found and was walking on her own unknown road. The girl waved her hand, attacking the enemy. The wind ruffled Yuan's clothes, who thought about her own path. The hero looked to the side. He was watching the duel of the two. Sparks flew from the blows of weapons. The hero thought that if you look at Quan's talent for martial arts, then in the cave of hidden demons, he is at the absolute top and even now is the best among the graduates, if you do not count himself. Seeing the wide smile on the boy's face, he thought that if he continued to improve his skills, he could very well claim the first place in the top 10 great demonic monarchs. He glanced to the side. The two continued their battle. The man was surrounded by lightning, and he was outraged at how the commander of the Divine Dragon Army could become a servant of the demonic cult, because it was a disgrace to the entire faction. His opponent was very surprised. The bald man opened his mouth wide, asking why he was not ashamed in front of his comrades. And frowning, he replied that it was not true. But gritting his teeth, he insisted that it was so, and that everyone under the heavens knew that it was so. The swing left a bright mark. The blade caught him. The man felt a wound. Frowning, he thought about the words about betrayal. Fire appeared on Yuan's finger. The fireball threw the bald man back. He slid back. Lowering his head, the second heard the words about not deceiving himself, because he was not himself. Frowning, he thought about it. He was surprised to hear the hero talking about looking into the eyes of his opponent, and not being deceived by words, but looking closely at the one who said them. The man looked up. The bald man's pupils were clouded. He turned around, hearing from Un that his eyes were empty. The vain and ferocious face tensed when the guy said that he was one of the leaders of the faction that insisted on retreating and regrouping the Alliance troops. Looking at him, the hero also said that, however, the next day after meeting with the head of the Alliance, he changed his mind, asking the first one what he thought happened. He, looking down, thought that this was true. Ferocious clenched his teeth hard. The hero's eyes began to glow with the words that one or two could be convinced. His interlocutor became noticeably nervous, hearing that it was not a conviction that everyone who was against this battle changed their minds after one meeting with the leader. He frowned, hearing that the alliance was already completely rotten. Then he rushed at his opponent. Un looked at this with a smile, realizing that there was no longer any doubt in his sword. And then he turned in the other direction. Several people were standing in the distance. The hero quickly moved to Guanchuk, saying that he was leaving the battlefield to him. The guy rushed upward. Watching him leave, the man only said that he did not even wait for an answer. Raising his head, Guanchuk thought about how he had become so strong in such a short time. Then he looked down, realizing that he could not be stopped now. The sun was shining on the streets of the city. Many people had gathered at the gate. They all looked up, hearing that they were already at the threshold of the Alliance headquarters. The man on the other side of the gate gritted his teeth and said that if they failed, it would be the end of not only the Alliance, but the entire Murimu. As he flew, the hero thought that it was only a matter of time before the walls were taken. Seeing the people below, he thought that the difficulties would begin when the troops began to move deeper into the Alliance, because it was built up as it expanded, which meant that all the important buildings were in the inner areas. He landed on the roof of a house. So, standing on it, he also thought that there were traps and formations there, and regretted that he was not an expert in disarming them, as well as removing illusions. Un frowned, thinking that he did not have a device to destroy them before the warriors got here. Holding his spear on his shoulder, he regretted that he was powerless here, but he understood that he had his own role. Looking down, the hero thought about Dojiel. Then, jumping from the roof, he thought he was coming for his head. The guy landed hard on the ground. It raised a cloud of dust. The people inside gritted their teeth, realizing that the enemy was already here. Seeing a column of dust in front of them, someone announced that the demons had broken through into the Alliance. They must be stopped. A hand reached out to one of them as he shouted that there was only one demon here. It must be surrounded. The hand grabbed his face. Then it pulled him towards itself. Some sounds were heard from inside. A silhouette was visible after a moment. Un threw the enemy aside. His eyes were shining brightly. Everyone was scared, seeing that it was a heavenly demon. Un headed towards them. Many people gathered in front of him. Everyone was visibly tense. One of them, gritting his teeth, said that the heavenly demon had come to certain death, and this place would become his grave. Weapons appeared in the hands of the people, saying that although the guy was a sky demon, he was still a human. Battles could exhaust him, and blade strikes could take his life. The guy silently raised his head. He remembered how he had stood here before. Now, having pulled the spear away, he asked the people about the main palace of the Alliance being here. One of those present looked at him in confusion. But frowning, he was outraged that the hero perceived them as an empty space. Several more warriors ran out to meet him. Lowering his head, the guy decided that the one he was looking for was indeed there. The others, gritting their teeth, were also outraged that he did not perceive them. They stood opposite each other, hearing a scream. Looking at the sky, Un noted that the outer wall had collapsed. Turning with a smile, he offered the others to help their comrades. The people grabbed their weapons tightly, answering that they would help by stopping him, and that they would do it even at the cost of their own lives. Seeing the blades in front of him, the hero told them that everything would be as they wanted. Un swung his spear. The heads of the enemies flew off their shoulders. A drop of blood flew past his face. The hero said that he would give them a ticket to the afterlife. He raised his spear. His swing threw the others back. Then he did it again. The people looked up, not understanding what was happening. Stones fell on them. The roof of the house was destroyed. The people were under the rubble. The hero approached one of them. The man tried to raise his head. He was scared when the spear almost caught up with him. But a man appeared behind Un, outraged that the boy had attacked his student. The hero repelled his attack. Tongues of flame emanated from him. The fire completely surrounded the enemy. He screamed, burning in it. Soon Un found himself at the palace of the leader of the Alliance. People, seeing his silhouette, said that an uninvited guest had sneaked in, outraged at how he dared to show up here. The guy swung his weapon. Several waves spread from it. People were thrown into the air. They fell behind him. Un continued to walk forward. So he found himself inside the palace. The warriors running along its corridors said that they had an intruder who needed to be stopped. Traces of blood appeared on the walls. Then bloody footprints appeared on the floor. The bodies of defeated enemies lay everywhere. Defeating everyone, the hero continued to walk through the palace. His silhouette was visible in the open doors. A man was sitting opposite at a table. The guy looked at him. Dojio looked indignant. Narrowed his eyes slightly. His aura spread throughout the room. It reached the man, saying that it was finally him. There was a dark silhouette among the bright aura. The hero smiled ominously, saying that he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Dojio smiled nervously, hearing his name. Looking at him, the hero was surprised. He, smiling even wider, replied that he had also been waiting for a long time. The finger pressed the button. Someone jumped out of the window. A bright light appeared in the place of the man. It illuminated Yuan's face. An explosion sounded on the top floor. Fire engulfed the building. The fire grew larger. It spread to other houses. People were also engulfed in it. Everyone was confused, not understanding where so much of it came from, and perhaps there was a bomb. Guanchuk was a little scared, thinking about it. Seeing the flames, the man worried about the cult leader. A whirlwind of fire and a dark aura rose to the sky. The dark energy completely engulfed the flames. A hole appeared in the wall. Dojio ran out into the street. He turned around when he heard a rumble behind him. A smirk appeared on his face as he thought that once the building collapsed, the mechanism would launch hundreds of arrows that would pierce the body of the heavenly demon. Squinting, he also noted that if he was lucky, the guy would die, and if not, he would be slightly injured, but it did not matter because he had thought of this case as well. Behind the wall, the man heard the sounds of a fight. He smiled, calling the defense of the righteous faction warriors ridiculous. A whistle appeared in his hand, and he thought that justice without strength is nothing, and only the one with overwhelming strength can be right. Then he brought it to his mouth, thinking that the hero might come out and fight him if he was still alive, and that he would face his puppets that he controlled with his black flute of madness. A whistle rang out throughout the street. The clouds were floating across the sky. The man, slightly pursing his lips, did not understand where the boy was, assuming that he had died from the explosion. A magic pillar appeared behind him. It was almost invisible against its background. Someone's silhouette was visible inside. The man's eyes were shining brightly, and he called Dojio pathetic. The man became nervous seeing this. He saw the dark silhouette of Un. The houses around were destroyed. The man was sitting in front of the body of his wounded comrade. The hero was clearly angry that he had not yet evacuated the common people who did not understand anything about martial arts. Streams of energy surrounded him. Frowning, he told the man that, as expected, no matter how you look at it, he was pathetic. Un rushed towards him. Suddenly, he felt something. Something rushed towards him. It passed very close to his head. The boy looked down. Red spots appeared on his clothes. Dojio smiled widely, saying that his warriors had finally arrived. Looking down, the hero thought that if he had not instinctively dodged, he would have been seriously injured. The people's faces were covered with bandages, and he thought that they were waiting for the man to detonate the bomb. Looking up, the boy asked the man about his dead puppets. The man, smiling widely, was surprised that he knew about them. Unswung. A bright trace was left near his enemies. They jumped back. The boy's eyes glowed brightly, and he thought that these puppets were stronger than the ones he had fought before. The enemies rushed forward. The hero also rushed towards them. Everyone was rapidly approaching each other. A rapid fight ensued between them. They went along the street in bright beams. They all crashed into a house nearby. The hero and the puppets flew in different directions. Un looked at them carefully. Seeing the bright eyes of the enemies, he thought about his ferocity and the basis of martial arts. The enemy swung, and the boy decided that the base was a horse. Frowning, he noted that the one whose skills symbolized freedom and limitlessness had become a puppet. A red aura appeared around his opponent. The swing left a bright trace. The boy blocked this attack. Holding back the onslaught, he thought that this was both disappointing and admirable, and the original strength of the owner must be great. Someone appeared behind him. The unknown person rushed to attack. Un looked behind him, thinking that it was a praying mantis. He had to defend himself from the previous enemy. The floor under his feet shifted. This knocked the praying mantis off balance. The hero's hand rushed forward. With a blow, he was able to push the opponent away. Then he himself rushed up. Un broke through the roof, flying out. 2 enemies rushed after him. Looking down, the boy realized that this was not exactly a situation where he could afford to save his strength. His pupils changed. Dojio was watching what was happening. Frowning, Un decided that he had to give it his all. He brought his palms together. Something strong hit one of his pursuers. Both fell to the ground. They looked at the bright light above their heads. Many magical spears appeared around Un. The hero directed them at the ground. They crashed, creating a series of explosions. He stared down, thinking that if something like this could be dealt with, he would not have taken off his bracelets. Un landed on the ground. Several attacks burst out of the dust cloud. One of them flew past the hero's face. He had to dodge. They appeared above the ground again. Raising the spear to his face, the boy told them not to attack. The swings left bright marks. Unblocked the attacks of two enemies at once. A crunching sound was heard in his hand. Looking to the side, he realized that it was killing him. The hero landed on the ground. The two rushed towards him. He raised his head. He managed to strike the praying mantis. But another one had already approached him with a weapon in his hand. Drops of blood flew to the side. Looking at his hand, the hero thought that the demonic teacher of the sun and moon and the master of the lightning blade were most likely meeting them. The opponent's eyes were shining brightly. The second one also had a crazy look. They rushed towards the hero, who thought that the first Jianshi he met at the king's court was crudely made, and the next one was the emperor of the light and ice sword, and although he was stronger, he could still handle him, and these two were incomparably stronger than the emperor of the sword. Holding back their onslaught, Un realized that they were much more sophisticated than the previous ones, and that the puppets acted together as if they were connected to each other, and their strikes were coordinated. Gritting his teeth, he also realized that he couldn't win quickly. The sword hit the spear. The hero thought that he even used the intimidation chi, but it had no effect on them, perhaps because they were not living people, which meant that using this technique was a waste of energy. The enemies continued to attack. The blade of the blade shone brightly. A bright swing remained near Yuan's face. He had to step back. The silhouettes were approaching him. The hero was surprised that these two were able to push him back. A man appeared behind them. Having made a swing, the guy cursed at Dojiel. The wave rushed forward. It was approaching the man. He looked at it in surprise. But the puppet cut it with its blade. A small remnant touched his nose. A deep mark was left on the ground. A drop of blood ran down his nose. Dojiel looked forward, hearing a loud scream. His hand was shaking a little. Smiling, he told the guy that he wanted to cut off his head, but he was much more dangerous, and it seemed that he would have to leave everything to these two. Running his finger along his nose, he thought that the hero would not be able to overcome them, and the demonic cult and the orthodox sects had already suffered significant losses, so the heavenly demon would not be an exception and would meet his death here. Turning away, he only said that it was time for him to leave. Opening his mouth wide, the hero asked where he was going. Gritting his teeth, the guy looked to the side. Two puppets were blocking his path. Dojiel had already run very far. There was a wide smile on his face. Running away, he said goodbye to the heavenly demon. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he had gone too far. A shadow hid his face. A little later, he laughed quietly. Two bright beams appeared behind him. The beams struck his enemies. Unclenching, raised his fist. Light and someone came to his aid. They stood slightly ahead of the hero. The man turned to him, hearing that, as agreed, he would take Dojiel's head. The sun's rays illuminated the roof of the house. Thus, a few days before the siege of the Alliance headquarters, Light and Someone visited the camp of the demonic cult. There were two people standing by the window. One of them said that he was most worried about the masters who appeared in Chongqing. The other replied that they could be from the Imperial Palace or the Alliance. Un looked out the window, saying that since there were no other options, he would take one of the two dead puppets on himself, and the two demonic monarchs would take the other. A man entered the room, noticing that they were talking about something interesting, and asked to join in. Guanchuk was very surprised. He snatched out his brush, asking what the guards were doing. Another man appeared in the passage. Folding his arms across his chest, the hero noted that these people could not be stopped by the guards. The old man, folding his hands in a welcoming gesture, said that they were glad to meet him for the first time, calling the hero a descendant of the first heavenly demon. Looking surprised, Guanchuk thought about it. The man frowned. He stood between them and the hero. Sword Sage looked at him with a smile. Light just folded his arms. Guanchuk turned around when the boy told him to put his hand away, because these two did not come to fight. Sword Sage nodded, confirming that it was so. The hero's comrade looked at him silently. Un used magic to lift the chairs, offering them to sit down. The chairs landed behind the guests. The man smiled. Looking intently at the hero, he thought about how he had only recently achieved semi-divinity, but was already capable of such a thing. Light looked at the hero silently. He approached the old man, saying that he had heard that he was a master of the jade dagger. The old man ran his hand through his beard, answering that until recently that was true. Tilting his head slightly, Un asked, "What did that mean?" The other man laughed a little, saying that he had just recently passed on his title as the guardian of the jade dagger to the next generation, but the hero still noted that this did not change the fact that he was related to the Justice Alliance. Light nodded silently at him. The boy looked toward Sword Sage, noting that he did not know that he was related to the Alliance. Smiling widely, the man replied that he was not related to it in any way, but that did not mean that he had no relation to the five heavens above heaven. Unfrowned, and it was noted that the five great warriors led the entire Murim in ancient times. The hero stared at him, thinking that the first heavenly demon was one of them, wondering how they were related to the current situation. Light folded his hands together, saying that he came to the leader not so much on behalf of the Justice Alliance, but because of the problems related to the 5 heavens above heaven. The light fell on the ceiling, and a question sounded, asking if he could explain it more clearly. Clouds floated through the mountains, so the two began to explain the connection between the 5 heavens above the heavens and the current situation. From the stories of all 5 great wars to their relationships, it was a strange story about the mysterious legendary figures who wielded the Murim of that era, and of course, the story may sound like a myth, but myths would not continue until now. Folding his arms, An asked why they were telling this, and did his being a descendant of the first heavenly demon have anything to do with the current situation? Raising a finger, Sword Sage pointed out that it did, and just like he was a descendant of the heavenly demon, they were the descendants of the Sword Heaven and the Buddha Heaven, and the cult of the inverted heavens came from the Soul Heaven. Light looked at the hero intently, clarifying that he was also a descendant of the Spear Master School. The boy gritted his teeth. A dark aura surrounded him. The blade of a spear appeared near the old man's head. Un looked at him menacingly and asked what he was talking about, thinking that they knew that he was able to reincarnate using the artifact of the Spear School. His eyes were shining brightly, and he was thinking about what he should do, and whether he should kill them to silence them. Looking completely calm, the other man replied that he felt the special energy of the Spear School from him, and although it was mixed with the divine art of the heavenly demon, he could feel it too. Un looked to the side. Guanchuk looked at him intently. Nodding, the man asked about the art of the divine unknown heavenly demon, since it was based on the techniques of the Spear School. Looking forward again, the guy decided that this explanation was also suitable. Still looking tense, he asked the other man about his connection with the Spear School and whether he had anything to do with the assignment. Light waved his hand, answering that it was so, because the Spear Master School is the descendants of the Spear Sky, and everything looks like he is the heir of the 2 heavens. A pendant hung on his neck. The hero thought that everything was clear now, and this necklace of the Spear Sky was what the man received from the Soul Sky, wondering if the descendants of the Soul Sky, who had now become the cult of the inverted heavens, could have a hand in his reincarnation against the will of the heavens. Squinting, Sword Sage said that for this reason they wanted to unite with him and offered their help. Un sat down on a stool. Lowering his head, he clarified with them that they wanted to help him in the battle against the Alliance. The interlocutor, folding his hands, clarified that they were not against the Alliance, but against the followers of the Soul Sky in their ranks. The sun was shining on the houses. The hero agreed, clarifying that he would take Dojiel's head and would not make any concessions. Now he stepped forward, reminding them of the agreement. Light looked away, saying that they would deal with the puppets, but the fire and explosions were causing too much damage, and neither the Alliance nor the demon cult could afford to suffer more senseless casualties. Un simply took a deep breath. The boy soared into the sky. The people raised their hands, begging the heavenly demon to save them. The hero opened his mouth wide and addressed the demons. Frowning, he said that there were many water streams coming from Wuhan nearby, and that they needed to help the injured cult warriors by prioritizing putting out the fires. His followers smiled, saying that they would follow the cult leader's orders. Light struck the enemy. He flew back, and the old man told Sword Sage to keep him busy for a while. The man opened his mouth in surprise and cursed. Seeing the old man soar into the sky, he wondered if dealing with 2 at once was too much. There was a bright light coming from some of the people. Light stood in the darkness, wondering how many people had fallen under the Dojiel hibiscus incense. The old man spread his arms and told them to lie down until it was over. Streams of energy flew in different directions when using the 70-second Shaolin art of the mystical power of snapping fingers. These streams hit the people on the ground. One of them was hit right in the head. Thus, the technique of the mystical power of snapping fingers put only those who were affected by the hibiscus incense to sleep and did not harm them. Light folded his hands in prayer, asking for mercy from Buddha. Seeing the fire around him, the old man decided that it was more important to put out the fire than to fight, and turning to the warriors of the Alliance, asked them to stop fighting, because if they did not put out the fire, it would spread to residential buildings. Sword Sage struck with a praying mantis. The blow flew to Light's side with the man's words that if he was finished, then let him take it back. The enemy reached the old man. He only glanced to the side. The sun was shining on the forest path. Dojiel was running along it. Gritting his teeth, he kept thinking about what went wrong, because the plan was perfect, and he had thought of all the routes and hidden an ace up his sleeve. Walking along the forest, he decided that he needed to be calmer, and also hide and watch how things developed. The man jumped high. He found himself at the edge of a cliff. A view of the mountains opened up in front of him. Later, he found himself at a high stone. Dojiel approached it. A hatch opened nearby. Part of the earth disappeared, revealing a passage underground. The man looked down, thinking that even if he was being pursued, they did not know about him. He jumped down. The passage closed behind him. Only darkness was visible ahead. Dojiel lit a fire with a click. The candle gave off a little light. He looked around. Something caught his attention. Dojil took a step. After removing the bed, the man noticed a hole in the wall. He stuck his hand through it. A small bundle appeared in front of him. He smiled, saying that this would allow him to stand on his feet again. Looking at the find, Dojil thought that losing the position in the alliance that he had sought for many years under the plan of the Inverted Heaven cult did not matter now, and as long as he had this, the cult would not be able to refuse his request, and perhaps he could even ask for a place in the imperial court. Fear appeared on his face when he heard someone say that he was hiding here. Dojil glanced behind him, thinking that he did not sense the presence of the sky demon. Surrounded by a dark aura, the man wondered how he came here and knew about this place. He remembered the bird in the sky. His eyes became smaller when he realized that perhaps it was all because of that falcon. Dojil put his hand forward. Streams of energy were directed towards Un. The blow raised a column of smoke. Standing in it, the man told the boy that he had let his guard down and decided that this was his chance to escape. Something reached for his hand. The hero grabbed it by the hand. Dojil opened his mouth wide and screamed. The boy squeezed his hand even harder. Dojil lowered his head when he told him that he wouldn't have been able to escape that far with his intelligence. Un smiled sinisterly, adding that he let him escape so that he wouldn't have to look for hidden evidence related to the Inverted Heaven cult himself, and that he predicted all of his actions. The boy continued to hold his hand, remembering the two puppets he used as a trump card when he appeared, and his surprise at how they could barely block his attacks, as well as his continued escape, although he noted that he didn't expect such a large amount of explosives. The man looked up in confusion, wanting to know how he knew all of this. Un grabbed his face. After pushing Dojil to the ground, he replied that he had been thinking for a long time. The man grabbed his hand, trying to say something. The boy's eyes glowed brightly, and he said that he had been thinking about what he should do when they met, and how to kill in the most painful way, taking out his hatred. Looking into his eyes, the hero said his name. Dojil's eyes widened as he heard that the spear master's apprentice he had killed had the same name. Smiling ominously, Un asked him if he was curious about how it happened. Dojil hit the wall. His foot bounced off the ground. The man looked down. The hero continued throwing him across the room. Falling to the ground, he said that it was impossible. Walking up to him, the boy agreed, because the dead do not come back to life. A bloody trail was visible on his face as he said that the master's apprentice, who had cut off 2 fingers on his right hand, and the one he had contemptuously called the dirty little demon, had died before his eyes. Dojil gritted his teeth. Un smiled widely at him. Sweat was pouring down the man's face, and he said that he was probably sleeping now, because this could not be happening. Standing opposite, the guy replied that none of this could happen, specifying that he had become a heavenly demon, and his enemy would now receive serious injuries and die from his hand, and that all of these things were simply unimaginable. Standing up, the man heard that nothing could be done about it. He lowered his hands, also hearing that this was not an illusion and certainly not a dream. Horror appeared on his face. Dojil, waving his arms, shouted for him to not come near him. Un repelled all of his attacks with one hand. A hurricane appeared around him. The man, putting his hands in front of him, begged for mercy. The hand stopped near his face. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise, thinking that he was begging him for mercy. Dojil looked at the hand near his face, again begging for mercy from the heavenly demon. Looking at the enemy in shock, the guy only noted that he had completely stopped feeling ashamed. Then he grabbed him by the neck. So, strangling the man, the hero said that all villains always ask for their lives, but he has absolutely no right to ask for it. Blood appeared from under his fingers. Squinting, Un called him a real disappointment. A white glow appeared around Dojil. He struck the hero. A mad smile appeared on his face, saying that he would win this time. But his gaze changed abruptly. Frowning, he called what he saw madness. Smoke came from Yuan's hand. Smiling, looking at the enemy, the hero noted that he had not disappointed him. He grabbed the man by the throat more tightly. Showing him the scroll, the hero said that he would put it to good use. Dojil opened his mouth wide, shouting that it was his. His eyes turned red. His whole face also turned red. The man took a step back. He froze with his head raised. Un raised his hand. Then he clicked. His enemy felt something. His whole body was engulfed in pain. The hero's eyes were shining brightly, and he said that he would not let him die so easily. Dojil ran his hand along the ground. A nail came off his finger. His eyes filled with blood. He tried to move his head. So, he fell to the ground. There were traces of blood everywhere. Un lowered his head. The spear was aimed at his hand. Taking the weapon, he thought that it was not true that revenge begets more revenge and in the end only emptiness awaits, and perhaps it is not a pleasant feeling, but it is definitely not emptiness, and he did what he had to. Frowning, the guy still did not understand why his heart was still heavy. The hero swung. Dojil's head flew off his shoulders. It rolled on the ground. The head flew further. Un stood over the decapitated corpse. The guy looked down, thinking about his master. A sound was heard from the severed head. The sound spread throughout the entire corridor. This attracted Yuan's attention. He lowered his eyes. The boy kicked her. The hero stared at her. She was covered in blood. Suddenly, her pupils turned red. A mad smile appeared on her face, saying that he remembered. The red pupils were shining brightly. Un was a little nervous, looking at the severed head. Frowning, he thought that he had definitely cut off his life energy, and the voice was not like Dojiel's, which meant that someone was controlling the corpse with magic. The head, smiling widely, told the hero that this would not be the end. Dark magic emanated from it as it said what would happen to the hero's head when they met. Uncrushed it, realizing why he had this disgusting feeling. Clenching his fist, he decided that there were still too many people he had to kill. Heading towards the exit, the hero thought that he had to prepare more invitations to the afterlife. People looked at each other with distrust. A man in the crowd raised his head, wondering how it could be that they were standing here with a demonic cult. Another man with a mask on his face threatened to fight him. Guanchuk watched them, surprised that they had already started arguing. The man closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Everyone turned to look at him as he told the cult warriors that he forbade them from engaging in any arguments with the surviving warriors of the Orthodox faction, and that they should not start or fall for any provocations. One of the warriors raised his head, saying that the others were the ones who started the provocation first. But then he closed his mouth. Gu stomped on the ground. Folding his arms across his chest, he told everyone to listen calmly. The warrior lowered his head in confusion. Another man looked at him and said that he was a coward and that these people were proud of their strength, but they tucked their tails under the slight intimidation, suggesting that all the demons from the evil sects were nothing more than cowards. The crowd fell silent. A silhouette appeared in front of them, saying that if they didn't want to eat dirt in front of everyone, they'd better shut their mouths. A powerful aura spread from the person, and they realized that it was Sword Sage. He looked at everyone silently. He lowered his head, noting that it was not good for the righteous faction of the Force to stop arguing, but he didn't care. Light folded his hands together and bowed. Someone's shadow flew over the city. It landed on one of the passers-by. He raised his head and thought that it was a bird. The person headed down, landed in front of the others. One of the people looked at him in surprise. The hero headed for the stairs. Approaching the others, he asked for a report on the current situation. Guanchuk folded his hands in greeting, when someone thought that he knew that the heavenly demon was young, but not that young. The bald man looked shocked, thinking that the boy looked younger than his disciple, not understanding how he could have reached such a level at his age. Looking at him from behind, he thought that although he did not believe all the rumors about six-armed, three-headed monsters, but such a young boy with a pleasant appearance cannot be called a monster. Un looked at him. He became nervous, not understanding how such eyes could belong to a person. The boy took out a scroll. He showed it to Light with a smile. After waving it, he said that this was the thing that their Justice Alliance needed so much. The old man was delighted, because this was a document that contained evidence of the connection of the Inverted Heaven cult with the leader of the Dojiel Alliance, and it contained information that he planned to use for bargaining with the Inverted Heaven cult. The hero handed the scroll to him. So, the document talked about the cults that colluded with Dojiel and helped the Inverted Heavens, so this document was extremely necessary for the Justice Alliance to confront the Imperial Court. But pulling back the scroll, Un still said that he could not give it away so easily. Looking at it, Light wondered why. Because this way he could help the demonic cult clear themselves of false accusations. They looked into each other's eyes, and the guy said that he had one condition. The hero lowered his head. Later, someone sat on the hill, clarifying that he was asking for a monument to their merits. The old man nodded in response. He remembered Yuan's serious look and his words that they should have found evidence a long time ago, and because they could not do so, their cult had to confront both the Alliance and the Inverted Heavens alone, and besides, he was the one who found this document. There was fog between the mountains, and it was noted that the demonic cult was originally supposed to unite with the Justice Alliance to confront the Murima Alliance. The people looked at the city ahead. So, in this case, the damage suffered by their cult would be significantly less. A huge hole was left in the middle of the street. Incompetence has increased the losses, and they demand to erect a monument to the merits of the demonic cult for their sacrifices in the battle with the Alliance, and nowhere else but in this very place where many cult warriors lost their lives due to this explosion. The light reflected in the man's eyes. He thought that this was quite a clever move, and that the current heavenly demon was not only strong in martial arts, but also in politics. Imagining this hole, he thought that this place was the center of the Murima Alliance headquarters and the heart of the righteous faction, and a great many masters would undoubtedly participate in its reconstruction. The sunset rays illuminated the ground. So, if a monument was erected in this place, then the members of the radical faction would remember their debt to the demonic cult for many years to come. Light turned around, noting that if they refused, the hero would not hand over the document, and threatened to withdraw his troops. Zhuge raised his hand to his face, thinking that the leader of the Inverted Heavens was their common enemy, and the worst enemy of the previous heavenly demon, and the threat to withdraw his troops may be empty, but it was very effective. Both looked ahead, and he replied that they had no choice then. Seeing the mountains in front of them, he added that they could not, because of pride, harm a more important and urgent matter. The people walked along the road. Thus, days later, warriors from the Justice Alliance clan and the royal house visited the former headquarters of the Murima Alliance. Zhuge stared ahead. He shook Yuan's hand, thanking him, and noted that his cult suffered great losses. They were very sorry. The hero asked to simply keep his promise, and that would be enough. The sun shone on the roofs of the houses. Thus, the day came when the king announced the reorganization of the creation of the Justice Alliance. The alliance announcement ceremony was far from grand, and the reconstruction of the alliance building was not yet complete, and the exact number of sects and clans that would be joining had not yet been confirmed. Many people had gathered at the podium, and it seemed that the alliance was more likely just marking the beginning. A man was walking up to the podium. 2 more followed him. Un was standing by the window. Everyone was watching attentively, hearing that there was once a righteous hero. The people looked at each other. Zhuge looked at the people below, saying that everyone who knew him spoke of him as an outstanding man. One of the listeners gritted his teeth. The narrator introduced a man dead in the forest, saying that he revered the heavens and was not ashamed of his deeds, and was fiercer than anyone else, but also kinder than anyone, and decided to sacrifice himself to thwart a great conspiracy, all for the sake of his friends and protecting the world. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. Frowning, he realized that he was talking about his master. Some were outraged by the story they heard. Another had tears in his eyes when the hero of the story died from a plot by the forces of darkness at the end of the story. Zhuge stamped his foot, asking the crowd if they knew the name of this hero. A man in the crowd looked around, hearing the question of whether anyone knew who the story was about, and noted that he thought it was just a fabrication. Calmly looking at everyone, the storyteller said that if they heard the name, they would immediately remember it, since they lived at the same time as him. Looking down, Zhuge said that the name of this hero was Nak, and he was the leader of the spear school, as well as a spear master, rumored to have studied the forbidden demonic arts. The audience looked at him silently. One of them raised his hand to his face, asking if there was any proof, since everyone knew that the head of the spear school was convicted and punished for studying demonic techniques. He raised his head in confusion and clarified that he was talking about the martial arts world being controlled from behind the scenes. Another spectator, looking at the speaker, said that such an organization had been hidden for so long, and they had never even heard of it. Taking out a document, Zhuge told them that this was evidence. The man scattered several scrolls. The wind picked them up. The papers rushed to the side. So they gathered behind him. Closing his eyes, the speaker thought that they were responsible for these sins. Light lowered his head, praying to Buddha. The documents were gathered in neat rows. The spectators were surprised that the sword-calling sect was destroyed by the Murima Alliance, and although it seemed strange to him, he had never thought of such a thing. The spectator gritted his teeth, not understanding how anyone could do such a thing. The other one's veins popped out on his head when he realized that they were not only playing with the Murima Alliance, but also the Imperial Court. The people clenched their fists when they heard that the demon cult had also suffered from the inverted heavens, and the previous heavenly demon had been fatally poisoned by the cult. Un stood by the wall, hearing that the man had decided to become bait to stop them. Well, the spear master was a good person after all, and the people couldn't believe that they blindly believed everything the Alliance said. The hero slid his back against the wall. Sitting on the floor, he wished for the master to rest in peace. Zhuge looked at the people, saying that something like this should not happen again. Some lowered their heads when he said that this tragedy should not happen again. With his mouth wide open, he added that this is why they wanted to create a new organization, not like the Murima Alliance, which was a puppet of the inverted heavens. A scream could be heard throughout the area. Zhuge frowned and added that they would call it the Justice Alliance, and as the name suggests, their goal would be to protect justice, and asked those who agreed to raise their hands. The people behind him raised their hands. The listeners also began to raise theirs. Soon, there were many raised hands in front of him. The man nodded. The documents scattered in all directions, he said that he and everyone present were ready to declare before the heavens that although they called themselves the righteous faction, they could not prevent the world from falling into chaos, and moreover, used by the inverted heavens, they themselves had a hand in it, so they gathered here to correct this mistake. A document appeared in his hands. Burning it, he declared that under the gaze of the heavenly gods, he declared the formation of the Justice Alliance. The cry spread beyond the city. The rays of the sun illuminated the wall. Thus, after declaring the formation of the Justice Alliance, King Jinsong made a statement. There was a scroll on the table, and it was noted that the current emperor was a fake, and the entire imperial court was now a puppet of the inverted heaven cult. The man looked at the contents with a smile, reading that the king was going to resist this and protect the throne. The document in his hands was engulfed in flames, and it was also announced that the demon cult's attack on the central plain was agreed upon and approved by the king and the Justice Alliance. One of the people present was wearing a mask, The heavenly demon cult's invasion was due to the loss of their leader to the inverted heaven cult and the desire for revenge, and they decided to cooperate to fight the inverted heaven together. The entire valley was illuminated by the sun. The news quickly spread throughout the world. A question was heard from the ceiling, saying that the Pink clan had also decided to join them, and it seemed to be true that the stagnant water was starting to rot. There were many people gathered in the house, discussing that the Phoenix residents, the Silver South Sword sect and the Scarlet Mind Sword sect were also involved. Although they were not among the 9 great sects or the 5 great families, they were still a considerable force. People sat around the table, indignant at the fact that they called themselves righteous. One of the people present pursed his lips. He lowered his head in disappointment, not understanding how the great clan had come to this. His fist slammed down on the table with force. The table broke in half. The man looked angry, asking how Dojiel had allowed this to happen. The man in front of him was at a loss, answering that he had already died at the hands of the heavenly demon. Enraged, he slammed the ground again. Thus, the Northern Pink clan, unlike the other sects and clans that were close to the imperial court, colluded with the inverted heaven cult quite early. Several people gathered in the common room. So, it would not be an exaggeration to say that all the clan members were deeply entangled in the cult's affairs, and now they had a choice to repent of it and leave, or go with the inverted heavens to the end. There was no other option. The one sitting in the center of the hall asked what happened to Yak. The people silently looked in his direction. Jie Hyak, frowning, repeated his question. A powerful aura spread around. One of the people present was frightened and said that he was captured by the heavenly demon cult, and from what he heard, he was sent to hard labor. The man's eyes were shining brightly, and he wanted to know what happened after. Fear was visible on the speaker's face. His head flew off his shoulders immediately after he said that before the full-scale war of the demons with the Alliance, he and the daughter of the clan were beheaded. A bloody trail remained on the wall. The dark silhouette of Jie Hyak loomed over the others. He held his sword in his hand and said that they were left with no other choice, and he did not understand how, being a great clan, they could bow their heads before the murderers of their direct heir. The man was visibly nervous, thinking about engaging in battle with the Justice Alliance. Looking sternly at the others, the leader demanded that a message be sent to the Imperial Palace, and then to the Inverted Heaven Cult, since they would be able to freely move the capital's garrison. The people looking at Jie Hyak did not understand why he still had confidence in the cult, and that he really believed that the cult controlled the capital's troops. And would the army really follow orders after proving the imperial family's cooperation with the Inverted Heaven Cult? The man glanced to the side, hearing that a messenger from the Imperial Palace had arrived. He put his hand forward. A man in a cloak entered the room. Bowing, he said not to worry, since all preparations for moving the capital's garrison had been completed, and the emperor was asking for troops to be brought to his palace. A group of people walked through the hills. Thus, after the formation of the Justice Alliance, the heavenly demon cult joined forces with him, and their combined forces were unstoppable. In the end, after the fall of the Mirima Alliance and the establishment of the Justice Alliance, there was no force left that could stop the advance of the Allied forces. The man stopped at the high gate. The troops were advancing towards the capital without serious battles, however. Although there were no problems with the sects and clans, there were minor skirmishes with the military garrisons guarding the cities. The man with the green beard looked down seriously, and from the moment King Jinsong called the current emperor an impostor, the troops associated with him immediately became rebels. The king himself looked at the man in front of him, and it was noted that before this, there were rare skirmishes, and the king was well versed in politics, liked by many people, thereby attracting talented people to his side. He entered the open gate. Jinsong personally went out to persuade the military and officials of each city. The other gates in front of him were closed, because some opened them after much thought, and some locked them tightly. A sword was stuck into the body of a sleeping man. So, in such cases, assassins from the demon cult were sent out, who would sneak into the cities and kill the commanders of their leaders. The fortress walls were covered in blood, and the next morning, the troops freely entered the city gates. Gu knelt down, saying that he had carried out the order of the heavenly demon. Jinsong watched this. He raised his hand to his face, noting that the hero's men were very capable, thinking that he now understood why the cult of the holy heavenly demon was considered the strongest part of their troops. Looking to the side, the king thought about this large-scale military campaign of the Murim against the government, and it was being won using simple targeted assassinations. Seeing Guanchuk's stern look, he also thought about the courageous determination of the army, who carried out such horrific schemes without hesitation. Jinsong, looking to the side, realized that there was only one leader in charge of this, and it seemed that he had made the right decision in making the cult of the holy heavenly demon the state religion. Looking at the hero in front of him, the king thought that after all, the demon of destruction was definitely not the type to stab someone in the back out of lust for power, and was most likely the type to give as much as he received. Frowning, Jinsong thought about the fact that he was unmarried, and wondered if they had any unmarried princesses left. Unfolded his arms and said that they would soon be heading to the capital. All of his comrades looked at him intently, hearing that the root of their problems was the emperor or the leader of the inverted heaven cult. Thus, the allied forces beamed through one gate after another, advancing at a tremendous speed, as if they were riding horses all the time. The troops approached the capital, but it, under the control of the emperor, was clearly different from the cities they had captured earlier. This one was the main base of the inverted heaven cult and had reliable defenses. Everyone gathered in the courtyard, and the guy told them that they would have to engage in battle with the capital's troops. The king looked at one of the people present who said that even if the inverted heavens controlled everything, some people would doubt their authority, so there might be a gap in the capital's defense. Light lowered his head, answering that it was not that simple. Sword Sage looked at him questioningly. Shugu, folding his arms, reminded him of what Dojio did in the Mirima alliance. He opened his mouth in shock. Shugu lowered his eyes and reminded him that he manipulated people by brainwashing them with a special scent, depriving them of their own will, and they unquestioningly followed his orders. Sword Sage put his hand on his waist and replied that there were too many people in the capital's garrison, and although the inverted heavens' capabilities were enormous, they would hardly be able to subjugate everyone with the scent of hibiscus, to which the other person agreed, saying that even with a large amount of scent, it would be impossible. Guanchuk looked at him, saying that the army, unlike sects, was an organization with a set hierarchy, where warriors strictly followed the orders of the leadership. The second, also looking at the others, added that if the fragrance was used only on the commanders, they would be able to control the entire army. Sword Sage opened his mouth wide, saying that things were getting serious, and that the capital's troops were made up of elite warriors, asking how they were supposed to fight the best troops in the world. Guanchuk turned to Zhugu, suggesting that they avoid a siege if possible, because even if they managed to win it, they would suffer huge losses. The other asked about how to enter the capital without a siege if the enemy occupied the imperial palace. Lowering his head, he added that if there was a way to get into the palace, they could avoid a battle by infiltrating with a small detachment. The masked man entered them, saying that the black demon who arrived as part of the king's procession had made a big noise and claimed to be looking for a friend. Un looked at him in surprise. Covering his face with his hand, he said that he had completely forgotten about it, thinking that they had captured King Jinsong's man. The protagonist covered his face with his hand. The man looked at him and thought that, as expected, his condition had worsened due to so many battles. The protagonist sat with his head down and said, "Who would have thought that the mole of the detective service was actually its own boss? Wasn't he a puppet of the inverted heaven cult?" Smokey opened his mouth and said that that man was a fake imitating his appearance and habits, and the real one was now trying to contain the cult from a secluded place. The blue-haired man frowned and thought that everything was swimming in front of his eyes. It was because he had used too much internal energy recently. If he still couldn't go through the bone transformation, then he needed to hold out at least until he finished with his revenge. His hands were shaking. He thought that his insides were in complete chaos from this poison. He clenched his fist. The bandages on his hand tightened. The blue-eyed man frowned and asked again, trying to restrain the cult of the inverted skies. The hero folded his hands behind his back and answered, "Yes." The cult leader folded his arms over his chest and asked how and where he was restraining him. The gray-eyed man grinned and asked if he wanted to meet him. He was so curious about what he was doing. The brunette turned around sharply and asked, "Eunuch Zhuge, was it really him?" He smiled in response and said that they had not seen His Highness for a long time. People were walking along the mountain. It was partially covered in fog. Mount Wutai towered over the outskirts of the capital, and at the time when the combined forces and the capital's defense forces stood, baring their fangs at each other, separated only by the city walls, no one would have thought that there would be daredevils who would decide to climb it. The hero climbed up. The protagonist looked at the people standing above. He frowned, remembering the words that if he wanted to meet him, he should follow these kids. The youth looked straight ahead and thought, so he was hiding on the mountain right next to the capital, the darkest under the lantern. His hair was blown by the wind. The protagonist looked down the cliff. Gray-haired frowned and said that they had entered a formation. The personal one turned and said that everything was fine. This only confirmed that they were on the right path. The second nodded and added that from now on they should be careful. They should try to follow them so as not to get lost at the crossroads. They both turned to the gorge. The protagonist looked in the same direction. All the heroes moved on. There was some kind of sign on the wall. The man turned his head and asked if they were on the same mountain now. The bald man looked straight ahead and said, "I am because of the formation the landscape has changed. That's why they don't recognize it." The blue-haired man turned his head and said, "That's how it is." He looked around the area and said, "It's like a polka dot world." They approached the house. Someone said that they had arrived. The doors opened. When the heroes entered, they were told that they had been expected. They began to look around and did not understand where the voice was coming from. Un put out his hand. It passed through the portal. It began to collapse. The man bowed and said that they had come a long way, and then greeted His Majesty. The hero rushed to him and asked if he was really the eunuch Zhuge. He shed a tear and said that he thought he had changed like his brother. The brunette only smiled in response. He looked at everyone else and apologized for making them come all this way, and then said that his name was Zhuge Wu-sung and he was a former eunuch of the Imperial Palace. The protagonist folded his arms and introduced himself as Unsun. The eunuch nodded to him and said, "The living god of the heavenly demon cult, the heavenly demon himself." The protagonist's eyes lit up and he said that he must have a good reason to call him to such a place. The brown-eyed man smirked and asked if he must have wanted to get to the capital as soon as possible. The blue-eyed man looked at him with disdain and asked, "To the capital?" No, he needed a way to get to the Imperial Palace, and let him not howl that all this time he was only playing hide and seek, and did not prepare any way for this. The brunette had sweat running down his face. He looked at him closely and said, "One moment." Then he walked to the wall, and ran his hand along it. He pressed the button in the tiger's eye. His jaw dropped. He stuck his hand in there, and said that he wanted to show it to them. He unfolded a map on the table, and said that it showed the location of all the troops and supply lines of the army, and on the back of it. When he turned the sheet over, His Majesty exclaimed in bewilderment, "This is it." The eunuch looked at him and said, "That's right, this is a detailed map of the palace corridors." The gray-haired man opened his mouth, and said that this was just what dirty rebels like them were after. The map was lying on the table. The young man folded his arms across his chest and asked if the scoundrels from the inverted skies didn't know about the existence of this map. The brunette raised his head and asked what he meant. And looked at everyone and said that it was just a map showing the routes leading to the Imperial Palace and the location of its inner corridors. There were no secret passages on it. The bald man rubbed his beard and said that then it turns out that the enemies also know about all the passages from this map. Zhuge rolled up his sleeves and said not to worry, because he had taken everything into account and asked to let him continue. And he put a map of the capital on top of it. He raised a finger with fire and said that in fact, there are a couple of unmarked paths on it, secret passages prepared by previous generations of the Imperial dynasty in case of escape in emergency situations. And he pointed to a place on the map. Looking at it carefully, he said that as they know, the passages work in both directions, and someone's exit can serve as an entrance. He straightened up and said that the places he marked are just these exits. The young man frowned and said that is, for them, this is definitely an entrance. The man grinned and said that's right. The young man looked at him and asked if there was a possibility that the inverted heaven cult also knows the location of the secret paths. In response he heard that none. He was ready to bet his life on it. The guy grinned and asked, "Vault life, how much is the life of the head of the detective service, who could not protect the imperial family and was replaced by a double, worth?" The eunuch looked at him and replied, "Of course, its price might have fallen, but for him it is still just as precious, and he is not stupid or brave enough to bet his remaining money on dubious things." The protagonist grinned. His Majesty opened his mouth and said, "Okay," and then asked if he could then explain how he was so sure of this. He looked down and replied, "Because only the head of the detective service is in charge of these passages, and now he is an idiot who looks like him." The hero lowered his head and added that he can imitate his appearance, and, to some extent, his habits, but not his knowledge. The brunette raised his head and said, "Indeed, a fake can only imitate superficial aspects." The blonde scratched his chin and asked if there was a chance that they could have discovered the passages themselves in his absence. The man raised his hand and replied that there were none at all. There was a formation of 1,000 tangled roads, that's what they call the formation, which connects the 5 passages together. While this formation is active, the paths will constantly change their places at regular intervals. Those who don't know about the existence of this formation will never be able to find the passages. His Majesty raised his hand and asked if they regularly change their position. The interlocutor pointed to a place on the map and answered yes, but among all these exits, one always remains constant. The brunette lowered his head and asked what about the entrances then. He was told that all the entrances are on the palace grounds and regularly move, like the exits. There are 5 entrances, but which one leads to which changes unpredictably. The man froze and thought, since they don't know which entrance they will come out to, perhaps it's worth dividing the forces equally between each. The eunuch pointed to places on the map 5 times and said that these entrances are located here. There were dots on the paper. Jin Sung studied the map and said that 2 of them were not far from the Emperor's chambers. The second one chuckled and said that's right, because they were built for his safe evacuation. The brunette folded his arms across his chest and said that then the teams that would come out of these 2 passages would have to deal with the fake emperor, and asked what the task would be for the people who would come out in other places. The blonde thought for a moment, and asked if they could first tell him how many people would be able to enter each passage. The eunuch closed his eyes and said that each passage was designed to collapse at a certain weight. Perhaps up to 5 people could pass through it at a time, but for safety it would be better if no more than 3 entered. He leaned over the table and continued that the people who would come out of other places would also have an important mission, and it would be as important as the mission with the fake emperor. He put his hand on the map and said that they would need to destroy the troops of the inverted heaven cult, and asked everyone to look carefully at these 3 entrances. He looked at one entrance, and said that it was Hong Bin's office, the second was the office of the Great Council, and the third, What kind of place was this? The protagonist frowned and thought, Hong Bin. He had heard about it from Ungwan, the ferryman of the four seas, and his prime minister was the very personification of a rotten official who sold positions and titles. A silhouette of a man appeared in his head. The brunette looked at everyone and said that this room was originally used by the palace staff and carpenters. It was called the Room of Heavenly Incense. The brown-eyed man lowered his head and asked again, the Room of Heavenly Incense, and asked to explain to him what kind of place this was. The interlocutor nodded. Then he exhaled heavily. He frowned and asked those present if any of them had heard of battle puppets. The protagonist's eyes lit up. He perked up and said, "We have heard," he asks. The man sang to him and said that it seemed the cult leader knew something. He replied that not only did he know, but he had fought them 3 times. The hero looked at him in horror and said, wow, he had met them and he was fine. The blue-haired man looked at him and asked why it should be different. The brown-eyed man shuddered and replied that the battle puppets were monsters created using the bodies of the great masters of the past, and that room was where they were created. Unsaid that he had already fought them 3 times. How did he even survive? The blue-eyed man frowned and said that he didn't know who he heard this from, but it seemed he was underestimating the skills of a semi-divine master. No matter how strong the masters of the past were in life, did he really think that after turning into puppets, they would be able to use their former strength? The brown-eyed man looked at them and said, Amiba. The brunette shuddered and said, so this is who they encountered in the Murim alliance. The eunuch turned his head to them and asked if they had fought them together. They replied that they had once, and they had defeated them. Juga stared at them in surprise and said, wow, and thought to himself that they said that the Buddha and sword stars were currently the strongest in Murim, but not to that extent. The bald man looked at him and said that it seemed he shouldn't worry so much about it. Although these monsters were indeed strong, they were no threat to semi-divine masters. The hero exhaled and said that although it would be difficult even for them to fight more than 2 at the same time. The eunuch grimaced and looked at him. His Majesty turned to him and asked something else. The brunette leaned over the table and said that this place, it must be destroyed at all costs. He opened his mouth and shouted that whoever came out of that room, they must go there immediately. It must be completely destroyed. Perhaps it is even more important than the task with the fake emperor. Brown-eyed waved his hand and said quietly, of course they will do so, but could he first explain the initiative? The eunuch opened his mouth and shouted that 15 combat puppets were currently in production there. The man opened his mouth wide and shouted, because there were currently 15 battle puppets in production, and they had to be destroyed before they were completely finished. The heroes and the others looked at him, hearing that they would not be able to stand up to them otherwise. The sun shone on the roof of the imperial palace 2 days later. A man walked out onto the roof. Sword Sage followed him. Light looked into the distance, saying that the task of destroying the puppet room had fallen on their shoulders. He nodded and agreed with him. The 2 of them continued walking. When they reached the entrance, they decided that it was time to begin. His foot pushed off the ground. Un rushed forward. As he continued walking, he thought that for a body that had once gone beyond its limits and broken through a wall, it would definitely not be easy to reach the wall again. Frowning, he hoped that this body could at least last until the end of the battle. So the hero entered this path alone. Due to the weight limit of the coordinators, he decided to go alone. There was a sharp turn ahead. Besides the hero, the only people who entered the other passages were those who were in the chief's house that day. All of them split up to take each of the paths. Looking into the passage, the boy thought that in the formation, the sky and earth shifted, and it would be difficult to determine where the right was, where the left was, and everything was as he was told. Coming out from the other side, he thought that this was a deeply hidden trick of the imperial family. A light appeared ahead. There were symbols on the signboard. Sword Sage looked away, asking how they would look for these puppets. With a heavy sigh, he decided to hide their presence and look around first. Sword Sage pointed to the right. Then he pointed to the left. Light nodded in response. Both of them ran to the corners. The guard walked along the corridor. The old man watched him. 2 guards accompanied the man. Later, servants carried bags. Light looked closely at one of them. The bag was filled with grass. He frowned when he heard that the herb was oblivion and spirit summoning flower. Sword Sage appeared next to him, saying that he had found a place completely filled with medicinal herbs, and all of them were either oblivion herb or spirit summoning flowers. The old man lowered his head. They looked at each other, and when asked what was there, the man replied that it was most likely so. Both quickly moved. The servants carried the bags down. The men followed. They began to descend the stairs. The stairs went far down. Light calmly descended them. A bright light surrounded his hand. The light burst forward. The beam hit the man in the mask. The others were also shocked. The men reached the end of the stairs. In front of them was a door. They stood on opposite sides. So both carefully looked inside. What they saw shocked them. Many people were lying on the tables. One of them was asking to just kill him. Light watched nervously, thinking that they were extracting life force to inject into corpses. Sword Sage headed for the door, outraged that they were trying to resurrect the dead using people's lives. His swings cut the door. The guard on the other side didn't understand what was happening. Seeing a bright trace near him, he declared an intrusion. The men entered. Sword Sage said that he would deal with the villains, and his comrade should save the people. Light pulled his hands back. He thrust his fist forward, using the holy fist of 100 steps. The blow destroyed one of the tables. Dust rose up everywhere. One of the people present turned around and said that there was no way out. He opened his mouth wide, telling them to stop the Raiton and bring them here, to which he heard that they were not finished yet, they might not be working properly. The beam hit him in the head as he ordered them to try quickly. The old man, surrounded by a bright light, asked if such deeds do not send them to hell, then for what? His light became brighter, and he said that today he would be the one to open the doors of hell for them. Rocks rained down everywhere. The man grabbed his head, shouting over the battle puppets. Sword Sage looked at the people around him, hearing pleas for death. The veins on his face bulged as he thought that those who did not hear the pleas for them were now asking for death. A powerful energy spread around. His sword was stabbed into the ground. The men then spread beams. Streams of beams cut off the people's heads. Sword Sage gritted his teeth, saying that they had committed a sin that should not have been committed, and it was the sin of being careless with people's lives, for which they would go to hell. One of the people reached into his pocket. He took out a small flute. Jin Song looked around. His attention was drawn to the entrance of the house. Looking at it, the man said that this was the Emperor's chambers, noting that it was ironic. Looking ahead, he added that he would take revenge personally. Several people appeared nearby, and a question was asked about who they were. The man in the helmet looked at the king in surprise, not understanding what he was doing here. And then he turned to the soldiers, saying that this was a rebellion, and the king and his henchmen had infiltrated the palace, ordering the traitors to be captured, but they were all martial artists, so they needed to take defensive formations. The soldiers surrounded them. Ji Myung stepped forward. The captain of the guards looked at Jin Song intently. Jin Song looked at him. An archer appeared behind him and powerfully asked how he dared to commit such a heinous act of betrayal. Ji Myung frowned. There was a grenade at the end of the arrow. His friend was split by a tree. He was removing a piece of wood from his staff, wondering how long his martial arts would be able to withstand the explosive arrows. Jin Song, looking down, said that this was not a rebellion, but only a correction of a mistake. The captain of the guards, looking at him, replied that an attempt to overthrow the emperor was a rebellion. The king narrowed his eyes. The captain stared at him. Jin Song frowned, calling the man on the throne a fake. The man, raising his hand, replied that he was only following orders. If the emperor had the imperial seal, then he was the rightful ruler, not understanding how anyone could call him a fake. The king closed his eyes, thinking that they knew everything, but they still resisted to the end. Opening his eyes again, he decided that nothing could be changed. The captain of the guards, looking at him, replied that there was no other way. They stood opposite each other. Jin Song said that he must overthrow the fake emperor, to which the fake emperor replied that he must stop him, which surprised the king, because he was going to correct the mistake. Clenching his fist, the interlocutor said that to do so, they would have to step over his corpse. Taking a step forward, he added that it couldn't be that simple. They stood closer to each other, and the guard commander noticed that there were only two of them, wondering what they could do. Looking into his eyes, the king replied that a man well versed in martial arts could show strength beyond imagination. Jin Song turned away from him. Together with Ji Myung, they stood back to back. He said that the battle would not be easy, to which he noted that they were not going to put the inverted heavens back in place, so it had to be this way. The king smiled, adding that he was really lucky with his subordinates. A cry rang out throughout the area. The soldiers headed towards them. The commander clenched his fist. The king and his assistant were noticeably nervous. The man said that something grandiose had been prepared for them, offering to try too. And arrows appeared behind the captain. They were heading towards Jin Song from all directions. The man placed his hands on the ground, surprised that there were only 3 left. The puppets' faces were bandaged. Light put one hand behind his back, saying that they had failed to destroy them all at once, wondering how they were going to atone for their sins. Sword Sage approached his comrade, saying that they would pay for the atonement with their lives. The puppets rushed towards them. He powerfully, opening his mouth wide, told the old man to be careful, but he replied that the warrior should better watch his defense. Light struck the enemy. Sword Sage's swings left bright marks. A cut appeared on the puppet's neck. Looking at it, the man called it damned. One of the enemies appeared behind him. He had already pointed his hand towards him. Light protected him, saying that he needed to be more vigilant. A bright light appeared in his hands. The man raised his sword above his head, noting that it was the unshakable body of the Vajra. The pillar descended in front of him. It covered one of the puppets. The pillar pinned him to the ground. He couldn't even raise his head. Light appeared in front of him. A bright glow surrounded the old man. The light grew brighter as he struck. Bloody corpses lay in the pit. The remaining puppets stood in front of Sword Sage. The man behind them gritted his teeth. Fear was visible on his face, and he wondered how they had dealt with the puppets so easily. Sword Sage was surrounded by a bright aura, telling everyone not to expect an easy death. The man's eyes became smaller in fear. Blood flew everywhere. Thus, they defeated their enemies. One of them smiled, trying to laugh. Pointing in their direction, he said that this was not the end, and eventually they too would meet their doom here. Smiling ominously, he added that in any case, they had accomplished what they had planned, since the puppets were just a byproduct of their main goal, and soon they would fall to their knees before someone. Sword Sage looked at him questioningly. He took a deep breath and explained that there was no point in hiding it anymore, and they could go to the secret passage behind the wall to see despair. Light looked behind him. The old man knocked on the wall with his hand. Standing by it, he said that there was an empty space there and asked why he was telling all this. Still smiling, he replied that even if they saw all this, it would not change anything. A moment later he died. Looking at him, Sword Sage called them disgusting. A hole appeared in the wall. Light entered the passage. Seeing the stairs down, he noted that it smelled of blood. The light illuminated the steps. The two of them found themselves in another room. There was a skull on the floor. Men lay dead. Everything was stained with blood. Sword Sage was surprised by what he saw. Seeing a cut in the wall, he noticed that it was entirely made of 1,000-year-old dark steel. Light looked in her direction. Touching it, he agreed with his comrade. The old man was surprised, wondering who in the world could leave such deep marks on 1,000-year-old steel. Sword Sage looked at the marks, noticing that they were as deep as a palm, and the length was incredibly huge. Together, they stood looking at the wall, and he wondered if he could hit it with everything he had, would he be able to leave marks that big? Light looked at it intently. Stroking his beard, he replied that if there was enough time, it would be possible, be it a minute or two. Sword Sage noticed that all the bodies belonged to battle puppets. A bead of sweat ran down his comrade's forehead as he thought about the fact that there were more than a dozen puppet remains in this room, wondering what could have happened here. They stood in an empty room, concluding that someone had taken care of all these puppets. Sword Sage looked to the side, adding that the monster had gone to the surface. There were footprints on the ground. They were heading towards the stairs. Flames were rising towards them. Ji Myung was badly injured. Looking at him, Jin Song said that he had protected him. The man was breathing heavily, asking the king if he was okay. Many arrows were flying towards them. The servant paid attention to them. With a wave of his staff, he protected the king. However, the arrows hit him. Jin Song looked at him, saying that it was because of his incompetence that the man had encountered such great difficulties. Ji Myung tried to smile, saying that he used to live the life of a pathetic bandit in the warrior world, but thanks to him, he was given the opportunity to serve a truly wise master, and asked not to call it difficulties. Leaning on his staff, he said that it was nothing to him. Then he lowered his head. The guard commander looked surprised. The bright sun shone on Ji Myung, and he spoke about how he had lived a very long life for a mercenary, and it was only because of the king that a person like him could become someone in his service. He thought that now this useless body could leave its mark somewhere in the corner of history. 3 warriors stood in front of him. One of the guards gritted his teeth. There was a passage behind. Ji Myung took a deep breath. He frowned. Looking forward with confidence, the man said that he would make a way for the king. Jin Song looked at the servant, hearing that even if he died, let him step forward over his body and correct the mistakes. Ji Myung turned to him. The king was trembling. Closing his eyes, he said that he would never forget what he had done for him. Rushing forward, the old man replied that this would be enough for him. The servant rushed at the guard, saying that today he would turn the sky and earth with his bamboo staff. The staff cut through the air. The guard was hit hard. The captain pointed at him, ordering him to stop shooting arrows. Ji Myung covered himself with his hands. Many arrows pierced him. The man pulled out one of them. He broke it in his hand. The swings of his staff struck the guards. In this way, he was able to approach the commander. The commander dodged the blow. After that, he pounced on the man. Putting his spear forward, he said that Ji Myung was truly amazing, but he was ready to give his life for his beliefs. Raising his head, the servant thought that this was a choga spear technique. He raised the staff above his head. Thus, the man took a defensive position. And he frowned deeply. The blade split the staff. Jin Song opened his mouth wide, shouting the man's name. The commander of the guard was almost upon him. But a bright light surrounded him. The commander was thrown back onto the stairs. A silhouette of a man appeared on the roof, telling them that they were wasting their time here too. Another lay in a cloud of dust. The commander was badly wounded. Trying to open his eyes, he thought that perhaps this was the end. Jin Song ran to Ji Myung. The guard coughed up blood, thinking that this was the price he had to pay for serving the wrong ruler. Trying to stay conscious, he hoped that this would be enough. Ji Myung was also badly wounded. He looked at Un, noting that his life had been extended for a few more moments. Trying to look at the hero, he thanked him. He nodded at him. Jin Song tried to heal his wounds. The man spoke of how lucky he was to speak to him one last time, but the king demanded that he not speak like a weakling. But the wound was too serious. Looking up, he asked to see the great deed through to the end. As he was losing consciousness, he also asked that when it was all over, he would not be deceived by the evil forces, becoming a wise ruler. Jin Song cried over his body, tears streaming down his face, and he replied that he would not forget these words, and if he so wished, he would become that wise ruler. The king carefully laid the body on the ground. Standing up, he asked him to look after him. Heading inside, he called the cult leader with him, saying that just beyond this wall, the emperor's chambers were waiting for them. Un looked at the sun, thinking that they had finally reached the very mouth of the beast. In front of Zhugu, there were bright waves. The waves moved forward. They knocked down enemies. A man appeared behind him, saying that after rejuvenation, he had gained a lot of strength. Both of them headed forward. Zhugu asked why he himself did not use the technique of reversing the summer. He lowered his eyes, saying that he could not save his friend's life, nor could he fulfill his last request, and even if he lived longer after being rejuvenated, he saw no point in it. As they walked down the corridor, Zhuge asked him if he felt a debt to the spear master, and the man replied that it was a sin he would have to bear for the rest of his days. Gogyo sent out a stream of energy. He managed to strike down the enemies. Zhuge watched this, asking what was the fragrance of the sword and that he had mastered the purple sunset technique of the 24 plum blossom sword. The man nodded in response, saying that he had only mastered it recently. He smiled, thinking that after 50 years, someone had finally mastered the fragrance of the sword. Many people appeared on the other side of the corridor. Frowning, they shouted that these heretics must be stopped. Gogyo pulled his hand behind his back. He rushed forward, asking about them resisting Buddha. One of them had many cuts on his face. The others watched as his head was blown apart. Zhuge caught up with him, telling him not to overexert himself and to watch his breathing. After the swing, a bright mark was left. The beam near the ceiling was cut into several pieces. Gogyo also swung his blade, answering that it was nothing to him. The ceiling began to collapse. Its parts fell to the ground. The debris covered the people. A cloud of dust rose in front of them. The man added that no matter how many enemies they met, he would cope. They looked at each other, and his comrade asked if he really thought so. Something dark appeared in front of them. It was a man with bright eyes. He raised them and looked. The light from the eyes became brighter. The dead man nearby suddenly came to life. The eyes of the other one also began to glow. He grabbed his weapon. The dead were rising from the ruins. The people rose again, saying that they couldn't handle a couple of intruders. Their manager raised his hand to his face, wondering if there was a secret passage to the palace. The light from it spread everywhere. Surrounded by a red aura, he noted that this passage must also be quite large. Zhuge smiled, noting that there were probably several of them. He looked at him intently. Putting the resurrected ones in front of him, he said that it didn't matter, because he was his own army and would be their downfall. Gogyo looked at what was happening, noting that there were only a dozen, and did they really think they could stop them like that? Squinting, the enemy replied that he was deeply mistaken, and many silhouettes appeared above their heads. Another group of enemies appeared from the other side. They headed in their direction. The eyes of the dead glowed brightly, and they all said as one that he was deeply mistaken. Looking around, Zhuge assumed that all the imperial guards were here. The enemy's eyes were shining brightly. Gogyo frowned. The swings left bright marks. Zhuge later looked badly injured. His comrade was also covered in blood. Breathing heavily, the first one noted that there were too many of them here, and the task was not so easy. Looking ahead, Gogyo agreed with him, adding that if he had known where this would lead, he would have passed the position of sect leader to his disciple. There were bodies of defeated enemies around. The man noted that compared to his comrade, he did better, but still, he had long ago passed the position of clan patriarch. Zhuge frowned. The man with bright eyes looked at them, admitting that he was surprised, because he did not expect the martial arts of the weak orthodox faction to be so strong. He thrust his blade forward, noting that this was the essence of the martial arts world, and if he was so confident, he would have been better off fighting them himself. The enemy lowered his head, only replying that he was too talkative for a man who was practically in the grave. One of the rebels gritted his teeth. Turning to Gogyo, he noted that it was still unknown who it would be. Suddenly, he felt something. The enemy managed to strike him. He kicked him away. Looking behind him, Zhuge said that without backup, they might end up in there. Ban, squinting, asked about their resignation to their fate. But the man smiled, noting that this was only if backup did not arrive. A cry was heard in the corridor about going inside. Their enemy looked to the side. Part of the wall was broken. 2 people came out of it. The men with bags looked at them, glad that they had finally come. Looking at them, Ban said that 2 black demons would not change anything. Something flew over them, and a question was heard about what and if there were more than just the 2 of them. A head fell to the floor. It was covered in blood. Looking at it, Ban recognized Riang in it. Someone's footsteps were heard. The 2 demons bowed to the man who said that he was an imposter. Riang shot his hand forward, saying that he was the real head of the detective service. Gogyo was surprised to see him. He smiled at both of them, apologizing for the fact that it took him a while to return the detective service, and therefore he missed this prime minister. Then, looking at his side, he noted that he had a familiar face. Ben gritted his teeth, indignant that Riang was actually alive. The head of the service folded his hands behind his back, noting that he was not the type to be easily killed, to which the enemy said that his body was never found, and it seems that it is. Riang confidently smiled, looking at him, thanking them for not trying too hard to find him, and now he was back, ready to take his life. Looking at him intently, Ben noticed a lot of anger and hatred in his words. The man could not stand it, and gritting his teeth, said that the skin on him belonged to his friend. Ben sighed, saying that he couldn't believe that the head of the detective service was his friend. The ground cracked under Riang's feet, and he said that sometimes in this world there are amazing things, and although they were rivals, they understood each other better than anyone else. Rocks rose up in front of him. He aimed them at the enemy. The enemy, holding his hands out in front of him, called it just a trick. Ben retreated back. The rocks hit his minions. The enemy rushed forward and, clarifying to Riang that he was only here for revenge, offered to see if he had enough skills for it. The swing of his hands inflicted wounds on several people at once. The head of the service put his hand forward, ordering the swords of the detective service to give it their all. Frowning, the people accepted the order. Everyone rushed into battle. They ran past the surprised Gogyo. Ben looked angry, calling them pathetic insects. The eyes of his henchmen were shining brightly. They said in unison that they would crush everyone. Surrounding himself with a bright light, the head of the service noted that it would not be that easy. Gritting his teeth, he decided to show that the reason for his flight was not a lack of strength. A cut appeared on the face of one of the enemies. Riang bowed to Zhuge, glad that he was safe. The three stood in different directions. The man replied that he had arrived at the most critical moment, and yet he was grateful that he was not late. Riang shared that on the way here, he saw a flame growing in the direction of the battle puppet production site, so it seemed that everything was going according to plan. He nodded when the other man regretted that the Prime Minister managed to escape, but still, they managed to achieve most of their goals. After repelling the attack, Gogyo asked if there was any news from the Emperor's chambers. Surrounded by a bright aura, the man replied that the king had gone there with the leader of the demonic cult, and given his strength, there shouldn't be any problems there. But just in case, he had sent 50 of his elite warriors to the chambers. Looking at him, he replied that it was done well, and that they could handle the current forces here just fine. Riang handed him a heavenly pill. They were surrounded by light, and he said that they were specially developed by the detective service, and although they would not increase the amount of internal chi, they would help fully restore stamina. Zhuge took it in his hand and said that it would be appropriate. Gogyo consumed it. His foot touched the ground. The impact caused stones to fly apart. Un and the king were heading forward. They were blocked, asked if they understood where they were, and ordered to stop immediately. The hero's eyes were shining brightly. He quickly dealt with the enemies. So he continued to walk forward. Something caught his attention. Many arrows were heading towards him. The boy moved his hand to the side. A purple flame appeared near the spear. It spread around, burning the arrows. The flame moved further. Along the way, it also burned the archers. Jinsung watched what was happening. Frowning, he wondered how they had come to the point where they had to wash the imperial palace with blood. Without turning around, the hero replied that it was too early to give in to emotions. He stopped. And then, frowning, he used the fusion of heaven, earth, and spirit. Energy spread around him. Seeing the room differently, he noticed that it was filled with killing intent, and many archers were ready to shoot anyone who decided to come close. His eyes were shining brightly again. The impact left a mark on the ground. The hero rushed forward, deciding that they might try. Many arrows flew towards him. Un began to surround himself with an aura. It became brighter, and so it spread around him. The arrows flew back and crashed into everything around them. Some of them stuck near the man's head. The hero headed towards him. He pulled his spear aside, outraged that he was so calm. Power began to gather around him. In a moment, there were lightning bolts everywhere. The lightning bolts grew larger. Un landed on the floor. Arrows were falling around him. Standing by the stairs, he asked the man if he really thought that pathetic arrows could stop him. But the arrows were heading towards him again. The boy raised his hand above his head. All the arrows were burning in flames. These flames surrounded Un. He concentrated the fire in his weapon. Then he put it forward. Bright marks appeared on the man's face. Yuan's swing blew him away along with the throne. The hero looked at the remains, but his face showed displeasure. He lowered his head, thinking that everything went too well. Someone landed on the ground. The wall in front of the hero was destroyed. He covered his face with his hands, wondering what it was and where this incredible power was coming from. The building shattered into pieces. The shards fell in front of Jinsong. He, standing by the ruins, asked what just happened. The king looked to the side. Someone's silhouette was visible in the distance. The man's skin was completely white. He also had long white hair. His eyes were shining brightly. Suddenly, an ominous smile appeared on his face. Jin Sung felt someone's gaze on him. Several people approached the man who had arrived. Jie Hyuk frowned and asked what had happened to the heavenly demon. A cloud of dust was still rising above them. Looking at the group of people, the king asked who the man in white was. The man, looking at him with a smile, was surprised that the man did not recognize him. Jin Sung trembled, realizing that he was in front of the leader of the inverted heaven cult. A powerful explosion sounded. Someone's silhouette was visible in the background. The cult leader looked at the scene with delight, saying that the guy was really tenacious and he personally wanted to break his spine. Unshook the dust off his clothes, answering that he wanted to say the same thing, but it was unpleasant to agree. The enemy, smiling menacingly, noted that they met again. The hero, holding a spear in his hand, asked him about whether he really was the leader of the inverted heavens. Smiling madly, the interlocutor answered that he was so, and this time he was in the flesh. Un looked at him in surprise. Then, frowning, he added that he imagined him a little differently. Jie Hyuk, who was standing behind him, opened his mouth wide and cursed at the hero. The veins on his face bulged when he asked what happened to his son. The hero, seeing this, remembered him. The man standing in front of him heard that he must be his father and the head of the Ping clan, and asked again if everything was okay with his son. Un smiled, replying that the man seemed to have lost all contact with the Tang clan, since he was completely unaware of his fate. Frowning, Jie Hyuk demanded that he watch his words, warning that if even a hair fell from his head, the hero would die. Looking him intently in the eyes, he replied that he had taken care of the boy's hair by beheading him, and the head should be rotting at the execution site, so he could go look there. The man rushed to attack. The hero took the spear in both hands. Thus, he repelled the enemy's attack. The man was thrown back. He was surprised by such strength. Still, he decided to rush into battle again. Someone put his hand forward, saying that this was enough. Jie Hyuk froze in place. The man was unable to move. His leader stared, saying that he had given him the opportunity to strike to understand the difference in strength, but he was no match for him. Then, touching his hand, he added that he could not worry, because he would leave the rest to him. Several people ran out to them. Jin Sung turned around, hearing that they were here on Riang's orders. The leader of the inverted heavens looked at the group of people, saying that opponents worthy of Jie Hyuk's level had arrived. His comrades were irritated by this. The man himself was visibly nervous. He frowned, but still said that he understood. The white-haired man patted him on the head, calling him a good boy. This shocked Jie Hyuk. The others were indignant, and someone said that this was a strong disrespect. A powerful aura was spreading from the leader of the inverted heavens. Turning away, he told the man to deal with the group of people. Many silhouettes were visible in the distance. The man lowered his eyes, saying that although the leader had planned all of this, they were not his subordinates, but they had a deal, but he still allowed himself to insult. Jie Hyuk looked down and answered no. He frowned, thinking that when a person reaches the level of the divine realm, he casts off his mortal shell, enters the world of deities. But his level is not like the divine realm, but much higher. The man tightly clutched his weapon. Without raising his head, he said that no matter what happened, their clan should not be hostile to him. The others silently looked at each other. Fear appeared in Jie Hyuk's eyes. Seeing how the boy left traces, he thought that most likely he had already reached divine harmony. Jie Hyuk went forward, telling the others that they needed to deal with the detective forces that had arrived. Jin Sung looked at him. He only sighed, noting that he had fallen into the lot of dealing with every little thing. But the king grabbed his sword, replying that the man had not been shown his place for a long time. The two stood facing each other. Jie Hyuk doubted that the king would be able to handle this situation, but the king replied that he saw no problem. He then moved his sword aside, saying that he was even curious, and noted that his methods of suppressing rebels may seem harsh. Jin Sung held his sword in front of him, answering that he too had recently lost a loved one. He really wanted to vent his anger on a real rebel, so fate brought them together. Jin Sung struck the ground with force. An aura surrounded him, saying that this should be known to the swords of the detective service, and their leader invested a lot in their upbringing, and also for the warriors of the imperial court. The two of them are strong enough. The king smiled, answering that Riang was always meticulous in all matters. Jie Hyuk, standing over him threateningly, was surprised that such a small force would be enough to stop the elite forces of his clan. But he looked away when he heard the question about what he thought differently. 3 people walked towards them. Frowning, he noted that they were Gogil, Riang, and Zhuge. The room they had fought in earlier had been destroyed. Jin Sung looked at his comrades, saying that they had arrived just in time, and asking how they were. The man noted that he was a little tired, but he had to finish what he had started. The king, looking at him, asked about light and sword sage. The interlocutor, looking at him, replied that they had destroyed the puppet production site and were heading for the Prime Minister. Jin Song smiled at his comrade, who added that they also wanted to capture this ban, and he himself said that all that remained was to deal with the enemies present. And then, smiling differently, he noted that the task sounded quite doable. Jie Hyuk was surrounded by a dark aura as he addressed the Lord's Ghost Squad. The people looked at him, hearing the order of the clan patriarch. The man pointed his sword at the king, saying that before them were rebels and allies of the demon who had killed the heir of their clan, so no one should be allowed to leave alive. The people gritted their teeth, saying that it would be done. Jinsong, putting his sword aside, said that today they would sweep away the traitors from the inverted heavens and correct all the mistakes. A fight broke out between them. The leader of the inverted heavens looked at the sky. A smile appeared on his face. Un stood before him, not understanding what was funny, and perhaps he suddenly went crazy from the realization that all his preparations were in vain. Smiling madly at him, the enemy asked if he really thought so. Frowning, the hero did not understand what he was talking about. Continuing to smile, the white hair noted that this is the very essence of power and its purpose, because if necessary, he can always just use and throw away his ally, especially since he is the ruler, and everything is tools for him. Smiling widely, he laughed. Then he rose into the sky. So he was quite high. His eyes were shining brightly. Unfrowned. The hero felt this look on himself. The enemy, looking intently, asked what he meant by those words earlier. Then he pointed at the guy. The hero, raising his head, clarified how he imagined him. The leader of the inverted skies, putting his hand on his belt, said that he asked about this, and about how he looks, because he himself really likes this body. He took his hand to the side when the guy clarified that he used to wear the guise of the emperor, and replied that it was so, but he used it only as a tool until it wore out, and then threw it away. There was blood on the blade. Jinsong opened his mouth wide and cursed when he heard this. The enemy waved his hand, ordering him to be silent. The king felt something. A bright mark touched his hand. He screamed in pain. Then he fell to the ground. The enemy, smiling, looking at the man, said that if he had kept quiet, he would not have lost his hand, and when elders talk, the younger ones should be quiet. Frowning, Un thought about how strong he was, and asked where he got this body? He looked at himself. Looking down, he replied that he created it. His eyes were shining brightly. Staring at him, the hero wanted to know what to make of this. Putting his hands behind his head, the leader of the inverted skies asked him if he had heard of poisoned spirits, noting that he should have fought a few of them already. Darkness surrounded him as he spoke about how they were technically a type of puppet that carried out someone else's will. He looked at the hero and said that for some reason he preferred to call them poisonous spirits. Un looked at him silently, understanding what he meant. He smiled. He touched the ground again. Dark traces spread across the ground as he said that he had created many poisonous spirits, and ordered them to fight each other. Then, raising his head, he also noted that the body he was using now had continued in that fight until the very end. Thus, surrounded by darkness, he shared that he would give this body the name of a poisonous spirit goo. The hero looked angry, thinking that this was a body created from the clashes of incredibly strong puppets. The head of the inverted heavens was surrounded by a glow, and he said that all those poisonous spirits were just a byproduct that appeared while working on the main goal, and the power of his soul was great, so it was difficult to find a vessel that could withstand it, and therefore the person of the emperor was only a temporary shelter anyway. Jinsong trembled in pain, hearing that she still greatly facilitated the implementation of his plan and was very convenient. Veins appeared on Yuan's face. The enemy looked at him with a smile. Both looked into each other's eyes, and he wondered why his body and soul were so different from each other. The hero took hold of the spear, asking what he was talking about now. The leader of the inverted heavens, smiling slyly, said that if you look closely, you can see in him the inherited will of not only one heavenly demon, but also the spear sky, and for an ordinary person this is absolutely impossible. Showing his big teeth, he realized that he was living a second life. Streams of wind headed towards the hero. Frowning, he looked at the enemy. The blonde brought his hand to his face, saying that no matter what method he used, if he was not a disciple of the spear sky, he could not. But looking at him closely, he interrupted himself. The hero held the spear in his hands. With a wide smile, the leader of the heavens noticed that he had something interesting on him. He noticed a small object, calling it the sacred relic of the inverted heavens, and was surprised that he had it. Un looked at the enemy in surprise, thinking that in the past, when the soul heaven had not yet crossed the line, it had passed the sacred relic to the spear heaven, realizing that this was what that relic looked like. Frowning, he was surprised that it was the power of the necklace that gave him a new life. Looking at the leader of the heavens in front of him, the hero thought that even before becoming the inverted heavens and going against the will of the heavens, the sky of the soul had rejected the established order of things, and if this necklace was really a relic of the sky of the soul, then it would not only explain all those miracles, but also what happened to the spear school in the end. The white-haired man gritted his teeth. The veins on his hands appeared. Surrounded by a dark ring, He said that although it had already outlived its usefulness, but if it belonged to him, then he should return it. Then he put his hand forward. The huge palm moved towards Un. Looking at it with surprise, the hero understood that his words could be true, but this necklace was both a relic of the spear school and also a legacy left by his master. Seeing the hand approaching, he decided that he could not give it up just because it belonged to him. The huge hand almost caught up with him. It struck. Un retreated. A deep hole was left in the ground. The leader of the heavens looked surprised. Squinting, he noted that one hand was not enough. Thus, two large hands appeared near the hero. The tree made a sound. Light and Sword Sage stood in the middle of the forest. Looking around, the man did not understand where he had gone. His comrades shared that he had heard that he had never studied martial arts, so he must have prepared a good escape route for himself. The man walked to the side and agreed with this. Sword Sage sighed deeply, annoyed that there was no trace left. As he went down, he noted that his comrades' words only confirmed his suspicions, and in the end, Ban had colluded with the inverted heavens long before they began to act openly, because he had a lot of time to carefully think out a retreat plan. They walked out of the forest. Light suggested that it would be wise to abandon his pursuit and return to the palace, because there were still matters that needed attention. Sword Sage felt something when he wanted to agree. A powerful aura spread from behind the mountains. It passed by them. This power was getting stronger. They stood at the edge of the cliff, not understanding what it was, but deciding that they needed to hurry. A dark aura was spreading around. A huge force was gathering over the battlefield. The leader of the heavens sent giant hands at the hero. Un was surrounded. His swing left a bright mark, so he managed to jump to the side. The hand struck the ground. The blow left a deep mark. The guy slid along the ground. He was breathing heavily. Looking at the enemy, Un was surprised that there was really a huge difference in strength between them. The hero rose to his feet, thinking that he was not even using any intricate techniques or martial arts, but simply stretching his hand and waving it like a fan. Breathing heavily, he also realized that he could not even do anything to counter it. The leader of the heavens stood in a cloud of dust. The guy gritted his teeth. Looking at him with displeasure, the enemy noted that he was quite agile. Seeing the powerful aura, Un thought that the man was waving his movements like he was swatting away an annoying fly, and he didn't understand why he had come all this way when he couldn't even make a single counterattack, and after all these years, he ended up in such a desperate situation, having overcome all the hardships that had befallen him, only to end up looking pathetic. Clutching his spear, he decided that this was no good. Darkness stretched his arms above his head. Un frowned. Taking a step forward, he admitted that he had been afraid of dying all this time. The stomp made a loud sound as he thought that as the leader of a demonic cult and the ruler of half the world, he was afraid of losing his position, power, and everything he had built up for so many years. Despite swearing to dedicate his life to revenge, he still pitifully clung to his life. But now he had one goal: to give everything to killing his enemy. A bright aura surrounded him when using the heavenly soul and earthly body, the holy flame art, and more. The spear blade also began to glow brightly after using the holy dragon stream and the phoenix birth. He imagined himself in the middle of a storm, deciding to link all of his existing techniques into one. The water began to accelerate. Thus, a whirlpool was formed. Un stood at the center of it. The streams of water covered him. Now the hero was under it. His eyes were shining brightly. A beam of light rushed upward from him when he linked them, forming the power of 999 techniques. Now the guy rushed forward, using the road of 1,000 battles. Beams of power flew in all directions. The enemy directed them with a movement of his hand. The red eye narrowed in shock. The white-haired man looked forward in surprise. His hands clutched the weapon. Yuan's eyes looked furious. Many beams surrounded the enemy. His body was hidden in a bright spark. It fell to the ground, raising dust. The power rose in a black haze. The hero saw beams flying in all directions. The opponent's figure seemed to be surrounded by waves of darkness. He stood as if in a dark dome. A red haze was rising up. The leader of the inverted heavens cult smiled widely. Standing in front of him, he said that this was fun. Did he have anything else? The tents unheard his crazy laughter. The opponents were jumping down. Dark beams were rising near the mountain. The opponents were fighting inside them. A bald man stood nearby. Looking up, he said that he was glad that the cult leader was still alive. They sensed the ominous energy coming out and hurried here. Does he happen to know its source? A figure was visible among the dark energy. A demonic force, like a huge fist, was clasping the hero's body. The old man looked at it in shock, asking what the hell was this. Black beams broke away from the ground. They rose up, holding on. His head fell limply. His body bent over. His hair hid the hero's face. The dark fist squeezed it tighter, and then moved down. A swift movement near the full moon. The men ran there quickly. They stopped when they saw their opponent at a large crack. The leader of the inverted heavens cult stood with his arms outstretched. Yuan's body lay in the crack. The old man frowned, looking down. The white-haired man had his back to them. Then he turned with a predatory smile. The black eye narrowed as he called them new toys. A small light was visible in the darkness. It was a figure in a bright cave. The man was waving his arms. The boy was sitting by the wall. His body was in rags. He turned around, exhausted. The man standing behind him said that he looked terrible. Would he like to go with him? The boy's eyes widened. There was a spear behind the man. There were deep marks on the tree. Later, only a stump remained of that tree. Nock nodded with a smile. He stood with his student near the destroyed tree. The boy's eyes widened. He remembered sitting next to the body of his dead teacher. The hero looked down in shock. Darkness. A light appeared in the darkness, and a voice that called out to him. The man looked down and told number 900 to rise. The boy barely opened his eyes. Trembling, tried to get up. He sat looking forward, wondering what was going on. A girl appeared in the room and introduced herself with a smile. Aeon. The hero shifted his gaze. It was as if he was standing in a dark room, hearing the question, so he was number 900. Looked down. The man standing next to him asked why he was daydreaming. The boy with the spear apologized, saying that he lost his concentration for a moment. The mentor smiled and said that he had enough of apologizing, that was enough training for today. Frowned and asked the cult leader to let him continue. Later, blood was running down the man's face. He smiled slightly with his eyes closed. The hero looked at him in shock. Blood flowed from his lips. The boy's arm and leg were torn off. He lay as if in a dark spot. Barely opening his eye, the boy thought, what was he doing now? Lying on his back, he remembered that he was fighting. Two figures appeared nearby. Two men were standing next to each other. Turned his gaze and recognized the mentors. Nock smiled slightly and called the boy to get up. Chun, looking down, asked how much longer he would lie there, let him fulfill his role as a heavenly demon. Replied that he was much stronger than him, even concentrating and linking all his combat techniques, he could not resist him. Lying in the darkness, the boy said that he could not cope. He closed his eyes, continuing that he could not honor the honor of his mentors, he is not as strong as them. Nock chuckled, saying that he had long ago surpassed his level. Chun also smiled and asked, does he really think he is weaker than him, the world-destroying heavenly demon? He has long surpassed him, the moon-cutting heavenly demon, such a cute disciple, really cute. He knitted his brows and shouted at the demon cult leader and the world-destroying heavenly demon to rise up, he has long surpassed his mentors. The boy raised his head. Frowning at him, the man said that he knew, he respected them and cared about their honor, but did he really think that it was the disciple's duty to never surpass his mentor? Looked at them. His eyes widened when he heard the order to rise up and become the new god of the demon cult. Blue rays of energy scattered everywhere, and the order to open his technique was heard. There was dark water under the sky. Lying face up in it, unthought of his mentors. He sank into the depths, wondering what he was missing. The boy swam deeper and deeper, straight to the shining depths. Opening his eye, he thought he understood, he didn't need 1,000 techniques. Whirlwinds were swirling around. They were gathering into a whirlpool, the guy realized that one was enough. In the center of the whirlpool was darkness. Bright rays were intertwined towards the center. Waves moved in a circle. They united as if into a sphere. This sphere lay on a large palm. Lying in a black circle, unrepeated one. The blue eye suddenly opened, he thought, only one. The hero raised his hand that appeared again up. Two flashes rose on the ground. The enemy's body was surrounded by glow. He said that they were no longer fun. A wounded old man sat in the settling dust. Nearby was a wounded man. Opening one eye, he wondered where this monster came from. Was this the end? Dark energy was spreading in all directions. Closing his eyes, the man thought that, of course, it was an honor to behold the power of a deity. Only this deity turned out to be evil. The old man closed his eyes and asked the Buddha to have mercy on them. An opponent appeared next to him with a crazy smile. A foot stepped on the old man's body. His eyes widened. The leader of the inverted heaven cult leaned over with a smile and said that the Buddha did not exist. If he did, he would not leave people like him alone, right? Blood flowed from the old man's mouth. The monster smiled wickedly, and the words were heard that yes, he might be right. The lips curved. The poisonous spirit turned around. Surrounded by a glow, it turned back. The black eyes widened in shock. The heroes were also surprised. They saw a figure nearby and exclaimed that it was the leader of the demonic cult. Un stood shaking his head. Smoke was coming out of his face. The opponent looked surprised. The hero looked at him resolutely. The white-haired man winced. The opponents stood opposite each other. The monster waved his hand with a furious cry. White mist was flying everywhere. A dent appeared on Yuan's body. A flash of light was emitted from the attack. The white-haired man looked in that direction. Smoke was rising up. Un stood surrounded by smoke and thought that his chest, torn apart by the attack, had been restored as if nothing had happened. He frowned, thinking that even the poison from the inverted heaven cult that was corroding his body had been cleansed by his true chi. This was his second bone transformation. The opponent, surrounded by radiance, was approaching. He extended his clawed hand forward. A shining eye looked at him with determination. Uncurled his fingers. The opponent's palms collided. The force of the attack pushed their opponent back. The hero smirked and asked what kind of beautiful sight this was. The white-haired man lay on the ground and cursed. The demon cult leader's body was glowing with a purple glow. A spear appeared in his hand. He then jumped up, leaving a mark. The bright flash of the strike caused the opponent to scream. Waves of energy spread out from the building. The flash hit the wall. Flew after it. He jumped over the rubble and punched his opponent into the ground. The wooden structure cracked in half. The opponent hit the ground. The force of the blow left a deep dent. Blood gushed out of the white-haired man's mouth. Stood at the edge. The monster screamed with his mouth wide open. Black clawed paws extended from it. The hero said that he could see now. He stepped off the edge, continuing his thought. Moving past the red beams, he said that he was too focused on his body, which had reached the level of a deity. With his mouth wide open, the poisonous spirit screamed at him to stay back. The boy raised his hand and said that he didn't know any martial arts at all. Surrounded by a purple glow, the hero told the leader of the inverted heavens that this was the end. The white-haired man gritted his teeth and said that this was impossible, this couldn't happen. He opened his mouth wide and screamed. Red monsters rose from his body. They rose up in a huge wave. An ominous paw rose from the substance. In front of the hero was something that looked like a screaming face. Having turned into a monster, the enemy screamed that they were just useless insects, they could not. Shining and held a spear in his hand. He looked ahead carefully, thinking that he did not need 1,000 techniques. The hero bowed his head. He thrust the spear forward. Rays flew towards his face. He thought that he only needed one to destroy it. A blinding flash appeared next to the guy, the absolute of martial arts, the destruction of the heavenly void. The attack beams cut the monster's body. It split into 2 parts. Then it seemed to disperse into fragments. Something rising to the moon was cut in half. And then it disappeared, leaving a thin beam. The hero looked at the sky. The war was over. The sky was covered with clouds, witnessing the battle between Un and the leader of the cult of the inverted heavens. The patriarch of the Peng Jiehayak clan decided to commit suicide after losing his leader. The phantom troop of the Lord lost their will to fight. Un sat next to the men. The Buddha Star and the Sword Star were able to survive only thanks to the help of Un, who reached the divine realm and strengthened their original chi. But there was something that could not be restored. The old man was surrounded by radiance. The Buddha Star's hand turned into dust and could not be restored even with the help of the original chi. Clouds floated above the building, and when everything was finished, King Jinsong ascended the imperial throne. The man put his hand forward. He began to restore the lands devastated by the past war, called all the troops of the capital, together with the detective service, began to eradicate the remaining hidden forces of the inverted heavens. There were several small houses in the mountains. Murim was no exception. All the sects that colluded with the inverted heavens were closed, and those who fought back were included in the newly formed Alliance of Justice. There were rocks among the trees. Un and his troops returned to the heavenly mountains. Of course, this did not mean that the demonic cult was still forbidden to leave their borders. There were bright stars in the sky. Due to the agreement, the demonic cult members could now visit the Central Plains. People walked along the street. Although this visit was limited to the provinces of Qinghai, Gansu and Sichuan, still, the long-standing dream of the heavenly demon cult was finally achieved. The man stood at the top of the steps. As Yuan's promise to the Justice Alliance had been fulfilled, a memorial to the fallen warriors of the demon cult was built on the site where the Mirima Alliance once stood. It listed the achievements and contributions of the cults in the past war, as well as the names of all the warriors of the demon cult who gave their lives in battles with the Mirima Alliance. The man in the hat carried a bag, although there were those who disagreed with such decisions. The man sadly held food with chopsticks. However, when the new Emperor Jinsong declared the divine cult of the heavenly demon as the state religion, and also appointed Un as an advisor to the nation, the voices of opposition quickly died down. Snow was falling in the mountains. The man walked up the long stairs. Un stopped at a snow-covered house. The doors opened. A sign said that this was a temple of deceased mentors. The boy entered the room. 2 incense sticks were smoldering near the memorial. Sitting on the floor, he said that it took a long time. Un closed his eyes and said that he had finally avenged them both. His hands touched the floor. Bowing, Un asked to rest in peace. There were footprints in the snow leading to the stairs. Despite the war that had drenched the Murim and the imperial court in rivers of blood, time continued to pass. The trees on the slopes turned green. Several seasons changed. The hero stood at the top. The man stroked his beard. After the war with the inverted heaven cult, the sage returned to Manhwa and left his post as the leader of the sect. He stood at the cliff near the small house. Feeling guilty for the death of the spear master Nak, he decided to retire to solitude on a remote peak of Manhwa, which was rarely visited by people. Even now only the disciples of the sect visit him, because he refuses to accept other masters. The sage turned his head. There were flowers growing on a branch. There was a flowering tree ahead. The flower had pink petals. The man looked at him, thinking that he had lived his whole life with the thought that he carried a plum blossom in his heart. There were flowers on the branch. He thought that now it was his business. He wondered if it was really so. The sage lowered his head, thinking that now, looking at the plum blossom, he remembered him again. The flower was in the palm of his hand. He thought that knocked like the wine from these flowers. Standing by the tree, he thought that the wine from the plum blossom. He remembered that the disciples left a couple of jugs in the backyard. The man lowered his head. Standing by the plum, he thought that he must take responsibility for the sins he had committed and live without forgetting them. Looking up, he thought that he would live by these words for the rest of his days. The man in the cloak bowed, saying that the holy priestess had come to meet him. The heroes stood opposite each other in the room. Shortly after the end of the war, Un and Aeon held a wedding ceremony as the previous cult leader wished. Woonji stood among the crowd. Seeing this scene, she disappeared for several years, and then appeared before and again, but as a member of the Dark Night Flower. The figure stood in a dark cave. The girl bowed, closing her eyes. Despite the fact that Woonji suffered from unrequited love, she chose a life of service by his side, although it gave her heartache. The long-haired man asked to come in. The silhouette of the girl appeared. Aeon smiled slightly. Looking forward, she greeted the cult leader. Un looked in her direction. Since he was not used to dealing with women, life after marriage was not so comfortable for him. Aeon smiled. Fortunately, thanks to her cheerful nature, although not without problems, Yuen's married life went relatively smoothly. The girl looked to the side and chuckled. Standing not far from the tree, she asked where So-san was. The boy was holding a spear. So-san is the youth unaccepted as a disciple after the end of the war. When he was wounded, the demonic mentor returned with him to the heavenly mountains. The student stood in a fighting pose. After the war ended, he began practicing martial arts under Yuen's tutelage. The shadow of the tree fell on the hero's face, who said that he sent him out of the mountain. The girl asked in surprise, sent a child who was not yet 20? The boy put his hands behind his back, saying that isn't 18 years old enough to be considered an adult. At this age he should see the world of martial arts with his own eyes. When they were training in the cave of hidden demons, the youngest of them was exactly the same age. Aeon looked at him uncertainly, trying to object. The hero exhaled and said that he sent the fourth great lord with him, so there was nothing to worry about. The man bowed at the base of the stairs. The fourth great lord Saryong, formerly a member of the Murima Alliance. After the end of the war, when Aeon returned to the heavenly mountains, she returned to her role as a holy priestess of the cult, so the position of the leader of her squad became vacant. The vacant position was given to Saryong, who made a great contribution as a soldier. Un stood by the tree and said that perhaps right now they were already completing the task given to them. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked again. The hair covered the boy's face, who remained silent. The man wiped his lips and cursed. He sat by the window and cursed everything. He slammed the table, saying how he could have ended up in this forgotten place, drinking cheap liquor in a shabby inn. The man trembled, saying that if only the leader of the inverted heavens had not lost, he would not have ended up in such a pitiful situation. Someone knocked on the door. The hero turned around and asked who it was. Someone behind the door told the gentleman it was him. Hongbin turned around and asked if he hadn't told them not to disturb him unless he called. Someone behind the door said he had guests. The man threw the door open in displeasure and asked who dared to disturb him. There were sinister figures standing behind the assistant. Bald men with tattoos were grinning. One of them said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. It seemed like he had been hiding in a place like this all this time. Hongbin closed the door in fear. The man stuck his foot out, not letting it close. A fist flew by. The brute said that when a person borrows a large amount of money, shouldn't he work hard to pay it back? Drinking alcohol at an inn doesn't help much in this matter. The bandits entered the room while the man was trying to object. They pressed on his shoulders, telling him to be quiet and continue this small talk somewhere else. Looking sideways in fear, Hongbin cursed, asking if they knew who they were talking to. The bald man, holding him by the shoulder, ordered him to stop making noise. He hoped he was ready to be sold into slavery. If not, he could also consider options with becoming meat. Taking the man away, one of the bandits advised him to think carefully about everything during the journey. Of course, if he were a woman or had a beautiful face, it would be much easier to pay off the debt. The man looked sideways in alarm. They were walking along the street, and he tried to offer them to discuss everything. People were heading towards the gate. Cries for help were heard. Among the mountains stood a gray building. The man looked at the gate. He entered a small arch. The man was thrown to the floor. Hongbin winced. A man was sitting near the Black Bull sect building. The Prime Minister hiccuped in fear. The man in the hat asked how he was doing. The prisoner looked at him in fear. A fist suddenly flew at his head. The blow sent the man falling to the ground. A hand lifted him up by his clothes. The bald man angrily picked up the kidnapped man and asked him where his manners were. He was called a dear customer. and he answered the leader something like this: "Let him show due respect." The man in the hat called him a dear customer again. The man sitting on his knees addressed him as Lord. The sect leader was sitting on the steps and said that since he had taken out a debt, wasn't it natural to try to pay it back? But in all this time he hadn't paid them back a single coin, and the interest had already accrued more than his principal debt, which was why they now had to look at each other awkwardly. Hongbin asked for some time. There was a scar on the man's face. He asked how exactly he was going to get the money. The frightened man raised his head and said that if he could give him a little advice. The sect leader closed his eyes and said discontentedly that all customers were the same these days. He stood up, taking out his sword, and said that it was foolish to borrow money without any plan to pay it back, and then repeat as one, "Give him a little time and he will definitely pay it back." Couldn't any man who didn't have a hole in his head say such things? Standing next to him, he said that he thought he was the same as them, saying he would pay back the debt. In fact, he had no ability to do so, and then trying to disappear. The man in the hat took out his sword. He held it to the prisoner's neck and told him to be honest with him. He had neither the ability nor the desire to pay him back. The man countered that he would pay him back. The man with the scars on his face asked how. Looking down, he said that they were all busy people, so don't make things difficult and waste their time. Other than him, they had other clients to meet. If he wanted to pay off the debt, he would have to sell everything. However, all he had was his body. Hongbin trembled when he heard the question. How was he going to pay? Let him choose whether he would be sold into slavery or become a piece of meat. The man holding the sword froze when he heard the question. How dare the Dark Path sect engage in slave trading in the territory of the Divine Sect? It seems they don't know their place at all. The bearded man turned around, asking what kind of voice that was. A stone flew past him, directly hitting the other man's head. The prisoner peeked out from behind the man in the hat. An order was heard to show himself. The bald man looked at the figure. The man in the hat turned around angrily and asked, "Who dares to interfere with the affairs of the Black Bull sect using the name of a demonic cult? He is very self-confident. Let him come out." The stranger crossed his arms and asked again. A shadow hid the face of the man who asked with a smile, "A demonic cult?" Two figures stood on the roof. One said that while committing a crime, he also called the sect declared as a state religion a demonic cult. He is not one to be timid. The leader of the sect looked up. One of the figures jumped off the roof. Swift movement. Sharp rays of attack. The bald man exclaimed in shock that they were attacking in the middle of a conversation. Only the dirty dogs of the demonic cult would do that. A man appeared behind him and said that he did not think that they would let themselves go by dying from the so-called dogs. He turned his head, which was immediately cut off. The man swung his sword sharply. The silhouettes moved quickly. The sect leader attacked using a shadow rain strike. He extended his hand. However, his sword was broken. The debris flew behind him. The man was holding a shining weapon. The blade retreated forward. The eyes of the scarred man widened. The attack crossed his neck. His head fell to the ground. The man looked forward in fear. He was sitting by the stairs and did not understand what was happening. There were bloody bodies lying on the ground. He looked at the dark figures and said that he did not know who they were, but thanked them. One of the people asked if he was Prime Minister Hongbin. He asked how they knew him. The second man with the sword said that it was him then. The man's face was hidden in the shadows. He said that he would now announce his crimes. The fourth great lord Saryong smirked slightly. The disciple of the spear school Sosan looked down, saying that as the Prime Minister, he condoned the corruption of the state. Standing next to him, he continued that the second, he had conspired with the cult of the inverted heavens to return the world to chaos. In the name of his mentor, the advisor of the nation, the heavenly demon who destroys the world, he came to carry out the punishment for his sins. The man begged for mercy. Blood splashed. The tip of the blade was stained with blood. The man held the blade and heard the question of what they would do with the goods they had collected, and said that since it originally belonged to the people, it would be right to return it to them. Didn't he think so? The boy turned and said that as he commanded. Sosan turned and asked, did he still care about his justice? The partner bowed his head and said that, to be honest, he was not quite sure. Saryong smiled and said that when he looked at him and the leader, he did not think that his answer was that far away. There was a fire burning by the mountains. The sun's rays illuminated the building with green roofs, although the divine sect was once called a demon cult, which people thought of as dark roots. The plains turned into mountains. No one objected when the heavenly demon corrupting the world of joy, to the ship of martial arts, became known as the deity of martial arts. Among the forest, there were cliffs. Moreover, the members of the demon cult began to call him the absolute demon who had reached the end of the demonic path. There was snow on the peaks. Future generations will definitely connect these stories and remember him as a holy demon. With this moment, the demonstration of works, and the words of the author, the fourth volume ended.